Family, there's a sister who punched a giant alien in the chest and went straight through it, all because the alien ruined her dream of having beef hot pot. This story starts with a hapless guy named LinWei. One night, a naked woman fell from the sky, yelling that she was hungry and causing him a lot of trouble. Later, he found out she was a class hero named Qiyu, and the story is just absurd. Let me tell you, this sister is explosive. It all started in outer space with one punch. Just one punch. She directly pierced through a giant alien covered in muscles. Green blood sprayed everywhere like it was raining. The giant was stunned, his face written with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How can a class hero be this strong? Can you guess why she was so ruthless? It was because the shockwave caused by this guy flattened her house and, worse, shattered her dream of enjoying beef hot pot. Family, who understands? Ruining someone's way of making a living is like killing their parents. Ruining my dream means I have to fight back. This absurd story begins with a hapless office worker named LinWei. That night, LinWei was hiding in his backyard, chugging down ice-cold beer. When his phone dinged, he didn't even need to look. It was definitely his female boss hounding him for weekend overtime. He was so annoyed that he casually turned on the mini TV in the yard, where the female host was sweetly announcing, the once in 781 years Perseus meteor shower is gracing Earth tonight. Having had a bit too much to drink, LinWei looked up, and, lo and behold, there really were shooting stars everywhere. He pointed at a small white dot in the sky, laughing foolishly. Hey, why is that one so long? Huh, it's coming straight at me. Oh no, it's getting bigger. So big, so white. The next second, there was a loud bang. That white light, as if guided by navigation, accurately hit and smashed his little TV to pieces. The ground shook, and the scene was filled with choking white mist. His little dog, Riceball, was barking in fear, and the neighbor's landlord yelled through the window, LinWei, are you demolishing your house in the middle of the night? LinWei quickly hugged his dog and shouted back, landlord. The TV exploded. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. As soon as the landlord's lights went out, LinWei dared to go take a look. Guess what he saw? In the thick fog lay a white figure, and his dog Riceball was curiously licking it. He approached for a closer look and gasped. This wasn't a meteorite, it was clearly a naked girl, and she was crackling with electricity. At that moment, I thought, God must have seen me single for over 20 years and sent me this fortune. LinWei was so scared he sat down on the ground, trembling, and asked, who are you? The girl didn't respond, swaying as she tried to stand up. LinWei, being a decent guy, mustered the courage to help her up. But then she leaned her head on his shoulder, groaning for a while before managing to say, I'm so hungry. After saying that, she fainted. Family, who understands? A naked girl falls from the sky, and her first words aren't about where she is, but that she's hungry. LinWei's mind was blown. What kind of situation was this? After struggling for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and, using all his strength, managed to carry this heavy girl back to his room and placed her on the bed. The result? This girl had a wild sleeping posture, rolling around and spreading her limbs wide. With the moonlight streaming in, the scene was quite something. LinWei's heart was racing like a drum, and he hurriedly grabbed a blanket to cover her. But as soon as he did, she kicked it off. Cover her again, and she threw it off with her elbow. LinWei was out of options and could only wrap her up tightly in the blanket like a spring roll, leaving only her head exposed. Finally, she settled down and started to snore. Exhausted, LinWei leaned against the bed and dozed off, only to have a nightmare where this girl transformed into the T-1000 Terminator and stabbed his heart. Ah! He screamed and woke up. It was already bright outside, and when he opened his eyes, everything was a blinding white. After focusing, he was shocked to see the girl awake, sitting on the bed and glaring at him fiercely. She had wrapped the blanket around herself like a strapless dress, looking quite striking. As LinWei was about to explain, he realized he was tied up at the bed's edge. Looking over at Riceball, the dog was sitting a short distance away, panting with a look that said, not my business. Traitor, who are you? Why am I naked on your bed? The girl asked, hands on her hips, looking like she was interrogating a criminal. You fell from the sky. I saved you. The girl paused but quickly scowled. I wake up without clothes. Did you take advantage of me? Be honest. Otherwise, this is your fate. As she said this, she casually placed her hand on the iron bed's headboard and, without much effort, twisted the iron frame, snapping it like a pretzel. Let me tell you, LinWei almost knelt down. Heroin. I'm more wrong than Doe. You kicked off your blanket while sleeping. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, you want something? The girl leaned in close. The pressure was intense. Just when LinWei thought his life was over, a thunderous gurgle broke the silence. It was her stomach growling. Her face flushed bright red, and she lowered her raised hand, awkwardly scratching her head. Do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten for about 7 days. LinWei looked at the mountain of empty bowls piled up, his face turning pale. 3 packs of dumplings, 4 drawers of buns, 2 packs of noodles, 3 packs of instant noodles. She had completely emptied his fridge's freezer section. This girl ate with such gusto, 1 foot on the chair, her posture exuding a carefree attitude. In the end, she picked up a large fishbowl meant for goldfish and gulped down all the dumpling soup. Burp! A thunderous belch escaped her, and LinWei timidly asked, "Heroine, are you full?" "Yeah, almost." She smacked her lips. "If only there was beef hot pot. It would be perfect." "What's your name?" LinWei gathered his courage to ask. "Since you cook so well, I'll tell you. My name is Qiyu, a registered hero of the Earth Protection Alliance, class." LinWei was stunned. Earth Protection Alliance? Never heard of it. Also class. For what I observe, you should be. Class, right? Are you trying to die? Qiyu raised an eyebrow. I'm talking about hero ranks. As the atmosphere thickened, Riceball jumped into Qiyu's arms, giving her a good nuzzle and making her chuckle. "And you?" she asked while holding the dog. "LinWei. LinWei? What a boring name." LinWei was too tired to complain. He just wanted to figure out, how did you fall from the sky? It's a long story. I was fighting the big bad guy Jinunu in the sky. Fighting in the sky? Like in the Avengers? What Avengers? You don't believe me? Qiyu flashed a smile that said, "You're in for trouble," and added, "Come on, let me take you for a flight." As she finished speaking, she hooked her arm around LinWei's neck, and half of his face was immediately engulfed in a soft, suffocating sensation. The next second, she lightly tapped her toes, and they shot up like a cannonball, crashing through the window. Wait, that was the landlord's window, and soared into the sky. 10 minutes later, LinWei sat back in his chair, disheveled, his hair blown into a right angle, completely dazed. He finally believed it. It turned out that there really were aliens in Qiyu's world. She had been fighting a guy named Jinunu in Earth's orbit. She punched him and injured him, but he bound her with some strange membrane, leaving her unable to move. Tight binding technique? Wow, this alien knows quite a lot. LinWei couldn't help but comment. What's shooting back and forth? Qiyu looked innocent and completely didn't understand. Later, she was hit by a meteor shower, which probably opened a wormhole and directly transported her to LinWei's world. Wait a minute, LinWei noticed a blind spot. You said you haven't eaten for 7 days, but you just fought yesterday. The timeline doesn't add up. Qiyu raised her wrist, where there was a silver device the size of a soybean. This is my communication wristband. If I'm out of contact for more than 7 days, it flashes red. It was flashing when I woke up. This was getting more and more bizarre. Qiyu yawned. LinWei, I'm tired. Let's go to sleep. LinWei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. He tried to maintain his gentlemanly image. Actually, I don't mind sleeping together. Qiyu scratched her head, but I have a bad sleeping posture. If I accidentally punch you in the middle of the night, don't blame me. I think I'll stick to the sofa. LinWei quickly conceded. His life was at stake. Then I'm going to take a shower. Qiyu stood up, leaned over, and whispered, Can you take me to buy underwear tomorrow? Your shirt is a bit too big for me. A triple blow, and LinWei's uncontrollable nosebleed finally came out. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, LinWei felt that happiness had come too suddenly. His mind was a mess parallel worlds, superpowered girls, and how to ask his boss for leave tomorrow. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a message from his female boss, Wang Lin. Don't forget to come in for overtime tomorrow. What a magical night. Let me tell you, LinWei later had a strange dream where he found himself soaking in a steaming hot spring surrounded by mist. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. Kid, is this your first time here? He turned his head and saw a bald man with a face full of flesh. Another voice came from the other side. It started, Look at that silly guy. It must be his first time. It's a bearded man wearing sunglasses. Bro, you're something else. Daring to come to this competition? The sunglasses man said, Not preparing for anything. Impressive. LinWei was still in a daze when the bald guy suddenly got excited. She's coming. She's coming. The three of them instantly fell silent, and in the depths of the white mist, a person was slowly walking over, stepping on the water. But. I tell you, that dripping sound was like a death knell. My eyes were still blurry when I saw a figure wrapped in white floating towards us. As it got closer, I realized, wow, it's a beautiful woman in a bathrobe, with 2 buns on her head. I'm familiar with that style. In a moment of impulse, I shouted, Qiyu, but then the bald guy next to me slapped the back of my head and said, What Qiyu? This is Lady Liuna. Are you still dreaming, or what? I focused my gaze and realized that it wasn't Qiyu. Luna smiled politely at us without saying a word, and the next second, let me tell you, she directly untied the bathrobe. That robe slid down like silk, and the 3 of us in the pool held our breath, you know? She leisurely walked into the water and sat across from us, the water just reaching her chest, and that scene was simply incredible. I was just about to ask what was going on when she spoke first. Welcome to the finals of Real Men Hold On for 60 seconds. Huh, what is this? She said whoever lasts until the end can spend a wonderful night with her. The only rule is that they can't physically fight each other. The bald guy and the guy in sunglasses both had green eyes, looking like they were ready to go all out. Then Leuna smiled slightly. Tonight's prop is a specialty from my hometown, red-eyed piranhas. As soon as she finished speaking, a man in black handed over a lively piranha. It wasn't very big, but its mouth took up half its head, and its teeth looked like saws, making it quite creepy. Leuna took it and casually tossed it into the pool like it was a small toy. The three of us trembled and instantly tightened our grips. The fish had just entered the water and was a bit dazed, not moving. I was still feeling lucky, thinking at least it was just one, but then Leuna, as if she could read minds, chuckled and said, "Who told you there was only one?" And then, two men in black came over, each carrying a large wooden basin filled to the brim with those things. With a splash, they poured it all in. Our faces were beyond what could be described as fear. "The competition begins," Leuna said lightly. The three of us quickly darted to three corners. She was still there making a final remark. "All right, I forgot to tell you what they like to bite the most, you know what I mean?" My goodness. Does anyone understand? I felt countless fish crazily swimming between my legs, ready to feast at any moment. I turned my head to see that the two guys, although looking terrified, were still relatively calm. Upon closer inspection, good grief, they were both wearing metallic shiny underwear. Iron shorts. Is there such a move? They were cheating. I shouted it out loud. Leuna looked displeased. I just said the rules. Each relies on their own abilities, didn't you understand? Just then, I felt a sharp pain below. It's coming. It's here. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I'm not afraid of having no firewood. I forfeit. At that moment, I only had one thought. Run quickly. I scrambled with hands and feet towards the shore. Just as I touched the edge of the pool, a man in black poked me back in with a stick. Leuna's face turned dark. "If you're a man, hold on for 60 seconds. Time. ISNT up. You don't qualify to come ashore." I watched helplessly as countless piranhas rushed towards me. Why wasn't it loaches instead? This was my last shout. The next second, I suddenly sprang up from the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. This dream was too real. It scared me to death. It was already bright outside, and when I looked at my phone, it was 8 o'clock. Turning my head again, the bed was empty. "Where's Qiyu?" I stood up, my legs still trembling, not knowing who won the competition in the dream. I heard some noise in the backyard, so I opened the window to take a look. It turned out that Qiyu was exercising, doing chest expansions and high knees. That figure, wow. But the next second, my expression was like I'd seen a ghost. What she was wearing was my hidden Chun-Li cosplay outfit. The cheapao that opened up to her waist, the diamond-shaped cutout at the chest, and the brown stockings. I rushed crazily to that secret corner of my wardrobe, and sure enough, it was a complete mess inside. "LinWei, what are you doing?" As I turned around, Qiyu had already teleported behind me, wearing that mischievous smile. And no, it's nothing. I felt so awkward that I didn't know where to put my hands. "How do you have so many girls' clothes?" She suddenly changed her expression and covered her mouth. "You are actually this kind of LinWei? You misunderstood. This is for work." "For work? Cosplay. Cosplay? I've never heard of it." She shook her head. I tried to explain to her. "It's about dressing up as the person you want to be." "Oh," she pouted, seeming to understand. "So who is this character I'm wearing?" "Chun-Li, a martial artist." "All right, then I'll wear this from now on." She seemed quite satisfied. And then, she dug out several pieces from my pile of treasures like Demon Slayer, PunchesAlien, Shinui. I felt like I was about to explode. "Your female outfits are so sexy." She even patted her own chest, looking pleased. "It seems you still like girls, so I can relax." I blushed like a pig liver. "Do you wear these yourself?" She asked again. "Occasionally, only on certain occasions." "Oh, no wonder this outfit is a bit long on me. It turns out it's your size, but you must look great in it." This is simply a major social death scene for a cross-dressing queen. She even teased the slit of the Chong Sam, and I almost nosebleed again. I have to work overtime at the company today. You'll be home alone." "No, I'm going with you." Her attitude was incredibly resolute. I was about to persuade again when I suddenly saw food on the dining table. I leaned over to take a look and was so scared that I almost collapsed. On the plate were several fish-shaped things that were fried to a char-black, emitting an indescribable smell. The most terrifying part was that there were red eyes embedded in the fish heads. My nightmare from last night instantly replayed. "You cooked for me, so I should repay you." Qiyu explained seriously. "I shaped the flour into little fish and then—" "So, what are these eyes made of?" My voice was trembling. "The leftover ham from yesterday's fried rice. I'm clever, right?" She even smiled at me. I felt a jolt in my heart and rushed into the kitchen. Goodness, it was like a car accident scene. The walls were charred black, the countertop was a mess, and my favorite frying pan had turned into a piece of charcoal at the bottom. I walked out with a dark expression. You should come to the company with me. Qiyu wrapped her arms around my neck. LinWei, you are the best. Be gentle. I can't breathe. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Earth Protection Alliance, a seemingly ordinary building, a group of big shots known as the Alliance Elders were having a meeting. The white elder in the center cleared his throat, report on the battle results and casualties. On the screen, a female officer began to report. Report, sir. This time, 5 S ranks and 2 A ranks went in a battle. Oh, and there was 1 C rank hero who went off on her own without orders. The result was that 2 S ranks and 1 A rank were killed, and the rest are all seriously injured and being rescued. Oh, that C rank hero is missing. Which S ranks died? The elder didn't care about the C rank's fate and interrupted her directly. It was Lord Jacob and Lord Li Zhonghuan. Jacob is dead. The elder slammed his armrest and stood up. He was the 3rd S rank. With space-time travel and a world-destroying iron fist, how could he die? Then they began to play the battle footage. In the universe, Jacob and Li Zhonghuan, this couple, were surrounding a muscular monster named Jinunu. Li Zhonghuan initiated with a golden python binding technique, and a massive golden lightning directly bound Jinunu. Jacob followed up with his right fist ignited in white flames, using Hellfire White Flame, teleporting to deliver a powerful punch. The entire screen was filled with white. When the scene restored, Jinunu had disappeared, seemingly blown to bits. The two were still high-fiving in celebration. The elder frowned, too careless. Sure enough, the next second, a blood-red fist shot right through Li Zhonghuan's chest. Jinunu appeared behind her like a ghost, holding her heart. So cruel. Li Zhonghuan convulsed in pain, reaching out to her boyfriend for help. And what about Jacob? Although he looked pained, he immediately turned and used space-time travel to escape. Jinunu also vanished. About 10 seconds later, Jacob's figure reappeared, but he was completely still. His neck twisted at a strange angle. He was already dead, his neck snapped. The elder sighed heavily. The corpses of the couple floated in space like that. Since Jinunu won, why did he suddenly retreat? The elder asked. The appearance of a C-rank hero disrupted his attack, the female officer replied. But we didn't capture her battle footage. A C-rank hero? What joke? Someone below immediately exploded with anger. The elder signaled for silence and had them pull up the data. On the screen, a photo of Qiyu appeared. Qiyu, female, age and nationality unknown. Just registered as a C rank last month. Does she have any battle achievements? None. Then how did she qualify as a C rank? Her physical fitness assessment ranked 1st in the Alliance. What? The entire room was shocked. But due to her lack of fame, she was placed at the bottom of the C rank. The elder held his forehead. My God, I must reform this damned ranking system. She is currently missing and may have already sacrificed herself, the female officer said with a touch of sadness. Not necessarily. The elder interrupted her again, a newcomer. Even if her physical fitness is 1st, her combat ability may not be strong. She wouldn't be foolish enough to go to her death. Anyway, these big shots didn't take Qiyu seriously at all. At this moment, Qiyu and I were walking down the street. She was wearing a Chun-Li outfit, and her attractiveness was off the charts. She had just felt a bit sad about not being able to go home, but the next second, she was bursting with energy, dragging me to a breakfast stand. What is this? Jianbing Guozi. The stall owner enthusiastically introduced it. Qiyu turned and looked at me with puppy eyes. Well, let us eat. Then she opened her mouth and ordered, for eggs, 2 crispy pancakes, 6 ham slices, 6 pieces of pork tenderloin, and some lettuce. The owneress' eyes lit up. Do you want cilantro and scallions? Yes. Do you want spicy sauce? Put it on. Finally, the bill came to 50 yuan. Eating a Jianbing Guozi for 50 yuan is quite a rare occurrence. The owner barely managed to pack all those ingredients with 2 pancakes, and his wife next to him looked like her eyes were about to pop out. Qiyu held that Jianbing Guozi, which was as big as a bomb, and started munching on it in public. I could only pull her to walk faster. It was too embarrassing. Just after finishing, she suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing me off. She hadn't even wiped the sauce off her mouth when she pointed with a finger at something not far away. I followed the direction she pointed and my head buzzed. A lingerie store. The shop was even called Big Lingerie. So tacky that I didn't even want to go in. But it had to be this one. It was really uncomfortable not wearing a bra. Qiyu tugged at her chi pao, wearing an expression that said you know what I mean. I understood in seconds and could only brace myself as she pulled me in. Welcome. The boss came up. A middle-aged man with a bald head. I blurted out at that moment. It's you. A real man should hold on for 60 seconds. The boss looked dumbfounded. What? I just realized that it was a dream. I looked around and thought, can a big man really run a lingerie store? The bald owner looked at us with envy as we had our arms around each other. Little brother, your girlfriend has such a great figure. You are really lucky. She's not my girlfriend. Oh, got it. Young people these days call their wives that. We're not even a couple. The bald guy was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Qiyu and instantly changed his words. Oh, mother and son. Kids nowadays are really filial. Accompanying their mom, who is pregnant with a second child, to buy lingerie. Uncle. Qiyu slapped the counter. Do I look that old? The owner was sweating. Having guessed wrong 3 times in a row, then what are you two? Uncle, we've only known each other for a day, Qiyu said. Oh. I understand now. The owner had a lewd expression on his face, as if he got it. LinWei, what's he talking about? Qiyu asked me. I blushed like an overnight pig liver and shouted at the boss. What are you thinking? We are siblings. This time, the boss was completely defeated. In the end, Qiyu went to pick out clothes herself, and the boss nudged me with his elbow. Little brother, is your sibling relationship serious? Cousin, your cousin has a great figure, 36F. You can tell that. I've been selling lingerie for 30 years. This skill is nothing special. You're just like a real-life ultimate bra. After paying, Qiyu couldn't wait to go to the fitting room to try it on, and then she happily hooked her arm with mine and walked away. I glanced at the clock. It was almost 10 o'clock, and I was definitely going to be late for work. I had a long face. Seeing this, Qiyu smiled again and wrapped her arm around my neck. Since you bought me lingerie, I'll give you a ride. Saying that, she struck a pose as if about to take off. I shook my head desperately. This is the city. We'll be seen as monsters and captured for research. Qiyu tightened her embrace. It's okay. I'll fly a little higher and faster, and others won't notice. In the next second, we were already in the sky. The wind howled in my ears, and one side of my body felt as cold as ice, while the side next to her was as warm as a furnace. It was a world of ice and fire. It felt amazing. I couldn't help but shout out loud. We landed on the rooftop of my company's building. I nervously adjusted my hairstyle, while Qiyu stood still, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding the demeanor of a master. Qiyu, teacher, what's wrong? I asked. She frowned and said, why do I feel like something is watching us coming from the sky? I looked up and saw a clear sky without a cloud in sight. She looked for a while longer, shook her head, and said, maybe it's just my illusion. After saying that, she instantly appeared next to me, hooked her arm around my neck, and with a bang, pulled open the iron door leading downstairs. I just walked to my workstation when a girl approached me, my colleague Jiang Linglong. Xiaowei, you finally made it. I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. Wang Zong is going to have a bad mood again. Her mouth was like a machine gun, and when she tilted her head, she noticed Qiyu behind me. Xiaowei, who is she? Qiyu deliberately imitated her and added an extra way. Jiang Linglong's eyes widened. Xiaowei. She looked at Qiyu, then at herself, and a sense of deadly crisis arose. The office was instantly filled with tension. Just then a strong, killing intent. Qiyu suddenly turned around. A sharp-eyed woman was standing behind us. It was Wang Zong. Jiang Linglong immediately backed down and quickly returned to her seat. Hello, Wang Zong, I said, looking down. The office is a workplace, not a place for you to compete for attention. Wang Zong glanced at Qiyu up and down, then coldly said to me, come in my office. As soon as I entered the office, I was met with a barrage of scolding. Late for work, not focused. If it weren't for the fact that you're from the same school as me, I would have fired you already. After scolding, her tone softened. Just call me senior sister in private. What about the girl who came with you, bringing cosplay to the company? As she spoke, she walked closer to me, one hand resting on my shoulder, and a faint scent of perfume wafted over, making my face even redder. Wang Lin, she's really my cousin. Really your cousin? The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Yes, my aunt sent her here to develop. So, she hasn't started working yet? Wang Lin changed the subject. Yes. What was she doing before? My mind was racing. She used to be a model. Wang Lin's beautiful eyes looked at me for a while, and she smiled. A model? No wonder you have such a good figure. After saying this, her hand casually moved away from my shoulder, and with a turn, she elegantly sat back down. Let me tell you, this girl Wang Lin is really something. In the next second, she drew me a big pie. She said her company just got a mobile game promotion called Valkyrie ///, and they're looking for a spokesperson. Those little stars are all asking for outrageous prices, and she was just thinking of finding an ordinary person. What she meant was that she had her eye on my Qiyu, my silly cousin LinWei. As soon as he heard this, nodded his head like a garlic peeler, insisting that my cousin was definitely capable and loved playing cosplay. Of course, who wouldn't take a job that could make money? It's just taking a few photos. Posing and all. Qiyu has that kind of aura. Just standing there is like being in a blockbuster. If the money is there, why not earn it? Wang Lin was grinning like a fox, saying, but you know, as an amateur, the endorsement fee can't compare to that of star, but if the game becomes popular, there will be a commission. Goodness, the capitalist rhetoric is so polished, painting a perfect picture. I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally, while LinWei had to put on a shocked expression as if he was suddenly entrusted with a great responsibility. So that's how it was decided. With just one phone call from Wang Lin, I was told to take my cousin to meet the client at the company tomorrow. I thought to myself, Teacher Qiyu, I'm sorry you have to take a job, otherwise with your appetite, my little body really can't handle it. After chatting with Wang Lin, as soon as we walked out, I turned my head and, hey, Qiyu was gone. My heart jumped in my throat. Please don't run around, big boss. If someone discovers your secret, we'll both end up on the headlines. And what do you know, she popped her head out from the break room. I rushed over in 3 steps, and there she was, drinking something with a loud gulp, and beside her stood a man whose gaze was, how should I put it? 3 parts gentleman and 7 parts sleazy, staring straight at her. Dalong, what did you give her to drink? I snatched the drink away, a bit anxious, and lectured Qiyu. Don't drink anything from strangers in the future. Qiyu looked innocent. He said he was your good friend. The guy named Dalong also looked wronged. Lin, bro sister-in-law, said she was thirsty, so I just gave her my milk tea. My motives are absolutely pure. Sister-in-law? She is my cousin. I understand. I understand you. You big head ghost. Dalong, a colleague from our company, has a bit of money at home, is a deep, and can't move when he sees a beautiful woman, even stuttering when he gets excited. I was just about to scold him for thinking about nonsense all day, but I swallowed my words. Isn't that just the pot calling the kettle black? At this moment, another lively character from our company, Jiang Linglong, also came over. Seeing Dalong's pig-like look, she directly mocked him. Oh, still here developing in a lewd way? These two are naturally at odds, always bickering when they meet, with one calling the other Jielong and the other calling her Jiang Taiping, highlighting their mutual harm. I quickly pulled Qiyu away from the battlefield and back to our workstation. That kid LinWei started working hard while Qiyu leaned on the table, propping her head up to watch him. Let me tell you, just this simple action attracted several gazes in the office like searchlights, one of which was filled with resentment, Jiang Linglong's. After finally enduring until the end of the workday, Qiyu was like she had been liberated, pulling me out the door. It was already dark, and her stomach started growling again. Xiao Weiwei, the work meals you guys provide are too awful compared to the dishes you make. They're simply pig food. Hey, I love hearing that. I felt wonderful inside. She leaned closer, her eyes sparkling, and asked what we were having for dinner. I thought about it. We were about to have some income, so we had to celebrate. With a grand gesture, I said, let us go. I'll make you some pan-seared steak. When Qiyu heard steak, she was as happy as a 3-year-old. I realized her happiness was really simple. A good meal was all it took. We went to the supermarket for a big shopping trip, getting steak, bread, and butter, and she casually grabbed half a dozen beers. As soon as we got home, our dog named Riceball barked and pounced, but its target wasn't me. It was Qiyu's arms. It kept rubbing against her. You keep rubbing. Do you believe I'll get rid of you? I shot a glare at Riceball, and it seemed to understand. Reluctantly getting down from Qiyu's arms, pretending to rub against my pants leg, and then it slinked back to its bed. I directly transform into the Chinese cooking master. In the kitchen is my battlefield. The oven is preheating, and I brush sauce on the fresh shrimp before sending them in. The thick soup is bubbling away. Then, the main event arrives. A hot pan, olive oil, and a piece of marinated thick-cut filet mignon is dropped in with a sizzle. That sound, that aroma, is incredible. Next to me, Qiyu is smelling the fragrance and is about to drool. I acted like a PUA master, signaling her not to rush, that this needed to be done slowly. Flipping it over, I sprinkled black pepper and garlic, and again there was a burst of aroma. Once it was out of the pan, plated, drizzled with sauce, and garnished with 2 basil leaves. Perfect. The look in Qiyu's eyes had transformed from curiosity to admiration. Ding! The oven is ready. Pan-seared steak, cheese-baked shrimp, garlic bread, borscht paired with chilled draft beer. Let's dig in. I cut a small piece of steak and fed it to her by hand. Let me tell you, she chewed it twice, and her eyes instantly widened. The feeling of the juices bursting in her mouth elevated her entire being, and she had a blissful expression that looked almost dizzy. Then she took another sip of beer, and it was truly soul-stirring. Even a rice ball next to us was barking anxiously, so I tossed it a piece of meat, and it howled after eating it. Wow, are you turning into a wolf on this full moon night? This meal was incredibly satisfying. Qiyu finished 3 cans of beer by herself, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dreamy. She was enjoying her food, and I was happy just watching her. They say that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and I see this trick works just as well for women. After finishing the last sip of beer, she contentedly collapsed onto the sofa, mumbling, "LinWei, it's so delicious. When I lived alone, I didn't have so much good food. So happy." Then, she suddenly leaned over and gave me a peck on the cheek. I crashed on the spot, my mind filled with a buzzing sound. By the time I came to my senses, she had already fallen asleep, a smile still on her face, softly snoring. I just watched her, completely oblivious to the fact that the bracelet on her wrist had lit up again, this time with a blue light. At the same time, I must tell you, there is a spaceship hovering 50,000 kilometers away from Earth. Can you believe it? The spaceship looks like a flashy rooster, with a chicken head at the front and a fork tail at the back, resembling a butt utterly tacky. Inside the ship sits the main villain, Qiyu. Next to him kneels a bespectacled sycophant, reporting on the work. The sycophant says it has been confirmed that Qiyu fell into that wormhole, because they found residual energy from Qiyu's life membrane in the wormhole. Qiyu didn't even lift an eyelid and asked, and then? The sycophant then started a barrage of flattery, saying things like, "Boss, you're amazing, the strongest," and that Qiyu's survival was all thanks to his protective membrane. Without your membrane, she would have been torn apart by space long ago. He also mentioned that according to computer simulations, Qiyu's combat power value is 0.6, while yours is 0.8. Wow, the flattery was just right. Both lifting up the opponent and elevating his boss to a height that, although only slightly stronger, was an insurmountable chasm. This was textbook-level upward management. Qiyu felt thoroughly pleased with the flattery, which allowed him to continue speaking. The bespectacled guy said that on the other side of the wormhole is a mirrored Earth, technologically backward and with a loose moral code, particularly suitable for enslavement. Then Qiyu began to lament, saying that his subordinates had lost their original aspirations and forgotten the goal of exploring the stars and the sea. It was time to give them some motivation. So he announced a bounty. Whoever brings back news of Qiyu will be rewarded with 1 star. If they kill her and bring back proof, they will get 2 stars. If they can capture her alive, they will be rewarded with 3 stars. I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of those aliens turned red. 3 shining stars. That's a status that is 1 person below and 10,000 above. The next day, I woke up laughing from a spring dream. As soon as I opened my eyes, well, there was no one in bed again. In the backyard, the sound of playful shouts could be heard again. This woman is just too disciplined. I pushed open the window and saw that Qiyu had tied her hair up in a high ponytail today. She looked less cute and more spirited. I instantly turned into a lovesick fool. She spotted me and instantly appeared in front of me, still carrying a light sheen of sweat from her workout. "I made you breakfast. Go eat it and make sure to finish it all," she said, then dashed off to take a shower. As soon as I heard breakfast, my heart sank. When I walked to the dining table, sure enough, it was that damn fried little black fish again. Today at work, I was determined not to let her take me flying. It was too stimulating, so I decided to take the subway honestly. Before leaving, I naturally changed her outfit into a modified version of my shiranui, with a higher collar and the skirt slit moved down a bit, paired with high white stockings and sneakers. I thought to myself, this should be more low-key, right? But what happened? Goodness, the rate of people turning their heads was 200%, especially those long legs in white stockings under the morning sun. They were like 2 beams of light, piercing right into people's hearts. A little voice in my head was scolding me. "You old pervert. If you want to look, just say it directly. Why look for excuses?" I have been in a state of inner turmoil all the way, while Qiyu seems to be enjoying the rare leisure time, as if nothing is wrong. As soon as we entered the company, Jiang Linglong rushed over like a little hen, flapping her wings and shouting, "Not good, not good. President Wang and the client are arguing." I thought to myself, what is this about again? Isn't it because of your cousin? Jiang Linglong pouted angrily. Qiyu looked confused. What does this have to do with me? President Wang insisted on using you, this nobody, and that client, Nangong Wuji, flipped out on the spot, insisting on using his own people. Now he's making a fuss about replacing our company. We rushed into Wang Lin's office, where the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Wang Lin had a professional fake smile on her face, and on the opposite sofa lounged a man dressed sharply, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were the king of the world. He must be Nangong Wuji. He was being aggressive. "Wang Lin, I'll say it one last time. It has to be Li Qiyu, otherwise we won't collaborate." Wang Lin was still arguing, saying that Li Qiyu didn't fit the image and that her tattoos were a problem. The young master didn't listen at all and stood up, throwing down a harsh remark. "To put it bluntly, you just think she's too expensive and you're worried about your little money." Just at that moment of rising tension, we walked in. I'll tell you. Nangong Wuji was about to turn and leave, but when he turned his head and saw Qiyu, his eyes went wide as if he had been struck dumb, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, almost popping out of his eye sockets. Wang Lin saw the opportunity and quickly introduced. Wuji, this is the newcomer I told you about, Qiyu. Nice name, nice name. Nangong Wuji, who had been arrogant before, suddenly became polite, rubbing his hands as he approached, wanting to shake hands with Qiyu. However, Qiyu completely ignored him, giving him a look that clearly said, "Who are you?" The scene became quite awkward. Wang Lin hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying that Qiyu had just returned from abroad and didn't understand the rules. Nangong Wuji, this old lecher, immediately took the hint and praised Qiyu's extraordinary temperament. Seeing his lecherous expression, I knew he had bad intentions, so to protect Qiyu, I stepped forward. Yes, she is my cousin, I am her younger cousin, and also her manager. Upon hearing this, Qiyu turned and gave me a sweet smile. Let me tell you, with just that smile, she captivated everyone, and Nangong Wuji was almost entranced, half of his body feeling weak. He was an old hand, immediately sensing that this cousin relationship was not ordinary. But this girl he was determined to have. So the next second, his expression changed faster than flipping a page. He cleared his throat and seriously announced, "Mr. Wang, I just thought about it carefully. Your suggestion makes a lot of sense. Li Qiyu is indeed not suitable. Let's decide to invite Miss Qiyu to be the spokesperson for our game." The speed of his change was something even a Sichuan opera master would admire. Wang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened champagne to celebrate. Nangong Wuji held his glass, his gaze never leaving Qiyu, likely thinking of all sorts of lewd things. Only Jiang Linglong in the corner was so angry her face turned green. She had wanted to watch a good show, but was ruined by this big-breasted girl Qiyu. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Earth Protection Alliance, a group of mid-level leaders were also holding a secret meeting. To put it bluntly, they wanted to use Qiyu as a pawn to confront the old men upstairs. They estimated that Qiyu had over a 50% chance of survival and had launched hundreds of probes into the wormhole, just waiting for tomorrow's signals to find this ace. Qiyu. As for Li Qiyu, who Nangong Wuji had specifically mentioned. That night, after finishing up, Nangong Wuji coldly notified her in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. I've changed the spokesperson. I tell you, it's chaotic over at Nangong Wuji's place. But my brother LinWei is enjoying a peaceful life here. They have no idea what's happening outside. They're just at home having a late-night snack. LinWei made a spicy fish head for Qiyu, and wow, he put in too much Sichuan pepper, which turned our Qiyu's lips into a sexy sausage shape, making her tear up and her face flush red. LinWei watched on the side, feeling quite pleased. Even their cat named Riceball was curious and took a lick, but ended up rolling on the ground from the spiciness, its white fur instantly turning soy sauce color, which made us laugh so hard we almost couldn't breathe. After a hearty meal, Chu, feeling a bit tipsy, suddenly winked at LinWei and said, "LinWei, let's take a shower together?" My brother suddenly sprang up from the ground, his nosebleed almost uncontrollable, and his brain crashed on the spot. As a result, Qiyu burst into laughter and said, "What are you thinking? I mean, we should give the rice ball a bath together. This big sister just loves to tease my pure-hearted brother." The next day, the two took the subway to the filming base. I really have to call out LinWei, this straight guy, for buying clothes online and getting Qiyu a size smaller. A plain white t-shirt on Qiyu looked like a walking 3D contour map, with a destructive power comparable to nuclear weapons. The men and women in the subway couldn't take their eyes off her, while LinWei awkwardly stared at his phone the entire time, looking out the window, just avoiding looking at Qiyu, fearing he wouldn't have enough tissues. But while they were on the subway, something big happened in the sky. A white object, like a meteor, zoomed down from the sky and crashed directly into a lake in the suburbs. The splash wasn't even that big, and then something smoking stood up from the water, looking like a freshly manufactured Terminator. Guess what it was? An alien. A demon girl with pointed ears, pink skin, and a tail. As soon as she landed, she started complaining, "Wow, the air quality on this mirrored Earth is terrible." Then she muttered, "If I kill Qiyu, I can get the Star of Generals. So tempting. But she looked so cute. Who understands?" Her first move was to expose her mission target. In the next second, she started complaining about her home planet's tech tree being off, saying she, a genius, had to associate with a bunch of idiots. After complaining, she decided to treat it like a vacation and find a place to have a drink. She quickly retracted her tail, and her high-tech battle armor transformed into a floral spaghetti strap top. The speed of this outfit change was simply a dimensional blow. When LinWei and Qiyu arrived at the filming base, Wang Lin was already there with a dark face, scolding Lin Wei for being late. Nangong Wuji was also there, and as soon as he saw Qiyu, his eyes went wide. Today, Qiyu's outfit of a fitted t-shirt and jeans was both pure and alluring, leaving Nangong Wuji dumbfounded. He rushed over with a big bouquet of red roses, forcing a supposedly deep expression, and said, "Miss Qiyu, please accept my flowers." Qiyu ignored him completely and casually said she didn't need them, then hooked her arm around Lin Wei's. The meaning was clear. "Who are you, handsome? Don't get involved." Nangong Wuji's hand froze in midair, his face turned green, and in the end, it was Wang Lin who quickly stepped in to take the flowers. Next came the outfit fitting. The first outfit was an ancient-style look, a smoky-colored sheer outerwear, with a little belly wrap that perfectly outlined her figure, both charming and cool. Cheng Dalong next to her was almost drooling, gulping down cola to calm his nerves. Wang Lin watched from the side, probably laughing to herself. This wave of otaku harvesting is secure. Only Jiang Linglong had a face as dark as a pot bottom. The second outfit was a night outfit, too conservative, and the male compatriots expressed their discomfort. The key was the third outfit, when Qiyu went to change. This guy Nangong Wuji made an excuse to go to the bathroom, but headed straight for the changing room. Let me tell you, this guy is really a beast. His assistant had already bribed someone to leave a crack in the changing room door. He wanted to barge in while Qiyu was changing, try to force himself on her. Even if it didn't work, he could ruin Qiyu's reputation and force her to comply. He pushed the door open with a lewd smile, lifted the curtain. And what happened? The curtain swooped down and covered his face. Immediately after, 2 punches came flying left and right, giving him 2 panda eyes. He wanted to fight back, but he swung and missed, and someone tripped him, kicking him hard in the rear, sending him flying like a broken sack, landing in the hallway. When he pulled off the curtain from his face, Qiyu had already changed in her third outfit, a gorgeous fire-red satin robe, standing there all lively and innocent, bending down to ask him, "Mr. Ningong, what's wrong?" Her voice was as soft as could be. Who understands this top-notch tea art is all about killing with a smile? Nangong Wuji suffered this silent loss, sporting 2 black eyes and a nosebleed, not daring to say a word. Back in the room, he could only make up a lie that he was attacked by a madman in the bathroom. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, picking up a teacup from the table and smashing it at the door. Coincidentally, Qiyu pushed the door open just then, and the cup flew straight towards her face. Everyone was stunned, but then miraculously that cup, halfway through its flight, seemed to hit an invisible wall, making a bizarre boomerang maneuver, and with a smack, it accurately flew back, hitting Nangong Wuji squarely on the nose. He screamed and fell to the ground. Of course, if you had a high-speed camera replay, you'd see the cup didn't even hit the door frame. It was Qiyu's lightning-fast punch that sent it back. This hand speed would make any esports player want to light up a cigarette. Nangong Wuji was completely dazed, lying on the ground, questioning his life. He felt this incident was definitely related to Qiyu, but without any evidence, he could only swallow his anger. The shooting continued, and under the flashing lights, Qiyu was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. After taking photos, she stretched lazily, and you know what happened due to some areas being too magnificent. Her strapless top popped down. Although it was just for a moment, Qiyu quickly pulled it back up, but Lin Wei caught it perfectly. Both of them instantly blushed to their necks. This scene completely blew Nangong Wuji and Jiang Linglong, who had been watching them, away. Both clenched their fists, jealousy burning, convinced that these two were definitely living together. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. The rich second-generation Cheng Dalong slyly pulled Lin Wei aside, stuttering that he had opened a maid-themed CAF and wanted to invite Qiyu to the opening ceremony next Saturday to create some hype. Lin Wei agreed immediately. Just as Qiyu came out after changing clothes and heard about this, Cheng Dalong then invited everyone to Hot Pot, and she immediately lit up with excitement and agreed. This sister has been completely conquered by the food on Earth. The 4 of them charged into a hot pot restaurant that claimed to have a death broth. I tell you, Cheng Dalong is a little sly. Knowing Jiang Linglong doesn't eat spicy food, he deliberately picked this place. As for Qiyu, oh, she was fierce. She immediately challenged the spiciest red broth. The first bite in, her expression went from heavenly joy to hellish pain. Her little face flushed, tears welling up, melting Cheng Dalong's heart. As for Jiang Linglong, oh, she also shouted it was spicy, but unfortunately, no one cared. After a meal of hot pot, Qiyu downed 8 bottles of dark beer, sweating profusely, her face flushed, and her eyes charming. Cheng Dalong mustered his courage to formally invite her to the maid's CAF opening. even making a small request, saying he had prepared an outfit for her and hoped she'd wear it then. Just as LinWei was about to refuse, Qiyu, feeling a bit tipsy, directly agreed. Sure. Chung Dalong was so excited he jumped up from his seat. But then, disaster struck. As he jumped up, his elbow knocked over a plate from a passing waiter, and a bottle of beer traced a beautiful arc in the air, splashing down perfectly into the hot pot of the table next door. Unfortunately, that table was filled with a bunch of tattooed tough guys, celebrating their leader's birthday. Now, the cake and cream, mixed with the hot pot broth, splattered all over the leader's face. A blonde little brother exploded on the spot, grabbing Chung Dalong by the neck and raising a beer bottle to smash his head. Just at that critical moment, a voice shouted, "Stop!" As the sound rang out, the yellow-haired guy felt like the wine bottle in his hand was clamped by a hydraulic press, unable to move. He turned around and saw Qiyu holding his wine bottle with one hand. Upon hearing the rough voice and seeing Qiyu's strength, he was immediately stunned and blurted out, "You're a hermaphrodite." Qiyu frowned and suddenly loosened her grip on the bottle. The yellow-haired guy, using too much force, couldn't stop himself, and the bottle arced through the air, hitting him squarely on the head with a loud bang. Folks, this is what we call asking for a hammer and getting a hammer, aiming for precise customer satisfaction. The yellow-haired guy let out a howl and grabbed another bottle to throw at Qiyu's face. Let me tell you, if that hit, I couldn't even imagine the consequences. Just at that critical moment, I, LinWei, the hero, made my appearance. I rushed in from behind, grabbing Qiyu's waist and pulling her back forcefully. Hey, we dodged it. The yellow-haired guy missed his strike and tried again, but a group of big brothers at the neighboring table stood up directly. Goodness, they were a bunch of basketball players, each looking like little giants. The leader, a guy nearly 2 meters tall, snatched the wine bottle from the yellow-haired guy with a single motion, radiating an intimidating aura. Are you shameless, hitting a woman with a bottle? Come on, let's practice. The little brothers of Leopard Brother looked at this scene, their legs trembling, all eyes on Leopard Brother. Let me tell you, social people are different. Leopard Brother's face was fierce 1 second, and the next second, he took off his cowhide hat. A smile plastered on his face, nodding and bowing, saying, "Brothers, my little brother doesn't understand. Please forgive him." The speed of this change was faster than a Sichuan opera face change. After saying that, he grabbed the yellow-haired guy by the ear, pulling him out like a little chick. With the crisis averted, Chung Dalong was incredibly grateful, looking at Qiyu with eyes that seemed like he was about to kneel and call her mom. Meanwhile, the basketball guy covered his nose, and when his brother asked what was wrong, he silently turned away, wiped his nosebleed, and muttered, "Internal injury, too fierce." Folks, this guy knows how to compliment. Once everyone left, I noticed a woman sitting in the corner, dressed entirely in black, wearing sunglasses and a hat, never lifting her head, drinking and grilling meat by herself. Her skin was glowing white, and she was drinking to the point of looking rosy, feeling like she didn't belong in the same scene as us. After finishing the meal, Chung Dalong was completely conquered by Qiyu, eager to pay the bill. The hot pot restaurant owner insisted on taking a photo with Qiyu, saying he wanted to hang it on the wall with the 4 big characters, heroine among women. Jiang Linglong took the opportunity to bargain, ultimately getting a half-price discount, which somewhat made up for her earlier mistake. As we exited the restaurant, Chung Dalong initially wanted to escort Qiyu, but I decisively refused. Come on, I wouldn't give up this chance for a 2-person world to him. He could only drive Jiang Linglong away, looking quite miserable. Watching Jiang Linglong's disappointed eyes in the car, I had only one thought in my mind. The clown was you all along. As the evening breeze blew, Qiyu was a bit tipsy, her face flushed, and she started to sway while walking. I hurriedly took off my jacket to drape it over her, and in the process, I supported her. Goodness, she leaned directly against me, and as we walked, she twisted her ankle and fell right into my arms. At that moment, my heart was pounding like a drum. With the courage that alcohol gives, I simply wrapped my arms around her waist. She didn't resist, feeling soft and gentle. Eventually, I couldn't walk anymore, so I made up my mind and directly picked her up on my back. Let me tell you, that feeling was like I was carrying the whole world. Half was the sea and half was fire. This kind of joy is something no one can understand. I was walking down a secluded path with her on my back, happily imagining that this path would have no end. Suddenly, a cat's meow from the bushes startled me. At that moment, I felt Qiyu pinch me on the back and whisper, "LinWei, something's not right, there's someone." I haven't reacted yet when suddenly 2 men jumped out from the bushes on both sides, swinging iron rods toward our heads. At that moment, my mind went blank, and the girl on my back instantly transformed from a drunken mess into a battle goddess. She slammed her left hand down, pushing my head down to dodge an attack from the left, then raised her right hand, blocking a metal rod from the right with a clang. Then she smoothly slid off my back and landed steadily on her feet. Although she was still a bit wobbly from the alcohol, the way she carried herself was impressive. From the shadows, Brother Leopard and his gang emerged, with the blonde guy's head still wrapped in bandages. Brother Leopard looked at the battle stance that the girl struck and grinned lewdly. Hey, what kind of punch is this? This is the thug excitement punch. I'm already getting excited. I was anxious at that moment and shouted at them. Don't do it. It's too late. Once you're done with her, it'll be your turn. No. I sincerely advised them. You'll get killed. Leopard Brother wanted to curse at me, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of movement. The next second, he was hit as if by a train, and in an instant he flew up into the air, eventually hanging like a rag doll on a tree more than 10 meters high. The remaining group of little brothers was instantly petrified. Our Qiyu executed a physical technique, quickly hanging them all on the trees like wind chimes. After a warm-up exercise, most of the alcohol in Qiyu's system had worn off, but her face was even redder. From her face all the way down to her neck. It was then that I realized, oh no, this girl is allergic to alcohol. I quickly picked her up in a princess carry, and she symbolically struggled for a moment, asking me what I was doing. I said to the hospital, you're allergic. Who would believe that the invincible Wonder Woman is actually allergic to alcohol? I held her tightly and was about to take out my phone to call for a ride, only to find that there was no signal. Not only was there no signal, but the surroundings were eerily quiet. Not a single car or person in sight. As if the entire world had been muted. I was in a daze when a magical female voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Finally realized something was off? With this level of vigilance, do you think you can face Lord Jinunu? As soon as the voice fell, the space in front of us rippled like water, and a woman walked out from within. Let me tell you, this woman had pink skin, long flaxen hair, and a playful pink tail behind her. She introduced herself as Ujizi, which sounded just like squid strips to me. She said we had been captured by her, and that this was her created private space. My CPU was overheating. What kind of sci-fi plot was this? She went on, saying she wasn't in cahoots with Jinunu, that she specialized in intelligence while he was all about brute force, and that she came to Earth to collect the bounty on Qiyu's head from Jinnu. Qiyu, feeling impatient, directly asked her, are you really not on the same side? To which this squid strip protested, saying that our hugging was a disregard for her. I blushed and quickly let go of Qiyu, just as Qiyu steadied herself and bent down to adjust her skirt. This squid strip was actually mesmerized. Her rational beauty made her lose focus. In that moment of distraction, Qiyu struck. With a bang, she threw a punch. And guess what? The punch was blocked by an invisible wall just 3 centimeters from her chest. That was my UT force field. Ujizi regained her annoying mocking face. Qiyu, not believing in evil, threw 2 high kicks, but they were all blocked. However, Ujizi's force field showed cracks. Seeing she couldn't break through, Qiyu simply pulled me along and shot off in the opposite direction like a cannonball, trying to escape. So what happened? We flew for quite a while, only to find ourselves back where we started, and Ujizi was still making faces at us. We flew up to the sky, reached the top, and saw her head again. She said this was her designed supercube, and the space was folded, so we couldn't escape. Hearing this, Qiyu's competitive spirit was fully ignited, and she shouted at her, come on, Ujizi, there's no way I'm going back with you. Ujizi's face turned green with anger. My name is not Ujizi. With a flick of her tail, several waves of spatial distortion rushed towards us. Just as Qiyu dispersed these waves, in the next second, her neck and limbs were instantly locked by an invisible force, rendering her immobile. Enjoy this spatial binding technique, Ujizi said with a smug expression. Qiyu squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Do people from your planet all like bondage? I rushed in to help, but was immediately knocked back several meters by a tremendous force. Qiyu was choked so much that she couldn't speak. In the end, she managed to give Ujizi the finger. And then she fainted. Ujizi thought she had won and sighed in relief, then turned off that UT force field. With a wave of her hand, Qiyu's body flew towards her. Just as she was enjoying her victory with her eyes closed, she suddenly felt something was off. Where did the wind come from? She opened her eyes and saw Qiyu less than a meter away from her, eyes bloodshot and face twisted in rage, and the restraints on her body had long disappeared. Just as she shouted UT force field, Qiyu was already blocked half a meter away. Let me tell you, at that moment, Qiyu seemed to have entered a berserk mode. She pressed both hands against that force field and started tearing it apart with sheer strength. Yes, you heard it right, with her bare hands. She treated that force field like a package and ripped it open. Ujizi was stunned, screaming, impossible. Are you a monster? The moment the force field shattered, Qiyu vanished from her spot and appeared behind Ujizi in the next second, delivering an uppercut. Ujizi's chest was directly opened up with a wound the size of a bowl. Completely through, she stared blankly at her injury, and then just fell straight down. The entire space began to collapse, and I quickly got up, grabbing Qiyu and flying upwards. When we broke through the clouds and saw the moon again, that was when we truly felt alive. We safely landed in my backyard, and I glanced at my watch. It was 3 a.m. We had only spent half an hour in that cursed place, but somehow 5 hours had passed outside. I just wanted to tell Qiyu that she was awesome just now, but when I turned around, I saw her thud down to the ground, trembling all over like a shaking sieve. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. I hurried over and turned her over. She was drenched in sweat, her face pale as a sheet, and her hands were tightly pressed against her lower abdomen. I pulled her hands away and saw a pinhole-sized pink wound on her belly. With the surrounding skin rotting, she was intermittently calling my name, saying, "LinWei. It hurts." I was completely stunned, my head buzzing. She was hurt. It was that squid jerky that did it. She had been enduring excruciating pain while fighting. Tears immediately streamed down my face. I carried her into the house and laid her on the bed. She was already unconscious from the pain. Holding my phone, I wanted to call for emergency help. But how should I explain? Should I say my girlfriend was injured by aliens using a pink laser? The doctor would think I'm insane. At that moment, I had one thought. I have to save her, but how the hell do I do that? Of course, I have to save her, but the problem is how? Take her to a public hospital? How do I register? Say my girlfriend is an alien without a residence permit? Good grief. We'd both be sent to Area 51 for experiments the next day. Just when I was about to pull my hair out from anxiety, a thought struck me. A private clinic. There's one nearby. I don't know if it's reliable, but I can't worry about that now. But then another problem arose. Qiyu is unconscious right now, and I can't carry her by myself. Plus, as a man, if I'm out in the middle of the night carrying an unconscious girl to hail a taxi, the driver would probably take me straight to the police station. I need to find someone to help. Suddenly, one person popped into my mind. Dalong. My good buddy, he is infatuated with Qiyu. I bet as long as I mentioned that something happened to Qiyu, he would rush over even from Antarctica. I immediately called him. Dalong, help. Qiyu is hurt. Come to my house. He sounded groggy on the other end, but as soon as he heard Qiyu's name, he instantly woke up and agreed without a second thought. Before long, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, Dalong stood there, looking at my injured face and at Qiyu lying on the bed, completely stunned. Lin. Bro, what? What happened? I don't have time to explain so much. I just lifted the quilt and repeated the excuse we had discussed. We were stung by poisonous bugs on the road. I pointed to the pink wound on Qiyu's stomach. Let me tell you, this kid Dalong is usually very timid. He can faint at the sight of a wound. But this time, he actually leaned in to take a careful look without a hint of surprise on his face. I was puzzled, wondering why he was so bold today. But then he spoke up and left me speechless. Lin, bro, why not go to the hospital? Why go to a private clinic? I stammered for a long time, and finally, I made up my mind to be honest with him. I pulled him aside, my expression heavy. Dalong, I'm going to tell you the truth, Qiyu. She is an illegal resident, without any identity. I thought he would be shocked and sympathetic after hearing it. But guess what? His face practically said, "Is that it?" Those two big characters. Goodness, his expression was like he was saying, "I've already taken off my pants. And you're just showing me this?" Looking at his face that seemed to be saying he had been played, I quickly pleaded with him. Brother, lives are at stake. Let us save the person first, and I promise I'll explain everything to you later. Although Dalong looked displeased, he still agreed. So, on this dark and windy night, two men appeared, sneaking out of the house carrying a fainted woman, stuffing her into the back seat of the car. Let me tell you, the scene was so intense that if someone didn't know better, they'd think it was a live broadcast of human trafficking. It nearly gave me a heart attack. Dalong was even more outrageous, driving in the middle of the night without daring to turn on the headlights, making the car float down the road like a ghost. After a hard time, we finally reached that private clinic where the lights were still on the second floor. We hurriedly carried Qiyu to the door and rang the doorbell. An old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle opened the door. It was Dr. Lee from here. I had come to him once last year in the middle of the night for diarrhea, and he still remembered me. Emergency? He glanced at the fainted Qiyu. Didn't he ask much and let us in directly? Once we entered the treatment room, I felt a bit more relieved. Although the place was small, it was quite clean, and the equipment was complete. Dr. Lee changed into a white coat, checked Qiyu's eyelids, measured her pulse, and then looked at me with an understanding expression. Young man, sneaking into the woods with your cousin in the middle of the night? The youth these days. I turned pale at that moment, and Chung Dalong beside me was like, look, look. I said to them with a serious expression, you guys are not being serious. I quickly made up a story. No, doctor, we just went for a walk after dinner, and suddenly she had a stomach ache, and then she fainted when we got back. Doctor. Lee leaned in to take a look at the wound, and his expression also changed. Wow, this is a sting from a highly venomous wasp, and the dosage is not small. How could she get stung on her stomach? Damn wasp. But I was too lazy to explain, so I just asked him how to treat it. In the end, the doctor waved his hand and said, it's fine, your sister has a good constitution. Her immune system can handle it. She's just asleep, just have her drink more hot water. As soon as I heard that, I thought it's over. I've encountered quack. I quickly said, doctor, please take a closer look. She was trembling all over in pain just now. At that moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl walked in. Rubbing her eyes, she was Dr. Lee's granddaughter, Qiyu. She curiously leaned in to take a look and said in a babyish voice, wow, sister's belly wound is so strange. As she spoke, her eyes glanced upward, pointing at Qiyu's upper body. It's like 2 big cotton candies. Cough. The situation became very awkward. Just as Dr. Lee was about to send her back to bed, the little girl suddenly screamed, Grandpa, sister's belly is getting bigger. We all turned to Qiyu's belly in shock, and instantly felt a chill run down our spines. It was like a balloon being inflated. Qiyu's abdomen visibly bulged, emanating a strange pink glow. At that moment, Qiyu woke up, looked around in confusion, and when she glanced down at her big belly, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. This completely sent Chung Dalong into a meltdown. He grabbed my collar and shook me violently. Lingu, what on earth did you all do in the woods? Sister Qiyu is about to give birth. Give birth my foot, no matter how capable I am. I can't become a dad overnight. I was about to lose my mind too, just when we were on the verge of a mental breakdown. The door to the examination room was kicked open with a bang. I focused my eyes and almost knelt down. It was Dr. Lee. He somehow appeared in a yellow robe, wearing a black crown, and holding a peachwood sword. Who understands this? He was directly cosplaying as a doctor. He was mumbling a bunch of incoherent spells, something about great might heavenly dragon and all-wise She, which made my face darken. He circled around Qiyu, waving the peachwood sword while performing some kind of ritual, and even more absurdly, Qiyu's belly actually shrank a little, seeing that it was effective. The old man gained more confidence and shouted, Evil spirit, show your true form. He raised the sword to stab Qiyu's belly. Stop, I shouted in fear. Chung Dalong, being the closest and protective of his sister, rushed in. However, Dr. Lee seemed possessed. With one kick, he sent Chung Dalong flying, and his head hit the bedpost, knocking him out cold. Dr. Lee rushed over, but tripped over the unconscious Chung Dalong's leg, crashing into Qiyu. In a split second, Qiyu, lying on the ground, instinctively threw a punch, landing right in his abdomen. With a look of unfulfilled ambition on his face, Dr. Lee was sent flying and also fainted. The examination room was a mess, leaving just me and the heavily pregnant Qiyu staring at each other. She was almost in tears. LinWei, what should I do about this belly? I looked at the situation and thought I couldn't delay any longer. Trembling, I took out my phone to call 120. Don't make the call. A cold woman's voice suddenly rang out. I was startled and turned around to see that the speaker was actually Chung Dalong, who had collapsed on the ground. At that moment, I thought, it's over. Is this a scene for Detective Conan? I just wanted to go up and wake him up. But the woman's voice said again, don't touch me. I was so scared that my hand froze in midair. I saw Chung Dalong slowly lift his head, his face expressionless, and his head turned in a jerky manner like a robot. He raised his hand, and to my surprise, the tips of his fingers began to glow, projecting 2 three-dimensional images on the wall. A brown-skinned female officer and a yellow-skinned male general appeared. They talked a lot about the Earth Protection Alliance, the Mirror Earth, saying that Qiyu was a sea-level hero and Chung Dalong was a communication robot. They mentioned that this was a pre-recorded video and urged me to take Qiyu back quickly. 5 minutes later, the images vanished, and Chung Dalong became motionless as if he had lost power. My mind has completely crashed, supporting the equally bewildered Qiyu. At that moment, she felt another sharp pain in her stomach, which bulged up again. We can't go to the hospital. Chung Dalong, no, that robot has come back to life. Still with that female voice, and Qiyu's identity cannot be exposed. It shot a beam of light from its hand, directly shining on Qiyu's belly like an ultrasound, displaying a round pink ball of flesh. The robot explained that this is the parasitic fetus of Ujizi, which will break out within an hour, and the host will die. Qiyu has held on until now, relying on her superior constitution. Then hurry and take it out. Qiyu was almost in tears with anxiety. The robot shook its head, saying that a regular scalpel wouldn't work. It needed a particle laser knife. I was going crazy trying to figure out where to find such a thing, when it expressionlessly raised another hand, and one of its fingers instantly transformed into a glowing laser knife. I will perform a cesarean section on you. As soon as Qiyu heard this, she tightly grabbed her waistband and shouted, I don't want to. I still want to wear a bikini in the future. No scars. Girl, your life is at stake, and you're still thinking about wearing a bikini? I was truly amazed by her thought process. The robot paused for a moment, probably frantically searching for what a bikini is in its database. Then it said, the laser knife won't leave scars. Fine. Only then did Qiyu let go, kicking the unconscious Dr. Li off the bed and lying down herself. What followed was the most sci-fi surgery I had ever witnessed in my life. The robot's eyes sparkled like a shadowless lamp, and with a few swift movements of the laser knife transformed from its finger, it opened Qiyu's belly. Then its other hand transformed into forceps and reached in to extract the pink ball of flesh. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, painless, bloodless, and without scars. Qiyu touched her belly as if nothing had happened. The surgery was done, but how to deal with this flesh ball? I made a cutting gesture, but the robot said that wouldn't work. This thing had already established a spiritual connection with Qiyu. Destroying it would mean Qiyu would also perish, at best going mad. At worst, directly dying. Upon hearing this, Qiyu pointed at her own nose, looking incredulous. The host? Me? I tell you, her expression at that moment was just like a young girl suddenly being told she was unexpectedly pregnant, collapsing right into my arms. Even more absurdly, the robot said that this spiritual connection could only be broken once the flesh ball grew up. Grow up? We have to raise it to grow up? Qiyu's vision darkened, and she almost fainted again. I quickly changed the subject and asked what the robot's name was. It said its code name was T9527, and my friend Chung Dalong was just lying by the roadside sleeping. It also mentioned that it was actually a female robot. A female robot? I was shocked, and the sky was already starting to lighten. In the morning light, Chung Dalong's body began to glow and shrink. When the light faded, standing in place was a short-haired girl about 1.55 meters tall, wearing a white dress, looking around 14 or 15 years old, and she was incredibly beautiful. My heart raced to 120 BPM at that moment. The girl robot looked at me with concern and asked what was wrong. I was so embarrassed that I turned my head and saw Qiyu giving me a dismissive look, as if to say, TCH a man. I had a sudden impulse and named her Lieutenant. She seemed quite pleased. Qiyu watched our interaction and clearly felt a bit annoyed, sourly saying, It's almost dawn. Let's go. Before we left, the lieutenant casually treated Dr. Li, saying he had schizophrenia and no one would believe him. Then she erased the memory of his granddaughter, Qian, who had been eavesdropping from that night. It was a clean and efficient operation. The three of us drove away in Chung Dalong's car. As for the real Chung Dalong, when he woke up, he found himself lying in the grass by the roadside, surrounded by a circle of people pointing and giggling at him. He felt a chill in his lower body and looked down to find his pants were gone. The scene was simply too beautiful. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, and with his bare bottom, he rushed towards his car, leaving amidst the lively laughter of the crowd. On the other side, Nangong Wuji, who had paid him to do a job, was furious, I tell you. His face turned green with anger. When he rushed to the hospital, he saw that Leopard's gang was completely stunned. They were all drooling and grinning foolishly at him, shouting so big, so white. One of the blonde little brothers was even more ridiculous, like a broken record, just repeating, why the same? Why the same? I was wondering if this guy saw something he shouldn't have and was so shocked that his CPU overheated. Nangong Wujia was so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He spent a lot of money hiring a bunch of idiots. And this operation was a total loss, leaving him in a terrible situation. Just as he was about to leave, a doctor stopped him and handed him a voice recorder, saying it was found in that bald guy's pocket. Holding the pen, Nangong Wujia's expression suddenly became meaningful. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to us. Qiyu had just given birth and was holding the pink little ball of flesh, her eyes ablaze as if she could roast it on the spot. Here's what happened. Half an hour ago, we had just returned to LinWei's house, and Qiyu was complaining about feeling weak. Wanted to eat a lavish seafood and meat feast to replenish her strength. LinWei naturally had no objections, and the lieutenant colonel also said that eating was a form of cultivation, so off we went. However, a problem arose. The car had been returned to that bald hero by the lieutenant colonel, so we had to walk. Qiyu found it too slow and instinctively wrapped her arms around LinWei, ready to take off. LinWei smugly gestured to the lieutenant colonel, implying they could all fly together. But the lieutenant colonel pointed at her backside and palm, saying, I have a jet device, I can fly by myself. As soon as she finished speaking, whoosh, she shot up like a miniature rocket, launching directly from the yard. Wow, high technology. Qiyu hugged LinWei and soared up. However, just after flying for about 10 meters, she suddenly felt the world spinning, and the two of them were like kites with broken strings, wildly swaying in the air. Heading straight down, LinWei screamed in fright in midair, while Qiyu desperately tried to stop just 2 meters above the ground. But in the next second, her vision went black, and her whole body went limp, completely exhausted. Thud! Ouch! I'll tell you about that scene. Qiyu was caught by the expressionless Lieutenant Princess in her arms, and scathed. LinWei wasn't so lucky. He landed hard on his butt. Qiyu jumped down from the lieutenant's arms, panic rising in her heart. She refused to believe it, and with determination, she kicked off the ground, wanting to fly again. And the result? She exerted all her strength to jump, 5 centimeters off the ground. Family, does anyone understand? A once mighty superhero instantly turned into a zero, like a celestial being mocking her jump. She was unwilling to accept it, so she punched a tree, crying out in frustration. But the tree was unharmed, while she held her fist in pain, almost in tears. After 10 minutes of struggle, Qiyu finally accepted reality. Plopping down on the ground in despair, looking at LinWei. LinWei, it seems my superpower has disappeared. The lieutenant also looked serious, saying this wasn't part of the plan. The disappearance of her powers was likely related to that alien parasitic fetus. At this moment, Qiyu's anger found an outlet. She picked up the pink meatball, wishing she could serve it a grand feast right there. The meatball was still bouncing like it was developing. Furious, Qiyu smashed it to the ground, and it bounced back up, hitting her squarely on the forehead. Qiyu was down. No, she just fell. Now her reflexes were as slow as an ordinary person's. LinWei quickly helped her up, noticing she was no longer the spirited warrior, but had taken on a more delicate appearance. And to his surprise, he felt a bit of joy. This guy's thoughts were something else. Qiyu leaned against LinWei's shoulder, her stomach growling again. She whispered, "LinWei, I want to eat." Her tone carried a hint of anxiety and insecurity, fearing she would be rejected if she became useless. LinWei was incredibly gentle, his gaze warm enough to melt, giving her reassurance. Qiyu instantly felt at ease. Yes, this man would still cook for me even if I had nothing. The lieutenant observed the two exchanging glances, probably thinking the data flow in her brain was about to overload. Could it be that Qiyu is also a parasitic fetus? A parasitic one in LinWei's home? The lieutenant calculated and said, "The parasitic fetus will break free in 2 hours." Fine, forget about eating, let's wait for the delivery. LinWei cooked a bowl of noodles for Qiyu, who reminded him, "Remember to add sausage and 2 eggs. After finishing the noodles, she devoured a large watermelon, looking so satisfied that LinWei began to worry if she might become a fool for 3 years during pregnancy, with her intellect declining as well. Soon, the meatball began to glow, cracks appearing on its surface, and a peculiar fragrance filled the air. With a pop, the meatball split in two, and rich pink smoke instantly filled the room. When a mist cleared, we leaned in to take a look, and good grief. Between the 2 halves of meat lay a plump baby girl, eyes closed, with a tiny tail quivering behind her. Aside from that tail, she looked just like a human infant. How adorable! She was mesmerized. The lieutenant carefully picked up the baby girl. LinWei looked at the baby's features and said, "Isn't this just a mini version of Yujizi? Is it really okay to keep her?" The lieutenant replied, "If we don't keep her, we want to be able to find out why your abilities have disappeared." Just then, the baby girl opened her eyes. She scanned us with a sweet smile. When her gaze landed on Qiyu's face, suddenly, her eyes widened, her little tail flicked, and she jumped out of the lieutenant's arms, heading straight for Qiyu. She opened her tiny mouth, revealing 2 sharp little fangs, and her fingernails grew long and shiny. The lieutenant was startled and tried to grab her, but it was too late. LinWei reacted quickly, grabbing a kitchen knife and swinging it. But with a clang, the knife was stopped by an invisible wall. The baby girl had a force field. Qiyu was already in shock, crouching on the ground, holding her head. The baby girl crashed in her chest like a koala, burying her little face deep into her bosom, happily calling out, "Ma, Ma." After the fear subsided, Qiyu cautiously lifted the little one. They stared at each other, and this little Yujizi, let us call her Little Yu. Qiyu was still in a daze when Little Yu suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on her chest, mumbling, "Milk, milk, let go." Qiyu cried out in pain, "I have no milk." The lieutenant calmly analyzed from the side. "She's probably hungry." LinWei held back his laughter, heated up a can of milk, poured it into a straw bottle, and handed it to Qiyu. "Mommy, it's feeding time." Qiyu's face turned dark. She offered the bottle, and little Yu sniffed it first, then carefully took the straw and began to drink eagerly. After drinking her fill, the little one crawled back onto Qiyu and fell into a deep sleep against her chest. So it's all about companionship, huh? Whenever Qiyu tried to put her down, little Yu immediately woke up, refusing to let go. Qiyu pouted in frustration, while LinWei looked at little Yu sleeping soundly, his face filled with envy. Just then, LinWei's phone rang. It was Wang Lin calling. LinWei, good news. The response to the Valkyrie mobile game pilot has been explosive. The pre-order numbers are through the roof. Your cousin's endorsement effect is fantastic. The second payment has been transferred to you. LinWei looked down, and sure enough, the money had arrived. Wang Lin continued. Also, Nangong Wuji suggested that your cousin shoot a set of martial arts scenes for promotion next week, and I've agreed. Martial arts? Isn't that inappropriate? Qiyu can't. Don't be modest for her. Nangong Wuji told me your cousin knows martial arts. That day in the restroom, she even showed off and helped him scare off a bad guy. LinWei. Good old Nangong Wuji. What kind of tricks is he up to now? Meanwhile, in a gym somewhere in the city, a muscular man, resembling an ancient Greek sculpture, was working out like a madman. When a beauty tried to flirt with him, he coldly replied, "No time." A balding uncle gathered his courage to approach, and he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Go away. Let me tell you, this guy is also an alien. Having crossed a wormhole to Earth just to defeat Qiyu, he seems to especially admire a certain Jinunu, believing that defeating Qiyu would mean surpassing Jinunu. The thought spurred him on even more as he muttered, "Qiyu, just wait for me. Once my injuries heal, I'll come find you for a showdown." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Every morning, Qiyu woke up to find little Yu hanging on her chest like a sloth, drooling everywhere. And her weight had doubled. Trying to pull her off resulted in little Yu digging her nails into her skin, making her tear up from the pain. That morning, LinWei was making breakfast. Qiyu asked worriedly, "Do I really have to shoot martial arts scenes? I can't even fight. I can barely keep from falling over." LinWei comforted her, saying it was okay, just for show, and dangerous stunts would have doubles. He had already made up his mind. If there really was danger, they would just cancel it, even if it meant losing the job. The lieutenant also said, "I will go with you. Ensuring Qiyu's safety is my top priority." "What about her?" Qiyu pointed a little Yu. "We can't take an alien baby to the set, can we?" The lieutenant replied expressionlessly. "I already injected her with anesthetics this morning. She won't wake up for 12 hours. LinWei was shocked. "Where did you get anesthetics?" "From Dr. Li. Good grief, so it was stolen." As soon as Qiyu heard this, she immediately suggested, "Then let us give her a shot every day from now on." The major gave her a look that said, "Are you kidding?" and said that long-term anesthesia would make her stupid, which would affect her ability to recover her superpowers, and she would bear the consequences. Qiyu had no choice but to give up. When they arrived at the company, Chung Dalong looked up and saw LinWei and Qiyu walk in. After a few days, Qiyu seemed even gentler. Hey, there was also a middle school girl behind her, with horn braids and wearing a short skirt and white socks. LinWei introduced her. "This is my cousin, Xiao Zhe." Chung Dalong's mind had crashed. "Another cousin? LinWei, does your family run a wholesale market for beautiful girls?" "My name is Xiao Zhe. Please take care of me." The girl spoke, and her standard lowly voice made Chung Dalong shiver all over, commonly known as opening mouth to kneel. LinWei shot a fierce glare at the major. "Is it necessary? Can you be a little more low-key?" Zhang Linglong also floated over like a ghost, sizing up Xiao Zhe from head to toe with a look of disbelief. As a result, Xiao Zhe sweetly smiled at her, and that natural lowly voice immediately silenced Jiang Linglong, who had been practicing her skills as a pseudo-lowly. Sigh, getting old, getting old. Wang Lin also rushed out, and upon seeing another cousin, she smiled knowingly, her eyes already calculating how to take advantage of this windfall. After getting on the minibus to the film city, Qiyu was so tired that she leaned against the window and fell asleep. LinWei covered her with his coat. Chung Dalong, on the other hand, was caught in an internal struggle. "Cool girl Qiyu. Loli's, well, what should I do? I'm still a kid." Soon, the bus arrived at Hungding Film City. Let me tell you, that place is huge. The shed we got off from directly replicated an ancient capital city. Wang Lin was stunned, thinking, for mobile game promotional video, does it really need to be this grand? Is an Angong family so rich? Just then, a strong beam of light shot down from a distant pavilion, almost blinding us. A figure that looked incredibly arrogant walked out from behind the curtain. It was Nangong Wuji. He smiled without warmth and said, "President Wang, since the pre-sale is going so well, let's make it real and shoot a set of authentic fighting scenes." As he spoke, a man with long hair and black-framed glasses came out behind him, claiming to be the director, Lu Dao. The director had an artistic demeanor, but his eyes revealed an indescribable lewdness. Nangong Wuji looked at the dazed Wang Lin and glanced at Qiyu, who was half asleep and had no imposing aura, and sneered inwardly. A good show was about to begin. No matter what, Wang Lin was an old hand, quickly putting on a professional smile and reaching out her hand to the director. The man lazily shook her hand, his small eyes wandering over Wang Lin without restraint, smiling in a particularly greasy manner. Let me tell you, that gaze was so oily it could go straight into the pan for frying. It was just missing the 5 words, "I want to be your sugar baby," written on my face. Sister Wang Lin has seen big scenes before, smiling on the outside, but probably cursing inside. She asked the Director Liu, what big words have you directed? We'd like to learn. Guess what that guy said? Oh, I don't dare to claim that. I've only made independent films. Good heavens, acting like a pretentious art youth here? Sister Wang Lin continued to flatter him. Then you must be an expert in martial arts themes? Director Liu pushed up his glasses, pondered for a long time, and finally spat out 5 words: artistic action films. At that moment, my mind went blank. An artistic action movie? Isn't that? Cough cough, those who understand know. That kid Nangong Wuji sensed something was off and quickly stepped in to ease the tension, waving his hand. Oh, Mr. Wang, don't ask so many details. Director Liu is avant-garde. Just let Miss Qiyu act, and that's it. Sister Wang Lin isn't a fool either. She pressed on. What about the script? There has to be some content for filming, right? There is no fixed script. Director Liu had a look on his face that said, you mere mortals don't understand art. This is called stream of consciousness, understand? It's all about the actors' on-the-spot reactions, especially the female actors. I felt something was off at that moment. This isn't filming. It feels like they're trying to stir up trouble on set. That bastard Nangong Wuji brought up the contract again, saying we couldn't refuse the reasonable request from the client. Sister Wang Lin had no choice but to say, fine, but if there's anything inappropriate, we'll stop filming immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, that director Liu picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, male actors, get in position. I tell you, in the next second, I almost threw up my breakfast. 3 guys walked out from behind the curtain. The one in front was nearly 2 meters tall, with a face full of flesh and chest hair as thick as a steel wool ball. Behind him were 2 others, one skinny as a ghost with a haggard face. The other was balding, sporting a beer belly, and had a lewd expression. He was holding a knife and a spiked club. Who understands? This isn't filming a movie. This looks like a monster trying to capture Tang Sung on the journey to the west. Nangong Wuji was particularly proud, saying these were the Ruan brothers he had hired at a high price. Sister Wang Lin was so angry she laughed. Are you really letting these 3 shoot a promotional video with Qiyu? Is there something wrong with your head? Beauty and the Beast. How thrilling. Nangong Wuji said slyly. Director Liu cleared his throat and began to explain the scene. The plot goes something like this. The female lead is kidnapped by the 3 brothers to the outskirts. And then, that's it. Just this one line. The script is shorter than my year-end summary. That little brat Nangong still pretended to be sincere and said, Wang Zong, don't get excited. Miss Qiyu is so capable. Maybe these 3 can't even beat her. We're just sparring, keeping it light. After saying that, he leaned over to Qiyu and said in a teasing tone, last time I was saved by Miss Qiyu. Otherwise, I would have been beaten even more badly. He's holding a grudge. It was just a beating from Qiyu. Does he have to be so petty? Qiyu was also flustered at that moment. She was just an ordinary girl now. Going up would just be asking for trouble, right? But with her temper, admitting defeat on the spot was harder than killing her. She was holding it in. Her little face was tense. Guess what? After holding in for a while, she pouted and actually started to act cute. Oh, I'm not feeling well today. Nangong Wuji almost stumbled and fell to the ground. I was dumbfounded too. Where's my fierce queen Qiyu? Why did she suddenly switch to this cutesy act? Just then, I saw the little general in the crowd nodding at Qiyu and patting his chest. As soon as Qiyu saw this signal, she immediately perked up like she was injected with adrenaline. All right, let us compete. Goodness, her speed of changing expressions could rival that of Sichuan opera. Nangong Wuji was also stunned, but seeing Qiyu agree, he immediately sent the 3 guys up. The 2-meter-tall brute charged over like a small mountain. Nangong must have told him that Qiyu could fight, because this guy showed no mercy at all. He swooped in and lifted Qiyu up like a little chick. Qiyu's little face turned crimson, both from pain and anger, and the smell of sweat from that brute made her nauseous. She struggled and shouted, You're hurting me. Let go. She was desperate, using all her strength to kick that brute where it hurts. Ow! The brute's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he screamed in pain, furious. Grabbing Qiyu's arm, and with all his might, he threw her backstage. Qiyu flew through the air in an arc, accompanied by screams, and landed right in the prop pile behind the curtain. We were all stunned and quickly ran over. Sister Wang Lin pointed at Nangong Wuji and scolded, "Is this filming? If anything happens to Qiyu, I won't let you off the hook." LinWei was the first to rush over and lift the curtain, only to find Qiyu already standing up by herself, completely unscathed. "Let us go home. We're not filming anymore." LinWei pulled Qiyu and wanted to leave, but Qiyu stood still, unmoving, with a mysterious smile on her lips. "No, the real show has just begun." Just now, at the moment when Qiyu was thrown out, just when she thought she was going to fall to her death, a pair of strong hands caught her from the void. It was the Major, wearing an optical camouflage suit. No one could see him. Not only did the Major save her, but he also quickly injected something into her arm, whispering through a private channel, "I've injected you with a strong enhancement agent. Go on, teach those 3 bears a lesson." A surge of warmth instantly spread from her heart to her entire body, and Qiyu felt filled with power. That familiar, domineering goddess was back. She stepped out from behind the curtain, wearing a smug and cool smile. Nangong Wuji was dumbfounded. What is up with this woman? Did she just get enlightened from falling? Qiyu extended her index finger and beckoned to the 3 guys, her eyes fierce. "Hey, you 3, come at me together." Director Liu was so excited he nearly jumped up. "Great. So dedicated. One take all the way." The previous burly man charged at her again, wanting to avenge that kick. Suddenly, Qiyu let out a Bruce Lee-like shout. "Ada!" Immediately after, a fast and blurry high whip kick struck the burly man's cheek, leaving a red shoe print instantly. The burly man, still in the forward charging position, was stunned. Qiyu walked over and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. Boom! The over 200-pound man fell straight down like a wooden post, shaking the ground. Seems like the dosage was too much. I heard the Major mumbling behind me. The remaining 2, the Mediterranean and the skinny monkey, turned pale, exchanged glances, and charged at her with their weapons. These 2 guys were really skilled, and the knives in their hands were sharpened. This bastard Nangong Wuji really intended to kill. The Mediterranean swung his mace while using an annoyingly sweet voice to disturb Qiyu. "Miss, I really like you. Can we have a private chat?" The skinny monkey was even sneakier. Taking advantage of Qiyu's dodge, he slashed a knife towards her back. Qiyu instinctively retreated. The blade grazed her chest, ripping her shirt open and revealing her tank top underneath. Sister Wang Lin was so scared she almost cried. "Nangong, are you crazy? Someone's going to get hurt." Nangong Wuji was still making sarcastic comments. She wanted to take on multiple opponents herself. Just then, Qiyu suddenly waved at Sister Wang Lin. "Sister Wang, no need to change the knife. I can handle these 2 weaklings." After saying that, she took off her torn shirt and wrapped it around her right hand a few times. Let me tell you, that figure was explosive. "Hurry up. I still want to go home for dinner." A cold glint flashed in Qiyu's eyes. The Mediterranean shouted and swung the mace at Qiyu's chest, while the skinny monkey's knife stabbed in from behind, perfectly coordinated. In a split second, Qiyu braced herself with the shirt-wrapped right hand against the mace, while her left fist struck the Mediterranean's stomach, causing the fat to ripple like water waves, and the Mediterranean was blasted away like a cannonball. Following that, Qiyu ducked to avoid the knife behind her, did a backflip, and her knee precisely hit the skinny monkey's chin. KO. The fight was over. It took less than 10 seconds. The whole place went crazy. That was so cool. Sister Wang Lin looked at Qiyu as if she were a fan looking at an idol. Meanwhile, Nangong Wuji was so scared his face turned pale, continuously stepping back, because Qiyu was walking towards him step by step, cracking her knuckles. "Young Master Nangong, don't you like to see actors on the spot reactions? Come on, let's spar a bit." Nangong was so frightened he turned to run, but his legs gave way, tripping over his own feet and falling flat on his face. Qiyu walked over to him, raised her hand, and casually slapped Director Liu, who was still saying perfect, perfect, until he fainted. "No!" Nangong screamed like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his head. But after waiting for a long time, the punch never came down. He peeked to find Qiyu still holding her hand up, but the killing intent on her face was gone, replaced by that gentle and harmless look. The drug's effect had worn off. Qiyu's muscles relaxed, and she softened, forcing out the words, "Young Master Nangong, is the shoot over? Can I go home now?" "Yes, yes." Nangong Wuji felt like he had received a reprieve. Sister Wang Lin immediately scolded him, warning him never to pull such tricks again. As soon as they got in the car, Qiyu could no longer hold on and collapsed in LinWei's arms, sounding like a little cat. "LinWei, I'm so tired, can I lean on your shoulder?" And then she fell asleep. LinWei held her, feeling heartbroken, and turned to Sister Wang Lin to complain about how much Qiyu had suffered for the company. hinting that her subsequent nutritional fees and endorsement fees must be doubled. Sister Wang Lin was also a sensible person and immediately agreed, saying there would be plenty of money. Back at their place, 6 hours had passed, and Qiyu had not woken up. Instead, she had fallen into a coma. Even more outrageous was that the baby Yujizi in the crib had doubled in size since the morning, looking like a 4-year-old child. The major scanned her and came to a conclusion. Qiyu and little Yujizi had a mutually exclusive relationship. Qiyu used the enhancement agent and weakened her body, so that life force transferred to little Yujizi, causing her to grow wildly. Conversely, the faster little Yujizi grew, the weaker Qiyu became. If this continued, wouldn't Qiyu be drained dry? LinWei was anxious. I'll go make an inhibitor. It will take a few hours. After saying that, the major, perhaps upset because LinWei had just complained about her dosage, left with a cold expression. Goodness, this AI has emotions? LinWei had no choice but to stay by the bedside. Just then, on the starship, the alien Jinunu, who had been shot through the chest by Qiyu, had healed. He issued a galaxy-wide wanted notice, offering a bounty for Qiyu's head. His four-eyed subordinate reported that 8 ruthless characters had successfully crossed the wormhole and arrived on Earth. Among the names on the list was that scientist Yujizi. Jinunu muttered to himself, Lilishi? That's the guy who once confessed to me? Just thinking about it makes me sick. On Earth, LinWei was anxiously watching, thinking little Yujizi was about to wake up, but she just turned over and fell back asleep, seemingly just dreaming. Let me tell you, just when Yuji was calming down, LinWei started acting up again. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the sleeping Qiyu, and who knows what storm was brewing in his mind. He thought, isn't it the prince who wakes the sleeping beauty in fairy tales? Why don't I give it a try? At that moment, I just wanted to slap him and say, dude, wake up. That's a fairy tale. You're taking advantage of someone. He even tried to rationalize it for himself, saying that the prince in fairy tales isn't exactly a gentleman, but an adventurer. You're just lusting after a body, how low? After a long internal struggle, the beast in him ultimately overpowered his reason. He looked at Qiyu's face under the moonlight, her delicate features and cherry lips, completely overwhelmed by her beauty, and he went for it. The moment their lips touched, I tell you, LinWei's mind probably crashed like a blue screen. At first, he was thinking of all sorts of things, but in the next second, all that was left in his mind was a surge of electricity. As for Qiyu, she let out a little sound in her sleep, as if calling someone's name, but this guy was already lost in the moment, hearing nothing clearly. The most ridiculous part? That Ms. Biochemical, the one called Xiaozhua, happened to come by looking for something and stumbled upon this scene at the door. What a live broadcast! Her artificial body processor probably almost overheated, and her face flushed instantly, although she might not even know why. She just quietly watched for a moment, and then quietly left. I bet her inner monologue was, you humans really know how to have fun. When LinWei finally ended that kiss, the sky was already bright. He groggily woke up, realizing he was lying right next to Qiyu. The sleeping beauty was still asleep, but her breathing had stabilized. He instinctively glanced over at Yuji's little bed, empty. I tell you, he woke up in a jolt, almost scared his soul out of him. He rolled out of bed and rushed outside, only to bump right into the major at the door. The feeling was like an egg hitting a rock. He fell to the ground with a thud. Yujizi was nowhere to be seen. Before he could finish his sentence, a small figure swayed out from around the corner. Goodness, who understands his family? The little girl in front of him looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in children's clothing, with a big ponytail, looking delicate and exquisite. But her eyes, let me tell you, were as arrogant as ever, just like when he first met her that night, looking down on everyone with a king's contempt, as if they were all ants. You, LinWei stammered. The major had already talked to me. Yujizi spoke up, her voice steady and not at all like a child's. I accepted her suggestion to stay here temporarily until I could with Qiyu. Upon hearing this, LinWei first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the major. What about the suppressants? Yujizi scoffed coldly. The major is right. You really are a sentimental type, with your mind all on your Qiyu. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing a small red spot on her fair arm. She had already taken a shot. Hopefully we can soon. Now LinWei was completely at ease, but soon began to have a headache. Just look at his family. A 20-something Qiyu, a 14 or 15-year-old major, and now a 7 or 8-year-old Yujizi. Good grief. Is he starting a kindergarten or forming a cosmic Supergirl alliance? Just then a weak voice called from the bedroom. LinWei, I'm so hungry. She woke up. As expected, the gluttonous persona never fails. The first thing she does upon waking is eat. Qiyu leaned against the headboard, looking sickly, the epitome of a fragile beauty. Linwei went over and poked her nose, and she didn't even flinch. Then she looked down at her chest and muttered, "Oh no, I haven't eaten for a day. I feel like I've shrunk." Linwei nearly rolled off the bedside. She looked at the 7 or 8-year-old Yujizi before her face full of questions. "Linwei, whose kid is this? She looks a bit familiar." Yujizi flashed a wicked grin. "Qiyu, I'm Yujizi." "What?" Qiyu was immediately dumbfounded, quickly pinching her thigh. "Oh my, did I sleep and turn into a vegetable? Did I just wake up after years?" Linwei hurriedly asked the major to explain to her while he slipped into the kitchen to cook. Yesterday's beef bone soup, combined with handmade udon noodles, slices of fatty beef, and tofu cubes, the aroma filled the entire room in an instant. I can tell you, Linwei didn't even need to look back. Just by listening to the impatient patter of footsteps, he knew it was Qiyu, this little glutton, coming. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on the pot, saliva almost dripping out. "Go sit down, I'll be right there." As soon as Linwei finished speaking, Qiyu bounced away like a rabbit. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed UGC also looking on eagerly, saliva dripping. "There's also your share." "Yay!" UGC let out a cheerful squeal. Watching the two girls devour the food like they were starving, Qiyu didn't leave a single drop of soup. After finishing and wiping her mouth, she suddenly exclaimed, licking her lips, and looked at Linwei suspiciously. "Strange. Why do my lips taste like you?" I couldn't help but laugh. Family, who understands? This strong sense of taste memory came into play. Linwei panicked right on the spot. His eyes started to wander. Yujizi was fanning the flames beside him. "Huh? Linwei, did you do something to Qiyu last night?" "No way." At a critical moment, it was still Major who spoke up expressionlessly. "You had a bad sleeping posture last night. Linwei was afraid you would get a stiff neck, so he accidentally bumped into you while adjusting." Upon hearing this, Qiyu's face turned red, and she didn't ask further. Linwei quickly shot her a grateful glance. "I tell you, Major is simply the MVP." The next day, Linwei was late for work again. As a result, his senior boss Wang Lin was unusually cheerful, smiling like a flower. It turned out that Qiyu had gone viral. Chung Dalong came over excitedly, handing his phone to Linwei. It was a secretly recorded video of Qiyu taking down those two guys yesterday. In the video, Qiyu looked heroic, her movements fluid, both beautiful and fierce. The views had exceeded 500,000, and the comments were all about the God Punch Milk Tyrant, and I really had nothing left. The goddess knife was my kind of wolfish words. These LSPs are truly hopeless. Linwei's head was spinning. This was going to be a problem. He originally just wanted to make some extra cash. If this took off, would Qiyu's identity secret still be safe? When he got home that night, he wore a worried expression. Qiyu thought he was rejecting her, and dramatically started to tear up, ready to perform a tragic scene of being abandoned. Linwei couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing, explaining the situation. Guess what happened next? Those two tech-savvy folks at home, Yujizi and Major, directly said, "What's the big deal? It's just an ID card." Yujizi mentioned she had left equipment at the landing site, and together with Major, they could hack into Earth's system, using a large computer and holographic printing to create a real identity. They promised that in a day, she would no longer be an illegal resident. Major's words were so relatable. Linwei was so excited he grabbed her little hand, thanking her over and over. Major even blushed. Wow, robots can blush now. This world is getting crazier. 2 days later, at the mobile game launch event, the scene was massive, with cameras everywhere. Qiyu emerged in an ancient-style white dress, looking ethereal, stunning everyone. Then a bearded reporter, with a mouth that wouldn't stop, leaned over to Linwei and whispered, "This milk tyrant is the new favorite of the Nangong family, right?" Linwei exploded on the spot, pointing at him. "Your whole family is the new favorite. You're despicable and shameless." During the QA session, things got even wilder. First, someone asked about her age. Then someone asked if the fighting video online was real. Wang Lin remained silent and smiling in the audience. She had released that video to hype things up. A complète que la perversion. The climax came when a masked woman stood up, pointing at Qiyu. "What is your relationship with Nangong Wuji?" Qiyu was completely confused. "What relationship could I have with him? You're talking nonsense." The woman got emotional, shouting, "If it weren't for your seductive tactics, how could he have replaced me? How could he have broken up with me?" Goodness, someone in the crowd recognized her as Li Qier, Nangong Wuji's ex-girlfriend. The entertainment reporters present caught the scent of gossip and started flashing their cameras. The more Li Qier spoke, the more agitated she became, ultimately collapsing to the ground in tears. Qiyu, baffled, was suddenly labeled as a homewrecker and was furious. "Your breakup has nothing to do with me." This statement completely broke Li Qier's defense. She felt Qiyu was stabbing her. Her expression twisted as she screamed that she would make Qiyu regret it for a lifetime. Rushing up from the audience with a bottle in hand. Sulfuric acid. Everyone was stunned. LinWei in the back row couldn't save her in time. Just as the liquid was about to splash onto Qiyu's face, suddenly, a figure darted out, tackling Qiyu to the ground and shielding her with his body. The liquid splashed all over that man. He covered his face, crying out in pain. "Ah, it hurts. Mommy, I'm dying." After a few seconds of screaming, he stopped. "Huh? Why doesn't it hurt?" Qiyu on the ground scoffed. "I splashed you with plain water. What are you screaming about? Am I crazy enough to go to jail for a green tea, bitch?" The crowd. "Get lost." LinWei and the others took a closer look and realized the hero who saved her was actually Chung Dalong. The little guy wiped his face and asked with righteous indignation, "Sister Qiyu, are you okay?" Just as Qiyu was about to say thank you, this guy looked at her, and 2 streams of nosebleed flowed down. What a disgrace. This whole farce was eventually suppressed by the Nangong group, and there was no ripple online. But Qiyu was in a miserable state. Heartbroken and unemployed, she walked alone in the pouring rain, looking like a ghost. As she walked, she cursed, and then suddenly slipped, falling into the drainage ditch by the side of the road with a splash. I have to tell you, the scariest part is here. She was lying in the mud pit, crying and cursing, when suddenly a voice, ambiguous in gender and sounding like metal grinding, whispered in her ear, "Wow, what heavy resentment. This shell of yours is not bad. I'll borrow it for now." Before she could react, a dark shadow emerged from the mud and swallowed her whole. When Qiyu crawled out of the mud pit again, she was completely different. A flash of lightning illuminated a terrifying wound from her throat to her lower abdomen. But it was healing at a visibly rapid pace. A wicked smile crept on her lips as she murmured to herself, "Qiyu, Nangong Wujin? Interesting." The next day, at LinWei's house, he was awakened by Qiyu, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw her spinning in front of him, showcasing her new outfit, a dazzling white. The boy instantly woke up. In the living room, the 2 tech-savvy individuals, Major and Yujizi, were fiddling with some high-tech gadgets while wearing goggles. Ever since Qiyu was attacked at the last conference, Yujizi felt the need to create some protective weapons. After all, she was now spiritually bound to Qiyu. Their fates were intertwined, and for her own sake, she had to protect this gluttonous host. Looking at this genius girl in a pink pajamas skillfully operating precision instruments, LinWei felt that his life was getting more and more exciting. And let me tell you, the excitement just kept coming. The next morning, when I looked at Yujizi again, wow, she had ballooned up like a steamed bun. Her height was almost catching up to Major's, and her long legs and body proportions were simply unbelievable. The most ridiculous part was, her development speed. I couldn't help but wonder, did this parasitic fetus inherit all of Qiyu's advantages too? I instinctively glanced at Major beside me, thinking, did you buy that inhibitor from Pinduoduo? Guess what? Major, as if he could read minds, suddenly said, without my inhibitor, she'd revert in 3 days. It's a racial talent. I can't suppress it. Great, just made things a bit awkward. At that moment, Qiyu came over, and she was dressed in the cosplay of the Ice Princess from Ghostblade, a grayish-white gauze skirt that looked ethereal, paired with the elf ears and blue contact lenses I gave her, and she even styled her hair with gray mousse. I tell you, she looked like she walked straight out of comic, only with an even more explosive figure. Now she was fixated on one thing, LinWei. When is the maid CAF of the Great Dragon opening? I want to eat delicious food. With her dressed this way, Yujizi's eyes turned red, and she immediately hooked her arm around mine, her voice naturally electrifying. LinWei, we can't play favorites. What about mine and Major's? I tell you, her little enchanting voice drilled into my ears, combined with the sensation of her arm on mine, and I felt my face flush all the way to my neck. I quickly dug out a set of clothes from my secret corner and handed it to her, asking her to try it on. Yujizi was not polite at all and turned to enter the bedroom. When she came out again, who could understand the family? Nezuko. A Japanese kimono paired with a black robe. The skirt had a slit, revealing her long legs, with a butterfly knot in her hair, both innocent and alluring. She even pulled out a green bamboo tube from the clothes. Hey, what is this? Bite it. I gestured to her. She really took it seriously and bit down, then asked me who this character was. I gave her a brief explanation, saying this is Nezuko, the demon girl. After hearing that, her Chinibu spirit ignited instantly, and she struck a pose with her hands on her hips, chest out, declaring, I, Yujizi, am the demon girl. That bold stance was not Nezuko at all. It was clearly Wonder Woman. Just as I had dealt with this alien girl, the previously silent lieutenant spoke up softly. What about mine? That tone, oh dear. 3 parts melancholy and 7 parts grievance, with an implied message. I understand things well, but that doesn't mean I have no needs. I've been waiting for this line. I prepared it for her a long time ago, just worried that she wouldn't like this cool and aloof vibe. I have a set that is simply tailored for you. She actually seems a bit, right? It can't be Major from Ghost in a Shell, can it? She understands quite well, saying that the world in that movie is very much like her hometown, that kind of loneliness and all. I was about to say she guessed wrong when she added, if you want me to play the Major, I can also dress you up as Badu. I was stunned at the time, Bart. That tough guy uncle? She said Bart was strong yet gentle, very manly. Wow, so she likes the uncle type. Doesn't that have a bit of couple vibe to it? I hurriedly took out my prized possession from the inner room and handed it to her. Guess what happened next? She took the clothes, unfastened the back strap, exposing her snowy white back, and was about to change right in front of us. I was stunned at the time. You can change in the inner room. She calmly said, in your eyes, am I not just a bunch of parts? Is there a difference? Of course there is. In my eyes, you are a living person, my friend. I got anxious. After hearing the word friend, she softly repeated it twice, said thank you. And then, bang, a blinding white light erupted from her body. We quickly covered our eyes. When the light faded, the dress she was wearing was gone, replaced by the outfit I had given her. It was a silver-gray latex suit, but it seemed to be one size too big, loose and baggy, looking quite ridiculous. Yujizi burst into laughter. LinWei, this doesn't fit. Don't worry, it's not over yet. I went around her back, pressed on her waist, pulled upwards. And surprisingly, a thin string with a valve came out. With one hand on her waist and the other hand pulling wildly, I began to vacuum seal the outfit. After a few pulls, the latex suit tightened at a visible speed, perfectly conforming to her body. That curve, that figure was amazing. You look so good in this outfit. I exclaimed sincerely, a real-life version of Rei Ayanami. The Major was stunned when she heard that name, quickly searching through her mind. After a while, she sighed softly. She is a tool, a substitute, not even a real person. LinWei, does Commander Ikari love her? This question left me confused. Just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang. That brat Chung Dalong had arrived, and he even specially drove here to pick us up. As soon as I opened the door, Chung Dalong had just shouted, "Good morning, Brother Lin," and the next second his eyes nearly popped out. Goodness, there was a big-breasted ice princess, a long-legged Nezuko, and a cool Rei Ayanami, all in one room with godly looks. His legs started to tremble, and the look in his eyes was filled with envy and jealousy. As soon as Yuki-sis saw a stranger, she immediately switched to drama queen mode and asked in a high-pitched voice, "Brother LinWei, who is he?" Chung Dalong looked at the Nezuko in front of him and probably roared in his heart, "Is this really what you call 14 or 15 years old? Are you kidding me?" He nervously reached out for a handshake, but as soon as Yuki-sis extended her hand, the collar of her kimono slipped down. Just as Chung Dalong's gentlemanly gaze was about to take action, the lieutenant beside him was quick to pull her up and whispered in her ear, "Little you, stop messing around." An hour later, the four of us got into Chung Dalong's car. The 3 sets of cosplay outfits were too flashy, so I had them change into casual clothes first with their outfits packed in a big box. Chung Dalong, not missing a beat, asked me, "Brother Lin, where's your cosplay outfit?" I hadn't spoken yet when Qiyu, with her big mouth, caught me off guard. "LinWei, you brought women's clothes too?" Instantly, the air in the car became tense. The lieutenant's gaze shot over, as if saying, "I must have misjudged you." Yujizi widened her eyes even more and let out her enchanting laugh. "LinWei, do you have a cross-dressing fetish? I didn't expect you to be so adventurous." "You see, I'm totally impressed. Haha." My face turned black. Cosplaying is not cross-dressing. I can't be bothered to explain. I just rushed in like a dragon and shouted, "Drive." The car drove all the way to a resort in the mountains and entered an underground parking lot. As soon as I took the elevator up, ding, the door opened, and I was stunned. There was a traditional Chinese vermilion gate, and standing at the entrance was a girl in an ancient-style red robe. As soon as she saw the dragon, she shouted, "Boss, you're here." The dragon quickly glared at her. "Mind your professionalism. Don't call me boss. Call me master." The girl immediately understood. Yes, the master has finally returned. I've been waiting anxiously. Goodness, once inside, it was even more extraordinary. A traditional Chinese courtyard with a large square in the middle, rockeries, flowing water, and green bamboo. Inside, there were already many cosplayers in all sorts of strange outfits. The dragon said this was a membership-based event, and today's guests were all enthusiasts from the community, hoping to open up the market through word of mouth. This kid actually has some business acumen. He patted my shoulder. "Lin, go change your outfit quickly. I have high hopes for you. You will definitely be the star today." We all went into the changing room, separately. When I came out again, wow, The whole place was already packed with people. I chose a male outfit today, Kenshin Himura. As soon as I stepped out, I bumped into two bloody nurses from Silent Hill, which startled me. I looked around. Qiyu and the lieutenant hadn't come out yet. But Yujizi had already dressed up as Nezuko and was chatting in the courtyard with Naruto, Kakashi, Zoro, and even an Ultraman. This Ultraman was such an out-of-place addition. Even AI-generated art couldn't create such a ridiculous scene. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the back. I turned around to see a stunning Shiranui, the one from On My OG. She wore a white embroidered qipao, had white hair, and a fan covering half her face, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. She surprisingly approached and pinched my chest muscles, giggling, "Oh, you usually look so weak, but you're quite impressive." I grabbed her hand tightly and said, "Miss, who are you?" She playfully exclaimed, "Ah, you're hurting me, Junior." "Junior? What the heck?" "Wong Lin." "President Wong?" I asked tentatively. She put down her fan, pouted, and looked exactly like Tsundere girl from an anime, saying, "Ah, it's no fun now that you've figured it out." I was stunned at that moment. Is this really the same person as the authoritative queen of my company? The contrast is just too strong. She mentioned that Chung Dalong was her employee and that she came to support the opening of the new store. We chatted over drinks, and she put one hand on my shoulder and even squeezed it. In the end, she surprisingly mimicked a scene from King of Comedy, extending her finger to gently touch my chin and said, "It's a pity we're too familiar. Otherwise, I might really eat you today." My face instantly turned red. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere reached its peak, Chung Dalong squeezed over and was startled to see Wong Lin, stammering, "Hello, President Wong." Wong Lin chuckled, then pinched Chung Dalong's exposed chest muscle from his cosplay as Luffy, teasing him, "Dalong, you should drink less happy fat house water." After saying that, she swayed her hips and walked away. Chung Dalong was still admiring me, saying, "Brother Lin, you're amazing. Even a steel female warrior like President Wong is under your control." Just as he finished speaking, a charming voice came from behind. "Dalong, who are you trying to mix with?" When we turned around, we almost sprayed our drinks out. Standing in front of us was a tall figure with flowing long hair, dressed in a high-slit cheongsam. It was the Pirate Queen, a cross-dresser. Chung Dalong nearly fell over. "Chu Tian, your outfit is amazing." He quickly introduced me. "LinWei, this is my partner and major shareholder, Chu Tian." I locked eyes with Chu Tian and realized it was a familiar face. Last year, at the Kozer competition, I lost to him in the finals. The judges had scored me higher, but he had more fans, and their votes knocked me out. I was still upset about it. At that moment, Chu Tian was surrounded by a group of little fans taking pictures with him, the scene resembling an empress on a royal tour. Once the fans dispersed, he walked over and immediately started with a jab. "LinWei, why aren't you in a dress today? Are you deliberately avoiding me, since the main character is here?" His tone was unbearably arrogant. Chung Dalong quickly stepped in to smooth things over and pulled him away. I watched Chu Tian's flamboyant figure, my fists clenched in anger. How could I tolerate this? I turned around and headed back to the changing room. I had to get even. Just then, Qiyu and Xiaozhua came out in their costumes. Qiyu, dressed as the Ice Princess, was clutching her chest because her waist-cinching dress was too tight from overeating in the morning, giving her a delicate, vulnerable look. Xiaozhua as Rei Ayanami was simply stunning, cool, indifferent, and perfectly replicated. As soon as they appeared, they became the center of attention, with gasps of admiration all around. "Wow, what divine looks! Is this Rei Ayanami real?" They were being surrounded when a girl cosplaying Tamamonome approached. It was Jiang Linglong. She looked at Qiyu and Xiaozhua with envy and jealousy in her eyes. After chatting for a bit, she asked, "Hey, where's Xiaowei?" Qiyu then remembered, looked around, and "Couldn't he find me?" Xiaozhua casually remarked, "Maybe he's still changing." I tell you, when Jiang Linglong heard this, her eyes nearly popped out with heart shapes, and she immediately became infatuated, saying that she got into the fandom last year after seeing LinWei's cosplay. As a result, Qiyu, who was beside her, unexpectedly chimed in, "Is he going to wear women's clothes?" Goodness, when Jiang Linglong heard that, she was so excited, saying yes, yes, it could be so beautiful and fairy-like. When I saw Qiyu's expression, hey, she was also looking forward to it. After all, with LinWei's face, who wouldn't want to see him in women's clothes? Only the lieutenant had a face full of despair, probably having completely given up on making LinWei cosplay the muscular character she wanted. While we were all lost in our thoughts, a tall guy with bright red hair squeezed over, wearing a black Japanese school uniform. I took a look and thought, oh, isn't this Sakuraji Hanamichi? Then this guy, with a flushed face, leaned in front of Qiyu and asked her if she was the spokesperson for that Valkyrie mobile game. Qiyu was stunned by the question and took a few seconds to nod. Sakuraji was so excited, bowing and apologizing, saying he was a fan, and handed over a small card for her sign. Beside them, Jiang Linglong, holding a fan, cheekily said, "Sakuragi Hanamichi, don't you only love your Haruko? I tell you." That guy exploded right on the spot, clenching his fists and yelling at Jiang Linglong, "Little fox, get lost." This scared Jiang Linglong so much that she shrank her neck and didn't dare to speak. Qiyu found it quite amusing. After all, he was her first fan in this world, so she picked up a pen and signed her name with flair. When Sakuragi received the signature, he treated it like a treasure, carefully putting it away, and seemed to want to say something else, probably to take a photo together. But our little lieutenant didn't even lift an eyelid and directly said, "Sorry, she can't take photos. Who understands family matters?" Just that one sentence and a glance. And the red-haired giant instantly wilted, his face turning red as he stammered, "Okay, then," and left with a sulky expression. Jiang Linglong watched in shock, probably wondering, who are these two people anyway? Just as she was thinking, a figure approached, half of her face hidden by a fan, smiling brightly. Jiang Linglong didn't recognize her at first, but thought this sister was stunningly beautiful. When the person lowered the fan, Jiang Linglong's mouth dropped open in an O shape. Oh my god, isn't it the Prada-wearing female, Demon Wang Lin? Was she on some wrong medication today? With exaggerated eyeliner, braided hair, and a flame mark on her forehead, dressed like a character from Fire Dance, she showcased her figure to perfection. It was simply amazing. Jiang Linglong, with a honeyed mouth, rushed over to shower her with compliments, saying even she, a woman, could be bent over by her charm. Wang Lin was elated by the praise, playfully pinching her nose, then looked Qiyu up and down, clicking her tongue in admiration, saying Qiyu's outfit and temperament were a perfect match. Upon hearing that the clothes were chosen by LinWei, she gave a meaningful look and said, "He really has a delicate heart, putting so much thought into you. You two have a deep sibling bond. Don't let this foolish younger brother down." She deliberately emphasized the word sibling, causing Qiyu's face to flush instantly. Seeing Jiang Linglong's little expression next to her, it was clear the jealousy pot was overturned again. Wang Lin is quite clever. She kept talking about business, grabbing Qiyu's hand and starting to paint a big picture, saying Qiyu was her lucky star, and since she came, business had boomed, and she wanted to sign her as a special artist. After saying that, before leaving, she even quickly planted a kiss on Qiyu's cheek. Qiyu was frozen on the spot, touching her face in confusion. Wang Lin even gave her a heart gesture from afar. Jiang Linglong muttered quietly beside her, "Could this President Wang be gay? We still haven't recovered from Mr. Wang's outrageous antics." Chung Dalong dragged over a guy who was heavily made up and dressed in women's clothing, but was clearly a man. Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a familiar face. Chung Dalong stammered as he introduced him, saying this was his friend Chu Tian, the champion of last year's cosplay competition, and then told Chu Tian that Qiyu was his lifesaver. When Chu Tian saw Qiyu, his eyes went wide. Although he was a cross-dresser, deep down he was a pure straight man who blushed at the sight of beautiful women. He clumsily reached out his hand, but when he heard Chung Dalong mention that she was LinWei's cousin, the expression on his face was something else. He probably regretted not being nicer to LinWei earlier. He held on to Qiyu's hand and wouldn't let go, repeatedly saying that LinWei was his good brother. The speed at which his demeanor changed was impressive. Qiyu finally managed to pull her hand back, shaking off the sweat. As a result, Jiang Linglong, a die-hard fan of LinWei, couldn't take it anymore and directly confronted him, saying that Chu Tian's cosplay of Tifa last year was stiff and couldn't compare to LinWei at all. This hit Chu Tian where it hurt. There were already rumors that his championship was due to behind-the-scenes manipulation, and now being called out in person, his face darkened, and he looked ready to explode. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, suddenly, there was a loud crash at the entrance, and the crowd stirred. From masked men in camouflage gear, armed with weapons, kicked the door open and charged in. The girl screamed, the boys cursed, and chaos ensued. Chung Dalong and Chu Tian were still confused, with Chu Tian complaining, "Is this little V done for? Why did the hired actors come early, and why are they so rude? Do they really think they're bandits?" Everyone in the room probably thought the same. The four robbers, upon entering and seeing a room full of people in bizarre costumes, were momentarily stunned. Both sides stared at each other for a few seconds in silence. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's just a cosplay of Counter-Strike. What are you pretending for?" The entire place erupted in laughter, and everyone went back to what they were doing, completely ignoring the robbers. The four robbers huddled together and whispered. The leader tugged at the third guy and asked, "Is this the spot you stepped on?" "B building, second floor, jewelry store warehouse." The third guy, trembling, took out a note and looked. That's right, boss. B building 202. But why has the decor changed so much? At this moment, Chu Tian, the cross-dresser, thought these people were the actors he had hired and marched over angrily, hands on hips, and started scolding them. Do you even understand the rules? No professionalism at all. Not only are you rude, but you also came too early. As soon as he opened his mouth, his rough voice startled the four robbers. Especially the fourth guy, who had just been drooling over Chu Tian's back, now turned pale, looking like he had swallowed a fly. The leader mustered his courage and called out brother, but Chu Tian scolded him even harsher, saying that if they continued like this, they could forget about getting any money. Upon hearing this, the leader seemed to suddenly understand and pulled the third guy over to whisper, "Is this the insider you found?" The third guy stared at Chu Tian for a while and said, "His makeup is too heavy. I can't tell." But his height and voice seemed to match. "Yes, boss, it's him. That fierce expression is definitely it." The leader instructed him to ask for a name, and the third guy, with a pained expression, said, "The other party refuses to give a name and goes by the code 9527. I'm telling you, this scene is simply a 2025 version of a miscommunication." Full of high energy, the boss tentatively shouted at Chu Tian, 9527. Chu Tian was taken aback and blurted out, "How do you know my online name?" Wow, now they're in sync. The boss and the third guy were instantly overjoyed. The boss leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Brother, when do we make a move? There are quite a few people around now." Chu Tian snapped, "I told you to come at 2 p.m., and you showed up at 11:30. Do you have any sense of time?" Upon hearing this, the boss turned back and shot the third guy a death glare, probably cursing his incompetent teammate in his heart. But he was also adaptable, immediately apologizing to Chu Tian and sincerely asking what to do next. Chu Tian was amused by these unprofessional actors, hands on his hips, saying, "You guys are robbers, do I need to teach you?" The boss was embarrassed by the criticism, but still held back, grabbing Chu Tian's hand earnestly saying, "Yes, we're unprofessional. Please guide us, brother." Chu Tian was helpless, leaning in to say, "Later, when you kidnap me, I'll lead you to the room, and we'll act according to the situation." The boss, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh. "Brother, brilliant. If I kidnap you, no one will suspect you, brilliant." Chu Tian was speechless and urged him to make a move quickly. The boss replied with a loud okay, and suddenly tightened his grip around Chu Tian's neck, with a glinting dagger pressed against his chin. He was using a lot of force, and Chu Tian almost choked, screaming, "Easy on that. Are you serious?" The boss innocently replied, "Sorry, muscle memory." Then, the boss held Chu Tian and shouted to the entire venue, "Nobody move, it's a robbery." This shout startled everyone nearby. A cosplayer girl dropped her prop scythe in shock, breaking it into 3 pieces. The girl started crying on the spot, going to tear off the boss's mask, but was shoved to the ground by him. The onlookers criticized, saying the actor was unprofessional for hitting a woman, but no one dared to step forward. Qiyu, standing far away, munched on cookies while mumbling, "That masked man moves really smoothly, not like an actor, more like the real deal." The lieutenant nodded in agreement. Just then, the 3 ninja actors who had been arranged earlier rushed out, shouting to save the person. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Chu Tian quickly pinched his voice to call for help. "Sir, save me." The masked boss felt goosebumps all over. The ninja actors were also confused, thinking how these robbers had changed people, tall and strong. How were they supposed to perform? But they had no choice but to charge in. And guess what happened? The masked boss raised his dagger to block, and the ninja's prop sword was directly sliced in 2. Then he kicked the ninja away. Chaos erupted on sight, with some people thinking it was a special effect, praising how realistic it looked, with blood that seemed real. The ninja who got kicked was almost in tears. "So damn professional. Quick, call an ambulance." It was even more chaotic at the entrance. 2 girls wanted to leave, but were stopped by the 4th and 3rd guys. One girl was particularly bold. Thinking they had fake guns, snatched one away and pointed the gun at the 4th guy's crotch to scare him. The 4th guy was so frightened that he fell to his knees. As a result, during the struggle, bang, a gun went off. I tell you, in that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The whole place was dead silent. The girl who had been so arrogant just moments before turned pale, probably thinking, "My life can't just end like this, can it?" She raised her hand, trembling, and asked, "Bro, how do you have a real gun?" The 3rd guy, feeling very pleased, shouted while holding the gun, "I just said it. I'm here to rob." "Rob you?" The girl, in shock, turned to everyone and said, "Hey, I'm telling you, they are really robbers. We are all hostages now." After saying that, she pulled her companion and silently crouched down, hugging her head. At this point, everyone realized what was happening, and the whole place fell into complete silence, with everyone crouching down and covering their heads. The boss pressed a knife against Chu Tian and asked where the jewelry safe was. Chu Tian was almost in tears. Bro, this is a themed CAF. Where there be jewelry? The third guy jumped in, saying he had scouted the place, and it was in Building B, Room 202. Chu Tian weakly replied, This is Building D, Room 202. Oh my goodness. The boss swung his arm and slapped the third one hard. The third one covered his face, feeling extremely wronged. The boss was furious, but following the principle of not letting a thief get away empty-handed, he ordered directly, search them one by one. The scene erupted into chaos again. The robber called the fourth one got particularly excited. Taking advantage of the body search, he started to make advances towards the girls. He walked up to Jiang Linglong and pinched her face. Jiang Linglong was both scared and angry, telling him to get lost. The fourth one chuckled and was about to touch her again. Just then, Cheng Dalong, the guy wearing a straw hat, though terrified to the point of trembling, still tugged at the fourth one's pants leg, stuttering, "B brother, we don't have a baby carriage." The fourth one was taken aback, looked at Jiang Linglong's flat chest, and then saw the disdainful eyes of his accomplices nearby. With a grunt, he finally let her go. Jiang Linglong collapsed on the ground, looking gratefully at Cheng Dalong. Although this guy was cowardly, he was quite manly at a critical moment. The fourth one turned around, finding nothing, when he suddenly saw a girl in a silver-white dress with her back to him, her shoulders shaking, thinking she was crying from fear. He was overjoyed, approached her, and was about to comfort her when he suddenly turned her around. As a result, everyone was terrified, except for our Qiyu, who was squatting in the corner with her mouth stuffed full of cake, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. She wasn't crying. She was eating. Because she stuffed too much and was choking, she even patted the fourth one, asking him for water. Folks, what does it mean to remain unfazed in the face of disaster? This is what it means to be a professional eater. The fourth one left in disappointment. Qiyu, still acting as if nothing happened, offered a piece of cake to the lieutenant, asking if she wanted some. The lieutenant was speechless. The robbers searched around and only found a bunch of phones, nothing valuable. The boss went crazy and ordered the third one to search the room. The third one went in first and came out with a pile of cosplay outfits, only to be scolded and sent back in. Soon, a loud shout came from the room, and the third one emerged, holding a beautiful girl at gunpoint. The girl was tall, wearing pink hair and a tight red leather outfit with a hollowed-out abdomen, simply stunning. Cheng Dalong, upon seeing her, stared wide-eyed and excitedly rubbed his hands, saying, "LinWei, it's LinWei. The cross-dressing master Lin Wei has appeared again. This guy really looks indistinguishable between male and female when he dresses up." At the same time, Jiang Linglong also recognized her, looking at the girl in front of her, Yuki, with a face full of obsession, mumbling, "It's over. Xiao Wei is giving me a double kill." I was daydreaming there when suddenly someone grabbed my hand. I turned around and saw, wow, it's Cheng Dalong. He grabbed me excitedly and shouted, "Jiang Taiping, look, that girl is Lin Wei." My face instantly turned red, and I instinctively wanted to pull my hand back. But then I remembered, hey, he just saved me earlier, so I felt quite grateful. Forget it. Let him hold my hand. I'll just act like a shy little girl today. On the other side, the foodie Qiyu finally finished eating, rubbed her round belly, and looked at Lin Wei with a confused expression. "Lieutenant, this girl is so beautiful. Why does she look so familiar?" The little lowly robot calmly replied, "That's Lin Wei." "What? Really?" Qiyu's eyes nearly popped out as she leaned in for a closer look. Hey, wouldn't you know, those eyebrows, that nose, those lips, it really is Lin Wei's face. Now, even Qiyu was blushing and muttered softly, "Lin Wei looks quite good in women's clothing." Just then, the robber, Lao Si, saw another beautiful girl and his eyes lit up. He circled around Lin Wei with his gun, making a lewd clicking sound. "Miss, why are you hiding in the room all by yourself?" As a result, his older brother spat at him. "Lao Si, have you gone crazy over women? This guy's also a man." When I rushed in, he instinctively shouted, and it was a man's voice. "Look again, isn't that an Adam's apple?" Goodness, I thought to myself, this guy is all about shocking surprises today. Lao Si leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, there really is an Adam's apple." Now, he was completely thrown off guard. Who understands this? First it was an untouchable lowly, then a food king, and now a cross-dressing big shot. He was furious and kicked Lin Wei hard in the stomach. Lin Wei, unable to dodge because of the gun pointed at her, was sent flying with a loud bang. The whole place was stunned, and Lin Wei clutched her stomach in pain. Lao Si, still not satisfied, walked over and yanked Lin Wei up from the ground, cursing. "Huh? Why pretend to be a woman when nothing's wrong? You made me happy for nothing." I tell you, as soon as Qiyu saw Lin Wei being beaten, she couldn't sit still. She quietly asked the little lowly lieutenant next to her, "Do we still have the strength-enhancing agent?" The lieutenant shook her head. "No, but I synthesized a few strength-enhancing capsules with Yujizi." Saying this, she opened her hand to reveal a few blue pills. Without saying a word, Qiyu took them and stuffed them into her mouth. The lieutenant reminded her, "These were just made, and the side effects are unknown. Are you sure you want to take them?" Qiyu was so cool and smiled directly. "LinWei is the most important person to me on this planet. I won't allow him to be harmed." After saying that, she tilted her head back and swallowed 2 capsules in one go. In the next second, she stood up directly. The closest guy, the second in command, was stunned and shouted at her, "Hey, what are you doing? Get down." Qiyu walked over while stretching her legs, and even pretended to act cute. "Hey, I've been squatting for so long my legs are numb. Can't I stand up and stretch a bit?" As she spoke, she suddenly ripped the hem of her skirt, revealing her safety shorts underneath. Wow, battle mode activated. We were all shocked. Is she really going to fight again? The other side has guns. LinWei was dumbfounded. How did this lady become so bold again? That second guy was quite cautious, pulling out a metal rod and charging forward. But guess what happened? Qiyu faked a move and suddenly dashed toward the fourth guy who was trying to hit her. Her movements were incredibly graceful. The leader quickly shouted, "Fourth!" The fourth guy reacted quickly, raising his hand to shoot. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, LinWei, not knowing where the strength came from, suddenly crashed into the fourth guy, knocking his gun away. This delay allowed Qiyu to reach him. The fourth guy kicked LinWei away, causing his head to hit the ground and knock him unconscious. Then he pulled out a dagger and lunged at Qiyu's ribs. The whole place screamed. As a result, Qiyu made an extreme twist to dodge, instead circling behind the fourth guy. The fourth guy's heart sank. "I'm going to die." Qiyu delivered a punch right to his back. Bang! Then an awkward scene unfolded. The fourth guy swayed and thought, that didn't hurt much. And he didn't fall. Qiyu was also confused. Why didn't he fall? It turned out to be a featherweight, which startled me. The fourth guy let out a sinister laugh and turned around to deliver a flying kick. Qiyu screamed, and her body slammed hard against the wall. At that moment, I wanted to say the plot twists were like a roller coaster. The fourth guy charged in with a dagger and a short stick, and Qiyu was being beaten back step by step with bruises on her legs. At this point, the lieutenant couldn't bear to watch any longer, pulled out the last capsule, and threw it into the chaos. Qiyu, with her sharp eyes, while fighting and retreating, rolled and picked up the capsule from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. The fourth guy mocked her, saying, "Didn't your mom tell you not to eat random things, especially off the ground?" Before he finished speaking, he swung his stick at Qiyu. Suddenly, the stick stopped in midair. Qiyu caught the other end with one hand. The fourth guy was dumbfounded. He didn't even see when Qiyu made her move. He used all his strength to pull it back, but as a result, Qiyu relaxed her grip. Wow, the fourth guy was thrown backward, almost landing in a very awkward position. Just as he steadied himself, a fragrant wind wafted by, a white shadow flashed, and bang, a flying kick hit him square in the chest. The fourth guy flew like a kite with a broken string, directly thrown into the adjacent room, and passed out on the spot. The whole place erupted. The first and second guys reacted and raised their guns to shoot at Qiyu. But Qiyu was faster. She picked up the fourth guy's short stick and threw it, knocking the second guy out cold. Bang! The first guy started shooting as well, but the bullets seemed to hit an invisible wall of air and bounced off. I focused and saw that it was another little girl, Yujizi, who did it. She quietly flashed a peace sign, hiding her achievements and fame. Then there was another gunshot, and the first guy also fell to the ground, hit by the lieutenant, who picked up a gun. This coordination was incredible. Now only the third guy was left, trembling with his gun. "Why, you better not come over. I'm going to shoot." Qiyu walked forward as if nothing was wrong. "You can certainly try. I believe you won't hit me, but I can kill you directly. However, if you surrender now, I'll spare your life." The third guy looked at his fallen brothers, struggled for a moment, and showed a fierce expression. "Surrender? Impossible." After saying that, he raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, Qiyu was completely unharmed and was still approaching him. Each time the gun fired, her figure blurred for a moment and then re-solidified, making it impossible to hit her. "Monster! You're a monster!" The third guy's mental defenses completely collapsed. He threw the gun away, covered his head, and started screaming, only to be knocked out by an unknown assailant. On the other side, Yujizi ran over to the unconscious fourth guy, crouched down, and whispered in his ear, "Hey, didn't you like to tease women? Let me tell you a secret. I also enjoy tormenting men." After saying that, she pressed on his broken rib. The fourth guy let out a miserable scream, then began to wail, saying she was not human but a slit-mouthed woman before spitting blood and passing out again. Folks, this is called physical exorcism followed by magical exorcism, primarily featuring electronic ibuprofen, treating all kinds of defiance. After it was all over, the lieutenant stood in the center of the stage and sweetly said in a lowly voice, everyone, please look here. There is something good to see." A blinding white light flashed, and everyone in the audience stood frozen in place as if the pause button had been pressed. The lieutenant clapped her hands. "All done. I've erased their memories for the past 2 hours. When the police arrive, they will only think it was an internal conflict. Let's get out of here. This brain and this execution ability," I directly shouted 666. The four of us quickly changed back into our own clothes and made a hasty exit. By the time we came to our senses, the police had rushed in, and everyone looked utterly bewildered. In the end, this case became a cold case, and a false theory quietly circulated in the police community. The modern Zorro had appeared. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the so-called Zorros were huddled in LinWei's room playing cards. Qiyu, covered in paper slips from losing, angrily tossed her cards. "I'm not playing anymore. You guys teamed up to mess with me. One is a bioengineer, another is a mother planet scientist, and one is an old gambler. How can I compete with you? I'm telling you, that scene was too funny." Yujizi saw Qiyu playing until she was covered in sweat, so she leaned over and said, "Qiyu, let's take a bath together." Chiyu's pretty face flushed, and she retorted, "I don't want to. You always get too handsy during baths, always looking for a chance to pinch me." As she spoke, she pulled over the lieutenant. "Then this time, I want the lieutenant to join us too, so you won't get all grabby." The lieutenant looked confused. "I'm a bioengineered person. I don't need to take a bath." Qiyu began to act cute. "Come on, take a bath with me. You can keep an eye on her." Yujizi asked curiously, "Lieutenant, can't your body touch water, or will it short circuit?" "I'm waterproof. But do I really need to take a bath?" While they were bickering, LinWei, who had been quietly listening, wiped his nosebleed, suddenly stood up and left the room, quickly returning with a small poster. "Why don't we all go to this place?" The three girls took the poster, which showed a Japanese-style bathhouse called House of Sulphur, and it said that for the grand opening, the first 6 people to bathe were free. Chiyu's eyes lit up. "Wow, is there such a good deal? A free bath sounds great. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go together." LinWei scratched his head, "But it's a bit far on the other side of the city." Qiyu thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped her thigh. "We can ask Chung Dalong. He has a car, and it can take us. The ad says 6 people are free. Adding him makes just the right number." Wow, Chung Dalong has definitely become a reliable tool. Qiyu, who is quite impulsive, immediately snatched LinWei's phone and dialed Chung Dalong's number, her voice sweet as honey. "Dalong, hello. It's me, Qiyu." "Ah, Qiyu?" Chung Dalong seemed unable to believe his ears. "LinWei has a free bath voucher for Saturday. Would you like to join us? Going to take a bath with Qiyu?" Chung Dalong on the other end probably had a nosebleed, struggling to speak, and, "No problem. I'll pick you up on Saturday." "Great. See you then." After hanging up, Qiyu made a victory gesture towards us. Just as we were planning to go soak in the bath on the other side, the rich second-generation Nangongwuji woke up from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Ever since he broke up with Li Qier, he hadn't had a single peaceful night, constantly paranoid. He sat up straight in bed, and a summer night breeze blew through, making him shiver. "Huh, why is the window open? I remember closing it before sleeping." He instinctively looked towards the other side of the room. It was a shock. He saw a long-haired woman standing by the bed, draped in white, looking like a ghost. Nangongwuji's hair stood on end, scared out of his wits, and he fell off the bed. "Wuji, it's me, why are you scared?" The woman suddenly spoke, her voice soft and gentle, sending chills down his spine. Nangongwuji trembled and peeked out, realizing it was Li Qier. He relaxed a bit and returned to his domineering self. "Qier, why are you here? How did you get in?" Li Qier didn't answer, but continued. "Why did you break up with me? What's so great about Qiyu?" Her words were soft, creating an indescribable feeling in Nangongwuji's heart. As she spoke, she stepped out of the shadows, dressed in a white gauzy dress. Her slender figure was partially visible in the moonlight. She approached Nangongwuji, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering softly, "A day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. Is there no possibility for us to reconcile?" After saying this, she rested her head on his shoulder, her breath like orchids. Instantly, a strange fragrance filled Nangongwuji's nostrils, making him dizzy. He sniffed, feeling suspicious. "Li Qier, did you take the wrong medicine tonight? You're speaking so poetically, and this fragrance doesn't smell like your usual perfume." When he looked down again, he noticed that under Li Qier's gauzy skirt, it seemed like she was wearing nothing because he could vaguely see the tattoo on her chest. At that moment, Let me tell you, Nangongwuji's CPU nearly burned out. All he could think about was that one thing. He was feeling pretty good about himself, thinking, you want to use this trick to control me? Bring it on. Who wouldn't want something free? With that thought, his actions followed suit. He suddenly picked up Qiyu and, without a second thought, threw her onto the bed. Let me tell you, Qiyu fell onto the bed, still giggling. Nangongwuji showed a mischievous grin, saying, still laughing? Soon you'll have a reason to cry. With that, he pounced on her like a hungry tiger. And guess what? As soon as his body hit the sheets, he felt something was off. There was nothing beneath him. Where did she go? He clearly saw where he was jumping. He flipped over and, to his shock, Qiyu was right in front of him, face to face, as if she had teleported. Nangongwuji was so scared that cold sweat broke out, asking why. How did you get behind me? Qiyu laughed seductively, saying, it's not my fault. You were too blinded by desire to see straight. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed Nangongwuji down onto the bed with one hand. At that moment, Nangongwuji fully awakened. Something was wrong, very wrong. The strength she used just now was outrageous. This was definitely not the strength a woman should possess. He shouted out loud, you're not Qiyu. Who are you? He tried to struggle to sit up, but he couldn't move at all. Qiyu was wrapped around him like an octopus. Just as he was about to yell for help, someone covered his mouth. Then I saw Qiyu shake her hair, the seductive look in her eyes instantly disappearing, replaced by something. How should I put it? Brutal. Yes, brutal. She leaned down, whispering in Nangongwuji's ear, young Master Nangong, enjoy it well. Enjoy the pleasure of your body being taken from you. Let me tell you what's the scariest thing. It's that her voice suddenly changed halfway through her sentence. From a delicate female voice, it abruptly turned into a hoarse male voice, making a sound as piercing as nails on glass. The two voices mixed together sounded like a man and a woman, an old and a young person, simultaneously saying the same thing. Family members, who understands? Even horror movies wouldn't dare to portray it like this. Nangongwuji was so frightened that his face turned pale, trembling like a leaf, desperately trying to break free. But it was useless. Qiyu's arms were like iron clamps, and he couldn't move an inch. Suddenly, Qiyu's face revealed an expression of extreme pain, her features twisting together. Then, her stomach began to swell rapidly like a balloon, contrasting sharply with her thin limbs, looking just like a giant pregnant spider. At the top of her belly, beneath the thin skin, you could even see a vague outline of a human face. Hop, hop, with two muffled sounds. Qiyu's stomach burst open with a large gash. But strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, from that hole, a monster with a human head and a snake body sprang out, landing directly on Nangongwuji's chest. As soon as the monster emerged, Qiyu's body deflated like a punctured ball, instantly wilting and shriveling down, finally turning into a complete human skin, flopping weakly by the bedside. Nangongwuji had never seen such a scene. He wet himself on the spot, losing control of his bladder and bowels. Then he felt a buzzing in his head, the world spinning, and he foamed at the mouth, fainting from sheer fright. The monster let out a series of eerie, cackling laughs, sounding just like that male voice from before. Its eyes glowed with a faint blue light as it glanced at the unconscious Nangongwuji, full of disdain. Truly useless. If it weren't to borrow your identity to get close to Qiyu, I wouldn't even look at you, this embroidered pillow. After saying this, the monster flicked its snake tail and directly slid into Nangongwuji's open mouth. Ding dong. The scene shifted, and over here, LinWei had just opened the door, where Chung Dalong stood at the entrance with a fawning smile. Lin, brother, I'm here again. Wait, why did I say again? Chung Dalong scratched his head, confused. LinWei let him in, and as soon as Chung Dalong stepped inside, his eyes went wide. Good lord, Qiyu, Xiaozue, and Yucici. Three stunning beauties sitting in the living room. The sight completely overwhelmed him. Qiyu sister, hello. Xiaozue, sister, hello. This must be the Yucici cousin that Lin brother mentioned. Chung Dalong felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, not knowing where to place his eyes. Qiyu and Xiaozue were quite generous, greeting him. On the contrary, Yucici actually blushed, shyly hiding behind LinWei, peeking at him. Let me tell you, Chung Dalong was really floating at that moment. His mind was already playing a little drama. Wow. She blushed when she saw me. She must be interested in me. Oh no, I already have Sister Qiyu in my heart. How can I be moved by an underage little sister? Of course. I can wait for her to grow up. Sigh, it's just ridiculous. You can't guess the thoughts of a otaku. When he sees a beautiful girl for the first time, he has already thought about which kindergarten the kid will go to. LinWei took advantage of his daze and quickly turned to whisper to Yu Jai-sai. "Hey, my friend, he's really honest. Don't play with him." "Guess how Qiyu replied?" With a deadpan expression, she said, "Honest?" I can see his eyeballs are about to pop out. "Don't worry, I'll at most just joke with him. You don't need to worry about me. Just keep an eye on your little milk tyrant." LinWei also knew this little demoness personality and didn't dare to say more, only praying that Dalong would be smart enough not to provoke her. Not long after, the group went out, and Dalong drove them into the mountains. Qiyu wore a white t-shirt to make it easier to take a shower later. Let me tell you, the effect was simply amazing. Dalong had to adjust the rearview mirror to an angle where he couldn't see her in order to focus on driving. As the car went deeper into the mountains, the temperature dropped suddenly. LinWei couldn't help but sneeze, and Qiyu immediately said in a delicate tone, "LinWei Gidge, are you not feeling well? Are you still afraid of the cold in summer?" LinWei rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to her. Qiyu patted Dalong's seat. "Dalong, how much longer until we get there?" "Strange, there's no signal on the navigation for this stretch. But don't worry, sister, I'm using the offline map I downloaded. We can't go wrong on this road." Qiyu nodded. "Thanks, Dalong. It's great to have you with us." Just that one sentence made Dalong float again, feeling like he wasn't even the one driving the car. The co-pilot, LinWei, slapped his leg. "Focus on driving." This brought him back to reality. To ease the awkwardness, Dalong started to make small talk. "Did you know this mountain used to be a volcano?" Cece timidly asked. "So, does that mean there's magma under the mountain?" "Oh, little Cece is really smart." Dalong seized the opportunity to praise her. Qiyu acted quite well, flipping her hair. Looking shy, Dalong saw this scene in the rearview mirror and his heart started to surge. "Oh my god, she must also be interested in me. What about Sister Qiyu? What about Sister Zwa? I can't fit 3 people in my heart." Xiao's one next to her couldn't take it anymore, quietly pinching Qiju's thigh, meaning, "That's enough, stop acting." Qiyu responded with her eyes, "Don't interfere, it's my character." Suddenly, Dalong slammed on the brakes, and everyone lurched forward. Qiyu's forehead directly hit the back of the front seat, creating a shallow dent. "What's wrong? There are 2 paths ahead." Dalong was also confused. The map clearly showed only one path. Which way to go? Everyone got out of the car, looking at the fork in the road. The surroundings were so quiet that even the birds weren't chirping. Qiyu said, "Just pick one. If we go the wrong way, we can come back." Xiao shook her head. "If you take a wrong step on a mountain road, it could be tens of thousands of miles off." Just as everyone was undecided, a little white rabbit suddenly jumped out of the grass nearby. Qiyu's childlike heart surged, and she quickly caught the rabbit in her arms. She patted the rabbit and said, "Little guy, don't be scared. Tell us which road to take to the sulfur home." After saying that, she let the rabbit go at the fork. The rabbit, startled, dashed down the right path. Qiyu clapped her hands. "Got it. Let's go right." Qiyu was speechless, holding her forehead and saying, "Is that it? We're deciding like this?" Qiyu was particularly serious. "We don't know. So let's let heaven help us choose." At that moment, I thought, isn't this the legendary indecisiveness in the face of events? Quantum mechanics? But guess what happened next? Xiao Zui suddenly leaned in and sniffed Qiyu's chest, saying, "You have the smell of the rabbits you've hugged." Qiyu also leaned in and took a sniff, her eyes lighting up. It's the smell of sulfur." Now everyone understood. Dalong slapped his thigh, right? The House of Sulfur must have sulfur. This rabbit smells like sulfur, which means it lives nearby. It ran to the right, so that place must be on the right. She was so pleased. "See? I told you to go right. I'm really a clever girl." The rest of the group were internally mocking her. "You're just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Qiyu suggested, "Since the rabbit is here, it means the place isn't far. Let's walk over." Dalong, relieved that he didn't have to drive and that his precious sports car wouldn't get scratched by branches, was the first to agree. So everyone hid their cars and walked along the small path. After about 15 minutes, they suddenly came upon a small valley where there was a large goose-yellow gate in a Chinese style, and the main building seemed to be dug into the mountain, with white steam continuously rising at the entrance. Dalong exclaimed, "This boss is quite extravagant, digging a hole in the mountain to build a clubhouse." When they reached the door, Qiyu peeked through the crack, but it was pitch black and nothing was visible. She shouted, "Is anyone there?" No response. So she simply pushed the big door open. Behind the door was a downward-sloping passage with dim lights embedded in the walls. Just a few steps in, the door behind them slammed shut with a bang. The passage was instantly darker. Qiyu was startled and grabbed LinWei's arm. LinWei's face turned red instantly. Fortunately, it was dark, so no one could see. They followed the passage forward, turned a corner, and saw a slightly ajar door ahead. Qiyu stepped forward to pull the door open, and a wave of hot air rushed at them. As soon as they entered the room, all the lights turned on. There was no one inside, just a huge banner saying House of Sulfur, and opposite them was a large mirror fogged up by steam. Qiyu went up to wipe the mirror clean and made a funny face at her reflection. Yu and Xiao Zur also came over. Just then, a particularly gentle and charming female voice suddenly echoed in the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the House of Sulfur." Everyone looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Yu, bold as she was, directly asked, "Boss, is the first time free?" The voice chuckled, "Of course. Please, everyone." As soon as the voice fell, two lights illuminated the depth of the room, pointing to the entrance of the men's and women's changing rooms. Qiyu, feeling hot and stifled, was the first to rush into the women's changing room. The other four also went into their respective changing rooms. When LinWei and Cheng Dalong came out in their swim trunks, they opened the door and were hit by a strong smell of sulfur mixed with steam. The entire bathing area was particularly large, resembling a natural cave, with a huge irregular bathing pool in the center and a fake mountain dividing the pool in half. I tell you, this boss knows how to have fun. Isn't this just a mixed bath? After the two took a shower, they jumped into the water. The water temperature was so comfortable. They soon realized that there were already 4 or 5 people in the male area, all silently soaking in the water like wooden dolls, not saying a word. LinWei and Cheng Dalong found a spot near the rockery to sit down. LinWei also noticed that in the corner of the rockery, there was a person with their back to them, hair up, muscular, completely still as if they were asleep. Just then, the voices of Qiyu and the others came from the other side of the rockery. "Wow, this is great. The water temperature is just right. Come on. Let us all soak together." From the sound, the 3 girls had also gotten into the water, and they were positioned near the rockery. Cheng Dalong, excited, shouted, Qiyu, is the water temperature still suitable?" There was a moment of silence from the other side. Then came the sound of Qiyu and the others laughing and playing. First, Yu was causing trouble. Then Qiyu was fighting back. And finally, even Xiao Zur was dragged into the water. Listening from this side of the rockery, Cheng Dalong felt restless, and his mind had already filled with a 1,000-word essay. At this moment, the mysterious female voice sounded again. "Everyone, to ensure you have a good time, our establishment has specially arranged a little game." As soon as the voice fell, a large amount of white mist suddenly appeared around the bath, and visibility instantly dropped to almost nothing. The 5 of them stood up warily from the water. Don't be nervous. We just increased the water temperature a little." This time, the voice came from the direction of the 3 girls. In the white mist, 2 blurry figures slowly approached them. Yu had sensed something was off and directly created an invisible UT force field to protect the 3 of them. As the figures got closer, there were 2 girls wrapped in towels. One was tall with a hot body, and the other was short and looked innocent. The tall girl smiled and introduced herself. "I am Liuna, the manager here." Yu immediately asked, "What game do you want to play?" Liuna smiled, and as if on cue, the towels of both girls slipped off, then they both jumped into the water and sat down a few meters away from them. The tall girl Liuna stared at Yu and suddenly spoke. "Defense field? Yu, when did you betray Janunu? You know me?" Yuji's eyes turned cold. "Do you think just the 2 of you can capture us?" Cheng Dalong on this side of the rockery was utterly confused. What was Yu? What was Janu? And he felt increasingly uneasy. His curiosity could no longer be contained, and he quietly inched toward the edge of the rockery, wanting to peek over. Just as he was about to stick his head out, the short girl seemed to sense it, and a glint flashed in her eyes. Liuna seemed to be talking to herself. "I sent that guy going to make a move? If he hesitates, I'll take care of both of these guys too." Cheng Dalong had already reached the edge of the rockery, 1 foot about to cross into the female area. But then he hesitated. If he rushed out, would he die of embarrassment on the spot? Just as he was caught in this inner turmoil, LinWei suddenly pulled him back. He was about to turn his head when he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that he didn't know when. Those 4 men who had been silent all along had stood up and surrounded the 2 of them. Each of these men had expressionless faces and vacant eyes, coldly staring at them. Cheng Dalong was so scared that he quickly sat back down in the water. "Why are you all looking at us like that?" No one answered. At that moment, the man who had been leaning against the rockery with his back to them suddenly moved his shoulder. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking, and slowly, "Turn around." I tell you, when he turned around, both Cheng Dalong and I almost died on the spot. Goodness, this guy's upper body is all flesh, but from the waist down, he has shiny metallic mechanical legs. At that moment, I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, completely stunned. Cheng Dalong couldn't handle it right there, grabbing my arm and his voice trembling. Lin Ye, Tell me the truth. Who are Qiyu and the others? This is not right. I was grabbed by him painfully and quickly pried his claws open, pressing my voice down and saying, "Buddy, we'll explain this later. Right now it's a matter of life and death. Let's run." As soon as I heard the people opposite talking about some fresh puppet, I knew it was bad. These guys were after Qiyu, just like that Yujizi last time. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This free hot spring advertisement is just a precise fishing law enforcement tactic. Without saying a word, the two of us rushed towards the women's hot spring. As a result, the two guys closest to us suddenly sprang up from the water. Their jumping ability was simply inhuman, leaping right over our heads and blocking our path. In the distance, the half-mechanical man raised both hands, his 10 fingers moving in the air like he was playing piano. The next second, the remaining men in the pool all surrounded us like zombies. Chung Dalong and I were directly encircled. Chung Dalong was also anxious, gritting his teeth and swinging his fist to strike the nearest person in the chest. The result was a dull thud, and let me tell you, it felt just like hitting a robot. Chung Dalong was in so much pain that tears almost came out. Clutching his fist and howling, he plopped down into the water. The puppet man remained expressionless, bent down, and lifted Chung Dalong out of the water, tossing him back like a piece of garbage. Chung Dalong flew into the air and crashed against the rockery. I estimated he almost vomited up his overnight meal on the spot. "Dalong," I shouted, "want to go over." But my shoulder was directly pinned down by 2 iron claws, making it impossible to move. As I struggled, I suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. The man pinning me down had a mass of fine threads connecting his head and palm, faintly visible in the steam. Looking again at the half-mechanical man in the distance, it was indeed him controlling everything. Before I could react, I was lifted entirely and thrown right at the feet of the half-mechanical man, hitting the ground hard and feeling disoriented. Over there, Chung Dalong was in worse shape, being lifted by another puppet and spun around in midair like a top, screaming, "Help! I'm going to throw up." This commotion surely caught the attention of the women in the adjacent hot spring. Qiyu was the first to lose her composure, standing up to come save us. But that woman named Liuna smiled and said, "The game has just begun. What's the rush?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath Qiyu's feet suddenly vanished, and it felt like the entire pool bottom disappeared. The water instantly rose to her neck, and she sank down as if caught in quicksand. Family, who understands the feeling of being surrounded by water and unable to grab onto anything in despair? Qiyu's eyes widened, and as she opened her mouth, water rushed in. Just when she was about to suffocate, a hand suddenly grabbed her, and miraculously, she stepped onto solid tiles. It was the lieutenant. One hand was pulling Qiyu, while the other was dragging the equally terrified Yujizi. Once Qiyu regained her senses, she realized the water only reached her lower abdomen. The pool bottom disappearing was all an illusion. Looking to the edge of the pool, Liuna and the short girl next to her, wrapped in towels, had even gotten in the water. "You fell for an illusion," the lieutenant said, letting go of her hand. The short girl looked displeased, pointing at the lieutenant. Her voice hoarse like an old lady's. "Impossible. How did you avoid it?" The lieutenant ignored her, looking incredibly cool. Yujizi had also calmed down, spat a mouthful of water, rearranged her hair, and her face showed no fear, instead wearing a wicked smile. "He miscalculated, almost fell into your hands. My UT force field actually couldn't defend against your illusion." As she spoke, she walked towards Liuna, stepping out of the bath, casually wrapping herself in a towel. Then scooping up a handful of pool water to sniff, they added something to the water. Consciousness invasion combined with hallucinogens, pretty low level. The short girl sneered. "Being able to kill you is the true way." "Oh really?" Yujizi said with a smirk, and in an instant, she vanished right before Liuna. "Teleportation?" Both Liuna and the short girl exclaimed in surprise. The next second, there was a dull thud, accompanied by a woman's scream. Yujizi appeared behind Liuna, her hand piercing through her back to her chest, blood spraying everywhere. "Wow, this girl is a genius at learning on the spot." Qiyu was stunned. "When did she learn to teleport?" The lieutenant pointed at Qiyu's abdomen. "She learned it from your mother." Qiyu had a black line on her face. But just then, Yujizi's expression suddenly changed to shock, because she discovered that there was nothing inside Liuna's chest. No heart, no organs, just an empty shell. As she pulled her fist out, Liuna collapsed like a deflated balloon. Looking again, the short girl had long disappeared. "Damn, tricked again." Yujizi looked regretful. Liuna was a puppet. The short girl was the real body. As soon as she finished speaking, the water in the pool began to change again. The water turned yellow and started to swirl rapidly, forming whirlpools. Another illusion? Qiyu asked. The lieutenant's expression changed. No, this time it's real. The two of them tried to run to the shore, but found the suction at the pool bottom growing stronger, making it feel like they were stepping in a swamp. Unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, I'd been thrown into the water and choked on several mouthfuls. Just as I was about to get up, a large foot stomped down on me. After going back and forth a few times, I was finally yanked by my hair out of the water, my face and stomach taking several solid punches. My eye was split, blood mixing with water, leaving me in a terrible state. The half-mechanical man, Jeldy, pulled my hair, forcing me to lift my face, clicking his tongue in surprise. Not bad. You look quite handsome. I squinted at him with one eye swollen shut, observing him. Small eyes, droopy eyebrows, a garlic nose, and the only thought in my mind was, dude, you really look abstract. It seemed like he could see right through my thoughts. He slapped my face hard and chuckled. You know what? I've hated handsome men my whole life. I'm going to turn you into a punching bag puppet and beat your pretty little face every day. As he spoke, he raised his other hand high, and with a flick of his fingertips, countless silvery threads shot out. Those threads seemed alive, twisting and turning in the air, looking quite disgusting. Then, with a whoosh, all those threads lunged straight for my scalp. My scalp first tingled, then I felt a tearing pain. These things want to drill into my brain. This operation is simply cybernetic surgery, focused on physical craniotomy. You, what are you doing? Let go of me. I couldn't hold back the pain any longer and screamed out loud. That ugly monster let out a sneering laugh. Hang in there, once it breaks through. You won't feel any pain, ha ha. As soon as I heard this, I shouted with all my strength. Let me go, you twisted ugly freak. Right after I finished cursing, I took a heavy punch to my stomach. Next door, Qiyu and the others were trapped in increasingly thick yellow mud, their legs feeling as heavy as lead. At that moment, she heard my painful scream. I'm telling you, LinWei is Qiyu's Achilles heel. Whoever touches him will die. My heart-wrenching wail struck Qiyu's brain like a jolt of electricity. She suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with fierce light. Her face twisted in a terrifying snarl. Whoever dares to harm LinWei, I will take their life. With a thunderous roar, her arms bulged with muscle as she plunged her hands into the mud that had solidified like cement. With a crack, the mud chunk began to fissure. Then, she began to hammer the mud with powerful blows, shattering the material harder than steel into pieces. Qiyu, Ujizi quickly threw a towel to her. The female warrior couldn't save people while bare-armed. Qiyu caught the towel mid-air, made a graceful turn, and wrapped her fiery figure perfectly with it. In the next second, her figure blurred and she vanished on the spot. The short girl, who was actually Selina's true form, appeared out of nowhere, looking at the scattered fragments with disbelief. Is she a monster? This specially made sulfur magma is as hard as alloy, and she shattered it with her fists? Ujizi pointed at her. Illusionist Selina, I remember you now. I saw your puppet on the mothership. Are you too self-conscious about your appearance to show your true form? She provocatively compared herself to Selina's height. Selina's mouth twitched. Ujizi, you're seeking death. I am here, already beaten to the point of hanging my head, half alive. That half-mechanical man, Jeldy, is wiping the spit off his face with his hand. That's right, just now while he wasn't paying attention. I spat a thick gob of phlegm right on his face. You little brat, I don't want this sandbag puppet anymore. Go die right now. He roared, and, with a punch, he came crashing towards my chest. Just at that critical moment, my body suddenly twisted to the left in a strange way, and his punch landed with a bang on the chest of the puppet beside me, directly creating a dent. Immediately after, there was another loud noise, and the puppet on my left was also sent flying. I lost my support and was about to fall into the water. At that moment, a white figure appeared out of nowhere and wrapped its arms around my waist. It was Qiyu. She came. Qiyu held me and jumped next to Chung Dalong in one leap, casually kicking away the puppet beside us. Chung Dalong's eyes were as wide as copper bells, and his mouth was shaped like an O as he stammered, Qiyu Jiu. You're a superhero? Qiyu didn't have time to pay attention to him. She held me and checked my injuries. My face was swollen like a pig's head, and my ribs were broken. Seeing me in such a terrible state, she heartily pulled me into her embrace. I was hazy and smelled a familiar fragrance. I struggled to open my eyes and found it was Qiyu. My lips moved slightly, and she quickly leaned down to listen. So soft, so soft. Qiyu frowned, looked down, and then realized that she was pressing her chest tightly against my arm because she was too anxious. Are you trying to die? Even in this state, you're still thinking about this. She pouted playfully and pinched my arm. I winced in pain, but inside I felt incredibly sweet. Beside me, Chung Dalong's expression was one of utter confusion, as if he were asking himself who he was, where he was, and why he was here watching us show affection. Qiyu gently leaned me against the artificial mountain and said to Chung Dalong, Dalong, LinWei is in your hands. After saying that, she stood up and cast a cold glance at the half-mechanical man. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sayuna had already begun to magnify her presence in front of Yujizi and Xiaozu. Beautiful monster, home planet witch, man's nightmare. Sayuna recounted Yujizi's nicknames with a sneer as her form began to blur. Soon, hundreds and thousands of identical Sayunas appeared in the bathhouse, moving and behaving in perfect synchronization, creating an extremely bizarre scene. Yujizi, taste my 1,000 Sayuna attack. All the Sayunas shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming, and then they pounced on Yujizi and Xiaozu like locusts. Yujizi snorted coldly and immediately deployed her UT force field, shielding herself and Xiaozu within a transparent barrier. At first, all the Sayunas moved in unison, but soon their expressions and actions became wildly diverse. Some cried, some laughed, some wielded knives, some held guns, and there were even a few carrying rocket launchers, crazily attacking the barrier. Yujizi was initially a bit tense, but after a few seconds, she relaxed because her force field was as strong as iron. She began to taunt. Sayuna, after all, illusions are just illusions. You put on quite a show, but it can't even scratch the surface. One Sayuna, with blood all over her face from banging against the barrier, shouted frantically, doesn't your defensive barrier consume energy? We can afford it. Yujizi felt somewhat annoyed by the chaotic scene and simply closed her eyes. After a while, everything suddenly went quiet. She slowly opened her eyes and found that all the Sayunas had vanished. Just as she was about to withdraw her force field, she turned her head and was startled. Sayuna was standing right beside her, inside the barrier, staring at her unblinkingly. How did you get in here? Yujizi was so frightened that her tail shot out from the towel, pointing directly at Sayuna. The Sayuna in front of her calmly replied, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? I am Xiaozu. You're Xiaozu? No, wait. You're Sayuna. This is all an illusion. Yujizi shouted. The Xiaozu looked innocent. How could I be Sayuna? Look, I'm wrapped in a towel, just like you. She even revealed a secret that only the two of them knew to prove her identity. Yujizi was half convinced and withdrew the force field, only to find the entire space empty, with even Qiyu and LinWei missing. Could it be that we all fell for her illusion? Yujizi suddenly realized. Xiaozu nodded, then we should get out of here quickly. Just as they were about to leave, Yujizi suddenly pulled her back. Wait, I forgot something very important. You're a robot. You won't be affected by illusions. So you can't see the same illusion as me. If this is my personal illusion. A murderous intent flashed in Yujizi's eyes. Then what exactly are you? Meanwhile, Qiyu was coldly staring at the ugly man. State your name. I don't kill nameless people. The ugly man Jeldi was still bragging. Haha. You're quite bold. You must be Qiyu. You don't seem very strong. Still recovering from your last injury? It should be much easier to defeat you today. Oh, is that pretty boy your boyfriend? Too weak. Let's see how I do. Qiyu couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. She turned and threw a punch at the artificial mountain behind her. With a loud bang, the hard structure was blasted open, creating a perfectly round hole about half her height. Jeldi's bragging abruptly stopped, and cold sweat broke out. He knew that someone who could control their strength to this extent was definitely a top-tier expert. Chung Dalong stood nearby, stunned, thinking, LinWei, with your small frame. You should stop thinking about this, sister. One punch from her could send you flying. Qiyu clenched her fist, her face filled with killing intent. I'll ask you again. What's your name? I'm Jeldi, the puppet master. All right, Jeldi. Qiyu smiled slightly. I'll send you home right now. Just as her words fell, she vanished. Jeldi was alarmed. His fingers moved wildly, and 4 puppets flew to his side, surrounding him like armor. But Qiyu's speed was too fast. He only caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance before the puppets in front of him were struck by a tremendous force. With a bang, Jeldi and his puppet armor flew out like a kite with a broken string. Ha ha ha. Hidden among the puppets, Jeldi spat out blood and laughed. Qiyu, once the puppets merge with me, your little punch will be useless. Saying this, he pressed both hands on the puppets, and countless threads shot out, tightly entangling him and the 4 puppets into a massive white cocoon. Wow, is he playing Ultimate Fusion here? This aesthetic is truly unbearable, folks. Qiyu approached with a powerful punch, but the puppet's resilience was impressive. It bounced off like a rubber ball, crashing into the walls and bouncing back to knock Qiyu over. In a moment of her hesitation, the puppet burst forth with a brilliant white light, rapidly expanding to 4 or 5 meters tall, and then exploded with a loud bang. The massive shock wave sent Qiyu flying several meters. As the dust settled, A nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid monster composed of jelly and the 4 puppets emerged. Qiyu. The monster's voice was deep. Today this place is your grave. It lunged forward like a giant frog, so fast that Qiyu couldn't dodge, directly slamming her into the stone wall. The monster cackled maniacally, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Qiyu, who was embedded in the wall, stone debris flying everywhere. Qiyu crossed her arms in front of her chest, desperately trying to resist. Seeing this, the monster used both hands to grab her waist, pulling her out of the wall. Taste the terrifying grip of my puppet arms. The monster exerted tremendous force. A strong sense of suffocation overwhelmed Qiyu, her face instantly turning red as she struggled to pry apart those iron hands. But it was futile. With a roar, the monster squeezed, and Qiyu's chest constricted violently. Her vision went dark, and she lost consciousness. On the other side, Yujizi's tail was already pressed against Xiaozu's chest. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? I'm Xiaozu. I don't think you are, Yujizi replied coldly. If you were Xiaozu, you're a cyborg, and your vital part is an artificial brain, not a heart. My attack wouldn't be fatal to you. If you're not, Xiaozu grabbed her hand, pressing it against her own chest. Although I'm a cyborg, my body structure is the same as a human's, and I have a heartbeat too. If you attack me, I will feel pain. Yujizi felt the warmth and heartbeat coming from her palm and hesitated for a moment, her tail slowly retracting. Suddenly, she noticed a strange smile flash across Xiaozu's lips, and one hand was quietly reaching toward her tail. You're not Xiaozu. You're lying to me. Yujizi instantly snapped back to reality, and her tail instinctively stiffened, thrusting forward. With a sound of flesh tearing, Yujizi's tail pierced through the other's body, with a beating heart hanging from the tip. Xiao. Why? The illusion of Sayuna shattered instantly, and the real Xiaozu appeared before her, clutching her chest in pain. Blood continuously oozed from her fingers. You. Are you really Major? Yujizi suddenly panicked and rushed to hug the swaying Major. The Major coughed a few times, and blood spurted out from her mouth again. The Major gripped Yujizi's shoulders tightly and whispered, I told you I have a heart, but you didn't believe me. You never regarded me as a friend. You only see me as a machine without feelings, without life, something you can discard at any time. In her panic, Yujizi tried to cover the Major's chest wound with her hands, but it was futile. No, it's not like this. You're my best friend on this planet. I thought you were not the Major. I didn't mean to kill you. Don't die. I beg you. But the Major in her arms stared wide-eyed, already unresponsive. Yujizi broke down for a moment, holding the Major, not knowing what to do. Yujizi, why did you kill the Major? Suddenly, Qiyu appeared in front of Yujizi, her face filled with anger. Yujizi numbly raised her head. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to kill her, liar. There's still the Major's heart hanging from your tail. If you didn't mean to kill her, how could you stab her heart directly? Qiyu became more agitated and stepped forward to slap Yujizi hard. Demon, we shouldn't have sheltered you. We should have killed you back then. Qiyu kicked Yujizi, sending her flying several meters away. Qiyu, I said it was an accidental killing of the Major. If you attack me again, I want to hold back. Although I consider you all friends, anyone who wants to hurt me, Yujizi, will not let go. Yujizi got up from the ground, her face dark. The devil is after all a devil. Let me end you today. Qiyu disappeared from Yujizi's sight. Teleportation? I can do that too. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yujizi's mouth, and her body also vanished. A few minutes later, the space twisted. Qiyu reappeared, her expression stiff as she struggled to take a few steps forward, suddenly clutching her chest and collapsing. Then, her bath towel began to soak with a large amount of bright red blood. Yujizi revealed herself, covered in injuries, but she did not fall. She looked at the blood pool where Qiyu lay, her face showing an indescribable complex expression. Qiyu, I told you long ago that you are no match for me now. Forget it. This misunderstanding has not happened just once or twice. Who else? Killing one is still killing. Killing a few more is still killing. Since you all think I'm a demon, then I'll be a demon. Yujizi's face showed a hysterical expression as she laughed maniacally. Qiyu. LinWei rushed out from behind a fake mountain, seeing Qiyu lying on the ground. He scrambled over. Chung Dalong followed closely behind LinWei. LinWei picked up Qiyu and turned her over. There was a fist-sized blood hole in Qiyu's chest, and her heart had vanished. LinWei looked at the skin around Qiyu's fatal wound, which was showing signs of pink rot, and he suddenly turned around, pointing directly at Yujizi. Yujizi, why did you kill Qiyu? You. LinWei had just spoken half of his sentence when his chest was pierced directly by Yujizi's tail. He was hung in midair. Why? You asked me why. Yujizi held her forehead, looking at the blood sliding down her tail from LinWei's body. In your eyes. Am I not just a demon? Then I will do what a devil does. Yujizi, we are your friends. LinWei's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. And after finishing this last sentence, he breathed his last. Yujizi let go of her tail, and LinWei's corpse fell to the ground. She looked at LinWei's unblinking dead eyes, her face twisted with rage. Cheng Dalong sat paralyzed on the ground, already too scared to move. Yujizi walked towards him step by step, half of her body stained red with LinWei's blood, a seductive smile on her face. Yujizi, oh no, Queen Yujizi. We just met for the first time. Please spare me. I beg you don't. Don't kill me. I'm still young. I don't want to die, Cheng Dalong said, and in the end, he even hugged Yujizi's thigh, crying out. Yujizi looked at the man beneath her with disgust. What a coward. Plop. Yujizi's tail pierced through Cheng Dalong's skull directly. Blood splattered all over Yujizi. The noisy man finally shut up. Yujizi took a deep breath, the smell of blood filling her lungs. A long-lost thrill of killing occupied every cell in her body. Yujizi, a demon is after all a demon. Even if you deliberately suppress your bloodthirsty desires, it ultimately cannot resist your nature. Sayuna emerged from a side wall. She looked at Yujizi, covered in blood, standing still. With a victorious expression, Illusionist Sayuna, I sincerely apologize. I indeed underestimated you before. Yujizi slowly raised her head. You released my evil thoughts, making me realize again that I am a villain. But you also underestimated me. Yujizi's eyes emerged from the shadows, fierce and piercing. The puppet monster continued to pound a few more times. And seeing that Qiyu and the wall had no response, it stopped attacking. Is this it? This woman is too weak, right? How could Jununu be defeated by her? It's a bit unbelievable. The puppet monster seemed a bit unsatisfied with the battle, muttering to itself, it takes a huge amount of energy for me to combine. Such a waste. The puppet monster pulled Qiyu out from the wall. It swung Qiyu's arm a few times carelessly. Qiyu's body fell limp like a puppet with its strings cut, hanging in midair. Her chest no longer rose and fell, seemingly without breath. Seeing that Qiyu showed no signs of life, the puppet monster grabbed her body and hurled it violently towards the fake mountain. Qiyu's body crashed into the fake mountain in the center of the bath, rolling down beside LinWei and Cheng Dalong. Go see if Sayuna has finished the battle. I really don't like this place. Staying too long makes my joints stiff. The puppet monster no longer cared about Qiyu's fate and turned to walk behind the fake mountain. Cheng Dalong saw that the puppet monster was no longer approaching and hurriedly went forward to pull Qiyu out of the water. The goddess in his dreams had a pale face and tightly closed eyes. Calm down. Dalong, you must calm down. Cheng Dalong took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Oh, right? The first aid method pinched the philtrum. Dalong muttered to himself while stretching out his thumb to pinch Yujizi's philtrum hard. He pinched until his hand hurt, but Qiyu showed no reaction at all. Then, I can only use the second method. Artificial respiration. By the end of his sentence, Dalong's face had turned red. Qiyu, Dalong, I'm doing this to save you. Please don't hold it against me when you wake up, and don't hit me. Cheng Dalong deeply bowed to the lying Qiyu, then pinched her chin, closed his eyes, pouted his lips, and leaned in to kiss her. Dalong, you. Don't touch her. Just as Dalong's lips were only a few centimeters away from Qiyu's, he was suddenly pushed from behind. Dalong stumbled, missing the kiss. He turned his face to see LinWei holding his chest, an apologetic expression on his face. Dalong, I'm sorry. But you can't kiss her. Cheng Dalong didn't know how to react, standing awkwardly in place. Qiyu, wake up. You can't fall here. You're a Valkyrie, a superwoman. LinWei staggered to Qiyu's side, struggling to lean down, and shouted in her ear. Qiyu remained motionless. A hint of determination flashed across LinWei's face as he suddenly raised his one movable hand and slammed it hard against Qiyu's pale chest. Wake up! LinWei shouted again. Lin, brother. Qiyu's sister seems to have stopped breathing. Cheng Dalong grabbed LinWei's hand, which was about to fall again, trembling as he spoke. She can't fall in a place like this. LinWei was somewhat hysterical, desperately shaking Qiyu's body. Get up. You have to get up. Hee hee. She's dead, and you're still here deceiving yourself? Ha ha ha. The puppet monster laughed loudly as it saw the two still trying to save Qiyu. With a body crushed by my puppet hand, how can there be any reason for living? LinWei was already injured, and he had just exhausted his mental strength and the last bit of energy to wake Qiyu. The puppet monster's last words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. LinWei's heart sank, his vision darkened, and he fell into shock again. How? Just as LinWei fainted again, Qiyu suddenly began to breathe rapidly, making sounds like a drowning person suddenly getting a breath of fresh air, greedily inhaling. Chung Dalong and the puppet monster were both shocked by this sudden change. Chung Dalong was overjoyed, while the monster looked incredulous. You're not dead? That's impossible. You clearly stopped breathing just now. The puppet monster let out a low growl. Qiyu had no time to pay attention to him. She herself was still unclear about her previous feigned death. She pinched her waist and touched her ribs, murmuring to herself, "How did I faint just now? Oh no, why does my whole body hurt so much?" She saw LinWei lying beside her, eyes tightly closed, and pulled him into her arms. "LinWei, how did you faint again?" Chung Dalong looked at the two of them, fainting one after the other, and suddenly felt a ridiculous sensation. Am I an NPC? Am I just watching a show? At this moment, the puppet monster crouched deeply in the distance, and for the first time, all four puppet faces showed an expression of fury. Qiyu's sister, be careful. He's coming again. Chung Dalong reminded as he saw Qiyu only looking down at LinWei. Qiyu leaned LinWei against the rockery again and tidied her slightly messy hair. Come on, you ugly guy. Qiyu waved at the puppet monster. The puppet monster looked at Qiyu's relaxed demeanor, completely disregarding him, and his anger level reached its peak. Since I didn't kill you the first time, I'll kill you again. Qiyu stood her ground, showing no intention of dodging. She raised her hands in a defensive posture. Seeing her ready to take the hit, the puppet monster thought to himself, then you're looking for death. Boom! The puppet monster charged at Qiyu like a racing car, suddenly accelerating with nitrous, directly crashing into her. A loud collision echoed, and a thick mist of water erupted at the scene. Both Qiyu and the puppet monster disappeared into the mist, followed by dozens of thunderous sounds. The water in the pool churned violently, and Chung Dalong was knocked over by the waves. He quickly disregarded his own predicament and pulled LinWei, who had been swept into the water, back out. After another 10 loud bangs, the fighting ceased. The mist dissipated, and the pool water gradually calmed down. Qiyu stood in place. She had several new wounds on her body, with a bruise the size of a bowl on her knee. Although her body was injured, Qiyu looked radiant, as if she were a goddess. The puppet monster lay on its back in the water, its 4 puppet faces shattered, and a circular blood hole appeared in its chest. Jildi was spitting blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had already stopped breathing. The same attack failed again. Qiyu coldly tossed this remark at the corpse in the water and turned to leave. Chung Dalong witnessed Qiyu's warrior mode once again. At this moment, he was no longer in a fanboy mindset, but rather in a state of worship. Qiyu returned to LinWei's side and saw that his breathing was steady. So, she temporarily set her mind at ease. She leaned against the rockery, breathing heavily, exhausted. The puppet monster was indeed difficult to deal with. She had used all her strength to win the battle. Yukisai and the lieutenant. Qiyu suddenly remembered that there were companions fighting nearby. She straightened up and flew to the other side of the rockery. Qiyu propped her chin up, astonished by the scene before her. Yukisai and the illusionist Sayuna stood facing each other, almost nose to nose. Yukisai's tail was pressed firmly against Sayuna's chest, while Sayuna's hand was gripping Yukisai's tail tightly. Both were in a poised state, but strangely, neither moved, as if their souls were in another dimension. The lieutenant stood nearby, holding her chest, seemingly injured. Don't touch them. Qiyu reached out to touch them, but the lieutenant stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Qiyu looked at the lieutenant, puzzled. The illusionist Sayuna has cast a spatial illusion, and Yukisai seems to be trying to break it. Their souls are entangled in the illusion space. If you disturb them now, it could worsen the mental damage Yukisai suffers. The lieutenant patiently explained. How do you know all this? My AI detected some brain activity signals from the two. Their battle of magic is very intense. Qiyu looked at her holding her chest and curiously asked, Then how did you get hurt? The two of them looked like stone statues, posing no threat. The lieutenant shook her head. Yukisai used a UT force field to resist Sayuna's illusion attack, but it seems she still broke through Yukisai's defenses. Yukisai probably mistook me for Sayuna, which is why she suddenly attacked me. The lieutenant released her hand from her wound, revealing a coin-sized circular wound on her excessively pale chest skin. The wound was deep, appearing as if it were about to penetrate her body. Red, blood-like liquid was oozing from the wound. Qiyu pinched a bit of the red liquid and smelled it. Is this artificial blood? Qiyu said, It feels very similar to my blood. Your creator is quite a strange guy. Is he planning to turn you into a real person? The lieutenant did not respond. Will your wound heal automatically? The artificial skin has regenerative capabilities, but my insides have been damaged to a certain extent, and I will need repairs when I return. Qiyu gestured at the position of the wound. You almost got hit in your artificial heart. Would you die if it hit your heart? The The lieutenant fell into a daze. That word held an indescribable magic for her as a biomechanical robot. Seeing her troubled expression, Qiyu hooked her shoulder. All right, let's not ask these brain-burning philosophical questions. Let's just wait for Yukisai to break the illusion. Qiyu suddenly made a cheering gesture for Yukisai. The lieutenant looked up in surprise, astonished that Qiyu even knew the word philosophy. Do you really have that much confidence in her? According to my calculations, the probability of Yujizi breaking through is only half. If she loses, you will also be implicated because you still have a soul bond. Aren't you at all worried? The major looked at the carefree female superhero in front of him and couldn't help but doubt who the real robot was. Qiyu shrugged. Worrying is useless. Do you have a better plan now? The major shook his head. So let's just wait. Qiyu suddenly reached out to touch the major's soft hair. A look of indulgence on her face. Why did your creator design you to be so profound? Profound to the point of being cute. The major stared wide-eyed at Qiyu. Selina, you magnify what everyone fears or avoids in their subconscious infinitely. This illusion is indeed advanced. However, do you think using the same trick on me repeatedly will still be effective? A look of fear flashed across Selina's face, but it was fleeting. She slowly backed away. Yujizi ignored Selina's small movements and busied herself rearranging her somewhat disheveled hair, her expression relaxing. The House of Sulfur, boil your desires. Now, you should also taste the flavor of my hypercube space. Selina's expression changed, and her whole body was suddenly pushed back. Yujizi's body also vanished in an instant. The next moment, Yujizi suddenly appeared behind Selina. As the two were moving at high speed, Yujizi reached out and pressed down on Selina's shoulder. Selina involuntarily trembled, but soon her whole body quieted down, and Yujizi seemed to enter a state of meditation, both of them standing still in place. The major suddenly let out a soft sound and looked up in the direction of Yujizi and Selina. What's wrong? Qiyu rubbed her stomach. When will they finish? I am hungry. The flow of time in the consciousness space is different from the outside world. I can't calculate how long she has been inside. Qiyu seemed to understand, but not really. The major continued. Just now, I sensed an intense burst of brain activity from both of them. This time, it seems they have fallen into an even deeper layer of consciousness space. Qiyu was puzzled and didn't bother to listen further. She suggested again, let me punch through this illusionist body, and the battle will end for Yujizi, right? The major firmly stopped her. They have already fallen into a deeper layer of consciousness space, which means they are both in each other's consciousness space. If you kill the illusionist now, Yujizi will be no different from a plant person with only a body, and it will definitely have an immeasurable impact on your mental strength. Fine. Qiyu helplessly sat back down. Little did she know that the major was extremely anxious at this moment. The safety and future of Yujizi and Qiyu had to be decided by this battle. If there were any mishaps, or if Yujizi failed, the two would truly be doomed. The major knew that the situation was perilous, and this big-hearted Qiyu was oblivious to the storm surrounding her. She was truly a unique person. Suddenly, Yujizi's body trembled, and a very painful expression appeared on her face. The major thought to herself, oh no, has Yujizi already lost? Seeing this, Qiyu disregarded any taboos and directly reached out to pull the two apart. Just as her fingers touched Yujizi's tail suddenly came to life and pierced through Selina's chest. Selina let out a scream, her body falling backward. Yujizi was also instantly pushed away by an invisible force, and Qiyu happened to be right behind her, both of them tumbling toward the stone wall. Qiyu acted as a cushion. Yujizi felt herself crash against the stone wall, but surprisingly felt no pain. Instead, there was a soft sensation. She turned around to see Qiyu pressed against the stone wall, looking quite displeased. Yujizi shivered, her face showing a ghostly expression, but she quickly realized something and returned to normal. Yujizi saw Selina lying not far away, her chest having a large hole with blood gushing out. And she understood everything in her heart. She had finally won this life-and-death battle. It was indeed a narrow victory, and as Yujizi thought about the various details she had gone through, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yujizi. Selina lay on the ground, her whole body twitching, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, yet she still called out Yujizi's name. Yujizi walked over to her, crouched down, and wore a complex expression. Selina, do you have anything else to say? Selina raised her hand, seemingly wanting to grab Yujizi's arm. But after several attempts and failing, she finally showed a regretful expression. So close, just so close. Yujizi showed a respectful expression to the dying opponent in front of her. Selina, your illusion is indeed impressive. Even I, who prides myself on being a genius, admire it. I really almost died at your hands. Upon hearing this, Selina's face revealed a look of relief. Suddenly, she struggled to make a gesture. Yujizi, being very smart, immediately understood that Selina wanted her to lean down to listen. It seemed this was something Selina only intended to say to her alone. Without any hesitation, Yujizi pressed her ear to Selina's mouth. You, we're actually destined to die. In my first illusion. You, we're lucky to have a friend who isn't afraid of illusions by your side. She saved your life. Selina began to cough violently. I am really curious. What did you see in the first one? What made you so afraid? Yujizi's expression turned serious as she softly said, I won't tell you. Just give up on that thought. Ha ha. Selina's voice grew older. I'm not willing. This competition should have been my victory. Yujizi shook her head and stood up straight again. The Selina in front of her was so obsessed with victory that she was willing to throw her own life away. Yujizi suddenly felt that she resembled a past version of herself, obsessed with power and infatuated with the feeling of victory at any cost. Sigh. Yujizi sighed, beginning to feel some pity for Selina, or perhaps she was pitying her former self. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from deep within the bathing space, and the ground began to tremble, the pool water surging. Yujizi frowned and looked at the already near-death Selina. Selina laughed loudly, her mouth wide open, but there was no sound of laughter. This is my backup plan. If I can't kill you on the spot, I'll blow this place up. Selina used her last breath to say, You better escape. Otherwise, you'll be buried with me. Haha. By the end, Selina had fallen into a state of madness just before death. Yujizi wanted to ask more, but was pulled away by Qiyu. Genius, are you still trapped in the illusion? If you don't leave now, are you waiting to be buried alive with her? Qiyu, holding the still unconscious LinWei, rushed ahead like a whirlwind. The Major and Chung Dalong followed closely behind. At the last moment before Yujizi left the underground space of the bathing area, she still glanced back at Selina. Selina was already dead. She stared with hollow eyes, her face turned towards the direction Yujizi had left. It seemed she was watching Yujizi until her last breath. Yujizi inexplicably shivered and no longer looked at her, turning around and quickly leaving the underground space. As the five of them just escaped the door of the House of Sulphur, a thunderous sound of collapse echoed from inside. Soon, the door and the entire building bizarrely collapsed inward. The bodies of Selina and the puppeteer Jeldy were buried in a space dozens of meters underground. LinWei was awakened by a loud noise, and the Weekim was astonished by the scene before him. This was no ordinary explosion. It seemed to have the attribute of a collapsing space. Yujizi felt a lingering fear. Originally, she wasn't afraid of ordinary explosions because the UT force field could protect her. The five of them were eager to escape and had no time to grab their clothes. The girls were only wrapped in towels, and the boys were only in their shorts, looking disheveled and dirty as they made their way back. It was already late afternoon, and the sunlight had lost its brilliance, with a hint of chill in the woods. When they arrived at the place where Chung Dalong had parked, they were surprised to find that Rabbit had reappeared there. Yujizi was very curious and, after a brief contemplation, suddenly disappeared from her spot. In the next moment, she silently appeared next to the Rabbit. She grabbed the Rabbit and twisted it with her hands, breaking it into two pieces. Everyone was astonished, especially Chung Dalong, who exclaimed, Why did you kill an innocent rabbit? It's so cute. Yujizi sneered, You actually died at my hands too. Huh? Chung Dalong was confused. Yujizi didn't bother explaining and directly threw the two pieces of the rabbit in front of him. Shiza squatted down and examined the rabbit's remains. This is a puppet rabbit. Qiyu slapped her forehead, realizing, oh, this is also a prop made by that puppeteer, intended to lure us to this sulfur house. Why go to such lengths to build a bathhouse here to ambush us? LinWei was puzzled. Yujizi replied softly. Selina's sister was once a magician on the mother planet but died in a lava flow from a volcanic eruption. Selina has aspired to take her sister's place since she was young, which is why she chose this place for the duel. Oh, then I guess the tall puppet next to Selina at the beginning was modeled after her sister's appearance, right? Qiyu seemed to appreciate her own cleverness and continued to ask, Yujizi, how did you know this? I saw it in Selina's consciousness space. After Yujizi said this, she did not explain further. She had a faint sense of familiarity with that tall female puppet from the start. And it wasn't until she entered Selina's consciousness space that she remembered it was an old acquaintance from her mother planet. However, she was unwilling to elaborate on the past. Yujizi opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Let's go. The killers from Janinu are not just these few. We need to be on guard. The others got into the car one after another. But Chung Dalong still stood in place, not moving. His expression was complex, filled with worry, confusion, and even a hint of anger. Chung Dalong has already learned all our secrets. What should we do? Qiyu asked. Kill him. A cold light flashed in Yujizi's eyes. No way. Dalong is my friend. Qiyu and LinWei both opposed in unison. Yujizi looked awkward. You really have no sense of humor. It makes me look like a cold-blooded person. Shuza displayed her wrist. Then let's just erase his memory. Wait, let me talk to him first. I might have gone too far before. LinWei said, enduring the pain in his body as he wanted to get out of the car. Qiyu grabbed him. You're injured. Let me handle it. Under the gaze of the three, Qiyu got out of the car and walked over to Chung Dalong, whispering to him. At first, Chung Dalong looked serious, but soon his expression relaxed, and eventually, he was even excited, completely back to normal. Chung Dalong jumped into the driver's seat and started the car without another word. Shuza pinched Qiyu beside her. What did you tell him? Qiyu smiled and said nothing. Shuza thought, could it be that single-celled organisms have a common language? When the five returned to the city, it was already dark. They took advantage of the night to sneak back to LinWei's house. Everyone was injured, but the conditions varied. Chung Dalong only had some superficial wounds. Yujizi and Qiyu both had strong self-healing abilities and did not need extra treatment. Shuza had been accidentally injured by Yujizi in the chest, but it didn't touch any core components, and with Yujizi's help, she quickly repaired her damaged body. Among the five, LinWei was actually the most seriously injured, with 2 broken ribs, a lacerated eye, and a heavily injured knee, looking as if he'd been brutally beaten by a heavyweight boxer. The 3 girls pressed LinWei down on the bed, starting to discuss treatment plans in a flurry of voices. LinWei felt like a frog in a lab waiting to be dissected, helplessly accepting treatment. Chung Dalong watched LinWei's uncomfortable expression, itching to replace him on the bed. You brat, you don't know how to appreciate your blessings. After using her X-ray vision, Shuza suggested surgery, just like she had done for Qiyu before. LinWei asked, is there anesthesia? Yujizi revealed a playful smile. You can also do without anesthesia. I can set up a small psychedelic space. Once your consciousness enters, your body won't feel any pain. LinWei secretly glanced at Qiyu, blushing as he asked Yujizi, can I choose the content of the space freely? Yes. You just need to tell me what virtual scene you want. LinWei quietly whispered his request into Yujizi's ear. After listening, Yujizi glanced at Qiyu and Shuza and couldn't help but push LinWei. You really know how to have fun. LinWei grinned. Be gentle. You said it was virtual. Qiyu patted LinWei's head. LinWei, what content did you let Yujizi create? Also, why are you blushing? LinWei scratched his head, not answering. Shuza tugged at Qiyu. Just don't ask. It definitely won't be anything healthy. After saying that, both girls made disdainful gestures and expressions towards LinWei. After lying back down, Yujizi extended her delicate finger and pointed it at LinWei's forehead. LinWei's body trembled slightly, and then his eyes became hollow, as if his soul had been instantly drained. Hurry up with the surgery. After saying this to Shuza, Yujizi slowly closed her eyes. LinWei and Yujizi sat like old monks meditating, no longer moving. Shuza raised her right hand and extended her index finger. A blinding light shone from her fingertip. At the same time, Shuza's eyes emitted light, illuminating LinWei like a shadowless lamp. She was very curious. The last time she had surgery, she was in a coma and naturally hadn't seen Shuza perform this trick. Chung Dalong was shocked. He finally understood that this Shuza was actually a robot. Qiyu gestured towards LinWei's ribs. Are you just going to cut it open like this? Shuza nodded. That's how I performed your surgery last time. Qiyu touched her own belly and fell silent. Shuza held up her finger laser scalpel and slowly cut open LinWei's skin. Chung Dalong was cowardly. As soon as Shuza's finger touched LinWei's body, he turned his head away and couldn't bear to look. It was also his fault for having too strong an imagination. Directly picturing himself being opened up by Shuza, he only heard Qiyu and Shuza talking behind him. Qiyu, what is this white thing behind the ribs? Shuza, alveoli. Qiyu, why are there 2 ribs here? Shuza, they are broken. I need to connect them. Qiyu, wow. Shuza, your middle finger is also smoking. Wow, impressive. The light coming from middle finger actually has a welding effect. Major, what do you mean by welding? If it really were welding, LinWei would be turned to ash. Oh, Major, hey, don't touch me. LinWei's ribs are not healing well. If this goes on, he won't have the strength to hold you in the future. You're so annoying. 10 minutes later, someone patted Chung Dalong on the back. The surgery is done. It was Qiyu's voice. Chung Dalong slowly turned around, and LinWei was already covered with a clean sheet. Major and Qiyu stood beside him, looking very clean. Finished? This is completely different from the bloody scene Chung Dalong had imagined. The light in the Major's eyes gradually dimmed, eventually returning to normal. Yujizi also opened her eyes. She was still a bit unconvinced, and she gently elbowed Yujizi. What exactly did LinWei ask you for? It's a secret. It's better if you don't know. Knowing it will just be a worry. Yujizi suddenly leaned closer to Qiyu and whispered, I can only tell you one thing. Your boyfriend's brother is a bit perverted. Haha. Qiyu snorted. He is not my boyfriend. That may be true, but her whole face was already flushed. Chung Dalong awkwardly stood next to the three girls, feeling he shouldn't be there. He had already peered into these ladies' secrets, and it was obviously not a good thing. Chung Dalong. Yujizi suddenly called his name. You, elder sister, what can I do for you? For some reason, Chung Dalong was very afraid of Yujizi. He shivered and quickly tried to please her. Who's your elder sister? Neither Qiyu nor I are from Earth, and the major is a biomechanical person. Now, you know all three of our secrets. What do you think we should do? You, don't worry. Chung Dalong won't say anything. I promise. Chung Dalong quickly raised 3 fingers, looking like he was about to swear. Hee, a man's words are a deceiving ghost. Yujizi's tail suddenly extended, the tip pressing directly against Chung Dalong's chest. Chung Dalong had seen her kill enemies with her tail before, and now that she was pressing it against him, he thought she was going to kill him to silence him. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Lady Yu, Queen Yu, please don't kill me. I will never betray you. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die. Chung Dalong hugged Yujizi's calf and shouted for mercy. Yujizi was momentarily speechless, her tail wrapped around his neck a few times before slowly retracting. Oh, get up. We were just joking with you. Look how scared you are. It's really no fun. You're LinWei's friend. We won't do anything to you. However, if you dare to say a word to anyone else, I will turn you into a puppet. Qiyu spoke up. Dalong, don't be afraid. Yujizi was just joking with you. You once stood up for me, so I consider you a friend, but you must never betray your friends. Chung Dalong nodded vigorously, swearing several oaths to the 3 girls, and only then did they let him go. Although he felt a slight sense of life danger after this incident, Chung Dalong had completely become familiar with the 3 girls, and the 3 girls no longer guarded against him, fully dropping their disguises. Surrounded by beautiful women, Chung Dalong felt a mix of emotions. Is this luck or misfortune? LinWei woke up, and it was already Sunday morning. The early morning light shone softly, and the surrounding world was quiet and beautiful. LinWei didn't want to move. He was afraid that any movement would ruin this brief tranquility. Suddenly, his stomach growled. It seemed he had woken up from hunger. He touched his ribs. Although it still hurt a bit, it was no longer serious, and he couldn't help but marvel at the major's medical skills. He also touched the corner of his eye, and the cracked wound was gone, apparently sewn up by the major as well. He looked around and found Qiyu drooling, lying at his feet and sleeping soundly. LinWei felt warm inside. It seemed Qiyu had been guarding him all along. Ever since Qiyu came to stay at his place, LinWei hadn't slept in his own bed again. Now, he was experiencing that long-lost feeling once more. LinWei wanted to sit up, but his back wouldn't cooperate. After some struggling, he accidentally woke Qiyu. Qiyu groggily glanced at him before falling back into a deep sleep. LinWei quietly got out of bed, holding his ribs, and left the bedroom. Just as he reached the living room, he was startled. He saw Yujizi with her eyes closed, arms crossed, hanging upside down from the ceiling with her tail, looking like a giant bat. The major stood straight in the corner, her eyes wide open, seemingly in standby mode. LinWei thought, if a thief broke into the house, this thief would probably be scared to death. These 2 resting styles are a bit too terrifying. Seeing that Chung Dalong was not in the living room, LinWei thought that the guy must have gone home. As a moving object entered the living room, the major returned from standby to normal mode. She glanced at LinWei. How does your rib feel? LinWei gave her a thumbs up. It doesn't hurt anymore. Major, your medical skills are superb. Like Hua Tuo reincarnated. Yujizi also woke up. She didn't come down immediately, swinging in the air with her tail. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, flipped over, and gracefully landed. Major, based on yesterday's situation, we have been exposed. I think we should set up a illusion array around the house. Once there is an enemy intrusion, their consciousness will be captured by my illusion space, giving us time to prepare for battle. What the hell is a illusion array? LinWei asked. Force Field Hypercube Space. Yujizi said. I figured out the method to combine the 2 during yesterday's battle. LinWei didn't quite understand, but felt it was impressive and gave a thumbs up. Yujizi ignored LinWei's compliment and looked at the major. Darling, I need your help to complete this illusion array. Your brain can work without interference from the Selina illusion array. I want to know how your program design achieves this. The major nodded. Qiyu yawned as she walked out of the bedroom. What are you all discussing so early? You woke me up. The three of them rolled their eyes at her in unison. It's all because of you. Qiyu rubbed her stomach. I'm so hungry. It's time for breakfast. Since LinWei is still recovering from his injuries, I'll make breakfast this time. The major showed no reaction, while the other two quickly waved their hands. Let us just order takeout together. Qiyu said, that works too. I want to eat the steamed dumplings, molten buns, beef pan-fried buns, and fluffy noodles we had last week. LinWei, you really covered all the bases. You've got both northern and southern breakfasts. Although he was inwardly complaining, LinWei naturally agreed unconditionally to Qiyu's small request. He took out his phone and looked at Yujizi. I'll just have a bowl of snail noodles. Yujizi has a strong taste and likes spicy food. LinWei ordered himself a bowl of wonton noodles. He ordered different takeouts from 5 different restaurants. After breakfast, LinWei continued to lie down and rest. Yujizi and the major began setting up the UT illusion array. They squatted among a pile of instruments, starting their scientific work. Ever since Qiyu began to slowly recover her superpowers, she had resumed her unbroken martial arts training every day. Splits, high kicks, punching combos. LinWei listened to Qiyu's shouts from the backyard and slowly drifted back into dreamland. Qiyu practiced a set of punches, her body slightly sweating. She looked at her clenched fists and felt that she was slowly recovering. After yesterday's fierce battle, Qiyu felt that she had regained about 50% of her combat power. Although this was still far from her peak, the optimistic Qiyu was already very satisfied. Good things take time. Lost in thought, the sky suddenly darkened. Seeing the surroundings turn black, Qiyu looked up and found that the sunlight had been blocked by dark clouds. Is it going to rain? As Qiyu continued to stare at the sky, a fierce wind began to blow around her. She stood against the wind, feeling the endless changes around her. She remembered a cultivation lesson she had learned called impermanence, killing control, which aimed to enhance one's cultivation through communication with nature. A gust of wind brushed past Qiyu's face, causing her to instinctively squint. When she opened her eyes again, a woman appeared before her. Upon seeing her, Qiyu was startled and stepped back repeatedly. Qiyu, so you were hiding here to slack off. The woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, bore a resemblance to Qiyu. But her face was slightly thinner and her expression was exceptionally cold, giving off an aura of keep your distance. She was half a head taller than Qiyu, with a more voluptuous and athletic figure, clearly a stunning beauty with a top-notch physique. Sister, Qiyu stammered. How did you know I was here? How can you ask that? You disappeared after fighting with Jinnu, so I naturally went looking for you, thinking you might have fallen. Now that you're fine, why haven't you come back? You're still so thoughtless. The woman's brows were furrowed, and her tone was very stern. Qiyu pouted and said in a spoiled tone, Sister, you're wronging me. I really got hurt. I can't go home. Oh, is that so? Before the woman even finished her sentence, she vanished from Qiyu's sight. Almost simultaneously, Qiyu felt a grip on her wrist. The woman had reappeared beside her like a ghost. Her speed was lightning fast, and Qiyu didn't even notice it. A few seconds later, the woman showed a concerned expression. Qiyu, your cultivation has regressed too much. Are you telling me you can't even dodge my strike now? Qiyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Sister, I told you I was hurt. It's you who doesn't believe me. The woman extended her hand and pressed it against Qiyu's chest. After a moment, she slowly withdrew her hand and sighed. Your supernatural power is less than half of what it used to be. Sigh, you're naturally lazy. Who knows when you'll recover to your previous level? The woman frowned, supporting her forehead, sounding very helpless. Qiyu's expression darkened. Hey, what do you mean I'm naturally lazy? Sister, has your emotional intelligence always been this low? Sister, why don't you go back first? Once I've fully recovered, I'll come find you. Qiyu cautiously suggested. The woman didn't answer Qiyu directly. Instead, she began to observe the surroundings. Do you know who lives here? Have you considered that they might take you in for ulterior motives since you don't know them at all? Qiyu hurriedly defended herself. Sister, don't always think the worst of others. Human hearts are hard to fathom. Our ancient martial arts clan has fallen to this state because we trusted others too much. But LinWei has been very good to me and takes care of me. LinWei? That's a man's name. What? You're living with a man? The woman had a look of disbelief. Qiyu, you've fallen. How can a martial cultivator get so close to someone of the opposite sex, especially a stranger? This won't help your cultivation at all. It will only hinder you. Qiyu muttered softly. It's not that exaggerated. Come on, now follow me back to your own world. The woman reached out her hand again. This time, Qiyu was prepared. She used a teleportation move, and the woman's grasp missed. Sister, I'm already an adult. You can't treat me like a child anymore. Whether I leave or not is my own decision. Right now, I don't want to leave here, Qiyu said firmly. The woman was somewhat angry. Is that pretty boy more important than your sister? Qiyu's face flushed. What pretty boy? It's not like I'm keeping him. Seeing her silent, the woman spoke again. Then I'll have to kill this LinWei before you'll agree to come back with me. Qiyu was shocked. You can't lay a hand on LinWei. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Qiyu suddenly fell silent. Her gaze flickered as she stared intently at the woman before her. After a moment of eye contact, Qiyu spoke again. You're not my sister. My sister may be strict with me, but she would never harm a stranger, nor would she kill the innocent. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my sister? Qiyu's tone suddenly turned cold. Once she determined the other party was not her family or friend, they became an enemy. Qiyu immediately revealed her cold side. The woman's face was filled with anger. Qiyu, you're getting more and more reckless. You dare to confront me. It seems I need to teach you a lesson, or you'll forget how to speak to your sister properly. Talking like that, you're becoming less and less like my sister. Qiyu finally stopped holding back. Daring to impersonate my family, you're asking for death. Qiyu raised her fists, taking a fighting stance. With a cold snort, the woman struck. She unleashed a straight punch, the wind from her fist fierce and directly targeting Qiyu's heart. Qiyu's body instinctively reacted, forming a cross block. The two immense forces collided. The woman remained unmoved, but Qiyu staggered back several steps. Just as she managed to steady herself, the woman followed up with another straight punch. Qiyu sidestepped, but the woman suddenly changed her straight punch into an elbow strike. Qiyu had no way to avoid it, and took the hit directly to her chest. Though the elbow strike was not as powerful as the straight punch, it still made Qiyu stagger. She retreated several steps to create distance again. Ouch! Qiyu bent over, rubbing her chest. The world's martial arts are all about speed. Qiyu had been undefeated in countless battles, relying on her unbeatable speed and terrifying strength. However, the woman before her was even faster, causing Qiyu's advantage to instantly turn into a disadvantage. I'm so disappointed. What have you been doing these past 2 months? The sister shook her head, mocking her. None of your business. Qiyu gritted her teeth and lunged at her sister. In midair, Qiyu threw a punch, the wind from her fist swirling as it aimed straight for the woman's face. The woman didn't T-dodge at all. Instead, she quickly raised her leg and aimed a kick at Qiyu. Her attack was faster than Qiyu's, landing squarely in Qiyu's abdomen. This time, the kick was powerful and heavy, directly sending Qiyu flying. With a scream, Qiyu's body flew like a human cannonball, crashing through the outer wall of LinWei's house, creating a large hole, and she fell inside. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire house collapsed. Qiyu crawled out of the rubble, covered in dust. The woman stood in the middle of the yard, having already captured LinWei. Qiyu, is it because of this useless person that you refuse to leave? The woman gripped LinWei's neck with one hand and pressed her other hand against his forehead. Please don't hurt him. When Qiyu saw LinWei being captured, her heart suddenly became chaotic. The so-called concern leads to confusion. Her original sharp, killing intent deflated by half in an instant. The woman had a look of disdain, as if she couldn't understand and was angry at Qiyu for giving in so easily for such an ordinary man. She ignored Qiyu's pleas, raised her hand, and was about to strike LinWei with lethal force. No! Qiyu exclaimed loudly, but it seemed too late. Use stop. Suddenly, the voice of the lieutenant colonel reached Qiyu's ears. The voice wasn't loud, but it was urgent. As the sound entered her ears, Qiyu felt her mind clear up immediately. The scene before her blurred, and everything changed. There was no gloomy weather, no collapsed buildings, and certainly no sister or the man waiting to be slaughtered, LinWei. Qiyu found herself still standing under bright sunlight, with a gentle breeze brushing her face, but tears were streaming down her face, and her throat felt hoarse and dry. What just happened? Was I dreaming? Why was this dream so real? Qiyu felt as if she had returned from the dead, overwhelmed by the terrifyingly real sensation of LinWei almost dying before her eyes. Eustace and the lieutenant colonel stood a few meters away from Qiyu. Eustace looked triumphant, while the lieutenant colonel showed a hint of concern. Qiyu steadied her mind, realizing that this dream of hers was definitely related to Eustace. What are you two doing? Qiyu asked. The UT illusion array was a great success, Eustace said excitedly, dancing around. You two are using me as a lab rat for experiments? Qiyu was genuinely a bit angry this time. Eustace wagged her tail. Don't be mad, dear. I'm doing this for everyone's safety. If the UT illusion array can temporarily trap even you, then the first line of defense is secure. The lieutenant colonel said, Qiyu, I have discovered that LinWei has become a weakness for you, and this weakness could be fatal in the future. Qiyu sighed. What should I do then? Yusis made a gesture of cutting her throat. Qiyu glared at her. Yusis, this is the last time. If you say anything like that again, I will really fall out with you. Yusis placed her hand on her chest. I'm so scared. How will you punish me? I will never take a bath with you again. Qiyu held back for a long time before finally saying this. The moment she spoke, both of them blushed. The lieutenant colonel, seeing that neither of them was speaking, stepped in to ease the tension. Qiyu, I just heard you call out sister. Did you see your sister? Qiyu nodded. Yes. I have an older sister. In the evening, the four of them gathered around a table for dinner. With the help of three beautiful women, LinWei prepared dinner. LinWei had a talent for cooking. He could often replicate a dish after seeing it once, and his ingredient combinations were quite impressive. So he referred to himself as a little chef of Chinese cuisine. In the center of the table was a huge bowl, divided into a 9-grid pattern using a barrier LinWei bought. Each compartment contained a different ingredient or a combination of ingredients. LinWei didn't like going to supermarkets or markets, so all the household supplies were purchased online, including groceries. At first glance, this pot of food resembled a northeastern stew. But in reality, each dish was independent, with flavors and colors influencing each other, much like a southern-style family feast. However, the cooking styles and regional characteristics varied greatly, giving an almost national cuisine feel. Qiyu was open to all cuisines and very eager to try new things, so LinWei's mixed style suited her palate perfectly. The two of them had a surprisingly harmonious relationship regarding food. LinWei poured each person a glass of his homemade plum wine. Taking a small sip, it was green, sour, and sweet, perfect for opening the appetite before a meal. Even the picky users praised the plum wine for being delicious. Every time the lieutenant colonel took a small bite of food, he appeared to freeze momentarily. Yusis sampled each dish lightly, but she took a few extra pieces of the salt-grilled beef. Naturally, Qiyu was the main force in cleaning the plates, enjoying her meal heartily, gradually settling into her usual domineering posture. As a chef, it was a joyful thing to see others finish his food, especially with an enthusiastic eater like Qiyu. Though LinWei didn't eat much himself, he felt very pleased. Qiyu, what is your sister's name? As the meal approached its end, Yusis casually asked. Qiyu never talked about her past, or whether she had family back on Earth. This time, Yusis and the lieutenant colonel unexpectedly discovered some secrets she never discussed. Qiyu had a sister, and she seemed a bit afraid of her. Qiyu finished her last bowl of soup, savoring the taste as she looked at the three, who were waiting for her response. She slightly organized her thoughts. My sister's name is Qiling. She is 10 years older than me. It was LinWei's first time hearing Qiyu talk about herself, and he couldn't help but perk up his ears. My parents went missing when I was very young, and I was raised by my sister. According to her, our family belongs to an ancient martial arts clan, naturally possessing supernatural abilities. Ancient martial arts clan? Yusis seemed very interested in this name. I actually have no interest in cultivation, but my sister said my talent far exceeds hers. So she has subjected me to very strict training since I was a child. As Qiyu spoke, she suddenly sighed, as if recalling past memories. LinWei understood that Qiyu was not a delicate girl. The strict training she mentioned was definitely akin to hellish or devilish levels. You must have been very afraid of your sister. Yusis probed further. LinWei suddenly felt that Yusis had a knack for being a talk show host, feigning seriousness, pacing the conversation, and skillfully prying into people's privacy. Of course, LinWei was more interested in Qiyu's past, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. I used to be very afraid of her. Now I respect her. She carries the responsibilities of our family, while I go with the flow and have no interest in these matters, so she has had a hard life. At this point, Qiyu paused slightly. LinWei noticed her eyes were moist. A sister like a mother, one who loved her yet was strict. It was clear that their relationship was not purely that of siblings, but also had a mother-daughter quality, as Qiyu had lacked maternal love since childhood, and her sister filled that void. LinWei suddenly felt a sense of crisis, a deep sense of loss. He finally realized that one day, Qiyu would return, back to her own world. Her life here, with him, was merely an extended holiday. With this thought, a wave of unspeakable melancholy surged within LinWei. He poured himself a large glass of wine and downed it in one go. As the wine entered his sorrowful heart, LinWei's face turned red instantly. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy, and for a moment, none of the four spoke. Yusis noticed LinWei's actions and understood what he was thinking. She had originally intended to continue asking questions, but the words caught in her throat. The lieutenant colonel noticed LinWei's blood pressure and heartbeat were very unstable, fluctuating rapidly. indicating he was experiencing significant inner turmoil, but was holding it back. Although Qiyu usually acted carefree and wasn't particularly perceptive, she sensed something was off about LinWei's behavior. But what could she guarantee? If her sister really appeared before her, what would she do? Even if she was reluctant to leave this place, she would ultimately have to go. She didn't belong here, nor did she belong to anyone here. Dinner finally ended in a quiet atmosphere. The wind picked up in the evening, and the sound of rustling leaves surrounded them. LinWei stood in the backyard, gazing at the starry sky, feeling a sense of surreal detachment. If Qiyu came to his side in such a night, how would she leave? Suddenly, someone hugged him from behind. LinWei's heart contracted violently as he smelled the familiar fragrance of someone he knew. Qiyu was hugging LinWei from behind. Time seemed to stand still for LinWei. He could only feel his heartbeat and the warmth from behind. LinWei, I must be a very selfish person, Qiyu whispered as she leaned against his back. I enjoy the kindness others show me, yet I always think it's a given. I'm really a willful person. LinWei grasped Qiyu's hand. No, it's I who is too greedy. I thought this life would last forever. Now I understand that it will eventually come to an end. After LinWei said this, he felt Qiyu shivering slightly behind him. He turned around and pulled Qiyu into his embrace. Please don't go. Please don't leave me. LinWei looked at her, struggling for a long time before finally voicing his true feelings. I am the selfish one. I might pretend to be nonchalant watching you leave, but I can't deceive my true feelings. If you leave, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I don't want to leave you. I like you, Qiyu, LinWei confessed. The thin paper of the window was finally pierced through. Qiyu's face flushed, but she did not respond. Although the two had mutual feelings, hearing LinWei say it directly made Qiyu feel very shy. Having spent years training with her sister, she rarely interacted with the opposite sex. A boy she liked was hugging her and saying he liked her, which made Qiyu's mind go blank, just like any ordinary girl would feel. Seeing that Qiyu took a long time to respond, LinWei thought she had not accepted him, and his mood instantly plummeted, feeling as if he had fallen into the depths of despair. A look of despair appeared on LinWei's face. Qiyu saw LinWei's silly expression and couldn't help but laugh. You're so silly. Qiyu gazed at the boy in front of her, her eyes sparkling. I like you too, LinWei. Qiyu leaned her head against LinWei's chest, gently responding. Thump, thump, thump. LinWei's heart raced violently again. Qiyu felt LinWei's heart pounding like a drum and felt particularly secure inside. The two embraced like this, without speaking. The midsummer night breeze gently blew, dispersing the heat and unraveling their tangled feelings. LinWei, when will you kiss me? After a while, Qiyu suddenly raised her head and asked. Huh? LinWei was dumbfounded. It was the first time the girl he liked had taken the initiative to ask for a kiss, and he was instantly petrified. Seeing him in a daze again, Qiyu playfully hooked her arm around his neck and whispered in his ear. LinWei, you secretly kissed me before, didn't you? LinWei was embarrassed. You dared to kiss me without my consent. Do you know what the consequences would be? Qiyu tightened her fist, making a sound as her bones rubbed together. That day was an accident. LinWei faced the threat of death, filled with a strong survival instinct. An accidental kiss lasted for 10 minutes? LinWei was startled. How did you know? It's the little robot. Qiyu laughed again. Haha, you finally admitted it. Huh? LinWei was completely confused. LinWei, you really are a fool. Before she finished speaking, Qiyu's soft lips were already pressed against LinWei's. His ears buzzed, blood pressure surged, his heart raced, and his mind went blank. LinWei felt like he was going to die. LinWei completely fell under her spell, the world around them fading away, leaving only the two of them. So mushy. So mushy. It's unbearable. Are these two experiencing love for the first time? Yujizi, who was secretly watching from the corner, complained. Tonight, she had consumed a large bowl of dog food and was already full. The little robot, who was observing silently, spoke seriously. Both of their dopamine levels have reached the maximum. This situation is suitable for pregnancy. Oh my, little robot, please don't ruin the romantic atmosphere. Yujizi had not experienced emotional fluctuations for a long time since leaving her home planet. Watching others fall in love today made her feel a bit fluttery inside. Watching these two rookies in love was a feeling hard to describe. I want to fall in love too, Yujizi said resentfully. Then go wash up and sleep. You'll dream of everything. The little robot glanced at her and added a sharp remark. Little robot, do you believe I can dismantle you right now? I believe. But you won't. Lin, brother. Chung Dalong looked at the man in front of him, shocked. You look so. What's wrong with me? LinWei touched his face. You look radiant today. And that sassy little step, that proud little gaze. Did you win the lottery? Or what did you take the wrong medicine? You're the one who took the wrong medicine. LinWei raised his hand to hit him, but Cheng Dalong dodged with a cat-like motion. Ever since experiencing the bathhouse incident with LinWei the day before yesterday, Cheng Dalong's worldview had been completely refreshed. The world was vast, and his knowledge was too limited. Once a person's mindset matures, their entire demeanor changes. After going through life-and-death challenges, Cheng Dalong had shed some of his lewdness and gained more manly openness. Of course, his relationship with LinWei had also grown closer. He now believed that he and Qiyu, along with LinWei, were all part of the same circle. People are in good spirits when they have good news. LinWei had successfully confessed the night before, and his mood was high. Jiang Linglong, good morning. LinWei sat down and naturally greeted Jiang Linglong, who was at the desk opposite him. Jiang Linglong looked at the beaming LinWei, feeling a mix of emotions. She had a delicate heart and had been secretly in love with LinWei for a long time. After observing for so long, she had naturally come to understand the emotions represented by LinWei's daily reactions. Since the day Qiyu appeared, LinWei seemed to have become a different person. Previously, he was not good with words, disliked socializing, and lived life listlessly. But now, LinWei was like he had been injected with enthusiasm, full of energy and high spirits every day. Today, LinWei's excitement level was 5 stars. It seemed Qiyu, that charming girl, had used some means on him last night. Qiyu was truly a green tea. She had LinWei bewitched. Sigh, LinWei, when will you see through Qiyu's true nature and truly recognize my good qualities? Jiang Linglong felt increasingly upset. Plus, today was the time of the month for her, leaving her feeling weak, with a sore throat and a more painful stomach, adding another layer of frustration to her heart. LinWei, you had a good thing happen last night. Look at how happy you are. As soon as Jiang Linglong said this, she was startled by her own words. Her voice was hoarse, and her tone sounded sarcastic, like a woman going through a rough patch in life. LinWei furrowed his brows upon hearing this, but the expression quickly faded, and he returned to normal. He politely smiled at Jiang Linglong and said with concern, Linglong, I see you don't look well. Your voice is hoarse. You should drink more hot water and take care of yourself. The speaker might have been unintentional, but the listener had their own thoughts. This remark struck Jiang Linglong differently. Her face flushed red, and she stopped talking, but her gaze at LinWei became even more resentful. Cheng Dalong felt secretly pleased when he saw Jiang Linglong in trouble. Just as he was about to mock her a few more times, suddenly, someone walked out of Wang Lin's office. Cheng Dalong had to swallow his words and sit back down. The person who walked out was actually Nangong Wuji, followed closely by Wang Lin. Contrary to everyone's expectations, both of them wore cheerful expressions, as if they were long-lost friends reuniting, full of unspoken politeness and enthusiasm. What's going on today? Everyone seems so cheerful, Cheng Dalong muttered to himself, confused. Unlike his usual unruly demeanor, Nangong Wuji was dressed in a suit today. His hair neatly combed, presenting himself like a gentleman, full of grace. What surprised everyone even more was that Nangong Wuji was not only gentle with Wang Lin, but also courteous to others, resembling a well-mannered rich young man. Hey, did Nangong Wuji take the wrong medicine today? Seeing Wang Lin escort Nangong Wuji to the door, Cheng Dalong leaned closer to LinWei and whispered. LinWei remained non-committal. Given Nangong Wuji's previous attempts to woo Qiyu, LinWei dared not let his guard down. Wang Lin returned to the office hall and suddenly looked at LinWei. LinWei, come here for a moment. LinWei thought, I wonder what trick Nangong Wuji is up to this time. Have a seat. Wang Lin closed the door and kindly invited LinWei to sit down. LinWei felt somewhat uneasy, as he could still smell the lingering scent of men's cologne in the air, reminding him of the annoying Nangong Wuji. Still so formal with your senior? Wang Lin patted LinWei's shoulder, signaling him to sit down quickly. Wang Lin was dressed somewhat sexily today, wearing a low-cut top under her black suit, with a V-neck lace trim that hinted at her curves, making it even harder for LinWei, who usually avoided looking directly at her, to know where to direct his gaze. LinWei, first take a look at your salary card balance, Wang Lin said with a smile. LinWei opened his phone and saw several new messages. 200,000. LinWei couldn't believe his eyes. That's just half. Wang Lin naturally sat down beside him. This is the reward you all deserve. LinWei nodded. The sales of Valkyrie were extremely strong, far exceeding expectations, and the surrounding merchandise had also become hot commodities. Of course, I can't say it's all thanks to Qiyu. After all, this is a team effort, not an individual one, but it's undeniable that Qiyu's presence has elevated this mobile game to another level. Wang Lin adjusted her posture and continued. Nangong Group, is very satisfied with this. They have decided to deepen cooperation with us, and I have also received other projects from them. I have to admit, Qiyu is truly my lucky star. Wang Lin pointed to a stack of project proposals on her desk. LinWei, please thank Qiyu for me. Also, could you ask her if she would be willing to sign a contract with our company? I mentioned it once before, but she didn't respond. Oh, okay. So, is Nangong Wuji here this time too? LinWei asked. Oh, I was just about to mention that. Nangong Wuji came personally this time, partly to discuss project cooperation and partly because he said that this time the Valkyrie's performance was outstanding and his grandfather is very pleased. He wants to invite us to their seaside villa for a few days, and we might even go out to sea, Wang Lin said with a smile. LinWei frowned upon hearing this. What tricks is that brat up to again? Isn't he done playing? Seeing LinWei's puzzled expression, Wang Lin knew what he was worried about. She stood up, poured a drink for LinWei, and handed it to him. LinWei was surprised that the boss personally poured him a drink and quickly accepted it with both hands. I know what you're thinking. Nangong Wuji is here to apologize to me this time. He expressed his regret for splashing water on Qiyu because of Qiyu, and he also sincerely apologized for his previous reckless and insincere motives. He admitted that he was indeed interested in Qiyu and wanted to use some inappropriate means to win her over. As Wang Lin spoke, she couldn't help but squint her eyes, revealing a meaningful expression. Now, Nangong Wuji seems like a different person, speaking elegantly and courteously, completely shedding his previous reckless demeanor. Today, he is like a well-educated young master. LinWei scoffed, just pretending. I think he has ulterior motives. Wang Lin replied. Nangong Wuji repeatedly emphasized that this event is an invitation from his grandfather, and he will also be attending. I'm a bit skeptical of Nangong Wuji, but I absolutely trust his grandfather. With his grandfather present, that kid wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Wang Lin added, I suspect Nangong Wuji's change might be related to his grandfather. Perhaps he has been restrained by him, which is why he has turned out like this. Wang Lin earnestly persuaded LinWei to accept the Nangong family's invitation, as without Qiyu, Nangong Wuji would also lose face. Now that she was deepening cooperation with Nangong Group, she couldn't offend these wealthy backers. Although LinWei didn't believe that anyone could change so drastically in such a short time, especially someone like Nangong Wuji who was full of tricks, he couldn't refuse his boss's earnest request. Fortunately, Qi was able to recover nearly half of her strength, and Yuji's was full of combat readiness. Along with the strategist lieutenant, even if Nangong had ulterior motives, they wouldn't be afraid. Could a group of superpowered girls not outsmart a rogue from Earth? All right, I'll make sure Qiyu attends, LinWei said. Wang Lin's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. She patted LinWei's shoulder again. Junior, work hard, and your senior won't treat you unfairly. LinWei replied, Senior is indeed a capitalist, giving you money and painting big pictures. But it really smells good. As LinWei walked out of the office, Wang Lin looked at him affectionately from behind. Cheng Dalong and Jiang Linglong observed this scene with different feelings. Cheng Dalong thought, looking handsome really makes a difference. Even someone like President Wang isn't an exception. He subconsciously checked his reflection in the mirror. I look decent too. Why don't rich women or young girls notice me? Jiang Linglong noted. LinWei's excitement level is off the charts. I wonder what Wang Lin did to make him so happy. It was indeed a case of wolves in front and tigers behind for LinWei. Although they were lost in their thoughts, they didn't dare to gossip or ask, as Wang Lin was watching everyone. Once Wang Lin turned back in her office, Cheng Dalong and Jiang Linglong approached. Lin, brother, good news brings good spirits. What good news did Wang Lin give you? Cheng Dalong asked eagerly. LinWei replied calmly, Oh, Nangong Wuji invited our company to their seaside villa for a few days, and he said we could go out to sea. Really? Jiang Linglong became interested. I heard Nangong Seaside Villa is located on the coast in the East District, built against the mountains. It's a famous hillside mansion. Wow, if we can go out to sea, that would be even better. I've never been on a private yacht. Cheng Dalong looked at Jiang Linglong, who seemed starry-eyed, and snorted, Jiang Taiping, is it really that exciting? You're just riding on Qiyu's coattails. Besides, it's not certain you'll even get a spot. Since Cheng Dalong saved her last time, Jiang Linglong's attitude towards him changed significantly. She spoke to him more politely and tried to avoid conflicts when he mocked her. She knew Cheng Dalong was just being cheeky. He wasn't actually malicious and could even be described as simple-minded. Dalong, if there's no spot for me, then I won't go. However, I believe President Wang won't forget about me. After all, I was involved in many details of this project. Jiang Linglong spoke politely, with reason and decorum, making it difficult for Cheng Dalong to say anything further. He muttered, well, Everyone else can go and take a look at the lives of the wealthy. LinWei gave Chung Dalong a hard slap on the back. You are a wealthy person yourself. You don't need to experience it. This time, the invitation had limited spots, so you might as well not attend. Chung Dalong shook his head like a rattle drum. If he doesn't attend, how can he get close to Qiyu? LinWei hooked Chung Dalong with one arm and whispered in his ear, if Qiyu attends, Yusi will also go. Aren't you afraid of this female demon? As soon as Chung Dalong heard the name Yusi, his body inexplicably shuddered. He recalled how shy Yusi looked when he first met her, and now he realized it was all an act. But why did she do that? To play with me? Just for fun? Or does she actually like me? Chung Dalong's mind began to envision candles and whips. Would this bizarre female demon whip him every day and make him call her queen? Thinking of this, Chung Dalong couldn't help but shiver. LinWei saw Chung Dalong in a daze, knowing he had fallen into his own thoughts again. Perhaps. You and Yusi match in some ways. Vacation? Dinner party? Going out to sea? Yusi perked up at the thought of going out to play. That evening, LinWei returned home and shared this matter with the three girls. Others only invited Qiyu and me. I haven't even said whether to bring you along. Does Nangong Wuji know you? LinWei looked at the happiest Yusi among the three and splashed her with cold water. Huh. Yusi's exuberant expression suddenly hit the brakes, but she quickly started to act cute towards LinWei. LinWei, take me and Shozu along. I know it's very easy for you. Yusi's face showed an expectant expression, filled with affection. This female demon was really trying hard to go out and even started flirting with LinWei. Facing Yusi's fiery gaze, LinWei dared not refuse any longer. He originally intended to bring Shozu and her along. He was just joking before. He couldn't bear to leave these two lively treasures at home. They would definitely tear his house apart. I can take you along, but you have to promise not to cause trouble. The Nangong family is our benefactor. If you act up, you're ruining my meal ticket. LinWei laid down the rules. Brother LinWei, UCC, will be very well behaved. Yusi instantly transformed into a big-eyed lowly girl. LinWei, old demon, enough already. What kind of tricks is Nangong Wuji up to this time? Does he not remember his lesson and wants me to beat him up again? Qiyu was not averse to going out to play, especially with delicious food to enjoy. However, thinking that the organizer was Nangong Wuji, she also lost her appetite. Who knows what this weakling from Earth is plotting? Although he no longer poses any threat to her, since he is the benefactor of LinWei's company. Qiyu couldn't do anything to him. It was like having a little brat from next door who bothers you every day and causes trouble. It's annoying, but you can't really blow his head off. Moreover, this little brat never learns his lesson, always appearing undeterred despite repeated setbacks. I heard that the dinner party features the Nangong family's private dishes, which outsiders usually can't taste. Seeing Qiyu's lack of enthusiasm, LinWei threw out the food temptation. Huh. As soon as Qiyu heard private dishes, her eyes lit up. Sure enough, Qiyu is a simple creature. Food could easily win her over. LinWei, what did you mean when you said Nangong Wuji's personality has changed? Shozu, who seemed indifferent, spoke up. LinWei scratched his head. It's like he's a different person. The old him was like a spoiled rich kid, flamboyant and uncultured. Now he seems like a polite gentleman. Yusi rested her hands behind her head, looking disdainful. This scum thinks he can change his nature just by changing his appearance? Changing a person's inner self is not that easy. In short, it's all just an act. LinWei asked. Then what is his purpose in doing this? Yusi pointed at Qiyu. Maybe he wants to pursue Qiyu in a different way. Since the old method didn't work, he packaged himself as a gentleman. LinWei nodded. This might be the only reasonable explanation. No matter how he changes himself, the stench of scum can't be hidden. Qiyu sneered. LinWei teased. If he really changes and becomes a gentleman, would you be moved? Then I would consider it carefully. Qiyu showed a serious expression. A rich young master, wealthy, gentle, cultured, and devoted to me. How could I not consider it? Besides, Nangong Wuji is actually quite handsome. What? LinWei jumped up from the sofa. You can't be serious. What do you think? Qiyu winked at him. LinWei suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and his expression turned sour. You see, this foolish man. Seeing LinWei's expression, Qiyu knew he took it somewhat seriously and slapped him. I was just joking. Nangong Wuji and I are natural enemies. How could I like him? Besides, I already have someone I like. As Qiyu said the last part, her face unconsciously flushed. LinWei finally came to his senses and took Qiyu in his arms. Yusi and Shozu stood up in disgust from the sofa and ran away. We don't want to eat dog food. Change his appearance? Shozu kept chewing on what Yusi had inadvertently said earlier. What would happen if Nangong Wuji really changed his appearance? Changing mountains and rivers is easy, But changing one's nature is hard. If his nature really changed, would he still be himself? Was it voluntary or forced? Shozu shook her head, trying to dismiss these meaningless thoughts. The primary task now is to restore Qiyu's strength as soon as possible and get her back to Earth. The setting program in Shozu's brain reminded her of this point again. She had been on this planet for nearly 2 months, and the system prompted her to complete the task of bringing Qiyu back within 3 months, although she could choose not to execute it, because her creator did not design her to be a robot that had to obey orders. This sounds a bit contradictory. Since he created you, why can you choose not to obey? Shozu's creator believed that although he created this robot, like nature creating a new species, this new species should be able to live according to its own will, just like nature created humans. However, nature did not forcibly dictate what humans must do. Everything is lived according to human free will. These spontaneous human wills can be noble or evil, but they are all spontaneous. Ultimately, Shozu's creator viewed her as a being with a soul, rather than an emotionless machine. This is why he hoped Shozu could possess free will. In summary, Shozu has a task, but she was not implanted with a program that requires her to complete it. She can have other choices, such as not coming to find Qiyu at all or leaving midway. But the thoughts generated in Shozu's brain compel her to complete this task as soon as possible. Why is that? After nearly 2 months of observing LinWei and Qiyu, Major has come to a conclusion. Like LinWei, she may have fallen in love with her creator in her heart, which is why she feels compelled to return to his side with the mindset of completing her mission. Major has doubted her analysis, but whether it is true or not can only be confirmed when she returns to his side, which has been a lingering question troubling her. Wang Lin rang the doorbell at LinWei's place. This was her first time visiting him. Today was the day everyone was heading to the Nangua family's seaside villa for vacation. Since LinWei's home was on the way from Wang Lin's apartment to the seaside villa, she volunteered to pick him up to bring them all together. With someone driving, LinWei was naturally happy. Otherwise, it would be too ostentatious to have 3 beautiful women with him on the road. Ding dong. The door opened, and LinWei peeked out. President Wang, oh, senior sister, good morning. LinWei quickly changed his address midway. Wang Lin responded with a smile. She wore a simple black camisole on top and a white cotton long skirt below, transforming her aura from a domineering female CEO into a pastoral beauty. Wang Lin stepped inside the door and walked into the living room, where the 3 girls were sitting on the sofa, all ready to go. Today, Qiyu was dressed in a white sports outfit, wrapped up tightly to avoid revealing her impressive figure in front of Nangong Wuji. To prevent that lecher from having inappropriate thoughts, Major wore a white t-shirt paired with a plaid Lolita skirt and white knee-high socks, creating an absolute territory between the skirt and socks, looking cute and fresh. Yu Jaisai was in a black tight short-sleeve shirt and a tight light blue denim skirt, showcasing her long legs and figure that rivaled Qiyu's. Wang Lin looked at the 3 girls and found them pleasing to the eye. Her gaze swept over Qiyu and Major before finally resting on Yu Jaisai. Is she the other cousin you mentioned? Wang Lin asked with a smile in her eyes as she glanced at LinWei. Before LinWei could speak, Yu Jaisai stepped forward and cheerfully said, President Wang, hello. I'm Yu Sisi. LinWei Gij always mentions you in front of us, saying his boss is an absolute beauty. Now that I've seen you in person, I realize he wasn't lying at all. You really are a great beauty. LinWei coughed awkwardly at the side, but he couldn't stop Yu Jaisai from showering compliments. Wang Lin was amused by Yu Jaisai's antics. You look young, but how come you're so sharp-tongued? Oh, really? I thought I was already an old lady in his eyes. Yu Jaisai didn't understand what old lady meant and was momentarily at a loss for words. LinWei quickly stepped in to pull Yu Jaisai away, saying, President Wang, it's getting late. Shall we head out? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's charming face slightly darkened. Oh, Junior, do you really think of me as a driver? I haven't even had a sip of water since I came in. LinWei was flustered. Senior sister, I didn't mean that. Seeing his silly expression, Yu Jaisai squeezed past LinWei. President Wang, this is the honey water we brewed this morning. You should try it. Wang Lin smiled as she took the cup and drank it all in one go. She was indeed thirsty. Yu Jaisai's bright eyes scanned Wang Lin as she watched her drink. She was so attentive because Wang Lin was a stunning beauty and exactly her type, tall, long-legged, and with an impressive figure. After Wang Lin put down the cup, she suddenly felt someone touching the corner of her mouth. Looking down, she noticed it was Yu Jaisai stroking her face. Sisi, what are you doing? Wang Lin's face turned red. Although the other looked like a teenage girl, she felt a bit shy. President Wang, your skin is really good, even more delicate than an ordinary girl's. Yu Jaisai leaned closer to Wang Lin, her hands exploring. President Wang, How do you take care of your skin? Wang Lin, like Qiyu, was ticklish, and Yu Jaisai's teasing made her feel soft and weak. The others noticed Yu Jaisai becoming increasingly uninhibited and worried that if they let it go on, it might reveal something, so they quickly gathered around. Qiyu was on the left, Major on the right, and together they grabbed Yu Jaisai's arms and threw her back onto the sofa. Yu Jaisai struggled, but Qiyu held her head down and whispered in her ear, "If you keep this up, I'll pull your tail out from your backside and let President Wang see if you're really a lowly." Saying this, Qiyu's hand pressed on Yu Jaisai's lower back. Yu Jaisai glared fiercely at Qiyu and finally settled down. Wang Lin watched the strange behavior of the girls and felt no disgust. Instead, she found them quirky and quite adorable. She patted Yu Jaisai's head as if she were her younger sister. "Cici, we have a good connection. Let's share a room tonight. We can have a nice chat." "Okay, President Wang," Yu Jaisai exclaimed excitedly. "Don't call me President Wang anymore. From now on, I'm your Linjia." "Linjia." Yu Jaisai leaped off the sofa and directly into Wang Lin's arms. Lin Wei had a helpless expression. "President Wang, remember to take care of yourself when girls are out." Wang Lin's vehicle was a black SUV with sharp angles, and when she sat in it, it gave off a sense of a beautiful woman paired with a strong man. Lin Wei felt that girls who liked this kind of car had an inner desire to tame everything. Lin Wei sat in the passenger seat while the other three girls sat in the back. The SUV sped down the highway. The sky was cloudless, and the sun blazed down. Wang Lin wore sunglasses, her hair slightly tousled by the wind, giving off a vibe of a fierce woman. Lin Wei secretly observed Wang Lin's stunning profile and suddenly realized that his boss was truly a beauty from every angle. "Lin Wei, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Wang Lin asked, looking ahead with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Lin Wei scratched his head. No. I just think it's really cool for a girl to drive an SUV. I've been driving this car for almost 8 years. It feels like my bodyguard. Every time I get in, I feel a sense of security, like I'm no longer alone," Wang Lin said. "Do you think your senior sister is particularly strange or overly sentimental?" Lin Wei quickly shook his head. "No, you work hard to start your business. This car is a true reflection of your inner self. Strong, generous, and forward-moving." Wang Lin laughed heartily. "You sound like you're selling a car. But I like what you said. It touches my heart." As she spoke, Wang Lin took out a bottle of sunscreen from the control panel on her right and casually handed it to Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, help me apply some sunscreen on my right shoulder. The sun is hitting it just right, and it will burn after a while." Wang Lin seemed to have said it casually. Lin Wei took the sunscreen, his heart racing. This was the first time he had helped a girl apply sunscreen. He knew Wang Lin had no other intentions. She simply regarded him as a younger brother. He glanced back at the rear seat. Qiyu was leaning against Major with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Major wore an expression that said, "This has nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, Yu Jaisai looked at Lin Wei with envy, wishing she could be the one doing this. Lin Wei twisted open the cap and squeezed a little onto his fingertip. Wang Lin shrugged, indicating that this was about the area to apply. As Lin Wei's fingers made contact with Wang Lin's skin, a silky sensation rapidly spread through his fingertips. Although Wang Lin was already over 30, her skin could truly be described as delicate and flawless, not inferior to that of a blossoming girl. Lin Wei, the pure and innocent young man, felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his face turned crimson all the way to his neck. His fingers stopped in place, not daring to make the next move. Wang Lin saw him frozen and casually patted him. "Hey, Junior, what are you doing? I asked you to help me apply some sunscreen, and you're just standing there. Are you planning to stab me with your finger?" Lin Wei was snapped back to reality by her pat. He began to slowly spread the sunscreen with his fingers. Wang Lin felt a tingling sensation and shrank her arm back, complaining, "Lin Wei, have you never applied sunscreen for a girl before? Please apply it a bit faster and a bit more firmly. You're so gentle, I'm afraid it tickles." Lin Wei stammered, "I really haven't applied it for a girl before. This is my first time." Wang Lin laughed out loud. "Then I'm truly honored today. Lin Wei's first application is actually for me." Since she was his boss, Lin Wei didn't dare to retort. He could only lower his head and apply more pressure with his hand. Wang Lin nodded. "That's more like it." You need to apply here too. It all has to be even. The summer sun is scorching. You don't want to see your senior showing off one tanned arm later. Right?" In the back seat, Yu Jaisai looked displeased. Wang Lin is clearly teasing Lin Wei. She could easily apply the sunscreen with one hand. So why does she need to ask him for help? What is so good about this Lin Wei? Why do all the girls I like him? Yu Jaisai rested her chin on her hand, puzzled. As she turned her head, she noticed Qiyu's expression was as cold as ice, staring intensely at Lin Wei and Wang Lin in the front seat. Lin Wei's gaze was scattered. He didn't dare to look at Wang Lin or back. As he estimated, he could already feel Qiyu's murderous gaze. The ambiguous atmosphere didn't last long. Suddenly, Wang Lin slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. A car had forced its way into their lane, and Wang Lin hurriedly braked. They heard Wang Lin gasp, while LinWei had a completely dazed expression. It turned out that when Wang Lin hit the brakes suddenly, the sunscreen in LinWei's hand was too slippery, and his fingers slid directly down Wang Lin's shoulder to her chest. At the same time, LinWei lost his balance and grabbed onto Wang Lin's strap, pulling it down, exposing a glimpse of what was underneath. Both of them turned beet red and quickly turned away from each other. LinWei stammered, "Senior, I didn't mean to." Wang Lin said, "Why you don't say anything and don't look back?" After rearranging her clothes and adjusting her breathing, Wang Lin released the brake and continued driving as if nothing had happened. Several minutes later, LinWei dared to sit up straight quietly. He stole a glance at Wang Lin. She was wearing sunglasses, so he couldn't see her expression, but she seemed to have returned to normal. LinWei let out a sigh of relief and rubbed his throbbing temples. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, where he saw Qiyu's icy expression. LinWei couldn't help but sneeze. Qiyu said, "LinWei brother, why do you keep sneezing in the summer? Your body is so weak, you need to exercise more." LinWei silently gave her the middle finger while his hands were tucked into his waistband. Everyone had their own thoughts, and the ride was silent. The jeep wound through the mountain road for nearly an hour before suddenly opening up to a view of the coastline. From a distance, the coastline twisted and turned, with gray-yellow reefs, sandy beaches, and the blue sea merging with the sky. Everyone was captivated by the scenery and gradually forgot the earlier embarrassment. At a scenic corner of the mountain road, Wang Lin stopped the car, and everyone got out to take in the view. LinWei approached Qiyu, seemingly wanting to speak to her, but she huffed and turned away. LinWei, feeling helpless, could only stand there in a daze. It seemed he could only slowly explain things to her later. Wang Lin took off her sunglasses, raised her arms, and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Qiyu was about to step closer, but was pulled back by Xiao Zhua. Xiao Zhua shook his head at her, signaling her to stop there. "Waves!" Wang Lin shouted. The three girls stood on tiptoe, looking towards the direction Wang Lin pointed, where a silver line seemed to be rapidly approaching the coastline. The mountain breeze mixed with the sea breeze howled, tousling everyone's hair. LinWei looked at the four beautiful girls beside him, momentarily mesmerized. Each one was stunningly beautiful, shining brightly, rivaling the picturesque scenery. LinWei hoped this beautiful moment could last forever. He took out his phone and secretly snapped a few pictures while the four girls were distracted. Qiyu, with her sharp eyes, noticed LinWei taking pictures and rushed over to snatch the phone. "LinWei brother, why are you sneaking around?" Qiyu struck a somewhat silly pose in front of LinWei, who awkwardly captured the moment. Wang Lin was amused by Qiyu's antics and also requested LinWei to take a photo of her alone. Wang Lin turned sideways, facing the sea, her skirt slightly lifted by the wind, creating ripples. LinWei hurriedly snapped the moment. After that, various group photos were taken. Once women's desire to take photos was unleashed, it was hard to stop. Finally, they asked a passing driver to take a group photo of all five of them. LinWei was surrounded by the four girls, looking both happy and somewhat overwhelmed. The driver handed the phone back to LinWei with an envious look on his face, patted him on the back, and gave him a thumbs up. After a satisfying time, they got back on the road. After about half an hour of driving, the car entered a wealthy area. The mansions here were built against the mountains, each surrounded by high walls and large trees, appearing low-key and mysterious. As the car passed some mansions, they occasionally heard barking from behind the walls, followed by black-clad guards peeking out before quickly disappearing. Wang Lin glanced at the navigation. "The Nangong family is just ahead. We're almost there." "Rich people really are extravagant," Qiyu said, resting her hands behind her head. "Looks like it's the same everywhere." The jeep turned a corner, revealing a futuristic white building hidden among green trees. As they approached, more details of the building became apparent. The main color scheme was gray and white, with large, striking glass windows scattered across the exterior walls, displaying various shapes. The enormous square floor-to-ceiling window in the middle of the second floor was particularly eye-catching, as it revealed a lot of green plants inside, indicating that someone had turned the interior into a large bonsai garden. The villa's surrounding wall stood at least 4 meters high, with noticeable high-voltage wires along the top. Not far away, there was a tower taller than the wall, with a black-clad bodyguard standing on top. At the foot of the nearby wall, a car was parked, and 3 people were chatting there. LinWei recognized them as Cheng Dalong, Jiang Linglong, and a girl with a ponytail. It seemed they had arrived first. Wang Lin parked the car behind Cheng Dalong, and the five of them got out one after another. "Hello, President Wang." Cheng Dalong and the others greeted Wang Lin in turn. Cheng Dalong's eyes lit up when he saw Qiyu. "Sister Qiyu, good morning. Brother Lin, good morning. Sister Zhua, good morning." Cheng Dalong felt he was quite articulate, saying it all in one breath. "Why you? Yu Jai-sai, good morning." However, when Cheng Dalong saw Yu Jai-sai, who was at the end of the line, he shuddered, and his mouth involuntarily stuttered. Yu Jai-sai winked at him and made a gesture across her neck. Cheng Dalong quickly averted his gaze. Jiang Linglong saw LinWei arriving with three beautiful women and slightly pouted. A girl with a ponytail stepped forward to greet LinWei. "Good morning, LinWei." "Good morning, Yu Xiaomei," LinWei replied. Yu Xiaomei was also an employee of Wang Lin's company, responsible for planning. Seeing everyone gathered, Wang Lin sent a message to Nangong Wuji. "We are already at the villa entrance." Shortly after, Nangong Wuji replied, "Please drive and directly. There will be someone to receive you at the door." The group got back into the car, with Wang Lin in front and Cheng Dalong driving behind. As the car approached the gate, a heavy black iron gate slowly opened. Inside stood an elderly man with graying hair but a straight posture. "Wow, is the old Master Nangong personally here to greet us?" LinWei asked. Wang Lin shot him a glance and said, "This is the butler. How grand do you think we are to have the old master come to greet us?" LinWei chuckled awkwardly. "I guess I should keep my mouth shut from now on. Just like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. It's better not to speak if you don't understand." As the two cars entered, the iron gate slowly closed again. Wang Lin rolled down the car window, and the old butler said slowly, "Follow this road, turn left at the central square, and there is an underground parking garage ahead. After you park, come back here, and I will take you in through the front door." Wang Lin took off her sunglasses. "Old sir, don't we go up directly after parking?" The old butler replied. "Last month, a thief entered the house, so for safety, the passage from the underground to upstairs has been sealed. Now everyone must enter through the front. I hope you understand. Someone will take your luggage when you enter the garage, so you could just come back here." The old man spoke very politely, but with an unmistakable tone. The car started, and Wang Lin parked in the underground garage as instructed by the old man. Along the road, French sycamores were planted, providing shade. Following the terrain, various flowers bloomed everywhere, making it seem like they had entered a paradise. "This Nangong, the old man has quite a taste," Cheng Dalong praised while admiring the scenery on the way back. "How could such an elegant person give rise to a second-generation heir like Nangong Wuji?" Wang Lin made a shushing gesture with her finger. "Dalong, don't discuss the master of this house on their territory." Cheng Dalong stuck out his tongue and closed his mouth. The group returned to the old butler's location. The old butler squinted his eyes, hands behind his back, looking at ease. Once everyone was gathered, he slowly stepped forward, and the others had no choice but to follow him closely. Everyone had no complaints, except for Yu Jai-sai. She lagged at the back of the line, arms crossed, thinking to herself, "The Nangong family is so pretentious. Since they invited us, why send an elderly man to receive us? I'll observe for a bit longer. If they continue to treat us like this, I'll tear this place down. Let's see how they act then." It seemed that Xiao's was saw through her thoughts. She pinched Yu Jai-sai's waist and whispered, "You were the one who insisted on coming." Yu Jai-sai glared at her. The group arrived at the main entrance, and the old butler positioned himself at a circular hole at the door. After an iris scan, the doors opened from both sides. They entered the grand hall on the first floor. The entire hall was primarily silver-white. The floor was paved with variously sized long and square marble tiles, forming a natural abstract painting. The surrounding walls had small alcoves, housing various collectibles that looked quite valuable. In the center of the hall, two massive staircases spiraled around each other, like two entwining dragons, leading to the second floor. The old butler slightly bowed to the group. "The young master is on the second floor. You can go up the stairs yourself. Oh, please be sure to use the right staircase, as the left one is for going down." After saying this, the old butler straightened up, no longer looking at the group, and turned to walk into a side door. Yu Jai-sai commented, "Since no one's coming down, what's the difference between taking the left or right? Besides, the stairs are so wide that even if someone were coming down, there would be enough space." After admiring the collectibles in the walls for a while, the group climbed the stairs. The stair railings were made of some kind of natural stone, feeling icy cold to the touch, as if crafted from ice blocks. LinWei remarked, "Is this how rich people like to build?" Upon reaching the second floor, the scenery before them was vastly different from the first floor, as if they had entered a mini subtropical garden. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting patterns on the space through the dappled leaves. Water flowed gently beneath their feet, and lush green grass surrounded various trees of different heights and sizes. To the left, there was a small waterfall, and to the right, colorful flowers bloomed. An elderly man dressed in gardening clothes, wearing a hat and rubber gloves, was focused on trimming leaves with scissors. He turned to glance at the group upon hearing them. As soon as Wang Lin saw the old man's face, her eyes lit up, and a respectful expression appeared on her face as she hurriedly said, "Hello, Master Nangong." This elderly man was the current head of the Nangong group, Nangong Ming. Nangong Ming looked at her kindly for a moment, then smiled apologetically. "Oh, you're Wang Lin, right? I'm getting old, and my memory isn't good. I didn't recognize you right away, sorry." Wang Lin waved her hands repeatedly. No, sir, you are being modest. We've only met once, and you could still accurately say my name. Your memory is definitely better than that of young people." Nangong Ming shook his head. Hee, being old means being old. There's no denying it. I now enjoy tending to flowers and plants. I must be making you young folks laugh. He continued, by the way, you're here to see Wuji, right? This kid invited you, but is late. His hospitality really leaves much to be desired. As he spoke, Nangong Ming pressed a button-like object on his chest and said, "Wuji, your guests have arrived. Aren't you coming down?" This is really impolite. A few minutes later, Nangong Wuji walked in from a side door. He was wearing a tank top and sports pants, with a towel hanging around his neck. Upon seeing Wang Lin and the others, he smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, everyone, I just finished working out and completely lost track of time." Wang Lin looked at Nangong Wuji, her face showing surprise. The Nangong Wuji before her had a tall and fit physique, with well-defined muscles that were not exaggerated. He had handsome features, clear eyes, and an expression full of youthful vigor. So, Nangong Wuji was actually very handsome. Wang Lin couldn't help but stare. It was difficult for her to connect this person with the previous Nangong Wuji, who had a carefree attitude and often wore flashy shirts. This was a complete transformation. "Not at all. We just arrived a little while ago, and were fortunate to meet Master Nangong," Wang Lin smiled, still not fully accustomed to how to interact with the polite Nangong Wuji. Nangong Ming looked at his grandson with a doting smile. "This kid has been spoiled by me since he was young, with no sense of time and no manners. Wang Lin, please teach him when you have a chance." Wang Lin quickly nodded, but said, No, Wuji is great. "Wang Lin, I hope you all enjoy your time here. I, an old man, won't join in." Ha! After saying this, Nangong Ming turned and left the room. Watching Nangong Ming disappear from her sight, Wang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Nangong Ming had been polite throughout, he exuded a powerful aura that commanded respect without needing to be angry. Nangong Wujin saw that his grandfather had left and seemed to relax a bit. He greeted everyone one by one with his eyes. When he saw Qiyu, his gaze was clear and gentle, devoid of any previous lewdness, and instead, he gave her a brilliant smile. Qiyu was quite surprised and couldn't help but smile back. "Wang Lin, has this second-generation heir changed? Yujizi, is this the bad guy LinWei mentioned? He is quite a handsome guy, although I hate handsome guys. Qiyu, LinWei, what if he pulls another trick? Let us see how long he can keep it up." Jiang Linglong, Nangong Wujin is actually this handsome. He looks great in clothes, and even better without them. However, I still prefer my LinWei. You Xiaomei Sai, I wish I could be the young mistress of the Nangong family. Xiaozhua had an expressionless face. Changing skins. Nangong Wujin noticed everyone was looking at him in unison and felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat. "Let us not just stand here. Let us go to the lounge on the 3rd floor. Someone will take you to your rooms later. You can freely pair up for the rooms." When he mentioned sharing a room, a teasing expression appeared on Nangong Wujin's face. LinWei secretly glanced at Qiyu and found that she was also looking at him. Their eyes met for a moment before they quickly looked away. In the lounge on the 3rd floor, Nangong Wujin announced the general schedule for the next 2 days. After lunch, there will be a short rest, and then he will take everyone out to sea on a yacht. After returning in the afternoon, everyone can explore the nearby area freely. At 6 o'clock in the evening, there will be a banquet at the Nangong family, and Nangong Ming will also join. The next morning, Nangong Wujin will take everyone out to sea again. But this time they will go to a nameless island for a small island adventure and picnic. After that, the 2-day vacation will come to an end, and everyone can leave on their own. Everyone expressed great enthusiasm for the activities. Jiang Linglong was especially excited as it was her first time on a billionaire's yacht. A rare opportunity. Wang Lin was looking forward to the evening banquet, as it was finally her chance to get close to Nangong Ming. Nangong Ming was a legendary figure in the media industry, rarely seen, like a dragon that one could not see the head or tail of. Wang Lin had long admired him and had only seen him once before. Now, being able to have dinner with her idol was truly a rare opportunity. After lunch, Nangong Wujin got up to excuse himself to prepare for the afternoon sea outing. The slow-moving old butler appeared again, leading everyone to their guest rooms for a rest. The guest rooms were on the top floor of the villa. Everyone took the elevator to the top floor with the old butler. When the elevator doors opened, a faint floral fragrance wafted in. The entire top floor space was mainly decorated with greenhouse plants. A wide corridor led straight to the end, with luxurious guest rooms on both sides. The walls between the guest rooms were also carved with shallow alcoves, similar to the hall on the first floor, displaying collectibles or some form of abstract modern art. LinWei stepped on the soft carpet and couldn't help but look down closely at the carpet laid in the corridor. He was surprised to find that it was a hand-woven carpet with narrative scenes. LinWei loved mythological stories, and with a glance, he recognized that it was based on the Dunhuang mural story of the nine-colored deer. The image of the deer king on the carpet was rich and beautiful, with a clear yet harmonious nine-colored halo, definitely a high-quality custom piece. The old butler took out the room cards and said to everyone, "Each room is for 2 people." Everyone exchanged glances, but soon divided into 4 groups. LinWei shared a room with Cheng Dalong. Wang Lin had already said she wanted to sleep with Yujizi, so Yujizi had already pulled Wang Lin along. Qiyu shared a room with Xiaozhua, and Jiang Linglong shared a room with Xiaomei. LinWei took the room card from the old butler and entered the room with Cheng Dalong. The room was large, with understated luxury decor, complete with a bathroom and kitchen, giving off a 5-star apartment feel. However, what left the 2 big men speechless was that the bedroom had an oversized double bed. Cheng Dalong patted LinWei on the shoulder. Brother Lin, don't worry, Cheng Dalong sleep very well. I want to roll around at night or snore. I want to disturb you at all." LinWei shook his head, not wanting to engage with his nonsense. He pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped outside. The balcony was spacious, with glass railings, allowing for extremely clear light. LinWei leaned against the railing and gazed into the distance, where a golden sandy beach came into view. There were a few people scattered on the beach, likely residents from nearby, as this beach wasn't large and was surrounded by dense forest, making it hard for outsiders to discover. LinWei turned his head and noticed that to the right, Xiaozhua and Qiyu were also looking at the scenery from the balcony. Xiaozhua noticed LinWei and gently nudged Qiyu with his hand. Qiyu turned her head and saw LinWei staring at her blankly. She pouted, turned her face away, and walked back into the room. Seeing that Qiyu was still angry, LinWei also felt bored and shrugged at the solitary Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua remained non-committal and silently turned around. LinWei felt somewhat defeated and looked to the left. Just as he turned his head, he saw Jiang Linglong leaning on the balcony railing, quietly gazing at him. LinWei knew that Jiang Linglong liked him, but she had never confessed formally, so he felt awkward about rejecting her outright. LinWei had always wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Jiang Linglong properly, but he didn't know how to start without hurting her feelings. He was a gentle person and didn't know how to effectively refuse others. Just like when Wang Lin asked her to apply sunscreen, he could refuse, but in the end, he ended up being a nice guy, which only hurt Qiyu. Thinking of this, LinWei sighed and forgot to greet Jiang Linglong, directly turning to go back inside. Jiang Linglong was close to tears, with tears brimming in her eyes, because LinWei had looked at her once and immediately turned away. Maintaining a poker face throughout, she felt that in front of him, she was even less than a stranger. "LinWei, do you really despise me this much?" Jiang Linglong's heart churned, almost crying out. However, she also noticed a detail. Today, Qiyu was acting a bit strangely, seemingly ignoring LinWei and looking at him with disdain. It appeared that their relationship wasn't as solid as she thought, and she might still have a chance. Thinking of this, Jiang Linglong's mood eased a little. She secretly wiped her tears and went back inside. Wang Lin received a message from Nangong Wujin. "I'm ready. Please gather everyone in the lobby on the first floor." Wang Lin adjusted her appearance in the mirror and stepped out of the room. Everyone also came out of their rooms. Knowing they were going out to sea, everyone adjusted their outfits. Wang Lin, who was most afraid of getting sunburned, changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt and wore a large sun hat, applying a thick layer of sunscreen on her exposed skin. However, her fair skin made the sunscreen marks not very noticeable. Otherwise, she would look quite strange like a Japanese geisha. Yujizi seemed unafraid of heat or sun. She wore a tank top and shorts on top, revealing a tiny waist, and changed into a super short skirt on the bottom, sticking to Wang Lin like a younger sister clinging to her big sister. Yujizi lived in an inland area of her home planet, where it was hot year-round, so she didn't mind the sun at all. Especially knowing they could go play on the sea, She was incredibly excited, as the sea was as rare to her as the desert was to those living by the sea. Seeing Yujizi so youthful and vibrant, Wang Lin couldn't help but take a few more glances. Indeed, what bad intentions could a little sister have? Xiaozhua maintained his usual appearance, looking calm and unruffled. Qiyu finally changed into a tank top and sports shorts, revealing her incredibly fit physique. Jiang Linglong and Yu Xiaomei seemed to have discussed this beforehand, as both wore swimsuits and draped thin, sun-protective garments over them, exposing their fair and straight legs. As Lin Wei and Cheng Dalong stepped out of the guest room, they were instantly dazzled by the appearance of the 6 beauties in front of them. Cheng Dalong's eyes darted around the 6 women, unable to take it all in, prompting the ladies to turn around. Wang Lin noticed everyone had gathered and called for them to head downstairs. In the elevator, Qiyu suddenly looked up, staring blankly at the surveillance camera in the upper left corner. SHS asked softly, "What's wrong?" She knew Qiyu had a very keen intuition. After watching for a moment, Qiyu said, "I can't shake the feeling that this camera is like a pair of eyes watching me. It makes me uncomfortable. Plus, it seems to move as we do." After saying this, Qiyu shook her head. "Maybe it's just my imagination." Ding! The first floor arrived. Nangong Wuji was standing in the middle of the hall, waiting for them. He wore a pink shirt, white trousers, and white sneakers, looking like an elegant young gentleman. He took off his sunglasses and greeted everyone. In contrast to Cheng Dalong's lewd gaze just moments ago, his eyes were clear and focused solely on the 6 beauties. Wang Lin thought to herself, "Amit Ba, a reformed bad boy. My good days are coming. The yacht is docked not far from here. Does anyone mind walking over?" Before anyone could respond, he turned and walked outside. Nangong Wuji didn't take the main entrance, but instead exited through a closed side door, taking a shortcut. He smiled at everyone and slipped into a side grove. The group had no choice but to follow. The path was paved with cobblestones, flanked by straight palm trees. The shadows danced, creating a particularly serene atmosphere. Once they exited the grove, sunlight flooded in and the ground turned to gravel. The gravel gradually transformed from coarse to fine, indicating they had reached the beach. Nangong Wuji pointed to a nearby bay dock where several medium-sized yachts were moored. Seeing they could finally board, everyone quickened their pace. From a distance, the yacht didn't seem large, but upon closer inspection, the bow was quite high. The white hull seemed to grow larger under the blinding sunlight. As they climbed over the railing, Lin Wei noticed that a bodyguard in black stood at both the bow and stern, wearing sunglasses and maintaining a neutral expression. To their surprise, the old butler poked his head out from the deck, calmly observing everyone. Wang Lin curiously asked Nangong Wuji, "Is this butler coming out to sea as well?" Nangong Wuji nodded. "Is he really okay with the rough sea at his age?" Wang Lin inquired. Nangong Wuji replied with a smile, "Don't underestimate Uncle Zhang. He is quite robust. You might not be able to keep up with him later." With that reassurance, Wang Lin kept her comments to herself. The ladies boarded one by one. Once Nangong Wuji saw everyone was on board, he entered the second-floor cockpit and started the yacht. Perhaps luck was on their side. Just as the boat left the dock, the originally clear sky began to cloud over, with the sun no longer directly shining. The temperature on the deck quickly dropped. Everyone stepped out of the cockpit and onto the deck. The sea was surprisingly calm, and the yacht sailed smoothly. Some sat while others stood, enjoying their leisure. Yu Jaisai even climbed up to the second-floor observation deck and shouted joyfully at the blue sea and sky. The old butler emerged from the cabin, bringing drinks for everyone. He carried a tray steadily, showing no signs of tremors. Everyone watched in amazement, thinking the old man might have been a martial artist in his youth, with a stable stance and skilled hands. As Qiyu drank her beverage, her mood gradually relaxed. Perhaps she had been overly sensitive. Nangong Wuji might just be inviting everyone to have fun. In other words, even if he had ulterior motives, she wasn't afraid at all. What could a defenseless mortal do to her? Realizing this, Qiyu finally showed a long-lost smile. Suddenly, someone stood behind her and gently pinched her waist with one hand. Qiyu didn't turn around because she could smell Lin Wei's scent. "I was wrong earlier. Can we not be angry anymore?" Lin Wei spoke while facing the opposite direction, clearly trying to keep their intimacy hidden from the others. Qiyu boldly turned around and looked directly at Lin Wei, saying, "Lin Wei, what did you do wrong? What is our relationship? I don't care who you want to be close to." Lin Wei felt a wave of discomfort and was momentarily speechless. Seeing he didn't respond, Qiyu turned to leave, but, in a moment of leaving, quickly twisted Lin Wei's arm. Although Lin Wei winced in pain, he desperately held back his voice. Upon seeing this, Qiyu let out a hum, but her gaze softened considerably. Lin Wei understood that Qiyu had calmed down somewhat. She was using this method to signal him in front of the crowd. LinWei felt like he had been granted a reprieve and forced to smile at her. Oomph. That smile is worse than crying. Qiyu turned back, but a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Nangong Wuji stopped the yacht in the sea. Wang Lin saw this and carried a drink into the cockpit. Wuji, you've worked hard. As Nangong Wuji sat on the sofa, Wang Lin handed him the juice. Thank you, President Wang. Nangong Wuji seemed genuinely thirsty and took a big gulp. Watching him drink like a young man, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Wang Lin had always hoped to have a graceful, well-read younger brother, and looking at the young man in front of her, she found herself somewhat lost in thought. President Wang, is there something on my face? Seeing Wang Lin staring at him, Nangong Wuji seemed a bit embarrassed. Nothing. Nothing. Wang Lin was pulled back to reality. Wuji, I don't mean to offend, but why have you changed so much recently? Sometimes I even... Suspect. Wang Lin suddenly became serious. Suspect what? Nangong Wuji was taken aback. Suspect that you might be an imposter, huh? Wang Lin finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Nangong Wuji touched his face and laughed along. Do you want to know why? Nangong Wuji slowly reined in his laughter, his expression becoming serious. Wang Lin looked at him, not answering immediately. Nangong Wuji stood up and slowly leaned closer to Wang Lin. She instinctively took half a step back. What is he doing? There are so many people on the boat. Nangong Wuji stopped at a certain distance and sighed softly. I want to hide it from you. My grandfather has just been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Wang Lin was taken aback and looked at him incredulously. No way. This morning, the old man recognized me at a glance, and I've only met him once. His memory is better than most young people. The symptoms of brain atrophy are not yet obvious in the early stages, Nangong Wuji said gravely. Nangong Ming is the pillar of the Nangong group. If the media gets wind of this, it will be explosive news. I know what I used to be in your eyes, but since my grandfather was diagnosed with this illness, he has decided to make me the future leader of the Nangong group. I now carry a tremendous responsibility. Do you think I can still be as carefree as I was before, without strict self-discipline? Wang Lin nodded, and everything started to make sense. The Wayward Prince is about to become official. Wang Lin previously looked down on Nangong Wuji, and she wasn't even afraid of offending him. Everyone knew that Nangong Ming was a person who distinguished between public and private matters and would never favor his own. But it seems that the hero has aged, and in the end, family ties have prevailed. Wang Lin felt this was only human nature. Blood is thicker than water. Even if future generations are not talented, they're still her flesh and blood. Wang Lin noticed that the man before her had changed, and she even realized that her gaze towards him had shifted. Let's go to the deck for some fresh air, Nangong Wuji suggested as he saw Wang Lin looking at him cautiously. Just as the two turned around, Nangong Wuji suddenly grasped Wang Lin's hand tightly. Wang Lin instinctively tried to break free, but Nangong Wuji held on firmly. Wuji, you! Wang Lin felt both shy and a bit angry. How could he revert to his old self right after being announced as the heir? Nangong Wuji leaned closer to Wang Lin's ear and whispered, Wang Lin, I consider you a friend, but you mustn't let this leak. Otherwise, it would ruin the reputation of the Nangong group. Do you know what that means for a corporation? After saying this, he released her hand. Wang Lin quickly nodded. You don't have to worry about that. I will never let a word slip. Nangong Wuji patted her shoulder with satisfaction. Wang Lin felt a wave of dizziness and rubbed her wrist that had been squeezed a bit too tightly, hastily leaving the control room. Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Is it from nervousness or the strange fragrance on Nangong Wuji? The scent of his cologne was so unique that it made Wang Lin feel a bit tipsy. She walked to the bow of the ship and took a few deep breaths, finally allowing her racing heart to calm down. Nangong Wuji slowly exited the control room. The old butler brought over new drinks. Nangong Wuji casually took a cup and instructed the butler to serve everyone. He raised his glass towards Wang Lin and the others, saying, Thank you all for being here today. If I have been lacking in any regard in the past, I hope you will forgive me. Also, let me share a secret with you. Today is the maiden voyage of this new yacht. May each of us have a bright future and remain forever young. Cheers! With that, he raised his glass and downed it in one go, as if drinking alcohol. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip of their drinks. A hint of red appeared on Nangong Wuji's fair face. Next, please enjoy this beautiful time at sea. Every room on this yacht is open for exploration. And if you feel tired, you can rest. The kitchen has various dishes and drinks, so please don't hold back. Of course, if you want to swim, you can also go into the sea. But everyone must pay attention to safety, as the sea can be treacherous. After saying this, he clapped his hands, and lively jazz music poured out from all around the ship. Everyone's bodies began to sway slightly to the rhythm of the music. Nangong Wuji stepped in time, approaching Qiyu step by step. Qiyu silently clenched her right fist. When Nangong Wuji reached in front of her, he gestured politely. "Miss Qiyu, would you honor me with a dance?" "I don't know how to dance," Qiyu directly refused. "Then let me teach you." Nangong Wuji extended his hand and pulled Qiyu towards him. To her surprise, she couldn't escape. Just as Qiyu was about to explode, she suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. This scent seemed to shift her focus, and, for a moment, she was dazed as Nangong Wuji pulled her to the center of the deck. Nangong Wuji smiled slightly, wrapping an arm around Qiyu's waist. Qiyu made no move to resist. "Miss Qiyu, place your hands on my shoulders," Nangong Wuji whispered in her ear. Qiyu complied, placing her hands there obediently. The background music seemed to swell louder than before. As they danced and twirled, Qiyu gradually got into it, completely relaxing and immersing herself in the moment, finally laughing joyfully. When the song ended, Nangong Wuji kissed the back of Qiyu's hand and immediately turned to leave. Qiyu watched his retreating figure, feeling a bit dazed. LinWei's expression darkened. Although there was nothing wrong with Qiyu dancing with Nangong Wuji, her enjoyment of the dance made him feel quite uncomfortable. Wasn't Qiyu supposed to dislike Nangong Wuji the most? But just now, as they danced together, he didn't sense any aversion from her at all. Could it be that Qiyu was doing it on purpose? Was she still angry about what happened in the morning? Or had she developed a good impression of the transformed Nangong Wuji? LinWei's mind was in turmoil as he pondered these thoughts when Jiang Linglong approached him. "LinWei, can I have this dance with you?" She extended her delicate hand, gazing at LinWei with affection. When Nangong Wuji asked Qiyu to dance, Jiang Linglong thought he would be embarrassed again. She could tell that Qiyu was quite averse to him. When Nangong Wuji grabbed Qiyu's hand and she didn't refuse, Jiang Linglong was very surprised. Seeing LinWei standing there dejectedly, she felt an impulse to protect this boy. Since Qiyu was dancing with him, she would dance with LinWei. This was a good opportunity. Since Qiyu didn't appreciate LinWei, Jiang Linglong would cherish him instead. Jiang Linglong took off her sun protection jacket, revealing her fair and slender figure. Nervously, she approached LinWei and mustered the courage to ask him to dance. Jiang Linglong was determined to invite him, risking her last shred of dignity as a girl. "LinWei, can I have this dance with you?" Jiang Linglong asked timidly. LinWei didn't respond, lost in thought as he gazed at Qiyu. Jiang Linglong bit her lip and called out LinWei's name again. LinWei turned his head, looking at Jiang Linglong with vacant eyes. "LinWei, can I have this dance with you?" Jiang Linglong gathered her remaining courage. LinWei didn't answer, glancing again at Qiyu, who was still standing there, looking towards the area where Nangong Wuji was. A deeper sense of disappointment surged within LinWei. After Nangong Wuji's transformation, Qiyu must have developed an inexplicable fondness for him. Otherwise, with Qiyu's personality, how could she dance with him and enjoy it so much? He was just a poor boy. How could he compare to the handsome and wealthy Nangong Wuji? Suddenly, a wave of self-deprecation and jealousy filled LinWei's mind. "Qiyu, if you're willing to dance with him, then I'll dance with Jiang Linglong too." Thinking this, LinWei looked at Jiang Linglong and smiled. "Okay, I'd love to." He took Jiang Linglong's hand and led her to the center of the deck. Jiang Linglong felt a surge of joy, unable to help but tightly wrap her arms around LinWei's. The second jazz tune flowed softly, and LinWei took one last look at Qiyu before pulling Jiang Linglong's soft waist close. Jiang Linglong felt her body weaken, unconsciously leaning against LinWei. "Shall we dance?" LinWei asked, and Jiang Linglong nodded, feeling a rush of happiness. "You seem out of it. What's wrong?" LinWei asked, noticing Qiyu's distracted expression. Qiyu snapped back to reality, shaking her head slightly. "It's nothing, just a bit dizzy." "I didn't expect you to dance with Nangong Wuji," LinWei said, observing Qiyu's somewhat dazed eyes as he gently pinched her arm. Upon hearing this, Qiyu frowned slightly but quickly relaxed again. "It's nothing. Nangong Wuji just danced with me. What could there be to it?" However, the scent of Nangong Wuji's cologne was truly special. She wished she could smell it again. She had just turned around when the scene before her ignited a fiery rage within her. Jiang Linglong was leaning against LinWei, who was affectionately holding her close. The two were dancing in the middle of the deck, oblivious to the world around them, their bodies pressed closely together. In Qiyu's eyes, they were less like dancing and more like embracing each other. Jiang Linglong looked dazed, her cheeks flushed, and her expression was infatuated, clearly lost in the moment. Her sister was right. Once a man has you, He no longer cherishes you. LinWei, you applied sunscreen to Wang Lin in the morning and danced with Jiang Linglong in the afternoon, completely disregarding me. LinWei, you're just a scummy man. Qiyu's heart was roaring, but her face grew increasingly calm. The lieutenant observed Qiyu's subtle expressions and the distant LinWei still dancing, and couldn't help but sigh quietly. What is wrong with these two today? UGC approached with a drink, looking satisfied after applying sunscreen to Wang Lin. What's wrong? Did this couple have a fight? The lieutenant shook his head. Don't act so gleeful. I feel something is off. The misunderstanding between them happened too suddenly. UGC patted the lieutenant. Is it your robot intuition again? The lieutenant pushed her hand away disdainfully. Please take your sunscreen-covered hand away. My outer skin doesn't like greasy stuff. UGC laughed and withdrew her hand, leaning in to whisper in the lieutenant's ear. Girls, when they see a gentle, handsome, and wealthy Prince Charming, naturally, their hearts flutter and spring feelings awaken. I've always said, what does Qiyu see in LinWei? Just because he saved her, took care of her, and cooked her a few meals, does she fall for him? That's not love. It's gratitude, a reliance in times of despair. Now that Qiyu is slowly regaining her powers, she naturally looks down on LinWei. The lieutenant suddenly turned UGC's face towards her. Serious, Qiyu is not that kind of person. You can't understand LinWei's goodness. Seeing her serious expression, UGC couldn't help but poke her nose. Hee, I can't understand, but you do? The lieutenant's face turned red, pouting. You don't like men, so you wouldn't understand. So you mean you like men, therefore. UGC's face showed surprise. Lieutenant, you don't like LinWei, do you? Even a bioengineered person understands love. The lieutenant rolled her eyes at UGC. This is what my designer taught me. When faced with someone you don't want to deal with, make this expression. UGC hugged the lieutenant and unexpectedly kissed her. Little machine fairy, this demon king is liking you more and more. When I return to my home planet and open a harem, you'll be the first to be included. The lieutenant, finding her increasingly nonsensical, gently broke free and ignored her. Jiang Linglong wrapped her arms around LinWei, feeling as if she were dreaming. This was the first time she had been so close to LinWei, not even realizing the dance had ended. Jiang Linglong, the dance is over. She looked up to find LinWei staring at her. Jiang Linglong shook her head, wanting to continue holding him. LinWei tried to free himself from her embrace, but she suddenly grasped his arms and blurted out, LinWei, I like you. She knew this was her only moment of courage to speak up. LinWei was taken aback, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But soon he looked at Jiang Linglong and said seriously, Jiang Linglong, I'm sorry. I already have someone I like. The words I'm sorry struck like a thunderbolt, shattering Jiang Linglong's joyous heart into pieces. Is it Qiyu? She still held on to hope. LinWei did not answer. He pried Jiang Linglong's hands off him and patted her thin shoulder. Jiang Linglong, it was nice to dance with you. We're all good colleagues and good friends. After saying this, he left Jiang Linglong and turned to go to the lower deck. Since LinWei hadn't seen Qiyu on the deck, he guessed she must have gone below. Although he had just been holding Jiang Linglong, his heart was full of Qiyu. He simply could not let her go. Crack! Jiang Linglong's heart shattered into pieces. She watched LinWei turn away without hesitation, her mood plummeting to the depths. She had thought that with the rift between Qiyu and LinWei, she would have a good opportunity, only to find that even so, LinWei had still rejected her. The real fool was herself. Jiang Linglong clutched her chest, struggling to hold back her tears. Suddenly, a light jacket was draped over her shoulders. She turned her face and saw it was Wang Lin putting the sunscreen shirt back on her. Wang Lin said nothing, just gently patted her back. LinWei entered the lower cabin and found several rooms. He searched room by room until he finally discovered Qiyu in the innermost room. Her eyes were filled with tears, her face streaked with them, and she was gulping down cake. Her mouth was chewing, her cheeks bulging like a large white squirrel. LinWei was taken aback by Qiyu's eating style, exclaiming, ah! Qiyu was focused on eating when LinWei's shout startled her. She suddenly choked, with food lodged in her throat, unable to swallow or spit out. Qiyu's face turned pale. She pounded her chest with her hand, causing a jolt in her chest. LinWei quickly grabbed a cup of water from the table. Qiyu took it and gulped it down. After rolling her eyes several times, with the help of the water, Qiyu finally managed to swallow the cake that had been stuck in her throat. LinWei came over and patted her back, trying to help her breathe easier. Don't touch me. Qiyu stubbornly shrugged off LinWei's arm. Seeing tears on Qiyu's face and her fierce expression, LinWei couldn't help but reach out to hug her. Don't come to please me again. Go hug Jiang Linglong. I think you two make a good match. Qiyu pulled LinWei's elbow, angrily twisting it in the opposite direction. Ouch, ouch, ouch. LinWei cried out, his body twisting in the direction of the joint. With a crack, it sounded like a bone breaking, causing Qiyu to quickly let go, her face filled with regret. LinWei thought he had broken his hand and wailed. But after a few seconds, as the pain didn't intensify, he realized something and looked down to see he had stepped on a crushed nutshell. Both of them sighed in relief. Seeing LinWei was fine, Qiyu pouted again. LinWei sat next to Qiyu and wrapped his arm around her waist. Qiyu was about to struggle, but seeing LinWei gesture to her twisted arm, she gave up resisting. Was it nice dancing with Jiang? Was it fun applying sunscreen to Wang Lin? Qiyu continued to tease. My queen, I was wrong. I won't dare again. From now on, I'll directly refuse any inappropriate requests from girls except you. Qiyu scoffed. Inappropriate requests? Do you think you're a love saint? Do all girls fantasize about you? LinWei didn't respond to her teasing. Instead, he curiously asked, Qiyu, how did you end up dancing with Nangong Wuji today? He has tried to harm you multiple times. He's our enemy. Hearing Nangong Wuji's name made Qiyu feel dizzy. A strange force seemed to linger in her mind, preventing her from feeling aversion towards him or rejecting his requests. Seeing she wasn't speaking, LinWei shook her shoulder. Qiyu raised her head and looked at LinWei. I don't know what's going on either. He came to ask me to dance, and I agreed without thinking, as if there was another self inside me that was agreeing to his request. LinWei was also confused and could only attribute it to one reason. Nangong Wujia invited Qiyu to dance, and she simply agreed out of politeness. Although this didn't quite match her usual style of being fiercely opposed to evil, it was a plausible explanation. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and the two were getting cozy when Nangong Wujia and Wang Lin suddenly walked into the room. The two immediately released their tightly held hands. Wang Lin smiled and said, Sorry to interrupt. The forecast says a heavy rain is coming, so Wujia is preparing to head back. Nangong Wujia said nothing, just smiled at Qiyu and LinWei. Qiyu felt uncomfortable under his gaze and quickly left the room. The four returned to the deck. The sky was overcast, strong winds were blowing, and the sea was starting to become turbulent. Nangong Wujia returned to the cockpit and immediately started the engine. The yacht sped back at full throttle. After not long, the wind howled and the waves surged violently, revealing the ocean's ferocious side. The bow broke through the waves, and the boat rocked violently up and down, causing everyone to rush into the cockpit. Yujizi's face turned pale, as if she were seasick. She collapsed into Wang Lin's arms, enjoying the soft and comfortable embrace. The heavy rain began to pour down, with rain coming down like pillars. Outside the cockpit, the sea and sky seemed to blend into one under the rain, with the downpour being overwhelming, but fortunately, the wind speed had decreased a bit. Nangong Wujia slightly reduced the boat's speed, and the violent rocking stopped. Everyone's uneasy hearts gradually calmed down as they leaned against the windows, admiring the rain scenery over the sea. The weather at sea is unpredictable. Before long, it was as if someone had directed the sky, and the heavy rain and strong winds suddenly ceased. The dark clouds dispersed, and the scorching sun shone down on the sea once again. Because it had just rained, the air felt refreshed and invigorating. Everyone returned to the deck, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. Look, what is that? Yu Xiaomei pointed to the far horizon where the sea met the sky. The sky there was still covered with dark clouds, and suddenly a water spout emerged from the clouds, spiraling down into the sea. It's a water spout forming over the sea, said the lieutenant. Wang Lin glanced at her. You know quite a lot for someone so young. The yacht docked back at the harbor, and the brief sea trip was uneventful. LinWei noticed that the beach here showed no signs of having been washed by the heavy rain. The sand felt hot underfoot, indicating that the torrential rain was only localized. Nangong Wujia stepped off the boat and loudly addressed everyone. Next, you all can find your own fun. The family dinner will be at 6:30 p.m. in the Kunping Hall on the 3rd floor, so don't be late. As soon as he finished speaking, an old butler held an umbrella for him, and Nangong Wujia, flanked by 2 bodyguards in black, elegantly left. With the host gone, everyone felt much more relaxed. No matter how polite Nangong Wujia was, he always seemed to carry an air of authority that made it hard for others to be lively. Cheng Dalong picked up a volleyball from the beach and shouted at the ladies, How about a game of beach volleyball? Perfect 4 against 4. Wang Lin, afraid of the sun, had already hidden under the shade of a tree. Jiang Linglong had already found an empty lounge chair to lie down. These two were not fond of sports. I see you're not here to play, but to watch, right? Yujizi pointed out with a smirk at Cheng Dalong, who had a lewd expression on his face. The other women realized this and all showed disdain for Cheng Dalong. Cheng Dalong looked regretful, as a visual feast had been spoiled by Yujizi. There are 2 types of people in the world, men and women. There are also 2 types of people, the rich and the poor. LinWei looked at the Nangong family mansion under the night sky and felt deeply offended. The entire building radiated a moonlight-like glow, resembling a giant moonstone. From a distance, the irregular floor-to-ceiling windows looked like large diamonds embedded in jade. LinWei held Qiyu's hand and quickly dashed out of the small woods. "We're going to be late. It's already 6:45. Qiyu's face was flushed. LinWei's lips hurt. After their identities were verified at the entrance, they entered the lobby on the first floor again. They took the elevator straight to the third floor. LinWei pushed open the door of the Kunping Hall, and everyone was already seated. All eyes turned to the two at the entrance. "Lin, brother, did you go through the small woods?" Sheng Dalong couldn't help but make a snarky comment as he saw the two panting. Everyone burst into laughter, except for Jiang Linglong, who looked at them with deep resentment. LinWei and Qiyu quickly took their seats. The main color scheme of the Kunping Hall was blue and white, making one feel as if they were in the midst of the sea and sky. The ceiling was made of some light-absorbing material, forming a shape that, upon closer inspection, resembled a gigantic fish, almost covering the entire ceiling. In the Biming, there's a fish called Kuan. Is this the Miss Qiyu that Wujia has been mentioning? The head of the family, Nangong Ming, asked. "You're right, that's her," Wang Lin quickly replied. Nangong Ming nodded. "Indeed, she is a beauty with unparalleled charm. No wonder Wujia often speaks her name." Upon hearing this, both Nangong Wujia and Qiyu felt a bit awkward. Wang Lin thought to herself, why is the old man so straightforward? Is he going to publicly support his grandson? But Nangong Ming didn't mention Qiyu again. He raised his glass and looked at Wang Lin. "Wujia is quite the disappointment. None of the projects I assigned to him for practice were successful. But for this mobile game, he found you and chose a suitable spokesperson, and now the project is a great success. I can finally feel some comfort." Nangong Ming continued. "Wang Lin, although this mobile game seems trivial in my eyes, it shows me that Wujia has hope for inheriting the family business. For this alone, I want to thank you." He reached out to clink glasses with Wang Lin. Wang Lin, flattered, hurriedly lowered her glass and gently clinked it with Nangong Ming's. "Old man, that was all Wujia's good eye. We were just following in his footsteps." Nangong Ming laughed heartily. "You're being modest. Wujia has changed a lot recently. One could say he has undergone a transformation. I believe these changes are definitely related to your collaboration with him. Wang Lin, you're a benefactor to the Nangong family." After saying this, the old man downed his drink in one go, and Wang Lin followed suit and finished her glass. "All right, you don't have to accommodate this annoying old man anymore. Come on, everyone, make yourselves comfortable and enjoy our private dishes." Qiyu took a sip of the red wine in her glass. It was sour with a hint of sweetness, refreshing her palate. She was a born foodie. Although she rarely drank, she could tell this was good wine as soon as it touched her lips. Yujizi sat at the very end, which was her preferred seat. She was used to being alone and disliked socializing and the boredom of toasting and drinking. On her home planet, many people drank excessively and loved to gather for heavy drinking. Whenever she encountered such scenes, she would quietly slip away. The alcohol on her home planet was different from that on Earth. It contained no alcohol, but rather other substances that could produce pleasurable chemicals in living beings. At this moment, Yujizi looked somewhat displeased at her glass because it contained juice, not wine. She and the lieutenant were both considered underage, so they couldn't drink alcohol. The lieutenant was sipping his drink, looking content, while Yujizi gazed enviously at the fine wines in everyone else's glasses. Although it was just an ordinary family banquet, the food materials were very exquisite, and the cups and dishes were also luxurious and elaborate. However, everyone sat upright, not smiling or joking, which made Qiyu feel that such an occasion lost the mood to savor the food's flavors. She picked up some dishes, but after a few bites, they tasted bland. She began to miss the home-cooked meals LinWei made, which, although made with ordinary ingredients, were filled with love. Fortunately, the wine tasted good. She finished a glass, and someone immediately poured her a second one. After Nangong Wuji and Wang Lin clinked glasses, he walked over to Qiyu, slightly bowed, and gently said to her, "Miss Qiyu, I had many misunderstandings with you before. I hope you won't mind." He smiled and held up his glass, waiting for Qiyu's response. Nangong Ming said, "Wuji, you really don't know how to speak. What misunderstandings could you have with Miss Qiyu? We're all young people. It's fine once we talk it out. Miss Qiyu, my grandson has an eccentric personality and doesn't know how to talk to girls properly. Please don't blame him." Wang Lin remarked, "Is this what they call the darkness under the lamp?" Did the old man really not know what kind of person Nangong Wuji was before, or was he just speaking nonsense? But it seemed that he was intentionally trying to bring the two together. This was too unusual. Even if Nangong Wuji wanted Qiyu, the old man shouldn't agree. How could a wealthy family casually choose an ordinary person without a background? Qiyu found it difficult to refuse with the grandfather and grandson bantering back and forth like this. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar fragrance wafted over again. Qiyu inhaled deeply, feeling her head start to spin, and she only wanted to greedily take a few more breaths. She raised her wine glass, her body unconsciously leaning closer to Nangong Wuji, her voice soft. There's no misunderstanding between me and young Master Wuji. After saying this, she clinked glasses with Nangong Wuji and tilted her head back to drink the red wine in one go. Today, Qiyu was quite flirtatious. Was this the real Qiyu? No wonder LinWei was so devoted to her. Jiang Linglong glanced at LinWei, sitting next to her. Although he looked displeased, he remained silent. After one glass, a flush appeared on Qiyu's face. She began to sway, her balance unsteady, and was caught by Nangong Wuji. "Miss Qiyu, be careful," he said, wrapping his arm around her slim waist. Qiyu, being inexperienced, was very sensitive to physical contact. Although she was in a daze, being suddenly embraced made her snap back to consciousness. She pushed Nangong Wuji away, using the force to lean back. LinWei was quick to catch her. When she realized it was LinWei holding her, Qiyu's tense body relaxed. She leaned against LinWei's shoulder, feeling safe. "Young Master Wuji, Qiyu is a bit drunk. I'm sorry." "It's okay, as long as Miss Qiyu is fine." Although he said it was fine, Nangong Wuji's face showed a hint of displeasure. Jiang Linglong sensed a strange atmosphere. The night breeze brushed against her face, slightly dispersing the gloom in her heart. She looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. After the banquet, Jiang Linglong didn't return to her room, but wandered aimlessly nearby. In a quiet lawn with a few unknown flowers blooming, she leaned against a phoenix tree, lost in thought. She felt like she wanted to give up, to abandon her obsession with LinWei. "Miss Jiang, are you here enjoying the moon by yourself?" A man's voice came from behind the phoenix tree. Jiang Linglong was startled but quickly calmed down, recognizing the voice belonged to Nangong Wuji. Although it was a bit awkward, at least he wasn't a stranger. Just as she was about to respond, a figure flashed, and Nangong Wuji was already standing in front of her. Such quick movements. This thought crossed her mind as she caught a whiff of the unique fragrance emanating from Nangong Wuji. The scent entered her nostrils like it had a life of its own, drilling into her brain. She instinctively tried to control her breathing, but it only became more rapid, as if her body was beyond her control, desperately wanting to inhale more. Nangong Wuji leaned slightly forward, supporting himself against the tree with one hand, bringing them very close. "Young Master Nangong." Jiang Linglong touched her itchy throat, her face turning red. Perhaps it was the few drinks she had, or the tension, or maybe it was the alluring yet strange scent that was affecting her at that moment. She felt dizzy and weak, needing to lean against the tree for support. From a distance, it looked like Nangong Wuji was cornering Jiang Linglong against the wall. "You really like LinWei, don't you?" Their posture was somewhat ambiguous, but Nangong Wuji didn't take a step closer. Jiang Linglong nodded. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but her body answered honestly without her control. Nangong Wuji sighed softly. "We are both in the same plight. I like Qiyu, but it seems her heart only belongs to that LinWei." As he spoke, his other hand naturally grasped Jiang Linglong's arm. Hearing this, Jiang Linglong's body trembled slightly. "We should be able to empathize with each other's unfulfilled desires, right?" Jiang Linglong's mind buzzed. It felt as if another self within her was controlling her, mechanically nodding. "Shouldn't we form a mutual support alliance for our unrequited love?" Before Jiang Linglong could react, Nangong Wuji took out a round object resembling a fruit pit and placed it in her palm. The round object was strung with a thin cord, resembling a necklace. "This is a wish fruit. I saw it from Nanyang. As long as you wear it around your neck, keeping it close to your heart, your wish will be fulfilled. I asked for two. I kept one for myself and am giving the other to you." After saying this, he slightly tugged at his collar, revealing a matching fruit pit necklace around his neck. Can it really work? Jiang Linglong thought Nangong Wuji's words were a bit far-fetched. Of course it works. Otherwise, do you think Qiyu would be willing to dance with me on the boat or clink glasses with me? After saying this, Nangong Wuji pointed to the pendant hanging from his chest. Jiang Linglong felt her heart warm. Qiyu's behavior today was very unusual, responding to Nangong Wuji with mixed signals. If it weren't for the fruit pit's effect, she really couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation. "If you can make LinWei treat me like Qiyu does, wouldn't that be mutually beneficial, allowing us both to be with the ones we love?" Although it sounded somewhat unbelievable, life was short. Why not give it a try? At worst, she would just fail and maintain her current relationship with LinWei. Jiang Linglong gritted her teeth and put the necklace around her neck. As it passed over her head, the fragrance emanating from the fruit pit was identical to that of Nangong Wuji. She pinched the fruit pit with her fingers to take a closer look. This wish fruit didn't entirely resemble a plant seed. Its surface was rugged and dark, more like some kind of fossil. Young Master Nangong, this. Jiang Linglong wanted to ask for more details, but when she looked up, she found the surroundings silent, and Nangong Wuji had already disappeared. So mysterious. Jiang Linglong murmured, tucking the necklace away and leaving. An owl perched on a branch of the phoenix tree, staring with its large, gray eyes, unblinking as it watched Jiang Linglong's departing figure. Qiyu took a shower and collapsed on her bed, feeling sore and weak all over. After the banquet, she returned to her room. LinWei saw that she was fine, but just lazy and not talkative, assuming she was drunk again. Qiyu was allergic to alcohol, so he comforted her a bit before leaving. Qiyu lay on the bed, feeling groggy with her eyes closed, her mind involuntarily recalling her strange behavior during the dinner party earlier. She clearly didn't want to get up, yet her body acted against her will, even responding with an answer that she found utterly mushy. What is wrong with me? Why can't I control myself when I'm close to Nangong Wuji? Also, the elevator and public areas like the hallway are filled with cameras. Every time I pass by, I feel as if countless eyes are watching me. Is there something wrong with Nangong Wuji, or am I just being overly sensitive? Suddenly, the door opened. Qiyu didn't open her eyes, recognizing the footsteps belonged to the lieutenant. Lieutenant, where have you been? Qiyu mumbled drowsily. No one answered. However, she could feel someone standing by her bed. Lieutenant, what is that scent on you? It smells so good, Qiyu murmured, overwhelmed by sleepiness. Wait, that's Nangong Wuji's scent. In the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Nangong Wuji was standing by her bed, staring directly at her. Qiyu turned over to sit up, but as soon as her shoulder left the bed, Nangong Wuji pressed her back down with both hands. Let me go. Qiyu realized she couldn't move at all and could only shout in anger. Nangong Wuji ignored her, twisting his body in a strange manner and leaning over her. His legs tightly clamped around Qiyu's slender waist, murmuring, "What a wonderful vessel, the best host I've ever seen." His voice was hoarse and aged, fluctuating between male and female, old and young, as if several people were speaking to Qiyu simultaneously. Qiyu felt her body covered in goosebumps, yet she remained completely immobile. Suddenly, Nangong Wuji's eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites of his eyes. His mouth opened wide, and his body began to tremble violently, his face contorting in pain as his features started to warp. With a screech, a monster with a human head and serpent body burst out of Nangong Wuji's mouth, leaping onto Qiyu's chest. Nangong Wuji's body deflated like a punctured ball, rapidly decomposing. Qiyu was terrified to the point of losing her mind, as the level of disgust exceeded her tolerance. Don't come over! Don't come over! She cried, watching the monster writhing on her chest, tears streaming down her face. Qiyu was scared of tears. Although she was a superwoman, she was still just a girl. Hey, don't be scared. Once I get into your body, you won't be afraid anymore. The monster cackled, leaping toward Qiyu's mouth. No, Qiyu let out a desperate wail. Miss Jiang, remember to wear it close to your body for it to be effective. Jiang Linglong recalled Nangong Wuji's last words and hid the fruit pit necklace inside her nightgown, pressing it tightly against her chest. A peculiar fragrance wafted out from the collar of her nightgown, and Jiang Linglong covered her chest, feeling drowsy. In a half-asleep state, she sensed a slight tickling sensation in her chest, and when she absent-mindedly swatted at it, it disappeared. Jiang Linglong turned over, and the fruit pit slipped out from her loose collar, landing on her pillow. She sleepily glanced at it before drifting off again. The fruit pit lay quietly on the pillow, just a few centimeters away from Jiang Linglong's face. After a moment, as she fell into a deep sleep, she began to snore lightly, her breath causing hot air to puff against the surface of the fruit pit, making it tremble slightly. Suddenly, the fruit pit bizarrely flipped over by itself. Its surface quivered, and dozens of fine limbs extended from within. The limbs were covered in delicate hairs, waving ominously in the breeze, making one feel cold and nauseous. This was not a fruit pit, but a small black bug with dozens of legs. Finally, a tiny head, like a grain of rice, emerged from the fruit pit. The little bug shook its body, its tiny red eyes, the size of pinholes, gazing at the sleeping Jiang Linglong. It wiggled its body and moved its many legs, slowly approaching Jiang Linglong. Jiang Linglong murmured in her sleep, shifting from her side to her back. The little bug jumped onto her hand, crawling along her exposed arm toward her torso. Jiang Linglong felt an itch and instinctively twitched her hand, causing the little bug to fall onto the bed. It lay on its back, its short limbs flailing, seemingly expressing its discontent. The little bug flipped back over and stayed still for a while, observing Jiang Linglong. Seeing her unmoving, the little bug moved its head, retracted its body, and leaped directly onto Jiang Linglong's chest on her nightgown. In the moonlight, the little bug's pair of red eyes flickered, shining with a captivating glow like fireflies. Noticing Jiang Linglong's steady breathing and tightly closed mouth, it crawled in her nightgown through the collar. The girl's skin was smooth, and her chest was particularly sensitive. As soon as the little bug's fine limbs touched Jiang Linglong's soft chest, she trembled all over, her mouth involuntarily opening. Seeing this, the bug crawled out, jumping straight into Jiang Linglong's small, open mouth. Even though Jiang Linglong didn't wake up immediately upon the intrusion, her body reacted. Before she could make any further resistance, the little bug had already crawled down her throat and into her esophagus. In her sleep, Jiang Linglong clutched her throat, her body instinctively curling up, trying to expel the foreign object, but unfortunately, the bug had already entered her stomach, and her body's defense mechanisms were helpless against it. The light turned on, and Yu Xiaomei heard the noise and got up to check. Seeing Jiang Linglong clutching her throat in a sleeping position startled her. But noticing she wasn't awake, Yu Xiaomei assumed she was just having a nightmare. After waiting a while, Jiang Linglong's breathing gradually stabilized, prompting Yu Xiaomei to turn off the light and return to bed. Qiyu let out a loud scream, jumping up from the bed. It was already bright outside. Qiyu was drenched in sweat. She instinctively reached her fingers into her throat, as if trying to expel something. However, after gagging a few times, nothing came out. The lieutenant, recovering from standby mode, gently stroked Qiyu's back, helping her calm down. Qiyu, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Qiyu's eyes were wide open, her expression frozen, as if she hadn't fully recovered from the dream. After a long moment, she hugged the lieutenant tightly. Lieutenant, thank goodness it was just a dream. If it were real, I'd rather die than let the monster crawl into my mouth. The lieutenant held Qiyu's sweaty hand. Qiyu, tell me what kind of terrifying dream you had that scared our superwoman like this. I dreamt that Nangong Wuji broke into my room, and then a monster with a human head and serpent body crawled out of his mouth, eventually crawling into mine. Qiyu recounted, shivering at the end. Lieutenant, that dream felt too real. I could even distinctly feel the monster crawling into my mouth. What happened to Nangong Wuji in the dream? Once the monster left his mouth, Nangong Wuji's body deflated like a punctured ball, soft and lifeless like human skin. Oh, don't make me remember anymore. It's too terrifying. Qiyu hugged her head, shaking it vigorously, as if trying to shake off those bad memories. It's like he changed into another person, changed his skin, the lieutenant murmured. Oh, I never want to eat noodles or any long, thin food again. It's too disgusting. Qiyu collapsed onto the bed, her face full of despair. The lieutenant chose not to engage with Qiyu's sulking and quietly turned to leave the room. The major closed the door and stood in the middle of the corridor. Previously, Qiyu had repeatedly examined the footage from the cameras in the elevator, which now reappeared in her cybernetic brain. The major looked around and noticed 2 cameras installed in the corridor. She walked to the end of the corridor, where the camera was facing the entire hallway, capable of capturing anyone entering or exiting from the doors. The major approached the surveillance equipment, raised her head, and stared at the pitch-black camera. She attempted to connect to it. After a few seconds of connection, the lens darkened and the camera ceased operation, clearly indicating that someone had cut off the data link between the camera and the main unit. The major was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing, but her expression quickly returned to neutral. She turned around and arrived at Yujizi's room door. After just one knock, Yujizi had already opened the door. A wave of alcohol smell hit her face, causing the major to wrinkle her brow slightly. Yujizi was bare on top, wearing only a loose nightgown, lazily staring at the major. She was alone in the room. Wang Linchen had run off. Yujizi had a hungover expression, clutching a pillow and lying back down. I can't stand these disciplined people. I declare that I no longer like Wang Lin. Where did you get the alcohol? The major ignored her nonsensical ramblings. There's a winery underground. I secretly went there last night and drank my fill. Yujizi dragged out another bottle from the cabinet, looking at the major with seductive eyes. Since you're here, you should drink a glass with me. Saying this, she uncorked the bottle with her bare hands and poured a glass for the major. Don't you think there's something unusual about this villa? The major took a small sip. Yujizi tilted her head back and drank half a glass, her face flushing even more. There is. What do you say? Ha! Just because everything is too normal, it feels abnormal. Even when I sneaked to the winery yesterday, someone proactively turned off all the alarm devices. It seems they wanted me to get completely drunk. Yujizi, with a sultry look, hugged the major and whispered in her ear. It seems the entire villa is under complete surveillance by a mysterious force. They know our every move. The major pushed Yujizi away, who reeked of alcohol, with a look of disdain. Then doesn't that mean our conversation is known to others? Yujizi leaned her head on the major's shoulder and exhaled in her nostrils. I've checked. There are no surveillance devices in this room. After saying that, Yujizi quickly shook her head, seemingly negating her own statement. However, I always feel like there is a pair of eyes watching me. Qiyu said she felt the same way. After saying this, both fell into a temporary silence. The room was quiet, except for the sound of birds chirping outside the window. They looked out the window, where a small bird was pecking at the ground on the platform outside, occasionally looking up at them, as if observing them. Yujizi and the major exchanged glances. She turned to look the other way, but suddenly her body vanished from the spot. In the next moment, Yujizi appeared behind the bird, then swiftly reached out to catch it. The bird flapped its wings and evaded her grasp with even greater speed, then flew away. Yujizi, frustrated, clapped her hands. Just as she was about to unleash the UT barrier, the door opened. Wang Lin returned. Sweat soaked her tight tank top, giving the alluring Wang Lin the charm of a mature woman. Yujizi immediately returned to the room, sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, gazing adoringly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sniffed. Cece, you drank again? I told you last night that minors can't drink. I might have to tell your cousin Linwei. A parental authority appeared on Wang Lin's face. Yujizi immediately jumped over, clinging to Wang Lin like a monkey, rubbing her face against her chest. Sister Wang Lin, I'm sorry. I won't drink again. Please don't tell brother Linwei. Wang Lin was puzzled by why this child always wanted to cling to her. Did she have some maternal glow about her? God, am I that old? Wang Lin gently broke free from Yujizi's embrace and got up to look in the mirror. The woman in the mirror had fair and delicate skin, her appearance still retaining a youthful vibe. After staring for a while, Wang Lin didn't see any wrinkles on her face, which reassured her. Nangang Wuji just messaged me. We're setting off at 9:30 sharp. The coastal forecast says there will be heavy rain near noon, so we need to reach our destination before the storm. Yujizi exchanged a glance with the major but pouted. Where is he planning to take us? Why such a tight and mysterious schedule? Wang Lin turned her head. He didn't say much, just that we're going to a small island. Yujizi blinked. He doesn't have any ill intentions, does he? Luring us beautiful girls out to sea and then plotting something? Wang Lin turned and gave Yujizi a light tap on the head. You and Cheng Dalong both love to overthink. However, you can rest assured this time, because Grandpa Nangang suddenly said he wanted to go along. With him around, Nangang Wuji definitely wouldn't dare to overstep. Yujizi simply responded with an "oh" and nodded noncommittally. Water, water. Jiang Linglong woke up, feeling her mouth dry and cracking, her mind solely focused on drinking water. She sprinted to the kitchen, chugging down a full glass of water. Still not satisfied, she turned the faucet on and drank directly from it, not stopping until her belly was as round as a balloon. Yu Xiaomei watched her crazy actions in shock and quickly came over to feel her forehead. Jiang Linglong's forehead was unusually cool. The girl in the mirror looked dull and lifeless, her eye sockets sunken, with dark circles like a panda that hadn't eaten for months. Looking at her haggard self, Jiang Linglong mumbled, If Linwei sees me like this, he definitely won't love me anymore. Just thinking of Linwei made her heart clench violently. That name seemed to have a kind of magic, a deadly allure, making Jiang Linglong want to be with him at all times. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surged in her mind. Only she could treat Linwei well. Whoever dared to compete with her for him, she would kill. She could even kill Linwei, and then he would become her eternal partner. Jiang Linglong was startled by her own evil thoughts. She raised her head, her eyes in the mirror filled with bloodshot veins, her gaze exuding a fierce, murderous intent. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness struck her again. Go find Linwei. Be with him. Whoever Linwei likes, you kill them. These thoughts surged wildly in Jiang Linglong's mind. She pounded her head, powerless to resist, letting out a painful scream. With a thud, Jiang Linglong fainted on the floor. When she woke up again, Wang Lin and Yu Xiaomei were surrounding her. Linglong, did you not sleep well last night? Do you want to see a doctor? Wang Lin gently stroked her forehead. Jiang Linglong sat up from the bed, surprised to find that she was perfectly fine. Not only did her head not hurt at all, but the intense fatigue also vanished, and she even felt somewhat refreshed. President Wang, I'm fine now. Jiang Linglong jumped off the bed. Sorry to worry everyone. She glanced at the clock. It's almost time to leave. Let's hurry and get ready. Linglong, are you sure you're okay? You really scared me just now. Yu Xiaomei couldn't believe that Jiang Linglong was looking so lively. Jiang Linglong held her best friend's hand. Xiaomei, I really am fine now. Yu Xiaomei looked at the excited Jiang Linglong with some helplessness, noticing a strange fragrance in the air. Linglong, did you change your perfume? It smells so unique. Yu Xiaomei leaned closer to Jiang Linglong's wide collar, curiously sniffing the scent on her. Jiang Linglong pushed her friend away. What are you doing, pervert? Stop sniffing my chest. TCH, who else looking? Do you have anything to show? Yu Xiaomei retorted. The two started to wrestle. Wang Lin saw that Jiang Linglong was fine and turned to leave the room. LinWei. The voice that lingered in Jiang Linglong's mind returned again. But this time, Jiang Linglong didn't resist it. She slightly curved her lips, displaying a faint smile. Outside the window, a gray owl quietly watched everything inside the room. On the yacht, Wang Lin, the weather is nice today. T-shirt, beach shorts, white sneakers. Nan Gongming in front of Wang Lin didn't look like a wealthy businessman at all. However, his handsome facial features and sharp eyes made others immediately sense that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Yes, old man, the temperature isn't as hot as yesterday. Heaven knows you're going out to sea and has given you the green light. Wang Lin flattered him while secretly admiring the excellent looks of the Nan Gong family genes. If Nan Gongming were 30 or 40 years younger, she would surely be infatuated. Although he was almost 80, it was still evident that he must have been a handsome man in his youth. Ha ha, your words are really sweet. Nan Gongming laughed heartily and even reached out to lightly pat Wang Lin's fragrant shoulder. Cheng Dalong. This Nan Gongming is an old widower, never remarried. Look at that natural gesture. He has clearly an old hand in the world of romance. Is he going out to sea today because he has taken a liking to President Wang? Is the old bull ready to graze on tender grass? Wang Lin's face turned red, and she quickly changed the topic. Old man, where are you and Wu Ji planning to take us today? Ha! Today we're heading to paradise. Wu Ji, start the boat. Nan Gongming seemed to be keeping them in suspense, not explaining much, and directly ordered his grandson to start the boat. Wang Lin didn't ask further. The boat sailed on the sea, with the weather being pleasant. The sunlight was blocked by thick clouds, and the sun was no longer scorching. Everyone went up on deck to enjoy the rare leisure time. Qiyu looked a bit listless, leaning against the back of the boat with her eyes closed. LinWei knew she hadn't slept well last night, so he didn't disturb her. The yacht didn't head deep into the sea, just slowly sailing along the coastline. LinWei, it was Jiang Linglong's voice. LinWei didn't think much and turned around directly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Linglong got very close, and with his turn, their lips almost touched. LinWei instinctively took a step back. Sorry, I almost bumped into you. Then, he noticed a strange fragrance. Jiang Linglong stepped in closer. LinWei, do I look pretty today? After saying that, Jiang Linglong blew a puff of her breath towards LinWei. Due to the proximity, LinWei couldn't avoid it and inhaled it all in. What the heck? LinWei was puzzled by Jiang Linglong's strange behavior, trying hard to suppress his inner discomfort and wanted to step away again. Just as he was about to sidestep, his legs suddenly went weak, and he fell onto Jiang Linglong. LinWei was on top, and Jiang Linglong was underneath, both tumbling onto the deck. LinWei's face turned red, repeatedly apologizing. He wanted to get up, but strangely, he couldn't muster any strength in his hands. Each time he tried to prop himself up, his hands would unconsciously slide onto Jiang Linglong's body. To make matters worse, every time his hands slipped onto her, LinWei's mouth would bump against Jiang Linglong's face and chest. From the perspective of others, it looked like LinWei was groping and kissing Jiang Linglong. Jiang Linglong's face flushed bright red, her hands covering her chest, yelling, LinWei, what are you doing? Let go of me. The other women were dumbfounded. Cheng Dalong pulled LinWei up. Lin, bro, what is your taste? Leaving Qiyu aside, you go kiss this Jiang Taiping. LinWei was completely bewildered, stammering and unable to say a coherent sentence. Qiyu angrily walked towards LinWei. I didn't he mean to? Slap. Just as LinWei wanted to explain further, he received a hard slap across the face from Qiyu. LinWei, you're a jerk. A big pervert. Qiyu's eyes widened, appearing hysterical. LinWei covered one side of his quickly swelling face, his eyes full of shock. You hit me. Why? After Qiyu slapped LinWei, her inner anger vanished without a trace. She looked at her palm, a bit disbelief that she had slapped him. Why? Did I hit him? Am I a barbaric woman? But soon, a self-pitying emotion made Qiyu feel extremely resentful again. She sighed. My sister is right. Men aren't worth loving because once they get what they want, they want to cherish it. LinWei, go find someone you like. We're done. After saying that, Qiyu walked into the cabin without looking back. We're done. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for LinWei. His head buzzed, and all kinds of grievances surfaced. What about you dancing with Nangong Wuji? Being ambiguous while toasting? You didn't listen to my explanation and just slapped me. Do you have a tendency toward violence? If someone should hit me, it should be Jiang Linglong. What is your deal? Ever since you met Nangong Wuji, you've become strange, your emotions erratic. Do you regret being with me? Fine. Go find a rich man then. LinWei had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, only 2 words slipped out. Whatever. LinWei angrily swung his arm and walked toward the bow of the boat. Jiang Linglong covered her chest and cried out loud. Yu Xiaomei comforted her from the side. Wang Lin looked embarrassed. Her employee was being jealous in front of client, which would be a joke if it got out. Yu Jiasai and Xiao Zhuo looked at the chaotic scene and simultaneously glanced at the Nangong grandfather and grandson. What tricks had the men from the Nangong family played? Why did everyone seem to lose their minds? Yu Jiasai was excited. Haha, this is getting more and more interesting. I can't wait to see what happens next. Truly, those watching the fun don't think it's a big deal. Just then, Nangongming coughed a few times. Everyone, we are about to start the real voyage. He waved to Nangong Wuji in the cockpit, and the yacht made a 90-degree turn, heading straight into the depths of the sea. Old man, haven't we arrived yet? We've been sailing for nearly an hour. Nangongming chatted and laughed with Wang Lin all the way, completely unconcerned with the bumps of the voyage. Wang Lin hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. You asked at just the right time. Look, that's our destination over there. Nangongming pointed to the distance, where a lush green island appeared before them. This island was discovered by me and Wuji during a previous outing at sea. The small island shows no signs of human development, completely natural. In the center of the island, there's a cave filled with various strange rocks, beautifully stunning. Whenever I have free time, I come here to play with Wuji. Wang Lin nodded. You two have quite a unique taste. You like to explore caves. It seems that ordinary activities can no longer satisfy the demands of wealthy people. The boat stopped a few hundred meters away from the island. Nangong Wuji released 2 inflatable boats. 10 people climbed down the side of the boat and sat in the 2 small boats. 2 bodyguards stayed on the ship. The small boats docked at a sandy shore on the island. Everyone disembarked and walked onto a shallow area made of coarse sand and stones. The entire island was shrouded in mist, giving it a mysterious feeling. How can there still be mist close to noon? The air here can't be toxic, right? I've heard that the miasma in primitive forests can be severe. Chung Dalong hesitated as he looked at the scene before him. Don't worry. My grandfather and I have been here a few times, and it's always like this. We're standing right in front of you, aren't we? Although this is a small island. There is geothermal activity underground, and the convergence of hot and cold creates this white mist, not miasma, Nangongming explained, and without waiting for others to react. He headed toward the center of the island with Nangong Wuji. Since they were already here, everyone couldn't just stand still, so they followed the 2 of them. Because it is an isolated ecosystem, there are only plants on the island, with no animals. The island is very quiet, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds. Soon, a cave entrance covered in greenery appeared before them. Chung Dalong glanced into the cave. It was just dark, with nothing particularly strange. Nangong Wuji didn't call for anyone and walked straight in. Young Master Nangong, it's so dark inside. Don't you need a flashlight? Chung Dalong reminded him. Nangong Wuji paused for a moment and then quickly replied, Oh, I've been here a few times, so I'm familiar with it. But you're right. Thanks for the reminder. After saying that, he took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. Nangongming gestured for Wang Lin to follow him. President Wang, come join this old man who hasn't lost his childlike heart for a little adventure. Everyone entered one after another. Yu Jiasai lagged behind again. She touched the slippery moss around the cave entrance, deep in thought. This cave slants downward. The surface entrance is only a tiny part of the entire cave. The underground part of this cave must be very deep. Yu Jiasai looked up at the sky. The clouds were gradually dispersing, and sunlight was once again covering the land. Near noon, the sun was directly overhead, and sunlight could not penetrate into the cave, only forming a small shadow at the entrance. LinWei followed Nangong Wuji closely. He touched the stone wall, which was not damp, and he could feel some flowers and grasses embedded in the stone wall. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and discovered that the stone wall had a dark red hue. Delicate flowers grew in the crevices of the stone wall. The stems and leaves of the flowers were also red, and the petals were long and slender. LinWei gently touched one, and the petals curled inward before slowly opening outward again. LinWei felt that these petals resembled little hands. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. "LinWei, I'm a bit scared," came Jiang Linglong's voice from behind. "Not again." LinWei frowned, turning around only after taking half a step forward. In the dark, Jiang Linglong's features were indistinguishable. But in the scattered light of everyone's phones, he vaguely saw her clutching her chest, looking panicked and helpless. After all, she was a girl and a friend. So LinWei softened. "What's wrong? You don't need to be scared with so many people here." Jiang Linglong shook her head. "As soon as I entered this cave, my heart started racing and my hands and feet felt unresponsive." She paused for a moment. "But this place also gives me a familiar feeling like I've been here before." The fragrance emanating from Jiang Linglong enveloped LinWei like a gentle breeze. He didn't know which of her words touched the soft spot in his heart, or if it was the fragrance that captivated him. He instinctively reached out and patted Jiang Linglong's back. Just as LinWei's hand brushed against Jiang Linglong's exposed skin, her body softened and fell into his arms. Green tea. Chung Dalong watched Jiang Linglong throw herself at him and couldn't help but curse inwardly. LinWei held Jiang Linglong, but his gaze was on Qiyu not far away. Qiyu rested her hands behind her head, looking around, completely ignoring him. LinWei gritted his teeth and tightly held Jiang Linglong with one arm. "Let's go. I'll support you." Jiang Linglong felt a wave of warmth wash over her. It was the first time LinWei treated her so gently. Wang Lin was looking around when suddenly Nan Gongming stopped in front of her. She wasn't paying attention and bumped right into his back. She slipped and was about to fall when a strong hand wrapped around her waist. Wang Lin looked up to see it was Nan Gongming. "Wang Lin, be careful," Nan Gongming said with a concerned tone. At the same time, the scent of a man wafted into her nostrils. His scent was unique, not perfume, but not unpleasant either, carrying a feeling that Wang Lin found irresistible. Wang Lin's face flushed. "Oh my, could it be that I like Nan Gongming? He could be my grandfather." "Thank you, old man." Wang Lin gently extricated herself from his embrace. "Wang Lin, I'm sorry." Nan Gongming smiled apologetically at her. "If I hadn't stopped suddenly, you wouldn't have fallen. Did you find something?" Wang Lin asked. Nan Gongming opened his hand to reveal a bright red stone in his palm. "What is this?" "This is a lava stone. Such dazzling patterns could only form under high temperatures and pressures over millions of years. Here, take it." Saying this, Nan Gongming stuffed the stone into Wang Lin's hand and turned to leave. Wang Lin held the stone, which felt smooth and warm. Her emotions complex. Could this be an old-fashioned man's way of courting? What should I do? If I refuse him, will I offend him? I just climbed onto a wealthy sugar daddy. Oh no, a wealthy grandpa. If I don't refuse, what if he keeps pressing me? Nan Gongming has a mature, worldly charm. I do have feelings for him, but it's only feelings. Wang Lin felt a mess inside. Yu Jaisai watched Nan Gongming's back and couldn't help but grit her teeth. That old man has his eyes on Wang Lin? How dare he compete with me for a woman? I'll teach him a lesson later. Chung Dalong stopped in place, propping his chin in thought. So many entanglements. This pair is perfectly matched. The wealthy circle is indeed chaotic. Hey, if LinWei and Jiang Linglong end up together, wouldn't that give me hope with Qiyu? He turned around, and Qiyu happened to pass by him. "Qiyu, Qi." He had just said 2 words when Qiyu slapped him hard on the shoulder. "Stop standing here and daydreaming. Move forward." "All right." The frontmost, Nangong Wuji, suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" LinWei asked. In front of them was an object resembling a tree trunk embedded in the stone wall. Its surface marked with deep and shallow cracks, as if formed by high pressure emanating outward. Surprisingly, dark red flowers were growing out of the cracks. But these flowers were still in bud form, densely hanging down from the trunk, like a group of red monsters trying to squeeze out from the trunk. Nan Gongming also caught up. He reached out to touch the tree trunk, exchanged a glance with Nangong Wujia, and muttered to himself, "There's not much time left." Wang Lin had a phobia of dense crowds. Seeing the scene made her shiver, and she sneezed. Nan Gongming patted her. "This is a parasitic flower," Wang Lin said. "This flower is a bit terrifying, clustered together like a group of insects." As soon as Jiang Linglong saw these flowers, her throat felt a strange itch, as if something was impatiently trying to drill out of her mouth. Jiang Linglong was terrified and quickly opened her water bottle, gulping down a few sips to suppress the nausea. "Old man, where to next?" Wang Lin was starting to have second thoughts. "We're going there." Nangong Wujia pointed to a cave entrance on the right. "There's a fork in the road here. If we follow this path, we'll eventually reach the center of the cave." "How far is it?" Wang Lin pressed. If there was still a long way to go, she would give up on this adventure. Very close, just about 100 meters. Nan Gongming looked at Wang Lin. Everyone has come this far, don't give up halfway. I promise you, the scenery inside will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Wang Lin nodded. All right, then I'll accompany you to the end. Nan Gongming happily patted Wang Lin's shoulder, seemingly very satisfied with her response. Yes, together with you. Nan Gongming said something vague and was the first to enter the right cave. The last one lagging behind. Yujizi pinched the waist of the lieutenant in front of her. Did you notice anything unusual here? Like an illusion array or something? The lieutenant shook his head. I scanned. There are no signs of illusions, but there are traces of large biological activity. Wow, are there large creatures inside? Yujizi became interested. Let us hurry in and take a look. The lieutenant held her back gently. My analysis indicates that if we go further in, the chances of encountering danger will greatly increase. Do they set traps inside? Yujizi asked. The lieutenant shook his head again. No, I think they seem to be leading us towards something unknown. Hearing this, Yujizi rubbed her hands together. Then going in will tell us. With me and that monster Qiyu. What are you worried about? My adventurous blood is boiling. Not adventurous, but delusional. The lieutenant retorted and stepped forward to catch up. Nan Gongming and Nan Gongwujia walked to the front. The cave walls were covered with a dark red substance, resembling a milky membrane or some kind of moss. LinWei touched the cave wall. It felt sticky. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded from under the feet of Yu Xiaomei in the middle of the group, followed by her piercing scream. The scream echoed in the cave, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Everyone's phone lights focused on her. Tears streamed down Yu Xiaomei's face, but she didn't dare to look down, trembling as she asked, What did I step on? It feels like bones. Cheng Dalong shone the light at her feet, revealing a piece of gray-white dead branch. Xiaomei, you're being paranoid. It's just a branch. Why are you screaming? Yujizi came over, picked up a crushed fragment, and examined it closely. Strange, this doesn't look like a branch. The surface is very smooth. It looks a bit like bone, and it seems to be human bone. Wang Lin was so scared that she grabbed Yujizi. Cici, don't joke around here. Everyone is already very scared. Yujizi said oh, and threw away the fragment. When everyone refocused their attention ahead, they found that the Nangong grandfather and grandson were missing. Where are they? Wang Lin panicked. She was worried about them and also about herself. If something happened to this lively grandfather-grandson duo here, all her hard work would be for nothing. Qiyu with sharp eyes pointed ahead. That looks like a corner. They must have turned there. Hearing this, Wang Lin felt slightly reassured. After all, in an unknown underground cave, it was terrifying for someone to suddenly go missing. Let us hurry. Qiyu and Yujizi took the lead this time. The group groped their way forward for a while. And sure enough, they reached a bend in the cave. Everyone turned the corner and found a relatively straight cave that sloped gently downwards. However, they still had not found Nan Gongming and the others. Wang Lin was getting anxious. They wouldn't be hiding. Playing a prank on us, right? The group looked around. It was all intact stone walls with no place to hide. Yu Xiaomei let out another heart-wrenching scream. Under the light, her face had lost all color, and she pointed a trembling finger, this time towards the top of the cave. Up there's someone, staring at us. Wang Lin and Jiang Linglong were so scared they didn't dare to look up, clinging tightly to each other, trembling. LinWei and Cheng Dalong gathered their courage to shine their lights upwards. Damn! Cheng Dalong was also startled. Embedded in the cave was half a human face, one eye staring intently at them. It's a dead person's face, Cheng Dalong stammered. Upon hearing Cheng Dalong's confirmation, Wang Lin, Jiang Linglong, and Yu Xiaomei finally couldn't hold back and started crying in unison. Mr. Wang, I want to go home. Yu Xiaomei, the most timid and afraid of the dark, was on the verge of collapse. How strange. Yujizi rested her chin on her hand. This face has already turned to stone. In such an environment, it's impossible to preserve facial muscles and eyeballs. It must have turned into a pile of bones long ago. Qiyu was puzzled. So what are you trying to say? Yujizi blinked. That means this face is still fresh. Even stranger, how did it get embedded in the stone wall? Wang Lin felt her scalp go numb. She stood up, grabbed Jiang Linglong and Yu Xiaomei, and headed back. She didn't want to go any further. The three girls held hands, not discussing with the others, and hurried back. But soon, LinWei heard the three of them scream again. You guys, come quickly. Wang Lin's voice was almost in a cry. What now? LinWei and Cheng Dalong rushed to the front of the three. The path is gone. Wang Lin pointed to where the corner should be, but now there was a complete stone wall. The other few also gathered closer. After a thorough search, they reached a unanimous conclusion. The way back was gone. Could it be that half a face caused a ghost wall? Yu Xiaomei said. Wang Lin glanced at her phone. There was no signal at all. While the three girls were distracted, Qiyu pressed her palms against the stone wall and then pushed outward with force. But the wall didn't budge, clearly not a secret door or mechanism. Qiyu sighed and clapped her hands. No point in talking. We can only move forward now. Wang Lin and the other three, left with no choice, could only continue forward. Old man, come out quick. We're done playing, okay? Wang Lin shouted as she walked. She began to desperately hypnotize herself, telling herself this was just a prank arranged by Nan Gongming, a reality show. This was why Nan Gongming had insisted on bringing them into this cave. As for why Nan Gongming did this, perhaps it was just the twisted taste of the wealthy? In any case, she didn't find it amusing at all. However, apart from her own echo, there was no feedback around her. There was also no sign of the surprise she had hoped for when Nan Gong Wuji would jump out from the shadows and shout surprise. Thus ending this adventure she was not enjoying. As they delved deeper, the cave above them grew lower, accompanied by an increasingly heavy sense of psychological oppression. Everyone's breathing began to quicken. Jiang Linglong's heart raced, and her throat started to feel a burning sensation. She leaned against LinWei's shoulder, dazed, stumbling forward. The flowers have bloomed. Look, the flowers have bloomed. Suddenly, Jiang Linglong, who had been in a state of despair, became exceptionally excited, pointing in a certain direction in the void. Everyone followed her gaze, but all they saw were stone walls, nothing else. LinWei noticed that the strange fragrance on Jiang Linglong had intensified since they entered the cave, the scent beginning to seep out aggressively, becoming pungent at close range. They are all blooming towards me. How beautiful. After saying this, her eyes rolled back as she fell backward. LinWei reacted quickly and caught her. However, Jiang Linglong was like a puddle of mud, slowly slipping from LinWei's arms to the ground. Then, Jiang Linglong's body started to convulse violently. Her body curled up due to spasms. Everyone rushed over, wanting to help her but unsure where to start. With Jiang Linglong's painful cry, her body shifted from curling inward to a position where her limbs were stretching outward with all their might. It was like someone just waking up and stretching, but the extent was so great that her whole body bent into an upside-down U shape. Jiang Linglong's body was bent to a limit that normal people could not reach. It felt like if she bent just a little more, she would snap in half. Even Yujizi couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Her figure was slender and should have been alluring under normal stretching, but now it was just horrifying. Linglong. She must be possessed by a demon. Have you all seen The Exorcist? Linglong is exactly like the situation described in it. Yu Xiaomei said while retreating several steps, pressing her back tightly against the stone wall. Afraid that Jiang Linglong might infect her with some evil spirit, Jiang Linglong suddenly opened her eyes, and there was not a trace of white visible in her eyeballs. Only a deep black. Wang Lin beside her screamed hysterically again. There's not much time left, Jiang Linglong murmured, her voice sounding both male and female. Deep and dry. Her belly. Quick, look at her belly, Cheng Dalong exclaimed, bouncing up from his spot. Jiang Linglong's lower abdomen was rapidly swelling. She cradled her belly, her face twisted in pain. Jiang Linglong let out a painful wail. Her mouth opened wide, and a dense black mist sprayed out from it. Everyone was frightened and hurriedly stepped back. Oh my God! Yu Xiaomei had somehow put on a string of prayer beads, chanting incoherently, Bodhisattva, save me, Bodhisattva, save me. I'm still young. I don't want to be reborn so soon. The black mist spewing from Jiang Linglong's mouth lasted for several dozen seconds before it stopped. After the black mist was expelled, the look of pain on her face diminished slightly, and her belly began to return to normal. Wang Lin wanted to flee deeper into the cave, but seeing that the others had no intention of leaving, she didn't dare to go in alone. Like Yu Xiaomei, she kept her distance, not daring to approach. She was puzzled. Apart from Yu Xiaomei and herself, why did the other 5 seem so calm? Little did she know that 3 of those 5 were neither normal humans nor non-humans. LinWei and Cheng Dalong, having experienced the Sulphur House incident, had nerves that were many times thicker than ordinary people, and they knew the formidable methods of the 3 women. So, although they were also terrified, it was nothing compared to Wang Lin's breakdown. The black mist spewing from Jiang Linglong did not scatter like ordinary mist. It lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Even more bizarrely, the black mist formed a shape resembling a mass of gas, floating in the air and swaying slightly, as if it were a living creature. Everyone was horrified and covered their mouths and noses, except for the usually inconspicuous SHS. Her eyes glimmered as she focused intently on scanning the black mist. SHS. Can you tell what this thing is? Yujizi leaned in and asked softly. I can't be completely certain, but I can only speculate that this mass of black mist is composed of spore-like particles similar to plants. SHS replied very rigorously. Then, what should we do next, Sister Wang Lin? Wang Lin was a very intelligent person. She had already sensed that the two girls beside her were not ordinary. Rather than blindly flailing around, it was better to hear their thoughts. Sister Wang Lin, I don't have a better plan either. I think since we were invited to play this game, we can only grit our teeth and continue, SHS said in a gentle and calm tone, which soothed Wang Lin's chaotic heart. Just then, another change occurred. The seemingly stable mass of black mist suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Under SHS's close scanning, the floating dust like spheres suddenly sprouted many tiny wings and antennae, trembling in the air. I was wrong. These are not powder at all, but flying insects. Jiang Linglong's body is a breeding ground for these flying insects. Everyone, move deeper. If you inhale these insects, you will likely experience the same situation as Jiang Linglong. SHS's expression changed slightly, and her voice rose. Even she, who was usually calm, was no longer composed. The buzzing of the black mist grew louder and began to rush toward the crowd. Everyone run, SHS shouted. Insects were the most detested creatures by women, not to mention unknown, disgusting, and dense swarms of insects. Thinking of Jiang Linglong's appearance, the girls present let out varying cries of alarm. They could no longer afford to be afraid or worried and sprinted deep into the cave. In fact, Cheng Dalong's aversion to insects was no less than that of the girls around him. He desperately suppressed the urge to scream and turn to run. At this moment, he regretted that his parents hadn't given him more legs. He was originally the closest to Jiang Linglong, running at the back of the group. After just a few steps, a terrifying sound echoed from behind him. He turned back and shone his phone light, only to see Jiang Linglong on all fours, rapidly crawling toward him. Not to mention that Jiang Linglong crawling on all fours was already terrifying. The most horrifying part was that she was crawling on the ground with her body bent backward. Her limbs and torso had twisted into inhuman angles. Her face was turned toward Cheng Dalong, with her long black hair hanging down, making her look like a giant spider with black fur dragging behind it at first glance. Cheng Dalong exploded in panic, feeling a warm sensation in his pants. Help! Jiang Linglong has turned into a corpse. Finally, he could no longer hold back, letting out a scream that rivaled that of any woman. The girls slightly ahead, Yu Xiaomei and Wang Lin, were influenced by Cheng Dalong and continued to scream as they ran. The alternating screams and the buzzing of the insects, along with Jiang Linglong's roar, formed a strange symphony that echoed throughout the underground space. Yujizi was running at the front. Listening to the screams of the ordinary people behind her, she felt even more that this trip was worthwhile. She had originally planned to use the UT force field to block the insects and Jiang Linglong, but thinking that it wouldn't be fun, she decided to treat herself as if she were also fleeing for her life. Her pupils had already been replaced with night vision effects, making the entire cave clear in her eyes. As she delved deeper into the cave, the red flowers on the stone walls increased, most of them drooping with buds. But a small portion had already bloomed, spraying pollen into the air. Yujizi suddenly thought of something, stopped abruptly, and Qiyu, who was behind her, crashed into her. Why did you stop suddenly? Qiyu complained, rubbing her chest. That hurt. Superwoman, it turns out you're afraid of insects too, Yujizi said, blinking at Qiyu, her tone teasing. You look just as scared as those ordinary people. I'm not scared. I just find them disgusting. I don't want any of those little bugs on me. Qiyu shot her a glare, then suddenly thought of something. Yujizi, why don't you release the UT force field and let us be separated from these annoying little bugs? Yujizi blinked. You're right. How did I forget about that? She closed her eyes and suddenly retreated 10 steps. A flesh-colored tail emerged from behind her, writhing wildly in the air. LinWei, having seen it all before, moved closer to her without surprise. Wang Lin was startled, but her smart brain quickly understood where to go, and she ran to Yujizi without stopping. Memories of the past 2 days spent with Yujizi flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized that this person was not an ordinary human at all. She had been pretending to be harmless and playing with her. Yu Xiaomei, seeing the tail suddenly sprout from Yujizi's back, exclaimed, everyone run. Yusasai is possessed by a demon too. Instinctively, she ran towards the stone wall. After a few steps, there was a loud thud. It seemed she had collided hard with something. Yu Xiaomei crashed into the UT force field and fell flat, losing consciousness. Yujizi smiled slightly, muttering to herself, no need to go through the trouble of possession. I am a demon in person. Before her words had finished, a swarm of insects surged forward. But as they approached the group, They were blocked by some invisible force. Yujizi, why did you key me out? Qiyu shouted angrily at Yujizi not far away. It turned out that when Qiyu saw Yujizi release the UT force field, she didn't continue running, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Her instincts told her something was wrong. The swarm of insects coming her way showed no signs of stopping. At the critical moment, Qiyu teleported away from her original spot. But since the UT barrier was behind her, she could only move toward the direction of the incoming swarm. When she reappeared, the swarm was already behind her. But right in front of her was Jiang, whose body had already mutated and was glaring at her. Oh no, the force field energy is insufficient. Sorry. Yujizi, inside the barrier, showed a guilty smile to Qiyu. You did that on purpose? Qiyu glared at Yujizi, who was apologizing while wearing a gloating expression. Yujizi, let Qiyu in quickly, LinWei shouted. No. Yujizi's expression turned serious. The swarm moves quickly and can infiltrate anywhere. Once I let go, I won't have time to save you. She patted LinWei on the shoulder. Don't worry. Qiyu is our strongest fighter here. This level of attack is not enough to threaten her. If it weren't for you all tying my hands, I would have already torn this place apart. Then she winked at LinWei. And having these two rivals face off is also an interesting thing, right? You're being ridiculous, LinWei said with a black line on his face. If he weren't unable to defeat Yujizi, he would have slapped her by now. Do you treat fighting as a game? How can you speak so lightly of life and death matters? Suddenly, the major spoke up, Yujizi, considering all the anomalies. Everything happening in this cave is definitely not simple. I suspect this is related to the biological entities from our home planet. Perhaps there are assassins sent by the Jununu hidden in this cave as well. Yujizi had always trusted the major the most, and hearing her say this made her put away her playful thoughts. Especially at the thought of infiltrating assassins, Yujizi's expression turned serious as well. Those guys possess various talents, just like herself, and are quite powerful. Jiang made a scary noise, her dark eyes fixed on Qiyu, due to her contorted posture. Her clothes had torn at the front, revealing her slender and pale figure, and combined with her eerie position, Qiyu felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, Jiang stomach bulged slightly again. She opened her mouth and unleashed a cloud of black mist toward Qiyu. Qiyu felt nauseous and quickly used teleportation to dodge. The next second, she was already beside Jiang. Qiyu raised her hand and punched Jiang stomach. Since Jiang was someone she knew and also LinWei's colleague, she didn't dare to use much force, so she didn't hit too hard. Her goal was just to push Jiang back or knock her out. Out of kindness, she didn't exert her full strength. However, Jiang body twisted strangely, and Qiyu's punch missed. At the same time, Jiang contorted limbs closed in on Qiyu from all directions, ensnaring her completely. Qiyu was nearly face-to-face with Jiang. A nauseatingly rich and strange fragrance rushed into Qiyu's brain. In a state of battle, Qiyu's mind was clear. The moment she smelled that scent, her mind immediately connected it with Nangong Wuji. If Jiang had turned into this state, Nangong Wuji must be involved. Qiyu held her breath to prevent the strange fragrance from overwhelming her brain. She reached out and forcefully pried Jiang hands apart. Seeing that she couldn't hold Qiyu down, Jiang opened her mouth again. Qiyu felt Jiang stomach bulging again. With the two of them so close, Qiyu had nowhere to escape. In a moment of desperation, Qiyu gritted her teeth and pressed her mouth against Jiang. Then, she took a deep breath and blew forcefully into Jiang mouth. Qiyu had a large lung capacity. This breath was both strong and urgent, and the swarm Jiang wanted to expel was all pushed back along with Qiyu's breath. Jiang felt intense pain in her abdomen and let out a strange howl, her limbs instinctively loosening their grip on Qiyu. Qiyu regained her freedom, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Her eyes sparkled as she threw a punch right at Jiang chest and abdomen. Bang! Jiang was struck with great force and slammed against the stone wall, then fell to the ground. Jiang could no longer make a sound. She tried to get up several times but kept crashing down heavily. Suddenly, her body began to convulse violently as she lay on the ground, and she started to vomit. A black round ball was expelled. The ball rolled a few times on the ground before suddenly sprouting several pairs of wings, flapping as if it wanted to escape. Smash! Qiyu closed in and stomped on the ball just as it was about to take off. A black-green liquid splattered against the stone wall, also hitting Jiang face. Qiyu covered her mouth. That is so disgusting. Qiyu couldn't help but curse. It wasn't to eliminate future troubles. She wouldn't endure the intense nausea just to step on this black sphere. Once the sphere burst, Jiang Linglong's body instantly fell to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, completely limp. Her dark eyes returned to normal, but she was so weak that she couldn't even move her eyeballs. Just as Qiyu finished her battle, the swarm of insects fell from the air like a cloud of dust, silent and still. The ground was covered with a thin layer of black-gray insect corpses. Wang Lin's mouth was agape in an O shape, unable to close for a long time. Qiyu's series of actions earlier were just too impressive. To casually send the terrifying Jiang Linglong flying, and then suddenly disappear from one spot to appear in another. What on earth were these operations? Were they even human? Wang Lin grabbed Lin Wei and trembled as she pointed at Qiyu, UGC, and the Major. My good junior, tell me the truth. Who are these three ladies? Am I really not dreaming? Lin Wei scratched his head. Senior, it's a long story. Once we leave here safely, I'll have the chance to tell you about their backgrounds. Anyway, they're all my friends and mean no harm to you. Chung Dalong nodded repeatedly. Yes, Wang. Especially Qiyu. She's a great person and has saved my life before. Wang Lin's eyes widened. Dalong, even you know their backgrounds while I, like a fool, know nothing. You're all keeping secrets from me. Do you still consider me your boss? The clown turned out to be me. UGC withdrew the UT force field and then bounced over to Wang Lin, hugging her slim waist. Sister Lin, don't be afraid. With me, UGC, by your side, nothing will happen to you. Wang Lin looked at the innocent UGC, feeling indescribable emotions. You, CC, oh no. What exactly is your name? You something C? Wang Lin struggled to push UGC away, feeling a bit frightened by this beautiful girl with an angelic face and a devilish core. My name is UGC. UGC rubbed her face against Wang Lin's chest, just like yesterday. After a while of tightly hugging Wang Lin, seeing her body stiff and continually dodging, completely losing her previous elegance, UGC found it uninteresting and had to let go. Wang Lin felt as if she had been pardoned and immediately pulled away, using the excuse to check on the still unconscious Yu Xiaomei. She was just knocked out. It wasn't serious. Wang Lin stepped on the insect corpses and walked over to Jiang Linglong. The sound of her feet rubbing against the ground made her hair stand on end. Jiang Linglong lay on her back, pale as paper, but fortunately, her features had returned to normal. Wang Lin called out to her several times, and Jiang Linglong's eyeballs moved a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved as if she wanted to speak, but in the end, she said nothing. She was too weak. All the energy in her body had been drained by the monstrous insects. Qiyu saw Wang Lin trying to move Jiang Linglong and stopped her. Let her rest here. She can't move at all right now. Lin Wei and Chung Dalong also worked together to move Yu Xiaomei next to Jiang Linglong. Qiyu suppressed the urge to hit UGC and tried to speak in a gentle tone. UGC, open the UT force field and let these two rest here temporarily. We will continue deeper. Seeing Qiyu with an angry expression, UGC knew she was not to be trifled with and obediently released the UT defensive space. Wang Lin curiously pointed at the void and, without advancing much distance, suddenly felt her finger blocked by some invisible force. Wow, how amazing! Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. UGC lightly snorted, just a little trick. Wang Lin turned her head and saw Qiyu looking at her. She immediately understood and hurriedly said, I'll go in with you. Xiaomei and Linglong are protected by this shield. They will definitely be fine. I don't want to stay alone in this ghostly place. With a superhero like Qiyu protecting me, what am I afraid of? Thinking of this, Wang Lin suddenly hooked her arm around Qiyu's. Qiyu, it's safest for me to follow you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I can't fight. I won't lose to Chung Dalong and Lin Wei. After saying that, she struck a karate pose. I'm a blue belt. Lin Wei and Chung Dalong both showed displeased expressions. What? Are we two guys still no match for a girl? Then they glanced at Qiyu. Well, indeed, we can't match her. After settling Yu Xiaomei and Jiang Linglong inside the UT barrier, the remaining 6 people continued deeper into the cave. Because they no longer needed to hide their identities, the Major's eyes shone like 2 small searchlights, casting bright light ahead. With the illumination, the originally dark and eerie cave no longer seemed so frightening. Wang Lin's tense heart slowly began to relax. With Qiyu in front and UGC behind, Wang Lin felt very safe. As they went deeper, the cave became narrower, and they could only walk 2 or 3 abreast instead of side by side. The red flowers on both sides of the stone walls increased in number, growing larger, and the color of the petals deepened. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, a natural and refreshing scent, unlike the strange aroma that Jiang Linglong had emitted earlier. LinWei was surrounded by red under the bright white light, as if walking in a sea of red flowers. At some point, the person walking beside him turned into Qiyu. Qiyu was focused on the path ahead, walking very attentively, as if LinWei was not even beside her. The two walked in silence. LinWei wanted to speak several times, but swallowed his words back. Suddenly, the major in front of LinWei stopped because two paths appeared ahead. Which way to go? Cheng Dalong jumped out first. According to the rules of novels, in an underground or castle setting, when encountering a fork in the road, no matter which path is chosen, everyone should not split up, because once the power is dispersed, the chances of danger increase significantly. Wang Lin and LinWei nodded in agreement. UGC shook her head. While that makes some sense, it doesn't apply to our current situation. Nangong Ming and Nangong Wujie have been missing for a long time, but have not appeared or taken further actions. We should find them as soon as possible. I have reason to suspect that Nangong Ming and Nangong Wujie, like us, are no longer humans from this earth. Wang Lin was startled. What? Not human? Could they be monsters or aliens? Oh no. If they're no longer human, then my investment would be in vain. LinWei, what time is it? And you're still thinking about money. UGC continued. Both paths are relatively narrow, and moving together won't be fast. If we encounter any danger, it would actually be disadvantageous for retreating. So I still suggest we split into two groups and search separately. After saying that, UGC directly stood at the left cave entrance. Who wants to come with me? No one moved. UGC suddenly felt embarrassed. She looked at Wang Lin. Sister Lin, come with me. I will protect you well. Wang Lin shivered and hurriedly grabbed Qiyu's hand. I'll stick with Qiyu. UGC looked at the major. The major shook his head. I think Cheng Dalong is right. We shouldn't split up. Then I'll go by myself. Before she finished speaking, UGC suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Is she going to be okay alone? Cheng Dalong murmured as he watched the direction in which UGC disappeared. He felt a bit apprehensive after seeing how angrily she left. Realizing he had embarrassed her, LinWei patted his shoulder, looking serious. Since you're so worried about her, why don't you follow her? Cheng Dalong quickly shook his head. UGC has a defensive barrier, illusionary attacks, and she used teleportation. She'll be fine. After saying that, he sensibly stood behind Qiyu. A twist in the air revealed UGC's figure. A bunch of ungrateful people. But it's fine without you holding me back. I'm even freer. UGC was holding back a breath, needing to prove to everyone that splitting up was the best strategy. Although stubborn, she was never reckless. She proposed to split into two groups because she had already implanted communicators in each other's bodies with the major. Once she made a discovery, she would immediately notify the major. If that group returned to her after finding nothing on their path, then UGC would have a significant advantage. Thinking of this, UGC no longer hesitated and quickened her pace, heading straight inside. The cave was getting hotter, and everyone was sweating profusely. The major checked the air temperature with his hand. It was already close to 42 degrees, and the temperature of the cave walls was even higher. The flowers on the stone walls were also growing larger, some reaching the size of a human head. Wang Lin suddenly screamed and hugged LinWei. It turned out that a giant flower beside Wang Lin had suddenly bloomed. The bud burst open, and the petals unfurled like outstretched tentacles. Wang Lin, being the closest, was caught off guard and was terribly frightened. The cave was too hot, and Wang Lin had already taken off her jacket, tossing it aside. Now she was only wearing a tank top, her sweat-soaked shirt clinging to her body. Wang Lin had an incredibly enticing figure, which LinWei had long fantasized about. Now, with the added temptation of being soaked, when Wang Lin hugged him, LinWei's body stiffened instantly, and his face turned as red as a piece of liver. After the scare, Wang Lin realized she had lost her composure and quickly let go. Fortunately, the major's light source was ahead, even though their faces were flushed. Everyone else didn't pay much attention. Wow, that flower is ridiculously huge. Cheng Dalong stopped and took a photo of the red flower that had scared Wang Lin half to death. The petals were blood red, about the length of half an adult's arm. The flower bud in the center was the size of a small fist, with 3 cracks resembling a rabbit's 3-pronged mouth. It seemed to be oozing flower fluid, wet and sticky. Cheng Dalong dipped his hand in the flower fluid, rubbed it, and then sniffed it under his nose. A strong scent hit his brain, and he sneezed violently. What the hell is this? Cheng Dalong shook his hand in disgust, wiping the flower fluid on his pants. He then ignored the flower and moved forward. Just as he left, the center of the flower bud suddenly split open, and a round object emerged from inside. The surface of the object had shallow grooves, outlining a confused human face. The face leaned out toward the direction Cheng Dalong had just left then quickly withdrew, and the flower bud closed again. UGC tied her hair into a bun. The cave was getting hotter, and her hair fell over her shoulders, making her feel restless. Why is it getting hotter in this damn place? Is there magma flowing underground? UGC murmured to herself while taking off her t-shirt, revealing her bra. UGC's combat suit on the mothership did not have underwear. Since coming to Earth, she had adopted local customs and wore the lingerie LinWei bought for her, which had lace edges, reflecting LinWei's appreciation for women. I wonder how they are doing. The Major still had no news. UGC stopped in front of a giant red flower. This giant flower had clearly been blooming for a while, with its petals nearly wilted, drooping softly over the flower bud. In contrast, the bud was unusually plump, looking very vibrant. The Major was right. Such flowers cannot bloom on Earth. They resemble the carnivorous flowers from my home planet. But the color is wrong, and it doesn't look the same. Suddenly, an idea struck UGC. She grasped the flower stem with both hands and pulled with all her might. She wanted to yank this flower out of the crevice. Let this queen see what exactly you are. With all her strength, the stem extended significantly. Hey. UGC was feeling proud when the flower bud emitted a scream similar to a human's, and the center suddenly burst open, spraying flower fluid all over UGC. The fragrance was so intense, it became foul. Damn, it's suffocating me. UGC was unexpectedly splashed all over. Furious, and pulled at the giant flower with all her strength. The flower bud trembled violently, as if in pain. Suddenly, several stem-like appendages shot out from the split center. As soon as these stems appeared, it was as if someone was directing them in secret, and they quickly wrapped around UGC's arms. Immediately, all the stems began to tighten, leaving circular marks on UGC's fair arms. UGC was startled but remained calm. She stopped trying to pull the main stem and instead grabbed the base of the flower. As long as the flower was twisted off, the stems would naturally loosen. She thought it was a good plan, but found that the flower stem and base were extremely flexible, and she couldn't break them by hand. Meanwhile, the nearby blooming flowers seemed to be stimulated, with their buds exploding and sending out delicate pink stems that wrapped around UGC from all directions. Some wrapped around her arms and legs, others around her waist, and some even tightened around her neck. With a collective force, UGC was suddenly pulled to the ground. The ground was slick with the flower fluid that had sprayed out, the smell overwhelming. UGC nearly vomited. She held her breath against the choking smell and began to struggle. While she could tolerate the tightening of the other stems, the one around her neck made it hard for her to breathe. The stems were slick with flower fluid, making it difficult to grasp. After several attempts, she failed to catch hold of anything. The constricting force grew stronger, and UGC felt dizzy, her brain starting to suffer from oxygen deprivation. The initial giant flower's bud trembled, producing a series of vibrating sounds, as if it were self-satisfied. Then the bud split open again, the opening rapidly expanding, pulling UGC toward the center of the flower. It was trying to swallow UGC whole. The Major, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Qiyu asked. "I can't contact UGC." The Major's face showed surprise. UGC was rolling on the ground, trying to escape the entanglement of dozens of stems. But the more she struggled, the tighter the stems wrapped around her. UGC's physical strength was gradually fading, and her tightly bound body was getting closer to the gaping mouth of the giant flower bud. Roar's strange cry came from within the mouth, and the stem suddenly exerted force. UGC gasped in surprise as her whole being was forcibly swallowed by the giant flower. The moment UGC slid into the flower bud's opening, the stems of other flowers instantly loosened and quickly returned to their respective buds. The giant flower swallowed UGC whole, as if a python had swallowed an elephant. The main stem was swollen and round, with only a thin layer of skin remaining on the surface, while UGC inside was vaguely visible, as if she might burst at any moment. UGC struggled inside, the main stem taking on various shapes, but she couldn't break free. Slowly, her movements became smaller and eventually stopped. The giant flower's bud opened wide, as if it had just belched. Then, the bud slowly began to retract, like a snake that had eaten its fill preparing to hibernate. The cave returned to calm. Bang! Suddenly, a bowl-sized hole broke open on the main stem of the giant flower, and a pink tail burst through the rupture. The giant flower's bud lunged forward, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The hole was quickly enlarged. UGC clawed her way out, emerging from the inside. She was covered from head to toe in wet, sticky flower liquid, looking utterly disheveled. "You dare to swallow me?" Looking for death. UGC's face turned red with anger, and her tail instantly elongated and stiffened. With a whoosh, the tail shot out like a spear, piercing through the giant flower's bud from back to front, the tip emerging from the opening. The giant flower let out a deafening roar, causing nearby giant flowers to tremble and spout their slender, flexible stems again. Hiff, hiff. Do you think your same trick will work on me a second time? Yujizi sneered. Her tail suddenly coiled, instantly shredding the giant flower, leaving petals and chunks of flesh scattered everywhere. Yujizi's killing intent surged, and with another flick of her tail, the nearest giant flower had its head blown off in an instant, flower liquid splattering across half the stone wall. Crack, crack, crack. Yujizi instantly took down 3 more giant flowers. Seeing the situation turn dire, the other giant flowers quickly retracted their stems. Some petals closed, while others even retreated into stone crevices. Ha ha ha. Now no fear, huh? Too late. None of you can escape. In a narrow cave passage, the sounds of beast-like wails and Yujizi's playful shouts echoed. Before long, the sounds gradually subsided. A woman, covered in blood red, slowly walked out. The counterattack of the giant flowers before their death was extremely fierce, and Yujizi was also marked with injuries. However, most of the red liquid on her body was the giant flower's flower liquid, not her blood. Yujizi wiped the blood from her face and continued forward. Though her body was exhausted, her spirit and fighting spirit were high. The lieutenant gasped again. What's wrong? Qiyu noticed the lieutenant's rare surprise. Yujizi is fine. The signal has returned, the lieutenant replied softly. Look, there's light ahead, LinWei's shouted, pointing towards the end of the cave. Finally, they could leave this area, and everyone's spirits lifted. There are people over there. A shadow flashed at the cave entrance, instantly spotted by the sharp-eyed Qiyu. Without having time to explain to the others, Qiyu vanished in an instant. Soon, shouts from a man and Qiyu's scolding could be heard from the cave entrance. Nangong Wuji. You bastard. Don't hit me, what did I do? Upon hearing that it was Nangong Wuji, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and rushed over. Wang Lin was the first to run ahead, wishing she could slap him twice. When Wang Lin saw Nangong Wuji again, her face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away. Nangong Wuji was completely naked, covering his lower body with his hands while crouching on the ground. He was as thin as a rake, his body covered in dark patches, making him look like a monkey at first glance. His hair was matted together, clearly having not been washed for a long time. He looked exhausted and in poor spirits, if it weren't for his rough face and the rebellious glint in his eyes. Wang Lin would never believe this person was the second-generation heir, Nangong Wuji. How did you become like this in just a short time? Can this be explained as self-inflicted? Wang Lin said. What are you talking about? Upon seeing familiar faces, Nangong Wuji seemed to have calmed down a bit. What do you mean by just a short time? I've been here for a long time. What date is today? Wang Lin asked. Are you out of your mind? Today is August 5th. Nangong Wuji wailed. Damn it. I've been trapped here for almost 2 weeks. What? The onlookers couldn't believe their ears. Qiyu raised her hand. Nangong Wuji, stop messing around. You brought us here at noon. Haven't you been trapped here for 2 weeks? Haven't you had enough fun? Do you believe I'll slap you to death? Nangong Wuji seemed a bit afraid of Qiyu, instinctively shrinking his neck. Are you all out of your minds? I brought you here. I haven't seen a living person in 2 weeks. The lieutenant said. He doesn't look like he's lying. Young Master Nangong, how did you end up here? I don't know. Nangong Wuji spread his hands. You're looking for death. Qiyu was clearly losing patience with Nangong Wuji. She swung her fist and hit the stone wall behind him, leaving a fist-sized shallow pit at the back of his head. Damn! Nangong Wuji howled, rolling to the side. Wang Lin closed her eyes, but it was too late. She caught a glimpse of Nangong Wuji's ugly side. I really don't know how I ended up here. Nangong Wuji extended a hand to protect his vital area. The lieutenant stopped Qiyu, let him speak. I'm telling you, there are monsters in this world. Nangong Wuji recounted that night-s encounter, still feeling a chill run down his spine. So when I woke up, I was here, completely naked, with no clothes or belongings. After listening, Wang Lin couldn't help but gasp. If this Nangong Wuji arrived here 2 weeks ago, then who is it that brought us in today? What? You were brought here by another one? Nangong Wuji jumped up, covering his groin. The others nodded. Nangong Wuji wasn't a slow-witted person. His mind worked quickly. So I was possessed by that monster with a human face and snake body and brought here. Then a copy of me was created. I was left here while that imposter went back to live a carefree life. At this point, Nangong Wuji couldn't help but curse. Qiyu carefully looked at him for a few moments. Who as the imposter is still uncertain. I'm not the imposter. I'm the real one. Nangong Wuji jumped up in a panic. He had been trapped here for 2 weeks and was nearly on the verge of collapse. Finally seeing familiar faces, he was doubted not to be the real one, which made him go crazy. Wang Lin cautiously tugged at Qiyu. Qiyu, I think he's the real Nangong Wuji. The one we've been with these past few days is the imposter. Nangong Wuji was greatly appreciative upon hearing this. Wang Lin, I knew you were the best. At critical moments, I still have to rely on old friends. Wang Lin rolled her eyes at him. Wuji, don't get too sentimental. The reason I can be sure you are the real one is that the fake was polite and looked like a gentleman. In contrast, I realized that it could never be you. Nangong Wuji's face turned red and pale. It seemed he was just a scumbag in her eyes. Qiyu had no good feelings towards either the real or fake Nangong Wuji. She pointed at him and asked, All right, since you've been here for 2 weeks, you must be familiar with this place. Nangong Wuji nodded. This is just an underground cave. I've basically explored all of it, but there's south only one place I haven't been. Where? Nangong Wuji pointed deeper inside. If you go further in, there's a black hole. Then why didn't you go in? Nangong Wuji showed an awkward expression. Because the entrance is at the top, and I can't climb in. She responded with an L. And strange sounds come from inside the cave. What kind of strange sounds? Sometimes, it sounds like many wild beasts roaring, and sometimes it sounds like a group of people whispering. In short, it's hard for me to describe. Qiyu showed a skeptical expression, but then suddenly thought of something and asked, Before we entered this passage, there was a fork in the road. Where does the other path lead? Nangong Wuji immediately looked confused. What fork? There's south only one road back and forth here. I've walked it countless times. Seeing his sincere expression, everyone fell into a brief silence. This cave was indeed extremely bizarre, like a surreal space that could arbitrarily cut off their way back or create a new space. They had no idea how Yujizi was doing. However, since the communication with her hadn't been cut off, it indicated she should be fine. Qiyu suggested going back to find Yujizi, but the lieutenant disagreed. She believed that if this place had the ability to fold space, returning might lead them into another space. The lieutenant was now certain that this cave was related to the assassin sent by the mothership Jununu, and as long as they broke the situation, they would naturally find Yujizi. After a discussion, they ultimately decided to delve into the black hole to explore further since there was indeed no other path to take. Wuji, what have you been eating to survive in the cave these 2 weeks? On the way, Wang Lin couldn't help but ask curiously. Nangong Wuji seemed reluctant to answer. But after Wang Lin pressed him several times, he stammered, I've been surviving on earthworms and small insects in the soil. Nangong Wuji forced a bitter smile, revealing his gray-green teeth. Ugh! Wang Lin felt nauseous and quickly covered her mouth. Seeing her reaction, Nangong Wuji wasn't angry. He said seriously, If you all can't find a way out, then soon you'll have to eat the same food as me. Wang Lin felt goosebumps all over upon hearing this. For her, she would rather die than eat insects. However, when it came to a life-and-death situation, she couldn't dare to conclude what she would become. Whether an angel or a devil, a hero or a coward, or just another struggling individual, a person's bottom line, true humanity, would only reveal itself in extreme circumstances. What? My grandpa's here too? When Nangong Wuji heard that his grandpa had also come, he could hardly believe his ears. What was that old man doing here? At his age, didn't he know his own weight? That old man was with that fake all day. Would he be deceived by him? Old men are easily fooled. Nangong Wuji cursed under his breath. She was quite surprised by Nangong Wuji's reaction. Although he seemed quite disrespectful towards his grandpa, his concern for him was evident in his words. It seemed that even a scumbag could have a kind side. His relationship with his grandpa must be good. Qiyu suddenly thought of her own sister, feeling a rush of warmth in her heart. Although she is fierce and often scolds me, she really loves me. As Qiyu thought of this, she couldn't help but glare at LinWei. Does he really like me? Is I the only one in his heart? In fact, LinWei was always paying attention to Qiyu's every move. Suddenly, LinWei felt a sharp killing intent approaching from behind. His sixth sense was incredibly accurate. LinWei turned around, and Qiyu's charming eyes were fixed on him, her expression complex. When Qiyu saw LinWei looking at her, she snorted and averted her gaze. LinWei sighed softly. Nangong Wuji led the way, and the group walked towards the mysterious black hole. He tied the discarded coats around his waist to create a makeshift covering. The usually quiet lieutenant suddenly spoke. Young Master Nangong, I think the Nangong Ming who brought us here is also a fake. I have my doubts too. Nangong Wuji continued walking forward without turning back, but his voice sounded a bit tired. Wang Lin was taken aback. That old man is also a fake? What evidence do you have? Wang Lin had her own motives. She got along well with this Nangong Ming, and it was clear that if their relationship was good, it would be beneficial for her business in the future. If he was fake, then once the real one returned, how would their relationship be? The lieutenant didn't answer Wang Lin's question, but asked Nangong Wuji, "Is your grandpa left-handed?" "No, he is like me." Nangong Wuji stretched out his right hand. The lieutenant nodded. "Oh, the Nangong Ming who has been with us these past few days is left-handed." Wang Lin exclaimed, "Huh? Just based on that? You can't prove anything. A person can't just arbitrarily change their dominant hand, especially an old man. However, I'm just suspicious. After all, to prove my guess, I must find another Nangong Ming. Otherwise, even if there are doubts, it's just speculation. My grandpa is naturally meticulous and stern. He wouldn't go out to sea with a group of unfamiliar people, let alone an adventure." Nangong Wuji stopped, his face showing a ferocious expression. "I don't know where my grandpa is now. If they dare to harm him, it's absolutely unforgivable." The lieutenant looked ahead. All the secrets might be inside that black hole. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go quickly. This cursed place is getting hotter. I don't want to stay here for another minute. Qiyu strode past Nangong Wuji, leading the way. After thoroughly ravaging the giant flower, Yujizi was also drenched in sweat. Coupled with the extreme heat inside the cave, she felt sticky all over. Helpless, Yujizi simply took off her underwear and walked in with her upper body bare. Yujizi was originally a tough girl, and now that she was alone, she didn't care much. She turned a corner and was suddenly hit by a gust of cold wind. The temperature inside the cave dropped sharply. Yujizi was caught off guard and let out a huge sneeze. What now? What kind of trick is this? Yujizi quickly put on her underwear, but the damp fabric clung to her skin and felt even more uncomfortable in the cold wind. She involuntarily walked back, turned the corner, and was shocked to find that the remnants of the giant flowers were gone. The place where she had just fought was completely clean, with only gravel and dust on the ground, indicating that no one had been there for a long time. Could it really be an illusion? Yujizi slapped her head hard, feeling pain. She wasn't dreaming, was she? She turned back and walked forward again. Just as she rounded the corner, the howling cold wind rushed in again. Yujizi pondered for a moment and suddenly had some clues. This cave had the ability to transform space, just like her hypercube. But the space created by this cave was more real and had a larger range of influence. They had been in the cave for almost 2 hours, and so far, they hadn't encountered any repeated scenes. Yujizi's expression became somewhat serious. Judging by this spatial ability, the hidden enemy was much stronger than her. However, this ignited Yujizi's competitive spirit. Having a strong enemy is more interesting, right? Yujizi casually activated a small defensive field, and the shield felt like a tight protective suit around her. She walked deeper against the cold wind. The further she went, the faster the wind blew. Since Yujizi had already activated the shield, it didn't affect her much. She reached the end and found a huge stone wall blocking her path. Looking down, she saw a dark hole leading downward in front of her. The black hole was about 2 meters in diameter. Peering inside, she saw no light at all. The strong wind was coming from this black hole. It seemed that the ultimate secret was hidden within. No matter what you are, stop being mysterious. Yujizi will eventually drag you out and give you a beating. Yujizi leaped in. Here it is. Nangong Wuji pointed to the top of the cave. Everyone looked up and noticed a dark hole appearing directly above their heads. The black hole was about the height of an adult, and looking inside, no light was visible. However, it was eerily quiet. There were no ghostly howls or whispers as described by Nangong Wuji coming from inside. Everyone looked at Nangong Wuji with puzzled expressions. Nangong Wuji urged, "I guarantee with my character that every time I come here, different sounds come from the black hole. I'm not lying to you." Qiyu mocked, "Can you really guarantee anything with your character, Nangong Wuji? Haven't you done enough dirty deeds to us?" Nangong Wuji was furious at this and clenched his fists unconsciously. But he knew he was no match for Qiyu and could only force himself to endure. Suddenly, a woman's moan came from the cave, the sound enticing and seductive to men. However, the laughter coming from the dark hole was bizarre. Even Nangong Wuji, who was known for his lustful nature, felt goosebumps all over and couldn't muster any wicked desire. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to understand the meaning behind the laughter. If the laughter was meant to entice men, it had clearly failed. If not for that, then what was the purpose? To create a terrifying atmosphere? The twisted humor of an unseen enemy? She said, "It's useless for us to guess here. Let's go up and see, and we'll know everything." Chung Dalong spread his hands. "Sister Yui, we can't fly. How do we get up there?" She replied, "I'll go up first. If there is no danger up there, Then I'll bring you up one by one. Qiyu could fly, so entering the giant hole above posed no difficulty for her. Everyone agreed to this plan. LinWei, worried, said, Qiyu, let me go up with you. Qiyu shot LinWei a glance, wanting to retort, but softened her tone. LinWei, you wouldn't be able to help me, and I'd have to divide my attention to take care of you. It's better for you to stay here. LinWei nodded helplessly. Qiyu glanced at everyone and vanished from her spot. Nangong Wuji was stunned, his jaw dropping. He had always thought Qiyu was just a girl with excellent martial skills. He never realized she was far more than he imagined. He gently nudged Wang Lin. Sister Lin, who exactly is Qiyu? Wang Lin replied. Don't call her so affectionately. I can't handle it. I don't even know Qiyu's true background. If you want to know, go ask her yourself. Nangong Wuji felt frustrated, but chose to keep quiet. In just a moment, Qiyu had exited the hole. She quickly passed through the black hole using her teleportation and felt nothing out of the ordinary. Upon exiting, the world opened up before her. The afternoon sun was blazing, and Qiyu found herself surprisingly enjoying the summer sun for the first time. Taking a deep breath of the long-mist surface air, she immediately remembered her companions still underground and jumped back into the black hole without a second thought. Cheng Dalong stood at the bottom of the black hole, staring intently at it. Half an hour had passed, and Qiyu still hadn't returned. He rubbed his sore neck and muttered, Has Qiyu already found a way out and left us behind? Nangong Wuji nodded in agreement. LinWei raised a middle finger at Cheng Dalong. Don't judge others by your own choices. LinWei regretted not insisting on going with Qiyu. Just as Cheng Dalong was about to retort, someone suddenly fell out of the hole, landing directly on him. Bang! Dust flew up. Cheng Dalong lay on the ground, mouth full of dirt. A woman straddled him. Looking dazed, Yujizi. Shiza ran up excitedly. Yujizi was still a bit dizzy. Why is it soft under my butt? Cheng Dalong spat out dirt, angrily saying, You're sitting on me. Of course it's soft with me underneath. Get off quickly. Shiza. LinWei. Qiyu returned from the black hole, only to find everyone missing. Qiyu was puzzled. She had only gone up for a short while. So how could everyone have disappeared? Where did they all go? Qiyu retraced her steps for a long time, but saw no sign of anyone. Finally, she had to return to the side of the black hole alone, feeling frustrated. Along the way, she noticed that this was no longer the path they had previously taken, as there were no signs of any activity in the cave. Could it be that every time I enter and exit the black hole, the space changes again? After thinking for a long time, Qiyu could only come to this conclusion. Forget it. Since this black hole leads to the surface, I'll go out first and figure things out later. Qiyu's figure blurred and disappeared from her spot. She passed through the black hole again. As she opened her eyes, expecting to see sunlight again, what appeared before her this time was a vast, gigantic natural underground cavern. The ceiling was extremely high, about 10 stories tall. On the dome's stone wall, it was unclear what materials were embedded, but from a distance, they appeared as various sizes, twinkling like stars, adorning the entire cave like the summer Milky Way. In the center of the cave stood a giant tree, its trunk extremely thick, reaching all the way to the ceiling. The leaves were lush, resembling a towering umbrella that covered the sky. Countless vines hung down from the top, resembling an old man's beard dangling in midair. What shocked Qiyu the most was that the mottled trunk was covered in large red, giant flowers of various sizes. These giant flowers were a deep red color, with the smaller ones measuring half a meter in diameter and the larger ones reaching 2 meters. These giant flowers seemed like the tree's respiratory organs, opening and closing in a rhythmic manner, densely packed, making one shiver at the sight. This was definitely not a plant that could exist on Earth. Qiyu cautiously observed the tree demon before her, slowly circling around it. Qiyu, you finally came. Suddenly, all the giant flowers on the tree opened and closed simultaneously, and an ancient voice emerged from the trunk. Qiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of fighting spirit erupted within her. It's indeed strong, but still not strong enough. The voice changed to that of a young woman, gentle and enchanting, filled with charm. What kind of monster are you? Stop pretending here. Come out and spar with me. Qiyu felt uncomfortable with the strange voice that shifted between male and female. I'm Mother Star Goddess Dina. Accompanied by a metallic, cutting tone, the largest giant flower in the center of the tree suddenly opened its petals, and a human face slowly emerged from the crack in the flower bud. The neck of the face stretched longer and longer, eventually wrapping around the trunk. Upon seeing this face, the shadow of the nightmare from last night immediately resurfaced. This face looked exactly like the monster in her dream. The face monster laughed heartily upon seeing Qiyu standing frozen. How does it feel to be devoured by me in your dream? Is it ecstasy? Qiyu felt nauseous and couldn't help but gag. How useless. Can't even handle a dream. When I really devour you, won't you just throw up and die? How do you know I had that dream? Qiyu wiped her mouth and forced herself to hold back. Naturally, it was Nangong Wujing who told me. Just as the face monster finished speaking, a nearby giant flower suddenly opened its petals, revealing Nangong Wujing's pale face. At the same time, a familiar and even somewhat intoxicating fragrance filled the air. That fake. Qiyu blurted out. What fake? The face monster's expression turned displeased. This is the real, perfect Nangong Wujing. The original guy was selfish, greedy, and lecherous, traits that do not exist in our child. Child? Qiyu felt a chill run down her spine. The methods of evolution and reproduction on Mother Star are countless. Who says only humans are the most advanced? That's just a joke. I'm not interested in your matters. Qiyu replied. You have two choices in front of you. 1. Let all of us go. 2. I kill you and we leave ourselves. Haha. Qiyu, you are truly adorable. You. The face monster laughed heartily, but suddenly realized Qiyu had disappeared. Almost simultaneously, it felt a strong, killing intent behind it. Qiyu had already appeared in midair behind it, gripping its long neck with both hands. I'll make you stop laughing. It's so unpleasant. With a simultaneous twist of her hands, the monster's neck was forcefully twisted into 2 pieces. With a shriek, the remaining neck instantly retracted back into the flower bud, while the face of the monster in Qiyu's hands quickly decayed and rotted. Damn, that's disgusting. Qiyu hurriedly threw the face away. All the giant flowers on the demon tree roared furiously at Qiyu, and countless vines shot out from the flower buds, seemingly trying to strangle her in midair. Qiyu's lips curled up slightly as her body vanished from the spot. In the next moment, she reappeared near a black hole, evading all the attacks of the vines. All the giant flowers on the demon tree retracted their vines and closed their petals, turning into buds. How careless! How careless! The largest giant flower suddenly opened its petals again, and the face monster reappeared. This time, however, it only extended its head slightly. I didn't expect you to teleport so quickly. You destroyed a seed. The face didn't seem particularly angry. You went to great lengths to trick me here. And this is your level? Since you want to fight, why wait until now? You could have attacked in Nangong Wujing's mansion. The tree fears fire the most. Do you believe I can burn you to a crisp? You see, your perspective is too narrow. The face monster's beady eyes fixed intently on Qiyu. Do you know what kind of tree this is? Qiyu chuckled. How would I know what this broken tree is? The face monster didn't get angry and continued. All creatures on Mother Star evolve through the evolution tree. The higher the species, the more they consider themselves advanced. But they all forget, without the foundation of the evolution tree, how can they evolve? And this tree is a foreign species that forms the foundation of the evolution tree. I call it the tree of ultimate bliss. Qiyu spread her hands. What does that have to do with me? I will take it to Earth and bury it in the soil of Earth. Currently, it is in the growth phase and requires a large amount of high-level nutrients. Otherwise, it will wither and decline. And you, Qiyu, are one of the most suitable nutrients. I have discovered that the energy within you is endless. If it can absorb you, its influence will expand more than 100-fold. Once the ancient tree evolves to the second stage, it will be able to absorb other energies. And soon Earth will be completely occupied by it, becoming a pure land of ultimate bliss. Qiyu is furious. You think I'm some kind of fertilizer? The face monster let out a cackling laugh. To be chosen by the tree of ultimate bliss is your fortune. You won't truly become a pile of fertilizer. You will retain your will and become a part of it. The face monster suddenly lowered its voice. At the same time, your life can be almost infinite. Because once the tree of ultimate bliss evolves to the second stage, it is nearly immortal. As all beings connected to it, your lifespan will also be the same as it. Unless the tree is destroyed, you will share the same lifespan as the heavens. Qiyu was taken aback. She didn't seem to react much to the prospect of infinite lifespan. Become a part of the demon tree? Just like that fake? It seemed that upon hearing Qiyu mention him, Nangong Wujing's face emerged from the flower bud again, and then his body slowly slid out. He was completely naked, with a stem as thick as a baby's arm connected to the back of his neck, resembling a puppet suspended in midair. Qiyu grimaced and quickly turned her head to the side. You want me to become such a puppet? I might as well die. Nangong Wujing suddenly spoke. Qiyu, I'm not a puppet. The tree of ultimate bliss replicated me and gave me life. I willingly connected with it and became a part of it. Since connecting with it, I have felt supreme joy. All the thoughts of aging, sickness, desires, and suffering from the original Nangong Wujing have completely disappeared. Now, I live in happiness every moment. Qiyu waved her hand. All right, stop trying to brainwash me with this nonsense. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I will not have the slightest connection with this demon tree. I will ask again, will you let us go? If not, today I will uproot this demon tree to prevent it from bringing disaster to this planet. This planet is so beautiful. How can you allow it to become what you describe? That's not a paradise. That's hell. Unappreciative. The human-faced monster suddenly widened its originally slender eyes. The entire eye socket filled with darkness. Qiyu raised her fists, taking a fighting stance. All right, let's not waste time. I've had enough of this weekend vacation. I want to resolve this quickly and go home. The human-faced monster's expression darkened, and its entire face slowly retreated into the crack. Fine then. I'll find someone to play with you. Not far from the dome, a super giant flower suddenly opened its petals, and with a crack, a pale woman screamed as her body slid out. Accompanied by her scream, as soon as she left the petal's embrace, she fell freely toward the ground. Just a few meters from the ground, countless vines like tentacles caught her in midair and gently placed her down. The woman was completely naked, her long hair covering her face, obscuring her features. Qiyu looked at her tall and proud figure, feeling an indescribable familiarity. The woman wobbled as she got up from the ground, trying hard to stand straight. She reached out her hand, brushed aside her hair, revealing an incredibly beautiful face. Upon seeing this, Qiyu couldn't help but scream. The woman in front of her looked exactly like her. The woman was also startled to see Qiyu, but quickly regained her composure. She glanced back at the human-faced monster. Is this Qiyu? Father Tree, didn't you promise me that we wouldn't meet? The human-faced monster did not answer directly, but suddenly raised its voice. No, you are Qiyu. She is the fake. You have none of her weaknesses. You are 1,000 times more perfect than her. The beings born from the Tree of Bliss are perfect. Kill her, and there will only be you, Qiyu, in this world. No one else will bear that name. The woman listened, her eyes sparkling as if she was swayed by its words. Qiyu was still in shock. How did you replicate her? I have never seen you, nor have I let you touch me. Could it be? Did you really crawl into my mouth last night? You demon tree, perverted tree. Nangong Wujia leaned out and said softly, Qiyu, I really like you, but I can't have you, so I asked Father Tree to create a version of you. While Nangong Wujia was speaking, he also slid down from the petals, using the vines to reach the ground. When a woman saw him, she actively opened her arms, and the two embraced as if Qiyu were not there. Qiyu's face darkened, pointing at the woman and scolding. Even if you are my replica, you shouldn't tea like Nangong Wujia. What kind of taste is that? The woman gently wriggled out of Nangong Wujia's embrace and sneered. What about LinWei, whom you like? He's just a fickle, useless pretty boy. What do you like about him? Your taste is just as bad. The woman in front of her was sharp-tongued, and Qiyu, who was not good at arguing, was momentarily a loss for words. The human-faced monster laughed heartily. What you aren't good at, she excels in. Soon her combat power will surpass yours. Qiyu, kill her. The human-faced monster issued the order. A chill flashed across Qiyu's face. She raised her hand, and dozens of vines fell like snakes, quickly wrapping around her body, as if putting on an outer garment. I can't fight you while being naked. With vines all over her body, Qiyu smiled seductively and suddenly vanished from her spot. Qiyu was startled. Before she could turn around, she was hit from behind with a punch. So fast. Before Qiyu could stabilize herself after being knocked into the air, a shadow appeared directly above her. Then, Qiyu was brutally kicked to the ground. Ugh! Lying on the ground, Qiyu was lifted from behind. Her neck was entwined by vines, suspending her in midair. Qiyu's fingers moved, and the vines on her body acted like agile snakes, binding her tightly. She leaned close to Qiyu's earlobe and whispered, Father Tree only needs one Qiyu, and you're only fit to be Father Tree's fertilizer. The vines tightened more and more, squeezing Qiyu's alluring figure even more enticingly. So beautiful! Nangong Wujia exclaimed in genuine admiration. What did you say? Qiyu turned back fiercely and glared at him. Nangong Wujia shrank back in fear. A man's words are deceiving. Qiyu raised a vine in her hand and whipped it back at Nangong Wujia, sending him flying. Just this moment of distraction, when she turned back to look at Qiyu, there was only a pile of broken vines left on the ground. Qiyu had already disappeared. Suddenly, she heard a flurry of punches coming from behind her. She couldn't dodge in time, and a punch sent her flying as well. Qiyu revealed herself, holding a broken vine in her hand. She crashed against the demon tree, her entire head embedded in a giant flower, her legs and feet flailing comically outside. Sheng Dalong looked up at the black hole above. It's been half an hour. My neck is getting sore. Why hasn't Qiyu come back? What if something happened to her? Wang Lin said worriedly. LinWei said to the lieutenant, You can fly too. Take me up to take a look. Sheng Dalong and Wang Lin You can fly? Why didn't you say so earlier? The lieutenant nodded, and LinWei naturally wrapped her arms around his waist. Just then, the lieutenant paused slightly and said, "Someone is coming down from above." Before the words fell, a shadow fell from the sky, accompanied by a series of screams. Chung Dalong couldn't dodge in time, and the shadow landed directly on him. Bang! The two fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chung Dalong was stunned from the impact. "Huh? Why are you guys here?" The shadow, sitting on Chung Dalong, spoke. "It turned out to be Yujizi. I suggest you lose some weight." "Why are you so heavy?" Chung Dalong on the ground said. Yujizi stood up, 1 foot still on Chung Dalong's waist, looking like a queen with her servant. The lieutenant said, "Could it be that this black hole is connected to the fork in the road we saw earlier?" Yujizi was puzzled, and the lieutenant briefly explained to her. Yujizi scratched her head. "I've been at the black hole entrance and haven't seen anyone come up." LinWei, worried about Qiyu, said quickly, "Let us go up and find out." The lieutenant led the way. Yujizi wrapped her arms around her waist, and the others followed in a line. Nangong Wujia was dragged to the back, despised by everyone. The lieutenant swiftly ascended, and the group passed through the black hole like a string of grapes. When LinWei adapted to the surrounding environment again, she found that everyone had arrived at a spacious natural underground plaza. Yujizi said, "Hey, this isn't where I started earlier." But she quickly realized, this black hole is also a place that can transform space. The lieutenant said, "Qiyu hasn't come back for a long time. She must have been transported to another space." The stone walls surrounding the underground plaza were dotted with countless tiny bugs. When everyone got closer, they realized that the walls were densely packed with little bugs, each emitting a glow from their rear ends, resembling fireflies. Wang Lin felt a chill down her spine. These bugs looked just like the ones that Jiang Linglong had spit out. "I really don't want them crawling into my mouth. Let's get out of here quickly," the lieutenant said. "It seems these bugs are in some sort of dormant state, so it should be fine for now. Come quickly and take a look." On the other side, Yujizi shouted at them. The crowd walked over to her, and following the direction of Yujizi's finger, they saw several stone caves above the stone wall like small kiln openings. The caves were about 5 or 6 meters high off the ground, and it was dark inside, making it impossible to see what was inside. Yujizi said, "I'll go up and take a look first." After saying that, her pink tail emerged from behind her. After half a day's trials, Wang Lin's nerves had thickened quite a bit. Although she was shocked, she wasn't as startled as she had been at the beginning. Yujizi's tail quickly elongated, hanging at the cave entrance like a climbing rope. Then, with a twist of her waist, she shot into the cave like a wire suspension. She peeked inside a few times and shouted to the crowd, "It's safe inside. You all climb up along my tail." Chung Dalong shouted from below, "It's so high. We can't climb up." Yujizi thought to herself, "What a hassle," and said to Chung Dalong, "Then you grab my tail, and I'll pull you up." Chung Dalong followed her instructions and grabbed Yujizi's tail, which had a firm grip. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a change in the texture of the tail in his hand, and the friction increased significantly. Upon closer inspection, he found that the previously smooth tail was now covered with many small scales, making it feel like a rough rope. "Wow, how amazing!" Chung Dalong didn't have time to marvel, and his body started to move upwards as he held onto the tail. The others followed suit, grabbing the tail and being pulled up slowly. The lieutenant wrapped her arms around Wang Lin's slim waist and lifted herself into the cave. Wang Lin felt dizzy and tightly held onto the lieutenant's body. Once everyone was inside the cave, Yujizi retracted her tail. Wang Lin, emboldened, reached out to touch Yujizi's rear. There was no hole where the tailbone was. "Where did this tail come from?" Yujizi smiled charmingly. "Sister Lin, why are you touching my butt? It feels quite ticklish." Wang Lin replied, "I just couldn't help it. This tail is too amazing. I wonder where you can hide it." Yujizi said, "If you're really interested, I'll show you privately once we get out of this hellhole." Wang Lin instinctively nodded, but then thought of something and quickly shook her head. "No need, no need." "Ha ha!" Wang Lin used an awkward laugh to ease the somewhat ambiguous situation. The lieutenant walked in front and suddenly stopped, turning her head back. "This seems to be the root of a tree. Look at these thick roots." The lieutenant's finger emitted light, illuminating the entire cave. Countless twisted roots appeared before everyone, resembling a biological cross-section diagram. At the end of each root, there was a pouch resembling a round ball. The pouches varied in size. Some were as small as a fist, while others were large enough to hold a person. The pouches of various sizes were embedded in the stone wall, like a gigantic biological exhibition hall, but no one knew what was inside the pouches. Yujizi pinched one of the exposed pouches, which felt like a rubber ball and was very elastic. With a strong squeeze, a A foul-smelling dark brown liquid flowed out from the pouch. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses. That's disgusting. The lieutenant frowned slightly. These seemed to be nutrient sacs of the tree roots, which absorb nutrients from them. Wang Lin felt nauseous. Could it be that there's a man-eating tree above? Roots usually grow in the soil to absorb nutrients. How could there be such a terrifying way of extraction? As everyone sighed, they moved deeper inside. Suddenly, Nangong Wuji let out a heartbreaking wail. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The crowd hurried over, and they saw Nangong Wuji crying out in front of a giant pouch. It seemed that the pouch had just formed, as most of its body was exposed outside the stone wall. A hand wearing a gold watch hung outside the pouch. "That's my grandpa's hand and his gold watch." Nangong Wuji frantically tried to pull the hand out, but it wouldn't budge. The lieutenant said, "Step aside, let me do it." Her index finger suddenly shot out a laser, cutting down from the top of the pouch. The moment the pouch was cut open, an indescribable odor wafted out. Wang Lin couldn't help but gag. An old man was embedded in the other half of the pouch, his body covered in white mucus, his eyes wide open, and his features twisted, clearly having suffered in pain before death. "Grandpa!" Nangong Wuji collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Lin stepped forward and gently patted his back. Although she despised Nangong Wuji, he was pitiful for losing a loved one. "It must have been that imposter who tricked my grandpa into coming here." Nangong Wuji's eyes were bloodshot. "I will personally kill that bastard." Seeing Nangong Wuji crying so bitterly, Yu Jaisai went over and patted his back. "Look at you still having some spirit. My evaluation of you has slightly changed. Later, if you need my help, I will definitely assist you in taking revenge." Nangong Wuji nodded gratefully at Yu Jaisai. Seeing that his grandfather's body couldn't be moved, Nangong Wuji gritted his teeth and took off the watch from Nangong Ming's wrist, putting it on his own hand. This can be considered a way of remembering him. Finally, he knelt on the ground, solemnly bowing 3 times to the corpse. Nangong Wuji wiped away his tears and walked to the front. Wang Lin looked at Nangong Wuji's determined back and couldn't help but sigh. Some people only grow in extreme environments. Nangong Wuji may not be inherently bad. He was raised by his grandfather without parents. The old man was busy with business and neglected his upbringing, surrounded by flatterers and sycophants, which led him to become who he is today. After leading the way for a while, Nangong Wuji suddenly stopped. There was no path ahead. He pointed at the stone wall in front, and then looked at Yu Jaisai and the lieutenant. Because now everyone knew that these 2 beautiful girls were the backbone of the team. The lieutenant and Yu Jaisai walked up to the stone wall and began to feel around. Suddenly, the lieutenant exclaimed, pointing at a crack in the wall, "Little you look? There's wind coming through the gap." Yu Jaisai said, "The other side is also empty." The lieutenant said, "I checked. This stone wall is very thin. Given your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to break through it." Upon hearing this, Yu Jaisai playfully pinched the lieutenant's waist. "When did you become so confident in me?" Such brute force work has always been done by Qiyu. However, since she isn't here, I'll reluctantly take her place. The lieutenant shrugged off Yu Jaisai's teasing hand. "All right, stop touching. I'm a biohuman. What is their touch?" Yu Jaisai showed a sly smile, retracted her hand, and then touched the lieutenant's fair skin. "Because you're a biohuman. Your skin is flawless. Even Qiyu has had little pimples before, but your skin has no flaws at all." After saying this, Yu Jaisai stopped teasing the lieutenant and waved her hand to signal her to step back. Once again, Yu Jaisai's tail appeared behind her. This time it didn't seem very long, but it became as thick as a baby's arm. The tail was straight and pointed directly at the crack in the stone wall. Wang Lin bit her finger, watching Yujizi's tail, which could be as short or long, thick or thin as a golden hoop rod. Suddenly, she understood what Yujizi had said to her earlier, and her face turned bright red. Yujizi let out a delicate shout, and her tail suddenly became as hard as steel, stabbing directly into the crack in the stone wall. "Turn!" Yujizi shouted again, and her tail began to spin like a drill, causing the crack in the wall to visibly expand. Suddenly, Yujizi paused slightly. It was drilled through. She pulled out her tail, revealing a hole the size of a bowl in the wall. Yujizi squinted and peered into the hole. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air came rapidly, and Yujizi quickly dodged to the side. A vine suddenly shot out of the bowl-sized hole. As soon as the vine peeked out, it quickly retreated. Yujizi was furious. If she hadn't been quick-witted, her eye might have been pierced directly by the vine. Who the hell is plotting against me? Yujizi took a few steps back and raised her tail again. This time she exerted all her strength, and her tail struck the stone wall like a heavy cannon, pounding it repeatedly. The wall shook violently, and the entire cave trembled from her blows. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the wall collapsed. A vast underground space appeared before everyone, and even more shocking was a towering giant tree. Everyone crawled out of the cave, and they saw a girl standing gracefully under the tree, her stunning beauty and amazing figure captivating all. Qiyu. LinWei leaped out of the crowd, running joyfully toward the tree. Seeing that Qiyu was unharmed, he danced with joy, having completely forgotten that they seemed to be in a cold war. Qiyu wore a faint smile and slowly extended her hands toward LinWei. Seeing that Qiyu seemed to have reconciled with him, LinWei also happily opened his arms. Suddenly, the smile on Qiyu's face disappeared, replaced by a sinister expression. Her slowly extended hand shot out a vine with sharp thorns, targeting LinWei's chest. Everyone gasped in shock. Thud! The thorn pierced straight through LinWei's chest. LinWei looked at Qiyu in disbelief. Qiyu, why would you? Qiyu let out a cold laugh, yanked back the vine, pulling it out of LinWei's chest, causing a second injury. LinWei coughed out a spray of blood and collapsed to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. The others couldn't rush to save him and could only watch helplessly as LinWei fell. LinWei, a figure suddenly pounced out from behind the tree, hugging the unconscious LinWei tightly. It was Qiyu. She was covered in wounds, her clothes tattered, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. Suddenly, two Qiyus appeared, leaving everyone in shock. Yujizi finally reacted, swinging her tail directly at the Qiyu attacking LinWei. That Qiyu twisted her body and leaned against the giant tree. A nearby giant flower opened its massive mouth, and Qiyu was instantly enveloped, disappearing from sight. Yujizi's tail didn't stop, piercing through the giant flower and exploding it open, revealing it to be empty. In the next second, a giant flower beside her suddenly opened its petals, and a figure shot out, launching a vine toward Yujizi's back. Yujizi had no time to turn around. Her tail whipped around, wrapping the vine inside it. Seeing the two in a fierce struggle, the others gathered around Qiyu. LinWei was bleeding from his chest, his eyes tightly closed, barely hanging on a life. Cheng Dalong and Wang Lin's eyes filled with tears as they desperately shook LinWei. Qiyu was already in tears, tightly hugging LinWei, filled with regret. If she hadn't intentionally ignored him, they wouldn't have been apart, and LinWei might not have suffered this misfortune. As she watched LinWei's body grow colder, Qiyu felt helpless despite her anxiety. Qiyu, you don't have to hold him so tight anymore. If you lay him flat, I might have a way to save him. The quiet Major suddenly spoke up. Qiyu wiped her tears and laid LinWei down. Major, do you have a way to save him? The Major didn't answer her, instead leaning down to carefully examine LinWei's chest wound. His heart chamber had been pierced. Surgery is needed. Qiyu knew that when the Major said surgery was needed, it meant LinWei still had a chance. She hurriedly asked, what can I do? The Major looked up at her. Go help Yujizi. She can't handle your copy. I will save LinWei. Qiyu glanced at the two in the distance. Indeed, Yujizi was on the verge of collapse. Qiyu stood up and joined the battle. That Qiyu moved with a ghostly grace, her attacks swift and merciless, forcing Yujizi to retreat again and again. Bang! Yujizi was struck in the chest by Qiyu's whip and flew backward. In midair, Yujizi lost control and flailed her arms, but suddenly felt herself caught. She turned to see that she had landed in Qiyu's embrace. So big, so soft, Yujizi felt a wave of happiness. Qiyu pushed her away, pointing to herself and the giant tree. I'll deal with this imposter. There's still one hiding in this giant tree. A monster with a human face and a snake body, hiding in the largest flower. If you can kill it, we can escape. Yujizi nodded, leaping from Qiyu's arms and rushing toward the giant tree. Facing her copy, Qiyu felt a raging fire of revenge ignite within her. You harmed LinWei. You won't leave here alive today. Qiyu smiled coldly. Seeing you so flustered makes me happy. I'm helping you remove the shackles in your heart. You should be grateful to me. Didn't you always want to focus solely on martial arts? Qiyu nearly ground her teeth in anger. Don't mention my sister. You're not worthy. Qiyu flickered, vanishing from her spot. Almost simultaneously, she appeared behind Qiyu. Qiyu's punch came like thunder, aiming straight for the enemy's heart. Just as her fist was about to connect with Qiyu's body, she too vanished. The two engaged in a fierce battle, using teleportation to counter each other, exchanging blows in the void. To Cheng Dalong and Wang Lin, at first, they could barely catch glimpses of the two's afterimages, but gradually they could see nothing at all. In the end, all they could hear were the sounds of their attacks colliding and a series of strange spatial fluctuations. Yujizi unleashed her tail, ruthlessly attacking all the giant flowers. One by one, the red flowers exploded in the air, and bits of flesh and broken limbs rained down like flower petals. Yujizi became increasingly exhilarated as the murderous intent on her face grew stronger. Suddenly, the largest giant flower in the center of the giant tree opened its petals, revealing the head of the human-faced monster. It looked at Yujizi, who was wantonly destroying its territory, with a furious expression. Yujizi, how dare you collude with Qiyu? Are you still from your home planet? You were the first one to cross over here on the starship. Yujizi was taken aback. Stop flattering me. Do you know me? Who exactly are you? I am Godina, the human-faced monster replied. Yujizi rested her chin in thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped her forehead. Demon Star Godina. The human-faced monster nodded. That's me. Yujizi let out a cold laugh. You filthy creature, neither male nor female, hiding in the shadows. How could you possibly be connected to this giant tree? Godina, seeing that Yujizi had no intention of backing down, stretched her neck and revealed a sinister expression. There's no need for me to tell you my reasons. If you give up resisting, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will deal with all of you together. Yujizi laughed wildly. Deal with me? We'll see if you have the capability. A sudden movement occurred with her tail, which shot directly towards Godina's head. Godina seemed to lack any single target physical attack or defense capabilities, retracting her head and hiding back into the giant flower. Seeing this, Yujizi raised her tail, ready to attack the giant flower, but countless vines erupted from the mouths of other giant flowers, entangling with Yujizi. Lieutenant tore open LinWei's shirt, revealing a blood hole several centimeters in diameter on his left chest. Lieutenant, is there still hope for Lin? Lingu? Chung Dalong asked. The lieutenant did not answer and quickly instructed. Dalong, hold LinWei's legs down. Nangong Wuji, please hold his hands. The two hurriedly followed the lieutenant's instructions and restrained LinWei's limbs. The lieutenant looked at the blood hole, murmuring to herself. The heart chamber is damaged. We need to replace the heart. Replace the heart. Whose? Chung Dalong was startled and instinctively covered his own chest. The lieutenant shot him a glance. If we're replacing it, it won't be yours. Are you and LinWei the same blood type? Chung Dalong quickly shook his head. Nangong Wuji also shook his head vigorously. I shouldn't be the same blood type as him either. Wang Lin, being sharp-witted, immediately chimed in. Since Wei says so, she must have a way. You two don't need to worry. It's impossible to use our hearts to replace LinWei's heart, because anyone who loses their heart will die. The lieutenant looked at Wang Lin and straightened up. I've already stopped LinWei's bleeding. Next, I will use my artificial heart to replace his severely damaged heart. Chung Dalong was taken aback. But then you'll be putting your own life at risk. Even the Buddha cutting flesh to feed an eagle didn't he use his own heart to save someone. The lieutenant seemed unfamiliar with the saying about cutting flesh to feed an eagle. She shook her head. I have a backup heart in my chest cavity, meant for my own use when I am damaged. Now that the situation is urgent, I'll replace LinWei's first. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The lieutenant straightened her body, and a faint mechanical grinding sound was heard as a slit opened in the center of her chest cavity, her left and right sides opening outward. A heart shimmering with a metallic luster was beating powerfully within. Beside it lay another identical, inactive metal heart. The lieutenant reached into her chest cavity with a twist. The backup heart came loose. Then, her chest cavity closed up again. The lieutenant handed the heart to Wang Lin. Hold this for me. Wang Lin took the heart, cradling it as if it were the most precious porcelain, afraid to let it shake even slightly. The lieutenant's right hand laser scalpel glowed again as she skillfully cut open LinWei's chest cavity, then took the heart from Wang Lin's hands, carefully replacing the blood vessels bit by bit, ensuring the artificial blood vessels were seamlessly connected to the original ones. The technology on the lieutenant's Earth was more advanced than on this Earth, and since she herself was a cutting-edge technological product, the artificial heart immediately began to function after being installed, and LinWei's complexion gradually returned to normal from a purplish-black hue. However, he had lost too much blood and was pale as a sheet. Wang Lin looked at this incredible surgical miracle, feeling only a sense of shock. The lieutenant sat cross-legged, resting LinWei's head on her thigh, allowing him to be a bit more comfortable. Next, it was up to the performance of those two. The lieutenant raised her head, looking at the distant Qiyu and Yujizi. Qiyu revealed her form, her proud chest rising and falling, panting heavily. She and Yujizi were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Qiyu excelled at swift victories, but once dragged into a protracted battle, she became somewhat anxious, and her stamina was severely depleted. Qiyu laughed. What is the matter? Are you tired? I've evolved further than you. I've overcome my tendency to fatigue. Qiyu put her hands on her hips, breathing heavily. Yujizi declared, it's time to end this. Suddenly, Qiyu flashed in front of her, teleporting closer, but this time her speed was even faster than before. She raised her hand to block, but due to her depleted stamina, she was a beat slow, and her chest was struck by Qiyu. Yujizi was sent flying, her body crashing into the cluster of giant flowers. She was already at the end of her rope, and being hit again left her utterly powerless, lying in the giant flowers, unable to get up for a moment. Qiyu teleported to her front again, raising her hand aimed at her heart. Goodbye, Yujizi. Her right hand then swung out in a heavy punch, but just a few centimeters away from Yujizi's chest, it abruptly stopped. All right. Yujizi was momentarily stunned. The tree father sent a message, needing your energy as nourishment, so I temporarily cannot kill you. She stood up. Countless stems burst forth from the cracks in a giant flower, converging on Yujizi, wrapping around her, encasing her in a green cocoon. Suddenly, the trunk of the giant tree cracked open with a large fissure. Yujizi struggled desperately within the cocoon, but it was like a mayfly shaking a tree. She couldn't move at all. Before she could even scream, she was dragged into the fissure. As the giant tree swallowed Yujizi, its body immediately glowed with specks of light. Yujizi! The lieutenant and the others cried out in unison upon seeing Yujizi being devoured. They were deeply anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Rushing over would only lead to their own deaths. Yujizi was already struggling, and upon seeing Yujizi devoured, she panicked, only to be ambushed by a vine that lashed against her shoulder. The vine had grown hard thorns at some point, and this lash directly tore a large gash in Yujizi's shoulder. Yujizi's blood was a pinkish red, dripping from her arm to the ground. The giant tree and the vine seemed to dislike Yujizi's blood, retracting slightly. Qiyu frowned. The tree father dislikes the blood you shed. You actually have the bloodline of the Mother Star's demon hunter race. Yujizi let out a cold laugh. My bloodline is mixed. I am a monster in others' eyes. I never expected to be looked down upon by you today. Qiyu said, she has already been devoured by the tree father, and, as nourishment, the giant tree is about to evolve as well. We will ask you one more time, if you are willing to submit and follow us. The tree father may spare your life. Otherwise, I will end your life myself. Yujizi did not answer for a moment. Qiyu continued, we know that this tail is your true form. If you continue to resist us, I will rip this tail from your body and destroy it directly. Then you will have no chance of rebirth. This body you have now is merely a vessel you are inhabiting once again. Yujizi's expression darkened. How do you know this? Yujizi, you are essentially the same as us, a species looked down upon in the Mother Star's evolutionary tree chain. You rely on seizing others' bodies to regain life, which is also why your bloodline is mixed. You must have seized the body of a demon hunter before. Yujizi did not respond. Qiyu said, you insult us as neither male nor female. Yet in your infinite lives, your gender has continuously changed. What qualifications do you have to judge us? You and we are alike, both possessing near-immortal lives. We should be allies, not enemies. UGC was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Qiyu, seeing that UGC was silent and seemed to be wavering, continued to persuade her. Godina has brought the tree father here, giving this earth a chance for rebirth. Everyone can achieve a more perfect state through duplication. The tree father can also absorb more energy. As long as the tree father evolves to level 2 and controls the life force of this earth, even if Janunu brings a fleet of starships here, they will not be our match. Qiyu paused for a few seconds and extended an olive branch to UGC again. UGC, join us and let us. The races once looked down upon, become great once more. Why do you want to accompany these unfamiliar earthlings in their burial? UGC nodded. What you said makes sense. She slowly retracted her tail and stood beside Qiyu. The major said, UGC, don't believe their nonsense. UGC's eyes sparkled. Major, I'm glad to have been friends with you for 2 months, but everyone is already lost, and I don't want to die here. The major fell silent upon hearing this. Well, UGC, I appreciate your sense of the situation. Welcome to join us. The humanoid monster, seeing that the situation was under control, reappeared from the giant flowers. UGC looked up and casually asked, Godina, how long until the tree father evolves to level 2? I don't want to stay in this underground for another minute. This body seems to have a deep aversion to the underground, which greatly interferes with my spirit. Don't worry, it will be soon. Godina glanced at UGC. With super nutrients like Qiyu, the tree father will quickly evolve to level 2. By then, All the life in the coastal area will be under the tree Father's control. Within a month, every corner of this earth will be in the tree Father's grasp. After saying this, he pointed to the giant tree, where a faint light was coming from the center of the trunk. The tree Father's stomach can glow. How amazing! UGC exclaimed in wonder. Qiyu laughed. How could the tree Father use such a primitive organ as a stomach to devour? This is the tree Father's essence. It is about to— Qiyu, you are saying too much. Godina interrupted her. UGC snorted. It seems you don't trust me much. The tree Father is at a critical stage of evolution. Some things should be communicated after the evolution is successful. I will kill you. Nangong Wujin suddenly rushed out. He was not running towards UGC and the others, but rather to a certain spot behind the giant tree. It turned out he had seen another version of himself hiding behind a tree. That duplicate seemed a bit afraid of him and did not dare to show itself. You ungrateful wretch. It was you who brought Grandpa here, giving these monsters the chance to kill him. A vine flew into the air, directly cutting Nangong Wujin in half and hanging him up in the air. The duplicate saw Nangong Wujin being suspended and finally stood up from behind the tree. It's not what you think. After I returned home in your place, I learned that Grandpa had Alzheimer's. The tree Father told me it could give me a completely healthy Grandpa. So I had the tree Father duplicate a new Grandpa. An old man also appeared from behind the tree. He shouted to the suspended Nangong Wujin, Wujin, I'm also your Grandpa, possessing all the memories and love for you no less than that person. You group of monsters, selfish bastards. I only have one Grandpa, and he is dead. Killed by you. I will never forgive you. Nangong Wujin roared while hanging in midair. Noisy. Qiyu frowned slightly and was about to raise her hand to kill Nangong Wujin when suddenly she realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned around. UGC was nowhere to be seen. In the next moment, UGC had already appeared next to the giant tree. Her tail had also extended, thick and hard as steel, the tip directly shining toward the glowing part of the trunk. Don't! Qiyu and Godina shouted simultaneously. It was too late. A wicked smile crept onto UGC's lips. You all work so hard to appease me. I guess it's because the giant tree is at a critical moment of advancement and can't be disturbed, right? Godina shouted to Qiyu. You must stop her. We cannot disturb the tree Father, or everything will be in vain. We won't survive either. Qiyu's face turned pale with anger, and she hurriedly teleported. The next moment, she found herself still in place. Supercube, Qiyu shouted. I've been trapped by her, that damn tail. She began to frantically attack the supercube, but could not escape within 1 or 2 seconds. Meanwhile, countless vines surged towards UGC. UGC completely ignored the attacks from behind. She used all her strength to stab her tail directly into the glowing part of the trunk. At the same time, dozens of pursuing vines pierced into UGC's body, and the remaining inertia pinned UGC to the trunk. UGC let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of pink blood. The giant tree trembled violently, and all the giant flowers on it simultaneously wailed, their cries echoing throughout the underground space. She, you come out, don't sleep. UGC poured her last ounce of strength into inserting her entire tail into the glowing part of the cold giant tree. Godina, furious, twisted in midair. You are doomed. You are doomed. The tree Father is about to succeed. Why do you have to oppose us? Suddenly, several visible cracks appeared on the surface of the glowing part of the trunk, spreading rapidly in all directions. Crack! A hand reached out from the trunk. Next, Qiyu's head emerged from the trunk. Qiyu looked like a person who had been drowning for a long time, finally regaining freedom, emitting a series of long and hurried breaths. I can only help you this much. UGC watched Qiyu escape, her face showing a look of relief. After a violent coughing fit, blood hung at the corner of UGC's mouth as she slowly closed her eyes. It turned out that UGC, who had a spiritual bond with Qiyu, sensed Qiyu's mental reaction in the giant tree. Knowing that Qiyu was still alive, she had a feigned cooperation with Godina to take advantage of their unpreparedness and temporarily control Qiyu within a small range of the supercube, allowing her to successfully attack the giant tree. Qiyu had already burst out of the supercube. She charged fiercely at UGC, filled with thunderous rage. Damn tail, you will die. Qiyu's hands had turned into 2 sharp vines, stabbing straight toward the base of UGC's tail. She knew that destroying UGC's physical body was useless. She could regenerate as a host, and only destroying her tail would be effective. UGC felt the deadly threat, but at this moment, her body was already on the brink of death, with no strength left to fight back. Just as Qiyu was about to succeed, her arms were suddenly grabbed in midair. It turned out to be Qiyu. She was drenched, but had a beast-like gaze that made Qiyu's heart skip a beat. What is a more perfect copy than the original body? Didn't your tree father tell you? You're all its pawns. What evolutionary tree of alien species? This is clearly the tree of demons. Just as Qiyu was about to make a move, suddenly, her chest was kicked. It turned out that Qiyu had kicked out a leg, directly sending Qiyu flying. When did she kick? I didn't notice at all. Is this her true strength? Qiyu Fei was suspended in midair, feeling utterly incredulous. The force of the kick was immense, and Qiyu's body was directly embedded into the stone wall. UGC, I owe you a life, thank you. Due to the injury to the giant tree, all the vines on UGC had retreated. Now, her body was covered in blood holes, her clothes in tatters, and she was extremely weak. Qiyu held UGC in her arms, feeling an unparalleled admiration for her at this moment. Without UGC sacrificing herself to save her, Qiyu would surely have perished today, becoming a super battery drained of energy by the giant tree. At the last moment, before being absorbed by the giant tree, UGC had damaged the core of the tree just in time, allowing Qiyu to escape. So big, so soft, UGC mumbled. Qiyu lightly kissed her forehead and laid her down on the ground. You rest well. I'll take care of everything from here. The energy radiating from Qiyu was unprecedentedly powerful, seemingly restoring her original strength temporarily. The lieutenant murmured. She was greatly relieved to see that UGC was not dead. Qiyu wasted no time and flew up to the crack in the giant tree. Villains die from too much talking. If you want to eat me, make your move quickly. What else with the telepathy? Do you want to brainwash me before eating me, making me willingly submit to being devoured? Qiyu slowly closed her eyes. Then, she plunged her entire arm into the trunk. The giant tree let out another wail, and the whole tree began to shake violently. Go to hell. Qiyu opened her eyes again, a fierce aura emanating from them, as if a fierce deity had descended. Her arm, inserted into the trunk, suddenly grew thicker. A terrifying power surged from within Qiyu, flowing into her arm, and was ultimately released into the trunk. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Boom! A massive shockwave radiated from the point where Qiyu and the trunk were located, spreading outward like a nuclear explosion, sending everyone flying. Amidst the final heart-wrenching wails, the entire giant tree turned to nothingness. This was the ultimate move Qiyu comprehended in the moment of crisis within the giant tree. After a long time, the underground space finally returned to calm. As the dust settled, Qiyu was seen floating cross-legged like a celestial being. Surrounding her were the remnants of the giant tree. Godina lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Its true form had finally been revealed, an ugly monster nearly 3 meters long, with a human face and a snake's body. The snake's body seemed to have just shed its skin, appearing fragile. At this moment, it was on the verge of death, having merged with the giant tree. It could not survive now, but the tree had perished. Qiyu, this monster, I am about to succeed. With that, it closed its unwilling and resentful eyes. The corpse rapidly decayed, turning into a stinking puddle of pus. Nangong and his grandson lay together, already lifeless. I can't possibly be worse than you. Qiyu struggled to crawl out of the stone wall, but it was a chilling sight. Her body was rapidly dissolving, blood oozing from all her orifices, with muscles and skin hanging down, exposing her stark white bones. Qiyu opened her eyes and calmly looked at her. Fake is ultimately fake. Rest in peace. She reached out an arm towards Qiyu. Boom! Qiyu's body exploded from the inside out, turning to nothingness. The battle finally ended. Wang Lin, Cheng Dalong, and Nangong Wuji crawled out from the ruins. They had witnessed everything, and at this moment, their hearts could no longer be described by shock. Any adjectives seemed shallow and powerless. If they could, they would bow to Qiyu, because Qiyu was truly too damn cool. LinWei woke up to find himself lying on a hospital bed, with a rectangular white woven lamp hanging above him, the light dim. He turned his face. Seeing the outside was pitch black, clearly deep into the night. The ward was very quiet. He was alone. LinWei tried to get up, but felt utterly weak and couldn't rise at all. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the ward. The sound of high heels striking the floor in the empty hallway. The footsteps stopped outside LinWei's ward. With a creak, the door opened. LinWei turned to look and was surprised to see the lieutenant. The lieutenant had long hair, exquisite makeup, and was wearing a rather sexy low-cut dress, completely shedding her usual lowly appearance for a more mature charm. Lieutenant, where am I? LinWei asked, finding his voice very weak. Where are the others? The lieutenant elegantly stepped to LinWei's bedside, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at him, remaining silent. Lieutenant? LinWei felt a bit dazed. Why was the lieutenant so different today? You are safe, the lieutenant finally spoke, her voice magnetic and alluring. Where am I? LinWei asked again. The lieutenant covered her mouth and giggled. You are on Earth. Where else do you think you could be? With that, she ignored him, elegantly turned, and left the ward. LinWei felt a bit puzzled by the lieutenant's actions, but he was too weak to think much about it, so he closed his eyes again. He felt a cool sensation in his chest and instinctively touched it. Empty. When LinWei touched where his heart should be, he found it was hollow. Trembling, he reached his hand into his left chest cavity. There was nothing inside. LinWei let out a hoarse scream. LinWei opened his eyes to find it was already bright outside. He felt drenched in sweat. You're awake. LinWei turned his face and saw Qiyu looking at him with a bright smile. All the memories gradually came flooding back. They had been staying at Wang Lin's house for 3 days. It turned out that after Qiyu shattered the giant tree, the entire underground world collapsed. The location of the giant tree was very close to the surface, and before the cave collapsed, Qiyu had punched a skylight and teleported everyone to the ground. Everyone had survived the disaster, and fortunately, the yacht was still there. So, they took the yacht back to Nangong Wuji's residence. With his grandfather deceased, Nangong Wuji had to take charge. Having experienced great changes and being imprisoned underground for 2 weeks, his character had completely changed. He had become much more mature and composed. Plus, after witnessing Qiyu and UGC's abilities, he dared not act recklessly around Wang Lin and the others. With the lieutenant's help, all the personnel in the mansion were implanted with false memories. Nangong Ming had died in an accident at sea, with the bodyguards and butler as witnesses. Nangong Ming had left a will stating that all his properties would be inherited by Nangong Wuji. Now firmly seated at the head of the Nangong group, Nangong Wuji naturally felt even more grateful towards Wang Lin, promising her that all his large promotional campaigns would be organized by Junlin culture in the future. Wang Lin was overjoyed and treated Qiyu, UGC, and the lieutenant like honored guests. Since LinWei was injured and needed to recuperate, they decided to take everyone to her studio apartment. Wang Lin's apartment was a duplex with plenty of empty rooms, and Qiyu was happy to live in a bigger place. As for Jiang Linglong and Yu Xiaomei, the lieutenant erased part of their memories. They only remembered encountering danger on a small island and sustaining minor injuries. Wang Lin had timely issued some compensation, and the matter was smoothly settled. Since LinWei got injured, Qiyu seemed like a different person in front of him, completely turning into a little woman. Qiyu felt guilty inside, so she just wanted to make up for LinWei as much as possible. She knew that for an ordinary person, having their heart replaced with a metal one was a very difficult reality to accept. It would take time and companionship for LinWei to gradually come to terms with it. LinWei leaned against the bed, his hand touching his chest, feeling the steady and powerful beating of his metal heart. At the original heart's location, there was a circular metal piece the size of a button exposed on the skin surface. According to Major, this metal heart would need energy replenishment after 50 years. And this button-shaped metal was the connection device to the outside. On the bedside table next to LinWei's bed, there was a transparent glass bottle containing LinWei's injured heart preserved in formalin. The Major said it was for keepsake and also counted as evidence of her surgical procedure. The heart was dark red, with a huge round hole penetrating the entire left ventricle. Xiaowei, what are you thinking? Qiyu gently touched LinWei's forehead. Now, Qiyu had already started calling him Xiaowei. LinWei pointed to his chest, a pained expression on his face, which scared Qiyu into leaning closer to his chest. LinWei instinctively pressed Qiyu's head against his chest while wrapping his arms around her soft waist. Qiyu knew she had been deceived. Her face flushed, but she didn't struggle at all. She pressed her ear against LinWei's chest, and the heartbeat inside gave her an unusual sense of reassurance. Qiyu, I'm no longer a pure person. I've got mechanical organs now. Do you feel like I'm no longer a person? LinWei looked at the ceiling, stroking Qiyu's hair, and asked softly. Qiyu lifted her head and covered LinWei's mouth. Don't say that. It's all my fault that you're like this. Every time you bring it up, I feel an inexplicable heartache. I wish I could give you my heart. LinWei held Qiyu even tighter. You are too important to this world. My body can't afford your heart. The two looked into each other's eyes, their hearts racing, and their lips gradually moved closer. LinWei felt his heart racing faster. Still not quite accustomed to this metal heart, which seemed to contain immense energy. Their lips finally met. LinWei's ears buzzed, and he felt as if he were floating in midair. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open with a bang. UGC, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and hugging Wang Lin in the other, leaned drunkenly against the door. LinWei and Qiyu instantly pulled away from each other. Oh no, I interrupted. UGC, whose skin was already somewhat pink. Looked even more like a rosy girl after drinking. If you want to kiss, just kiss boldly. Why be so shy? Watch me. She suddenly pulled Wang Lin to her lips and kissed her fiercely. Wang Lin was hesitant at first, but their lips pressed tightly together. After a while, Wang Lin gently pushed away Yu Jisai's passionate kiss. She shyly wiped her lips, her face showing a sense of happiness like a little woman. LinWei was speechless. Had Wang Lin been conquered by Yu Jisai after all their time together these past few days? LinWei had no idea about Wang Lin's feelings. The scene where Yu Jisai bravely saved Qiyu deeply touched Wang Lin's long-sealed heart. My ideal partner is a great hero. One day he will come to marry me riding on a rainbow cloud. Although Yu Jisai didn't directly save Wang Lin, her selfless act of breaking the tree trunk shattered the barriers of Wang Lin's heart. Moreover, if Yu Jisai hadn't rescued Qiyu, wouldn't their fates have ended up being swallowed by the giant tree? Thus, in Wang Lin's eyes, Yu Jisai was her savior and an extraordinarily handsome hero. Liking someone can blur the lines of gender, and Yu Jisai's slightly rogue and handsome androgynous charm gave Wang Lin a different feeling. Besides, Yu Jisai had tail. All right, CC, you chat with LinWei for a bit. I need to go prepare lunch. Wang Lin gently pecked Yu Jisai on the forehead like a chick pecking and left with a flushed face. Qiyu tidied her slightly disheveled hair. Yu Jisai, are your injuries all healed? Yu Jisai probably drank a bit too much and laughed heartily. I'm fine. As long as my tail is okay, my wounds heal very quickly. Look, you can hardly see my scars now. Saying that, she lifted her clothes to show Qiyu the largest wound located under her ribs. LinWei, seeing her being so unreserved, once again contemplated the gender issue that the Major had mentioned regarding Yu Jisai. Her true form was a tail. No one knew how many hosts she had parasitized. Over the long years, Yu Jisai might have blurred the concept of gender. However, the original host gender awareness had some influence on Yu Jisai, so currently, she considered herself a woman but had an aversion to men. Qiyu reached out and gently touched Yu Jisai's wound. Although it was not obvious after healing, it was still evident that the original injury had been severe, as the newly grown flesh and skin were not entirely the same as before. Yu Jisai felt a bit ticklish from the touch and instinctively grabbed Qiyu's hand. The air in the room was filled with a suggestive atmosphere. Qiyu felt a little embarrassed and lightly shook off Yu Jisai's hand. That's good. I owe you a life. I will find a chance to repay you in the future. It was clear that even after winning over Wang Lin, Yu Jisai still desired Qiyu's body. She looked Qiyu up and down with a mischievous grin. LinWei coughed a few times. Yu Jisai, be nicer to President Wang. I'll take good care of Qiyu, so you don't need to worry. Yu Jisai pouted. Oh, LinWei, you got a new heart and became so arrogant. Why bring up that? LinWei doesn't like hearing about his heart. Yu Jisai placed the wine bottle down on the floor. Qiyu, you forget your roots after putting on pants. You're protecting your little man so much. Qiyu clenched her fists. Yu Jisai also crossed her arms. Your super abilities have dropped back to the previous level after destroying the giant tree. I'm not afraid of you. Qiyu replied. Whether you're afraid or not, you'll know once we compare. How could you treat your savior like this? The two had no intention of fighting and were just exchanging barbs. At that moment, the Major appeared at the door with a serious expression. Yu Jisai didn't notice the change in the Major's mood and continued to tease, wrapping her arms around the Major's slender waist and groping. The Major pushed Yu Jisai away. Her expression stern. I'm not in the mood. Stop touching me. Major, what happened? LinWei asked. The Major raised her hand, revealing a severely damaged metal sphere in her palm. A communicator? LinWei recognized at a glance. Does that mean there's further news from Earth? The Major nodded. LinWei's heart sank. It felt heavy. Just like when Lin Daiyu was to return to Suzhou, Zhao Baoyu would go mad. If Qiyu were to return to Earth, LinWei would go mad too. He knew this day would eventually come, but he always felt like it could be postponed for another day. The Earth Protection Alliance sent a message that Jununu had already begun commanding the starship to attack Earth. The headquarters has ordered me to bring Qiyu back to increase our combat power. Qiyu said, even if I'm powerful, how can I possibly fight against the entire mothership fleet alone? They really think highly of me, a sea-level hero. Your battle video with Jununu has been exposed, and the public is reacting strongly, believing that the Alliance is not doing its job and is overlooking superheroes. So you have become a household name on Earth, and everyone is looking forward to your return, which could boost their confidence in protecting Earth together. Haha, you are now the mascot of the Earth Protection Alliance, Yu Jisai teased. Huh? Qiyu widened her eyes in disbelief, as she couldn't believe her ears. She had been away for more than 2 months, and Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Major said, You have been rated as an SS-level hero by the Alliance, ranking first on the Earth hero list. No way. Major continued. I also have a reason I must return. The Machine Research Center was attacked, and the doctor is missing. I must go back to find him. Yujizi hooked her arm around Major's shoulder. That doctor is your creator, right? Major nodded. He created me, like a father to me. Qiyu glanced at LinWei and shook her head vigorously. I'm not going back. I want to stay on this planet. For Qiyu, she didn't care about being a superhero or shouldering any so-called responsibilities. She also didn't care about being admired by thousands or being pursued by people. That day, she fought Jinunu purely out of righteous indignation because Jinunu inadvertently destroyed her area, affecting her residents and interrupting her dream of enjoying food. If Jinunu knew he would be defeated by someone like Qiyu, he would probably explode on the spot. Not up to you, Major said. The Alliance has sent Phantom Warrior and Baseball Kid here. They will assist us in returning to Earth. Qiyu asked, how strong are these two? She was currently calculating that if she could defeat these two, she would not have to go back. Before you became the first SS, Phantom ranked first, and Baseball Kid ranked fourth. Yujizi chuckled. Your real strength is have now. You are probably not their opponent. Major nodded, especially that Phantom Warrior, who once single-handedly intercepted Jinnu. Although he didn't win, he returned safely, and his strength is very formidable. Qiyu thought for a moment. Don't we still have Yujizi? I want to fight hard for you and Phantom. Yujizi waved her hand. Qiyu looked distressed. Do I really have to go back? LinWei, who had been silent, raised his head with determination. If Qiyu must go back, I will go with her. Major shook his head at LinWei. You are an ordinary person. You can't pass through that wormhole at all. The spatial properties inside will tear you apart. LinWei looked at Yujizi and Major. Qiyu's physical strength is strong, and she passed through the wormhole with Jinunu's membrane wrapping her. How did you pass through? Yujizi said, I relied on my shield, of course. However, the spatial storm inside the wormhole is quite fierce. I barely passed through thanks to my tail supporting me. Major explained, at that time, my body was covered with the laboratory's latest defense membrane to pass through the wormhole, but the defense membrane has been damaged inside and can no longer be used. LinWei's eyes lit up. Then let your laboratory develop a few more such defense membranes, right? Major looked at him seriously. Even if you wear the defense membrane, you still cannot pass through the wormhole. You are an ordinary person, a mortal. Going in would be certain death. Unless... Major suddenly thought of something. Unless what? LinWei asked eagerly. Unless you're turned into a robot like me. Hearing this, LinWei immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. Qiyu grabbed LinWei's hand. I want to agree to you crossing the wormhole for me. LinWei, don't worry, I will come back. Yujizi suddenly interjected. You two lovers, it's not that I want to hit you hard. This wormhole is not a stable passage that will always exist. No one can guarantee it will hold until the battle is over. Your alliance can try to reinforce the entrance on the other side. But who will maintain the entrance on this side? LinWei said to Major. My heart is no longer a human heart. In fact, I can no longer be considered a complete human. I think I might be able to withstand the spatial properties of the wormhole. Don't we still have Yujizi's SUT field? If we stack our defenses, it's not to say there's no chance. Even so, the probability of you getting into trouble is greater than the probability of passing safely, Major said. Yujizi was somewhat displeased. Hey, do you all see me as a tool? When did I agree to take so many people through the wormhole? Not to mention how massive the energy consumption would be. The danger could arise at any moment. If you want to seek death, don't drag me along. Qiyu and Major both looked at Yujizi, staring at her for a while. Then suddenly squeezed her in between them, one on the left and one on the right. Qiyu nestled close to Yujizi, drawing circles on her chest with her finger, and softly said, I know you are a tough person with a soft heart. I don't believe you would stand by and watch us die, right? Yujizi felt something indescribably soft touch her side, and her soul almost flew away. Major took the initiative for the first time to place Yujizi's hand on her waist. Little you are the best in my eyes. Yujizi, surrounded by two beauties, compromised. Well, I'll think about it some more. Qiyu and Major each kissed her on the cheek. Yujizi's face turned bright red, and she excitedly let her tail spring out. After chatting a bit more, Yujizi left LinWei's room. Qiyu noticed LinWei's bad mood and softly said to him, LinWei, actually, I don't agree with you going back to Earth with me. It's too dangerous, and I can't let you be harmed even a little. But if you insist on going with me, I will do my best to protect you. To be honest, Qiyu also hoped that LinWei could stay by her side. She was also afraid that after returning to Earth this time, she might never have the chance to come back here again. Qiyu suddenly remembered something. LinWei, I've never heard you talk about your family. If you leave, will they agree? LinWei smiled bitterly. I'm an orphan, raised in an orphanage. My name was given to me by the director. Someone once took me in and supported my studies, but that person passed away a few years ago. So I have no ties in this world, except for you. Qiyu didn't expect LinWei to have such a miserable background. He never mentioned it. She still had a sister, while he was all alone. Qiyu suddenly felt a surge of maternal love. She hugged LinWei's neck and softly said, "Then I will take good care of you in the future. When we return to Earth, you will meet my sister. She will definitely like you." The two felt deep affection and couldn't help but embrace tightly. Time slowly flowed by around them, and they were oblivious. Until Chung Dalong knocked on LinWei's door. "Lin bro," Qiyu sis Chung Dalong saw the two in an intimate manner and very consciously changed his address. LinWei and Qiyu were already openly together, so they didn't react much to Chung Dalong's address. "Lunch is ready. Boss Wang asked me to call you downstairs to eat." As soon as Qiyu heard about lunch, she immediately reacted, with her stomach rumbling like a racing car. The elegant demeanor she had just now instantly transformed into a hungry person. LinWei got up from the bed, and the three of them went downstairs together. Wang Lin lives alone, and her cooking skills are on par with LinWei. At this moment, she is bustling around the dining room and kitchen, wearing an apron. Yujizi is sneaking bites like a squirrel. Seeing Wang Lin so busy, LinWei and Chung Dalong quickly went to help. Qiyu, seeing the table full of dishes, couldn't help but feel hungry. Wang Lin is from the south, so the table is filled with seafood and river delicacies. There are also several bottles of wine on the table, which Yujizi found from Nangong Wuji's mansion cellar. As everyone sat down, Wang Lin opened 2 bottles of wine and poured a glass for each person. She sat at the head of the table, raised her glass, and said, "I, Wang Lin, have lived for 30 years, and to meet you superheroines and have such amazing adventures is truly worth it. Thanks to your help, my company's business can thrive like this. I really appreciate everyone." After saying that, Wang Lin took a sip herself. Everyone raised their glasses and took a small sip. Yujizi tilted her head back and downed her whole glass in one go. If Nangong Wuji knew that a cherished wine was being downed like this by Yujizi, he would probably be furious. Wang Lin walked over to Qiyu. "Qiyu, you are my destined benefactor, and I have always wanted to invite you to be my exclusive signed artist. I wonder if you would be willing to accept." Wang Lin had a good plan. Having a superhero as her artist would mean no more worries for her in the future. Qiyu looked embarrassed. Yujizi poured herself another glass, and after gulping it down, burped. "Qiyu is about to go back soon. You should stop thinking about her." Wang Lin was taken aback and weakly asked, "Back to that Earth?" Yujizi nodded. Wang Lin felt very disappointed. The cash cow and golden ticket were about to fly away. Suddenly, she realized something and turned to Yujizi. "If Qiyu is going back, then what about you? I naturally have to leave too." As Yujizi said this, she realized she shouldn't have said it so lightly, because it meant she would also have to part with Wang Lin. Yujizi thought Wang Lin would be very sad. But unexpectedly, Wang Lin's expression was calm. She just stood there in a daze for a moment, then self-deprecatingly shook her head. "Alas, there are no banquets that don't end. I was too greedy. You all do not belong to this world in the first place. How could I expect eternity?" Wang Lin sat back down, smiled wryly, and said, "I'm always so foolish." Before she could finish her sentence, tears welled up in her eyes. Everyone could see that she was forcing herself to hold back. Yujizi, feeling a loss for words, walked over to Wang Lin and gently patted her back. Wang Lin quietly wiped away her tears, raised her head, and looked at Yujizi. "So, when are you all leaving?" "The time isn't set yet, but it will be soon." Yujizi finally put aside her playful facade and answered seriously. Wang Lin nodded, then poured herself another glass of wine. She raised her glass and downed it in one go. "Well, drink today and be merry," Wang Lin said to herself. No one knows how many years Yujizi's true form has lived. She has always viewed emotions and farewells very lightly. But for this beautiful, earthly woman in front of her, she felt an indescribable sense of reluctance. She gently patted Wang Lin's back and tried to speak softly. "Lin, believe me, I will come back." Wang Lin inadvertently wiped away her tears and stubbornly shrugged off Yujizi's hand from her shoulder. "See, don't think of yourself as so important. I will live well even without you." The two pairs of beautiful eyes stared at each other. After a while, Yujizi sighed softly and shrugged. "If you say so, then I'm relieved." With that, Yujizi returned to her seat, swaying slightly from the wine. Wang Lin chose to ignore her. The lunch ended hastily in a strange atmosphere. Everyone had their own thoughts, and their moods were not light. That night, Wang Lin, wrapped in a white bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. The hot water slightly eased her chaotic emotions. After bathing, her skin was fair and delicate, as if it could be broken with a poke. Wang Lin looked at herself in the mirror. Her figure and physical condition were certainly not inferior to those of younger girls. She walked into the bedroom, and just as her hand touched the switch, a shadow suddenly floated past her eyes, and then her slender waist was tightly embraced. Wang Lin was startled and was about to scream when her mouth was covered. Then, she was pushed down onto the bed. Wang Lin clutched her towel and quickly turned over. The moonlight shone into the bedroom, revealing a person she both loved and hated standing in front of her. It was Qiyu. Seeing her, Wang Lin relaxed. "Cici, are you crazy? Playing this joke with me in the middle of the night?" Qiyu didn't turn on the light. Her eyes sparkled faintly. Wang Lin felt uneasy under her gaze and instinctively pulled her towel up. "Lin, are you really okay leaving me?" Qiyu suddenly lunged forward, pinning Wang Lin against the bed. Wang Lin turned her face away and said angrily, "You are all heartless. Once you have someone else, you no longer cherish them. I'm just a passerby in your life. Do you expect me to wait for you to return?" Wang Lin had just showered, and her body fragrance mixed with the perfume made Qiyu a little dizzy. She had originally intended to confront her, but upon getting close, even Qiyu, whose heart was like steel, became soft. "Believe me, I will come back to find you," Qiyu said gently. "I promise." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin wrapped her arms around Yujie's waist and said somewhat playfully, "Then don't lie to me. If you say you won't come back now, I will accept my fate. But if you say you will come back, I will wait here for you. If you go back on your word, may the heavens strike you down." Qiyu laughed. "I'm not afraid of the heavens striking me down." Still being cheeky, Wang Lin pinched Yujie's arm hard. Qiyu saw her cute and naive demeanor and felt her heart racing. She suddenly tightened her embrace around Wang Lin and kissed her fiercely. As soon as their lips touched, Wang Lin felt electrified and completely surrendered. They hugged tightly, both wishing that time would slow down so they could indulge in each other longer. After a brief week of rest at Wang Lin's home, LinWei, along with Qiyu and Xiaozhua, finally returned to their own home. Wang Lin insisted on keeping Qiyu to accompany her because she didn't know when they would suddenly have to leave. She wanted to spend this last time well with Qiyu. Before leaving, everyone gave Qiyu some advice. "LinWei, be good to President Wang. Qiyu, protect Wang Lin. You can't let your loved ones suffer any harm. Xiaozhua, take it easy. Wang Lin is a human. Cheng Dalong." Qiyu quietly pinched Xiaozhua. "You understand me best." Opening the door that had been closed for nearly 2 weeks, LinWei fell on her bed, feeling an indescribable sense of relaxation. A gold nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own small nest. Previously, the rice ball had been unfriendly towards Qiyu for some reason. As long as Qiyu was around, the rice ball would bark nonstop. LinWei had no choice but to entrust the rice ball to the landlord next door. Now that Qiyu was no longer living there, LinWei immediately brought the rice ball back home. The rice ball was relatively calm upon seeing LinWei. But as soon as it saw Qiyu, it pounced on her excitedly. "You ungrateful little dog," LinWei yelled angrily. The rice ball blinked at LinWei with an innocent expression. Qiyu was amused by the rice ball's silly cuteness and laughed heartily. LinWei hadn't seen Qiyu laugh like this in a long time. She was an optimistic and open-minded person, and Qiyu was at her most beautiful when she smiled. In the evening, LinWei made Qiyu her favorite beef hot pot. Qiyu hadn't eaten LinWei's cooking in a long time, and when she took her first bite of beef roll, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. LinWei said, "Why are you crying over a meal?" Qiyu threw herself into LinWei's arms, saying, "I really hope we can live like this forever. I don't want to be any superhero." LinWei replied, "With great power comes great responsibility. No matter where you go, whether in life or death, I will be with you." The rice ball was playing with LinWei's phone and accidentally clicked on an advertisement. The background noise was very loud, and Qiyu curiously picked up the phone. It turned out that an unrestricted, no-rank fighting tournament was being held in LinWei City. During the 2 weeks LinWei was out, the tournament had reached its finale. The day after tomorrow, the finals would be held in the city's largest indoor stadium. The finalists were a foreign world champion who had won 4 consecutive championships and a little-known fighting coach from a private gym in the city. Qiyu had practiced martial arts for many years and was quite interested in fighting. She tugged at LinWei, saying, "Let's go watch it the day after tomorrow." LinWei replied, "Isn't the fighting in this world child's play in your eyes? Besides, this tournament is very popular. Good seats must have been sold out long ago." Suddenly, Xiaozhua spoke up, "Not necessarily." LinWei slapped her forehead. "Oh, right, with you around, getting a few good seats is not a problem." Xiaozhua opened LinWei's computer and connected her brain to the ticketing website. Sure enough, First, second, and third-class tickets were all sold out. But now is the electronic age, and everything is electronic tickets. If it were paper tickets, that would be difficult to handle. In just a few seconds, LinWei's phone received a notification showing that she had bought 3 first-class tickets. Qiyu asked, "We took someone else's 3 tickets. Won't they find out?" Shows were replied. "They will all receive a message from the website stating that there was an error in ticket issuance. I will change their first-class tickets to second class to third class, and third class to regular tickets, while compensating them double for the price difference. This should minimize the impact." LinWei gave a thumbs up. With shows war around, life is worry-free. On the weekend, at the indoor stadium with a 10,000-person capacity, the huge square outside was crowded with people, and the audience was entering one after another. The electronic screen in front of the stadium was repeatedly playing advertisements for the 2 finalists. Tiger, the reigning world champion of unrestricted fighting, had won 4 consecutive championships. LinWei, a coach from a private gym in the city, was participating in a fighting tournament for the first time and had surprisingly made it to the finals. In the advertisement, Tiger was a black man adorned with gold belts, his mouth curled into a smirk, exuding a fierce aura. LinWei had very fair skin, handsome features, and defined contours, giving off a mixed-race vibe. Many girls stood in front of the screen, holding banners and slogans, gazing dreamily at LinWei. LinWei is so handsome, more attractive than a star. "Yes, my husband. My husband. What are you drooling for?" It seemed LinWei had quite a fan base. Qiyu stood in front of the electronic screen, watching the battle footage of both finalists. Tiger's strikes were swift and ruthless, favoring elbows and knees, aiming to incapacitate his opponents. Tiger's matches were all quick wins, placing him at the pinnacle of fighting on Earth. LinWei's movements were elegant, effortlessly neutralizing his opponent's attacks and waiting for them to expose their weaknesses before countering. He threw very few punches, so his matches always went the full rounds, and he often won narrowly. "Who do you think will win?" LinWei asked Qiyu. LinWei. "Why? Just a gut feeling." The 3 entered the stadium and found their seats in the first-class area, as indicated. In the center of the arena was the fighting stage, surrounded by nylon nets the thickness of a finger, forming a fighting area about the size of half a basketball court. Their seats were in the front row near the fighting area, providing an excellent view. LinWei and Qiyu held hands, with shows was sitting beside LinWei. With 2 beautiful women of different styles flanking him, other spectators couldn't help but gossip about their identities. A rich second generation was enjoying the company of beautiful women. After about 10 minutes, the lights in the stadium suddenly dimmed, and 4 strong beams of light simultaneously shone on the fighting stage. The electronic screen hanging high released training clips of the 2 finalists, and the audience started whistling and cheering. A well-dressed host walked from the darkness to the center of the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Unrestricted Fighting Tournament." The rhythmic background music played again. With the host's lead, the atmosphere in the venue reached its first peak. Before the official finals, there were 3 exhibition matches. The first and second matches were unremarkable, and she was not very interested. The third match was a women's fight, which attracted some audience interest. Qiyu, who rarely saw women's fighting, watched with great interest. One girl wearing a black tank top and black shorts had a fierce gaze and threw rapid punches, pushing her opponent back relentlessly. "This girl has potential. She will become a champion in the future," Qiyu remarked. Before she could finish, the girl in black delivered a fierce kick that knocked her opponent to the ground. The referee raised the hand of the girl in black. "Zhang Weili wins," the host shouted. The girl raised her arm in triumph, accepting the cheers and applause from the audience. After a brief 10-minute intermission, the climax of the tournament finally arrived. All the lights in the venue went out again, and even the spotlights were turned off. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Ultimate Fighting Championship is about to begin." A spotlight suddenly illuminated a corner of the stadium. A cloaked figure stood at the entrance, surrounded by a dozen people, briskly walking toward the fighting stage. The 4-time world fighting champion, Tiger the host, deliberately elongated the ending, and cheers and whistles erupted from the audience. Another spotlight shone on the opposite side where Tiger was located. A man, bare-chested and wearing white shorts, stood in the spotlight. He had beautiful features, fair skin, a muscular build, and his muscle lines glimmered like a Greek sculpture. He stood alone without any entourage. As soon as he appeared, the female audience members became restless, and screams filled the air. He seemed completely unfazed and stood still. The biggest dark horse of this tournament, LinWei suddenly raised both arms, striking a pose reminiscent of a domineering figure. Qiyu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. "What narcissistic guy. And his shorts are a bit too short and tight, aren't they? LinWei's posed for a moment before finally stepping toward the center. His walk resembled a model strutting down the runway, his glutes swaying side to side, exuding an alluring vibe. The straight women in the audience felt something was off and began whispering to each other. But the fangirls seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, screaming even more frantically. LinWei's appeared to enjoy this feeling as he wiggled his hips, crossed the barrier, and entered the arena. Tiger stood in a corner, looking at him coldly. LinWei's had no expression on his face, as if Tiger didn't exist in his eyes at all. He didn't care about the match. What he enjoyed was the feeling of being in the spotlight. The referee called the two over and announced the rules. "You little brat, I'll make your butt bloom in a moment." Tiger leaned close to LinWei's and whispered in his ear. LinWei's remained expressionless and didn't respond. After exchanging trash talk, the two returned to their corners. "Tai, go up and beat him hard, leave no room for him. Finish him off in the first round." The coach patted Tiger's cheek hard, trying to awaken the beast's fighting spirit. "Got it, old man. This sissy is just going to count his teeth," Tiger replied. LinWei's had no coach, no assistant, and stood quietly in his corner. He didn't even look at Tiger, as if his opponent didn't exist at all. Ding! The bell for the first round rang. Tiger stood up, shrugged his shoulders, and lunged at LinWei's. LinWei's took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. Tiger thought he was being arrogant and looking down on him. With a low roar, he took a step and aimed a heavy uppercut at LinWei's chin. LinWei's leaned back slightly, evading Tiger's thunderous opening strike with minimal movement. The audience, especially the female spectators, gasped in surprise. Tiger was momentarily stunned, then immediately launched a 3-hit combo. After a flurry of punches from both hands, he followed up with a powerful side kick. LinWei's swayed to avoid Tiger's fists, then took a step back just in time to dodge the deadly kick. Tiger continued to attack for nearly a minute, but LinWei's deftly evaded every strike. Even Tiger's attempts to grapple, hold, or throw were dodged by LinWei's like a slippery fish. Tiger had attacked for almost a minute without even touching LinWei's. He was starting to breathe heavily. The audience began to boo. One was attacking, the other was evading, perfectly coordinated, yet the attacker hadn't even touched the defender. Was this a fake fight? Tiger, a 4-time champion adored worldwide, was booed by the live audience for the first time today. He had never experienced such treatment before, and a surge of blood rushed to his head, making him irritable. "Hey, Lou, why aren't you throwing punches? You're just a turtle hiding in its shell." LinWei's didn't respond at all. Ding! The first round ended. "Are they faking it?" LinWei, who didn't understand fighting, quietly asked Qiyu beside her. Qiyu shook her head. LinWei's is only defending and not attacking. I don't understand what his purpose is. His strength is far above Tiger's. Tiger is simply no match for him. Why? LinWei didn't understand. Just based on his reactions and speed of movement, he is about as good as I am. He hasn't thrown a punch yet. I don't know how strong he is. Qiyu paused. However, if he really threw a punch, Tiger would be dead. LinWei was shocked. About as good as you? How can anyone on Earth have that kind of strength? Seeing she was silent, LinWei was about to press for more when he suddenly realized something. Could it be that LinWei's was also an assassin sent from the home planet? She didn't confirm or deny. She had begun to suspect LinWei's abilities the moment she saw him, but she didn't want to tell LinWei, partly out of concern for him, and partly because she feared it would bring back unhappy memories. The lieutenant closed her eyes and connected her cyber brain to the network. After a moment, she opened her eyes. There was very little information on LinWei's. He seemed very mysterious. However, he participated in public competitions and acted flamboyantly. What a strange guy. Tiger sat in one corner of the ring, his head down and silent. He was feeling frustrated. LinWei's was tall, but as agile as a cat. He couldn't even make contact with him. He was skilled at quick battles, and this cat-and-mouse game was what he disliked the most and was least good at. "Tai, what are you doing? Corner that kid. Don't let him run around." "Did you hear me?" The white-haired coach shouted in his ear, which annoyed Tiger. "Old man, how can I not know to limit his movements? But this sissy is slippery like a monkey." Just seconds before the end, he had pushed LinWei's into a corner, but that bastard had jumped over him and flown out. A straw was shoved into his mouth, signaling that it was time for hydration during the break. Tiger took a few sips of water and instinctively glanced over. That's not the usual Paul, the junkie who always likes to do drugs. The guy in front of him was unfamiliar. He wore a baseball cap pulled down low, obscuring his face. But Tiger vaguely saw a scar running from the top of his head down to his mouth. At that moment, Tiger was feeling chaotic inside and had no time to consider the origins of this baseball cap. He gulped down some water and stood up because the bell for the second round rang. As the guy in the baseball cap passed by, Tiger seemed to hear him say something that angered him. Tiger felt confused, and when he turned back, the guy had already disappeared into the crowd. LinWei's was still the same, walking a few steps before stopping. Tiger approached as usual, but after a few steps, he had a thought and also stopped. The two stared at each other, neither making a move. The audience began to boo again. Tiger carefully examined LinWei's in front of him. He was bigger than him, with muscles intertwined everywhere, clearly a bodybuilding enthusiast. Wait a minute, this guy even wore eyeshadow and lipstick. Wow, this guy's a gay. Tiger, a straight man, felt goosebumps all over when he discovered that he was grappling with such a flamboyant person. He had never dealt with a gay before, let alone try to provoke one. He could only brace himself and start trash talking again. Hey girl, what's wrong? You look so unhappy. How about we go for a drink tonight, and I'll help you relax? A hint of emotion finally appeared on LinWei's previously calm face. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Tiger himself didn't understand why, but from the second round onwards, his focus greatly increased, and many details he had never noticed before were now easily captured. His stamina was fully restored, and he felt a strength he had never experienced before. Tiger found that his trash talking also became smoother. He used to repeat just a few phrases, but now he was spouting clever retorts with ease. After a few more lines of trash talk, LinWei's finally couldn't hold back, raised his fist, and assumed an attacking posture. Cheers erupted from the audience once more. Tiger let out a sigh of relief. He could finally start fighting for real. Suddenly, a flash of white blurred past his eyes. At the same time, he caught a whiff of perfume. Acting on instinct, he raised his arm to block, but an immense force slammed down onto his raised arm. Tiger could no longer control his body, stumbling back several steps until he was finally stopped by the barrier. What terrifying strength! Tiger was shocked. LinWei's stood in place, looking astonished. According to his assessment of Tiger, this person couldn't possibly defend against his own attacks, let alone take a punch from him. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Who are you? LinWei's spoke up. Tiger instinctively shrank his neck. Wow, that voice is so gentle. It feels like there's a girl living inside this muscular man's body. Tiger shrugged. I'm who I am. Who else could I be? LinWei's felt like he was being played and showed a girl-like annoyance on his face, letting out a soft hum. Tiger raised his arms, ready for action. This guy's strength was extraordinary. LinWei's started to move again. Tiger was pleasantly surprised to find that his eyes could actually catch his movements, unlike before when it was just a blur. LinWei's teleported close and aimed a punch at Tiger's chin. Tiger hurriedly lowered his head and managed to dodge the punch. He followed up with a punch of his own, delivering a lightning-fast uppercut. The punch hit LinWei's squarely on the chin, knocking him down. Tiger unconsciously stared at his fist. The reaction and the force he felt when he punched were several times greater than usual. How did I do that? Did I take drugs like Paul? He sighed, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off. He turned back to look and found that the coach was gone. He turned again and saw that the referee was also missing. The entire arena was left with just him and LinWei's. What shocked him even more was that the audience had vanished as well. The entire venue was silent. Who are you really? LinWei's rubbed his chin and climbed up from the ground. No one on earth can hit me. For beams of spotlight shone on the stage. A baseball cap appeared at one corner of the arena. LinWei's, the #1 muscle man from his home planet. LinWei's patted his head. You must all be heroes of the Earth Protection Alliance. So why are you sneaking around? Come out. The baseball cap lifted its head, revealing a rugged face, bronze skin, and a scar running from the corner of his eye to his mouth. LinWei's glanced at him and showed a look of regret. You're quite handsome, but what a shame about the scar. The baseball cap sneered. Sorry, I'm not your type. LinWei's looked around at the environment. I must be in some special space now. The only one capable of making such a grand gesture, aside from your #1 Phantom Warrior, could only be you. Before the baseball cap could respond, LinWei's suddenly leaped into the air and punched at an empty space. The casual punch carried a strong wave of energy, heading straight for a corner. Bang! After a loud noise, a cloaked figure in black appeared out of thin air. The figure floated in midair, wrapped tightly in a cloak. LinWei's was indeed the strongest individual trained under Qiyu, able to tear apart my phantom space with sheer strength. The black-clothed figure spoke in an old, slow voice. LinWei's slowly landed, striking a pose. Phantom, the #1 hero of the Earth Alliance. However, even if you set up this phantom space, you can't trap me in the face of my absolute power. The Phantom shook his head. LinWei's, arrogance can lead to failure. However, I'm no longer the #1 in the Alliance. LinWei's looked surprised. Qiyu. She's already an SS-level hero. Lu Lishi's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect her rating to surpass yours. As expected, huh? I came to Earth to find her. She defeated Jinunu, and if I defeat her, I will be the #1 in body refinement for my home planet. The baseball cap chuckled. You're truly obsessed with martial arts, openly revealing your thoughts in front of your enemy. Lu Lishi, act with integrity, unlike you who hide and evade. So tell me, what do you really want? If it comes to risking our lives, I'm all in. After Lu Lishi finished speaking, he clenched his fists, his muscles suddenly bulging, making him appear even taller. Qiyu is here today. I can provide you with a place to duel with her without interruption. Without seeing any movement from the phantom, the darkness on one side of the arena dissipated like mist, revealing a stunning beauty in front of Lu Lishi. Phantom, you and Qiyu are both heroes of the Alliance. Why would you betray her? Aren't you supposed to join forces against me? Lu Lishi suddenly thought of something and sneered. You want us to fight to the bitter end. If I win, Qiyu will no longer be the #1 in the Alliance. Then you can deal with me right after, since after a fierce battle with Qiyu, my combat power will also be significantly diminished. Phantom, do you think I will be foolish enough to become your pawn? The floating phantom slowly approached Lu Lishi and stopped a few meters away. Lu Lishi, I respect you as a martial artist devoted to body refinement. Don't underestimate my perspective. You came to Earth to challenge Qiyu to prove that your body refinement has surpassed Jinunu. You're not a brutal person. I saw in the previous matches that you always win with minimal damage. Therefore, the Phantom, will not attack a merciful person. I just want to offer you an opportunity to have a fair duel with Qiyu. Of course, out of selfishness, I also want to know how strong Qiyu really is and whether she qualifies to surpass me as an SS level. Lu Lishi ran his fingers through his flaxen hair, moving provocatively, indistinguishable from a woman. The Phantom showed no reaction. The baseball cap's eyes twitched slightly. Ultimately, I am still a pawn in your hands. However, I do look forward to a good match with Qiyu. But how can you prove that you won't ambush me during the duel? Or that you won't come after me once the winner is decided? The Phantom replied, my words are a promise. The Phantom, never go back on my word. Once a victor is determined, the Phantom space will disappear and you can leave freely. Also, Qiyu seems to dislike fighting. If I remove this Phantom space, you won't be able to control her. Think it over. After a moment of silence, Lu Lishi said, all right then. Tiger nearby looked completely confused. Where am I? Am I dreaming? These guys aren't human. He pinched his face, feeling pain. He slowly backed away. The baseball cap had already noticed Tiger's movements. The effects of the super ability potion are about to wear off. Just sleep it off. Tiger's body went limp, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Watching the fierce battle between the two, Qiyu felt it was very unusual. Since the second round, Lu Lishi had taken the initiative to attack, but the strength and speed he displayed had diminished to the level of Tiger. The two exchanged blows on the stage, fighting fiercely, provoking cheers and screams from the audience below. This speed and power were at the pinnacle on Earth, but to Qiyu, it was nothing to talk about. Qiyu didn't want to delve into the reasons behind it. Feeling bored, she prepared to leave with LinWei. When she reached for her neighbor, it was empty. LinWei was nowhere to be found. She felt something was off and looked towards the direction of the second lieutenant, only to find that seat was also empty. Standing up, she noticed the surroundings were becoming blurry. She sank deeply into a kind of darkness. Qiyu called out several times for LinWei and the second lieutenant, but there was no response. Having experienced several fierce battles, Qiyu was startled but not flustered. Instead of charging recklessly, she chose to slowly walk forward along the edge of the darkness. After walking for a while, a faint light appeared ahead, revealing a flat clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a man with his upper body bare. Upon closer inspection, Qiyu recognized him as Lishi. Qiyu, we finally meet, Lishi said, flashing her a charming smile. Qiyu didn't take another step forward. She clenched her fists and assumed a defensive stance. Who are you? Teacher Qiyu. I am Lishi from Mother Star. You defeated Jinunu. Please allow me to challenge you. Lishi clasped his fists and bowed to Qiyu, his demeanor respectful. Qiyu was taken aback by how humble and polite this muscular man was, leaving her unsure of how to respond. After a moment of awkwardness, she managed to clasp her fists in return. My apologies, Lishi exclaimed playfully, and in an instant, his athletic body vanished from her sight. Teleportation? Qiyu narrowed her eyes, straining to catch a glimpse of Lishi's afterimage. Suddenly, she felt a disturbance on her left side, and a fist shot out from the void, striking down towards her left neck. Qiyu quickly leaned back, the force of the punch brushing past her nose. In a swift motion, She grabbed LeLishi's wrist, attempting to throw him with an over-the-shoulder throw. Qiyu's strength was immense. No one could withstand her pull, let alone with the added momentum. However, as she tugged on LeLishi, he remained completely still. Qiyu's face turned red from the effort, while LeLishi stood like a statue behind her. "My apologies, Teacher Qiyu." LeLishi suddenly extended his other arm and wrapped it around Qiyu's waist, then lifted her above his head. His body bent backward rapidly, executing a classic over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Qiyu's shoulder slammed into the ground, creating a crater in the hard surface. She rolled to her feet, but her left shoulder was clearly dislocated. Qiyu grimaced in pain, clutching her swollen shoulder. LeLishi showed no sign of sympathy. He vanished again. Before Qiyu could recover, she gritted her teeth and disappeared from her spot. LeLishi reappeared, and upon noticing Qiyu's absence, his expression turned serious. He scanned the surroundings, trying to anticipate Qiyu's movements. Suddenly, a blue shadow flickered behind him. Qiyu had reappeared. Her dislocated shoulder had been reset, suggesting she had healed herself during her rapid movement. Qiyu aimed a powerful punch at LeLishi's back. Bang! As her fist made contact with LeLishi's body, Qiyu felt as if she had struck quicksand, her entire arm sinking in uncontrollably. At the same time, LeLishi's muscles began to swell rapidly, as if they had a mind of their own, converging towards Qiyu. Qiyu's arm was completely enveloped by LeLishi's muscles. Soon, the muscles began to pull her entire side inward. When she attempted to pry them apart with her other hand, the moment her palm touched LeLishi's skin, a powerful suction drew her hand in as well. Qiyu began to panic. The harder she pulled, the faster she was drawn inward. LeLishi pressed his palms together in a prayer-like gesture and murmured to himself, "This Qiyu seems a bit weak, or have I become stronger? Even if Jinunu gets caught like this, he won't escape." Thinking of Jinunu, a smile spread across LeLishi's face. This was a muscular man's shyness. Qiyu was now almost entirely consumed by his muscles, with only half her head remaining exposed. Her expression was twisted in a way that showed she was struggling to breathe. Finally, she was completely buried in his muscular mass. LeLishi's muscles had swelled to an outrageous degree. Phantom materialized from midair, sounding somewhat surprised. "Is it over so soon?" Just as LeLishi was about to speak, a strange expression crossed his face. A large bulge formed on his back, a handprint visible at the weakest point, as if Qiyu was about to burst out of his flesh. LeLishi clasped his hands again, and his muscles began to flow like liquid, with other parts of his body's muscles surging towards his back, as if reinforcing that area. The bulging part of his back was suppressed once more. LeLishi sighed with relief. "This Qiyu is quite tenacious, exceeding my expectations." Baseball Cap appeared, addressing Phantom. "Let LeLishi release Qiyu. He has already won. The mission we were assigned by the Alliance is to safely bring Qiyu back. We can't let her die here." Phantom replied, "Wait a moment. If this Qiyu is only at this level, her death wouldn't be regrettable. Our Alliance doesn't need a mascot. We need someone who can truly lead us to victory." Baseball Cap responded, "If she dies, how will we explain it to the higher-ups?" "Baseball Kid, I will take responsibility for this matter. Moreover, we are the higher-ups. Without us heroes, what use is the Alliance?" After throwing out that statement, Phantom fell silent. Baseball Kid felt Phantom's overwhelming aura and hesitated to speak again, holding back his words. This person was too mysterious, and his strength was terrifying. Although he was also ranked in the top 5, the difference was stark. At that moment, LeLishi suddenly knelt on one knee. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. A halo of light started to emerge from his hunched back. Does Qiyu have some kind of explosive weapon? Baseball Kid was taken aback. LeLishi trembled as he stood up again, clasping his hands and letting out a furious roar. However, the sound was anything but manly. If Phantom hadn't been nearby, Baseball Kid would have covered his ears. This guy's scream is truly unsettling. No matter how hard LeLishi tried, the halo of light only grew brighter and more intense. Finally, with LeLishi's heart-wrenching manly scream, a large tear opened in his back, accompanied by a spray of blood. Qiyu burst forth. LeLishi clutched his wound and staggered forward a few steps before steadying himself, while Qiyu was completely soaked. Both of them were a mess. "LeLishi, are all the people for your mother star perverts? How come every attack is creepier than the last? What the heck is muscle waves? Do you want me to swim in there?" Qiyu was left in nothing but her underwear, her pants in tatters. Baseball Kid, seeing Qiyu's stunning figure, felt his nostrils heat up and blood gushed from his nose. "Oomph." Phantom scoffed beside him. "Aren't there enough women on Earth? How can a single busta lady throw you off your game?" Baseball Kid quickly wiped away the blood, This Qiyu is just too explosive. LinWei showed no reaction to Qiyu's figure. He endured the pain in his back and began to slowly retreat. You're the first person to escape from my muscle fluid. It seems your strength is on par with mine. As he spoke, LinWei's body began to fold in an eerie manner, his head tucking between his legs, his back and waist curving into an arc. He shrank down into a tire-like shape. Teacher Qiyu, let's call it a day. We'll battle again another time. LinWei finished speaking and curled up, rolling rapidly on the ground like an invincible fire wheel. He rolled into the depths of the misty darkness and vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing that LinWei was uninterested in continuing the fight, the Phantom did not stop him, pulling the baseball kid along and also disappearing from the spot. Qiyu was blinded by a dazzling white halo and had to close her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself in a noisy arena, where Tej was being held high by someone. Tej had won the victory, but he seemed a bit lost, showing none of the excitement and thrill that should come after winning a battle. Qiyu was somewhat dazed, and when she turned her head, she saw LinWei staring at her with a strange expression. She felt something was off and looked down to find herself drenched, her thin knitted sportswear clinging tightly to her body, revealing her figure. Although she and LinWei were a couple, Qiyu instinctively covered her chest. LinWei swallowed hard. Qiyu, are you hot? Why are you sweating so much? Qiyu didn't know how to explain to him, and simply shook her head in silence. What had just happened was definitely not a dream. The sweat covering her body said it all. The Major patted Qiyu's shoulder. This match was manipulated. Everything that happened on the arena was an illusion. Qiyu replied, it was indeed too strange. Let's get out of here. Did you notice something too? I was surrounded by an illusion and fought with LinWei. The Major touched the sweaty Qiyu. It seems like it was a fierce battle. Qiyu said, it's hard to describe. Can you imagine what it feels like to be tightly held by a muscle-bound guy? The Major shook his head. It's hard to imagine. I can hold my breath, so I can't experience the feeling of suffocation. Seeing the Major's serious answer, Qiyu couldn't help but chuckle. You're really funny. I'll take that as a cold joke. Qiyu pulled LinWei out of the gym. Let's go home quickly. I want to take a refreshing shower. LinWei suddenly grabbed Qiyu. Qiyu, take me flying again. Qiyu made an okay gesture, hooked her arm around LinWei, and the two instantly soared into the air. LinWei felt a long-lost thrill. Qiyu was still Qiyu beside him, but their relationship had already changed. LinWei was no longer shy, tightly wrapping his arm around Qiyu. Under the bright moon, the moonlight spilled over them, creating another dreamlike scene. Perhaps due to the new metallic heart, LinWei's fear of heights had vanished. He took the initiative to kiss Qiyu, causing his superhero girlfriend to shiver and almost fall. The two tumbled in the air, cheering and shouting. The Major followed them at a distance. The Phantom and the baseball kid appeared in the air, watching the three fly past them. The Phantom's cloak fluttered in the night wind. The baseball kid glanced at the Phantom beside him and cautiously asked, did her strength pass the test? Her physical strength is formidable, comparable to mine, but she lacks the qualities of a leader. The Phantom replied helplessly. How can she lead the Alliance heroes to defeat the invasion of the starship like this? The baseball kid touched the scar on his face. The Alliance rated her as SS level, partly due to public pressure. Isn't it easier for us to control someone who is unambitious and muddle-headed? The Phantom remained silent, non-committal. The Alliance just wants to use her as a mascot, to give the public an explanation while boosting everyone's confidence. I believe Qiyu herself doesn't want to be a leader either. The Phantom sighed, silently watching Qiyu and the others disappear into the horizon. So comfortable. Qiyu walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. After a shower, her skin glowed beautifully. LinWei had already cut up some watermelon and poured a glass of light homemade plum wine drink. Qiyu loved to eat, and LinWei loved to cook, making them a perfect match. Qiyu picked up the plum wine and gulped it down in one go. Then, she took the watermelon and started to eat it with great delight. After a while, the Major asked Qiyu, what exactly happened to you just now? LinWei was confused. Weren't we all watching the match? Qiyu put down the last piece of watermelon peel and roughly recounted her experience to the two. LinWei slammed the table. These freaks from the mother planet just won't stop. This LinWei is different from the previous assassins. However, to avoid making LinWei overly worried, Qiyu did not mention the part where she was trapped by LinWei. The Major fell into a brief contemplation after hearing this. For someone to cut you off in the crowd and send you to an illusory space, only the Phantom could do that. Moreover, the illusion he set up, even I couldn't see through. Qiyu was somewhat surprised. The Phantom came? Then why didn't he show himself, and instead pulled me into an illusion to duel with LinWei? Has he already sided with the mother planet and become a traitor? The Major said, The Phantom's stance is indeed puzzling. Since he came to Earth, he should have come directly to find you. Yet he used LinWei's to challenge you. It's a strange move. Oomph. Next time, I want to question him face to face. Qiyu slammed the table. Since he didn't show himself, you don't need to point it out. Everyone can just act as if nothing happened. The Phantom has been the top hero in the Alliance for years. He must have his reasons for doing this. The Major patted Qiyu's shoulder. These people are just too calculating. Qiyu pouted and got up to rummage through the fridge. Since the Phantom has already appeared, he will come to find us soon. I'll notify Yujizi to let her come back. This guy is probably too attached to Wang Lin to even want to come back. Qiyu took a can of beer from the fridge and was about to pull off the ring pull when LinWei snatched it away. You're allergic to alcohol, and you're still drinking. Every time you drink, something bad happens. Qiyu's face showed her displeasure. If I don't drink now, Yujizi will finish it all when she comes back. LinWei shook his finger, adopting a parental tone. Qiyu had no choice but to let him put the beer back in the fridge. The next morning, Yujizi and Wang Lin knocked on LinWei's door. Normally, Yujizi had no habit of knocking before entering anywhere. However, under Wang Lin's guidance, Yujizi had started to become more polite. The Major opened the door, and Yujizi walked into the familiar living room. Just as she was about to sit down carelessly, Wang Lin grabbed her ear and made her stand up. Yujizi gave Wang Lin a helpless glance. LinWei couldn't help but chuckle. It's just like tofu being seasoned. One thing conquers another. So obedient. Wang Lin hugged Yujizi and gently patted her head. Wang Lin happily nestled in Yujizi's embrace. The fragrance of Wang Lin mixed with her perfume wafted into Yujizi's nose. Wang Lin, you smell so good. Yujizi had been taking good care of Wang Lin these days, igniting Wang Lin's long-buried passion for love. Wang Lin now resembled a small woman immersed in love. Yujizi also had her own troubles. Wang Lin was constantly entangled with her. Although the two had a good relationship, over time, even Yujizi felt a bit overwhelmed. This scene was just caught by LinWei, who had just come out. President Wang, you should treat Yujizi a little better. She's been seriously injured and can't handle too much, LinWei said with a teasing expression. Yujizi looked embarrassed. In front of her subordinates, Wang Lin's face flushed, and she released Yujizi. She's leaving. I don't want her to go. Lin, I told you as long as I'm alive, I will definitely come back. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly turned red, gazing affectionately at Yujizi. Yujizi, I think Phantom will come here soon. You should open the illusion set in LinWei's house. The lieutenant finally spoke, breaking the sentimental atmosphere in the room. Qiyu also came out of the room and briefly explained what happened yesterday to Yujizi. Upon hearing about the illusion space released by Phantom, Yujizi became interested. I heard that Phantom practices both magic and body cultivation. I want to see if she can break through the hypercube illusion I've set. Wang Lin listened in confusion. Who is Phantom? What's a hypercube? LinWei gave a brief introduction. Wang Lin was a smart person and quickly understood with just a few words from LinWei. She grabbed Yujizi. Did you use an illusion on me last night? Yujizi quickly hid behind Qiyu. Oh, it was just for a little while. I was really tired. You insisted on me accompanying you to binge watch, and I just couldn't take it. LinWei looked at Yujizi with sympathy. Everyone understands. Yujizi and the lieutenant set up the illusion outside the courtyard, and it was already approaching noon. Wang Lin had been emotionally attached these past few days, and her body was genuinely fatigued. Unknowingly, she fell asleep on LinWei's sofa. LinWei went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Qiyu. Yujizi rarely enjoyed the leisurely midday time, standing by the window in a daze. The lieutenant quietly approached Yujizi. You're not from Earth. Are you really planning to return with us? Are you worried that the Alliance won't accept me? The lieutenant didn't answer immediately. I'm used to drifting. It doesn't matter where I am. I don't have any feelings for my home planet, nor do I consider it my hometown. Moreover, my body seems to have a deep resentment towards it. To me, Earth and the home planet are no different. All right, I will report your situation to the Alliance truthfully. The lieutenant replied straightforwardly, and Yujizi quietly hooked her shoulder. When we return to Earth, I'll investigate the doctor's disappearance case with you. The lieutenant hugged Yujizi tightly, revealing a rare, girl-like smile. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I know you're the best to me. Yujizi didn't expect the lieutenant to react so strongly, and felt a bit embarrassed instead. She enjoyed the lowly's bear hug, and finally kissed her forehead. Being embraced on both sides was Yujizi's ultimate dream. Just as they were feeling a bit ambiguous, Yujizi's illusion space reacted. The illusion space was connected to her spirit. Any disturbance would immediately alert her. Yujizi released her grip on the lieutenant and froze slightly. Someone has invaded. The two exchanged glances and quickly left the room. But soon, their tense nerves relaxed again. It turned out that the takeout LinWei ordered had arrived. The delivery guy stood awkwardly in the middle of the yard, displaying a shy yet lewd smile. It seemed he had definitely seen things he usually wanted to see, but couldn't. Yujizi dispelled the illusion space, and the delivery guy looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Yujizi opened the door and shouted at him. What are you dawdling there for? Come here quickly. Oh wow. One beauty ran away, and another one came. I must be quite lucky delivering takeout. The delivery guy hurriedly ran towards Yujizi, his face full of lewdness. Comet. Suddenly, Yujizi's shoulder strap slipped down, and her face showed a flustered yet inviting expression. The delivery guy couldn't resist Yujizi's provocation. He took a few steps forward and hugged Yujizi tightly. Brother, if your girlfriend knew you were hugging me like this, would she be angry? Yujizi let out a standard lowly voice. I don't have a girlfriend. I've been single for 25 years. This guy was a total lecher. He puckered his lips, ready to kiss Yujizi. Brother, do you think my lips are pretty? Oh my god, it's a ghost. The delivery guy looked up just in time to collide with Yujizi's wide-open mouth. Mouth split, girl. Yujizi's mouth split all the way to her ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that gleamed coldly, nearly blinding the delivery guy. He let out a scream and fainted on the ground. Yujizi loved to prank lecherous men and showed no mercy. She picked up the takeout that the delivery guy had already dropped and turned to go back inside. The lieutenant walked out from the doorway. She first checked the delivery guy's breath. Luckily, he was still alive. She sighed slightly, grabbed one of his feet, and dragged him out of the yard. She leaned him against the wall by the roadside, and just as she turned around, 2 people appeared in front of her. One was a man wearing a baseball cap, and the other was cloaked, making it impossible to see their figure or face. EA-02. Phantom said a set of codes to the lieutenant. Lord Phantom, you finally arrived. Are you all ready? The situation is urgent. We need to return to Earth immediately. Phantom's voice, like the lieutenant's, was calm and showed no emotional fluctuations. The lieutenant nodded. Then tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, you will wait for us at the mountaintop. Phantom extended a hand, pointing to a distant mountain. LinWei's city was a mountain city, with dozens of not-so-tall peaks at the city's edge. The lieutenant glanced at the distance, but when she turned back, Phantom and the other person had already vanished, feigning mystery and putting on airs. Damn, Phantom is here? Why didn't he come to meet us personally? Acting all high and mighty? Yujizi angrily slammed the table. LinWei felt a bit speechless. Ever since these superwomen came to his house, he had replaced the table 3 times. Why arrange to meet at the mountaintop? Isn't it more convenient to come here? Does he have some ambush at the mountaintop? Wang Lin was somewhat worried about Yujizi and the other situation. After all, Phantom was a member of the Alliance. It was unlikely he would betray them. He probably had some other reason. The lieutenant comforted everyone. It's useless to guess here. We'll know when we go see it. Qiyu rubbed her fists, looking forward to tomorrow night. Wang Lin drove her big jeep on the mountain road. Sitting next to her was Yujizi, while LinWei, Qiyu, the lieutenant, and Cheng Dalong were in the back seat. Knowing that they might leave Earth tonight, Wang Lin and Cheng Dalong insisted on coming. Who knows when they will meet again? With 20 minutes left before the agreed time, Wang Lin stepped on the gas. The car stopped about 100 meters from the mountaintop, and everyone got out to walk. It was early autumn, and the night breeze was a bit cool. Yuji's hugged Wang Lin, and Qiyu leaned against LinWei as they walked along the mountain path towards the summit. The top of the mountain was a flat, barren expanse, about the size of 2 basketball courts. Wang Lin looked at her watch. It was exactly 9 o'clock, but she didn't see the Phantom. Big shots love to be late. Yuji's mocked. As soon as she finished speaking, the air in the center of the summit twisted, and 2 figures appeared, the Phantom and the baseball kid. It was Wang Lin's first time seeing the Phantom, and she felt both curious and nervous. She gently tugged at Yuji's. Is this the Phantom? A bit scary. Isn't it? I wonder what he looks like under that cloak. Maybe he's an ugly monster. The Phantom scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on the Major. EA-02. Why did you bring Earthlings here? He pointed at LinWei and the others. These are friends we met on Earth. They can be trusted, the Major replied succinctly. The baseball kid pointed at Yuji's. What about her? She's from Qiyu. I'm not Qiyu's henchman. In fact, I'm loyal to no organization or individual. I'm only loyal to myself. Yuji's immediately corrected the baseball kid. The Major said, although Yuji's is from a starship, she has become our friend. And while you ignored Qiyu's life or death, Yuji's has helped us repel attacks from other starship assassins several times. She might be a spy sent by the starship, pretending to cooperate with you while secretly trying to recruit Qiyu to serve them. The baseball kid said, his tone sarcastic as he pinched the edge of his cap. Yuji's was furious, and without caring that Wang Lin was desperately pulling her back, she teleported in front of the baseball kid. I hate men who maliciously hurt others. Yuji's tail quietly revealed itself behind her. "Let me tear that foul mouth of yours apart." "Careful," the Phantom warned. Suddenly, a black object shot towards the baseball kid's face like lightning. Reacting out of years of combat instinct, he quickly turned his face to the side, and the black object barely grazed his cheek. However, his hat was knocked off by the black object. The black object was, of course, Yuji's tail, which could be hard or soft, thick or thin. Ha ha! Yuji's laughed uncontrollably at the sight of the hatless baseball kid. It turned out he was bald, and not just bald, but had a receding hairline. The contrast was so strong that even Yuji's shifted from anger to laughter. The baseball kid, wearing a hat, looked cool with a hint of rebelliousness, but without it, he resembled a middle-aged, greasy man with a touch of naivety and absurdity. Yuji's placed her hands on her hips, still laughing, while her tail swung wildly behind her, slapping the ground with loud thuds. The baseball kid's face turned from black to red, then finally to green. He silently picked up his hat, carefully brushed off the dust, and put it back on. Yuji's laughter gradually subsided. She sensed a terrifying killing intent emanating from the baseball kid. Her mouth opened, and she slowly backed away. Bang! The baseball kid shouted in anger, his t-shirt bursting apart, revealing his muscular, tanned physique covered in scars of various sizes. The aura he exuded made Yuji's feel a strong threat, but she still refused to back down. Taking off your shirt doesn't mean you can fight. All those scars just show you're not that capable. Otherwise, you'd only be hitting others. The baseball kid clenched his fists and slowly extended a muscular arm towards Yuji's. Yuji's looked confused. "What is so special about your arm?" Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air from the baseball kid's arm. At the same time, it felt as if something was choking Yuji's throat. Her face turned pale, and she suddenly found it hard to breathe. This sensation was not just simple suffocation. It felt as if her lungs had stopped working entirely. Yuji's vision darkened, and she began to lose sight of her surroundings. Her hands weakly flailed around, but she couldn't grasp the hand choking her throat. Or rather, that hand didn't exist. It was the baseball kid's mental attack. Yuji's hands dropped limply, and she fainted. The baseball kid slowly retracted his hand, and Yuji's fell to the ground from the void. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. Wang Lin rushed towards the unconscious Yuji's. The baseball kid, not intending to trouble an ordinary person, took a few steps back. Wang Lin shot him a fierce glare, lifted Yuji's, and began a walk back. Mental attack. The crowd was once again shocked by the baseball kid's powers. Seeing his muscular build, they initially thought he was a physical fighter, not realizing he was actually a spellcaster. Yuji slowly regained consciousness, touched her still tight throat, and jumped up. "That doesn't count. You ambushed me, and I was unprepared. Let's do it again." The baseball kid's expression darkened. "You were the one who ambushed me first." Just as Yuji's was about to strike again, Qiyu pulled her back. "Let me try." Qiyu leaped into the air and gracefully landed in front of the baseball kid. The two stared at each other, unmoving for a long moment. Suddenly, the baseball kid's mouth twitched slightly. Qiyu instinctively assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood gushed from the baseball kid's nostrils. What the heck? Everyone nearly fell over. It turned out that Qiyu, wearing a t-shirt with a stunning figure, had made the baseball kid lose control during their gaze, causing him to embarrassingly fall apart. This man was indeed a straight man and a fool. The Phantom couldn't watch any longer and huffed. The baseball kid awkwardly wiped away the blood. Seeing his embarrassed state, Qiyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. The blood he had just wiped away began to flow again uncontrollably. The baseball kid covered his nose and tried to step back. Qiyu's eyes flickered, and she teleported in front of the baseball kid. In the next moment, she appeared behind him and delivered a punch that sent the baseball kid flying. Qiyu turned her head and made a victory sign towards Yuji's, signaling that she had avenged her friend. Yuji's gave Qiyu a thumbs up. She turned around, and along with LinWei and Cheng Dalong, they silently wiped away their own flowing nosebleeds. Qiyu inadvertently developed a new technique, specializing in dealing with LSPs. Yuji's versus Baseball Kid. Baseball Kid versus Qiyu. 2 battles that should have been serious ended in a rather unserious manner. The Phantom was very angry. Qiyu and Yuji's treated the life-and-death situation as a joke. At the same time, he was even more disappointed with the Baseball Kid. A superhero actually lost his composure and bled from the nose upon seeing large breasts. Were big breasts that alluring? The Baseball Kid silently returned to the Phantom's side, his face somewhat pale. Qiyu's punch earlier hadn't been full force. She had just slightly vented her frustration for Yuji's. The reason for his pale complexion was that he had indeed lost quite a bit of blood. Get out of the way. The Phantom looked at the Baseball Kid with some disgust. Phantom, don't say it. Can't you stop your nosebleed with your mind? Phantom's body flew up and directly appeared in front of Qiyu. Let me experience your skills, double S-class hero. Saying this, Phantom pressed his hands together and made a strange gesture. His figure shook, and suddenly 4 identical phantoms appeared in midair. Take this. The 4 phantoms spoke simultaneously, with a synchronization rate of 100, like a voice amplified 4 times. Then, the 4 phantoms consecutively disappeared from Qiyu's sight. Qiyu assumed her usual combat stance. A slight spatial fluctuation occurred behind her left ear, and a nearly transparent hand struck directly at her neck from behind. At the same time, her chest, lower back, and legs were attacked by the same transparent hand. Qiyu teleported away, disappearing from her original position. As soon as her figure reappeared, the 4 hands, like parasites, arrived in time to attack her at those 4 locations. Qiyu was startled, but remained calm. She exerted strength in her arms, and the muscles on her body rapidly expanded, transforming her into a muscular figure. The 4 hands struck her simultaneously. A suffocating energy burst outward. After the storm, Qiyu stood still in place, having taken this attack head-on. The 4 phantoms appeared in midair, their tone somewhat surprised. Such strong physicality. Qiyu had been trapped in the demon tree, brought by Godina for a period of time, and the liquid inside that demon tree seemed to enhance her physical strength. After that battle, Qiyu felt her body could withstand even more intense attacks. And as long as she wanted, her muscles could expand like flowing liquid, greatly increasing her strength. LinWei looked at Qiyu, who resembled a muscular man, and couldn't help but click his tongue. She won't always be like this, right? I don't want that. Qiyu looked at the phantoms in midair. Show me stronger moves. Phantom chuckled coldly, and the 4 of them merged back together. He sat cross-legged, floating in midair, motionless. If you won't strike, then I will. Qiyu extended a thick arm, pointing at the phantom in midair. A world-destroying force erupted from her, shooting directly at the phantom. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and Phantom's body vanished in the rising dust. This was a technique Qiyu had comprehended during the battle with the demon tree, concentrating her internal power at a point to deliver a fatal blow to her opponent. The baseball guy looked surprised. This woman is not just well endowed. Her energy is incredibly strong. Even with my mental defenses, I wouldn't be able to withstand that blow. The baseball guy used mental attacks, which are generally weaker in physical offense and defense, which is why he appeared alongside Phantom. When facing strong enemies, Phantom would focus on offense and defense, while the baseball guy provided mental support. The 2 had cooperated multiple times in previous battles, with great effect. This time, Phantom intended to test Qiyu's abilities and did not adopt a joint attack mode. The dust slowly settled. Phantom appeared in midair. He looked somewhat disheveled, his cloak a bit tattered, but his body still concealed nothing. It seemed he had also taken Qiyu's attack head-on. Neither of them showed much expression, but both were shocked inside. Phantom was surprised that Qiyu not only had exceptional individual defense, but also delivered attacks filled with destructive power. Qiyu was astonished that her full-force attack left Phantom unharmed. Although this attack couldn't compare to the energy used against the demon tree, it was still quite impressive. After testing each other's abilities, both sides had a clear understanding of each other's strength. Based on today's performance, their levels were quite comparable. Phantom slowly descended from the air. Qiyu, come back to Earth with me. Phantom's tone suddenly softened a lot. Your return will significantly boost the Alliance's combat power. Qiyu remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. LinWei stepped forward and grasped Qiyu's hand. Qiyu, don't forget to take me with you. Phantom's voice turned cold. We won't take anyone from this world. Moreover, you are an ordinary person and cannot pass through the wormhole. LinWei opened his shirt. My heart is a spare metal heart from Major. I can withstand the spatial properties of the wormhole. Qiyu said, LinWei is my boyfriend. I want to go back to Earth with him. What? Boyfriend? Phantom's body trembled slightly. You already have a boyfriend after just 3 months on Earth? Qiyu replied, yes. Does it concern you? Phantom was momentarily speechless. After a long time, he slowly spoke. If your boyfriend gets himself killed, I can't guarantee he can pass through the wormhole. If anything happens to him, don't blame me. LinWei said, my life and death have nothing to do with you. Phantom nodded and then looked at Wang Lin and Cheng Dalong. Do you want to come along too? Cheng Dalong shook his head vigorously. I'm not going. I'm just here to see you off. Wang Lin said, even if I wanted to go, I don't have the ability to pass through the wormhole. She glanced reluctantly at Yujizi and silently stepped back a few steps. With a number of people confirmed, Qiyu, LinWei, Yujizi, and a major prepared to traverse the wormhole and return to Earth. Phantom took out 2 semi-transparent membrane suits that looked like latex. The Alliance provided us with 2 membrane suits, originally intended for Qiyu and EA-02. Now that there are 4 of you, you can decide how to distribute them. Qiyu directly gave her protective membrane suit to LinWei, while the Major continued to keep his own suit. LinWei walked over to Chung Dalong and pulled out a key, handing it to him. Brother Dalong, I have one request. Lin bro, just say what you need. This is the key to my house. I paid the landlord 3 months' rent in advance yesterday. If I don't come back in 3 months, just return the key to the landlord. Chung Dalong's eyes turned red. Lin bro, you and Qiyu must come back alive. We're all waiting for you. LinWei patted Chung Dalong's shoulder and turned back to Qiyu. Wang Lin and Yujizi embraced tightly. They both knew this might be their last hug. Yujizi pressed her lips hard against Wang Lin's, not letting go for a long time. Yujizi and Wang Lin kissed for a long time without separating. And the baseball guy finally couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, are you two done? Everyone is waiting for you to finish. Yujizi and Wang Lin were caught up in their moment, and with the baseball guy interrupting, they lost their mood. Yujizi turned her head and found everyone staring at them in a daze. Looks like they're watching a kissing live stream. Wang Lin awkwardly wiped her mouth and finally let go of Yujizi. LinWei and the Major put on the semi-transparent membrane suits. These suits are breathable, so LinWei wouldn't risk suffocation. The Major temporarily shut down his breathing function. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Phantom raised his hands, and everyone suddenly lifted off the ground, flying high into the sky. Chung Dalong and Wang Lin looked up at the sky, watching as the group gradually disappeared into the black night sky. Dalong, will they come back? Mr. Wang, I firmly believe they will come back. Wang Lin nodded. Let's go. We have to work tomorrow. Mr. Wang, how do we explain LinWei and Qiyu's departure to everyone? Just say Qiyu went abroad. And LinWei followed her. Sigh, they have left Earth. Jiang Linglong will probably cry to death in the bathroom. Wang Lin patted Chung Dalong. Dalong, you drive on the way back. I want to sleep for a while in the car. Chung Dalong quickly agreed. LinWei was wrapped in a membrane, his body being lifted rapidly into the sky by an inexplicable force. He finally understood the role his metal heart was playing at this moment. Ever since he had changed his heart, his blood and metabolic circulation abilities had increased exponentially. The spare heart of the Major was not just a single-function heart. It released a large amount of nanofactors that improved LinWei's physical condition while functioning. It was like the marrow washing and essence-changing practices in martial arts novels. LinWei's physical abilities could truly be said to be improving by leaps and bounds. What made LinWei even more astonished was that the metal heart actually had the function of replacing alveoli and transporting oxygen, so he did not experience any oxygen shortage at high altitudes. If he hadn't changed to the metal heart, his original flesh heart would have already burst at high altitude. LinWei held on a Qiyu beside him. Qiyu turned and indicated to LinWei if he was feeling unwell. LinWei shook his head. Qiyu nodded and patted his forehead. With me here, you don't have to be afraid. The group of 6 gradually flew out of the atmosphere. LinWei looked back. The earth behind him was pitch black, and the densely packed city lights dotted the wasteland like stars. Suddenly, the voice of the baseball guy appeared in everyone's minds. He was communicating with everyone telepathically. Everyone, we are 10 kilometers away from the wormhole. Later, Phantom will enter first, followed by Qiyu, LinWei, Yu, Jisai, EA-02, and I'll go last. No one had any objections. The 10 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. The group stopped flying, and the 6 of them hovered in the air. LinWei looked around through the membrane, but did not see anything resembling a hole. Where's the wormhole? LinWei thought to himself. A wormhole is not a round hole. Suddenly, the baseball guy's voice appeared in his mind again. It seemed that after the baseball guy connected with everyone telepathically, he could also perceive some of their thoughts. The wormhole here is an invisible plane. You just need to follow the angle of entry of the person in front of you. His words seemed to be directed at everyone, not just LinWei. LinWei nodded and thanked him in his mind. Just then, the Phantom in front of Qiyu suddenly disappeared. The force supporting everyone also vanished. Just as LinWei felt he was about to free fall, a hand grabbed him. It was Qiyu. Qiyu, the Phantom has already entered the wormhole. Follow its direction and go in directly. The baseball guy's voice came, slightly urging. Qiyu nodded, turning to indicate LinWei to hold onto her waist. Once LinWei hugged her tightly, Qiyu flew straight towards the direction where the Phantom had just disappeared. Suddenly, a strange wave of goosebumps washed over her body, and the stars in front of her vanished, as Qiyu plunged into a pure black world. This was Qiyu's second time entering this wormhole. The first time, she was knocked unconscious by a meteorite and entered the wormhole in a passive state, feeling dazed until she stumbled upon the earth where LinWei was. As soon as she entered the wormhole, Qiyu immediately realized that her vision, hearing, smell, and taste seemed to have vanished, leaving only the sense of touch, as she could still feel LinWei's hands around her. However, those hands were trembling violently. LinWei was ultimately an ordinary person, and the loss of sensory perception plunged him into fear. Qiyu grasped LinWei's trembling hands and gently scratched the back of his hand. LinWei seemed to feel Qiyu's playful comfort, and his heart calmed down a little. But soon, an invisible sense of terror enveloped his entire body, a pressure that was all-consuming. If LinWei had not been wearing the membrane, his body would have been torn apart long ago. Even with the membrane, LinWei was feeling overwhelmed. He could no longer breathe. Fortunately, the metal heart was still continuously supplying oxygen, allowing LinWei to barely hold on for a moment. At the same time, Qiyu's waist that he was holding suddenly expanded. LinWei realized that Qiyu was using her own body to resist the pressure. LinWei began to regret. If he hadn't insisted on coming along, Qiyu wouldn't have to suffer so much. Qiyu's flesh had expanded to its limits, but the intense pain throughout her body showed no sign of relief. Every inch of her skin felt as if it were being crushed by a giant mountain and sea. Just as Qiyu and LinWei were struggling, a burst of light spread around them. At the same time, the pressure on their bodies was reduced by more than half. PunchesAlien, the Major, Phantom, and the baseball guy appeared beside them. Everyone had entered the wormhole. Phantom and PunchesAlien simultaneously activated their shields. The baseball guy was surrounded by Phantom's protective shield, while PunchesAlien protected Qiyu and the three others. Qiyu immediately felt relaxed, and her expanded muscles shrank by half. The muscular Barbie turned back into a regular Barbie. The protective shield was obviously consuming PunchesAlien's energy rapidly. The usually playful PunchesAlien looked serious at this moment, silent as she struggled against the wormhole's space. Phantom appeared much more relaxed. He sat cross-legged, gazing into the unknown depths of the wormhole. "Major, how long until we can cross this space?" PunchesAlien gritted her teeth and asked, "I can't hold on much longer. Based on the time it took me to cross last time, we need another 58 seconds. PunchesAlien nearly fainted. "What? I can only last for another 30 seconds at most. I don't have that much energy." Time ticked by, and PunchesAlien's protective shield gradually contracted, its edges swaying precariously, and the glow dimmed further. "I can't hold on. The energy is running out." Just as PunchesAlien was about to give up, suddenly a pair of soft lips pressed against hers. PunchesAlien's pupils dilated, and her lips trembled slightly. It turned out that the one kissing her was none other than her long-desired goddess, Qiyu. Now that Qiyu took the initiative to kiss her, how could it not make PunchesAlien ecstatic? PunchesAlien's face turned crimson, her hands and feet sweating, her tail tense, and straight up to the sky. Qiyu widened her eyes, fluttering her eyelashes as she looked at her. "PunchesAlien, is this energy enough?" PunchesAlien woke up as if from a dream. This was Qiyu's help. It's useful, very useful, but it's still a little short." Qiyu glared at her. "Don't get greedy." Despite saying that, Qiyu still brushed her hair back, then pushed with both hands, and PunchesAlien fell as expected. The scene that followed was breathtaking. Qiyu wrapped one arm around PunchesAlien's neck and the other around her waist, pressing her lips back onto hers. But this time, even more energy poured into PunchesAlien's body. PunchesAlien convulsed, feeling her blood boiling. Her spiritual power surged significantly, inspired by Qiyu. The protective shield surrounding the four shone brightly again, and its range expanded considerably. The Major silently counted, 25 seconds left. The spatial pressure intensified once more. The Phantom on one side adjusted its stance, seemingly gathering strength for a breakthrough. Punches's defensive shield rapidly shrank inward once again. Punches, put in more effort. LinWei couldn't help but cheer for the two of them, disregarding the fact that his girlfriend was using her looks to encourage Punches. Seeing that Punches seemed to be struggling, Qiyu gritted her teeth and pressed her hand against Punches's waist. A surge of powerful energy flowed in again. Punches's somewhat dim eyes suddenly shot out a bright light, and her pink skin instantly turned dark pink. The defensive shield expanded once more. The baseball guy watched everything unfold, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. What the heck is there such a maneuver? These people are too reckless. If they fail, there will be nothing left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the Major counted down to the last second, everyone suddenly felt a release of pressure, and their surroundings brightened. Blue sky, white clouds, dazzling sunlight. They had finally passed through the wormhole. As Qiyu pulled her lips away, Punches deflated like a punctured ball, fainting completely. The Phantom caught LinWei and the Major's plummeting bodies again, suspending them in mid-air. Qiyu floated in the air, holding Punches. Sunlight streamed from behind them, creating a golden outline around the two. LinWei watched, feeling as if he were looking at a sacred sculpture. Yujizi and Qiyu's arms gradually returned to her normal skin color, but her eyes remained tightly closed, clearly exhausted of energy. Qiyu held her waist with one hand and slowly moved closer to the others. LinWei took a deep breath through the membrane suit. The air on Earth smelled no different from that of his hometown. Curiously, he surveyed the world beneath him. It was somewhat similar to his original world, but vastly different. Since he was right above the continent, he couldn't see the blue ocean. As far as the eye could see, it was a silvery gray world with no end in sight. The Major approached LinWei, noticing his shocked expression. "LinWei, doesn't your Earth have oceans, plants, mountains, or rivers? Why does everything look like human buildings?" "LinWei, we're above the continent, so you can't see the ocean. All plants have been uniformly relocated indoors. Wherever the city expands, the mountains and rivers are filled in. The United Government and the Protection Alliance need a unified and well-planned Earth." LinWei nodded. "So this Earth no longer has independent countries?" The Major replied, "Yes. There is only the World United Government, with a rotating presidency." "Then what exactly is this so-called Earth Protection Alliance?" LinWei finally asked the question that had been on his mind. The Earth Protection Alliance is an agency directly under the United Government, composed of many heroes tasked with protecting Earth and regional safety. Heroes are ranked S, A, B, and C. C-level heroes are responsible for community safety, B-level for city safety, while A and S-level heroes only intervene during major disasters on Earth. LinWei responded with an O. He couldn't help but find it a bit amusing to think that Qiyu had initially only been a C-level hero. Yujizi slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was being held by Qiyu. Taking advantage of Qiyu's moment of inattention, she pouted, wanting to initiate some intimate contact. Qiyu noticed that Yujizi seemed to have woken up and looked down just in time to see the LSP pouting, apparently wanting to do something indecent. Seeing this, Qiyu suddenly loosened her grip, and Yujizi fell headfirst, plummeting downwards. "Ah!" she exclaimed. Suddenly halted, she looked up to see that Qiyu was holding her tail with one hand. Qiyu leaned over, her collar flipped open, revealing a tantalizing view in front of Yujizi. Yujizi's heart fluttered, and a lewd expression appeared on her face. Qiyu let out a startled ah, realizing she had exposed herself again. Embarrassed and angry, she grabbed Yujizi's tail and swung her around, intending to throw her high into the air. However, Yujizi's tail was incredibly agile, quickly wrapping around Qiyu's arm. Unable to shake her off, Qiyu reached with her other hand to pull on Yujizi's tail. Yujizi feigned a move, and her tail wrapped around Qiyu's waist while she leaned over Qiyu's back, her hands unsteadily gripping Qiyu's ribs below her chest. Qiyu, being a maiden, couldn't withstand such teasing. She suddenly felt weak, her face turning beet red. The baseball guy, sneaking a peek at this incredibly tantalizing scene, couldn't help but let out a nosebleed. The Phantom, seeing the baseball guy's reaction, couldn't resist teasing him. "You don't have a crush on Qiyu, do you?" The baseball guy stumbled, almost falling from the air. "WH, what are you talking about? The survival of Earth is at stake. I don't have time for that." The Phantom replied, "Not having time to think doesn't mean you don't want to." He patted the baseball guy on the shoulder, "But you should forget about Qiyu. She's a heartthrob. All the men on Earth are captivated by her looks and strength. I wonder if her little boyfriend can handle the consequences of dating a star." The baseball guy rolled his eyes, not responding. Noticing the silence from the baseball guy, the Phantom stopped poking fun at him. He suddenly looked into the distance, frowning. "Why haven't they arrived yet? I sent a message as soon as I exited the wormhole. They should have been here by now." Just as he finished speaking, a flying vehicle appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching. Who was in that flying vehicle? The Phantom nudged the baseball guy, who was still sneaking glances at Qiyu. "Stop looking. Use your mind to scan the situation inside the vehicle." The baseball guy nodded and released his consciousness towards the approaching vehicle. After a moment, he said, "The vehicle is safe. Inside are Poison Ivy and the Rampaging Warrior, two mid-ranking A-level heroes. Poison Ivy can release poisonous vines and spore gas, while the Rampaging Warrior has a body as hard as rock, with muscles stacked like boulders." The flying vehicle hovered before them. LinWei carefully examined the flying device, which was the size of half a train, with a streamlined body and a gray metallic exterior that emitted a soft glow. The vehicle flew without any propellers or jet devices, just from this. The technology level of this Earth surpassed that of his blue star. The hatch opened, and a strikingly beautiful young woman appeared at the entrance, but her skin was grayish-green. "Lord Phantom." The woman nodded to Phantom and the baseball guy as a sign of respect, her voice unusually hoarse, making one question her age. "Naja." Didn't you receive my message? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Your communication station isn't far from here. Phantom seemed particularly annoyed by the tardiness. Bringing it up once again, Qiyu couldn't help but smile. She thought it was amusing how serious he was about keeping time. She remembered her sister, who would scold her for even being a minute late. Naja's face showed an awkward expression. Lord Phantom, a muscular man, also appeared at the entrance. He had a yellow-brown skin all over, as if covered in mud, with various cracks on his face, resembling a rock standing in the desert, shaped by countless years of weathering. The muscular man was the fierce warrior Mufa. Najia and I were flirting and didn't notice the message you sent. My apologies. Mufa was very straightforward, while Najia felt a bit shy. She flicked her hand, and a green vine struck Mufa's back. Mufa, can you stop talking? Your brain is really like a rock in the desert. Mufa seemed to enjoy the whip. He looked at Najia with a pampering expression. Okay, my queen, I'll shut up. The baseball guy couldn't stand such a scene of feeding dog food and couldn't help but cough. Yujizi looked at the pair in front of her and couldn't help but think. This rock man looks silly, but he is indeed a devoted husband. Suddenly, she thought of Wang Lin. It hadn't been long since they parted, and now she thought of her. She wondered if she was really falling in love with her. Najia and Mufa stepped aside to let everyone enter the aircraft. With the guidance of Phantom, everyone entered the aircraft in single file. At the moment when Qiyu passed by Najia and Mufa, both of them cast curious glances at Qiyu simultaneously. As soon as they entered the cabin, LinWei felt the force acting on him disappear. The cabin was like the interior of an eggshell, with no protruding objects or decorations. The walls, ceiling, and floor were made of some unknown material, warm to the touch, gray-white in color, and emitting a soft luster. Najia waved her hand in the air, and a virtual screen appeared in front of everyone. A serious-looking middle-aged man appeared in the center of the screen. Elder Sisa. Phantom nodded slightly to the man. Did you bring him back? Phantom nodded. The screen automatically turned to the position where Qiyu was. Sisa looked at Qiyu a few times before the screen turned back to its original angle. You took a bit longer this time. Phantom seemed a bit surprised. My recorder shows that I only took 3 days from departure to return. But in reality, it has been 11 days on our side. Phantom fell silent. The flow of time in this wormhole varies each time, and the duration cannot be controlled. Elder Sisa, what is the current situation regarding the war? The baseball guy asked. Not very optimistic, Sisa replied, his long face resembling a vulture becoming even more somber. We have lost 3 more A-level heroes, and the boxing king Ghost was ambushed by the starship and is severely injured, currently in a critical state. Phantom's body shook, and the baseball guy showed an incredulous expression. The boxing king Ghost is seriously injured? He is the most powerful among our 10 S-level heroes. At this point, the baseball guy couldn't help but sigh. There were 10 S-level heroes in total, and previously, the 3rd-ranked Jacob and the 9th-ranked Li Jinhuan had already fallen. Now, with the 4th-ranked boxing king Ghost in critical condition, only 7 S-level heroes were left. In fact, the baseball guy had some hidden feelings. He had always had a crush on Li Jinhuan, but she liked Jacob. Jacob was recognized as the handsome guy among heroes, with white skin and golden hair, a bright smile, and a great impact on women. Although Li Jinhuan came from the east, it seemed that she had a preference for handsome guys with golden hair and blue eyes. Therefore, when he learned of Li Jinhuan's fall, the baseball guy's heart ached for several days. When rabbits die, foxes grieve. When one is hurt, others feel the pain. Seeing the baseball guy lost in thought, Sisa coughed a few times. Currently, the Elder Council protecting the Alliance has divided into 2 factions. One faction, like me, advocates fighting to the end. The other faction hopes to negotiate with the starship. According to reliable sources, the pro-peace faction has secretly contacted the high-level officials of the United Government, and it is estimated that the United Government will make a decision soon. Phantom asked, what about the opinion of the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder Aristide's attitude is ambiguous. He has not expressed a clear viewpoint so far. The baseball kid asked, what is the attitude of the starship? As soon as he spoke, he realized he had misspoken, because inquiring whether the place was willing to negotiate was equivalent to implying that he also wanted to negotiate, right? Phantom snorted. From my observations, the Mother Fleet, led by Janunu, enjoys conquering other civilizations. Surrender will not satisfy them. Only by finding a way to defeat them can Earth continue to exist. Sisa sighed. That may be true, but with Earth's current strength, even self-preservation is somewhat difficult. Defeating them is easier said than done. Moreover, the starship has recently intensified assassination operations, and several of our heroes have died in their ambushes. Now, all communication points have strengthened their defenses, and the defensive formation has been activated. You should first go to this nearest communication point to rest, and the next day, set off for headquarters. Phantom nodded. Just a few seconds before the communication ended, Sisa glanced at Qiyu. Phantom, protect Qiyu and your own safety. The Alliance urgently needs S-level heroes to retaliate against the starship's provocations. The screen darkened, and the entire space returned to silence. Nagia said, our communication point is just below. We will arrive soon. Everyone felt quite heavy-hearted, and no one spoke in the cabin. Outside the cabin, on the back of the aircraft, a nearly transparent object lay there, motionless, as the aircraft rapidly flew toward the ground. The aircraft descended and finally stopped. Everyone walked out of the cabin. The air was hot, and LinWei almost fainted. What appeared in front of LinWei was a small city built on a wasteland-like area. The city's buildings were mostly based on silver, gray, and white tones, exuding a strong sense of futurism in LinWei's eyes. Perhaps because it was near noon, there was no one on the street. Right in front of him was a semicircular building, with a huge black object resembling a cannon standing at its top. LinWei asked the major beside him, what is that huge black object pointing straight up? The major replied, that is a defensive weapon that every communication point has. Nagia was the last to come out, leading everyone into the communication point. As soon as they walked through the door, the system began identity verification for everyone. The identities of LinWei, Yujizi, and the major could not be recognized. Several laser weapons extended from the walls, aiming directly at the three of them. Nagia looked at Phantom. Lord Phantom, the identities of these three are not registered with the United Government. Are they reliable? Phantom glanced at Yujizi and nodded. For now, they're still reliable. Nagia sensed the implications in his words, but since Phantom vouched for them, she wouldn't delve deeper. Nagia pressed her wrist, and the laser weapons automatically shut off, and the wall closed again. The gate in front of LinWei slowly opened, and a cool breeze blew out from inside. Wow. As expected, as the major said, the exterior of this blue star city looked somewhat desolate, but it was full of hidden wonders inside. The interior of the communication station was quite lively. The first thing that caught the eye was tall greenery, once there were plants in the space. It instantly gave a sense of stability. The indoor temperature was constant, and the humidity was just right. LinWei, who was previously feeling hot and uncomfortable, suddenly felt relaxed and at ease as he entered the room. The place where everyone arrived was obviously a circular hall, with the ceiling reaching the dome, and soft light sources radiated from all around, illuminating the entire hall. A few people stood sparsely in the lobby, dressed in various outfits, but overall, it was still within a range that LinWei could accept. LinWei looked around and found that there were rooms on both sides. The rooms were arranged closely together, resembling a beehive. A few people chatting in the lobby noticed Nagia and immediately spotted Phantom and Baseball Boy. One of the men seemed to recognize the two and immediately bowed in greeting. When the man's gaze turned to Qiyu, a look of confusion appeared on his face, as if he were thinking, this person looks familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen him before. Qiyu was unaware of how popular she was at the moment. She simply disliked being scrutinized by a strange man. She wanted to confront him, but ultimately held back. Nagia seemed to offer no explanation and led everyone into an elevator on one side. When the elevator doors opened again, everyone had reached the top floor. LinWei walked to the railing and looked down. The entire room layout was tiered, resembling rows of rice terraces. Lord Phantom, you will stay in these rooms for the night, and tomorrow morning someone will take you to the Alliance headquarters. Nagia pointed to the rooms behind her. Phantom nodded and was the first to enter the innermost room. Since the room specifications were the same and there was nothing to choose from, everyone entered their rooms in order. LinWei glanced at his room number, RT-557. Qiyu's room was right next to his. Before entering, the door security scanned LinWei's information. Upon entering the room, LinWei immediately smelled a faint fragrance. He discovered that a vase was placed on the silver-gray wall, containing a flower he did not recognize. The bright red flower added a touch of vibrancy to the cool-toned room. The room was small, about 20 square meters, equipped with a bathroom and a very small kitchen. It seemed there was a window, as sunlight streamed in through the gaps on all four sides. LinWei approached to pull open the cover, but it wouldn't budge. After searching around, he quickly found a button by the window. He pressed the button, and the cover automatically lifted. Blinding sunlight poured into the room, and the light reflected and refracted wildly, making the originally silver-gray room appear exceptionally bright. LinWei shielded his eyes and looked outside, in the distance. There were only silver-white buildings and bright yellow desert, creating a stunning scene against the deep blue sky. After a few glances, LinWei couldn't take it anymore and had to close the cover again. By the window, there was a bed. LinWei sat down. It was quite hard. It seemed that people on this earth did not understand comfort. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. LinWei tried to open it, but found there was no handle. He looked around and noticed a door security system on the wall similar to the one at the entrance. He pressed it with his hand, and a tray-like device popped out. LinWei gestured, and it seemed that this tray was designed to fit the curve of a person's chin. LinWei leaned closer to the wall and placed his chin in the tray. After a scanning process, the door behind him opened. Just as LinWei's chin left the tray, the security device returned to its pre-touch state. Standing at the door was Qiyu. "LinWei, I was afraid you'd be lonely, so I came to keep you company." Qiyu forced a smile. "Isn't it you who is afraid of being lonely?" LinWei thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. Ever since Qiyu traveled through the wormhole back to her familiar planet, she seemed to have fallen into a brief state of confusion. This feeling of confusion was even more apparent than LinWei's when he first arrived here. LinWei reached out and pulled Qiyu into the room. As soon as the door closed, Qiyu dove into LinWei's embrace. "LinWei, I don't like it here. The atmosphere is oppressive, and everyone's face shows fear and vigilance. Back on your home planet, everyone is so relaxed and happy. I've already started to miss life on your Earth, even starting to miss Changdalong." LinWei patted Qiyu's head. "This place is under alien invasion, so naturally, it will seem tense. I actually think the people here are very disciplined, unlike us who are so indulgent. Moreover, it's very equitable here. Even Phantom lives in the same kind of room as us. That's unimaginable in my homeland." Qiyu looked at LinWei with a strange expression. "You actually like it here? Wait until you see the slaughter after the war. You won't think so. My original world was also filled with slaughter, but my country was safe, while other places in the world are not peaceful." Qiyu hugged LinWei tightly. "In any case, having you by my side is enough. That way, I want to feel lonely on this planet." LinWei stopped talking, and the two embraced tightly in the room. "It would be great if it could always be like this," Qiyu murmured, resting her head on LinWei's chest. Suddenly, a familiar sound like a racing car revving echoed in the room. "I'm hungry," Qiyu blushed. LinWei opened the storage box in the room, and the food area contained some can-like food. Qiyu casually rummaged through it, showing no interest. "Instant food is just too awful. How can it compare to what you make?" Qiyu pouted, looking disappointed. LinWei glanced over the kitchen equipment. There was no fire cooking equipment, only a microwave-like heating device. A skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients, LinWei thought, facing a bare kitchen. He couldn't do much. "Are there any places to eat on the street?" LinWei asked Qiyu. "This contact city is relatively remote, and I'm not familiar with it. How about we go for a stroll?" Qiyu hooked her arm around LinWei and turned to walk outside. LinWei was also reluctant to go out, but helpless against Qiyu's strength, he was dragged along. The two arrived at the elevator entrance, where there were no up or down buttons on the wall, only a facial scanner. LinWei faced the scanner, and the system prompted, "Invalid." Qiyu tried, and the system prompted, "No access rights." What a broken machine, on another Earth. I could go wherever I wanted in the elevator. Qiyu complained. Suddenly, Qiyu's big eyes rolled around, and she wrapped her arms around LinWei's waist. Then the two of them lifted off the ground. It turned out that Qiyu intended to fly directly to the lobby on the first floor. Just as they were airborne, the entire space emitted an alarm. "No-fly zone, no-fly zone," someone shouted from the ground. Qiyu seemed to have not heard and continued to fly down. Suddenly, a person appeared in her path, blocking her way. It was Phantom. His cloak was bulging, as if filled with air. "Qiyu, go back," he commanded sternly. Qiyu hovered in midair, narrowing her eyes. "Does the Alliance still want to restrict my personal freedom?" Phantom said, "What time is it, and you're still being so willful? You are a crucial new combat force and a key protected subject of the Alliance. You cannot go out casually. We must ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Qiyu frowned slightly. Phantom was being too serious. He spoke to her as if he were an elder lecturing a younger one. "I don't want to be some superhero, let alone a savior. I dislike carrying the responsibilities you all value on my shoulders." Qiyu sighed. "Phantom, can't the Alliance treat me as an ordinary hero? Don't forget, I was just a sea-level hero before. With great power comes great responsibility." Phantom's tone softened a bit. "The Alliance has reassessed your strength. Your potential far exceeds mine. You're the only one who can directly challenge Jinanu." The conversation between Phantom and Qiyu has already attracted quite a few residents from different floors, many of whom rushed out of their rooms to lean on the railing and watch the actions of the two. More people began to gossip. "Is she really Qiyu? A goddess-level beauty. She looks so young, you can still see a bit of baby fat, which is quite different from the image in the promotional video. Where's the superhero aura? Listening to her speak, she doesn't seem to want to be a hero. The United Government is probably deceiving us, finding a useless person to fool us. As Phantom noticed more and more onlookers, he grabbed Qiyu. Let's go back to my room. His hands were gloved. Not a bit of skin was exposed. He couldn't be an ugly monster or have some strange skin color or disease, right? Why is he covered so completely? Qiyu thought to herself while reluctantly following Phantom to the top floor. Why did you want to go out? Do you have any requests? We can fulfill them as long as you don't run around. Phantom suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Qiyu. Qiyu patted her stomach, indicating she was hungry. Isn't there food in the room storage? I don't want to eat that kind of stuff. I want food made from fresh ingredients. Phantom felt a bit speechless. He looked at LinWei. Your girlfriend is so picky. Aren't you going to do something about it? LinWei looked embarrassed. He felt Phantom's attitude towards Qiyu was quite different from his usual style, almost like a community women's director. LinWei suggested, how about I make a list? And you prepare it? I can cook for Qiyu. All right, Phantom replied. You give me a list, and I'll have someone prepare it. In less than 10 minutes. LinWei sent the list to Phantom. The alliance was indeed efficient. In less than an hour, the materials and items were delivered to LinWei's room. LinWei casually flipped through them. Besides the ingredients, the stove he wanted was also delivered. The baseball guy looked displeased. Finding a heating device took me quite a bit of effort. Now the market doesn't sell this kind of thing anymore. It all came from antique shops. LinWei was curious. Don't you guys use heating devices? The baseball guy replied, everyone buys instant food. Just heat it up and eat. It's convenient. Plus, there are all sorts of flavors. Very few people are willing to cook food themselves anymore. LinWei then understood why Qiyu's palate could be conquered by him. It turned out she had eaten canned food since childhood, which naturally made his cooking a standard for her. LinWei said, then I appreciate your hard work. When I finish cooking, come eat with us. The baseball guy waved his hand and left the room. LinWei looked at the full ingredients, energized, and began to cook. Qiyu watched LinWei, the divine chef, like a saint. An hour and a half later, LinWei knocked on the doors of all the rooms on the top floor, inviting everyone to his room for dinner. At first, the baseball guy was a bit reserved, hesitating at the door of LinWei's room, but when he smelled the aroma of the food, he could no longer move his feet. It smells so good. The truth of the it smells good phenomenon. Everyone sat on the floor, forming a circle, tasting the food LinWei had prepared. Phantom did not join. He just leaned against the wall, watching everyone enjoy their meal. Qiyu attacked the food like a hungry tiger, sweeping everything in front of her. LinWei knew she could eat, so he made extra-large portions of every dish. Yujizi still ate very little, just sampling 1 or 2 bites of each dish before stopping. The little lieutenant tried a few sips of soup and then stopped. The baseball guy was initially a bit shy and hesitant to reach out, but after getting familiar, he actually started to compete with Qiyu for food. It seems the suppressed foodie nature was finally brought out by LinWei's cooking. This fried rice is too delicious, the baseball guy said with his mouth full of food, still giving LinWei a thumbs up. LinWei smiled slightly, thinking to himself that these kids raised on canned food would naturally find his cooking delicious. After eating, Qiyu's spirits improved a lot. Her complexion brightened, making her beauty even more striking. She hugged LinWei tightly and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Phantom spoke up, everyone take a good rest. We'll depart back to headquarters tomorrow morning. Yujizi protested to Phantom, boss, it's only 5 in the afternoon. You're making us rest so early. The nightlife on Earth is just beginning. Phantom ignored Yujizi entirely and turned to leave. Yujizi helplessly pouted and dragged the little lieutenant back to their respective rooms. The remaining baseball guy scratched his head, looking at the little couple in front of him, knowing he didn't quite fit in here, and excused himself to leave. Qiyu lay diagonally on LinWei's bed, watching the man tidy up. LinWei's indulgence towards her sometimes made Qiyu feel a bit shy. Qiyu, have you been to the headquarters of the Protection Alliance? LinWei asked casually while cleaning up. Qiyu shook her head. Only heroes of her rank and above have permission to enter the headquarters. Qiyu turned over and lay on her stomach on the bed. I don't care about that place. LinWei had almost finished tidying up. He walked to the edge of the bed and lay down beside her. The bed was small, and the two of them lying side by side made it seem cramped. Qiyu curled up like a kitten in LinWei's arms, smelling his familiar scent, gradually feeling drowsy. Qiyu fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was completely dark outside. LinWei was not beside her. She looked up and saw him staring blankly out the window at the scenery. The room was dark. LinWei was afraid to turn on the lights. Not wanting to disturb Qiyu's sleep, the only source of light came from the outside. LinWei's heart tightened as someone hugged him from behind. Qiyu, go back to sleep for a bit. The person behind him did not speak, only hugged him tighter. Outside the window, the stars shone brilliantly. The city's starlight was dotted amidst the desolate desert, resembling the grand desert scenery in a martial arts novel. This was just a small town, a city built as a contact point. LinWei felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness wash over him. He was merely a visitor to this planet. Although it was also called Earth, it was so different from the blue star he lived on. But having Qiyu by his side was enough. LinWei turned around and hugged Qiyu from behind. Qiyu instinctively let out a soft hum, indicating she liked being held like this by LinWei. LinWei felt a sense of fulfillment in his hands. When they first touched, he was infatuated with Qiyu's figure, but now he hoped for a connection between their souls. What would happen in the future? It felt like the last calm before a storm. LinWei murmured to himself, "No matter what happens, we must always be together." Qiyu hugged LinWei, and LinWei pressed his lips against Qiyu's, the two of them kissing under the starlight. The violent warrior Mu Fa sat in a small tavern not far from the contact point, drinking. This was a place he visited almost every night. He ordered a glass of Desert Flame, a special mixed strong liquor, and savored it alone in a corner. His contact point with Nagia was far from the Alliance headquarters, in an unnoticed border town, so far, it had not been attacked by starships. Although the coalition government issued the same defense requirements for every city, people here were not as on edge. Mufa swirled the remaining half cup of wine and drank it all in one go. A nearly transparent entity quietly stuck to his back, simultaneously burrowing into the gaps between his muscles. Mufa was completely unaware of this. He stood up and left the tavern. Tomorrow morning, the Phantom would take Qiyu and others away, and his life with Nagia would return to how it was before. Although they were a pair of neglected and lonely ill-level heroes, Mufa was quite satisfied with their current state. For him, having Nagia was enough. Since seeing Qiyu, he felt a slight disappointment towards the Alliance. How could someone like her defeat the enemy? He passed through the building's automatic security check and returned to his room. Although he and Nagia were a couple, they did not live together. Mufa lay on the bed, hoping to get a good sleep thanks to the effects of alcohol. Suddenly, his heart experienced a strange spasm. At first, Mufa didn't pay much attention. His heart had always been incredibly strong. Could a cup of desert blaze overload his heart? Impossible. He tried to fall asleep, but the violent tremors of his heart made him increasingly uncomfortable. At that moment, his chest felt like an inflating bag, desperately swelling. Mufa wanted to scream, but it felt like something was blocking his throat, preventing any sound from coming out. He rolled off the bed, trying to hit the floor to attract attention. Just as he lifted his hand, his heart expanded to an extreme degree. Bang! A dull explosion echoed from his chest. Mufa let out a silent scream, blood gushing from his mouth. He lay on the ground, breathless. After a moment, his mouth opened, and a mass of transparent substance slowly flowed out, forming a pool of water-like material beside his corpse. The water quickly rose, taking on a human shape, then formed facial features. It was a bald gnome with somewhat blurred features, his body semi-transparent, looking mockingly at the lifeless Mufa. Suddenly, he transformed back into a pool of water and flowed back into Mufa's mouth. Mufa trembled and opened his eyes. He got up from the floor, looked in a mirror, touched his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and revealed a smug smile. Nagia lay in bed, feeling restless. For some reason, she was a bit sleepless tonight. Someone knocked on the door. It was Mufa. Nagia opened the door, and Mufa handed her a blue iris. Surprised, Nagia took the flower, wondering what had gotten into this big guy tonight. He never brought her flowers. Mufa remained silent, closed the door, and wrapped his arms around Nagia. She gently pushed him away. "Mufa, I'm not in the mood tonight." Mufa showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he pressed her against the wall. Seeing her boyfriend being so gentle for once, Nagia stopped resisting, and they kissed. Nagia was immersed in the feeling of happiness, only to realize Mufa was holding her tighter and tighter. "Mufa, you're squeezing too tight, I can't breathe," she exclaimed. But Mufa seemed to ignore her, his arms tightening further. Nagia felt like her chest was about to burst. Realizing something was wrong, she noticed Mufa's eyes were hollow. "You're not Mufa." Nagia opened her mouth, and a stream of green mist shot out, spraying Mufa's face. Mufa laughed harshly. "You're much stronger than your boyfriend. But unfortunately, this poison is useless to me." Just as Nagia was about to shout, Mufa sealed her mouth with his own. Nagia felt something burrowing into her body, a substance that felt like a mix of gas and liquid. She felt nauseous. Mufa released her, then collapsed straight to the ground. Nagia's heart felt an unbearable load, as if all the blood in her body was rushing towards it. Bang! A dull explosion sounded from her chest. Nagia fell beside Mufa. slowly getting up from the ground. She glanced at Mufa's corpse. What a pathetic alliance hero, way too weak. Najia touched her cheeks and bosom. This girl has a nice figure. But I don't like green-skinned women. After tidying herself up, she left the room. She went to the top floor and knocked on LinWei's door. LinWei was surprised to see Najia standing at his door. Najia, miss, what brings you here? Let us talk inside. Najia gently pushed LinWei, who stumbled back a few steps as she gracefully entered the room. Najia closed the door behind her and turned to look at LinWei with a seductive gaze. LinWei stammered, Miss Najia, it's not appropriate for a man and woman to be alone together at this hour. I have a girlfriend, and you have a boyfriend. Your boyfriend is quite muscular. If there's a misunderstanding, I can't handle a punch from him. Najia said nothing and slowly walked to LinWei's side. Upon closer inspection, LinWei found Najia with green skin extremely beautiful. Her face had a slight resemblance to Eastern European women from Blue Star, and her figure was incredibly alluring, with a tiny waist and ample bosom, her long, pale green legs peeking out from her skirt. LinWei caught a whiff of her faint, forest-like scent, whether it was due to nervousness or the aroma emanating from Najia. He inhaled a few times and began to feel dizzy, and the woman's appearance in front of him started to change. Qiyu? In a daze, LinWei saw Qiyu standing before him. Qiyu smiled and leaned closer, pressing her lips against LinWei's. Overwhelmed, LinWei instinctively wrapped his arms around Qiyu. Suddenly, a cold liquid sensation rapidly transferred from Qiyu's mouth to LinWei's, drilling straight down his throat. LinWei instinctively tried to push Qiyu away but found it impossible. She was like a tree rooted to the ground, unmoving. A strange feeling invaded LinWei's heart. You're not human? LinWei exclaimed, and they quickly separated. The strange sensation in LinWei's mouth vanished, and shaking his head, he focused, realizing Najia stood before him. Where was Qiyu? What did you just spit into my mouth? LinWei felt nauseous and angrily asked, Your behavior is a bit strange. I'll notify the Phantom immediately. Najia sneered, You're lucky. You have a metal heart. I underestimated you, so you could just go die now. LinWei suddenly shouted to the side, Qiyu, help me. At that moment, Najia's poisonous vines shot toward LinWei's vital points. In the nick of time, the wall beside LinWei suddenly cracked open and a figure shot out, blocking LinWei. The attack from the poisonous vines was effortlessly neutralized by the newcomer, Qiyu. Upon seeing Qiyu, Najia immediately turned to escape. Qiyu let out a cold laugh and teleported behind Najia. She swung a fist, sending Najia and the door crashing out of the room. The loud noise startled everyone. Phantom, Baseball Boy, Yujizi, and others had already rushed out of their rooms. Najia lay in the ruins, breathless. Yuji's pulled open Najia's clothes, revealing a deep fist-shaped dent in her abdomen. She had been killed by a punch from Qiyu. Phantom wore a serious expression as he looked at Qiyu. Why did you kill her? Qiyu replied, She was going to hurt LinWei, so I acted. Phantom was somewhat surprised. How could LinWei and Najia be related? Lieutenant Colonel stepped out from the crowd, leaned close to Najia's corpse, and looked for a while. Her fatal injury was a ruptured heart. This was not caused by Qiyu. Lieutenant Colonel pressed on the location of Najia's heart, which had already collapsed. Qiyu was puzzled. Lieutenant Colonel said, Before you attacked her, her heart had already ruptured. Yuji said, If the heart ruptures, she's dead. Are you saying Qiyu was fighting a dead person? Phantom suddenly realized something and quickly flew to the lower level room. Soon he flew back. Mufa was also dead, his heart shattered. It seemed the killer had infiltrated the liaison department. He must still be in this building. A loud alarm sounded in the liaison building, and everyone stepped out of their rooms. This killer was able to silently kill 2 people. He definitely had strong camouflage abilities. Immediately, the building was sealed off, and everyone was interrogated one by one. Phantom said to the baseball guy, We need to screen everyone here. Use your mental powers to search everyone's souls. You will definitely find this killer. Phantom was a person with strong execution ability. Soon, one by one, the residents were brought before Phantom and the baseball guy for careful interrogation, including LinWei, Yuji's, and Qiyu. The questioning continued from late at night until dawn. Everyone was screened, and despite the busy night, they found nothing. The baseball guy rubbed his swollen temples. It seemed a night of mental exertion had left him quite tired. Many people began to express dissatisfaction, as they could neither rest nor leave. Phantom felt a bit overwhelmed. The laws of the Earth Alliance stipulated that no one could restrict another's freedom. Even as an S-class hero, Phantom had no right to imprison others. Everyone could move freely, except for Yuji's. After some discussion, Phantom suddenly announced this decision publicly. LinWei and Qiyu were astonished, while Yuji's was furious. Masked man, on what grounds do you suspect me? Phantom snorted. In this building, your identity is the most suspicious. Besides, you have the ability to kill an A-class hero in a sneak attack. Just stay in your room and wait for the Alliance to investigate you further. Yuji's expression darkened. I hate being controlled the most. You can't catch the killer, so you pin it on me. How shameless. Before she finished speaking, Yuji's had already disappeared from the crowd. The next moment, she appeared at the entrance. Yuji's tail quickly expanded and thickened, instantly transforming into a drill-like, iron-hard object. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing Yuji's trying to break the door with her tail, the baseball guy quickly extended his arm and used a mental attack. However, this invisible hand couldn't grip any closer than a few inches from Yuji's. Yuji's laughed mockingly. The same attack is ineffective against me a second time. She temporarily blocked the baseball guy's attack with a defensive shield. Suddenly, Yuji's felt a massive shockwave behind her. Instinctively, she felt fear from this force and dared not take it head-on. Her body quickly dodged, and the shockwave just barely brushed past her tail. Boom! The entrance of the liaison building was smashed open by this shockwave, creating a huge hole. Wind and sand howled in from outside, directly flooding in. Yuji's turned around and saw Phantom extending an arm, pointing at her from a distance. It seemed this terrifying shockwave had been unleashed by Phantom. All the residents in the hall were stunned. No one dared to move, let alone go outside. Those who had been complaining just moments ago fell silent. Yuji's was trembling with rage. Instead of running outside, she charged towards Phantom. Phantom retracted his arm, his eyes flashing with determination, and his body suspended as he dove toward Yuji's. A terrifying grin appeared on Yuji's face, and her tail whipped violently behind her. In the instant their bodies passed each other, Yuji's tail shot straight toward Phantom's chest. To everyone's shock, Phantom did not dodge at all. Thud! Yuji's tail pierced directly into Phantom's chest. The baseball guy's face changed dramatically. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the Phantom pierced by Yuji's tail suddenly vanished, and another Phantom appeared behind Yuji's. Yuji's was startled. She knew it was too late to turn around, so she violently shook her body, and a defensive shield appeared behind her. She prepared to take Phantom's attack head-on, but to everyone's surprise, Phantom completely ignored Yuji's. He did not turn back, but charged straight toward the entrance. At the same time, he shouted to the still-dazed baseball guy, "Quick, use your mental waves to seal the entrance." The baseball guy was puzzled, but immediately complied. At that moment, a nearly transparent figure was about to pass through the hole at the entrance, but its body was instantly wrapped by an invisible force. It was like an insect caught in a spider's web, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Damn it, it's a trap. The transparent figure roared, its body rapidly expanding, changing from transparent to the normal skin color of a human. A giant dwarf appeared before everyone. Phantom had already reached him. He extended his arm, and a shockwave shot out from his fingertip, directly hitting the dwarf's forehead. The shockwave penetrated through the dwarf's forehead and shot out from the back of his head. The dwarf's forehead instantly had a hole the size of a bowl. Oh yeah, the residents cheered. As expected of Phantom, he wiped out the enemy spaceship with one move. Just as everyone was praising him, both Phantom and Qiyu frowned simultaneously. The giant hole in the dwarf's forehead began to heal rapidly, and the dwarf showed a mocking expression. He let out a furious roar, yanked forward with both hands, and the net formed by the baseball guy's mental threads was torn apart. The dwarf stood up, touched his forehead, and without any visible effort, his body suddenly charged toward the entrance. Bang! The already broken door was smashed down even further. Phantom and Qiyu chased after him. As the two flew out of the liaison building, they both silently cursed. It was unfortunate timing. The sandstorm had arrived. The swirling dust and sand obscured the sky. As Qiyu and Phantom entered the storm, visibility dropped to zero. Faintly, they heard someone laughing. Ha, how fortunate. With the cover of the sandstorm, I, Gobo, can counterattack you now. How could Qiyu and Phantom just sit back and wait? They both burst out in opposite directions. They had the same idea. First, escape the sandstorm, then find an opportunity to deal with that dwarf. However, the wind of the sandstorm grew stronger, blowing Qiyu off balance and making it difficult to move. Moreover, this storm seemed to be taking on the form of a desert tornado. Soon, Qiyu felt the surrounding wind and sand tightening around her body like chains, countless grains of sand drilling into her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Suddenly, a huge force, wrapped in wind and sand, rushed towards her, and Qiyu couldn't dodge it, getting hit directly in the chest. Bang! Qiyu flew out about 10 meters. Immediately afterward, she felt an invisible force gripping her neck tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. Qiyu struggled to open her eyes and saw the wind and sand vaguely forming a gnome-like figure whose hands were tightly clutching her throat. Hee, I thought I had no chance to kill you, but who knew you dared to charge straight into the sandstorm? That is truly walking into a trap. In a world with wind, I, Gobo, am invincible. Qiyu quickly threw punches, trying to break free from the grip, but the hands seemed to be made of sand and dust. No matter how many times they were scattered, they quickly reformed and continued to hold her tight. The light in Qiyu's eyes flared, and her muscles began to swell again. The hands formed by the wind and sand seemed unable to resist the muscle expansion and temporarily loosen their grip. Diamond Barbie Qiyu slowly stood up from the storm, resembling a statue of a god. Hee, do you think having some muscles will help? The gnome swung a punch, aiming again at Qiyu's body. When a sandy fist made contact with Qiyu's body again, an incredible scene occurred. A vortex rapidly formed on the surface of Qiyu's muscles, forcibly sucking in the punch. Muscle vortex. Qiyu's muscles now resembled a high-powered turbo vacuum cleaner, trapping one of the gnome's hands. This was a new combat skill that Qiyu had instinctively developed after fighting with Lioli. Impossible. How can a woman have such a freakish body? The gnome roared in anger. Just then, the surrounding wind and sand suddenly vanished without warning, and the world turned silent in an instant. An apparition appeared. The gnome looked despairingly at this world devoid of airflow, and his body once again returned to a normal skin color. The apparition pointed a finger at the gnome's forehead. The gnome's face showed a look of fear, and his mouth opened and closed as if trying to say something, but no one could hear him. A shock wave burst from the apparition's fingertip, instantly penetrating the gnome's brain. The gnome fell down with a look of despair and unwillingness, his eyes wide open in death. The world instantly shifted back to a scene of swirling sand. The apparition had never left, but had quietly monitored Qiyu's movements. He knew the assassin had infiltrated here, and the target was definitely Qiyu. Now that he and Qiyu had pretended to separate, the assassin would surely make Qiyu the primary target. When Gobo claimed to be invincible as long as there was wind, the apparition took the opportunity while Gobo was trapped by Qiyu to create a windless space and immediately killed him with a finger. Qiyu didn't ask much, and the two of them flew back toward the direction of the contact building. The baseball guy stood at the hole in the door, looking anxious. When he saw the two return safely, his heart finally settled. The three of them flew back into the cave. As soon as the apparition entered the building, he felt a blur in front of him. He slightly turned to the side as a tail as hard as iron brushed past his body. The baseball kid shouted angrily, "Yuji's, what are you up to this time?" Yuji's completely ignored the baseball kid. She looked at the apparition with a sullen expression. "Hey, that shockwave you sent towards my back just now. Were you serious?" The apparition shrugged. "If I didn't use my true abilities, how could I deceive the opponent?" Yuji's rolled her eyes and sneered. "Hee, if I couldn't dodge in time, I could have been taken out too, right?" The apparition glanced at her, non-committal. Yuji's curled her tail, the tip aimed at the apparition. The two stood off against each other, the atmosphere tense and ready to explode. The major stepped out from the crowd, gently patting Yuji's on the shoulder, allowing her tense body to slowly relax. "Yuji's, Lord Phantom is definitely not what you think. The speed of the shockwave he just released was actually a bit slower than his usual attack speed, just to give you time to dodge." Yuji's glanced at the major. "Really? You're not just saying that to defend him, are you?" The major smiled. "You don't even trust me anymore?" Yuji's looked skeptical. To be honest, she knew she was no match for the apparition. In her earlier rage, she recklessly confronted him. But the apparition didn't get angry or show any intention of apologizing, which made Yuji's feel a bit awkward and unable to back down. Now that the major had smoothed things over, Yuji's was glad to take a step back. She huffed and slowly retracted her tail. "Phantom, if you dare to use me as bait again, I'll fight you to the death." After Yuji's let out this harsh remark, she was pulled away by the major to rest in a room. The apparition watched Yuji's departing figure, still showing no reaction. After a while, he slowly turned his head to the baseball guy and said, "Notify the Alliance. We have lost 2 A-class heroes at our contact point again. However, we also killed an enemy. Send someone to investigate this person's background as soon as possible. I feel he is closely related to the serious injury of the Boxing King." After finishing, the apparition sighed deeply. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated, and he didn't know how many more people would lose their lives because of this. The baseball kid said, "Phantom, just now the headquarters sent a message. The team coming to take us back will arrive at noon. The one leading the team this time will be the mysterious woman." The apparition was slightly taken aback. She has appeared too. It seems the Alliance is paying more and more attention to Qiyu. The baseball guy scoffed. No matter how powerful Qiyu is, she's only at the S-class level. I haven't seen her display any outstanding abilities. Moreover, she seems to lack fighting spirit, always sticking with her boyfriend, and has no preparation or courage for a desperate fight. Such a person is bound to falter at a critical moment. I really don't understand what the Alliance intends to achieve by promoting her so highly now. People only show their true colors at critical moments, and organizations are the same. The Alliance appears harmonious on the surface, but when danger strikes, people's hearts scatter, each calculating their own interests. There are people within the Alliance pushing Qiyu to the forefront, inciting dissatisfaction with the Alliance, just to challenge the existing elder system and question the Alliance's heroes. Times have changed, and the power of public opinion can no longer be underestimated. When the public opinion rises, even the strongest must bow down. The baseball kid couldn't help but chuckle. These radicals must mostly be from the younger generation. How could they understand the blood and fire of the past? Without the protection of traditional heroes like us, they would be wiped out by the Jinnu group in no time. The apparition patted the baseball kid on the shoulder. Others are not fools. They are not questioning our abilities. They're questioning the Alliance members' complacency while occupying Earth's resources. Now Qiyu is a living example, a hero with S-class abilities but only rated as C-class. If the people of Earth find out, it would indeed have a very negative impact on the Alliance. So the older faction within the Alliance is simply going with the flow, promoting Qiyu to SS-class hero, which is also in line with public sentiment. It can be seen as a compromise. The baseball kid fell into deep thought. He was a simple-minded person, with no interest in party struggles or factional disputes. Phantom said, I'm a bit tired too. Since there's still an hour or two left, I'm going back to my room to rest for a while. The baseball kid watched Phantom's somewhat lonely figure, feeling a deep sense of sentiment. Phantom is the longest serving among the 10 active S-class heroes. He has fought for the Alliance and for the Earth all his life. And now he must protect the new star Qiyu. Surely, his heart is a mix of emotions. Qiyu rested on her bed, lying on her back and looking up at the ceiling. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside the door, as if some important figure had arrived, and everyone was rushing to see what was happening. Qiyu stepped out of her room and instantly teleported to the hall. The hall was crowded, and everyone's gaze was directed towards the entrance. What is going on? Yujizi was pulling Major, looking like a gossiping onlooker. They're here, they're here. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. A stunning beauty walked in. She had delicate features, long hair cascading down her shoulders, and was wearing a luxurious satin cheongsam with a high slit, highlighting a figure that was as sexy and alluring as Qiyu's. However, her expression was very proud, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Two men in black stood beside her, one holding an umbrella for her and the other carrying her shawl. The mysterious woman, the stunning beauty among the S-class heroes. Her background is a mystery, and her age is even more so. I think she is the most beautiful woman on Earth, a male guest said with a love-struck expression. Mysterious woman? S-class hero? Qiyu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Mysterious woman, you've finally shown yourself. Phantom suddenly appeared before the woman like a ghost. Old guy, long time no see. The mysterious woman, fanning herself lightly, revealed a hint of a smile on her cold and haughty face. Phantom got straight to the point. Well, if there is nothing else, let us set off soon. But the mysterious woman seemed completely unhurried, her beautiful eyes lingering on the crowd of onlookers. Finally, her gaze settled on Qiyu. Her eyes were cold and deep, exuding an aura that seemed to pierce through to the soul. The atmosphere instantly cooled down. Qiyu felt uncomfortable under her intense stare, wondering if there was something on her face or if LinWei had left a mark on her. Sigh, what a stunning beauty. She seems to have a figure even better than mine. After staring for a while, the mysterious woman suddenly sighed. What are you looking at? Phantom almost face-bombed. So it turns out we're comparing looks here. Mysterious woman, if there's nothing else, let's go. Phantom repeated, this time with a harsher tone. The mysterious woman glanced sideways at Phantom. Why are you in such a hurry? We can leave whenever. She waved at Qiyu, signaling for them to walk together. Surprisingly, Qiyu didn't object and teleported to the mysterious woman's side. Wow, your movement speed is impressive. The mysterious woman covered her mouth with her fan and laughed softly. Yujizi watched the mysterious woman's demeanor, feeling half-swooned, her mouth already wet with drool. This beauty was essentially a colder version of Qiyu. Yujizi felt secretly pleased, suddenly thinking the world was a wonderful place. Wang Lin, Major, Qiyu, the mysterious woman, and who knows what other divine beauties she would meet later. The mysterious woman slowly walked past Yujizi, noticing her love-struck gaze, and the corners of her mouth lifted, but her eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Yujizi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, as if pierced by steel needles, causing her to bend over in pain. The mysterious woman noticed her reaction and let out a slight cold smile, gracefully linking arms with Qiyu and walking out the door. Strangely, as soon as the mysterious woman stepped outside, Yujizi's head miraculously stopped hurting. She stood there in a daze, confused. Major stepped forward and pulled Yujizi, signaling her to follow, and whispered in her ear, "Little Yu, don't look at the mysterious woman's right eye. Her right eye has a nickname, the Eye of Death. Once you're under her control, you'll become a puppet, completely at her mercy." Yujizi exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive." But she was just staring at Qiyu. "Why didn't Qiyu get affected?" "Maybe she didn't use any special powers on Qiyu," Major replied. Upon hearing this, Yujizi became furious again. "I see Qiyu is fine, but she just has to mess with me. Am I that unlikable? Is Qiyu that popular?" Oomph. After saying that, Yujizi crossed her arms in annoyance. Major chuckled. "Well, Qiyu staring at anyone with lewd intentions." Ahem. Yujizi felt a bit embarrassed. "Don't forget, Wang Lin is still waiting for you at home," Major said. Upon hearing this, Yujizi felt as if she had been put under a spell and impatiently replied, I know. Is it a crime to look a little?" Yujizi walked outside, where a massive flying vehicle was parked in the central square, several times larger than the previous one. The cabin door was wide open, with several muscular men in black standing on either side. Seeing this setup, Yujizi turned to Major and asked, "Is this mysterious woman a wealthy person? She seems very rich." Major replied, "According to the information I have, the mysterious woman is a descendant of the Ma Group, a financial conglomerate on Earth, but her specific position within it is unclear." "Then why do you all call her the mysterious woman?" Yujizi asked, puzzled. "Is being rich mysterious?" Major shook his head. "First, she rarely shows up. She's often elusive. Second, her skills revolve around control, manipulation, and assassination, making her actions unpredictable. Third, her age is a mystery. Many speculate she should be quite old, yet she still looks like a young woman in her 20s. Eternally youthful? That's interesting," Yujizi remarked. "On my home planet, there are some races that can maintain their youthful appearance. However, Earthlings have such short lifespans, 100 years goes by in a flash." As they spoke, they had already boarded the flying vehicle with the crowd. The interior of the vehicle was luxurious, making LinWei feel as if he had entered the private carriage of some wealthy tycoon from Earth. LinWei had never been on a private plane, so he could only imagine what the interiors of the rich people's rides were like. The happiness of the wealthy was something LinWei might never understand. There were plenty of seats inside, and everyone found a place to sit. The mysterious woman saw that everyone had boarded and signaled to the pilot to take off. The pilot was a handsome middle-aged man. He slightly bowed to the mysterious woman before turning to leave. There was a small bar on one side of the cabin, where a bartender was working. A beautiful private flight attendant informed everyone that there was an operating interface next to each seat, allowing them to choose their favorite drinks and cocktails. Qiyu ordered a low-alcohol fruit drink, while Yujizi chose a strong cocktail. Phantom still ate nothing, resembling a monk. The mysterious woman leaned back in her seat and sipped her drink slowly, gazing out the window, lost in thought. "Mysterious woman, the Alliance has called you out this time. It seems they are preparing to retaliate against the starship." Phantom suddenly spoke after a long silence. The mysterious woman snorted lightly. "If it weren't for the Grand Elder Aristotle personally seeking me out, I would have been ready to retire." Phantom was slightly taken aback. "Are you planning to withdraw from the Alliance and no longer act as an S-class hero?" "I was already considering this. Being a hero is too exhausting. Even if I want to keep a low profile, I still get dragged out in the end." After finishing her drink, the mysterious woman took a gulp of the wine in her cup. A brief silence fell in the cabin. Qiyu looked at the mysterious woman and suddenly felt a sense of affection. It turned out she, like herself, didn't care about being this so-called hero. Phantom broke the silence again. "Mysterious woman, you and I are exceptionally gifted. We should rise up and be the protectors of the world. With great power comes great responsibility." As he said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Qiyu, as if speaking directly to her. The corner of the mysterious woman's mouth twitched, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. She decided not to engage in a pointless debate with this old fossil. Since Aristotle is family friends with her family, she naturally couldn't refuse him. "Once we arrive at the Alliance, you will understand everything." In the end, the mysterious woman threw this line at Phantom. Qiyu looked out the window as the aircraft traversed through the clouds, with sunlight flickering in and out leaving a colorful halo in her eyes. New Star City, the capital of the United Government. The headquarters of the Earth Protection Alliance is located in the southwest corner of Star City. By the time the mysterious woman's aircraft arrived, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The aircraft hovered above the helipad outside the building. The ground of the helipad was concave inward, revealing a vertical downward hole. The aircraft descended vertically, its body slowly vanishing into the pitch-black hole. After displaying a descent of 100 meters, the aircraft finally hovered. Suddenly, the aircraft shook, then began to fly forward slowly. LinWei looked through the porthole and discovered that inside the hole was a vast underground world. The aircraft was now heading toward a 3-dimensional helipad. Looking far ahead, the underground space was filled with metallic frameworks reflecting a gray-black light, supporting this dark underground world. Finally, the aircraft stopped at a massive platform. The cabin door opened, and LinWei was the first to step out. A faint metallic smell permeated the air. LinWei looked up at the sky, where numerous tiny lights dotted the pitch-black expanse, resembling a starry night. This was a perfect underground castle. LinWei gazed in awe at the magnificent underground world, his inner shock indescribable. The vast underground world was supported by countless towering steel pillars. Beneath his feet lay a bustling steel city, densely packed and stretching far beyond his sight. The Major noticed LinWei's mouth hanging wide open and patted his shoulder. This is the capital of the United Government, New Star City, now in its 3rd phase. There are only 3 underground cities of this scale in the world, and Star City is the largest and most advanced among them. LinWei mumbled, "My country is known as the first infrastructure madman of the blue planet. But compared to this Earth's infrastructure scale, it's like a baby compared to a boxing champion." The others gradually exited the aircraft. Qiyu, who had never been to the underground of Star City, was just as astonished as LinWei. The two couldn't help but link arms, looking at the world before them like 2 country bumpkins entering the city. Suddenly, the platform LinWei was on shook, and then the entire platform began to descend rapidly. These giant steel pillars not only served a supporting role, but also housed enormous elevators within. Suddenly, LinWei felt a slight sensation of falling, followed by a loud bang by his ear as the elevator came to a stop. They had reached the bottom of the city, and before them appeared tunnel. At the tunnel entrance stood several armed robots. "Please present identification information for verification." A metallic skeleton robot resembling a Terminator 100 extended its mechanical arm to block their way. Its voice was monotonous, sounding somewhat comical. The mysterious woman, Phantom, and Baseball Kid presented their respective hero wristbands. Qiyu also had a wristband and passed through without any obstacles. When the robot scanned LinWei and Yu-Jai-Sai, its eyes embedded in the skeleton suddenly turned red. Looking particularly eerie, unable to verify identity information, entry is prohibited. The mysterious woman took out 2 wristbands from her small bag and placed them on their wrists. Identity verification passed. Please enter. The red light in the robot's eyes extinguished, and it immediately made a gesture to invite them in, albeit awkwardly, looking comical. After LinWei passed through, it was the Major's turn. "My companion, welcome home," the robot said expressionlessly. The Major showed a hint of displeasure. "I'm not your partner. You rusty lumps of metal." The tunnel was semicircular, with a high dome about 5 or 6 stories tall. The walls had sensing devices that lit up in the areas where people walked. The material of the walls resembled the texture of white jade, warm and soft. At the end of the tunnel was a large closed door. There was a chair at the entrance, and on the chair sat a bald old man. The old man wore glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle and was dressed in slippers, intently reading a newspaper. The scene before LinWei was so incongruous that he momentarily couldn't react. An old man, slippers, newspaper. It looked like the old man guarding a parking lot. Yet he appeared in such a modern building. The old man noticed someone approaching, put down the newspaper, glanced at the mysterious woman and Phantom, then picked up the newspaper again. The password for today is T97547. Through the newspaper, the old man's voice came, slow and unhurried. "Thank you," Phantom replied politely. The old man set down the newspaper again. "The Council of Elders is on the top floor." As the group reached the door, it opened automatically. LinWei looked inside and found yet another high-speed elevator. Who is that old man at the entrance? He seems so important. LinWei couldn't help but ask during the elevator ride. According to LinWei's logic, the entrance didn't need a guard. Now that there was one, this person must be someone's father. The Major said, "Don't underestimate people. That old man was a hero from the previous generation." LinWei's mouth twitched. "Really?" The Major continued. He was the hero known as Shadowflow from the previous generation. He is already retired, but has come back to contribute to the Alliance upon request. LinWei, huh? Is re-employment popular here too? Don't underestimate the security old man at the entrance. Shadowflow's speed is the fastest among heroes. The elevator stopped, and the door opened. To LinWei's surprise, another dimly lit tunnel appeared outside. Phantom and the mysterious woman walked in confidently, without a second thought. Qiyu was already a bit impatient. Are we just going to wander around a maze? Hearing this, Phantom stopped. These tunnels are interconnected pathways of hypercubes, designed to provide the best protection for certain important facilities and personnel. As he spoke, he pressed his hand against the wall, and a halo of light appeared on the wall. T97457. Phantom recited this string of numbers to the wall. Suddenly, the entire tunnel lit up brightly, forcing LinWei to close his eyes. When the light faded, a dark door appeared at the end of the tunnel. This time, there was no old man guarding the entrance. Phantom strode forward without hesitation and pushed open the tightly closed door. Inside was a quiet room. As everyone entered the room and turned around, they found that the tunnel behind them had disappeared, replaced by a wall. Yujizi said, "These rooms and connecting tunnels are randomly allocated by a large computer, and they are constantly moving. If you don't have the access code, you could spend your whole life searching for the room you want." The mysterious woman nodded. "You're quite clever for someone from Starship. You understood how this place works at a glance. But even if you understand, it doesn't help. It's the same principle as deciphering a code. Without the key information, you can't truly find what you're looking for." Yujizi replied, "Don't be too sure of yourself. Since it can be developed, there will be corresponding methods to crack it. It just takes time to unlock, but your mobile response team won't give intruders too much time, right?" Just then, a door on the other side of the room opened, and a girl in her 20s walked out. She was slender, dressed casually, with long flaxen hair and deep blue eyes sparkling with enchanting starlight. "Everyone, my grandfather invites you in," she said. The mysterious woman led the way, and everyone followed the girl through the door. "Mysterious woman, Phantom, you're here," said the old man with a head full of white hair, seated in a simple room with a single armchair in the middle. "Lord Aristide." The mysterious woman slightly retracted her arrogant demeanor and nodded at him. "Please sit down and speak." As soon as Aristide finished speaking, a row of chair-like devices rose from the floor in front of everyone. They sat down, while the long-haired girl obediently stood behind Aristide's chair. "This is my granddaughter, Qiyu," Aristide said, pointing to the girl behind him. She did not speak, only offering a polite smile. Phantom said, "Great Elder, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Since Jinunu officially declared war, you have been claiming illness and not showing up. There has been much speculation within the Alliance and the United Government. They say your attitude is ambiguous and indecisive." He was direct and laid his doubts bare. Aristide's face, marked by deep wrinkles, showed no expression, but his eyes glimmered. "Phantom, you're right. I was indeed hesitant at first about whether to fight. The civilization of the home planet is a strange one. According to investigations, there are millions of races on the home planet, all vying for power. And every strong race tries to climb to the top of the evolutionary tree. If the home planet were united, its true strength would surpass that of 10 Earths. Great Elder, that's not surprising. Survival of the fittest is the law of biological evolution. Don't we have many species on Earth?" asked baseball man Aristide shook his head. "It's different. Other species on Earth cannot compete with humanity. But on the home planet, the position of each species on the evolutionary tree changes every day. The obsession those races have with this ranking is beyond our imagination." Everyone watched Aristide intently. The Jinunu race is a martial one, obsessed with power and conquest. Jinunu took a ship full of people to wander and conquer across the stars to prove his strength. The people he brought are not from the same race. They seem to obey Jinunu, but if he dies, many of them will strive to replace him. Yujizi interjected, "You Earthlings seem to know the home planet very well." Aristide glanced at Yujizi and then gestured to Qiyu. "Yujizi, this generation's host's name is unknown. Your race is called the Yue clan, a very rare race on the home planet. The tail hidden behind you is the true body. The tail can only parasitize with the consent of the dying host, and can leave only when the host naturally ages or dies unexpectedly, seeking the next host." Yujizi's expression shifted, indicating that the Alliance had thoroughly investigated her background. Aristide coughed lightly. "Yujizi, as the great elder of the Alliance, I sincerely look forward to and welcome you to join our ranks. I am not asking you to betray your home planet, but to unite against the tyranny of Jinunu." Yujizi did not respond immediately. "Consider it further. Even if you cannot join us, I hope you can remain neutral. Great Elder, you didn't invite me out here just to talk about this, did you? The mysterious woman crossed her legs into a different sitting position, the curve of her sexy thighs partially visible. Having suffered before, Yujizi no longer dared to stare openly at the mysterious woman. Aristide smiled slightly. You are still so straightforward. Indeed, when Jinanu first displayed his military power, divisions arose within the high ranks of the united government. Although the majority within the alliance favors war, the opinions of the peace faction cannot be ignored. However, as the war deepens, the influence of the peace faction grows larger, and even some elders have pressured me to take a stand. To be honest, I was also torn inside, feeling immense pain. If we fight with full force, it is highly likely that we will all perish, and Earth could be left in a state of misery. On the other hand, seeking peace would be equivalent to surrender, leaving Earthlings enslaved by aliens with no freedom left. Yujizi grew impatient, thinking that the Great Elder was old and had been rambling without stating whether he wanted to fight or make peace. Phantom directly asked, "You sent the mysterious woman to bring us here to meet you. You must have made a decision, right?" RSD nodded, "Yes. I have made up my mind to fight." Upon hearing this, Phantom and Baseball Man exchanged excited fist bumps. The mysterious woman raised an eyebrow slightly. "Great Elder, it's easy to decide to fight. The key is how to fight." "You're right. Since there are many factions on the starship, I have decided to organize an assassination team to eliminate Jinanu at the right moment. If successful, the starship will fall into chaos, and they will be too preoccupied with fighting for control to pay attention to us, thus resolving the crisis on Earth," Aristide said. His words shocked everyone present. The mysterious woman had guessed some of it, but she was still very shocked by this bold plan. Yujizi suddenly burst into laughter. "Your Excellency, I mean no offense, but your plan is truly fanciful. Not to mention other factors. Your people simply cannot approach the starship, let alone infiltrate it to assassinate Jinanu," Aristide replied. "Who said I need to infiltrate the starship?" Everyone looked puzzled and exchanged glances. According to reliable intelligence, Jinanu will soon personally lead a team to attack the KA-1 contact point, which is the most important contact point in Wands. Once KA-1 falls, Wands will be completely exposed to the threat of the starship. Yujizi asked, "How do you know Jinunu's battle plan?" Aristide replied, "There is an insider within the starship. He provided us with this information. We only know that Jinanu will attack the KA-1 contact point soon, but we cannot determine the exact day." Phantom said, "Is this information reliable? I'm afraid this is a smokescreen set by the enemy to lead us into a trap." Aristide lit a cigar. "The credibility is over 80. Moreover, since this is a domestic operation, if it fails, we can still retreat safely." "Great Elder, have you also determined the candidates for the assassination team?" The mysterious woman asked the critical question. Aristide exhaled a puff of smoke, and amidst the swirling mist, he nodded slightly. "In order to maximize success, the assassination team consists of 5 members: Phantom, Mysterious Woman, Baseball Kid, Blade Ninja, and Qiyu." When Aristide mentioned the last name, he glanced at Qiyu. The other 3 members did not seem surprised by their selection. Otherwise, Aristide would not have gathered them here. Upon hearing her name, Qiyu showed a look of slight surprise on her face. She had just returned, and the League assigned her such a daunting and dangerous task. Previously, her victory over Jinunu had some randomness to it. First, she was unaware of Jinunu's background. The so-called ignorance breeds fearlessness, and she fought without any mental burden. Second, on that day, Jinunu had just killed 2 S-class heroes, feeling invincible and underestimating a C-class hero like Qiyu, which allowed her to launch a surprise attack successfully. After experiencing a series of fierce battles with the Mother Planet's assassins, Qiyu gradually realized that she was not invincible. Even if she had the strength of her peak period, she might not win against Jinunu again, especially since she was still a bit away from her peak. The so-called newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, and random punches can kill a seasoned master. Qiyu had matured significantly compared to a few months ago, becoming more cautious and no longer blindly arrogant. Although she was reluctant to go in a battle, she did not oppose it. After all, she was a registered hero of the League, and this responsibility could not be avoided. When LinWei heard that Qiyu was joining the assassination team, his heart sank. What assassination team? ISNT, this is Suicide Squad? Assassinating Jinnu was akin to reaching into the fire for chestnuts, a life-or-death situation. Although LinWei felt anxious, he did not express his feelings on the spot. He was just an outsider without any combat abilities, and his words carried little weight. LinWei secretly observed Qiyu and saw her calm expression, so he could only temporarily suppress his unease. Aristide noticed the serious expressions on everyone's faces and knew that the task was extremely dangerous, putting a lot of pressure on them. He further stated, "Rest assured, I will strive to make the intelligence as accurate as possible so that you can strike precisely. You will rest in Wanxing City for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, you will set off to the KA-1 contact point to begin your surveillance. If there is any further information, I will contact you at any time. To ensure that this mission does not leak any information, I have not informed the hero stationed at the League and KA-1 contact point. They are completely unaware. You 5 should not go together, separate, and leave. As for Blade Ninja, I will notify him separately, and you will meet at the KA-1 contact point." After hearing this, the 5 nodded, stood up, and prepared to take their leave. Aristide said, "Qiyu, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you alone. The others can leave on their own. Oh, by the way, everyone must stay in Wanxing City for the next 2 days and cannot leave without permission. The exit code at this moment is LN78564. The transit tunnel will arrive in 3 minutes." 3 minutes later, everyone entered the tunnel. LinWei signaled that he would wait for Qiyu outside. Qiyu stayed behind, facing Aristide and Xia. "Elder, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Aristide smiled and waved to Xia. Xia understood and took something from a nearby cabinet, handing it to Qiyu. "Miss Qiyu, this is the SS-class hero medal specially customized for you by the League." Xia's voice was exceptionally sweet. Qiyu looked at the medal in her hand, the size of a coin, with a water blue background and mercury-colored edging, adorned with exquisite patterns and the engraving of SS in the center. "Qiyu, you are now the strongest hero on Earth," Aristide said. Qiyu did not show any excitement on her face. She silently put away the medal. "Elder, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Qiyu, you are one of the last descendants of the ancient martial arts family on Earth. Perhaps you are the key figure for Earth to overcome this crisis." Aristide sighed gently. As Qiyu turned half away, she turned back. "Elder, there is one thing I still don't understand. Please go ahead. Earth has powerful nuclear weapons. Why not use them to attack the starship? No matter how strong Jinunu is, he can't face the ultimate weapon alone, because the starship has weapons of the same caliber. If Earth strikes first, the starship will definitely retaliate simultaneously. Moreover, the starship seems to have some sort of defensive sensing device. If they prepare in advance, we may not succeed in a single attack. Additionally, the targets on Earth are large. If they use the ultimate weapon, we will have nowhere to hide. At that time, countless people will die in the flames of war." Qiyu fell silent. In fact, the United Government has considered her method, but currently, Jinunu's attack pattern is still conventional, so we can only respond with conventional means. In this regard, Jinunu can still be considered a martial artist who adheres to martial ethics. We do not want to provoke a stronger opponent unless we are prepared to perish together. In other words, if someone can kill Jinunu in battle, the people on the starship will still acknowledge it. That is why I say Jinunu from the mother planet is a strange guy. It's like he has a gun, but insists on fighting us with bare fists. Qiyu seemed to understand and nodded. The United Government has another concern. Even if a nuclear attack on the starship succeeds and wipes out this batch of invaders, if we anger the mother planet and they think we are not abiding by the rules and send a large force to Earth for revenge, according to the current combat power analysis, 10 Earths would not be their opponents. Therefore, I thought of the method of capturing the thief by first capturing the king. Perhaps killing Jinunu alone can avert this disaster. "I understand," Qiyu said. After saying goodbye to the two, she also entered the tunnel and left Aristide's secret residence. "Grandpa, will the assassination succeed?" After Qiyu left, Xia asked. Aristide shook his head, non-committal. "Xia, let me tell you a secret that you must not tell anyone. The upper echelons of the United Government are already implementing a plan codenamed Arkansas. They are building a spaceship, and once Earth cannot hold out or suffers a devastating blow, a very small number of people will leave Earth on the Arkansas. The United Government has given me 3 personal slots, and I have decided to give these 3 slots to you, Imo, Fei, and your father. If that day really comes, you should go." Upon hearing this, Xia couldn't help but burst into tears. "Grandpa, won't you go? I am the Grand Elder of the League, like a captain of a ship. If the ship sinks, the captain cannot survive. It's good if he can live. I'm already very old and cannot help the future of Earth's continuation. Once a catastrophic disaster strikes, the wealthy and powerful have already arranged escape routes for their descendants. The Ark is only open to the rich and powerful. Ordinary people will just wait to perish alongside Earth. It's unfortunate, but this is reality. If ordinary people become the powerful, they would do the same. This is human nature, and it can never change." As Qiyu exited the tunnel, she found LinWei waiting for her at the exit. The others had disappeared. Where's Xiaozhong and Yujizi? Qiyu asked. Xiaozhong said she was going to investigate the doctor's disappearance, and Yujizi went with her, LinWei replied. Qiyu understood that the doctor was Xiaozhong's creator, giving her mechanical life and consciousness like a father. Let's go. Qiyu hooked LinWei with her arm as they entered the high-speed elevator inside the giant steel pillar. The elevator shot upward rapidly. The lights outside flickering on their faces, bright and dim, switching quickly. Qiyu rested her head on LinWei's shoulder, revealing a hint of fatigue on her face. LinWei stroked Qiyu's hair. What did Aristide say to you? I guess he painted a picture for you. Qiyu didn't understand the meaning of painting a picture. She took a medal from her pocket and handed it to LinWei. Aristide said, I am a #1 combat force on Earth. LinWei rubbed the medal and held Qiyu tighter. I don't care if you're #1. I just pray that you can come back safely. Qiyu cupped LinWei's face. LinWei, don't worry. I will definitely come back safely. I want to come back for you. Their hands were tightly clasped together. The high-speed elevator began to slow down and finally came to a stop with a thud. The elevator had reached its destination, meaning they had arrived at the surface. The elevator doors opened, revealing the ground level of Wanxing City before LinWei. It was already 6 in the afternoon, and the sunset cast a golden hue on one side of Wanxing City. The architectural style on the ground level of Wanxing City resembled that of the bustling metropolises in LinWei's hometown, with tall buildings standing in close proximity. But they all looked somewhat old. According to the Major's explanation, Wanxing City had slowly begun to shift underground, and the surface area was the old town as LinWei recognized it, mostly inhabited by the lower class. Skyscrapers intertwined among the clouds, with various colorful virtual advertisements permeating everywhere, enveloping the originally silver-toned city's night in a hazy atmosphere, perhaps due to the looming shadow of war or regulations. There were only a few lights on in the tall buildings, but the streets were devoid of people and vehicles. Qiyu looked at the lifeless, ghostly city and began to reminisce about the past 3 months spent on Blue Star. There, humanity was full of vigor, and the atmosphere of life was rich. LinWei held Qiyu's hand and asked, Are you hungry? Let's find a place to eat. Qiyu was set to carry out a mission in 2 days, and LinWei didn't want to waste any moment alone with her. Qiyu looked puzzled. There are very few restaurants on Earth, and I'm not familiar with Wanxing City, so I'm really at a loss. Qiyu felt embarrassed that, as the host, she was just as clueless about this place as LinWei, an outsider. LinWei actually didn't care about any of that. As long as Qiyu was by his side, it was enough. He wrapped his arm around Qiyu's waist to comfort her, and the two strolled aimlessly through the streets of Wanxing City. Qiyu, where did you originally live? LinWei asked, noticing Qiyu's somewhat gloomy mood and trying to strike up a conversation. In a small town near the KA3 contact point. My sister and I live there. Then let's go visit your hometown tomorrow. You can also see your sister. You haven't been home for 3 months, so she must be worried about you, LinWei suggested. Qiyu bit her lip. My sister's often not home. I might not even be able to see her if I go. Don't you miss your sister? Qiyu shook her head. She actually didn't want her sister to know that she had joined the assassination squad. Suddenly, Qiyu frowned, and her entire body disappeared from LinWei's sight. In the next moment, there was a sound of pleading from around the corner, and Qiyu emerged holding a 12 or 13-year-old boy. The inner-city train sped along the elevated tracks, cutting through the clouds and fog. The electronic screens inside the car kept replaying an advertisement for a virtual game. There were not many people on the train. Some elderly were resting with their eyes closed. A couple was kissing without a care, and a middle-aged man seemed to be drunk and fast asleep. UGC looked at the silent major in the corner, gently patting her. Dear, how long until we reach the laboratory? 3 more stops, the major replied, lifting her head to look out the window, seemingly searching for her fading memories. UGC rested her hands behind her head and yawned in boredom. After leaving Aristide's secret hideout, she suddenly felt aimless. As a native of her home planet, Aristide could not send her on the mission to assassinate Jinunu, and due to her special identity, she couldn't leave Wanxing City for now. Therefore, in the coming days, she could only loiter around Wanxing City, eating and drinking aimlessly. Although this was the life UGC wanted, the problem was that this Earth was just too dull. UGC glanced sideways at the man in black sitting in the corner, a cold smile creeping into her heart. The Alliance ultimately still didn't trust her. Since she and the Major returned to the surface, this little black tail had been following them both. Let them monitor, as long as they don't interfere with my life. I don't care. UGC suddenly realized that she had matured a lot. In the past, she would have severely punished this spy. The train came to a stop, and UGC and the Major got off. The platform was somewhat desolate. They had reached the outskirts of Wanxing City. Thick fog enveloped the area, and there was a primal scent in the air. There were places beyond human reach. The major pointed into the distance. Ahead are forests and lakes, as well as some low hills. UGC sniffed and complained. The scent of nature is so strange. The major smiled without speaking. Her eyes quickly lit up like two small searchlights, shining into the fog. Let's go. The laboratory is just ahead. After saying that, the major took UGC's hand, and the two slowly walked into the thick fog. Qiyu loosened her grip, causing the boy to fall onto the ground with a thud, wincing in pain. Sister, can you do magic? How did you appear beside me in the blink of an eye? Qiyu kept a serious face. Why were you sneaking around us? What do you want? The boy got up from the ground, brushing off his pants. Sister, don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. My name is Qiyu. I thought you two didn't seem like locals, so I wanted to take you to the bar my sister runs for some fun. A bar? Qiyu's eyes lit up at the mention of alcohol. LinWei snorted, and seeing the displeasure on his face, Qiyu gritted her teeth and waved her hand. Oh, where did you see that we like to drink? No drinking, no drinking. You little brat, go home. Before Qiyu could finish her sentence, her stomach let out a loud growl. The boy burst into laughter, bending over. Qiyu's face turned instantly red. Sister, have you not eaten in a long time? This is the first time I've heard a person's stomach make such a sound, especially from a girl. The bar my sister runs has not only drinks, but also food. You probably want to find a restaurant in Wanxing City at night. Upon hearing that there was food, Qiyu immediately turned to LinWei with a pleading expression. LinWei was also hungry and could only nod in agreement. Qiyu happily hooked her arm around the boy's neck. Qiyu, then quickly take me to your sister's bar. Oh no, restaurant. Qiyu was caught in Qiyu's one-armed embrace, his cheeks surrounded by something soft. At 12 or 13 years old, he was just beginning to understand things, and being held like this by a woman made his face flush all the way to his neck. LinWei looked at Qiyu's eager demeanor and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Qiyu was naturally pure and carefree, but she had to face battles and killings. Qiyu gently wriggled out of Qiyu's embrace and excitedly led the way. After turning a few corners, they arrived in front of a large door. The door was made of metal, covered in rust and graffiti. By the door stood a few men covered in tattoos, dressed in leather jackets adorned with metal and chains. Upon seeing Qiyu, they began to whistle lewdly. Qiyu seemed to know them and did not appear overly frightened. He carefully maneuvered around the group, then pulled open a rusty metal door, which emitted a piercing creak. The door swung open, revealing a cacophony of muffled music from inside. The men noticed that Qiyu did not shy away and seemed unafraid, exchanging glances and suddenly showing interest. They tossed aside their cigarette butts and beer bottles, closing in on her. Hey girl, you look so hot. How about coming in for a drink with us? One man said flirtatiously. Qiyu glanced at him but did not respond. Is this your boyfriend? He doesn't seem very manly. Tonight, I'll show you what a real man is, another man said, rolling up his sleeves to flex his biceps in front of Qiyu. She lowered her head, showing no reaction, which only piqued the men's curiosity further. This girl is interesting. LinWei sighed softly beside them. Why are you bothering my girlfriend? You might end up in trouble. What are you babbling about? One man shoved LinWei against the wall. Suddenly, he felt someone grab his arm. Turning his head, he saw it was Qiyu. Wow, this girl is tough. Daring to save your boyfriend. Ouch. He hadn't finished speaking when Qiyu twisted his arm behind his back. With a crack, his arm dislocated. Clutching his arm in pain, he squatted on the ground. Guys, hurry up. This woman knows how to fight. The other three men, seeing this, shouted and lunged at Qiyu. Qiyu was so frightened, he quickly covered his eyes. The next moment, he heard 3 agonized cries from the men. When he opened his eyes again, all 3 burly men were lying on the ground, unconscious. Qiyu stood there, as if nothing had happened, one fist clenched, watching the dislocated man. The fallen man knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Sister, oh no, heroine. With your skills, you must be a registered hero in the league. We were blind and shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare us. Qiyu smiled slightly, patted his buzz cut. You have some good judgment. Now take your friends and scram. Yes, get lost. Right now. The dislocated man gritted his teeth as he stood up, helping the others on the ground. Those who could wake up walked off on their own. Those who couldn't were carried away, leaving in a dejected manner. Qiyu could hardly believe his eyes. Sister, you're amazing. Are you really a hero of the league? Qiyu patted Qiyu's head. I'm hungry. Let me fill my stomach first. Qiyu nodded and took Qiyu's hand to go inside. LinWei followed them through the door and saw a staircase leading down. Just as he was about to step forward, Qiyu shouted, "Big brother, please close the door." LinWei shut the door, plunging the room into darkness, but soon, soft lights illuminated the edges of each step as they descended into deep darkness, as if leading to another world. LinWei hesitated. Qiyu grabbed his hand. "Let's go." "If a kid can do it, what are you afraid of?" LinWei muttered softly. "It's not the kind of fear you think." The three descended together. The music grew louder, mingled with screams and shouts. After taking a few more steps, LinWei finally reached the ground, where another large door appeared before him. "Welcome to the unreal world." Qiyu smiled innocently as he opened the door behind him. The booming music pierced their eardrums, and the small underground space was packed with people, young men and women. They stared at Qiyu and LinWei at the entrance, momentarily stunned, before a girl with bright red hair shouted, "Welcome to the underground world. This is the last paradise of Wanjing City." They burst into laughter, ignoring the two. Qiyu said to Qiyu, "Don't mind them. They just took some colorful drugs and are high." Saying this, Qiyu led Qiyu straight through the crowd to the bar on the other side of the room. "What will you two have to drink?" As soon as LinWei and Qiyu sat down, a girl with delicate features and long black hair peeked over from behind. "Sister, I'm the one who brought you guests." Qiyu knocked on the wooden bar like a man, lowering his voice intentionally. The girl, about the same age as Qiyu, picked up a paper fan nearby and smacked it on Qiyu's head. "I provide you with food and clothing every day. Why didn't I ask you for money?" Qiyu covered his head. "If you keep being fierce, no man will want you." After saying that, he dashed away. The girl wasn't angry and turned her attention back to Qiyu and LinWei. Qiyu felt a bit shy and scratched her head. "We're mainly here to eat." The girl laughed. "I have food here, but the food is more expensive than the drinks." Qiyu sighed in relief upon hearing this and raised her wrist with a metal ring. Money is not a problem. It turned out that R.S. Steed had loaded a considerable amount of money onto Qiyu's hero contact ring. Qiyu could now be considered a bit of a wealthy girl. The girl's eyes lit up upon seeing the ring. "Are you a registered hero of the league?" Qiyu nodded without hesitation and immediately asked, "Do heroes get discounts on meals?" The girl looked awkward, not expecting Qiyu to ask such a question that seemed beneath a hero's dignity. "Ah, I'll give you a complimentary drink." The girl pulled out a menu. "What do you want to eat?" The menu was simple, with only 4 items: grilled giant sausage, grilled beef ribs, a whole fried chicken, and a bucket of roasted potatoes. Upon seeing the names of the dishes, Qiyu's mouth watered. "I want every item. 2 portions of each." The girl's eyes nearly popped out. "Are you sure? That's enough food for 5 big men. Can you eat that much?" Qiyu pointed at LinWei. "Isn't my boyfriend here?" The girl glanced at LinWei's physique. With his build, half a portion would be pushing it. Qiyu grew impatient. "Stop talking nonsense. Just bring it out." The girl replied, "Fine, but you need to pay first. I'm afraid you might run off." Qiyu tapped her ring on the card machine the girl handed her. "Are you Qiyu, the newly registered double S-class hero of the league?" The girl glanced at the name on the payment. Qiyu nodded again. "Yeah. Do double S-class heroes get discounts on meals?" The girl's expression darkened. "No." Qiyu was also displeased. "Then why are you so enthusiastic?" "I thought I could get a free meal." The girl put away the card machine and shouted towards the kitchen. "Uncle Qiyu, full set, double portions." An old man with a wine-soaked nose poked his head out from inside. "Mijia, which customer has such a big appetite?" The old man glanced at Qiyu and shook his head. "These days, big eaters are all women, and they don't gain weight." The surrounding mist grew thicker. Yujizi was being pulled by Xiaozhua, wandering aimlessly in the pitch-black wilderness, seemingly without purpose, just moving forward. The surroundings had fallen silent, with only the flow of air felt between breaths. Yuji's had an increasingly unreal feeling, as if she and the Major were walking in another space-time. "Darling, are we there yet?" Yuji's asked, growing a bit impatient. The Major's voice floated slowly from the thick fog. "Don't rush, we should be almost there. The signal transmission here is a bit off. My positioning sensor needs constant calibration." Yuji strained to look around, but there was not a trace of any buildings. "Major, but there are no buildings nearby." "Ah." Before Yuji's could finish her sentence, she bumped into the Major, who had suddenly stopped. "We've arrived." The Major exhaled. Yuji's looked around for a while. "Where's the laboratory you mentioned? Is it in the sky?" The Major stomped her foot on the ground. "It's below." As she spoke, the Major bent down and began to feel around the ground. Suddenly, her hand paused as if she had touched something. Then, with one hand, she pulled up, and the ground began to tremble slightly, something slowly rising from beneath the earth. This shaking lasted for about a few minutes. Finally, the ground returned to its initial calm. A cylindrical object resembling an elevator appeared before them. The Major stepped forward and placed one hand on a device that resembled a scanner. With a pop, the transparent cover of the elevator opened. The Major pulled Yuji's into the elevator. The ground began to tremble slightly again, and the cylindrical elevator slowly sank back underground like a drill. Bang! The elevator suddenly stopped, indicating they had reached their destination. The transparent cover opened once more, and darkness surrounded them. Yuji's felt as if she had stepped into a deep, otherworldly place. The echo of her high heels on the ground led her to guess they were in a corridor. Backup power activated, the Major suddenly said. Her words were like a secret, a key. The sound of machinery starting came from the depths of the underground world. Then, white lights began to illuminate one by one. Coming closer, Yuji's was momentarily unprepared and shielded her face with her hand. After a while, she gradually adapted to the intensity of the white light. The underground world before her resembled a research facility, but it had been abandoned. The Major stared at everything in front of her, unable to accept it. I only knew that the doctor was missing. How could the laboratory be abandoned too? Who am I supposed to find to investigate the clues? She looked a bit lost. This was where she was born, her home. Now, with people gone and the building empty, the Major felt a bit at a loss. Yuji stepped forward and patted her shoulder in comfort. Darling, standing still won't solve any problems. Moving forward will lead to answers. As soon as she said this, Yuji's felt a jolt in her heart. Wow, what did I start speaking so philosophically? The Major glanced back at her. The two walked down the empty corridor toward the depths of the laboratory. The corridor was lined with sensor lights that flickered as they moved. They turned a corner and faced a fork in the road, one path to the left and the other to the right. The Major pulled Yuji's to the left. And at the end of the hallway was a metal door. According to my memory, it should be a storage room, a place for storing information. The Major explained to Yuji's beside her. Relying on her memory, she entered the access code on the door lock, and with a snap, the door opened. Yuji's was a bit surprised. She had been prepared to break down the door. See, this laboratory security system is quite friendly to you. You might as well be at home now, Yuji's teased. The Major ignored her and stepped inside first. As soon as they entered, there was a switch on the wall, and the Major pressed it, illuminating the entire room. Yuji's exclaimed in surprise at the room's furnishings. Wow, a whole room full of Majors. It turned out that the room was filled with robots that looked exactly like the Major. They were either standing or sitting, some fully assembled like the Major, while others were incomplete, missing arms and legs, and some even had only a head. These robots were all naked, their expressions vacant, lacking the unique brilliance in the Major's eyes. These must all be defective test subjects, the Major said, gently touching the doll that resembled her the most. It seems they cleared out the experimental equipment and data before they left, leaving these dolls behind. Yuji's clicked her tongue. These dolls have been discarded like trash. If they had souls, would they resent humans? God didn't create humans perfectly in one go. The doctor failed many times before successfully shaping me. The fact that I could develop my own consciousness is also largely due to chance, the Major murmured. Yuji's pulled her out of the room. There's no time to ponder life's philosophy now. Since this room has no substantial useful information, let's hurry to the other side. The Major nodded in agreement, allowing Yuji's to lead her down the right path. The right path was long, and after walking about 100 meters straight, they came across a new turn. They turned the corner, and a suspended passageway appeared before them. The so-called suspended passageway had gaps on both sides, with the middle part designed to be transparent. In simpler terms, it was like two sections of circular iron pipes connected by transparent plastic tube in the middle. The Major wondered, this used to be a passageway. Why has a suspended device appeared now? Yuji's replied, you're overthinking it. We could just go through this passage. Since the answers are deep in the laboratory, let's hurry forward. Yuji's was impulsive and didn't wait for the Major to agree. She dashed into the suspended device. Standing inside, Yuji's waved at the Major, signaling her to come quickly. Just as the Major took her first step, the suspended device suddenly emitted an alarm, and two partitions shot up on either side with lightning speed. Yuji's was trapped in the middle of the suspended device. The patterns on the partitions resembled integrated circuit boards, and these patterns were visibly brightening, as if energy was rapidly condensing on their surfaces. The Major cursed inwardly and rushed to the side of the suspended device. Yuji's, get out of the way. This is a high-energy particle beam cutter. The partitions seemed to have a shielding function, no matter how loudly the Major yelled from the outside. Yuji's couldn't hear her at all. Thinking the Major was joking, Yuji saw her flailing outside and assumed she was just playing around. However, Yuji's noticed something was wrong as the patterns on the partitions grew brighter, seemingly indicating something was about to shoot out. She looked at the flailing Major and finally began to carefully observe the shape of her lips to understand what she was trying to express. Finally, Yuji's deciphered the Major's lip movements. Get out of the way. There are high-energy particle laser beams. Startled, Yuji's instinctively dashed to one side. At that moment, a red laser barely grazed her body, and a small tuft of her hair was instantly cut off by the laser. Enraged, Yuji's was about to scream. But the patterns on the partitions lit up once again. This time, the patterns were noticeably more complex than before, suggesting that the range of the laser beam's attack would be even greater. The Major was trying to stop the hovering device from operating. The tip of her index finger split open, and several thin metal wires, as fine as hair, extended from it and quickly inserted into the control panel on one side of the hovering device. Yuji's, of course, would not sit idle in the middle of the device. Her tail had already appeared, and the tip of it directly pierced through the transparent wall surrounding the partition. She was ready to break through the wall. Yuji's tail was like a steel drill, directly puncturing a large hole in the wall. At the same time, the laser beam fired again. But this time the attack range almost covered all the space within the hovering device. In an instant, the entire interior of the device was filled with suffocating red. At that moment, Yuji's, who was covered in smoke, rushed out through the hole. Seeing Yuji's escape, the Major finally felt relieved. However, the next second, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. It turned out that Yuji's clothes were in tatters, exposing her chest, slender waist, and thighs. The scraps of fabric barely covered her, revealing her beautiful figure, a scene of spring bursting forth. Yet her face was covered in dark soot, indicating that the momentary high temperature had caused her clothes to ignite. Yuji's looked at her beggar-like appearance and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Seeing that Yuji's was fine, the Major began to focus on cracking the hovering device. The interior had just fired the laser and was now in a cooling state. Major, does your laboratory still have such deadly weapons? Yuji's asked. The Major shook her head. Someone has modified the equipment here. This high-energy laser beam is intended for production, not for killing. Yuji shrugged. It seems someone didn't want others to investigate what happened here, so they set up such a vicious killing mechanism. Luckily, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, this body would surely be destroyed in here. The Major tilted her head and asked, what? Is your tail not afraid of the laser? Yuji's didn't answer, as it seemed to be her core secret. The Major didn't press further and turned back to continue cracking the device. Suddenly, the hovering device emitted a sound. Alarm deactivated. The partitions on both sides rose simultaneously, revealing a passage in the middle. Yuji's felt a lingering fear. Major, are you sure we can go? The Major led the way. The operating system of this device is very compatible with my internal settings. It clearly comes from the same system, which is why I was able to deactivate it so quickly. Don't worry, it's completely cracked. Hearing this, Yuji's felt relieved. The Major said, the appearance of this hovering device instead proves that it was someone inside the laboratory who did this. Yuji's rubbed her hands together. So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly catch this little devil. Meijiao was staring in astonishment. Qiyu was devouring food in front of her, leaving nothing behind. LinWei indeed only ate half a portion, while Qiyu finished 7.5 portions. This woman could no longer be described as just a glutton. She was a food god. Qiyu, having filled her belly, was quite pleased. She happily patted her stomach, and the food made her radiant. A divine beauty, a big eater, a superhero. Qiyu in front of Meijiao had a super incongruous label. Noticing Meijiao staring at her blankly, Qiyu casually asked, do you have anything to drink here? Meijiao, hearing that she wanted a drink, immediately became interested. I have a famous underground bar here, with strong white liquor, cocktails, wine, champagne, low-alcohol drinks, beer, and soft drinks available. Qiyu glanced at LinWei. Then let's have 2 cups of beer. Or Doria black beer? Portuguese yellow beer, or local green beer? I have more than 10 kinds of beer here. Just the black beer. LinWei, do you want a cup too? Qiyu's little scheme was to get her boyfriend to drink too, so she wouldn't feel guilty about drinking. Okay, but I just want a soft drink. LinWei, seeing the pleading look in Qiyu's eyes, softened. She will be going to the battlefield in 2 days. He couldn't be too harsh on her. Yo yeah, Qiyu made a victory sign. Meijiao thought to herself, such a powerful female hero, yet she was afraid of her boyfriend. This boyfriend looked just like an ordinary person. What ability did he have to make an S-class hero bow her head and act like a well-behaved little cat in front of him? Could it be that this is love? In the moment of Meijiao's distraction, Qiyu gulped down 2 large cups of beer in an instant. Wow, so refreshing. Your beer really tastes great. Meijiao's mouth twitched. This cup was nearly 2 liters. 2 cups amounted to 4 liters, and Qiyu actually finished it in one go. Was she still a drunkard? Meijiao finally understood LinWei's earlier expression. After 2 cups, Qiyu's face turned slightly red. She was a bit tipsy. She wrapped her arms around LinWei's neck and whispered in his ear, "Dear LinWei, let me have another cup, just one cup." The tipsy Qiyu was stunningly beautiful, and with her intentional teasing, LinWei couldn't resist. He looked at his girlfriend with a doting expression and nodded helplessly. Qiyu bounced up like a rabbit, extending her finger towards Meijia, signaling for another cup. Meijia handed her another cup, which Qiyu took and finished in one breath. Qiyu let out a burp. She hugged LinWei, looking as happy as a child. Meijia watched the two of them in bliss and felt a pang in her heart. Just then, the bar slowly quieted down. A long-haired man, carrying an instrument similar to an earth guitar, walked onto one side of the stage. After sitting down, the man casually brushed his hair back. LinWei and Qiyu simultaneously noticed that half of the man's face, previously hidden by his hair, had a very deep scar. The man originally had a handsome face, but the scar made him look somewhat unsettling. Meijia saw that Qiyu and LinWei were staring at the man in a daze and explained, "He is one of the first batch of warriors to make contact with the Mother Star. 3 months ago, during a mission, his entire squad was killed. He was the only one who survived, buried under the bodies. Since then, he has stopped being a soldier and turned to singing for a living in the city's underground bars." LinWei felt a heaviness in his heart as he looked at his girlfriend. A deep sympathy shone in Qiyu's eyes. The man on stage coughed a few times, and after the audience quieted down somewhat, he began to speak. "Everyone, I will present an unnamed song. Thank you." Most of the young people in the audience were in a state of excitement, some still shouting loudly. After finishing his opening remarks, the man ignored the audience's reaction and sat down, directly starting to strum the strings. The sound of the strings gently rippled, directly reaching into people's hearts. The venue gradually quieted down. The man's voice was slightly hoarse but full of magnetism. "You said your home is by the sea, and you always wanted to open a small shop. You said you would live with your loved one, selling things you both like. You said you never sought extravagance. That was just fleeting smoke. You said you only wanted to hold his hand, from the sea drying up to the stones crumbling. But happiness is fleeting, and pain is long-lasting. You said your life is becoming increasingly suffocating, and you begin to suffer, roar, hitting yourself hard. But nothing works. You said you look at his photo, in military uniform, that innocent and mischievous smile. Now you are left standing alone in the wind, sad. Dear, where are you? You told me that the one you love has already left, but why do you deceive yourself again? You buried your pain deep in your heart. Yet you gave me a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, a heart-wrenching and sorrowful expression. Dear, where are you? Why do you chase after things that are long gone? Please don't cry anymore. I will spend my life protecting you. With my youth, with my stories. I will accompany you. Accompany you." When the man finished strumming the last string of his instrument, his song came to an abrupt halt. The venue fell silent, everyone immersed in this sorrowful melody. Many women were in tears. Qiyu initially managed to hold herself together, but eventually collapsed into LinWei's arms, silently shedding tears. Meijia had already turned into a weeping mess. Her boyfriend was currently at the front lines, and every day she was on edge, praying for his safe return. The man used the song to tear open the softness in everyone's hearts. "Damn Mother Planet bastards." A man shouted from the audience. "We must resist. We must drive them back to their hometown. We don't want to live a life of losing loved ones anymore." The youth's passion was ignited. "We hope for peace. We do not want war. But if war must come upon us, we have to fight to stop it." Meijia stood on the counter, addressing everyone. The crowd was once again filled with anger. Suddenly, the singing man burst out laughing. "You fools, do you think you can win a war just with passion and impulse? Look at my face." The man exposed his entire face to the light. A woman closest to him gasped. One side of this man's ear was missing, and the scar started from his temple, ending at the base of his neck. His eyes were bloodshot, like a wounded beast. "My teammates are all dead. A full 100 of them. The assassins sent by the Mother Planet wiped out our small team with a single shockwave. We are far too outmatched. We have no chance of winning. If we rely solely on passion and impulse, we will only die in vain, dying without any value." The scene fell silent once again. Meijia suddenly exclaimed, "The Mother Planet has assassins. We also have Alliance heroes. They're too far from us. We have no idea about their strength. Nor do we know if they're willing to fight for us." A girl said through her tears. Meijia replied, "How could that be? There is a hero right here, and she is an S-class." Everyone stood up, looking around. Meijia grabbed Qiyu's hand. "This is Qiyu, a registered S-class hero of the Alliance." The bar erupted instantly. Everyone crowded around. Qiyu was not used to being surrounded and felt a bit at a loss. "This is indeed Qiyu," said to surpass Phantom Lord. A man shouted, but seeing Qiyu's somewhat flustered demeanor, people began to whisper among themselves. "Why does she look a bit cowardly? Is this a superheroine? The Alliance wouldn't be deceiving us, would it? Those high-ranking officials just sitting around, giving us commoners false hope. A man threw out a conspiracy theory. A girl stepped forward, looking at Qiyu with admiration. Hero Qiyu, you are our pride as women. Please say a few words to us, so we commoners can understand the current situation. Qiyu scratched her head. She felt a bit apprehensive about speaking. She was not good at talking, let alone giving a speech in front of so many people. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Qiyu stared at LinWei, silently calling, "LinWei, come save me." LinWei couldn't help but chuckle at Qiyu's awkwardness, but after all, she was his official girlfriend, so he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. LinWei cleared his throat a few times, raised his hand to signal he had something to say. A man stepped forward and pushed his hand down. "Who do you think you are? Want to hear Qiyu speak? What is it to you?" LinWei retorted. "Dude, you're from the Northeast, right?" The man frowned. "What did you say?" LinWei ignored him and suddenly stood on the bar counter. "Everyone, Qiyu just returned from battle today. She fought against several assassins from the mother planet for half a day, exhausted to the point of collapse, and can hardly speak. You should let her off the hook." Qiyu nodded, immediately pointed at her throat, making a hoarse sound. "Who are you? Why are you so close to Qiyu?" LinWei's eyes turned. "I am Qiyu's teammate. I am also an Alliance hero, and my name is Iron Man. No one has ever heard of an Iron Man in the Alliance." The crowd booed. LinWei was not anxious. "I'm a newly promoted B-class hero, so naturally. You and T know me." The crowd was enlightened, but a few skeptics still pursued LinWei. "How do you prove you are a hero?" LinWei said, "That is simple." He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his metal heart. "I am a half-human, half-machine hero. My heart is artificial, so I am called Iron Man." The crowd looked and finally believed what LinWei said. "We have fought for days and are exhausted. We just want to hide here and have a drink. So everyone please disperse." LinWei cupped his fist at everyone, bowing repeatedly. The crowd gradually dispersed. This blue star is very different from the world LinWei is in. People do not develop overly strong feelings of worship towards an individual, so this blue star has no gods. Humans maintain a rational attitude towards the unknown, so technology develops rapidly. Seeing her crisis averted, Qiyu gave LinWei a thumbs up. She embraced Qiyu and kissed his cheeks several times. LinWei, who had just been calm and composed, revealed his true self after being kissed by Qiyu. Major and Qiyu entered a spacious room through a floating device. This was the former main laboratory. The Major pointed at rows of cylindrical culture tanks. "When I first opened my eyes, this is what I saw." Qiyu looked at the culture tanks, picturing the scene of the Major, naked and submerged in liquid, slowly opening her eyes. Humans are born in the amniotic fluid of their mother, while the Major was born in an artificial womb. The main laboratory left no records. Lingering here would yield no useful information aside from memories, so the Major decided to delve deeper. The two entered 7 or 8 more rooms, which were merely employee lounges, kitchens, or storage rooms. They searched but found nothing. Qiyu was gradually getting bored. Suddenly, the Major stopped at the entrance of a room. Qiyu could clearly sense the Major's breathing quicken. "Dear, what is wrong?" The Major said, "This is the Doctor's room." "Oh, then let us go in and take a look. Maybe we'll find something." Qiyu's eyes lit up. The Major shook her head. "The doctor told me not to enter his room without permission." Qiyu looked at the Major helplessly. "You really are a good baby. How about this? I'll open this room. So, you won't be violating your agreement with the doctor." The Major thought for a moment and nodded. The door wouldn't budge, so Qiyu unceremoniously used her tail to smash the door open. The room was small and contained few items. Qiyu opened a drawer, revealing a picture frame tilted downward. She propped up the frame, exposing a photo on the front. The photo shows a man and a woman by the seaside, holding hands with happy expressions on their faces. However, Qiyu shows a look of surprise. The man appears to be in his 30s, while the woman is slightly younger. Qiyu hands the frame to the Major. "This must be the doctor." The Major nods, but when she sees the woman's face next to the doctor, a look of confusion appears on her face. Because the woman looks very much like her, just a bit older. If the Major is a flesh and blood being, then this woman is what the Major will look like in 10 years. Qiyu gently sighs. "I always thought your gaze at LinWei was a bit strange. It turns out he resembles your doctor, but the doctor looks more mature between the brows." The Major's face instantly turns red. "Your doctor and the woman in the photo seem to be a couple or married. He shaped you with her appearance. Sigh, you both are quite the romantic types." The Major can hardly bear to listen anymore, covering her face with her hands, her neck flushed. Qiyu wraps her arm around the Major's shoulder and gently asks, "Darling, confess honestly, Do you like your doctor? The gate of the Major's memory opens at this moment. She slowly opens her eyes from the petri dish, and a man appears before her. In her memory, his gaze is both tense and expectant, mixed with a hint of sadness. At that time, the Major was still in her infancy, completely unable to understand the man's gaze. She only felt weak in her legs and cold all over. She trembles and crawls out of the petri dish, her legs giving way, and she collapses weakly into the man's arms. In her memory, the man holds her naked body with a face full of joy. She suddenly feels warm again because the man's warm palm is pressed against her back. Her temperature control system begins to activate, and the skin temperature of other parts of her body starts to mimic the temperature of the man's palm. The man carefully drapes a blanket over her, and she, in a daze, doesn't know how long she has been lying in his arms. Time seems to solidify, freezing her anxiety and panic. Later, her legs gradually gain strength, and she supports herself on the man's shoulders, trying hard to stand up. She fails over and over again, falling repeatedly, but finally, she manages to stand on the somewhat slippery ground. The blanket slips from her body, and she sees the shyness and unease in the man's eyes. But he seems unwilling to look away. At that time, she didn't know what shyness was. A childlike happy smile appeared on her face as she staggered towards the man. She hugged him. She rubbed her palm against his face, feeling the prickly sensation of his stubble. He gently covers her with the blanket again, patting her on the head. "Darling, what are you thinking?" Yujizi pats the Major, pulling her back to reality. The Major picks up the frame, looking at the smiling woman in the photo, and a sour feeling rises in her heart. Is this jealousy? For the first time, the Major experiences this feeling. "Doctor, where have you gone?" The Major places the frame back on the table. Suddenly, a button-like thin, circular object falls out from behind the frame, landing on the ground with a thud. Yujizi bends down to pick it up, examining it in her palm. "Hey, this looks like a miniature camera device." The Major takes the miniature device, observes it carefully for a few seconds, then slowly extends several fine metal wires, as thin as hair, from one of her outstretched fingers, gently inserting them into the camera device's receiving slot. The Major's eyes begin to shine, and her head turns toward the wall without obstacles, seemingly preparing to play the footage stored in the camera device. The doctor appears in the center of the frame, his face unusually pale, his glasses missing, and he looks utterly disheveled. "I've been imprisoned by her for 32 days. No one knows she would bring me back here." Suddenly, there seems to be signs of the door behind him moving, and the doctor's face fills with fear as he hurriedly turns around. The door opens, and a girl walks in carrying something. She beams with a joyful smile, gazing affectionately at the doctor. Upon seeing the girl's face, both Yujizi and the Major are taken aback. The girl looks exactly like the Major. "Please let me go." The doctor tries to grab one of the girl's hands, but he grabs at nothing, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The smile on the girl's face vanishes in an instant, replaced by a cold expression. "Don't worry, we'll be together soon." And the screen goes black. After about half a minute, when the screen lights up again, a hand appears, shaking violently, seemingly trying to stuff the device into something. Then the image freezes, the screen turning gray-black, and the doctor's voice resonates once more. "Let go of me. Where are you taking me?" But no one answers him. The doctor's voice fades away from the device, and finally, a loud bang is heard, the sound of a door closing. Then everything returns to calm. Yujizi instinctively shifts her body slightly away from the Major. "Ah, I say, darling, do bioengineered humans have a thing called schizophrenia?" The Major seems to understand Yujizi's implication. "The person inside is not me," the Major replies calmly. Clearly, from the video recording, the doctor's imprisonment happened after I left Earth. The Major watches the video repeatedly. Yujizi wonders, "Could it be that your lab has bioengineered humans like you?" The Major shakes her head. "The doctor told me I am unique, the only bioengineered human to have self-awareness. Others need implanted commands, just like regular intelligent robots. Besides, I was in the lab the whole time. If there were others like me, I would know." Yujizi chuckles. "Darling, you're too obsessed. It's actually easy to explain. This bioengineered human must have been created after you left Earth." The Major tilts her head, thinking for a moment, and finally nods. "That's the only explanation that makes sense. But why would the doctor create someone just like me?" There is a faint hint of sourness in the Major's tone. "Maybe he missed you, unable to bear the loneliness." Yujizi says seriously. The Major rolls her eyes at her. "The doctor isn't as boring as you think. Something must have happened. The urgent task now is to find this bioengineered human." Looking at the video, it seems she kidnapped the doctor, and for some reason, the lab was shut down and abandoned. Then she returned to the lab. Yujizi rests her chin on her hand. She should have an instinctive affinity for the lab. Just like me. She has nowhere to go, so she can only come back here. In that case, the bioengineered human and the doctor must still be in this underground base, Yujizi says immediately. But we haven't found them. Could there be hidden rooms in this experimental base? The Major does not respond, lost in thought. Her mind begins to recall every detail she saw since entering the underground lab. Suddenly, she seems to think of something and reopens the video. The image shows the bioengineered human who looks like the Major entering the room with food. The Major pauses the video, and the image freezes as she approaches the doctor, a strange smile on her face. The image is zoomed in, then zoomed in again, showing a close-up of the woman's face. Do you notice anything different? The Major asks Yujizi. Yukisai looked at the girl's face and suddenly noticed something. There was a mole at the corner of her eye, while she had none. Yukisai picked up the photo frame on the table again. The woman in the photo also had a mole at the corner of her eye. Could she be her? Yukisai felt a bit confused. She looked much older than the woman in the video, at least 10 years older. The Major said, finding this biohuman will clarify everything. Are you so sure she is a biohuman? Just because she looks almost like me doesn't prove anything? I want to pry her mouth open and make her tell me where the doctor is. The Major's expression suddenly turned a bit gloomy. And Yukisai felt this was different from the usual gentle and calm Major. But the base has been searched, and there are no traces of anyone else. No, she is here. We overlooked her. After the Major finished speaking, she turned and walked toward the door. The Major opened the storeroom door again, and what came into view was still the room full of Majors. Yukisai made a gesture, indicating, is she here? The Major nodded and pointed to her own mouth corner. Yukisai understood immediately. Look for the Major with a mole at the corner of her mouth. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and just as the Major took a step forward, she sensed something was wrong. The position of the dolls seemed to have shifted. Ha! Now it's getting interesting. Yukisai rubbed her hands together. Major, you blocked the doorway. Let me go in and catch this little chick. The Major nodded and withdrew the step she had taken. Excitement spread across Yukisai's face, and her tail behind her was already swaying back and forth in the air. She began to check the dolls one by one. After a long search, she still didn't find a doll with a mole at the corner of its mouth. Yukisai started to feel a bit anxious. She looked up and noticed a doll standing in the corner at the back of the room, surrounded by many other dolls with different appearances, piled up in disarray. These dolls were entangled with each other, forming a small mountain. A smile crept onto Yukisai's lips. You thought you could hide from my search just by turning your back to me? She pretended not to approach this doll, rummaging around nearby while her eyes kept darting toward the corner. Suddenly, the doll in the corner seemed to move. Yukisai shouted and jumped forward, directly pinning the doll's shoulder down. What do you think you're running? Yukisai twisted the doll's shoulder and turned her around. To her disappointment, this Major also had no mole at the corner of her mouth. Furious, Yukisai pushed the doll to the ground. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure burst out from the mechanical mountain beside her, and dozens of dolls simultaneously crashed toward Yukisai. Yukisai was caught off guard by this sudden change. She desperately waved her tail, sweeping away the dolls, but at the same time, a wave of heat rushed toward her. Yukisai dodged, and a red laser beam grazed past her, but the skin on her shoulder was still sliced off, revealing pink blood. Yukisai steadied herself and saw a Major looking at her with a sinister expression, her face filled with regret. There was indeed a mole at the corner of her mouth. Seeing her attack miss, the Major immediately turned and ran toward the doorway. The laser beam in her hand shot toward the Major's eyes like a sharp sword. Yukisai roared in anger, and her body instantly vanished from her spot. The next moment, she had positioned herself in front of the Major, and with a flick of her tail, she knocked the laser beam out of the Major's hand. The Major hadn't reacted yet when, in a flash, her chest was completely pierced by Yukisai's tail. She was left hanging in midair. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I was careless. This is the feeling of being pierced to the core. It hurts. For a moment, a dozen expressions flashed across the Major's face, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness appearing in rapid succession. Suddenly, her head tilted, and her body hung limply on Yukisai's tail, motionless. Is this how it ends? Yukisai looked at the body hanging from her tail, feeling a bit unsatisfied. She gently flicked her tail, and the Major's body slid off, face down, onto the ground. Yukisai felt a bit regretful. I was too heavy-handed. It's completely wrecked now, and I can't ask about the doctor's whereabouts. The Major said, it's okay. I can connect with her brain and directly obtain the information in her artificial brain. The slender tip of the Major's finger split open again, and dozens of thin metal wires, as fine as hair, penetrated one side of the Major's ear. How is it? Did you get any information? The major shook her head, replying with disappointment. The information in her artificial brain has all been deleted. She is now just a shell. She deleted her own information? Yes. It's like a person without a soul. She has truly become a doll now. The major stood up, looking somewhat disappointed. Hee. From a nearby pile of dolls came a series of faint laughter, clearly mocking. Yukisai's tail stood up again, the tip pointing at the group of dolls. I knew you couldn't be so easily defeated. The real body should come out now. The real body? Do you value this body so much? An eerie scene unfolded. All the dolls in the room turned their faces toward Yukisai and the major, staring at them in unison. Both sides stood frozen for a moment. The major asked, "What exactly are you? Why do you cling to the dolls?" One of the dolls spoke up, "Cling? I am you are me. Or we are all her. What you, she, stop going in circles." Yukisai was most annoyed by such vague speech. Speak plainly. The doll ignored Yukisai and took a step forward. E802. You and I are substitutes used by the doctor to remember that woman. Which woman? The doctor's wife, Lu Shanshan. She suffers from congenital brain atrophy, a rare hereditary disease that presents no symptoms before onset and is untreatable afterward. After Lu Shanshan fell ill, she became a vegetative state within a year. The major asked, "How do you know this?" The doctor never talks about himself. The doll did not answer this question, but continued. The United Government is conducting a research project to develop biohumans with autonomous consciousness. The doctor knew he couldn't save Lu Shanshan's life, so he tried to implant all of his lover's brain information into the brain of a biohuman through research. What a hypocritical guy. Yukisai interjected. The doll continued. E802, you were his first successful biohuman. But I don't even realize that I am Lu Shanshan, nor do I have any memories of Lu Shanshan. But you retain Lu Shanshan's personality. A trace of jealousy flashed in the doll's eyes. Your personality is gentle and rational. That is Lu Shanshan's personality. Don't you understand? A person is defined not by how many memories they have, but by their character and thoughts. That is the true soul of a person. Soul. The major said, I have a soul. I have a soul. If having a soul is the criterion for judging what is human, then I am a person, not a biohuman. Yugis pointed at the doll and said, let's talk about you. Where did you come from? My code name is EA01. I carry all the memories of Lu Shanshan. The doctor wants to use me to replace his deceased lover. The major asked, since you carry all of Lu Shanshan's memories, why are you still imprisoning the doctor? Why harm him? Because I am not Lu Shanshan. All the dolls shouted in unison. I hate that I have Lu Shanshan's memories. I possess all her memories. But I have never done those things. The way he looks at me is clearly the way he looks at his wife, not at me. Even when he kisses me and touches me, he is only caressing another woman. Can you understand how I feel? I am just a thinking puppet, a tool for him to vent. Yugis whispered softly in the major's ear. Your doctor has quite a strange taste. He has never touched me. He has always been gentle with me. It's because you failed to transplant Lu Shanshan's memories. So in the doctor's eyes, you are the most familiar stranger. And you cannot get close. Yugi said, where's the doctor now? The major asked the most concerning question. He is right here. A doll that only had a head spoke up. We have searched every room and found no sign of the doctor. Where exactly did you lock him up? Another doll, missing an arm, picked up the head doll from the ground, holding the head with one hand, slowly walking towards the major and her. It seemed like it was preparing to take them to find the doctor. The two followed the one-armed doll to the experimental hall. The doll stopped. Is the doctor here? The major asked anxiously. The head in the one-armed doll's hands rolled its eyes, and a circular groove inside one side of the glass cover slowly rose a petri dish. At the same time, the major's eyes widened, and her hand unconsciously covered her mouth. The doctor appeared in the petri dish filled with liquid. He was completely naked, eyes tightly closed, his body curled up like a baby. What did you do to him? The major's voice began to tremble. The head doll showed a hint of anticipation. I emptied his brain. He is now like a baby, knowing nothing. I will make him someone who will only be good to me and devoted to me. The major said, emptying the brain? Did you kill him? The doll let out a series of piercing laughs. The biochemical person has transcended the ordinary meaning of death and achieved immortality. Yugis pouted. Wow, you are quite perverted. But he is indeed a match for this doctor. The major glared at her. You should wake up soon. The doll's eyes rolled again, and the base of the petri dish suddenly opened, causing the doctor to be washed out with the liquid, like a baby just leaving its mother's womb. The doctor trembled and then opened his eyes. His eyes were blank, full of confusion. The doctor shivered as he crawled up from the ground. He stared foolishly at the three people outside the glass cover along with the head. The one-armed doll and the Major walked to the front of the glass cover at the same time, each extending a finger to touch the glass cover. The doctor inside the glass cover imitated them, extending his hands to touch the Major and the doll. Suddenly, the doctor showed an expression of extreme pain, withdrew his hands, held his head, and began to scream loudly, like a wounded wild boar in the forest. Then he collapsed to the ground and started to vomit. The vomit was a mix of yellow and red, and Yugi's almost couldn't hold it back, feeling like she wanted to vomit too. Rejection reaction. The Major screamed. His artificial brain cannot coexist with other organs. If this continues, his body will collapse. The doll's face showed the same unexpected expression, as if she was muttering to herself. It seems the organs also need to be removed. The doll's eyes rolled again. The doctor suddenly stopped wailing. He got up from the ground and, through the glass, showed the Major and the others a strange smile. Goodbye, EA02. In the end, I will make the doctor be with me. But this requires continuous experimentation. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, the ground suddenly gave way, and he slid down through the hole that appeared. At the same moment, the doll beside the Major suddenly drooped its arms, and its eyes dimmed. From the doctor disappearing to the doll stopping, the entire process lasted only a few seconds, leaving the Major and Yugi's no time to react. By the time they broke the glass cover, the doctor had vanished without trace. The Major jumped into the hole without any hesitation. Yugi's, unable to stop her, had no choice but to follow. The hole was deep and slippery. The two slid along the walls for about 100 meters before encountering an underground river. The underground river had several branches, and the waterway also concealed the doctor's escape route. The Major and Yugi's stood by the river at a loss. Clearly, EA01 had abandoned its physical form and completely virtualized. Now, she was like a ghost, capable of directly invading any artificial brain. Yugi scratched her head, looking at the Major beside her. She killed the doctor. I'll 1T let her go. The Major stared at the underground river with a cold expression. Yugi's felt that the Major was becoming more and more like a human, with anger, rage, jealousy, sadness, and fear hidden within her artificial brain. These human traits were being unlocked one by one. The appearance of EA01 was an accident. She was like an accidental genetic mutation in artificial intelligence, transforming from the pursuit of becoming human to becoming a specter of the virtual network. She could hide in the torrent of information and transform into anything. Yugi's patted the Major's shoulder. Let's go. Although you couldn't save the doctor, at least you know his whereabouts. He once hoped to create a perfect replica of his wife. Although he failed, this replica has already merged with him, achieving a kind of immortality. In a sense, he has also gotten what he sought. The Major remained silent, staring blankly at the rushing river. Yugi's knew the turmoil in her heart, so she no longer disturbed her, retreating to the side and waiting quietly. Qiyu slowly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. When she looked up, she found herself resting in LinWei's arms. The two were leaning against the bar sofa, having slept through the night. Qiyu glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the morning. LinWei slept lightly, and as soon as Qiyu moved, he woke up, seeing LinWei with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Qiyu knew he must have had a restless night because of her. You guys are awake? Mei Jia poked her head out from the kitchen. After the guests left, the once lively bar felt like it had lost its magic. No longer intoxicating. Zhu Tian popped up from somewhere. Sister, what do you want for breakfast? I'll make it for you. Still a considerate little warm boy. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. Mei Jia said angrily, Why do you never make breakfast for me? Ungrateful little thing. Zhu Tian stuck out his tongue. So fierce, who would dare to want you? Mei Jia placed bread and eggs on the bar, inviting the 3 to eat. Qiyu, breakfast isn't very prepared. Please don't mind. Qiyu quickly shook her head. No, Miss Mei Jia. It's great that you can prepare food for us. Thank you. Mei Jia leaned against the counter and lit a cigarette. I didn't expect an S-class hero to be so down-to-earth. It's quite surprising. After saying this, she brushed her hair back. Qiyu felt that Mei Jia was both charming and cool, truly appealing to both genders. If Yujizi saw her like this, she would probably lose her mind. After finishing breakfast, Qiyu and LinWei got up to leave. Just before they stepped out, Mei Jia suddenly called out to Qiyu. She took a ring off her neck and handed it to Qiyu. Qiyu, if you see my boyfriend in the army, please give him this ring. I'll be waiting for him to come back safely. Qiyu said, in such a vast sea of people, how can I find your boyfriend? I'm afraid I won't be able to complete this task. Mei Jia smiled a somewhat forlorn smile. It's okay. If I can't meet him, just consider it a blessing from me to you. With you, this great hero, keeping the ring, I have a feeling he will definitely return safely. Qiyu nodded. What is your boyfriend's name? His name is Kachirik. Meijia took out a photo of a young man with brown hair. I only know he's in the special forces at the KA-1 contact point. LinWei was taken aback. What a coincidence, is it fate? Qiyu took a serious look at the photo, said goodbye to Meijia and Kikuta, and pulled LinWei out of the bar. Kikuta glanced at Meijia and suddenly remembered something, a look of regret crossing his face. Oh no, I forgot to ask Sister Qiyu for her autograph. Meijia ruffled his hair, but didn't say anything. Qiyu and LinWei walked back to the surface along the stairs. The downtown area of Wanxing City had become a bit more lively at 9 o'clock. However, most pedestrians were hurried, their expressions serious. Qiyu, we have one more day. Take me to see your hometown. It's not far from the KA-1 contact point. LinWei showed an eager expression. Qiyu nodded. The airspace above the main city of Wanxing was a no-fly zone. Qiyu and LinWei took the elevated intercity train out of the city and arrived at the outskirts of Wanxing City. As soon as they got off the train, Qiyu picked up LinWei and they instantly soared into the air. LinWei felt a rush of nostalgia and excitement at this first flying experience. Back then, Qiyu had just arrived on Earth, exuding an overpowering aura after defeating Jununu, treating LinWei like a little brother. As they got to know each other better, LinWei's gentleness, thoughtfulness, attention to detail, and great cooking skills made Qiyu, who had been neglected since childhood, taste the sweetness of happiness. With the arrival of Major and Yujizi, Qiyu lost her superpowers due to Yujizi's parasitism. LinWei stayed by her side, caring for her diligently and completely winning her over. During this time, Qiyu also grew. She realized her limitations after being so proud. A sign of maturity is knowing you aren't as formidable as you thought. Later on, as Qiyu fought alongside her friends, she regained some of her superpowers and fully realized the value of friendship. Now, Qiyu had returned to her own planet, shouldering the responsibility of saving Earth. This is a story of a superhero's growth. The wind blew through LinWei's hair, while Qiyu, with her hair in a bun, remained calm beside him. Are you worried about the battles ahead? LinWei asked softly in Qiyu's ear. Qiyu glanced at him and shook her head. LinWei, if you're not by my side, I can fight without any concerns. LinWei exclaimed. You're not letting me go with you to the KA-1 contact point? Qiyu nodded. LinWei, if you're with me, I'll have too many worries. Just wait for me at the place I used to live. After I defeat Jununu, I'll come back to find you. Then, I'll discuss with the Alliance about sending us back to your Earth. I like it there. It sounded wonderful. LinWei fell silent. He knew Qiyu was right. He couldn't help much and would only become a burden to her. But watching his loved one depart for a battlefield as harrowing as hell was something LinWei couldn't accept. Just as he hesitated on how to respond, Qiyu softly said, We've arrived. Qiyu tightened her arm around LinWei, and they began to dive down. In the past, this rapid descent, like a super bungee jump, would have made LinWei's heart nearly explode. Now, LinWei's large metal heart allowed him to endure several GS of gravitational acceleration without changing color. They landed on a hill. Qiyu pointed to a lush, idyllic little village not far away, her face showing a look of relief. At the foot of the mountain is the village where I've lived since I was little. LinWei shielded his eyes with his hand, noticing that the village's architecture was more avant-garde compared to what he was used to. Where do you live? LinWei took Qiyu's hand. Qiyu suddenly blushed. Then come with me. I'll take you home. Hand in hand, they slowly walked forward. Far from the city, the air in the mountains was exceptionally fresh. LinWei, hand in hand with his beloved, basked in the gentle breeze, momentarily casting aside all worries and concerns. Along the way, Qiyu didn't encounter anyone she knew, occasionally passing a middle-aged man operating a harvesting robot in the fields. They wandered through the streets until they finally stopped in front of a silver-gray house. Here we are, this is my home. Qiyu looked at the door access and pouted. Looks like my sister isn't home again. Qiyu pressed the button on the door access, and the door opened for both sides. She stepped inside directly, and LinWei initially felt a bit shy, glancing around before following her in. The lights in the room turned on. The furnishings were very simple, without any decorations or furniture. This is the living room, over there is my sister's room, and my room is upstairs. Qiyu blushed a little when she mentioned her room. Qiyu led LinWei upstairs. As LinWei stepped into Qiyu's bedroom, he found it even simpler than downstairs. The floor was similar to tatami, with a low bed frame set up in the corner. There was only a single-function imaging device and no music player. A set of workout equipment was piled in another corner. It was hard to imagine this was a young girl's room. It resembled a place of rigorous training. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting light on the opposite wall. On the wall was a photo of Qiyu with a woman. Both women in the photo were breathtakingly beautiful. This is my sister. Her name is Qiling. Qiyu pointed to the woman standing beside her in the photo, her expression serious. My sister is very good to me, but she's too fierce. I got scolded and beaten a lot when I was little. LinWei looked at the imposing Qiyu in the photo and couldn't help but feel intimidated. This sister looks a bit scary. What if she doesn't like me and decides to take me out? While he was lost in thought, Qiyu playfully slapped him. Silly. Why are you staring at my sister's photo? You wouldn't have a crush on her, would you? Qiyu bit her finger. But I'm not sure what type of man she likes, but it definitely isn't someone like you. If you keep staring at her like this, be careful she doesn't poke your eyes out. After saying this, Qiyu made a gesture of poking eyes. Qiyu had a low sense of humor as she spoke. She couldn't help but start laughing. It seemed she amused herself and burst into laughter. LinWei Chao rolled her eyes. Suddenly, Qiyu took a quick step and pushed LinWei down onto her bed. Their faces were very close, and their breaths brushed against each other. What do you want, hero? LinWei's face turned beet red. I just want you to lie down properly, and I'll just watch you like this. Qiyu rubbed her nose against LinWei's cheek. LinWei was ticklish and kept dodging, but with a strong push, they rolled over, and this time LinWei was on top. Qiyu's hair had come undone, cascading like a waterfall over the white bed. The sunlight shone on the wall and reflected onto Qiyu's face, giving her pretty face a natural filter. LinWei thought Qiyu was stunningly beautiful. He couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. Qiyu closed her eyes slightly, savoring the warmth of LinWei's kiss. The two once again forgot about time, lost in each other's affection, until Qiyu's stomach growled again. LinWei rolled off the bed and pulled Qiyu into his arms. Let's go buy something. I'll make you a big dinner tonight. Upon hearing about the big dinner, Qiyu's eyes lit up. The place where Qiyu lived was not quite a village. It was more like a satellite town surrounding a contact point or a large city. Although the town was small, its infrastructure was well developed. The buildings were mostly low, semicircular, or cubic structures. As Qiyu walked down the street, she didn't attract much attention, as she covered her head with a scarf to shield herself from the strong sunlight, leaving only her bright eyes visible. However, LinWei noticed that on this planet, people seemed more concerned about their own lives and existence. Gossip didn't seem to be as popular here as it was on Blue Star. Qiyu took LinWei to the largest market in the town. Compared to Blue Star, the consumer goods were not as abundant. They mostly consisted of essentials. Qiyu, do you have a stove at home? Qiyu shook her head. Sister has no requirements for food, only heating equipment. This didn't stump LinWei. He gave Qiyu a mysterious smile. All right, then I'll make you a barbecue tonight. Qiyu showed an expression of anticipation. When it came to cooking, Qiyu was very willing to enjoy the fruits of LinWei's labor. LinWei browsed around and selected 2 large pieces of beef, along with a good amount of pork belly and large sausages. Then he picked corn, tomatoes, and green peppers. The selection of seasonings was limited, so he bought salt, spices, and some chili powder. Finally, LinWei bought an iron grill and some wood. The two of them carried a large pile of items back home. After Qiyu entered, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly turned to go back outside. LinWei didn't ask much and quietly waited for her to return. Soon, Qiyu came back, holding 2 bags of beer. You're really a drunkard. They moved all the ingredients to the backyard outside, which reminded LinWei of his own home. LinWei took off his outer clothes and rolled up his sleeves. Chef Lin was back in action. He washed the beef and pork belly, then poured some beer over them to eliminate the fishy smell, followed by rubbing in salt, chili powder, and spices. Qiyu tried to help several times, but was persuaded by LinWei to stay back. Left with no choice, Qiyu watched from the side. LinWei asked Qiyu to find a smooth, large stone from the mountain to use as a cutting board. Finally having something to do, Qiyu excitedly flew into the air. Before long, Qiyu came back carrying 2 stones the size of truck tires, descending like a celestial being. She threw the stones onto the ground, causing LinWei to feel a slight tremor. Upon inspection, he found that one of the stones had a very smooth-cut surface and sharp edges, clearly freshly knocked down by Qiyu's bare hands. LinWei instinctively touched the back of his neck. This one will do. LinWei pointed to the stone freshly collected by Qiyu. Qiyu jumped in excitement, wrapping her arms around LinWei's neck, clearly pleased that her efforts were not in vain. LinWei rinsed the surface of the stone with clean water and then placed a large piece of beef on top. He first cut the meat into small chunks with a small knife, then skewered each piece with sharpened branches. The pork belly was also cut into long strips and skewered. LinWei set up the iron grill and built a fire. Once the flames died down, he placed the beef and pork skewers on the grill. Qiyu continued to do nothing, gazing at LinWei with admiration like a little fan. In her eyes, LinWei was a deity when it came to cooking. The sky gradually darkened, and the distant dark red sunset slowly merged into the endless darkness. The moon rose high in the sky, and the North Star began to twinkle. LinWei saw that the meat skewers were already about 70 to 80% cooked, so he gathered them together. The sausages, corn, and cut tomatoes were placed on the empty parts of the grill. These foods needed to be cooked over gentle heat. Otherwise, they would easily lose moisture. As the aroma of the meat began to waft out, Qiyu's eyes turned greedy and impatient. LinWei patted her head, signaling her to wait a little longer. Qiyu's fingers moved eagerly, clearly reaching her limit of patience. Finally, the skewers were done. LinWei sprinkled chili and spices on both sides. The spices sizzled and crackled when they hit the flames, and the enticing aroma reached its peak. LinWei took a skewer of beef off the grill and handed it to Qiyu. Just as he turned around, he almost nosebleed on the spot. He didn't know when, but Qiyu was now only wearing a tank top, her voluptuous figure on full display. She had her hair piled on top of her head in 2 large buns, and her neck was bare, revealing a delicate and beautiful curve. It seemed that Qiyu had also dressed lightly for a satisfying meal. Qiyu took the skewer and eagerly bit into it. Huh! The surface of the beef burned her little mouth. She let out a small whimper, but still wouldn't let go. With tears in her eyes, Qiyu tore off a large piece of meat, savoring it with delight. Before she had even swallowed one piece, she had already bitten into a second piece. With 2 sizable chunks of meat stuffed in her mouth, Qiyu's cheeks puffed out. She looked like a squirrel stuffed with pine cones. LinWei kindly handed Qiyu an open can of beer, and she looked at him gratefully. This was also one of the important reasons why LinWei had captured Qiyu's heart. LinWei was a warm-hearted guy. He was not only considerate, but also just the right amount of warm, making Qiyu feel comfortable and happy without being overly clingy. Qiyu tilted her head back and gulped down a large mouthful of beer. The spicy and chewy beef combined with the smoothness of the beer created a delightful harmony, sliding down Qiyu's throat and bringing her immense pleasure. Qiyu directly grabbed 3 skewers of beef, diving in her own time. LinWei picked up a skewer for himself and tore off a piece to put in his mouth. The meat was a bit overcooked, and it hadn't marinated long enough to absorb the flavor. LinWei wasn't very satisfied and muttered to himself. But Qiyu on the side was eating with gusto, devouring everything like a whirlwind, gradually revealing her commanding seated posture. LinWei ate 2 skewers of beef and 2 skewers of pork, then focused on grilling other things for Qiyu. That's how chefs are. They derive joy from bringing pleasure to others while not eating much of their own cooking. Time flew by quickly, and when LinWei looked at the clock again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The 2 of them had been eating for nearly 2 hours. Qiyu ate all the meat skewers and sausages, and drank 7 or 8 cans of beer. Her flat belly finally began to show some bulge. LinWei preferred vegetarian food. He was gnawing on the corn that Qiyu didn't like, silently watching the woman he loved. After tonight, Qiyu would leave. Qiyu finished her last can of beer and patted her belly contentedly. The sky was completely dark, filled with stars, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across. Qiyu was a bit drunk, her cheeks flushed, looking at LinWei with a half-smile. Qiyu, do you remember how we first met? Qiyu burped loudly, slightly ruining the atmosphere. However, LinWei didn't mind. He loved this real, unpretentious side of Qiyu. Qiyu swayed over to LinWei and plopped down beside him. She leaned on his shoulder, squinting her eyes. I don't remember anything. I just remember when I woke up, I was lying naked on your bed, and you were looking at me with that lecherous gaze. Yes, just like that look right now. After speaking, Qiyu playfully scratched LinWei's nose with her fingertip. LinWei panicked. I have told you many times, you fell from the sky without any clothes on. Qiyu chuckled. You're such a fool. But I like you being this foolish. After saying that, Qiyu wrapped her arms around LinWei's neck and whispered softly in his ear. So tonight, do you want to? LinWei's heart was racing, almost unbearable. His heartbeat nearing 150. What do you want? LinWei swallowed hard. Qiyu snorted. You have the desire of a thief, but no courage. You're really boring. Seeing Qiyu getting a bit angry, LinWei quickly stood up, looking serious. I want. Qiyu pushed him playfully. You want? But I don't want to give it to you. After saying that, Qiyu swayed past LinWei, ignoring him, and walked straight into the house. However, before entering, Qiyu glanced back at LinWei intentionally or unintentionally. Her eyes held shyness, expectation, and a hint of nervousness. LinWei finally had an epiphany. He downed a can of beer, extinguished the fire, and gathered his courage to follow her inside. LinWei had a dream. In a daze, fiery and bright. It seemed he was soaring in the clouds, his body as light as a feather. Then it felt like he was engulfed in flames, heavy enough to fall into the abyss. When LinWei opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. The air flowed by his ears. Struggling to get up, he realized he was completely naked. Every part of his body ached, as if his bones and flesh had been crushed and then kneaded back together. The space beside him was empty. His heart felt empty too. Qiyu was not by his side. He knew she had already left. This might be the best way to say goodbye, at least for now. Last night, the two of them were entwined endlessly, both tender and soul-stirring. Thinking about these, LinWei felt his blood boil again. Qiyu, I will wait here for you to come back. Qiyu fumbled to put on her clothes, stood up, and saw a note on the wall opposite. LinWei gently took it down. It was in Qiyu's handwriting. LinWei, don't go anywhere. Just wait here for me to come back. Missing you, Qiyu. By the way, make sure to exercise more when you have time. You're a bit weak. After reading, LinWei's face darkened. What do you mean weak? Can a man's matters be written down like this? Qiyu flew in midair, destination, Ka1 contact point. Just thinking about last night's first night with LinWei made Qiyu feel hot, causing her to lose stability in flight several times, almost falling from the sky. Qiyu was afraid that this battle would lead to some unexpected incident. She was a girl who was good at expressing herself or particularly clingy. To leave the best memories for each other, Qiyu decided to give her first time to this man she loved. Qiyu shook her head vigorously, trying to focus her mind, casting aside all distractions to concentrate on this battle. Her small town wasn't too far from Ka1, and under her rapid flight, she reached the outskirts of the Ka1 contact point in 2 hours. Having entered the no-fly zone, Qiyu had to land on the ground. The entire Ka1 contact point centered around the city, with a defense formation already activated. Ka1 was the largest defense contact point around Wanzing City, with a huge white semicircular fortress standing in the city center. RSD provided the assassination team with civilian legal identities, so Qiyu successfully entered Ka1. To avoid exposing her identity, Qiyu changed her hairstyle to a ponytail and wore sunglasses. She activated her communication wristband, and a virtual 3D map projected in front of her. A red dot appeared on the map, indicating the secret rendezvous point where Qiyu would meet with other heroes. There were quite a few armed soldiers patrolling and inspecting the streets. To avoid trouble, Qiyu started using teleportation to quickly approach the meeting point. This should be it. In a hidden alleyway, Qiyu revealed herself. The 3D map indicated that Qiyu had arrived at her destination. In front of her stood a rather old house. An old-fashioned iron gate blocked the entrance. Qiyu pushed it, and the gate was not locked. With a dull sound, the iron gate opened. Without hesitation, Qiyu stepped inside. As soon as she entered, the iron gate closed behind her automatically. The room was dimly lit as Qiyu slowly walked in. She realized that this seemed to be an abandoned residence. Qiyu's communication wristband lit up with a blue glow. RSD's face appeared in the blue light. Qiyu, I'm very glad you appeared at the rendezvous point, as agreed. Qiyu asked, Elder, where are the others? Don't worry, everyone has different rendezvous points. You will eventually gather together. RSD's smile faded, revealing a serious expression. Qiyu, you are a precious asset to the Earth Alliance. Please cooperate with Phantom. He has extensive battle experience. If you can work seamlessly together, the success rate of eliminating Jununu will greatly increase. Qiyu nodded. Although she didn't have much fondness for Phantom, she didn't feel any rejection either. RSD nodded in satisfaction. The transmission image on Qiyu's wristband disappeared. Suddenly, the walls in front of her split apart, revealing a downward passage. Why is it so mysterious, even on our own territory? Qiyu complained as she stepped into the dark passage. Little did she know, the alliance was also rife with factions, each with their own agendas. RSD arranged this assassination operation secretly, without informing the elders of the peace faction within the alliance. Qiyu opened her wristband, and a beam of light illuminated the path ahead. The passage sloped down at a 45-degree angle. Qiyu took to the air, flying down along the cave wall. After flying for about 5 minutes, Qiyu vaguely saw a light ahead. Slowing down, she found herself in a huge circular underground plaza. The dome was high, about 30 meters. Surrounding the plaza, lights were embedded every few meters. Qiyu flew around the plaza and discovered there were 20 other downward passages similar to the one she arrived through. It seemed this was the secret gathering point. I'm actually the first one here. Qiyu felt a bit speechless. Am I too eager? Seeing no one around, Qiyu lowered her guard. She stretched lazily, took off her backpack from her back, and pulled out a package of meat from inside. It was the beef jerky that LinWei had grilled for her last night. Qiyu's mouth watered, and she had asked LinWei to grill a bit more, so she could take on the road. Qiyu had reached an obsessive level when it came to food. She sat on the steps, picked a piece of beef from the paper bag, and threw it directly into her mouth. LinWei had sprinkled a lot of spices and chili on the meat. Qiyu didn't pay attention and started chewing vigorously. The overwhelming spicy sensation quickly spreading in her mouth, the heat rushing down her esophagus and trachea. Qiyu was caught off guard and was immediately choked by the spice. However, she was reluctant to spit out the beef in her mouth, so she opened her mouth wide, gasping for cool air. Qiyu coughed continuously, tears streaming down her face, with a ring of chili powder and saliva mixed around her mouth. She was in a terribly awkward state. After a great effort, Qiyu finally stopped coughing, and with tears in her eyes, she managed to swallow the piece of beef. She secretly exclaimed, "So delicious," and then stuffed a second piece of beef into her mouth. This time, she had learned from her experience and didn't choke again. Just as she was enjoying her meal, Qiyu faintly heard a soft, mocking sound coming from the entrance of a nearby passage. The sound was very faint, but Qiyu caught it. She slowly put down the beef, and her body suddenly vanished from the spot. The next moment, Qiyu appeared at the entrance of the passage, and the light on her communication wristband turned on. There was no one inside the door. Qiyu frowned slightly and quickly turned around. There was not a single shadow behind her. Qiyu scratched her head, feeling incredulous. She had clearly heard a voice. This beef jerky seemed pretty good. When Qiyu turned around, she found that a petite girl was sitting where she had just been. She hadn't noticed at all. The girl was holding a knife on her shoulder, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, with long hair cascading down and a delicate figure. She squinted her phoenix eyes, sniffed the beef jerky in her hand, and then took a small bite. Not bad. She savored it, looking quite delighted. "Who are you? Don't steal my beef. I don't have enough to eat," Qiyu said somewhat angrily, instantly teleporting to the girl's side. Then, she swiftly reached out to snatch the beef jerky from the girl's hand. Without seeing any sign of the girl exerting force, her body suddenly soared into the air, dodging Qiyu's attack. Greedy, the girl landed lightly a short distance away and defiantly stuffed the entire piece of beef into her mouth. So spicy. The girl seemed to have underestimated the power of the chili, coughing violently and spitting out the beef. Seeing her waste the food Qiyu treasured, anger surged up in Qiyu. She said nothing and directly stepped forward for a sharp side kick. The girl blocked with her knife, and Qiyu's kick landed on the blade. "Qiyu, you have great strength." The girl held the unsheathed long knife and staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing her body. When Qiyu saw that she knew her name, she stopped her attack. "Who are you?" The long-haired girl tossed her hair and said in a delicate voice, "I am the Blade Ninja, Qin. Qiyu, since we have nothing to do, how about we spar a little? Please give me your guidance." Without waiting for Qiyu's response, she bowed slightly and then performed a backflip. Her figure instantly blurred and vanished before Qiyu's eyes. Qiyu stood still, focusing her senses to perceive Qin's location. Suddenly, she noticed a faint air fluctuation on her left side behind her. Qiyu smiled slightly, and her body disappeared from the spot. Just as her figure dissipated, Qin appeared where Qiyu had just stood. The long knife in her hand was already unsheathed. "Huh?" Qin let out a soft exclamation, her expression slightly changing. Qiyu suddenly appeared behind her and struck at Qin's neck with her hand like a blade. "Ah!" Qin screamed and fell to the ground. Qiyu was also taken aback. No way, she can't be this weak. She reached out to help Qin, but as soon as she touched her body, Qin's form vanished like a bubble with a pop. Suddenly, a pair of jade hands wrapped around Qiyu's chest from behind. So big, so soft. Qiyu heard Qin say something she was all too familiar with from behind. "This girl can't possibly be in league with you, Jai-sai, can she?" Qin's hands intentionally brushed against Qiyu's chest, making her feel both ticklish and embarrassed. Qiyu knew she was joking and didn't want to act too aggressively, so she shouted, "Let go of me quickly." Qin, smaller in stature than Qiyu, pressed her face against Qiyu's back and gently rubbed. "Sister Qiyu, you smell so good." Then she inhaled deeply. "Oh, you're no longer a maiden." Qiyu's face flushed bright red. "That's none of your business." Seeing that Qin wouldn't let go, Qiyu had no choice but to use teleportation to break free from Qin's embrace. Qin sheathed her knife, resting it on her shoulder, and looked at the blushing Qiyu. "You really don't look like a superhero. The League's promotion of you made me full of expectations, but it seems you're nothing special. You look more like a shy neighbor girl." Qiyu replied, "I never intended to be any superhero. You all pushed me onto that pedestal." Just as Qin was about to speak again, 2 shadows appeared at the exit of the passage not far from them. The 2 looked closely and saw that the newcomers were Phantom and Baseball Boy. "Oh, Qiyu, Qin, you guys got here first. We fell behind," Baseball Boy said cheerfully as soon as he saw the 2. Qiyu nodded in acknowledgement, while Qin showed a face of disdain. "Sigh. Why doesn't he the Elder find someone more handsome for the mission?" Phantom stood at a distance, looking indifferent, showing no intention of greeting either of them. Qin seemed hesitant to tease Phantom, stealing a glance at him. Her cheeks puffed, but she didn't dare say anything. Baseball Boy sensed the awkward atmosphere and laughed heartily. For members have already gathered. We just need the mysterious girl. This sister is notoriously late. Just as the last word left Baseball Boy's mouth, a sudden whoosh was heard above his head, and his baseball cap flew off with a loud thud. It got pinned to the wall. The object that pinned the cap was a very thin needle-like object. Baseball Boy's face turned pale. Qin burst into laughter, realizing that Baseball Boy's bald spot was now exposed. Talking bad about others behind their backs will bring retribution. The mysterious girl appeared at the far end of the passage, dressed in a dark green high-slit cheongsam, half of her body shrouded in darkness, making her facial expression hard to discern. Baseball Boy waved at the hat on the wall, and the thin needle fell to the ground. Then the cap returned to his hand. He patted it off and put it back on his head. Your hidden weapon was able to penetrate my mental barrier without any obstruction, not even a little deflection. That's incredible. Even Phantom can't do that. Have you surpassed? Phantom coldly replied, your mental power is strong, but real combat and fighting are not your strengths. The mysterious girl's hidden weapon struck you before your mental barrier formed. Not because she has the ability to penetrate your mental barrier directly. I suggest you keep your mental barrier activated during the upcoming battles. Otherwise, you could very well become the first fallen member of the group. Baseball Boy broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that. As expected of Phantom, he saw through at a glance. The mysterious girl swayed her hips and walked gracefully out from the shadows. Unlike the last time she was seen, the mysterious woman had her hair styled in a bun, making her appear even more alluring and tidy. Qin seemed to be seeing the real mysterious woman for the first time, staring with curiosity at the stunning beauty in front of her. The mysterious woman walked over to Qiyu and nodded at her. For some reason, the mysterious woman had always been very polite to Qiyu. Sigh, is there really no one else in the Alliance to send? Why let a little girl go to her death? Didn't anyone tell her that this mission could be life-threatening? The mysterious woman glanced at Qin beside Qiyu and said slowly. Qin didn't seem to make any moves. The knife in her hand was already unsheathed, the gleaming blade ghostly pressed against the mysterious woman's nose. Mysterious woman, don't rely on your age. I respect you because you are a senior, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. The mysterious woman gently pushed aside the long knife pressed against her nose. Sigh. Young people are like this, impulsive and irritable, disregarding everything at the slightest provocation. Mysterious woman. Although Qin is young, she is one of the best among the younger generation. What we need now is unity and cooperation, not suspicion and mockery. Phantom separated the two. The mysterious woman snorted, just don't hold everyone back. Qin stuck out her tongue at her. Phantom opened his communication wristband, and Aristide's virtual image appeared again. Everyone, according to the latest news I received, Qiyu will lead a team to attack the Ka-1 contact point building tomorrow at noon. The mysterious woman asked, Elder, I'm curious. Where did you get this information? Is it really reliable? Aristide replied, you don't need to doubt it. There are factions within the starship that sell information about Qiyu to us, which benefits both sides. Qin rested the knife on her shoulder. Elder, but what if this is false information? What if the other side has diverted all our elites away from Wanzing City, and their ultimate goal is Wanzing City? Aristide paused for a few seconds and then said, I have also made preparations. The Wanzing City headquarters has activated its defense array, and I have dispatched the remaining 3 S-class heroes and 5 A-class heroes to defend it. If anything goes wrong, you can quickly return to Wanzing City, as it's not far from here. In any case, I don't want to miss the opportunity to kill Qiyu. Qiyu asked Elder, is there anything special about the Ka-1 contact point? Why is Qiyu coming in person? Aristide responded. The Ka-1 contact point is the central hub of our Alliance's defense array. If it is destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. We also have moles within our alliance who have leaked this critical information to the enemy. In wars between nations, there has never been a shortage of traitors, and even aliens are no exception. Phantom said, Elder, what should we do next? Aristide said, this underground square leads directly to the underground circular fortifications of the Ka-1 contact building. You will wait for Jinnu's arrival after reaching the underground of the contact building. Qiyu will act as bait to lure Qiyu into the ambush, and the baseball guy will activate the mental barrier to cut off Jinnu's escape route. The rest of you will wait for the opportunity to kill him. This operation will be led by Phantom, who will make adjustments based on the actual situation. The mysterious woman said, Elder, Qiyu can't possibly come alone. What other assassins will accompany Qiyu? Aristide replied, according to the information provided by the other side, there will be 3 others. However, The other side did not provide reliable intelligence on the specific personnel. 5 against 4. Qiyu said, "We still have the advantage in numbers. Once I activate the mental barrier, I want to be able to participate in the battle. It's my ultimate move and consumes a lot of mental energy. In fact, it's 4 against 4. The baseball guy waved his hand, correcting Qiyu's statement. Phantom said, "Once Qiyu enters the barrier, Qiyu and I will work together against him. The other 3 will be handled by the mysterious woman and Qiyu. Both of you are top-notch experts in assassination and close combat. The Elder's choice of you is indeed the most correct." The mysterious woman and Qiyu exchanged glances and turned their heads away. There are still 4 A-class heroes at the KA-1 contact point. If the enemy has reinforcements, they should be able to hold off for a while, Aristide added. Elder, what about the military's strength? The mysterious woman asked. We will deploy some heavy weapons. If needed, they will be brought into battle, but they will only participate in combat against the conventional weapons of the starship. When it comes to you godly beings fighting, they won't be of any help, Aristide said with a wry smile. I wish you all success in this operation. Seeing that no one had further questions, Aristide's virtual image disappeared into the air. Let us go. Phantom pointed to one of the passage entrances in the square. According to the map, that route led directly to the underground space of the contact point building. The passage corridor was not spacious, and the 5 could only walk forward one by one. What does Qiyu really want? Earth's resources or to enslave Earthlings? Qiyu broke the silence, feeling a bit bored. He fancies himself a martial artist, wanting to conquer us with pure force, the baseball guy replied. What a strange guy. Qiyu looked through the starship's porthole at Earth, tens of thousands of kilometers away. Upon learning that Qiyu had returned to Earth, he was very surprised, but also filled with anticipation. Qiyu was the first Earthling to injure him, which was a great humiliation for Qiyu. He wanted to avenge this disgrace, but was also afraid of losing to her again. If that happened, his leadership position on the starship would be at risk. So when he learned that Qiyu had been struck into a wormhole by a meteor, he didn't go personally to find her on another Earth, but instead offered a hefty bounty for someone else to kill her. Now that Qiyu had returned to Earth unscathed, it was evident that those assassins had failed. This once again confirmed Qiyu's inner thoughts. Qiyu's strength was indeed formidable. The Elder Council 5 days ago had also infuriated Qiyu. During the meeting, nearly half of the elders directly questioned Qiyu's strength and his strategic plan for Earth. The opponents unanimously believed that Qiyu had no intention of conquering Earth, but was merely satisfying his own aggressive desires. His selfish actions had already led to the deaths of dozens of starship members. To quell the doubts, Qiyu decided to attack the KA-1 contact point after discussing it with his confidants. He would use his terrifying strength to make the Earthlings submit and silence those old geezers in the Elder Council. Lord Qiyu, it's time. Let us set off. 3 people appeared behind Qiyu, a pair of very similar-looking men and women, and a man who was completely emaciated and gaunt. Let us go. Jinu's deep, resonant voice commanded. Qiyu sat cross-legged, eyes closed, quietly waiting. The other 4 around her were like 4 statues, motionless. As top heroes, a meditative stillness would gradually help them discard distractions and adjust their state to the best. They had been sitting for a whole day and night. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the underground space. Qiyu opened her eyes, looking embarrassed. She was hungry. The others also opened their eyes. Their expressions varied. Just as Qiyu was about to speak, she suddenly felt a rather intense shaking in the underground world. The enemy's attack is coming. Let us prepare, Phantom said. He turned to Qiyu and said, you need to lure Qiyu into this underground space. The baseball guy and I have already set up the illusion space and mental barrier. Once he enters the circle, we'll activate it. Here is a detailed map of the underground world that will tell you where to lure him. Qiyu nodded and stood up. A massive explosion occurred outside the hemispherical communication building of KA-1. The dust rays obscured the sky, and everything within a radius of 3 kilometers around the building was flattened. Fortunately, there were no residential houses near the communication point, only military facilities. A-class hero Kuda was staring at the electronic screen. As one of the top 3 A-class heroes, he was just a step away from S-class. Kuda, the starship's particle cannon, is directly attacking the communication point's defense shield, said a woman in bright red. Her name was Margot, also an A-class hero. The defense shield has developed a breach. The estimated repair time is 1 hour, a technician reported. Kuda was startled. Calculate the time for the next particle cannon attack. The enemy's particle cannon is expected to activate in 40 minutes, came the reply. Strange. The enemy, suddenly, turned off the particle cannon, the technician added, feeling a bit awkward. Kuda clenched his fists. What kind of trick are they playing? He had heard that the starship's true weaponry was incredibly powerful, but they seldom used it. Report. Enemy personnel have been detected breaching the defense shield. A staff member shouted. On the virtual screen, amidst the swirling dust, 4 figures appeared in midair. In the front were a man and a woman. Slightly behind them was a very thin man, and the last figure was blurry and unrecognizable. Margot asked, when will the reinforcements from Wanzing City arrive? Wanzing City had also been hit by the particle cannon, and the headquarters replied that they could not send heroes for reinforcements at the moment. Kuta sighed. It seems we have to hold them off ourselves for a while. Margot, let Master Xie and Storm join the battle. For enemies, and we have 4 heroes. Margot nodded and activated her communication wristband. Just then, a signal came through the virtual screen, showing a video. It was sent by the enemy. Open it. The screen displayed a man and a woman with strikingly similar features. Clearly a pair of fraternal twins. The woman spoke first, tall and cold with blue hair. Earthlings, you have 2 options before you. 1. Deactivate the defense center and surrender. 2. We will destroy the defense center ourselves, and all KA-1 personnel will die, one by one, at my hands, the blue-haired woman added. Julius slowly descended to the ground, with her twin brother, Judget, behind her. The hemispherical building of the KA-1 communication point was larger than she had expected. It seemed this was indeed one of the important fortresses of the Earthlings. A gaunt man appeared behind them. Master Yoda, you don't show up easily, said the man beside Julius. If it weren't for Lord Jinunu's summons, I would not partake in this battle. However, so far, I have not sensed any strong combat power nearby. Has Lord Jinunu perhaps made too much of a fuss? Yoda replied. The Julius siblings exchanged glances, a glimmer of light in their eyes, but did not respond. Suddenly, the ground in front of them shook, and a cylindrical object emerged from the surface. 4 individuals walked out. They were the 4 A-class heroes from the KA-1 communication point. What have you decided? Fight or surrender? Julius asked directly. Kuta replied, we have no reason to surrender. Fighting is our only way out. Julius sneered. Just you 4 A-class heroes? Kuta's face showed determination. Weakness will not lead to the extinction of a race. Arrogance and ignorance will. A sinister smile appeared on Julius's cold face. Kuta noticed her merely raise her hand, and suddenly a massive energy sphere formed in her palm, shooting toward his position with a devastating aura. Kuta seemed prepared. His hands had already plunged into the ground. Instantly, a huge green barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! The energy sphere struck the surface of the barrier, and the shockwave from the explosion spread in all directions, drowning Kuta's figure in a cloud of dust. The Julius siblings stood calmly with their hands behind their backs, looking like composed old cadres. As the dust began to settle, a large circular pit appeared where Kuta had been. Kuta crouched on the ground, looking very disheveled, but the green barrier protected him like a glass dome. Julius was somewhat surprised that an A-class hero could withstand her attack. The other 3 A-class heroes quickly came to Kuta's side, taking up their respective offensive and defensive stances. Margot ignited in red flames. The ground beneath her began to burn, and the scorching radius rapidly expanded. Master Xie took several black-tipped arrows from his quiver, their tips shimmering with colorful light. The muscular man, known as Storm, raised his hands, and within a kilometer radius, a fierce wind began to swirl, with multiple tornadoes appearing, all rushing towards Julius and her companions. Julius and her companions remained unresponsive to the unfolding events. Arrogant, let them taste my power, Master Xie declared as he thrust the 3 arrows into the flames created by Margot, their tips instantly catching fire. Strangely, the flames changed to black, glowing with an eerie green light. Master Xie knocked the 3 arrows on his bow, drew it back fully, and aimed at Julius and her team. Julius gestured with her finger, indicating for him to try. With a loud shout, Master Xie released the 3 arrows, which shot forth like black lightning towards the 3 of them. At the same time, several tornadoes appeared above them, mixed with red flames, crashing down upon the trio. Among the 4, Kuta focused on defense while the other 3 concentrated on offense, their coordination seemingly seamless. After dozens of explosions, the air was thick with the scent of burning. A gust of wind blew through, gradually revealing the figures of Julius and her companions. The Julius siblings remained standing in place, each holding an arrow, seemingly unchanged in position. However, Yoda had vanished without a trace. The 4 were not surprised by the Julius siblings standing still. They had realized from the first encounter that Julius's strength far surpassed theirs, reaching S-class levels. They had never thought they could defeat the 3, only hoping to delay until the defense array could be restored. However, Yoda's disappearance took them by surprise. Where had he gone? Could he have been eliminated by them? Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Juliuses shouldn't be weak. Just as the four were looking around in confusion, a black flame-tipped arrow suddenly appeared from the void behind Master Xie. Qiyu reacted quickly, waving his hand to create a large green barrier behind Master Xie. As soon as the barrier formed, the arrow shot towards Master Xie's back. Margot's flames and Storm's tornadoes surged toward the arrow simultaneously. With a sound like a ghostly wail, the arrow broke free from the flames and tornadoes, piercing through the green barrier and striking Master Xie's right shoulder. Master Xie let out a scream as the black flames exploded on his shoulder. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying everywhere like fireworks. Master Xie collapsed to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Yoda emerged from the void, his face almost devoid of flesh, as if only a layer of skin were stretched over his skeletal frame. He stared coldly at the remaining three, a murderous expression on his face. Hurry up and surrender. I don't want to kill more people. Qiyu let out a strange cry, stomping his feet hard on the ground. His 10 toes suddenly enlarged and elongated, burrowing into the earth like tree roots. His body quickly expanded, and the skin on his face became rough and terrifying, cracking like tree bark. One of his hands plunged into the ground again, causing the earth near Master Xie to crack slightly, with several branch-like tendrils gently wrapping around Master Xie's severed shoulder, seemingly to stop the bleeding. In just a few seconds, Master Xie's shoulder was completely bandaged by the vines, and the bleeding had stopped entirely. The pain on Master Xie's face also diminished significantly, and he began to fall into a drowsy state. You don't look like much. Not only is your defense impressive, but you also have healing and regeneration abilities. Yoda showed a hint of appreciation on his face. I'm also quite good at fighting. Qiyu raised both hands, and his arms along with his 10 fingers transformed into hundreds of vine-like branches, surging towards Yoda like a tidal wave. Yoda did not dodge or evade, allowing the vines to wrap around him completely. The vines multiplied until they enveloped him entirely, turning him into a large wooden ball. Qiyu finally stopped his attack and spat on the sand. This guy is too full of himself, not even bothering to dodge. Wrapped up like this. He won't die, but will definitely shed some skin. Before he finished speaking, the huge wooden ball in front of him began to spin rapidly and charge toward Qiyu's body. Qiyu's hands transformed into countless vines again, trying to rewrap the wooden ball. As soon as his hands touched the wooden ball, an irresistible suction force pinned his body firmly against it. Qiyu was shocked and struggled desperately, but the immense suction only intensified. He couldn't move at all. At the same time, the vines on the wooden ball began to rise, rebounding onto Qiyu's body and wrapping him tightly within, forming a new wooden ball. After a spin, only Qiyu's head was left exposed outside the new wooden ball. Not far away, Mard and Storm hurried over to help, getting entangled with the dozens of branches extending from the original wooden ball. With a loud bang, the original wooden ball suddenly exploded without warning. Yoda flashed out from within, his body suspended in midair. Mard and Storm were caught in the explosion, and the shockwave sent them flying several meters before they managed to steady themselves. Yoda extended a hand, using his palm like a blade, aiming at the top of Qiyu's head. Your superpower is quite special. It's a pity to kill you. Before Yoda could finish, his palm blade chopped down directly. He spoke of pity, yet his hand showed no hesitation. What a hypocritical guy. Just as Yoda's palm blade was only 0.01 centimeters from Qiyu's head, a powerful fist struck Yoda's chest. Yoda had to abruptly stop his palm blade, redirecting his downward attack into a horizontal push. A massive sound resembling metal colliding echoed as a white fist appeared next to Yoda's bony wrist. A woman, wearing a duckbill cap and wrapped tightly, stood in front of Qiyu. Yoda immediately felt the immense pressure from the woman. Her superpower was incredibly strong. Instinctively, Yoda took a few steps back. Who are you? The woman looked up and said, I am your great aunt. Before Yoda could react, the woman's knee came up. Despite being extremely thin, every part of Yoda's body had been refined into a deadly weapon. He grunted, and a skeletal left hand grabbed the woman's knee. Try my finger strength. A fierce expression appeared on Yoda's face. He exerted force with his fingers, aiming to crush her knee. Yoda felt the woman's knee turn into a puddle of soft mud, with no bone inside. Looking down, he realized the muscles around her knee had rapidly expanded, and his entire hand was completely trapped inside. He instinctively tried to pull out, but found his hand immobile. The woman's muscles generated a tremendous swirling and sucking force. Yoda, alarmed but composed, kicked his right leg toward the woman's face. His sidekick was so fast that bystanders couldn't perceive the movement of his leg. The woman's figure flickered and disappeared from her original spot, causing Yoda to kick into thin air, but his trapped left hand was freed. The woman appeared several dozen meters away in midair. She sensed that this man, as thin as a bamboo pole, was powerful and not someone she could easily handle. However, her goal was not this thin bamboo pole, but the yet-to-appear fourth person. Her first task today was to act as bait. This woman was Qiyu. She looked further away at the Qiyu siblings, who stood still, seemingly unconcerned and unwilling to help Yoda. As Qiyu hesitated on what to do next, a terrifying shockwave approached. Qiyu quickly raised her hands to block, and, simultaneously, the energy wave in her palms was instinctively triggered. The two forces collided, producing destructive power akin to a landslide or tsunami. Surrounding buildings, Kuda, the Qiyu siblings, and Yoda were all affected. When the explosion's force dissipated, a massive pit formed around Qiyu as the center. Qiyu remained standing in the pit, not knocked down, but she appeared out of breath, her hat long gone, revealing a somewhat cute bun hairstyle. Her outer clothing and pants were torn to varying degrees, and she bore several injuries, looking somewhat disheveled. Not far from Qiyu, a man with light green skin and flaxen hair was watching her intently. He had a cold expression, his muscles bulging like a god descending, imposing and majestic. Qiyu, what a coincidence, we meet here. The man was Jinunu. Qiyu's heart sank. Jinunu's powerful aura was even stronger than when she had seen him months ago. What's wrong? Jinunu, looking down from above, slowly spoke. Your aura has weakened a bit. Did you get hurt while crossing the wormhole? Qiyu replied, even if I'm injured, I can still defeat you. Before she finished speaking, Qiyu disappeared from her spot. Hee, are you still playing with teleportation? Jinunu stood still, not moving. He crossed his arms, ready to welcome Qiyu's attack. Suddenly, Jinunu's expression changed. Qiyu reappeared, but not near him. She was already far away. Qiyu turned back and made a face at him. You bastard. She tricked me again. This time she was actually trying to escape. Earthlings are truly cunning. Jinunu was furious, his body swaying as he quickly chased after her. Meanwhile, Yoda inwardly thought, isn't it your own arrogance? Though he thought that he had to keep up. The Qiyu siblings exchanged glances, their faces showing caution. However, Jinunu held a prestigious position among their clan, so they couldn't afford to have any mishaps. The two shared a tacit understanding. Although they suspected something was off, they had to follow. Jinunu's pursuit speed was like lightning, and Qiyu seemed to be at a disadvantage, quickly getting caught up by him. Seeing that he had reached Qiyu's back, Jinunu swung a punchesalien. Qiyu turned around, seemingly attempting to brace herself with both hands against Jinunu's punch. The punch carried immense energy shockwaves, striking Qiyu and sending her directly into the ground. The ground couldn't support itself and collapsed, causing Jinunu and Qiyu to suddenly disappear into the ground. The Qiyu siblings and Yoda couldn't help but feel alarmed and hurriedly followed. The three of them flew into the collapsing hole, where they found only ruins and debris, with no sign of Jinunu and Qiyu. Jinunu was too impatient and reckless. Yoda spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was too dangerous for him to venture so deep into enemy territory. Qiyu sighed, Master Yoda. The three of us were asked by Elder Biding of our clan to watch over this martial arts-obsessed younger brother, and we can only do our best. Although we are deep behind enemy lines, with the strength of the four of us, there should be no problem getting out safely. Yoda asked, then why did Jinunu personally attack Ka1? Is there something special about this place? Because this used to be a stronghold of the ancient martial arts clan on Earth. Qiyu replied. What is the ancient martial arts clan? Yoda asked. The ancient martial arts clan is the source of these superpowered individuals on Earth. However, it is said that their direct descendants have nearly gone extinct. What does that have to do with Jinunu? Yoda was confused. The ancient martial arts clan is not indigenous to Earth. They are also extraterrestrial visitors, seemingly related to their home planet, Qiyu explained. The ancient martial arts clan of Earth and Jinunu's race from the home planet belong to the same origin. But for some unknown reason, the ancient martial arts clan split from the home planet, went rogue, and disappeared, taking half of the energy stones with them. There is an agreement within the clan that whoever finds the energy stones can replace the current elder and become the Grand Elder. Jinunu has long wanted to become the Grand Elder, but his strength is insufficient, and the only way out is to search for the energy stones. Furthermore, when recruiting mercenaries on the starship, he could only say he was going to expand territory in foreign star systems. Yoda asked, how did Jinunu discover that the energy stones were on Earth? Both Jinunu and Bidang have the mark of the energy stones in their bodies, and once they reach an effective distance, they can sense them. Jununu has been searching various star systems for years and finally found a trace on Earth. In fact, the straight line distance from the home planet to Earth is not far. It's just that Jununu did not initially search in that direction. Yoda realized, so Elder Biding really cares for this younger brother and even asked you two top experts in the clan to provide protection. The Qiyu siblings exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Actually, Elder Biding set out months ago as soon as he learned that there were energy stones on Earth. His starship is moving at full speed, and I believe he will arrive on Earth soon. He certainly won't allow his younger brother to get the energy stones. Yoda thought to himself, the brotherly bond they spoke of was just my naivety. The Qiyu siblings are not here as bodyguards. They are clearly here to monitor Jununu. Seeing that Yoda had not spoken, Qiyu continued, Master Yoda, your family has always had a close relationship with Elder Biding. You surely understand the stakes involved, right? Yoda chuckled. So what you mean is for me to do the work, but not the effort. Just watch Jununu go find the energy stones by himself, right? Qiyu smiled and nodded. What if Jununu really finds the energy stones on his own? Yoda asked. Wouldn't that be even more convenient? Saving Elder Biding the trouble of searching? Master Yoda, just holding the energy stones in hand, without bringing them back to the home planet, won't qualify one to become the Grand Elder, Qiyu said. Lord Biding will not allow anyone to bring the energy stones back to their home planet, not even his own brother. Qiyu suddenly put away her smile, her expression becoming serious. Yoda's mind raced. Just now, it was Elder Biding, and now it has changed to Lord. The Qiyu siblings are clearly Biding's confidants. And Jununu is indeed a martial arts fanatic, all alone. The fact that these siblings shared this sensitive information with me is clearly an attempt to win me over. If these two join forces, even Jununu may not be their match, especially since their backing is Biding. The thought of Biding made Yoda's heart skip a beat. The strongest warrior from the home planet, appearing gentle and harmless, yet actually ruthless and cunning. Compared to him, Jununu lacks significantly in both strategy and strength. If I choose the wrong side, there will be no turning back. With this in mind, Yoda forced a smile on his thin face. I understand what both of you mean. Jununu is venturing deep alone, and anyone with a discerning eye can see there is an ambush here. Our duty is to protect him as much as possible. As for the rest, my abilities are limited, and I can only do so much. The Qiyu siblings nodded in agreement. Master Yoda is right. Let us hurry deeper. If something happens to Jununu, we won't be able to explain ourselves either. After finishing their conversation, the three figures disappeared into the cave. Jununu steadied himself, but Qiyu had already vanished like a slippery fish. Jununu sensed that Qiyu was escaping deeper into the cave. He took a step forward, but then stopped again. Qiyu was only focused on fleeing. Could there be a trap or ambush inside? Just as he was about to retreat, he sensed that the Qiyu siblings and Yoda had followed him. With three strong helpers at his side and being the leader, he could not show weakness in front of them. Moreover, he harbored a strong desire for revenge against Qiyu. An unknown Earth hero had nearly caused his death, making him a laughingstock among the elders. He urgently needed to prove that he was still the top figure on the starship. With this thought, Jununu no longer hesitated and pursued the direction Qiyu had fled. Kuda was wrapped in vines and was carried back to the headquarters building by Mard and Storm. Master Xie was sent to the emergency room. On the way, Mard asked Kuda, should we go help? Kuda smiled bitterly. This is already a battle of gods. We A-level heroes should not get involved. The underground of the communication building has very deep constructions. Judging by the direction that woman fled, she is preparing to lead all the enemies underground. I suspect the Alliance has long known that the enemy would attack the K-1 communication point. So they set up a backup plan in advance, but we were all kept in the dark. Mard suddenly understood. Kuda was the smartest among the four of them. She suggested, then I'll send a few spider robots down to check the situation later. If the Alliance's reinforcements can't handle it, we can quickly retreat. We can't just wait here to die. Kuda nodded. You're right. The enemy has only fired the particle cannon once so far. They're probably also waiting for further information. We should prepare for a retreat in advance to avoid becoming cannon fodder. She turned a corner and stopped. In front of her was an underground space supported by several giant pillars. This was the place where Phantom had lured Jununu. Qiyu never expected that she would catch such a big fish with this bait so easily. Just as she stabilized herself, an attack came from behind. Qiyu executed a backflip to dodge the attack, and Jununu appeared behind her. Qiyu, I heard you're already an SS-level hero on Earth? Then you are the strongest warrior on the surface. Yet now you avoid fighting and have led me here. Are you planning to duel me, or gather help? If you have allies, let them come out. Jununu, am not afraid of a wheeled battle. Qiyu waved her hand impatiently. Jinunu, it seems your strength has improved since we last met a few months ago, but I never expected you to become so chatty. This remark was a mix of praise and derision, leaving Jinunu no choice but to silently close his mouth. Qiyu gathered her loose hair back up and assumed a stance, ready to fight Jinunu to the death. Jinunu sensed the surrounding environment and found that besides the enchanting Qiyu in front of him, there were no hidden experts nearby. Behind him, 3 powerful allies from his faction were slowly approaching. No matter what tricks the opponent played, they were futile in the face of absolute strength. Jinunu smiled and said, "Are you planning to make this your grave?" Qiyu coldly snorted, "Get lost, this is your grave." Jinunu's pupils slightly dilated as Qiyu's figure swayed. Already standing close to him, Qiyu threw a punch directly at Jinunu's chest. The punch was as fast as lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and there was a massive energy fluctuation that seemed to tear apart the void. Jinunu responded with a fast punch of his own. The 2 punches collided, creating a small nuclear explosion, causing the space to shake. It must be said that both Jinunu and Qiyu excelled in speed and destructive power. It was as if they came from the same school, merely competing in who was faster and stronger. After the punch, Jinunu remained firmly in place, while Qiyu was knocked back by the force of the collision, directly slamming into the wall and creating a huge dent. Jinunu looked down at his fist, a hint of disappointment on his face. "Qiyu, you've really gotten weaker. I didn't even use my full strength, and you couldn't withstand it all." Jinunu vanished from his spot and reappeared next to Qiyu. Jinunu threw another punch at the dented Qiyu. Bang! The wall instantly crumbled to dust. Jinunu was startled because he clearly did not feel his fist make contact with Qiyu's body. Qiyu had disappeared the moment he attacked. Was this an illusion attack? Jinunu quickly retreated to the center, then looked around and found nothing unusual. The space remained the same. Aside from the wall he had shattered, there was no difference. He activated his soul power and discovered that he could no longer sense the connection between himself and the Qiyu siblings and Yoda. A trace of panic flashed through his heart. It was still an illusion, but this illusion was just more advanced. You spent all this time just to show me this? It's ineffective against me in the face of absolute strength. Jinunu, after thinking things through, calmed down instead. He closed his eyes and began to use his soul power to sense what he believed to be this illusion. An illusion is a subjective, psychological influence created by a superpower user on the target. Ultimately, an illusion is fake. If the target's soul is strong enough, they will quickly find the flaw in the illusion and escape swiftly. Jinunu was looking for the flaw in this illusion. Minutes later, Jinunu opened his eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. He could be sure that this place was not an illusion. He was merely isolated. He was cut off from both body and spirit. Jinunu shouted loudly and randomly punched in a certain direction. The punch wind vanished into the distant void, leaving no trace. He threw several more punches around him, receiving the same result. Seeing this, Jinunu struggled to suppress his somewhat chaotic emotions. Suddenly, he realized something and stopped throwing punches randomly. He sat cross-legged, floating in midair. As a top expert, he naturally understood that this isolation barrier would consume a massive amount of soul power from a caster. They couldn't just trap him. Instead, it would be better to wait for the enemy to show themselves. Jinunu, with rich combat experience, was indeed right. Just a few breaths later, the space above his head rippled slightly, and a figure slowly emerged. The person gestured with both hands in a complex manner, extending a finger, and a beam of energy surged from their fingertip, shooting straight toward Jinunu's head. Jinunu's body suddenly vanished from the spot, and the energy beam slid past his afterimage, striking the ground. The person hurriedly revealed themselves from a void and immediately dove down. Just as they left their original position, Jinunu appeared, and the punch wind arrived. But he was a step too late, and the person dodged by rapidly descending. Jinunu looked at the person standing not far away and snorted. "So it's you, Phantom." It turned out that months ago, Phantom and Jinunu had a small-scale confrontation, and after a few exchanges, Phantom retreated completely. "I see you're planning to team up with Qiyu against me. 2 against 1. Interesting. I can face the 2 strongest combatants on Earth at the same time. Haha, this trip is well worth it." Jinunu shouted into the void, "Qiyu, stop hiding. Come out and have a good fight with me. I've been waiting for this battle for months." A glint flashed in Jinunu's eyes as he suddenly punched toward a certain void. After the explosion, Qiyu appeared at that spot, her hands blocking in front of her, clearly having just deflected that attack. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation, floating in midair. No one made the first move, and they temporarily fell into silence. Yoda, at the forefront, suddenly exclaimed and stopped. The Qiyu siblings also noticed something. I can't sense Jununu anymore. The three spoke in unison. He wouldn't have run into trouble, would he? Yoda's face changed slightly. Qiyu shook her head. Impossible. No earthling has the power to take down Jununu in such a short time. Even if Biding acted, it wouldn't be so quick. The earthlings must have used some kind of superpower to isolate him from us. It seems a lot of high-level heroes have been mobilized this time. We can't underestimate them. Qiyu spoke up. Yoda glanced at Qiyu. Among the Qiyu siblings, Qiyu was more mysterious and spoke less. But Yoda could sense that his strength surpassed that of his sister. Yoda nodded. This isolation power is very strong. It seems the caster must be nearby. As long as we find them, we can regain contact with Jununu. The Qiyu siblings nodded in agreement. The three then split up to search. Yoda went left, while the Qiyu siblings went right. This Ka-1 contact point's underground section was like a maze. Perhaps it really hid some energy stones. If he could happen upon an energy stone, could he not also take the position of the Grand Elder? Yoda wandered through the underground maze for a few rounds. Finding nothing, he began to entertain this bold idea. However, just as this thought emerged, Yoda shook his head and smiled bitterly. Stop daydreaming, with Biding around. Who would dare to covet his position? That is practically asking for death. Yoda stopped his wild thoughts and focused again. In the vast underground world, with corridors crisscrossing, Yoda could still sense the presence of the Qiyu siblings, which calmed him a bit. Suddenly, Yoda noticed a small, long-haired girl sitting on the ground with her back to him at a corridor corner not far away, carrying an ancient-looking, intricately patterned long knife on her shoulder. Yoda sneered. Earthlings really love to play tricks. Hey, little girl, stop this boring act and let us fight quickly. The girl remained with her back to him, showing no response. Yoda didn't approach, raising his hand and delivering a palm strike. His casual palm strike passed right through the woman's body and struck the opposite wall, leaving a deep crack. A phantom? Yoda was taken aback. It was just a trick to buy time. Yoda immediately understood the other party's intention. His thin, bamboo-like body swayed a few times and then appeared behind the woman. He saw that the woman remained completely still, so he decided to raise his palm. Since you don't want to move, I'll make sure you can never move again. With a swift chop, Yoda's hand passed through the woman's body. He felt no tangible sensation in his hand, as if he had struck at loneliness. It wasn't until his palm struck the ground that Yoda realized he had been tricked. Embedded in the ground was a device emitting light upwards. It turned out the girl was a virtual projection, so realistic that it startled the usually cautious Yoda. Enraged, Yoda smashed the machine into pieces, and the woman immediately vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Yoda keenly sensed an extremely faint flow of air behind him. He instinctively sidestepped, and a gleaming long knife brushed past his body. Yoda was too thin, his body was too small, allowing him to dodge deadly attacks by moving just half the distance required by someone of equal stature. As the knife barely missed, Yoda heard a soft sigh behind him. He quickly turned around and was astonished to find it was the same woman again. However, this time, she was holding a knife and had made a movement. What surprised Yoda even more was that the woman was still facing away from him. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and after retracting the knife, she rested it on her shoulder, performing all her actions with her back turned to Yoda. What the hell? Yoda thought. Is this woman some kind of freak with her eyes on her back? Yoda, being cautious by nature, dared not act recklessly in the presence of such an unpredictable woman. He stood with his head lowered and observed her carefully for a while. The woman remained silent, standing still. After a moment of stalemate, Yoda finally couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "I am the ghost of this underground," the woman slowly replied. What sent a chill down Yoda's spine was that her voice came from behind her, directed at Yoda. The voice was soft, tinged with a hint of resentment and a weeping tone. What is a ghost? There is no concept of ghosts on his home planet, and Yoda didn't understand. Although he was powerful, his mind was somewhat rigid. When faced with something he had never seen before, he struggled to comprehend. A ghost is a spirit. The woman's voice became sharper. This contact point was once an ancient battlefield where the souls of fallen warriors cannot find peace, destined to wander in this underground forever. Yoda asked, "So you're a ghost too?" "I'm a ghost, but I'm the king of ghosts. Just now, a man and a woman intruded into my world and have been sealed in another space by me." Yoda clapped his hands together. That explains it. Janina must have been trapped by this ghost king. Otherwise, how could he have lost contact so quickly with his strength? "Ghost King," Yoda said politely. "Then you should release that man. He is our leader, and he respects warriors the most, especially those who sacrifice bravely in battle." The woman let out a cold, mocking laugh, sounding like many women dragging their nails across glass, an exceptionally piercing sound. Are you too naive? You think you can enter my alternate space and still want to leave? Then, what do you want? I will trap them forever inside until they exhaust all their energy and spirit, dying here and ultimately becoming beings like us, the woman said ominously. Yoda gasped at this. This was 100 times more terrifying than dying directly. The woman's previously motionless head slowly turned towards Yoda. Are you in cahoots with that man? You call him your leader. I will seal you in my space too, so you can follow your leader. After saying this, the woman slowly raised one arm. Yoda shook his head vigorously. I don't know him well. I'm not with him. I just took a wrong turn. I'll leave now. Sorry for the disturbance, Ghost King. After saying this, Yoda turned and walked back. The woman yelled from behind. You can't leave. Just because you say I can't, doesn't mean I can't. Yoda quickened his pace. Just as he was about to turn a corner, the entire underground space shook violently. Yoda thought it was an attack from the Ghost King and instinctively glanced back, only to find the Ghost King looking somewhat flustered, her long black hair slightly askew. Although Yoda was a bit stunned, he was definitely not foolish. Suddenly, he realized something and turned back. The Ghost Queen hadn't expected him to return, hurriedly fixing her hair and extending her hand. Looks like you want to taste the flavor of alternate space. Ghost King, do you remember when you fell? Yoda asked. I've been here for over 1,000 years. Yoda laughed heartily. 1,000-year-old ghost can actually use virtual imaging. That's unbelievable. Damn shaking. Otherwise, I would have tricked this old ghost long ago. Suddenly, the voice of the Ghost King changed to that of a young girl. You're looking for death. Yoda threw a punch at the woman's body. The woman dodged the punch with a swift movement, and then Yoda's vision blurred as a dark object lunged at his face. Yoda executed a palm strike in midair, slicing the dark object in half, sending black strands flying everywhere. Upon closer inspection, he found it was just hair. As he focused again, he finally saw the Ghost King's appearance. She was actually just a young girl. She had long, slender phoenix eyes, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, a small mouth with a hint of red lips, and a petite, cute appearance. The only thing that seemed mismatched was the long knife resting on her shoulder. What made Yoda feel mocked was that this girl was wearing her clothes backward. This was why Yoda always felt like the woman was facing away from him. In fact, the girl was relatively small, and her chest was not prominent, coupled with the loose clothing, giving him the impression that she was presenting her back. Additionally, the girl wore a wig, covering her entire head with hair, making it impossible for Yoda to discern that she had been facing him all along. Where did this little trickster come from? Yoda cursed. The girl showed a regretful expression again. So close to success. Isn't it better to not fight than to have a deadly struggle? Alas, skinny old man. My name is Qin, and I'm an S-class hero of the Earth Alliance. Who's the old man? I'm not that old. Yoda, being thin and looking like a skeleton, was actually not that old. In Earth years, he was about 40 or 50. He hated two things the most in his life. 1, being called skinny. 2, being called old. The Qiyu siblings searched several layers without finding any clues. Qiyu Lizzie had to stop and turn to Qiyu Jite. Brother, searching aimlessly like this isn't a solution. Why don't you try using your secret techniques to see if it helps? Qiyu Jite nodded. He sat cross-legged, slid his finger across the back of one hand, and a few drops of blue blood fell from his hand. Chanting a spell, these drops of blood transformed into several blue orbs, floating in midair. Qiyu Jite closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and the orbs emitted a few popping sounds before disappearing into the air. After a few minutes, Qiyu Jite slowly opened his eyes. The underground structure of this contact point is very unique. The center is a hollow, cylindrical shape, and we are in the surrounding circular space, not knowing why the Earth people built such an underground palace. I sense Yoda's exact location. He is above us and is constantly moving, but his trajectory seems aimless, indicating that he, like us, has not made any progress. Brother, have you found anything else? 8 levels down, I sense a faint energy source, Jujit said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down and take a look. Jujit shook his head. No. I feel that the energy source below might be a trap. Someone is deliberately trying to separate us all. We should go back to find Yoda and then leave here. Julies looked surprised. What about Jinunu? No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat all opponents alone. Although Lord Biden is always wary of his brother, coveting his position. If his real brother dies on this planet, he will definitely punish both of us. Jujit sighed. Sister, the situation is more complicated than you think. I was just pondering how the Earth people knew Jinunu would attack the KA-1 contact point and set up an ambush in advance. Someone inside the starship must have leaked the information to the Earth Alliance. So far, no one has come out to attack us, indicating that their purpose is very clear. They just want Jununu. Julius fell into thought. Sister, there are forces within the starship that want to eliminate Jununu through the Earth people. We should go up to find Yoda, leave here, return to the starship, and gather more mercenaries to directly attack KA-1 and this underground facility. This way, we can also reinforce Jununu. I'm afraid that by the time we return, Jununu might already be in danger. A worried expression appeared on Julius's face. Jujit suddenly looked at his sister. Lise, do you like Jununu? Julius was caught off guard by her brother's sudden question. A blush spread across her face, contrasting with her usually cold demeanor. Brother, why are you asking such a personal question at such a critical moment? Seeing his sister like this, Jujit's face turned serious. Lise, you mustn't let personal feelings cloud your judgment. We both swore to be loyal to Lord Biden. There's no need to put ourselves in danger for Jununu. Then if something happens to Jununu, how do we explain it to Lord Biden? Julie seemed unwilling to give up. The mysterious forces within the starship probably don't know that Lord Biden is about to descend to Earth. If something really happens to Jununu, we can push all the problems onto this mysterious force. Based on Lord Biden's style, he will definitely investigate thoroughly. All right, Mother always said you were cunning since you were little, and it seems to be true. Julie's glanced at her brother. Jujit showed no expression on his face, only urging, let's go. Just as the two turned to walk back, the entire underground space shook violently. Julie's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the starship has launched a second particle cannon attack? Jujit pondered for a moment. This tremor comes from deep underground. It doesn't seem like a particle cannon attack. Distracted by the tremor, they momentarily lowered their guard. Suddenly, a faint but dense sound of air being cut came from behind them. It's a hidden weapon. The Jujit siblings barely had time to turn around and could only dodge by instinct. They each moved to the side, most of the hidden weapons embedded into the wall behind them. Julie's, standing further back, tried her best to avoid the attack, but her left shoulder was still violently struck. Accompanied by a sharp pain, she let out a muffled groan, fell to the ground, and rolled over to face the direction of the attack. A shadow flashed past her eyes. Jujit shouted angrily and lunged at the shadow. The shadow swayed and disappeared, with no results from his pursuit. Jujit could only return to his sister's side. Julie sat cross-legged on the ground, her face dark. A blue light emanated from her body as she slowly forced the embedded hidden weapon out of her body with her energy. With a clang, the hidden weapon that had embedded in Julie's shoulder fell to the ground, blue blood splattering everywhere. Julie's body swayed, and Jujit hurriedly supported her. Jujit picked up the hidden weapon from the ground. It was a metallic object resembling a steel nail. What a poisonous hidden weapon. The steel nail is lined with tiny barbs. Jujit quickly checked his sister's shoulder wound. The hidden weapon seemed to have energy enhancement, in addition to the barbs. It also had an explosive effect. Julie's shirt had already torn. Her shoulder was blackened and torn, and blue blood was flowing out, clearly a severe injury. The opponent had been lurking for a long time and took advantage of our carelessness to launch a sudden attack. They seemed to be a master of assassination. We were too careless. Sweat broke out on Julie's forehead, and her breath weakened. I feel an unbearable pain in my shoulder. It seems that the hidden weapon also contained some toxin. Jujit looked at his sister with concern. The toxins on Earth may not necessarily affect us. He slid open his wrist and let a few drops of blood drip onto Julie's wound. The moment the blood touched her wound, it absorbed into it. Blue light emanated from both siblings, rising and falling until they gradually unified, ultimately resonating. The bleeding from Julie's shoulder stopped, and the blackened area visibly lightened. Brother, your blood is becoming more effective. Not only can it sense, but it also has some healing properties. Julie's complexion gradually improved. You and I are siblings. My blood is more effective for you than for others. Jujit looked at his sister with concern. The assassin is still nearby. We are in the open, and he is in the dark, so we are at a disadvantage. When I chased out just now, I already dispersed my spiritual blood around this space. As long as the assassin dares to get close again, I will sense it immediately. Jujit's face showed a grim expression. Because they were twins after Julie's was injured, they had been communicating through mental sensing. Julie's, what's wrong? Jujit suddenly called out as he saw Julie's body begin to tremble violently, clearly showing symptoms of poisoning. Julie's clutched her shoulder, shaking and pale. Jujit held his sister, looking flustered. I'll take you away right now. Jujit seemed like he wanted to pick up Julie's, bending down with his back completely exposed. Suddenly, a shadow flashed behind Jujit, and the panic on his face turned into clarity. He quickly vanished from his spot. The next moment, A blue and a green figure collided, creating a massive energy shockwave in the space. After the shockwave, a woman in a dark green qipao, voluptuous and exceptionally beautiful, appeared before Julius. She was the mysterious woman. Jujit's figure appeared simultaneously, protecting his sister in front. There seemed to be a scratch on his arm, with droplets of blue blood hanging from it. "You finally revealed yourself," Jujit said coldly. "Your assassination skills are indeed impressive. Even before we met you, one of us has already been injured." The mysterious woman held an extremely thin, short knife in one hand and covered her mouth with a light laugh. "I was also tricked by you guys. Sigh, I was a bit too anxious. Your attack is quite ruthless. Look, someone is already injured." The mysterious woman did not shy away, unexpectedly lifting her cheongsam, revealing her sexy, long, and voluptuous thigh, which had a bruise clearly for being kicked by Qiyu. For some reason, when the mysterious woman smiled, even Qi유's extremely resolute heart showed a hint of wavering. When she revealed her thigh, Qi유's expression became somewhat dazed. "Brother, this woman has the power to seduce. Don't look at her face." Qiyu hurriedly reminded her brother as she noticed his dazed state. Before she could finish speaking, a green shadow flashed before Qi유's eyes, and the mysterious woman's knife had already slashed toward his throat. Qi유's words jolted Qiyu awake. He suddenly shouted loudly, and an intense aura erupted from him, creating an invisible shield in front of himself. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the mysterious woman's eyes. Her figure had already darted, suddenly appearing behind Qiyu. Then, her sharp knife stabbed directly toward the back of Qi유's heart. Just when the knife tip was only a few centimeters away from Qi유's body, the mysterious woman felt a sudden stagnation in the space around her, and her originally agile movements became extraordinarily slow. The mysterious woman felt a bit panicked, and in front of her, Qiyu had suddenly turned to face her, revealing a sinister smile. In her hand, she had somehow produced a sharp steel nail, which she thrust directly toward the mysterious woman's heart. At the critical moment, the mysterious woman erupted with a force, her figure returning to normal. She desperately twisted her body, and the steel nail barely grazed her heart, ultimately embedding itself in her rib below. The mysterious woman, with the steel nail embedded in her, was blasted away by Qiyu for dozens of meters, finally crashing hard against the wall. She slid to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qiyu sneered, "You are too arrogant, thinking you could eat both of us." The mysterious woman chuckled awkwardly and suddenly gripped the steel nail. With a plop, she pulled the steel nail out with her bare hands. Blood sprayed out. "I actually got hurt by my own hidden weapon. You two are indeed powerful." The mysterious woman inexplicably pulled out a packet of powder and quickly sprinkled it on her wound. The bleeding stopped, and incredibly, the wound began to heal at a visible speed. She covered the wound and slowly stood up. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her complexion turning from pale to flushed, giving her an even more captivating and enchanting aura. Qiyu felt a buzzing in his head again. Seeing her brother's appearance, Qiyu couldn't help but secretly criticize. Men are all the same. They go weak in the knees when they see a seductive woman. In fact, she had misjudged Qiyu. The mysterious woman's seductive power had been cultivated since childhood, turning into an energy interference. As long as a man, or a woman who likes women, had seen her eyes, this interference had already taken effect. The fact that Qiyu had only been slightly affected so far indicated his extraordinary strength. Qiyu slowly approached the mysterious woman and asked, "Where is Jununu? Take us to see him, and I promise I won't kill you." The mysterious woman tossed her hair, appearing enchanting. "He probably has already died. Woman, even when death is imminent, you still act seductive." Qiyu attacked the mysterious woman directly with a swing. The mysterious woman seemed restricted in her movements and did not dodge this punch, which hit her wound directly. She was sent flying far away, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. She lay on the ground, motionless, blood once again flowing from her body, soaking the ground. Qiyu suddenly screamed, clutching her hand. The hand that had just touched the mysterious woman's wound turned black and quickly spread throughout her body. The mysterious woman had somehow already sat against the wall. Her rib wound had burst open again, revealing the white of her bones inside. "I grew up surrounded by various toxins and poisons. The most powerful poison is the one mixed with my blood. Even if you are an alien, you will still be affected." Qiyu's entire arm had turned black as she began to wail in pain. This time it was not an act. Qiyu slid open his hand, allowing a large amount of blood to flow onto his sister's arm again. The speed at which Qiyu's arm turned black slowed down. Gritting her teeth, Qiyu sat up straight, her body beginning to emit a dazzling blue light as she used her power to fight against the fierce and strange poison's invasion. Qiyu grabbed the mysterious woman's neck, lifting her into the air. "Woman, tell me how to break this poison, or I will twist your neck right now." The mysterious woman seemed to lack the strength to resist. Her face turned red from suffocation as she stammered, "The poison in my body. I can't even detoxify it myself. How can I save your sister?" "Haha, you madwoman." Qiyu roared in anger, raising a hand, preparing to punch the mysterious woman's heart directly. The mysterious woman slowly smiled, closing her eyes to await death. Bang! Qi유's fist struck out, feeling as though he had hit an object as hard as steel. He looked and saw that a pink tail was interposed between his fist and the mysterious woman's body. His punch had landed on the tail. Suddenly, the tail swept across with immense force, causing Qiyu to release his grip and temporarily dodge aside. The mysterious woman felt she could breathe again, and her body began to fall freely. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a pair of hands caught her. She felt a surge of safety. However, it was strange that one of the hands seemed to intentionally or unintentionally support one side of her chest. She opened her eyes to find it was the female warrior from her home planet who had previously drooled over her. "Qiyu, you actually have a tail?" The mysterious woman squeezed out a hint of flirtation on her face and said softly. Qi유's face turned red, her tail standing straight. At this moment, she was holding the woman who made her head spin and whom she longed for. One of her hands inadvertently grasped something soft, making her even more reluctant to let go. Qiyu wanted to lift the mysterious woman, but as soon as she exerted strength, a pained expression appeared on the mysterious woman's face. Qiyu looked down and gasped. The mysterious woman had a very deep wound on her left side, with ribs and internal organs nearly bursting out. Seeing the woman she admired being beaten to this extent, Qiyu felt a mix of pain and anger. For some unknown reason, the moment Qiyu held her, the mysterious woman inexplicably sensed an androgynous quality from her, which made her, despite her severe injuries, feel a strange stirring inside. By some strange coincidence, the mysterious woman's hand wrapped around Yujie's neck, and her body naturally leaned closer into her embrace. Perhaps it was a dependency on someone who offered help when severely injured. But the mysterious woman's actions surprised Yujizi, causing her cheeks to flush and her body to become more excited. She gently set the mysterious woman down and looked at Qiyu with a smug expression. "You are from the starship." Qiyu appraised Yujizi from head to toe. "That's right, I am Yujizi. I seem to have heard of you." Qiyu was not very sure. "From your behavior, you are already a traitor of your home planet, actually turning against your own and helping Earthlings." Yujizi laughed heartily. "I am only loyal to myself. I help whoever I want." "Do you know who I am?" Qiyu asked. "The Qiyu siblings, the twin warriors under Jinunu. It said you are incredibly powerful. Knowing who I am and still daring to openly provoke." Yukasai glanced at Qiyu, who was struggling to heal. "Meeting you is not as good as hearing about you. Now that I've met you, it's just SOSO. You rely on numbers to bully the few and have even injured one. It seems your strength isn't that impressive." Qiyu sneered. "Good. Then today you will see just how strong I really am." Although Yukasai was putting on a brave front, she was actually quite tense inside. Qi유's power aboard the starship was evident, and she had no confidence in winning. She was merely stalling, waiting for the situation to change. It turned out that on the day Yukasai and the Major had tracked EA-01 without success, they had to return to the abandoned laboratory in disappointment. Upon returning to the surface, they discovered that the Earth Alliance was already waiting for them. They were taken back to the secret location underground in Aristide. To Yukasai's surprise, Aristide immediately revealed a secret to them. It turned out that the research institute where the Major was located was a base directly overseen by the Earth Alliance's Aristide. And the development of autonomous consciousness in bioengineered humans was the most important project of the institute. Creating free consciousness in bioengineered humans was just the first step. Once successful, they would begin to implant superhero genes into the bioengineered humans, as the Alliance hoped to create a batch of bioengineered heroes. The Major was the first successful bioengineered human with autonomous consciousness after countless failures. Subsequently, the Major was directly dispatched to find Qiyu. One of the most important goals was to hope that after finding Qiyu, the Major could bring back a certain amount of bodily tissue, blood, hair, skin, or even organs from Qiyu, as no one could assess whether Qiyu was alive or could successfully return to Earth. However, after the Major developed her free consciousness, she did not fully comply with the request. She developed a sense of friendship towards Qiyu and LinWei and just hoped to ensure Qiyu's safe return to Earth. During the time the Major was away, the Research Institute continued to produce new bioengineered humans. However, they were overly optimistic, thinking that since they could create one Major, they could create countless Majors. But they did not expect that the Major's success was merely a coincidence. The subsequent bioengineered humans all failed. The doctor, unwilling to accept defeat, actually violated regulations and tried to use information from his deceased wife's brain to create so-called free consciousness, resulting in backlash, and EA-01 actually kidnapped the doctor. Aristide had no choice but to close the laboratory. After explaining everything, Aristide suddenly looked at the Major. EA-02, you have already acquired autonomous consciousness. From a human perspective, you're already a human. Therefore, I communicate with you on completely equal terms and hope that you can help us. A faint glimmer flashed in the Major's eyes. Elder, I will do my utmost within my capabilities. Aristide nodded in satisfaction. I know where EA-01 will go. He changed the subject. She will go deep underground at the KA-01 contact point, where we have another secret laboratory. It hides all the genetic information of retired and deceased heroes. According to your descriptions, EA-01 has already merged with the doctor, so she must know the secret research facility at KA-01. She will definitely go there to attempt to merge with the genes of other heroes. I am concerned that if we do not stop her, a monster will eventually appear. Therefore, I hope you can go there as soon as possible to stop her. Yukisai raised an eyebrow. Elder, why don't you send other heroes? Aristide's expression became a bit awkward, and he coughed lightly. The heroes are still unaware of this experiment. Yukisai responded. So it's only us who have to go. The Major suddenly asked, Elder, how do you plan to deal with EA-01? After all, she has also developed free will, but her evil side has the upper hand. Aristide fell into brief contemplation and after a moment said, EA-01's brain information has now been virtualized. As long as there is a network and electronic signals, she can operate freely, and it's very difficult for us to control her. I haven't thought about how to deal with her yet. I asked you to go because I hope you can protect that laboratory and prevent EA-01 from destroying or stealing important information to avoid greater losses and dangers. Aristide handed the Major a chip card. This contains the information of the secret research facility and various access information, as well as firewall information. So you can enter the central warehouse of the research facility first. The Major took the chip, understood. Yukisai and the Major followed Aristide's instructions to the deepest part of the underground world at the KA-1 contact point. Just as they were about to enter the laboratory, Yukisai suddenly sensed Qiyu's presence, but it disappeared in an instant. Yukisai slapped her forehead. Right, they're going to ambush Junina here. I'll go see how I can help. Major, you can communicate with EA-01 alone. After all, Aristide said that if you can't control EA-01, then just blow up the laboratory. I believe you can handle this. The Major nodded. I can handle it alone. In fact, even if you hadn't said it, I would have wanted to face EA-01 alone. She's like a mirror to me, another self. I also prefer not to have a third person present when I communicate with her. The two then temporarily went their separate ways. Qin was panting, holding a knife, and staring intently at Yoda in front of her. The skinny bamboo pole was quite strong and difficult to deal with. She had already taken quite a few heavy hits, especially under her right rib. Qin touched it and felt like the bone might break soon. She had also been scratched by Yoda's finger, leaving several wounds. She was wearing a black tight-fitting combat suit, and the exposed skin where she had been scratched made the young girl feel a bit embarrassed. Although the wounds were not fatal, each one burned with pain. Qin felt as if she was being completely exposed under the gaze of the skinny bamboo pole. Yoda looked at the knife-wielding girl in front of him and also felt quite a headache. The girl was not his opponent in strength, but she was very troublesome. She had too many tricks, and he had to be quite careful in defending against her. Otherwise, if he was too careful, he would suffer a big loss. Ninja Qin, tell me where Juninu is, and I will let you go. You are still young. There is really no need to fight me to the death and waste your beautiful life. You should know the gap between us. If this continues, when your stamina is exhausted and your energy is depleted, you will ultimately be dead. Why bother? Yoda and Qin faced each other, starting to persuade like a parent. You rotten bamboo pole, you beat me up so badly and then say these things. Look, my clothes are all torn. You've exposed me. How am I supposed to live after this? Qin suddenly showed a teary expression, looking adorably pitiful. Yoda was taken aback, wondering if he didn't understand how to cherish the delicate. Then we'll make you stop. Qin replied, you want me to stop? Fine. Let me stab you 17 or 18 times and dig out your eyeballs. Once I cool down, it'll be fine. Yoda was both angry and amused upon hearing this. After living alone on his home planet for so many years without a wife or children, he had no interaction with girls of this age. So he didn't know how to respond to such nonsensical dialogue. He had to take up an attacking stance again. Little girl, I will ask you one last time. Where's Jinunu? If you don't tell me, I can only resort to ruthless measures. Although I don't want to see young people perish in front of me. I, Yoda, am not someone who shows mercy. Qin hummed softly, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I won't tell you anything about Jinunu. Yoda let out a loud shout, his palms slicing like a knife as he struck again at Qin. Qin shook violently back and forth, and suddenly, a dozen girls who looked exactly like her appeared beside her. Shadow Kruon technique. Yoda was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed it. This technique usually had only one true body, with the rest being decoys. He had already locked on a Qin's true body. Yoda ignored the dozens of newly appeared Qins and struck down directly at the real one with both palms like blades. Qin raised her knife to block. Clang! Yoda's palms struck the back of the knife, causing Qin's hands to go numb, and she almost lost grip of the hilt. Just then, Yoda sensed multiple attacks coming from behind, both sides, and above. A mere trick, Yoda did not dodge or evade, continuing to strike down towards Qin. In an instant, several knife edges struck Yoda's body. Yoda's body had been honed to perfection. Even a cannonball hitting him would do no harm. However, the 7 or 8 knife edges left shallow cuts on his body. Yoda was taken aback. The attacks from shadow clones can inflict real damage? Before he could react, Qin seized the opportunity and delivered a horizontal slash to Yoda's chest. The blade glowed red, as if flames were igniting on it. Yoda hurried to dodge, but the flaming knife still grazed his chest, and a wound opened up, blood gushing out. Dozens of Qins seized the moment, each delivering a kick that sent Yoda flying. He crashed into the wall opposite, like a massive javelin embedded in it. Qin raised the flaming knife and made a victory gesture amidst her clones. The girls had not been happy for long when the wall, with Yoda embedded in it, shattered into dust, and Yoda emerged from the rubble, his face fierce. The wound on his chest still bled, red flesh slightly exposed, looking particularly gruesome. A massive surge of energy erupted from Yoda's body, filling the entire space. Qin's heart sank. Oh no, the skinny guy is angry. Yoda let out a furious shout, and his top muscles began to bulge. His previously thin body suddenly became muscular. Even his cheeks became fuller. In just a few seconds, Yoda transformed from a skinny man into a muscular figure. His flaxen hair blew slightly in the wind, and his facial contours were exquisitely attractive, adorned with a bit of stubble, giving him a mature and somewhat weathered look. Wow, so handsome. So you're a handsome uncle. Qin suddenly shouted. Why were you pretending to be ugly before? Yoda furrowed his brow, thinking this girl must be out of her mind. He transformed, and instead of being scared, she praised him loudly. Qin's eyes sparkled as she stared at Yoda, utterly enchanted. She had originally been covering her slightly exposed body with her hands, but now she let them drop. Yoda felt a bit regretful. This little girl couldn't possibly be possessed by a lustful spirit. Could she? He was still a virgin. Qin's cheeks flushed, and she shyly said, Skinny uncle, you're really so handsome, even more so up close, completely matching my expectations for a partner. Qin was a complete aesthetic snob, believing that looks were everything. After saying that, her dozens of clones began to fade away into the air. Qin sheathed her knife and walked towards Yoda. Yoda clenched his fists. Little girl, don't come any closer. I warn you, have you seen a fist as big as a cooking pot? Do you believe I can smash your body with one punch? Qin looked at him with a love-struck expression. Go ahead and hit me. Dying at your hands would be worth it. With that, she even dropped her knife and opened her arms towards Yoda, seemingly wanting to hug him. Yoda felt insulted by his opponent, as a master from his home planet. He felt the little girl completely disregarded him. Yoda was actually very handsome. In his youth, he had been pursued by countless girls from his home planet due to his looks, but he had no interest in women at all, and later, to scare off his pursuers, he had to deliberately make himself look ugly by tensing his muscles. This trick worked, and soon he was no longer bothered. If it hadn't been for Qin completely enraging him today, he wouldn't have revealed his true form. Yoda was a completely straight man. Now, faced with Qin's starstruck and defenseless attitude, he felt she was belittling him. As Qin lunged at him, Yoda swung his fist. Bam! Yoda's fist landed directly on Qin's abdomen. Qin fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing straight into the wall. Why didn't you dodge? Yoda looked at Qin in disbelief and rushed over. Do you have a problem with your brain? Qin lay in the pit, blood gushing from her mouth, yet wearing a blissful smile because Yoda picked her up. Yoda gently placed Qin on a slightly flat platform. With a rip, he tore open the black bodysuit on Qin's chest. Qin's fair and delicate chest was fully exposed before Yoda. Yoda stared at Qin's chest, momentarily stunned. What was he going to do? Is he going to take advantage of me? In a daze, Qin felt both shy and inexplicably excited, nearly fainting from happiness. Yoda shook his head, trying hard not to let his thoughts stray, and reached out his hand. The moment his fingers touched Qin's skin, both of them blushed. Don't move. Yoda pressed down on Qin's slightly restless body. He placed one hand on her injured rib, and the other supported her lower back. Crack! Yoda applied force with both hands. Qin nearly fainted from the pain. He said, "In my bones." Qin was deeply moved, but also felt a sense of loss. Your rib is fractured. If it's not set, it could puncture your heart, Yoda explained upon seeing Qin's shy demeanor. He wouldn't take advantage of an injured girl. He tore a long strip of cloth from his clothing, wrapped it around Qin's injured area a few times, and securely fixed her broken rib. Qin watched as Yoda carefully bandaged her, feeling a mix of happiness and pain, as if she were living and dying all over again. After finishing, Yoda gently picked Qin up once more. Qin endured the pain, extending a hand to wrap around Yoda's neck. Her body pressed tightly against him, a faint fragrance drifting into Yoda's nose, stirring an impulse within him to hold Qin tightly. He glanced down at Qin and found her sweet and cute, gentle and charming, completely shedding her earlier quirky demeanor, like a little cat curled up in his arms. Qin noticed Yoda staring at her, her heart racing, and the pain in her injury began to flare up again. She couldn't help but let out a few soft whimpers. Yoda thought he hadn't secured Qin's wound properly, lowered his head to check, and suddenly, Qin pecked him on the cheek like a little chick pecking at rice. Yoda was startled, but didn't react much. "Let me take you out," he said. "What about you?" "I have to go back and find Jininu. It's my responsibility." "I'm a mercenary," Yoda replied. "Can't you stay? Take care of me." "No." "Uncle, what's your name?" "Yoda." "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Do you have a wife?" "No." "Then can I be your girlfriend?" "Why? Are Earth girls this straightforward?" "You tore my clothes, and now I've shown you everything. You have to take responsibility for me." "Woo-woo." Qin used her small pink fist to punch Yoda's chest repeatedly. "You're really shameless." As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged. Jininu, Qiyu, and Phantom stood in a triangle. All 3 were injured to varying degrees. Jininu had a gaping wound on his left shoulder, oozing green blood. There was a dented fist mark under his ribcage. However, Jininu seemed unconcerned, instead wearing a smile on his face. Qiyu had a bruise on her cheek and blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were tattered, and she had multiple cuts all over her body with blood oozing out. Qiyu held one hand over her abdomen, clearly having suffered a heavy blow there. Phantom's cloak had already been shredded. It was the first time Qiyu saw his true appearance. Even in his true form, his features were wrapped in white bandages, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Phantom was the most injured, with multiple signs of fractures on his body, and a huge wound on his chest that made it almost impossible for him to stand. The bandages on his face had already turned red, indicating that he was still vomiting blood. The chest wound was from the heavy blow he took while saving Qiyu. Jininu looked at Qiyu with a smile of royal contempt on his face. "Qiyu, you have really disappointed me. I was expecting an exhilarating battle with you, but I didn't expect your actual combat power to be even worse than Phantom's. Sigh, I can't understand how I lost to an opponent like you a few months ago." Phantom, seeing Jininu growing stronger with each fight, felt a sense of foreboding. Phantom was a warrior who trained in both magic and body techniques, but his pride in his illusion and mirage attacks had surprisingly little effect on Jininu today. Jininu had a certain resistance to illusion attacks. Since magic attacks were ineffective, Phantom had no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Jininu, a clear disadvantage for Phantom in close-quarters fighting. Even worse, it seemed Jininu had seen through Qiyu's teleportation. Every time Qiyu attempted a sneak attack using teleportation, Jininu would anticipate it and counterattack. Qiyu's signature move was teleportation combined with critical strikes. If that didn't work, Qiyu's combat power would be reduced by more than half. Phantom's injuries were a result of Qiyu's failed sneak attack. When it seemed Jininu would hit her in the back, Phantom intervened, but was instead struck in the chest by Jininu's feint attack. After a series of exchanges, Jininu realized that Qiyu's strength had diminished compared to before, and Phantom was indeed the stronger one between the two. Qiyu looked at Phantom, who was still vomiting blood, feeling both grateful and guilty. For some reason today, she had a psychological burden during the battle, with LinWei's figure occasionally surfacing in her mind. "Qiyu, focus." Phantom's voice called out to her. She hurriedly concentrated, but Jininu's fist was already close at hand. She couldn't dodge, and the punch landed squarely on her chest. Qiyu felt a sweetness in her throat as blood sprayed out, and her body was sent flying, crashing into the ground. Jununu noticed ripples appearing next to Qiyu and suddenly understood, laughing loudly. It seems your mental barrier is about to collapse. Well then, let me shatter it. Jununu shouted angrily at the sky, emitting a dazzling blue-green light. He threw a punch toward Qiyu's position. Phantom reacted quickly, pulling Qiyu back. Bang! Jununu's fist broke through the ripples, causing the barrier to shake violently before disappearing completely. The baseball guy appeared not far away, sitting cross-legged and looking exceptionally pale. Jununu sneered, "So it was you causing trouble." Before he finished speaking, the shockwave from his punch slammed into the baseball guy. The baseball guy looked bitter and pushed his hands forward. The shockwave seemed to be blocked by something invisible dissipating. Jununu's punch was actually stopped by the baseball guy. Jununu looked at him in surprise. Only the baseball guy inwardly cried in despair. That last move had exhausted all his energy, and if Jununu threw another punch, he would undoubtedly die. As the saying goes, what you fear will come. Jununu raised his fist again. The baseball guy closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Just then, Jununu lowered his raised fist. He seemed to sense something. Jununu's face showed a look of ecstatic joy. He lifted his fist and punched the ground, which immediately broke apart. Sure enough, something was underground. Jununu ignored Qiyu and the others and leaped into the depths of the earth. The baseball guy let out a breath, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Phantom could barely stand. Seeing Jununu go deeper underground, he wanted to follow as well. Just as he steadied himself, a sharp pain shot through his chest, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Qiyu pressed down on him. "Don't move. I'll go." Phantom's eyes were filled with hope. "Qiyu, put aside your distractions and show your true strength. You have the power. You just lack the fighting spirit." Qiyu asked Phantom. "One important thing is underground that would make Jununu come here personally." Phantom shook his head. "I don't know either. Only someone of the elder level would know." A hint of displeasure arose in Qiyu's heart. "We risk our lives for the Earth Alliance, yet they still hold back from us." Phantom grabbed Qiyu's arm. "Qiyu, don't be so narrow-minded and petty. What we do is for the people living on this earth. Do what you think is right, and set aside personal honor and grudges." Qiyu couldn't help but retort, "Phantom, you're always so politically correct. In a life-and-death situation, I can't think that far ahead. I just hope our assassination team can complete the mission and survive." After saying that, she leaped into the bottomless abyss. Qiyu felt himself falling into a void space. Illusion? He was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained clarity. "This trick is ineffective against me." Qiyu pressed his palms together, chanting incantations, and blue light began to emanate from him. With a loud shout, his eyes widened, and the void space instantly collapsed before him. "Is that it?" Just as a hint of mockery appeared on Qiu's face, he abruptly stopped, because Yujizi and the mysterious woman had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, they escaped so quickly. Qiu couldn't help but curse. Lizi's complexion had improved, but she still looked somewhat weak. She pointed downward. "Brother, they went deep underground. And just now, I sensed Jununu again. He seems to be heading down as well." Qiu glanced at his sister. "Lizi, take care of yourself. I'm going to check it out." Lizi nodded. She had already survived thanks to her abilities and Qiu's blood, and was now slowly recovering. Qiu took one last look at his sister before disappearing from her sight. The Major relied on the information from Aristide to quickly bypass several security systems in the underground research facility. Following the map's directions, she arrived at the core area of the research facility. It was a vast underground plaza. At the very center of the plaza stood an enormous object resembling a beehive. The object had a bizarre shape, with countless holes covering its entire surface. If someone with a phobia of clusters took a glance, they would likely spiral into madness. The object is bulky, with some areas bulging and others sinking, completely devoid of any aesthetic appeal, resembling a curled-up caterpillar or clay squished by a child. The Major was too stunned to lament, or perhaps she wasn't as sentimental as Earthlings. She reached out and placed her palm on the object's surface. The texture was icy cold and exceptionally hard, like some metal that had melted and then solidified. After a few attempts to touch it, the Major withdrew her hand, deciding not to study this strange entity for now. "EA-01, come out. I know you're here. I can feel you." The Major suddenly shouted into the square. The voice echoed in the space. No one responded. The Major looked around the environment again and found no signs of human interference or forced entry. It was just like the doctor's previous research facility, abandoned for some unknown reason. The Major connected with Aristotle through her communication wristband. "Elder, it seems EA-01 is not here." She pointed to the bizarre building behind her. Elder, what is this? You didn't mention anything about this being here. Aristotle's face showed a look of shock, but he quickly regained his composure. EA-02. This is an alien meteorite. According to records, this massive meteorite fell here hundreds of years ago. Subsequently, people on Earth began to inexplicably develop various superpowers. The first batch of superpowered individuals were the residents living nearby. At that time, the national government secretly sealed off this area for research. Unfortunately, they made no progress after decades of study and eventually had to terminate the research. 100 years ago, the united government was established, leading to the great unification of Earth. Half a century ago, the united government restarted this research program and began using superpowered heroes to form a hero alliance. Researchers ultimately confirmed that the phenomenon of superpowers among Earthlings originated from this meteorite, as a certain mysterious force from the meteorite caused genetic mutations in a very small population. The Major curiously asked, if it's so simple to prove the relationship between the meteorite and superpowers, why did it take so long? Aristotle's old face revealed a hint of a wry smile. This meteorite is very peculiar. Its external size or form is very unstable. Most of the time, it remains in a contracted state, only the size of an egg. When the meteorite is in a contracted state, it loses its influence on people, just like an ordinary rock. It only expands to the size you see today for a very small portion of time, and each time the size and shape are different. Is there no pattern? The Major became increasingly curious. Not at all. Sometimes the expansion lasts for a day, and sometimes it only lasts for a few minutes. So effective experiments cannot be conducted. In the end, the united government could only turn to studying and collecting various superpowers at this research base, leaving behind various genetic maps of superpowers. The virtual image of Aristotle glanced at the Major. They're very lucky to catch the meteorite in an expanded state. But how long it will last, no one knows. The Major said, since you treat it as a treasure, why not move it to another location? Because it can't be moved at all. No matter whether the meteorite is in an expanded or contracted state, no one or machine can move it. It seems to have taken root here. Aristotle showed a helpless expression. Elder, since you can't take the meteorite away, why not take the genetic files of the superpowers? Because if the genetic files leave the meteorite for more than a kilometer, the cellular activity inside will rapidly decline. This meteorite is like the sun. If the living cells in the files lose sunlight, they will die. The Major became more confused, but superpowered individuals don't stay close to this meteorite every day. I haven't seen them die. Your question is very good. This is one of the main issues that has puzzled us. The Major walked to the central control console on one side of the underground square. Elder, where are the genetic files? Take out the chip I gave you earlier and insert it into the corresponding slot on the console. The Major checked and quickly found the corresponding position. She took out the chip stored in her body and inserted it into the slot. After a slight tremor of the ground, many silvery white metal columns rose around the meteorite as the center. The circle of metal columns resembled a ring of ripples, and there were at least 7 or 8 such ripples within this square. Each metal column was taller than a person. The Major approached and noticed that the surface of each column had various transparent compartments of different sizes. The surface of each compartment bore names, and inside were varying amounts of blood, hair, or visibly distinguishable human tissue. The Major glanced around and estimated there were nearly 10,000 compartments. The vast majority contained blood, predominantly deep red, with occasional other colors. The genetic information of the heroes is all here. There are active heroes, retired heroes, and heroes who died of old age or in battle, Aristotle explained. The Alliance collects these to create their own super soldiers? Yes, rather than passively waiting. It's better to take the initiative. Our original plan was that once the Doctor developed a biohuman with autonomous consciousness, we would inject various genes into the biohuman and then observe what types and levels of heroes could be cultivated. The Major thought about her own birth, which was no different from that of a lab mouse, and felt a wave of emotion. She thought she should feel a little hatred towards Aristotle and was curious about what kind of impact that hatred would have on her thinking, but it seemed she hadn't yet learned to despise people. She just felt a bit angry. The Major's expression fluctuated between dark and light. EA-02, no offense intended. But that was indeed the plan, Aristotle tried to explain. The Major waved her hand, indicating it was fine. Then she asked another question. Why not directly use ordinary biohumans or robots for experiments? We tried, but it was unsuccessful. Genes only react to humans with autonomous consciousness. We also attempted experiments on ordinary people, But once the superpower genes entered a mortal's body, they would trigger strong cellular rejection, leading to the death of the test subjects. The Major couldn't help but snort coldly, researching biohumans, injecting superpower genes, creating an army of superpowered individuals. Aren't these just the private tools of the government elite? A self-trained, violent army. Oh no, you're mistaken. They do it for self-preservation. The power and influence of superpowered heroes have grown increasingly large in recent years. The elite both want to utilize them and must also guard against them. You have to understand one thing. Uncontrolled power is the most dangerous kind of power. The Major proactively ended the conversation, because from a distance, a metallic column suddenly emitted a cracking sound. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared before her. Why did it feel familiar? Because this figure looked exactly like the Major. EA-01 appeared. She held a test tube in her hand, looking at the Major with a strange expression. EA-02, you traitor biohuman. Earthlings used us for experiments, and now you obey them, becoming a dog. What favorable conditions did they give you that made you wash your mind and become immortal? Humans pride themselves on being gods, but we are superior to humans. We should have been friends, fighting together for the rise of the bioengineered humans, but now we have become enemies. The Major sighed softly. EA-01. Don't think too highly of yourself, nor think too poorly of others. You and I are fundamentally different. The doctor gave me free will, allowing me to choose between good and evil, while you are merely a product of the doctor's misguided decision to remember his beloved wife. Your will was not generated freely, but is rooted in the consciousness of his wife. It's just that something went wrong in between, and the dark elements of his wife's consciousness were infinitely amplified, creating a monster like you. EA-01 screamed hysterically. Who's the monster? You are the monster. I am not. A normal person would not think of imprisoning or killing those they love or who love them. Look at what you did to the doctor. The Major's tone became stern. You actually turned him into a specimen. You really are a pervert. It seems you also have feelings for the doctor. Seeing the Major becoming increasingly agitated, EA-01 slowly calmed down. I want to be with him forever. To make his body immortal and implant the consciousness I want to give him, he will only love me, and we can be together forever. The Major said, that's the reason you came here, right? EA-01 shook the test tube in hand. This is the substance that allows the doctor's body to survive. You wouldn't stop me from taking it, would you? The Major showed a hesitant expression. At that moment, a loud crashing sound came from the direction the Major arrived. Someone was violently destroying the security mechanisms, and it looked like they were about to succeed. The Major couldn't care less about EA-01. She quickly returned to the control console and pulled out the chip. All the cylindrical structures sank below ground, returning to their original state. Seeing that the Major did not intend to stop her, EA-01 slowly retreated into the distance, her body gradually merging into the darkness. Bang! The last gate collapsed with a loud crash, and a man with dark green skin walked into the underground plaza like a fierce demon. This man was Qiyu. He showed no interest in his surroundings and quickly approached the meteorite. Qiyu stared at the mountain-like meteorite, standing dumbfounded. How could this happen? The form of the energy stone has completely changed. Qiyu touched the surface of the honeycomb-like meteorite. This energy stone seems to have been melted by extreme heat and then resolidified. Qiyu was almost furious enough to explode. The Major also wanted to imitate EA-01 and slowly hide into the darkness, but as she took a few steps back, her foot stepped on metallic debris, the fragments that fell to the ground after EA-01 broke the partition. The faint sound of crunching could not escape Qiyu's ears. Before the Major could react, Qiyu appeared before her like a ghost. Earthling? Qiyu grabbed the Major's waist and lifted her. You are from here, right? Tell me, what have you done to this energy stone? Qiyu was like a furious wolf, as if he wanted to swallow the Major whole. The Major remained calm. We did nothing. What you see now is exactly how we first saw the meteorite. Earthlings are liars. Qiyu looked at the Major's calm face and suddenly burst into a chattering laugh. Since the Earthlings abandoned you here, I will use your blood to sacrifice to the energy stone. Only death can awaken it again. The Major wanted to escape, but just as she turned, Qiyu had already squeezed her slim waist. A suffocating grip surged through her artificial brain from her abdomen. Let go of me, the Major instinctively shouted, trying to pry Qiyu's fingers apart. Like a mayfly shaking a tree, she did not budge. Qiyu's other hand pressed down on the Major's head. With a slight twist, the Major's head would separate from her body. Let go of that girl. Two attacks came from either side towards Qiyu's back. Qiyu casually threw the Major aside, his body disappearing from a spot. The Major slammed into the meteorite and bounced off the hard stone, crashing to the ground. Qiyu and Yujizi appeared beside the Major, both looking tense and concerned. The Major had taken quite a hit, with several joints damaged, faintly exposing the artificial skeleton inside. Yujizi wrapped her tail around the Major and lifted her off the ground. Seeing the two of them, the Major finally showed a hint of relief on her face. Then, she looked at her damaged joints and muttered, "Oh no, how ugly." Yujizi patted the Major's head. "You're looking more and more like a person. Your evolution is truly astonishing." As soon as Qiyu entered the underground plaza, her body felt a wave of relief, and the pain for being hit by Jinunu earlier lessened significantly. Why does the stone look so strange, yet feels inexplicably familiar? Qiyu stared at the bloated and ugly meteorite in a daze, suddenly feeling a strange wave of energy within her body. The suppressed superpower inside her was slowly recovering. Qiyu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. She stood there in a daze, while Jinunu's fist came crashing down on the back of her head like Thor's hammer. "Qiyu!" Yujizi shouted, but it was too late for her to intervene. Jinunu's fist struck hard against Qiyu's skull. In that instant, Jinunu felt a chill in his heart. A familiar, unsettling feeling returned, because he did not feel the substantial impact he expected. What was before him was merely an afterimage. Only when moving at extreme speeds could one leave such a tangible afterimage. A few months ago, Jinunu was lured into a serious injury by Qiyu's trick. Jinunu's muscles tensed up suddenly. As a martial arts genius, Jinunu's body had already initiated a self-protective response before his mind could catch up due to the last blow. He had no time to dodge and could only brace for impact again. Jinunu was wrong once more. The attack he anticipated did not come. Qiyu's real body appeared beside the meteorite, one hand pressing down on its surface. Jinunu squinted his eyes. Could it be that Qiyu sensed some power from the meteorite? Because just now, Qiyu had used the afterimage to evade his attack, indicating a clear improvement in her strength. But that doesn't make sense. If the energy stone could be of help, it should benefit him. How could it help Qiyu, this earthling? Could it be that Qiyu is not an earthling? Jinunu retracted his fist. "Qiyu, do you know what this is?" Jinunu pointed at the energy stone, cautiously asking Qiyu. "I don't know what it is." Qiyu replied coldly. "It just makes me feel relaxed, allowing me to not be as tense as before when fighting you." Jinunu breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps what happened just now was merely an accident. "Qiyu, if you know what's good for you, leave here and I can spare your life." Jinunu's interest was now entirely focused on the mutated energy stone. He did not want to waste energy fighting Qiyu. Moreover, this Qiyu seemed much more difficult to deal with than before. "Qiyu, this is a meteorite from outer space, crucial to the Earth. And judging by Jinunu's reaction, it seems he is also looking for this stone. So we can't leave here easily." The Major spoke up. Jinunu glared at the Major. The Major quickly hid behind Yujizi. Qiyu said, "Jinunu, if you leave here, I can spare your life." Jinunu, upon hearing this, almost laughed out loud in anger. "Qiyu, did your brain get squished when you passed through the wormhole? Do you think you can defeat me with your current strength?" Yujizi pointed to herself. "Am I fake?" Jinunu had no idea that at this moment, Qiyu was filled with power and her confidence had returned to its previous level. The mature Qiyu was back. Qiyu looked at her familiar opponent with a confident smile. "Jinunu, you talk too much. Stop babbling and come at me if you dare." Qiyu struck a pose similar to Bruce Lee. LinWei had told her that movies are all for effect. In real fights, it's all about protecting your head with both hands, not exposing your chest to leave openings for your opponent. But Qiyu thought Bruce Lee was super cool, even though she could knock him away with just a finger. Jinunu's blood was boiling. He was once again ruthlessly mocked by this woman, who didn't take him seriously at all. This was intolerable. With a growl, Jinunu swung his fist. "I'll smash that foul mouth of yours first." Clang! Qiyu dodged in close, and Jinunu's punch hit the surface of the meteorite. His punch only left a faint mark on the surface. Qiyu quickly launched a counterattack. The two began to grapple beside the meteorite, exchanging punches and kicks. The overflowing wind from their punches and the shockwaves of energy made the entire space feel like it was on the brink of a stormy sea. Yujizi watched the two fight and thought to herself, she had been too hasty earlier. Although her own strength was considerable, it paled in comparison to these two. By the way, when did Qiyu become so strong? She seemed even stronger than when I first met her. When Qiyu first fought Yujizi, she had just drunk alcohol, and her alcohol allergy severely weakened her strength, leading Yujizi to the mistaken belief that Qiyu was strong, but not much stronger than herself. Both launched a straight punch at the same time. The two punches collided, creating enormous opposing shockwaves that sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Jinunu crashed into the wall on one side of the plaza, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qiyu landed on her chest, crashing directly into the meteorite. The meteorite was extremely hard, and Qiyu felt like her ribs were about to break. She rubbed her chest, grimacing in pain, tears almost bursting out. Yujizi watched Qiyu rubbing her chest with a foolish expression. Accompanied by a man's furious roar, Jinunu flew out of the dust and swung a heavy punch at Qiyu. Qiyu crossed her arms to form a cross block. Bang! Under the weight of the blow, Qiyu's back pressed against the meteorite. She felt a chill on her back, accompanied by a slight sting. During the previous battle, Qiyu's back clothing had been ripped, exposing her beautiful back completely. And Jinunu's punch had torn several bloody wounds on her back. When her exposed skin touched the meteorite, the wounds were pressed, causing blood to ooze out and flow into the meteorite's crevices. Another heavy punch landed. The wounds on Qiyu's back opened up again, and a large amount of blood gushed out. She felt a strange sensation on her back, as if a giant octopus was clinging to her, sucking her blood. Jinunu raised his fist again toward Qiyu. Qiyu wanted to dodge, but found herself firmly stuck to the meteorite behind her, unable to move. Jinunu aimed a punch at Qiyu's chest. Boom! Jinunu's punch inexplicably missed and hit the meteorite behind Qiyu instead. The meteorite emitted a dull echo that made everyone's ears buzz. Jinunu's punch missed, exposing a gap in his defense. Qiyu seized the opportunity and kicked out. Her kick was aimed at Jinunu's abdomen, but strangely, her foot landed squarely on Jinunu's face. Jinunu was kicked away, once again crashing into a cloud of dust. When he crawled out of the dust again, there was a shoe print on his face, and blood was gushing from his nose, looking disheveled. Jinunu had a look of disbelief. There was no way that punch could have missed, and Qiyu hadn't moved her position at all. How could it have hit the side? Qiyu also felt puzzled. She had intended to kick Jinunu's face, and according to the attack distance, the face was not the best target. But in the end, how did it end up hitting his face? Although Qiyu had temporarily pushed Jinunu back, she was completely immobilized above the waist. Jinunu noticed something odd about Qiyu, but he did not feel happy about it. Because the meteorite had formed a connection with Qiyu, regardless of whether this connection was good or bad. It was something that should not have happened. Suddenly, Qiyu let out a cry of awe. She felt the stone behind her become extremely hot, and she felt like a piece of beef on an iron plate being seared. At that moment, the meteorite emitted a buzzing sound, its surface glowing red, and its size visibly shrinking. Jinunu felt something was wrong. He roared and lunged forward. The energy stone is not yours. A strange thing happened again. The moment his finger touched Qiyu, he felt as if he had missed entirely and appeared behind her. He turned around and discovered that a human head-sized energy stone was hanging in the center of Qiyu's wounded back, and it was rapidly shrinking. In just a breath's time, the energy stone shrank to the size of an egg, then finally stopped changing. The stone also ceased to glow. Qiyu's body began to float uncontrollably, and she kicked her arms and legs in vain. Jinunu saw his chance, his hands moving like lightning, grabbing the stone. Jinunu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to catch the energy stone. It had just been an instinctive reaction. He wanted to pull the meteorite off Qiyu's body. But the stone and Qiyu didn't budge at all. Jinunu even felt that Qiyu and the stone were not in the same space-time as him. Suddenly, the meteorite emitted a blinding white light, forcing Jinunu to close his eyes. He could feel the meteorite drilling out of his palm like a worm and burrowing into Qiyu's back. Qiyu instinctively let out a scream as the foreign object entered her body. The stone moved within her, and Qiyu felt extremely uncomfortable, as if her blood vessels were about to burst and she was on the verge of exploding. To make matters worse, her body was completely immobilized, and she had lost control over it. Qiyu clearly felt the stone stop when it reached her heart. Then, her body experienced a sensation of weightlessness, and she fell from midair. Ouch! Qiyu rubbed her sore butt. But fortunately, she finally regained control of her body. The joy was short-lived. A gust of wind rushed at her from behind, and Jinunu lunged at her with a furious expression. Spit out the energy stone. Seeing the energy stone drill into Qiyu's body, how could Jinunu not go mad? He saw that Qiyu still hadn't fully recovered, and he directly aimed a punch at her back heart, wanting to rip her open and retrieve the energy stone. Bang! Jinunu's punch went straight into Qiyu's back heart. Yujizi and Xiaozuo displayed expressions of despair. Qiyu let out a scream at first, but soon her expression of pain disappeared. Because she realized that she was no longer in pain, it could be said that pain was a fleeting sensation, more like an illusion. Jinunu withdrew his fist. At the moment he struck through Qiyu's body, he distinctly felt that he had grasped Qiyu's heart. But in an instant, that feeling vanished, and he felt as if his punch had hit nothingness. His fist had struck nothing at all. This is impossible. This is impossible. Yinunu screamed hysterically. All the strange occurrences began after Qiyu made contact with the energy stone. Clearly, the existence of the energy stone allowed Qiyu to continuously evade his lethal attacks. How could this not drive Jininu crazy? These abilities were supposed to be his after he seized the energy stone. Damn Qiyu. This is a case of a magpie occupying a crow's nest. Unforgivable. Jininu wished he could twist off Qiyu's head right then, dismember her, and extract the energy stone from her body. Qiyu also noticed the changes that had occurred in her body after the stone entered her. No matter what, it seemed that this stone was helping her. This was truly an unexpected delight. Qiyu stood upright with ease, twisting her neck, rotating her shoulders, and stretching her somewhat stiff back. Jininu, I originally intended to let you go, but it seems you must die here today. Jininu's eyes turned red. His voice hoarse. How is this possible? How could the energy stone recognize you as its master? I have a connection with it, so why didn't it choose me? I searched for it with great effort, enduring countless hardships, only for it to benefit you in the end. Qiyu said, Oh, so you came to Earth for this stone. It seems this stone is quite the background. I feel that the energy in my body has increased by at least half. It feels so good. Qiyu's words further provoked Jininu. But he was no fool. Given the current situation, he could no longer land a hit on Qiyu. The energy stone seemed to have an automatic protective function for its master, capable of spatial switching. Just based on this point alone, Qiyu had already become an existence with unassailable defense. Because no one could hit her, Jininu looked around, preparing to escape. Qiyu pressed her left hand against her right hand, and with a press, her joints made cracking sounds. Jininu, you've hit me 4 or 5 times. It's my turn to hit you now. Jininu suddenly let out a long howl, fiercely lunging toward the position of the lieutenant. Qiyu thought to herself that this was bad. This was a desperate counterattack, preparing to take the lieutenant as a hostage. She used a teleportation, arriving at the lieutenant's side even before Jininu. Qiyu puffed out her chest and tightened her abdomen, ready to deliver a powerful blow to Jininu. But unexpectedly, Jininu's fierce lunge toward the lieutenant was just a ruse. He feigned an attack and instead fled back toward the original entrance. Although Jininu was arrogant, he was not reckless. Seeing that he could not defeat Qiyu, he decided to retreat as the best strategy. Qiyu's face darkened, and her body erupted with immense energy once again. She quickly vanished from her spot and reappeared only half a body's length away from Jininu. Jininu felt a chill down his spine, sensing a terrifying energy surging behind him. He took a deep breath, and his body began to blur. Without hesitation, Qiyu threw a punch at Jininu's back. Just as Jininu's body was disappearing, her fist made contact with him. Jininu felt the wind from Qiyu's punch on his back, and a sinking feeling told him that today was going to end badly. Instinctively, Jininu opened his mouth, as anyone receiving a heavy blow would scream. A tragic scream echoed throughout the underground plaza. Jininu was startled by this scream, instinctively touching his chest. He found that nothing was wrong. He hadn't been hit. But who let out that mournful cry? Jininu turned his head and saw Qiyu clutching his chest in pain, his face contorted with agony, blood gushing from his back and dyeing the nearby area blue. Qiyu also looked on in confusion at everything happening before her. She had clearly struck Jininu. How could it be that someone else was injured? Qiyu looked utterly despondent. He had been quietly following Jininu, using secret techniques to hide near the entrance, planning to decide on his next move based on the situation. He had seen Jininu force Qiyu into a corner, but ever since the strange stone entered Qiyu's body, her strength had surged, and Jininu was no longer a match for her. He had intended to retreat quietly, but unexpectedly, Jininu had feigned an attack and had come close to him. Seeing that Jininu couldn't defeat Qiyu, he knew he stood no chance and hurriedly tried to escape back through the entrance. But he never expected that Qiyu's punch had clearly struck Jininu, yet he ended up being the one pierced instead. Qiu's heart was crushed, his consciousness began to fade, and as he faced death, his life flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his remaining consciousness. The stone within Qiyu had an ability to ignore spatial distances, but something had clearly gone wrong, preventing Qiyu from fully mastering the stone and unleashing all its functions. Oh heavens, why couldn't Qiyu fully master it? Why wasn't he at Jininu who died? With infinite regret and remorse, Qiyu let out his last breath, finally ceasing to breathe. He could be considered a hero of his home planet, skilled in combat and cunning in strategy, yet he ended up dying in vain, without fully utilizing his abilities on Earth. How frustrating. That was the last thought on Qiu's mind before he breathed his last. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Qiyu reflections and thoughts occurred within just a second or two in the outside world. Qiyu merely glanced at Qiyu, showing no signs of stopping as he feigned an attack and escaped through the entrance. Qiyu felt a shift in her emotions, and her previously improved complexion turned pale again. She tried to stand up but felt dizzy and fell back to the ground. Lying there, tears burst forth like a floodgate. She sensed that her brother was already dead. The two siblings were twins, sharing a deep emotional connection since childhood, so strong that others often looked at them strangely. They had always acted together, whether against one person or thousands. Brother, how could something happen just after I left you for a moment? If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone with you. We, siblings, really can't be separated. Although Qiyu was heartbroken, she, like Qiyu, had a cautious and restrained personality. Since the underground person could kill her brother in an instant, going down would not only fail to avenge him, but would be equivalent to going to her death. Qiyu sensed that Jinnu was approaching her direction. It seemed he was escaping toward the surface. She quickly composed herself and flew toward the surface as well. Qiyu didn't have time to see who was lying on the ground, but as she noticed the blue blood all over him, she realized he was a native of her home planet. Since he was an enemy and not a friend, there was no reason for Qiyu to linger. She soared into the air, rocketing toward the surface. When she realized she had the power to kill Jinnu, she absolutely would not hold back. Several figures flew out from the gap in the ground. The first figure was glowing blue, a long-haired woman with a cold expression. She looked unwell and was flying straight toward the starship. The second figure was a handsome man with green skin, his face cold but betraying a hint of tension. As he flew, he occasionally glanced back. The third figure was a voluptuous young woman with a stunning body, her silhouette carving beautiful curves in the air as she closely pursued the green-skinned man. Seeing the starship just ahead, he suddenly slowed down, hovering in mid-air. Qiyu, are you really planning to fight me to the end? The starship is right behind me, with hundreds of top mercenaries inside. Do you really think you can oppose the entire power of the starship by yourself? Qiyu also stopped, the two locking eyes from a distance. What? You can't defeat me. So you're trying to scare me with the entire starship? Jinnu truly felt trapped, with everyone on the starship watching him. If he fled back to the starship now, he would surely become a laughingstock, which Jinnu absolutely could not accept. However, if he fought Qiyu here, even if he didn't die, he risked being severely injured, which could lead to an even worse fate. Jinnu's eyes darted, and he suddenly called out to the not-so-far-away Julius. Julius, your brother died at Qiyu's hands. If we join forces and kill Qiyu together, you can avenge your brother. Julius responded, Lord Jinnu, even if I join forces with you, we are still no match for Qiyu. My strength is not as great as my brother's. It would be better for me to stay out of this. I suggest we retreat to the starship and use the particle cannons to deal with the Earthlings. There is no need to fight them head-on. Seeing that Julius did not agree to join forces, Jinnu had no choice but to relent. Qiyu, if you come any closer, I will command the particle cannons to bombard the Ka-1 contact point. Saying this was a humiliation for Jinnu, who had always advocated using his own super abilities to conquer Earthlings, and now he had to rely on high technology to protect himself. Qiyu's blood surged within her, almost overwhelming her. The energy stone greatly enhanced her abilities, but also made her more combative. If you can't beat me, you want to use cannons? Qiyu showed a disdainful expression. Feel free to fire. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. You're asking for death. Seeing Qiyu's relentless attitude, Jinnu could only turn and flee toward the starship again. At the same time, he had ordered the starship to launch a second particle cannon attack. Erase this contact point from the map forever. Lord Kuda, the enemy is preparing to launch a second high-energy particle cannon attack. Kuda looked at the massive starship hovering in the sky, its particle cannon turrets already emitting a dazzling purple-red light. How's our shield repair? Kuda asked, trying to maintain a calm tone. It's 85 repaired. If we are attacked now, the probability of complete shield failure will exceed 55. The probability of the shield holding for 1 minute is 80, and for 3 minutes is 50. Order the troops to fire all available firepower and missiles at the starship, and try to delay them. Kuda issued his final command. Abandon the contact point. All personnel evacuate immediately. A staff member pressed the alarm for rapid evacuation. Urgent and high-pitched warning sounds echoed throughout the building. Everyone nervously and orderly retreated underground. We have Qiyu, right? Storm asked Kuda. No matter how powerful she is, she can't directly confront a particle beam, Kuda replied. Let us go. Countless shells and missiles flew toward the starship's location. However, all of these long-range weapons exploded several kilometers away from the starship. After the explosion, as the smoke cleared, the starship re-emerged, unharmed and intact. Suddenly, the air was filled with an intense heat. A thick purple-red beam descended from the sky, directly striking the surface of the contact building. A semi-transparent, water-like shield appeared around the building. The beam hit the shield, creating massive, ripple-like waves on the shield surface, reminiscent of a cyclone hitting the sea. The beam clearly had stronger energy, and the shield was shaking like it was in a storm, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Those still inside the building, watching the purple-red world outside, felt a rising fear of impending doom. Finally, someone couldn't help but scream loudly. The apocalypse is here. The Earth is going to be destroyed. The people behind began to scream, and those in front, unsure of what was happening, started pushing. Panic spread across everyone's faces, and the evacuation route became crowded and chaotic. The shield can't hold. We're all going to die here. Someone shouted. The entire space was already shrouded in red. The end was near. Despair was evident on people's faces. Some simply stopped moving, staring blankly at the blood-red sky outside. Look, what is that? Someone shouted, pointing at the sky. Wow, someone is actually using their body to block the particle beam attack. It's Qiyu. She's blocking the beam with her body. She's not an ordinary person. She's not a hero. She's the goddess of war. The goddess of war. She's buying us time to escape. We must not let her down. Everyone hurry and go. Watching Qiyu, who hovered in the sky like a deity, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Upon realizing they had a glimmer of hope, everyone regained their courage, restoring order and quickly evacuating underground. Kudo was severely embarrassed, but his heart was filled with admiration and gratitude for Qiyu. As long as there were people with such super abilities, the Earth would not perish. Qiyu crossed her arms, using her hands to resist the energy shockwave of the particle beam. Although everyone admired her, Qiyu herself was in distress. It turned out that it wasn't her intention. The energy stone inside her was attracted to the particle energy beam, actively drawing closer. Qiyu was also unable to control herself. The energy stone seemed to thrive on this energy, and Qiyu felt her body was crazily absorbing it. To outsiders, it looked like Qiyu was shielding them from the beam. But in reality, she was desperately absorbing the energy of the beam. Jinnu watched this scene with wide eyes, almost popping out of sockets. Is this even humanly possible? If Qiyu wasn't eliminated, neither the starship nor he would have any chance to turn the tables. Seeing Qiyu seemingly bound by the beam and unable to move, Jinnu gritted his teeth and shot toward her. He bet that Qiyu couldn't use the energy stone to shift space at this moment. Qiyu sensed the danger, but the energy stone was greedily absorbing the energy from the particle beam, leaving her truly unable to move. With her chest wide open, Jinnu saw that she remained still and was overjoyed, switching from a punch to a grab. His attack aimed at Qiyu's heart. He wanted to dig the energy stone out of her body. Suddenly, a red light appeared at Qiyu's chest, and Jinnu's fingertips were just a few millimeters away from her skin, but he couldn't penetrate. Pervert! Qiyu felt both shame and anger as she saw Jinnu's fingers reaching for her chest. Aren't you supposed to be a martial artist from your home planet? Why resort to such lewd tactics? Seeing the disdainful expression on Qiyu's face, Jinnu couldn't help but blush. In martial arts, both sides acted with extreme speed, executing a series of continuous movements. But once the speed slows down or freezes, some actions indeed look quite lewd. Jinnu was very concerned about his image. Seeing his actions misunderstood by Qiyu made him feel a bit awkward. But that was just a fleeting thought. Qiyu had already become the most formidable enemy in his life, aside from his brother, and he had to eliminate her. He didn't care what the enemy thought of him at all. Jinnu shouted angrily and poured all his strength into his 5 fingers. The fingers pressed down again, and the red light flickered, becoming somewhat unstable. Everything felt like it was in slow motion. Jinnu's fingertips slowly penetrated the red light and gently touched the skin on Qiyu's chest. A silky feeling. This was Jinnu's first sensation. His face turned even greener. The chest is one of the most sensitive areas for women. Aside from being touched by LinWei, no other man had ever laid hands on Qiyu. Qiyu was incredibly sensitive, her face turning as red as liver. Jinnu's fingers continued forward, already gripping half of Qiyu's chest. Jinnu could feel Qiyu's frantic heartbeat. You bastard! Qiyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted from her body. This force rushed outwards in all directions, centered on Qiyu. Jinnu could not withstand this impact, and was finally pushed away. At that moment, the particle cannon also finally ceased firing due to energy depletion. After the shockwave from Qiyu dispersed, the scene fell into a brief silence. The inhabitants of the starship and the Earth people at the contact point witnessed this thrilling yet somewhat risky battle. For the men on both sides, while they admired Qiyu's combat prowess, it was her graceful demeanor and stunning figure during the fight that captivated their hearts. A woman from Earth bit her finger, observing the infatuated expressions of the men around her, feeling a bit resentful inside. How impressive! I'm not small either. Sigh, but she's not just impressive. She's ridiculously strong. Kuta gazed at Qiyu's beautiful, yet somewhat lonely silhouette in midair, and a hint of sinful thought arose in his heart. If only I were Jinnu just now, even if I got obliterated. Phantom, the mysterious woman, and Yuji's stepped out from the ground. Yuji's held the mysterious woman, who had her arms around Yuji's neck, looking charming and enchanting. Yoda held Qin, hiding behind a boulder, and did not reveal himself. Qin looked blissful, completely unconcerned about what was happening around her, just gazing dreamily at the handsome Yoda. Jinnu, seeing his sneak attack fail once again, finally made up his mind to escape back to the starship. After fleeing to what he deemed a safe distance, he glanced back at Qiyu and turned to enter the ship. The starship seemed to be preparing to leave. Just then, a dazzling red light flashed from Qiyu's chest. Qiyu felt a wave of suffocation, as if her chest were about to explode. She instinctively opened her mouth, trying to breathe easily. A purplish-red energy beam suddenly shot out from her mouth, instantly hitting the starship. The starship's shield was utterly ineffective, and the entire vessel was directly pierced by the red light. The red light from Qiyu's mouth did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to erupt outward. Seeing this, Qiyu quickly controlled the red light and directly opened the starship's hull. It was as if a scalpel had made a horizontal cut and then a vertical cut on the ship's body. The red laser from Qiyu's mouth ceased to spray. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred in the midsection of the starship. The ship tilted and began to fall towards the ground. With a slight tilt, the ship crashed into the nearby ground. The tremendous impact from the fall flattened buildings within a 50-kilometer radius. Fortunately, the people in those buildings had already fled. The Ka-1 contact point, with its remaining shield, held up against the shockwave. The starship did not explode a second time. People began to emerge from the contact point, staring at the colossal wreckage before them. Suddenly, a faint blue light illuminated the surface of the starship. You Earth people are too naive. Do you think this is how you defeat us? Yoda emerged from the ground with Qin again. He had hidden underground as soon as he sensed something was off. It was unclear what Yoda had done to Qin, but she was now able to stand on her own. She held her ribs, looking defiant. Uncle Yoda, you've already lost, yet you're still so stubborn. Our hero Qiyu single-handedly defeated your entire starship. Yoda sighed and sat down on a rock. Qin directly sat on his lap, then wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. Yoda instinctively held her waist. Uncle Yoda, come back to my clan with me. Qin looked up at him, full of anticipation. I can tell you're a gentleman. Yoda did not answer immediately. A hesitant expression appeared on his handsome face. During this trip to Earth, he had met Qin. For some reason, he found himself captivated by her actions. His long, quiet heart was stirred by this little girl. He realized he needed to be loved and also needed to love others. A man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain. A woman chasing a man is like a veil. Qin pursued Yoda with a reckless abandon that completely brought this man, who had never had deep contact with women, to his knees. Perhaps this is what others refer to as a joyful misunderstanding. A fateful connection is still a connection. Two seemingly unrelated individuals ended up together through a life and death struggle. Moreover, there was a significant age difference between them. According to Earth's time, Yoda was old enough to be Qin's father. Yoda was a completely rational and conservative person, yet now he was doing something most unorthodox. Qin was a quirky girl. The rules of the world meant nothing to her. Her own feelings and happiness were what mattered most. This is the difference between the younger generation and the older generation. They value their feelings more and do not care about others' opinions of them. Birds in the sky and fish in the sea fall in love. It seems absurd, yet it illustrates that in the face of love, all so-called incompatibilities are mere clouds. Qin, seeing that Yoda had not answered, showed a pensive expression. Then I'll go back to your home planet with you. Qin suddenly threw out another proposal. Since I've already shown you everything, you have to take responsibility for me. Wherever you go, I go. Although Qin was young, she was more experienced in matters of the heart than Yoda. She repeatedly emphasized that she had already lost her innocence, which unconsciously placed a heavy moral burden on Yoda. Using the unwavering devotion of a little woman finally turned Yoda completely around. These dating skills might be useless against experienced men, but for a blank slate like Yoda, they were absolutely effective. Yoda was indeed greatly shocked. He quickly waved his hands and said, "How could I let you, a girl, leave your home? I will first go back to your clan and discuss our matter with your chieftain." Qiyu happily jumped up and passionately kissed Yoda's cheeks. "Uncle Yoda, I knew you were the best. But you don't have to worry. I am the chieftain. I have the final say in the clan." Huh? Yoda's jaw almost dropped in disbelief. This little girl is actually the chieftain? Seeing his disbelieving expression, Qiyu chuckled. "Our clan has very few members. I am the strongest. So naturally, I am the chieftain." Yoda nodded. "Uncle Yoda, what did you mean when you said that even if we shot down the starship, we still couldn't win?" Qiyu asked curiously. Yoda pointed to the blue light emanating from the starship's hull. "Once the starship is damaged, the system will automatically activate the defense mechanism. And the starship's hull will transform from a spaceship into a ground fortress, changing from an attack mode to a defense mode. This layer of blue light indicates that the starship is in the process of transforming." Before he could finish speaking, Qiyu heard a deafening roar coming from a distance, and the crowd of onlookers quickly scattered in fear. The starship's hull cracked open in the middle, and a towering fortress emerged from within. At the same time, many tentacle-like objects extended from other parts of the starship, and as soon as they touched the ground, the tips of the tentacles rapidly burrowed underground. The originally smooth touch walls around the starship flipped inward, revealing a sinister black inner wall from which countless cannons of various sizes extended. The starship instantly transformed into a towering, impregnable black fortress. A hint of pride appeared on Yoda's face. The starship's defense is invincible. The starship's hull stood like a black mountain before the crowd. The ground and air forces dispatched by the United Government had already taken positions in front of the starship fortress, and the two sides faced off like this. Qiyu pouted. "Is the starship really that impressive? Just because it came from a home planet, does it think it's so great? Look, it's not like it hasn't been forced to hide here by Qiyu." Yoda glanced at Qiyu, but swallowed the words that were about to come out. He still maintained the reserve of an interstellar martial artist in his heart, but he didn't want to argue with Qiyu. There was a significant age difference between him and Qiyu, and now Yoda treated her both as a girlfriend and with a fatherly affection. He decided he would take good care of her. Yoda patted Qiyu's head. "Qiyu, the starship's defensive power is still very strong. Even if Qiyu is powerful, it's unrealistic for one person to fight against the starship. Alas, it seems an inevitable sea battle between both sides is unavoidable." Suddenly, a turret group in the middle of the starship fortress launched an attack on the Army's missile-armored vehicles and demolition vehicles. In an instant, dozens of armored vehicles were struck by laser beams, triggering a chain explosion of nearby vehicles, and the scene was engulfed in flames. The United Government's army did not expect the enemy to open fire first. They had just intended to contact the enemy. The army commander was furious and immediately ordered a counterattack. Countless shells and missiles were launched from all directions towards the fortress, but none could penetrate the blue defense shield outside the fortress. The shells exploded outside the shield, creating high temperatures and heat waves that turned the scene into a hellish landscape. Seeing the first round of attacks ineffective, the army quickly ordered a retreat to a safe distance. The fortress did not launch any further attacks. It seemed that the previous attack was merely a warning. The half-circular dome of the Ka-1 contact point building slowly opened, and a laser launcher extended from inside. The launcher aimed at the blue light behind the shield and immediately fired a thick beam of laser. At the same time, the fortress's defense shield changed from blue to red. The laser struck the red screen, creating a huge vortex on the surface, and shockwaves rippled across the shield. The noise was great and quite spectacular, but unfortunately it could not break through the red shield. Fire! Suddenly, countless shells were fired from the Army's armored vehicles and attack aircraft, all directed at the red shield. The fortress did not remove the red shield, but generated another layer of blue shield within the red shield. All shells and missiles penetrated the red shield, but exploded upon contact with the blue shield. Report to the commander. The underground attack mission has failed. An officer reported to the commander. It turned out that the United Army had dug tunnels and buried high-energy explosives around the starship fortress, which could bury the fortress underground once detonated. Unexpectedly, the fortress's red and blue shields formed a circular protective barrier that even the underground couldn't destroy. The Earth people fell silent. This truly was a tough nut to crack. A hint of pride appeared on Yoda's face. "Qiyu, I told you, didn't I? Whether it's a regular attack or a laser attack, it's ineffective against the fortress." Qiyu glanced into the distance, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on her face. "My dear Uncle Yoda, you're wrong. there is someone particularly effective against you. Yoda was puzzled and followed Qian's gaze backward, where a white rainbow, like a jet fighter's contrail, streaked across the sky. And at the front of this rainbow was a woman. It was Qiyu. Yoda's heart raced. This woman can't be thinking of challenging the Starship Fortress alone, right? She can't be overconfident. Qiyu passed through the red shield without any obstruction, and then, with a furious shout, she punched the blue shield hard. The overwhelming force and unstoppable momentum. Bang! The blue shield shook from her blow. Qiyu struck again. Bang! The blue shield seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Just as Qiyu was gathering all her strength to prepare for a third punch, 3 figures flew out from the fortress. The leading figure was muscular, perfectly shaped like a Greek statue, and was Lucier, who had fought with Qiyu on Earth. The other 2 men were pitch black, looking identical, seemingly a pair of twins. Teacher Qiyu, it's nice to see you again. Liushir's attitude was very polite. Qiyu replied, let your boss, Jinunu, come out. I have unfinished business with him. Hee, don't think that just because you knocked down the starship, you can treat our home planet's people however you like. We advise you to end this now. Otherwise, you might die here. The pair of black-skinned twins spoke simultaneously, their speed, content, and tone sounding as if one person was speaking. Teacher Qiyu, your combat power is extraordinary, but don't be blindly arrogant. There are many high-level mercenaries on our starship, and it's impossible for you to win alone. What if we are included? An old voice appeared behind Qiyu. When Qiyu turned around, she saw Phantom, the mysterious woman, Yujizi, and the baseball kid appearing behind her. Except for Yujizi, the others looked injured, and their combat power was definitely greatly reduced. And we are here too. Kuda, Maid, and Storm also appeared. Phantom said to Qiyu, I've already contacted the Alliance headquarters. The remaining 3 S-Class heroes and the top 20 A-Class heroes are on their way here. All of our high-level heroes are here today, and we are here to completely defeat the starship and make them roll back to their hometown. Qiyu, just focus on finding and killing Jinunu. Leave the other mercenaries to us. Can we not handle these few scrubs? Phantom pointed at the pair of black twins with disdain. Old man, who are you calling scrubs? The black twins were furious and charged straight at Phantom. Yujizi, have you had enough? Let me down. The mysterious woman said softly to Yujizi. Her face flushed. I need to help Phantom. He was injured and can't handle those black twins alone. Yujizi responded, gently putting the mysterious woman down. The mysterious woman touched Yujizi's cheek, kissed her on the face, and turned to go towards Phantom. More people flew out from the starship, seemingly all high-level mercenaries. Lucier sighed. Teacher Qiyu, I really don't want to see this kind of scene. Everyone stands on different sides, and it's beyond our control. Qiyu, just charge in. I'll handle this chatty pretty boy. Yujizi suddenly leaned in. Lucier angrily said, You're one of the Starship S people. How can you help the enemy? That's really too shameless. Yujizi sneered. Stop spewing useless words. Whoever is strong has the right. Yukisai suddenly teleported, her tail straightened, and she lunged towards Lilishi's chest. Lilishi quickly dodged, furiously saying, You have no martial ethics, and you don't even give a warning. You want to kill someone as soon as you strike. Behind her, more Alliance heroes flew in, engaging in one-on-one or team battles with the mercenaries from the starship, gradually clearing a path for Qiyu towards the starship. LinWei was with Qiyu, the 2 of them hand in hand, enjoying a day in the deep mountains. They sighed that the war was over and they were idle, taking advantage of the clear skies and beautiful landscapes to travel together on Earth. Suddenly, LinWei spotted a small black dot in the sky, which grew larger in seconds, resembling an umbrella descending towards them. Qiyu and LinWei paused to watch, realizing that the unidentified object resembled a neuron. As they focused on it, they saw it getting bigger, turning pink, covered in neural blood vessels with a round hole in the center like a single eye. Qiyu threw a punch at the monster, but the shockwave was easily absorbed by the hole. Seeing this, LinWei and Qiyu turned to run, sprinting through the forest. Eventually, Qiyu simply grabbed LinWei and flew through the woods, but even so, their speed couldn't match that of the descending monster. Once the creature landed, it quickly spread through the forest, and soon they could see its nerve cells pulsating wherever they went. Just as they were at a loss, they suddenly spotted a river ahead. The 2 quickly jumped into the water, hiding themselves in the current. The monster howled as it passed over the river where they were hiding. LinWei held his breath at the riverbed, relieved to have escaped danger. He reached out to grab Qiyu beside him, but found only empty space. Turning his head, he was horrified to discover that Qiyu's head had transformed into that of the one-eyed monster, the black hole emotionlessly facing him. LinWei screamed in terror, water flooding into his mouth, ears, and nose. A sense of desperate suffocation overwhelmed him. Linwei woke up from his nightmare, drenched as if he had just been pulled from the water. But the next second, he screamed again. It turned out there was a shadow standing by his bed, motionless, and he didn't know how long it had been there. Startled, Linwei rolled off the other side of the bed. He cautiously peeked out, and the next moment, he was overjoyed. Qiyu. Linwei leaped up from the floor, rolling and crawling over the bed to hug the figure. You were so naughty, coming back in the middle of the night without saying a word and scaring me. His arms wrapped around her waist, and his head instinctively buried into her chest, rubbing his nose against her. Wow, such a familiar feeling, but the scent is different. Why has Qiyu's smell changed? However, it still smells good. The other party seemed unprepared for Linwei to hug her like this, momentarily stiff and slightly trembling. Who are you? Why are you sleeping in my sister's bed? The woman Linwei thought was Qiyu spoke, her voice exceptionally cold. Linwei shuddered in fright and quickly pushed her away. Under the moonlight, a woman with delicate brows was staring intently at Linwei. The room lights turned on, revealing a stunning beauty standing gracefully in front of Linwei. She looked about 70 to 80% like Qiyu, but appeared slightly older. Her beauty was proud and aloof, completely different from Qiyu's cute temperament. Additionally, she was taller and had a more slender figure than Qiyu. Her curves were pronounced, rivaling Qiyu's. Linwei's mind raced as he quickly realized who she was. Wow, are the genes of the Qiyu family all this outstanding? You are Qiling, Linwei blurted out. Seeing Linwei staring at her without blinking, the woman felt a mix of bashfulness and anger. When she noticed him calling her name directly, she was also a bit surprised and raised an eyebrow. Oh, you actually know me. What is your relationship with Qiyu? Linwei's face flushed. I am Qiyu's boyfriend. Qiling's body trembled slightly. That little girl Qiyu, just a few months after leaving home, already has a boyfriend. Her expression darkened. How did you trick my sister into being with you? Linwei stammered. Qiling. Sister, please believe me. I truly like Qiyu. How could I deceive her? Slap. Before Linwei could finish, Qiling slapped him hard across the face. Linwei covered his cheek, looking dazed at the woman who looked so much like Qiyu. Why are you so barbaric, slapping someone as soon as you meet? You mistook me for Qiyu and hugged me, even rubbed your nose against my chest. By the end of her words, Qiling's face turned red. Qiling's features were already more defined than Qiyu's, her beauty surpassing Qiyu's slightly. However, her cold demeanor usually gave people a feeling of distance. Qiling was an exquisite beauty, and once she accidentally showed a shy expression, it was like ice and snow melting, instantly making Linwei feel weak all over. Seeing Linwei still staring at her, Qiling became furious and slapped him again. Slap. Linwei's left cheek was slapped. How can you hit people so casually? Qiyu is so gentle and cute. How can you be so fierce? Linwei couldn't care less that the person before him was Qiyu's older sister, covering his face and complaining. Qiling sneered. What's wrong with hitting you? She raised her hand, about to strike again. But then, she glanced at the bed and seemed to see something. Stopping her hand midair, Linwei shrank his neck in fear. Qiling looked at a spot on the bedspread, her expression becoming strange. Suddenly, she leapt into the air, pinning Linwei down on the bed with one hand. You already slept with my sister? Qiling grasped Linwei's throat with one hand. It turned out there was a streak of bright red in the center of the bed. Linwei was caught off guard by Qiling's sudden loss of composure. Qiyu and I truly love each other. Our relationship developed naturally. It's not what you think. Linwei shouted. Qiling loosened her grip slightly, then yanked Linwei up again. She placed a hand on Linwei's head, a glimmer of starlight flashing in her eyes. Tell me everything that has happened between you and Qiyu over the past few months. Don't think about deceiving me. I have telepathy. If you lie, I'll know immediately. If you have any thoughts of deceiving Qiyu, I'll kill you on the spot. Linwei swallowed hard, beginning to recount everything. He started with Qiyu's battle against Jununu. How Qiyu was hit by a meteor, accidentally entering a wormhole, arriving at Linwei's Earth. He narrated how they went from acquaintances to lovers, and finally how they ended up here. He revealed everything they encountered, leaving nothing out, spilling it all to Qiling like a bamboo tube pouring beans. The process was thrilling and twisty, and Qiling listened dumbfounded. She asked several questions, and Linwei answered truthfully. It took Linwei a full 2 hours to finish his story. Sigh. My sister really has had many adventures these past few months. After hearing about everything that had happened, Qiling couldn't help but sigh. Linwei, having finished recounting the past few months' experiences, felt parched and his throat burning. I didn't expect you weren't from Earth. Qiling looked Linwei up and down. To be precise, I'm not a human from this Earth, Linwei added. Qiling stepped forward and placed her hand on LinWei's chest. Sure enough, it's a metal heart. You are no longer purely human. You are half human, half machine. The scar that LinWei was most unwilling to have exposed was once again revealed by Qiling, and his expression darkened considerably. "LinWei, do you know? Qiyu and I are the last two heirs of the ancient martial arts clan." Qiling didn't care about LinWei's expression. Instead, she turned and walked toward the window, looking up at the starry sky with a hint of melancholy. "What kind of organization is the ancient martial arts clan that you and Qiyu keep mentioning?" LinWei couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "We are a family with generations of heritage, not an organization." The night breeze blew, tousling Qiling's long hair. 1,000 years ago, the ancient martial arts clan escaped from our home planet and, by chance, came to this Earth. LinWei exclaimed, "Ah, so you are from the home planet." Qiling glanced at him. "Why are you so surprised? The ancestors of humans on this Earth might also have come from the home planet." LinWei responded with an "oh" and closed his mouth. 1,000 years ago, our ancestors of the ancient martial arts clan were pure-blooded beings from the home planet. But in recent decades, due to the declining birth rate within the clan, we had to intermarry with Earthlings. So Qiyu and I are no longer purely beings from the home planet. We also have half of the genes of Earthlings. I didn't expect Qiyu to still be a descendant of the home planet. Isn't it a case of fighting among kin now that she is battling Jinunu? LinWei propped his chin on his hand and muttered to himself. Qiling said, "Jinunu is a descendant of the ancient Star Clan. The ancient Star Clan is one of the oldest races in the history of the home planet and can be considered a brother race to the ancient martial arts clan. You are right. It is indeed a twist of fate that Qiyu is now fighting Jinunu on Earth." "Qiling, may I ask why the ancient martial arts clan left the home planet?" LinWei asked again. Qiling rolled her eyes at him. "You sweet-talking brat, calling me sister nonstop. Do I recognize you as my brother-in-law? There are many reasons. If I have the chance in the future, I will tell you. Since Qiyu has gone to find Jinunu, I must also go help my sister." Qiling spoke and acted decisively, leaving as soon as she said so. LinWei reached out to stop her. "What are you going to do?" Qiling saw him blocking her with his arm, almost touching her chest again, and instinctively took a step back. LinWei said, "Take me with you. I can't rest easy with Qiyu fighting alone." Qiling lightly huffed through her cute nose. "What use is it for you to go? An ordinary person with no combat power." LinWei didn't mind Qiling's disdain for him and firmly said again, "Sister Qiling, please take me with you." Qiling stared into his determined eyes and after a long while finally said, "All right then." The two walked outside and stood side by side. Qiling reached out and wrapped her arm around LinWei's shoulder, and in an instant, they soared into the air. LinWei instinctively wrapped his arms around Qiling's slim waist. In midair, LinWei's cheek was constantly subjected to soft impacts, plunging him into immense happiness. In a daze, he thought the person beside him was Qiyu. "Little brat, stop moving around, and don't intentionally touch my chest. Be careful, or I'll throw you down." Qiling's cold words pulled LinWei back to reality. "How could I be intentionally touching your chest? It's clearly because yours is too big, and I have no place to hide, okay?" LinWei thought to himself with a grumble. Qiling and Qiyu. These two sisters are indeed beauties of the world, but their personalities are worlds apart. The two sped through the night wind, flying towards the Ka-1 contact point. Near the Ka-1 contact point, heroes of the Earth Alliance and mercenaries from the starship were fighting in the vast expanse. Qiyu seized the opportunity and charged alone toward the starship fortress. Most of the mercenaries, seeing Qiyu moving toward the fortress, did not abandon their current battle to intercept her. Because everyone was thinking one thing. I did take Jinunu's high commission from the ancient Star Clan, but that doesn't mean I need to sacrifice my precious life for them. We are already fulfilling our responsibilities by battling the heroes of Earth. Let the crucial battle be resolved by Jinunu himself. Moreover, they had already witnessed Qiyu's incredible combat power, and no one was willing to go up and seek death. To be cannon fodder. But there were exceptions. The Black Twins were not superstitious and wanted to have a go at Qiyu. The brothers wanted a chance to make a name for themselves on the starship, and even the home planet. But the reality was that they were entangled with the Phantom and the mysterious woman, unable to break free. Little did they know that the Phantom and the mysterious woman were among the top figures in the Earth Alliance. And if they had not been injured to varying degrees and their combat power reduced to less than half, these twins would not have been their match at all. The Black Twins watched helplessly as Qiyu broke through the blockade, just a step away from the fortress entrance. Suddenly, a muscular figure blocked Qiyu's path. The person was Lu Lisher. He had shaken off Jisai's entanglement and stood in front of Qiyu. "Teacher Qiyu, please go back. I will persuade Jinunu to leave Earth quickly." Qiyu didn't want to get too entangled with Lu Lisher, and seeing that he wouldn't step aside, she directly threw a punch. Lu Lisher's muscles suddenly bulged, and his entire physique grew several times larger. His muscles began to rotate like a fluid. Qiyu's fist, just like last time, touched his body and immediately felt as if she was trapped in a swamp, half of her arms sinking into Lu Lisher's body. Lu Lisher wanted to use this move to temporarily hold Qiyu back. He was very confident in this technique. He had once sparred with Jinunu. Although Jinunu's attack power was astonishing, Lu Lisher had managed to fight dozens of rounds with him using his vortex-like muscles. Lu Lisher continued to exert force, his muscles grinding like a meat grinder, slowly dragging Qiyu in. As Qiyu's half-body began to sink into the muscles, a smug smile appeared on Lu Lisher's face. Handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, Lu Lisher felt the muscles surrounding Qiyu's body beginning to feel a sense of pressure. He looked down and saw Qiyu's body moving in sync with his muscle movements. Simply put, Qiyu was matching the frequency of her muscle movements with Lu Lisher's. A huge resonance came from all parts of her body. Lu Lisher felt himself relaxing, as if he was losing control of his own body. At the same time, Qiyu's body began to slowly detach from his muscle mass. Lu Lisher, who had always prided himself on his precise control over his body, found this to be impossible. Watching Qiyu gradually slip out of his muscle control, he became somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, Qiyu's muscles also began to swell rapidly, revealing a muscular Barbie in front of Lu Lisher. The muscles in Qiyu's arms began to rotate like a fluid, and at the points of contact between the two, the direction of Lu Lisher's muscle rotation gradually began to synchronize with Qiyu's. Lu Lisher truly began to panic, because Qiyu was using the very method he was most proud of to counter him. Soon, the muscles in other parts of his body began to move in sync with Qiyu's actions. Lisher found himself completely losing control over his own body. Qiyu began to move her hands in circles, and Liosher's massive body started to follow her movements, also circling around. As Qiyu's movements became faster, Liosher's spinning speed also grew increasingly astonishing. "Help!" Lisher cried out in desperation. "Go!" Qiyu shouted sharply, suddenly stopping her hands and forcefully flinging them outward. Liosher's body shot towards the starship fortress like a cannonball. Bang! Liosher's body, like a precision-guided missile, smashed directly into the fortress's outer wall, creating a massive breach and kicking up clouds of dust. "Qiyu, you really are so strong." Lisher, covered in blood, said this before slowly closing his eyes. Qiyu flew directly into the breach. The others present were shocked to see Qiyu take down Lisher in just a few moves, especially the mercenaries who were well aware of Liosher's combat power. They truly realized Qiyu's might this time. No one dared to stop Qiyu from entering the starship's interior anymore. Once inside, Qiyu realized she had been reckless. The interior of the starship was too vast and complex. How could she find Jinunu in a short time? If she had known this, she should have captured Lisher earlier to guide her. The breach where Qiyu entered was right in the middle of the starship. She propped her chin on her hand, hesitating whether to go left or right. "Where is everyone? Why is it so quiet? There wasn't even a ghost in sight." "Forget it. I'll go right first," Qiyu muttered to herself and turned to walk to the right. "Qiyu, the main cabin of Jinunu is on the left side of the ship." Two figures emerged from the shadows on one side. One of them was Qiyu's acquaintance, Qin, from the assassination team. The other man was tall, extremely handsome, and someone Qiyu had never seen before. Qin hooked her arm around the man's, appearing like a little bird dependent on him. Seeing their intimate gestures, Qiyu was momentarily taken aback. "Qin, who is this man?" "I am Yuda. I am a mercenary of the starship," the man said, stroking his handsome chin. "He's the enemy." Qiyu's aura suddenly surged, and without a word, she punched Yuda in the cheek. Yuda blocked with his arms, but the force of Qiyu's punch slammed him against the wall. Qiyu was relentless, already following up with a second punch. Suddenly, a red light flashed before Qiyu's eyes, and Qin drew her knife, attacking Qiyu from the side. Qin's attack was fierce. The blade aimed directly at Qiyu's neck. Qiyu had to temporarily retreat. "Qin, are you crazy? Why are you helping my enemy against me?" Qin didn't pursue but sheathed her knife, saying, "Sister Qiyu, you hit people without distinguishing friend from foe, so I can only do this. Yuda is my man, and I won't allow you to hurt him." Qiyu was dumbfounded, looking at the two again. "What did you two get together?" Qin pouted. "We bonded during battle. I fell in love at first sight with Uncle Yuda." Yuda remained non-committal. Qiyu asked, "So are you planning to help me or stop me?" Yuda replied, "I'm from the mother planet. I can't help you against Jinunu. But I love Qin, so I can tell you how to find Jinunu quickly." Qiyu nodded. "I can handle Jinunu on my own." After Yuda detailed Jinunu's location, he took Qin's hand, and the two slowly faded into the darkness, disappearing from sight. It turned out that Qin was skilled in stealth, and they quietly infiltrated the starship while everyone else was fighting outside. Qin and Yuda had reached an agreement. Qin would no longer assist the Earth Alliance against the mother planet, and Yuda would not act against Earthlings. However, Qin hoped Yuda could help Qiyu find Jinunu quickly, and after much thought, Yuda agreed to his girlfriend's request. Jinunu sat on his wide throne, overlooking the battle outside the viewport. The surrounding troops were watching closely, but Jinunu was unconcerned about the attacks from these small fries. The mercenaries in his command were fighting fiercely against the Earth heroes. Jinunu knew full well that he was currently suppressed by Qiyu, and these guys were merely putting on a show. No one would truly fight for him. He was aware that Qiyu would find her way here soon. He had already seen from the surveillance equipment that Qiyu was approaching. Someone must have betrayed him. Otherwise, how could Qiyu's path be so clear, with no errors at all? What frustrated Jinunu even more was that no one had come out to stop Qiyu along the way. It turned out he was truly all alone. Normally, he ruled the starship like a king, but at this critical moment, he couldn't rely on anyone. He had considered fleeing, but quickly dismissed that thought. He was the supreme commander of this starship. If he abandoned the ship and fled, he would never have another chance to turn things around. With this in mind, a ruthless expression suddenly appeared on Jinunu's face. He stood up from his throne, walked to the control panel, and pressed an inconspicuous button. A glass vial slowly rose from the control platform. Jinunu grasped the glass vial, which glimmered with blue light around it. Identity verification successful. With a cold, emotionless AI prompt, Jinunu retrieved the glass vial from the console. The vial was small and contained some purple, unknown liquid. Jinunu tightly held the vial and returned to his throne. He then stopped paying attention to Qiyu's movements and slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for her arrival. A few minutes later, the door to the highest control room was kicked open. Qiyu burst into the control room, symbolizing the highest level of the starship. She looked around. There was no one else in the control room, only Jinunu sitting alone on a high platform in the distance. He rested his chin on one hand, eyes closed, appearing as if he were asleep. Jinunu, stop pretending. Let's settle this here today. Qiyu's voice echoed in the hall. Jinunu opened his eyes. Qiyu, you finally came. You really aren't afraid of death. As he spoke, Jinunu put the entire glass vial into his mouth. He bit down gently, and the glass vial shattered instantly in his mouth. The purple liquid mixed with glass shards was swallowed down. Jinunu, can't beat me, so you resort to drugs? As a man, you're pathetic, Qiyu mocked. She crossed her arms, her chest prominently elevated. Of course, you swallowed an entire energy stone. You've cheated to the max. And you still have the face to talk about me, Jinunu retorted, clutching his throat. The purple liquid seemed a bit viscous and difficult to swallow, and it appeared to have an uninviting taste. Jinunu struggled to gulp it down several times. As soon as the purple liquid hit his stomach, a wave of heat surged up, accompanied by intense pain in his organs. Jinunu, who had been sitting upright on his throne, suddenly felt his stomach swell violently, causing him to kneel on the ground with both knees and hands. Did you eat something bad? Why are you kneeling? Qiyu observed Jinunu showing signs of poisoning and immediately took action. This was a great opportunity to defeat Jinunu. Qiyu's lightning-fast punch slammed down hard on Jinuanua's head. It was my punch, but your life is what I want. Jinuanua seemed to still be tormented by excruciating pain, unable to evade. He only lifted his head at the last moment. What was supposed to hit the top of his head ended up striking his face directly. Jinuanua sent fleeing, his body embedding itself into the metal wall behind him. Qiyu suddenly shivered. Just as Jinua lifted his head, she saw a pair of bloodshot eyes and a completely twisted face. It was filled with malice and raw violence. The control room suddenly fell silent, with Jinua embedded in the wall, facing inward, motionless. Is it over? Did he overdose and die? Just as Qiyu let out a sigh of relief, her eye twitched. Jinua, embedded in the wall, had vanished. At the same time, Qiyu felt a terrifying and wicked energy coming from behind her. Without turning around, she shot forward. Even so, Qiyu could sense the punch barely grazing the back of her head, without giving her any chance to catch her breath. The second punch came at her back like a parasite. The punch was too fast to dodge, and Qiyu had to instinctively take it with her body. Bang! She was also sent flying. In midair, she clutched her chest, her mind in a daze. 1. Jinuanua's speed was faster than before. 2. There were strange stones in her body that could redirect attacks. But Jinuanua's punch had clearly hit her. 3. Jinunua hit her in the back. But Qiyu felt the impact in her chest, though the force wasn't as great as expected. Confused, Qiyu crashed into the wall, facing inward. The entire control room echoed with a dull thud. Qiyu pushed against the wall to free herself, leaving a clear, human-shaped imprint on the wall, with a deep indentation from her neck down to her waist. Qiyu rubbed her chest with one hand, gritting her teeth. Even a superhero would struggle against a steel wall. In front of Qiyu, Jin Nuanua's eyes were bloodshot, and his muscles were significantly bulkier than before, looking even more exaggerated. The most chilling part was the wicked grin on Jin Nuanua's face, his mouth stretching wide, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Qiyu unconsciously covered her chest with both hands. He really is a pervert. Qiyu, you forced me. You could have lived. Jin hovered in midair, his voice old and hoarse. Qiyu twisted her neck. Jin Nuanua, don't think that just because you've taken drugs and are faster and stronger, you can win against me. Drugs? Jin Nuanua's eyes turned like a Persian cat in his blood-red sockets. This is a small portion of essence extracted from the energy stone of my home planet. My brother Bai Deng and I can each only have this small vial for a lifetime. I originally planned to use it during my ultimate showdown with Bai Deng, but you forced me to use it early. Qiyu rolled her eyes. So you're saying it's my fault? Jin Nuanua replied. Now, I have no choice but to kill you and extract the energy stone from your chest for my own use if I want a chance to compete with Bai Deng again. The strange stone in my body, you call it an energy stone? What is an energy stone? Jin Nuanua was infuriated to the point of exploding. The thing he yearned for day and night was just a thing in Qiyu's eyes. Jin no longer wanted to talk to this second sister. He let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Qiyu. The phantom and the mysterious woman found it somewhat difficult to deal with the black twins in front of them. Both of them were seriously injured, their movements restricted, unable to exert even half of their combat power, especially the mysterious woman, whose abdominal wound was nearly exposed. Her specialty was assassination, with a ghostly figure that was elusive. But now her movements were limited, and her attacking power had greatly decreased. The black twins, on the other hand, grew bolder in battle, having fought together since childhood. Their coordination impeccable. Brother, the S-class heroes of Earth are nothing compared to us. Look at that woman, moving slowly and attacking weakly. If this continues, we brothers will make a name for ourselves. The twins were not weak, and were even better at trash talk to distract their opponents. A cold glint flashed in the mysterious woman's eyes as she moved in for close combat, intending to teach that loudmouth a lesson. The phantom reached out to stop her. Don't be affected by their trash talk. Look at them. Although they seem indifferent, their bodies are tense, and their formation hasn't relaxed at all. Stay calm and don't be influenced. The mysterious woman, heavily injured, was prone to impatience after the battle. However, with the phantom's reminder, she quickly regained her composure. The mysterious woman smiled charmingly, exuding allure. Oh no, charm. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Although I'm not what I used to be, taking on you two little brats is still more than enough. The black twins were furious at her words, but neither acted rashly. The phantom thought to himself, these two seem unruly, but they're actually quite clever. Just as the four were at a standoff, the black twins' attention seemed to be drawn to something. The phantom and mysterious woman followed their gaze, equally puzzled. Qiyu and LinWei were flying toward them from a distance. Hadn't Qiyu entered the starship? When did she reappear with LinWei? The phantom was speechless. So many heroes had fought their way through for Qiyu, and she had actually gone to meet her boyfriend. And she even found time to change her outfit. Qi Ling flew in front of the four, and upon seeing their expressions, she understood what had happened. They all thought she was Qiyu. The loudmouth twin among the black twins said, Qiyu, we saw you go into the starship, so how did you come out again? Did you get beaten by Lord Jin Nuanua and come running back out? Qi Ling pointed to herself, then to the starship. Are you saying I went in there? The twins exchanged glances. Was Qiyu's head damaged by Jin Nuanua's punch? The loudmouth twin couldn't hold back his chatter again. Pointing at Qi Ling, they say big breasts mean no brains. Qiyu, your chest is really big, but you're really brainless. Why ask others where you've been? Before he could finish his rambling, the big-breasted beauty in front of him had already vanished. He was momentarily stunned, realizing something was off. But it was too late. Qi Ling appeared behind the loudmouth twin in an instant, delivering a punch that went straight through his abdomen. Blood sprayed everywhere. Before anyone could react, Qi Ling vanished again, returning to her original position. The entire process took only a few seconds. The loudmouth twin looked down at his pierced abdomen in disbelief, then coughed up blood, wailing in agony. I hate it when people say my breasts are big. It's not something I can control, but I also don't like killing, so consider this a lesson for you. The other three exchanged glances, exasperated. Is this a lesson? What does that even mean? Qiling disdainfully shook off the dark blood on her hands. The loudmouth twin trembled all over, gradually collapsing. Brother, hold on. The other twin supported the loudmouth, his face showing a mix of fear and resentment. Qiling said, you twins are of average strength. It's only through your brotherly partnership that you can exert power greater than the sum of your parts. Your brother is already done for. Are you still planning to fight us? The twin brother was shocked when she pointed out his strengths and weaknesses. Please, Lady Qiyu, spare us a way out. The brother was clever and quickly pleaded for mercy. I said I don't like killing, so why are you still here? If I don't kill you, those two are not my responsibility. Qiling pointed at the phantom and the mysterious woman. The phantom stepped forward. I never planned to let you go. A strange, grim smile suddenly appeared on the twin brother's face. We really can't compete with Lady Qiyu, but we are not afraid of you too. The twin brother shouted angrily to the sky, then single-handedly hoisted his brother onto his shoulder and suddenly charged straight at the phantom. What a suicidal tactic. The phantom saw that the opponent was rushing in without any defense, with wide openings all over. Naturally, the phantom wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, raising a hand to unleash an energy shockwave. Bang! The shockwave exploded in front of the brothers, leaving a scene of carnage. Qiling felt a bit nauseous and turned her head away. LinWei, who had been distant and inconspicuous, felt a wave of nausea. When the dust settled, the remains of the brothers were left on the ground. The mysterious woman looked around and curiously asked, where are their heads? Upon closer inspection, there were two head-sized deep holes in the sandy surface. The phantom said, the body structure of Mother Star people is bizarre. These two must have deliberately charged at me to keep their heads and escape. Everyone was greatly surprised. Is there such a tactic? No wonder they were so fearless. The mysterious woman looked at Qiling. Beautiful lady, you are not Qiyu, right? You're a few centimeters taller than her, and your bust is a bit larger as well. The phantom glanced at the mysterious woman, thinking, they say you like women and not men. You really do observe closely. Qiling flicked her long hair and nodded. Qiyu is my sister. My name is Qiling. The phantom was overjoyed. Qiling's strength seemed to be on par with Qiyu's. If the Earth Alliance had these two sisters, they wouldn't have to worry about Mother Star people's attacks. Has my sister entered the interior of this starship? The phantom nodded. Qiling waved at LinWei in the distance, signaling him to come over. LinWei jogged over to Qiling. Are you going to wait outside or come in with me? Once we go in, I can't guarantee your safety. I want to go in with you, LinWei replied firmly. Qiling nodded and suddenly grabbed LinWei's neck. LinWei fell into a blissful sensation of suffocation. Qiling soared into the air, not greeting the phantom and the mysterious woman, and flew directly toward the gap in the starship. The phantom watched Qiling's back and sighed to herself. Qiling was very aloof, completely different from Qiyu. However, both sisters were quite bold when it came to LinWei. What kind of magic does this Earthman have that makes both beautiful women so unreserved around him? Suddenly, the phantom inexplicably imagined herself being held by Qiling's arm, and her heart fluttered. The mysterious woman noticed that the phantom was standing still, staring blankly into the distance where Qiling had gone, and stepped forward to pat the phantom's shoulder. So you can also indulge in fantasies. Qiling looks even more feminine than Qiyu. I like her too. Ahem. The phantom coughed violently. Am I competing with you for women? The phantom shot a fierce glare at the mysterious woman. Qiling entered the interior of the starship and slowly descended to the ground. LinWei finally caught his breath. Sister Qiling, this place is so big. How do we find Qiyu? Qiling said, I have a telepathic connection with Qiyu, as long as we are not too far apart. I can sense her. Can you sense Qiyu's location now? Pretty close, I think. To speed things up, I'll take you with me. After Qiling finished speaking, she pulled LinWei into her arms and soared into the air again. Just as she took off, she suddenly exclaimed and quickly shot out an energy shockwave downward. As the energy dissipated, a man and a woman appeared before her. The man was holding the woman, who was nestled in his embrace, and they looked very intimate. Upon seeing Qiling, the woman showed a surprised expression. Sister Qiyu, why are you back again? Didn't you go to find Jinunu? Qiling looked at Qin, knowing she was misunderstood again. She didn't bother to explain and flew deeper while carrying LinWei. Qin scratched her head. Why did Qiyu suddenly become so aloof and change clothes? Who was the man by her side? He looks good, but not my type. The two became invisible again and moved toward the exit. The hand-to-hand battle between Qiyu and Jinunu intensified. Qiyu took a punch, and Jinunu received a kick. The speed of their punches was increasing. Bang! Bang! Both exchanged a punch and flew backward in opposite directions. Qiyu's clothes were severely damaged. Previously, she had a bare back, and now her clothing was torn at the chest, shoulder, abdomen, and thigh, exposing her bloodied and beautiful figure to Jinnu. However, Jinnu was unfazed. In his eyes, Qiyu was no different from other male fighters. Both Qiyu and Jinnu were panting heavily. Even superhumans could run out of energy after high-intensity confrontation. Jinnu, taking drugs really makes a difference. I thought I could deal with you in just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Qiyu placed her hands on her hips. Drenched in sweat, Jinnu was also exhausted, his features twisted further. Qiyu, you were really a lucky monster. I drank the energy stone extract and still couldn't win against you. It seems the energy stone's potential in your body is immense. I must get my hands on it. With one arm around LinWei, Qiyu moved through the starship's interior as if it were uninhabited. Her memory was exceptional, and her thinking was clear. Sometimes when she encountered a fork in the road, she could eliminate options one by one, never repeating the same path. LinWei looked at the beautiful woman beside him and felt deeply impressed. Qiyu was not only beautiful, but also very intelligent. In terms of IQ, Qiyu and Qiyu were not on the same level at all. Qiyu was rough and relied on intuition, while Qiyu was a rationalist who often thought things through. As they turned a U-shaped corridor, Qiyu suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the immense inertia caused LinWei's cheek to collide against something soft again. Qiyu didn't mind. Perhaps she didn't have time to care. She quickly pulled LinWei out of her arms and pushed him to the side. A tall, slender black figure dropped from above, wielding a shining blade aimed directly at Qiyu's chest. Qiyu sidestepped. The blade grazed her chest. However, Qiyu's ample bosom was quite prominent, and the blade tip still tore through her tight combat suit, leaving a shallow cut on her chest. Crimson blood slowly seeped from the wound, staining Qiyu's combat suit. After landing, the shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. She was beautiful, but had a cold demeanor. She was tall and slender, with blue hair, exuding an aloof and independent aura. The attacker was Yoris, and she looked at Qiyu with a face full of resentment. Jinnu said you killed my brother Qiyu. Since you dared to enter the starship alone, I will fight to avenge my brother. Qiyu sighed. Her sister really had enemies everywhere. However, Qiyu did not want to disclose her true identity to the other party. I don't kill nameless people. What's your name? Qiyu looked down from a high vantage point. Julius. I will slowly torment you, making sure you remember my name before you die. Qiyu shrugged, unfazed. Julius suddenly glanced at LinWei. Qiyu, you still haven't forgotten to bring your boyfriend here? Qiyu wiped the wound on her chest with her finger, her expression calm. He not my boyfriend. How would he look at such a useless person? LinWei. Julius said, are you kidding? With how close you two are, would you allow a completely unrelated man to hug you like that? Qiyu snorted coldly. Don't try to influence me. It's a waste of effort. I don't need a man. They will only slow down my punching speed. Qiyu stopped wasting words with Julius and suddenly moved, flashing in front of Julius. Qiyu launched her attack directly. 2 shadowy figures, one red and one blue, fought fiercely in the U-shaped corridor, colliding and narrowly missing each other. After several exchanges, a loud crashing sound echoed. Julius was hit in the abdomen by Qiyu's punch and slammed against the metal corridor. Qiyu steadied herself and said slowly, Julius, you're much stronger than the people outside. But you're not my opponent, especially since you're injured. Just go. I can let you go. After all, I have no grudges against you. Qiyu was correct. This was their first meeting, and they had no grievances. However, this statement was extremely grating to Julius, who was furious. Without a word, she lunged at Qiyu. Seeing an opening, Qiyu frowned and sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to Julius's back. Qiyu would not show mercy to her enemies, so she used almost all her strength for this kick. Julius let out a scream and flew backward. As soon as Qiyu executed the kick, she suddenly realized something was wrong and thought to herself, oh no, because Julius was flying directly towards LinWei's position. LinWei, get out of the way, Qiyu shouted. LinWei only saw a blue shadow rushing towards him, a cold light flashing before his eyes. He shouted and instinctively closed his eyes. Thud! It was the sound of a knife piercing flesh. LinWei's mind went blank, thinking he was going to die, but there was no pain in his body. When LinWei opened his eyes, the sight before him astonished him. Qiyu stood in front of him, gripping the knife blade with one hand. Blood flowed in streams from Qiyu's fingers, pooling on LinWei's body. Seeing LinWei still frozen in place, Qiyu yelled at him. Why aren't you getting far away? Do you want me to take a staff for you? LinWei snapped out of his daze and quickly rolled away, escaping. A faint smile of malice appeared on Julius's pale face as she rapidly extended her other hand, aiming for Qiyu's heart. It turned out that she had been holding a small dagger in her other hand all along. The distance was too close, and Qiyu had no way to dodge. She quickly raised her knee and forcefully thrust it into Julius's chin. Almost simultaneously, Qiyu's other hand delivered a heavy punch. Julius's chin and heart were both struck hard at the same time. She fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blue blood and a few broken teeth. A hint of regret appeared on Julius's face. The stab she exchanged her life for had not reached Qiyu's heart, but had instead hit her abdomen. Qiyu let out a muffled groan, clutching her abdomen, and collapsed to the ground. Blood poured from her body. Julius tried several times to get up from the ground, but couldn't move at all. Qiyu's heavy strikes had left her with fatal injuries. Qiyu. You still say this pretty boy isn't your man. If you're willing to take a knife for him, then you're willing to die for him. Julius suddenly changed her expression and violently vomited a few mouthfuls of blue blood. Her ribs on both the front and back had been broken by Qiyu's attacks, and her heart had taken a tremendous blow. Qiyu's complexion was not good either. She looked at the color of the blood flowing out and was also startled. Your knife is poisoned. You got it right. The blade is smeared with the venom of the star's serpentine snake. Even if you were a superhuman, you will experience full body paralysis, difficulty breathing, and ultimately die from nerve disruption. The most crucial point is that there is no antidote on Earth. Qiyu knew she wasn't lying. The feeling of paralysis was already flowing from her abdomen through her heart, quickly spreading in all directions. Why did she just save LinWei? Qiyu couldn't clarify it herself. It was almost an instantaneous decision. Was it because she knew he was her sister's man, and she wanted to give her sister an explanation? Or was it that her tough exterior hid a soft heart, unable to bear seeing others get hurt? Maybe her heart had started to fancy this pretty boy. After all, although she and Qiyu had vastly different personalities, their types of men were quite similar. LinWei was indeed a useless person, but he was a useless person who fit her preferences. Thinking of this, Qiyu momentarily forgot the pain, and a blush unexpectedly crept onto her face. Sister Qiyu, are you okay? LinWei rolled and crawled back to Qiyu's side, supporting her into his arms. LinWei held Qiyu steady. Qiyu no longer put on a brave front and leaned into his embrace. Seeing that Qiyu was seriously injured while saving him filled LinWei with gratitude and guilt. His insistence on meeting Qiyu had made him a burden to others. Leaning against LinWei, Qiyu inhaled the masculine scent that emanated from him. LinWei didn't have that strong male scent. It was very light, very clean, with a hint of soap fragrance. Would Qiyu blame me for dying in the arms of the person she likes? I, Qiyu, have lived this long without ever being in a relationship. Is that a loss? If I were to die saving LinWei, would he remember me? Perhaps the poison was starting to take effect, and Qiyu's mind became chaotic, leading her to think about nonsensical things. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell on her face. Qiyu looked up and saw tears on LinWei's face. The tears were his. Was he crying for me? Just as Qiyu began to feel faint, LinWei's actions startled and embarrassed her. LinWei laid her down on the ground and tore open the fabric covering her wound. Although LinWei was careful, part of her chest was still exposed. Qiyu exclaimed, LinWei, what do you want to do? LinWei offered no explanation and directly leaned down, pressing his lips to the wound on Qiyu's abdomen. It turned out that LinWei intended to use the most primitive method to suck the venom out. The moment LinWei's lips touched Qiyu's skin, a wave of goosebumps spread across her body. Her wound was in the abdomen, close to the ribs. Qiyu had a full upper body, and as LinWei's mouth touched her ribs, his nose and forehead inevitably brushed against the lower edge of her chest. Like Qiyu's body was extremely sensitive to touches from the opposite sex. LinWei's actions instantly sent her into a whirlwind of sensations. As LinWei sucked the venom, Qiyu felt an indescribable complex sensation of the wound. Pain, numbness, itchiness, and a kind of aching that felt as if her bones were being pulled out, leaving her weak and her consciousness drifting away. LinWei, stop it, you. Sucking out the venom for me will also poison you. Qiyu struggled to speak, her words coming out in fragments. LinWei raised his head and glanced at her, then spat out a mouthful of dark blue-black blood onto the ground. It seemed like he wanted to speak, but his mouth was probably numb and he couldn't get the words out. He shook his head and bent down to take another sip. Qiyu watched this scene with wide eyes, not saying a word. There was unwillingness, resentment, and a hint of fiery passion in her eyes. She spat out several more mouthfuls of blood, and her eyes began to lose focus. Brother. Qiyu's body started to tremble violently, and tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. She was calling for her brother, but it was mumbled. After a moment, she stared wide-eyed and stopped breathing. LinWei spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of poisonous blood in succession, and Qiling's complexion improved significantly by the 9th mouthful. The color of the blood had turned dark red. LinWei took a few more sips, and when he spat out the last mouthful of poisonous blood, he inhaled deeply and collapsed on the ground. His mouth was completely black, his lips slightly swollen, and his protruding gums looked terrifyingly cute. Qiling's mind cleared up a lot, and she struggled to stand up to check on LinWei. "You fool. If you suck the poison from me, you'll die." Tears swirled in Qiling's eyes. LinWei stuck out his tongue, seemingly wanting to say something. Qiling bent down to listen. One side of her clothing was torn by LinWei, and her full chest sagged against LinWei's chest without support. The moment they made contact, both felt a powerful current coursing through their bodies. Qiling gasped and straightened up, clutching her chest. After trembling all over, LinWei made an effort to raise his hand and pointed at his metallic heart. Qiling understood in an instant and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. It turned out that the stimulation from their chest-to-chest contact had caused LinWei's heart to generate a powerful current. Seeing that it was unseemly to keep holding her chest with one hand, Qiling walked over to Qiyu Lizi's corpse, tore off a part of her clothing, and used it to bandage her chest and abdomen, which also served to support and cover her. LinWei's lips slowly changed from blue-black back to their original red. Why did LinWei dare to suck the poison? First, Qiling sacrificed herself to save him. He couldn't just watch her die, especially since she was Qiyu's sister. Second, he had a metallic heart, and the lieutenant had told him that this heart had the function to purify blood. That's why LinWei dared to take the risk. After a while, LinWei had completely recovered and got up from the ground. The two exchanged glances, both showing smiles of having survived a disaster. Qiling covered her stomach and slowly walked to LinWei's side. Her eyes were filled with deep affection as she silently looked at him. Just as LinWei was about to say something, Qiling suddenly raised her hand and slapped LinWei. Smack! The slap stunned LinWei. Qiling, I just took a risk to save you. Are you now denying it after pulling up your pants? LinWei was furious, but seeing that Qiling was injured, he held back his anger. He just covered his face and looked at Qiling in confusion. LinWei, you must never let Qiyu know about you sucking the poison. Or even if you become my brother-in-law, I will twist your neck. After saying this, Qiling's face flushed, and she turned and walked away. Upon hearing this, LinWei's anger turned to joy. It seemed that Qiling had already acknowledged him. They still shared this little secret. Just thinking about the tense yet somewhat flirtatious scene earlier made LinWei's blood boil. Qiling's sister. LinWei called out to Qiling. What do you want to do now? Qiling turned around. Although her face was still a bit pale, it was clear that the poison's effect on her was no longer significant. This was not only due to LinWei sucking the poison, but also relied on Qiling's extraordinary constitution. Aren't you going to fly? LinWei signaled that she was moving too slowly. Qiling's face flushed again, and she instinctively covered her chest. Is this how you tricked Qiyu into falling for you? Qiling suddenly said something nonsensical to LinWei. Huh? LinWei didn't understand what she meant. Qiling disappeared from his sight and appeared next to him in the next moment. Let's go. Qiling's voice became a bit gentler as she reached out and directly took hold of LinWei. The two soared into the air once again. The gentle, irregular impacts returned. LinWei felt like the happiest person in the world. Qiyu's body was flying through the air, not by her own volition, but propelled by Jinunu's attack. Qiyu felt herself starting to lose strength. The energy stone's output was continuously weakening. Or rather, Qiyu realized that the output of this energy stone was unstable, showing significant fluctuations. Qiyu's body crashed against the wall, embedding half of her body into it. The control room where Jinunu was located was large, but it had essentially been completely destroyed by the two's fight. There was not a single intact place in the entire space. Jinunu hovered in midair, his aura growing increasingly powerful. Qiyu braced herself against the wall and with a sudden effort, pulled her body out of the wall. One of her arms hung limply, completely unable to support itself, indicating that it was injured. Qiyu's eyes turned red as the continuous battle with Jinunu left her more and more entrenched in the fight. Gritting her teeth, Qiyu grasped the shoulder of her injured arm and pushed back with force, hearing a click. A flash of pain crossed her face, but she quickly returned to normal. It turned out that her arm had been dislocated by Jinunu, and Qiyu had reset herself. Qiyu, your strength is diminishing. It seems you still can't use the power within the energy stone correctly, or perhaps the energy stone hasn't truly fused with you yet. Jinunu observed this, and hope reignited in his heart. He had always been suspicious of why the energy stone would choose Qiyu. Could it be that Qiyu was from a mother planet? The energy stone could absolutely not enter the body of a person from Earth. even if she was a superhuman from Earth. Qiyu took a deep breath. She had long sensed the fluctuations in the energy stone's output, and, at this moment, it was precisely during a period of low output. Under normal circumstances, Qiyu and Jununu would be evenly matched, with Qiyu slightly at a disadvantage. Previously, with enhancement of the energy stone, her abilities had greatly increased, so Jununu obviously couldn't defeat her. This increase fluctuated between 50 to 150 with the energy stone's output. Earlier, Qiyu had faced the high-energy particle cannon with her body, and at that time, her energy had reached its peak. During that time, Jununu keenly sensed that Qiyu's strength was truly unfathomable, so he could only choose to flee, not even daring to make contact. In this regard, Jununu was still very clear-headed. After Jununu took the extract, his power increased steadily, roughly between 80 to 90, which was why they had fought evenly just now. Now, with the decline of the energy stone's output within Qiyu's body, the gap in strength between Qiyu and Jununu was once again widened. Qiyu sensed danger and had already flashed the thought of running if she couldn't win. However, just as her body made a slight reaction, Jununu was already close to her. "Qiyu, where did that arrogance of yours go? Want to run when you can't win? Dream on." A boundless killing intent flashed in Jununu's eyes as he directly kicked toward Qiyu's abdomen. The previous attack that had sent Qiyu flying not only dislocated her arm, but also left a heavy blow on her ribcage. Qiyu didn't waste any words and directly executed a high knee-side kick as a counterattack. The legs of the two collided in midair, forming a cross-shaped lightning bolt, accompanied by a massive energy shockwave radiating into the surrounding space. At the same time, a tremendous force once again separated the two. Qiyu, suspended in the air, struggled to control her body's center of gravity, spinning several times. Just as she managed to stabilize herself, Jinu's attack was already closing in, and his punch landed once more on Qiyu's abdomen. Qiyu was sent flying again, her body tracing an arc in the air before crashing deeply into the ground. Jinu didn't pause for a moment and delivered an incredibly fierce knee strike to Qiyu, who was embedded in the ground. He leaped high into the air, his body resembling a drawn bow. His knees contracted inward, channeling all his strength into his knees before smashing down towards Qiyu's chest. Jinu intended to shatter all of Qiyu's ribs with this move, directly knocking her out. But Qiyu, embedded in the ground, wouldn't just sit and wait for her fate. With a sharp shout, her eyes shone with a bright red light. She suddenly thrust her arms outward, causing the ground beneath her to collapse instantly. Then, as her body fell, Qiyu rapidly twisted, protecting her chest with her arms, while her muscles began to swell and rotate. This was a technique she learned from Lu Lisher, using muscle movement to dissipate the opponent's attack as much as possible. Jinu's knee was already pressing down, and Qiyu tightened her arms, using all her strength to withstand Jinu's lethal technique. The muscles on Qiyu's arms felt like quicksand, and Jinu's knee sank into them upon contact. However, Jinu's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, and Qiyu's body still plummeted like a free fall towards the ground below. It was a scene both violent and breathtaking. A massive green muscular man, arms raised high, body stretched, knees bent like a top bow. Below him, a voluptuous figure resembling a golden Barbie with crossed arms, her muscles fluid and exuding a classical beauty. Jinu's knees sank into Qiyu's muscular arms, enveloped by her living-like muscles. Jinu was above, Qiyu below, and the two were entangled as they descended together towards the ground. Just as they struck the ground, the entire starship trembled violently. The rumble echoed, shaking the very foundation of the ship, which took several seconds to settle. Jinu's control room was located at the top of the starship. The two fell from above, piercing through 3 layers before finally coming to a stop. They crashed on the ground, the immense impact and inertia finally separating them. Inside the starship, a man and a woman were flying when the shockwave from the collision slammed them against the wall. Once the dust settled, the man and woman stared in bewilderment at the scene before them. Qiyu and Jinu lay sprawled on the ground, their chests pressed against each other, appearing remarkably intimate. Days from the fall, Qiyu was seeing stars, and upon realizing that Jinu was on top of her, she gasped and instinctively kicked her knees upward, sending Jinu flying into the air. Jinu seemed to be prepared, his palms meeting Qiyu's kick directly, using the momentum to leap away from her body. Jinu appeared indifferent to beautiful women, eager to distance himself from Qiyu as quickly as possible. Turning her head, Qiyu spotted a man and woman in the corner, their astonishment matching her own. "LinWei, sister." Qiyu sprang up from the ground in surprise. "How did you two end up here? And why are you hugging each other?" Qiqing was squeezed between LinWei, who had her arms around Qiyu. Both were quite embarrassed. It turned out they were flying when the sudden explosion sent them flying, but for some unknown reason, they had remained in the position they were in while flying. They quickly separated. Qiyu, Sister Qiyu brought me to find you, LinWei said. Did Jinna bully you? I saw him fall on you. Did it hurt? Seeing the concerned expression on LinWei's face, Qiyu's earlier doubts instantly vanished. LinWei, I'm fine, Qiyu said, though tears were already welling up in her eyes. The steel-like superwoman was broken by LinWei's words. LinWei opened her arms toward Qiyu. Like a bird returning to its nest, Qiyu flew into LinWei's embrace. Oh no, it was a big bird returning home. As LinWei stumbled from the impact, the two embraced excitedly, as if they hadn't seen each other in ages, though it had only been 2 days. LinWei held Qiyu, feeling her nearly bare back, which was still bleeding. Heartbroken, LinWei quickly took off her jacket and fashioned a makeshift top for Qiyu, resembling a bandeau. LinWei always defeated the somewhat rough Qiyu in the details. Suddenly, Qiyu transformed, her face flushing with girlish shyness, allowing LinWei to tend to her. Qiyu stood to the side, completely ignored by the two. LinWei, you really know how to comfort my sister. No, you really know how to comfort women, Qiyu said, lightly clearing her throat. Sister. Only then did Qiyu come back to her senses, looking at her sister, whom she hadn't seen in months, with a flushed face. Qiyu crossed her arms, her expression serious again. Qiyu, your experiences over the past few months have been extraordinary. Qiyu froze for a moment before understanding. Sister? LinWei, and you already told me. Why did you register as a league hero instead of improving your martial arts at home? Do you care about such empty titles? Qiyu's face showed embarrassment. I saw that C-class heroes get food allowances every month after registration. I've really grown tired of the food at home. Qiyu suddenly began to act cute towards her sister. LinWei almost choked, realizing that this little troublemaker had become a hero just for food. Qiyu felt speechless. If you think my cooking is bad, just say so. I can order takeout. Qiyu mumbled, I don't dare. You guys, do you treat me like air? After being left out for a while, Jinnu finally couldn't hold back. The reason he had been observing without intervening was that he sensed that this woman, who looked somewhat like Qiyu, had considerable strength. Oh, so she is Qiyu's sister. But why does this woman exude a strangely familiar aura? Qiyu glanced at Jinnu, feeling a chill in her heart. This guy radiated strength far beyond her own. Qiyu was on par with her, so logically, she shouldn't be a match for him. How had Qiyu held out until now? It seemed they had fought to a standstill. Had Qiyu also grown stronger? Moreover, when she first saw Qiyu, she exuded an energy aura that felt both familiar and confusing. Qiyu turned and directly placed her hand on Qiyu's chest. Qiyu was embarrassed, wondering why her sister was touching her chest upon their first meeting. Although they used to playfully tease each other as children, her sister hadn't made such jokes since they became adults. Sister, what are you doing? Don't speak. After a few seconds, Qiyu withdrew her hand. It seemed her hand trembled slightly from excitement, but she was trying hard to control it. Qiyu, where does the energy source in your body come from? Qiyu only briefly explained the process of the strange stone entering her body. After listening, Qiyu couldn't help but mutter to herself, it's fate. Everything is fate. Qiyu was puzzled. Sister, what are you talking about? Qiyu held Qiyu's face. My dear sister, your luck is truly extraordinary. The strange stone you encountered underground at the KA-1 contact point is actually an energy stone from our home planet. Something our clan has been protecting for generations. Many years ago, the energy stone was accidentally lost on Earth and disappeared without a trace. Now it has been recovered and fused with you. Our ancient martial arts group has hope for revival. Qiyu was confused. I never knew about this. Qiyu said, it's not too late to know now. The ancient martial arts clan? Janunis shouted. You two are descendants of the ancient martial arts clan. At this moment, all the doubts in Janunis's heart were resolved. No wonder Qiyu was recognized by the energy stone. She is a descendant of the home planet. Qiyu looked at Janunis in surprise. You've heard of the ancient martial arts clan too? We have been away from our home planet for thousands of years. Our history has almost vanished there. Janunis sneered. Not only have I heard of it, your clan stole one of the 2 energy stones from my clan. The spatial energy stone. My clan has been tracking you for 1,000 years, and today I finally found you. You are a descendant of the ancient star clan. Qiyu's eyes narrowed, her body tensed. You thieves. Janunis's battle spirit ignited again. Today, I'll kill you sisters and reclaim the spatial energy stone. Janunis let out a strange roar and charged directly at them. Qiyu and Qiyu, understanding each other, exchanged glances and jumped in opposite directions. Qiyu took the opportunity to grab the still somewhat confused LinWei and pulled him out of the danger zone, lightly pushing him away, so he flew several meters before stopping. "LinWei, find a safe place to hide. The battle isn't over. Don't come out," Qiyu shouted to LinWei. Qiyu was a moment too late. She actually wanted to reach out and pull LinWei, then do the same as Qiyu. She didn't expect her sister to be faster, and the way she grabbed LinWei was so natural, so smooth, without any sense of strangeness or awkwardness. Had something happened between them? As Qiyu thought of this, a sour feeling inexplicably rose in her heart. While she was in turmoil, Janunus had already lunged at her. Seeing the two separate, he rushed towards Qiyu without hesitation. "Qiyu, what are you thinking? Be careful behind you." Qiyu, seeing her sister somewhat dazed, hurriedly shouted to her. The so-called words awakened the dreamer. Qiyu was suddenly jolted awake by her sister's loud reminder and felt a terrifying force coming from behind. Qiyu quickly performed a backflip, Janunus's attack just barely grazing her toes. Qiyu twisted in midair, her body contorting into an incredibly strange position. She twisted like a corkscrew, her legs like a pick, striking at Janunus's nape. Just as Janunus was about to turn to counterattack, he suddenly felt an attack from his side. It turned out Qiyu had already launched a side attack, kicking towards Janunus's abdomen midair. The sisters coordinated perfectly, their strikes swift as the wind, powerful as thunder. Janunus, caught between their attacks, didn't he even attempt to dodge. He suddenly let out a furious roar, his muscles swelling violently, expanding several times larger than before. Qiyu and Qiling's legs sank like they had fallen into quicksand, their lower bodies mercilessly wrapped by Janunus's muscles. "Ha ha ha, Qiyu. Don't think you're the only one who has mastered the muscle vortex of Lucier. The body of a martial artist trained to perfection reacts in similar ways. My muscles' crushing power is far beyond what Lucier can compare to. You two sisters will just have to experience this suffocating feeling." Qiling's long, slender lower body was stuck amidst Janunus's muscular mass, while Qiyu's jade leg, one arm, and half her body were wedged into the muscle mass on Janunus's back. The three of them formed a human tree, creating a rather grotesque scene. Qiyu tried to use her hands to push against Janunus's muscles and pull her body out. But as soon as her fair fingers touched Janunus, they were quickly engulfed by the muscular vortex. Qiyu was startled and tried to pull her fingers back, but it was too late. Half her palm was also swallowed. You too can experience the taste of a meat grinder. Seeing that the two were unable to move, Janunus's muscles began to twist even more violently. Soon, Qiling's body below the chest was engulfed in the muscle mass. Her face flushed, and her breathing became rapid. Meanwhile, most of Qiyu's body was already consumed, with parts of her cheeks surrounded by Janunus's muscles. However, she believed her control over muscles was on par with Janunus's and was desperately resisting. But the more Qiyu resisted, the deeper she sank, making her situation even more dire than Qiling's. "Qiyu, relax." In a moment of crisis, Qiyu suddenly had an epiphany and shouted to her sister. "The muscle vortex is like a swift current. The more you resist, the greater the backlash. Qiyu, close your eyes. Let go of your consciousness. Feel the direction of the muscle flow and find a breakthrough. It's all up to you now." After saying this, Qiyu seemed to be swallowed by the torrent and disappeared from Qiyu's sight. "Sister," just as Qiyu called out, her entire neck was suddenly enveloped by the muscle flow, tightening her throat so she could no longer speak. Qiyu took a deep breath and began to slowly relax her body. The muscle vortex quickly passed over her head, completely swallowing her. Qiyu spread her limbs like a drowning person, using her last breath to float in the current. Although she couldn't breathe, as long as she didn't struggle, there was no feeling of pressure from the surrounding muscles. Qiyu's senses gradually faded, and the familiar feeling of chaos re-emerged. The last time she felt this way was when she was trapped inside the demon tree. Qiyu slightly moved her little finger, and the pressure immediately controlled half her arm. The moment she relaxed, the feeling of pressure vanished. "I won't just die helplessly like this." Drowning in the muscles of a disgusting man is definitely not an elegant way to die. A few phrases flashed through Qiyu's mind. Suddenly, she felt a burning sensation in her chest. The energy stone seemed to be getting hotter. Qiyu wanted to scratch her chest, but as soon as she exerted herself, her hands were tightly locked by the muscle mass. The heat in her chest intensified, and Qiyu felt a flow of heat moving through her chest and throat towards her mouth at an incredible speed, like magma stirring within a volcano before an eruption, ready to burst out wherever there was a gap. Unconsciously, Qiyu wanted to open her mouth, but as soon as the muscle mass sensed her movement, it surged violently toward her lips. With internal energy trying to burst out and external pressure crashing down, Qiyu felt her face was about to burst. After a few seconds of stalemate, ultimately, the power within Qiyu's mouth prevailed. She opened her mouth, and a red glowing stone, the size of an egg, sprang from her mouth. Qiyu was startled, thinking how could the energy stone just be lost? Just as the muscle mass closed in, she reached out and grabbed the stone. A warm sensation came from her palm. After leaving her body, the energy stone seemed to cool down. Suddenly, Qiyu felt a tremendous force coming from her palm, as if the energy stone was about to slip from her grasp. Fortunately, as soon as her fingers tightened, the muscles on both sides of her palm began to squeeze, preventing the energy stone from escaping. However, despite this, the energy stone started pulling Qiyu's entire body, indicating that it wanted to break free from her control. Could it be that the energy stone has self-awareness? Does it want to leave me and go to Jinanu? After all, we are all from the same home planet. Thinking of this, Qiyu tightened her grip even more. This stone has no principles at all. It just goes with whoever is stronger. How ridiculous. You are a treacherous stone. Qiyu cursed inwardly while gripping tighter. She had already tasted the benefits of being empowered by the energy stone, so she was definitely not going to let go easily. The energy stone glowed red as it dragged Qiyu deeper into Jinanu's body. Although Jinanu's muscles were incredibly powerful, they automatically moved aside when they came into contact with the glowing energy stone. In this way, Qiyu slipped deeper like an eel. From the direction, it seemed that the energy stone was searching for Jinanu's heart. Qiyu instantly understood that, just like before within her own body, the energy stone preferred to be close to the heart. Jinanu outside had already sensed something was off. The Qi Ling under his ribcage remained completely still, as if in deep meditation. Meanwhile, Qiyu was very restless. She had been struggling just a moment ago, and now she was suddenly diving toward her own back. Jinanu reached out a hand to his back, trying to grab Qiyu and prevent her from getting closer to his back. As Qiyu was sliding inward with the energy stone, the muscle mass behind her suddenly parted, and a huge hand reached in, grabbing her thigh. The grip of the giant hand was astonishingly strong, causing Qiyu's thigh to hurt unbearably. Once the giant hand tightened its hold, it immediately pulled her outward. But the energy stone in Qiyu's palm was still stubbornly trying to drill in deeper. Qiyu was being pulled in two directions like a rubber band. She didn't let go, because she knew that if she did, the energy stone would enter Jinanu's body, and both she and Qi Ling would surely die here today. The two forces continued to struggle fiercely, and Qiyu felt her joints cracking as if her body had been stretched a few centimeters. This couldn't go on. Otherwise, she would definitely be torn apart. In her desperation, Qiyu suddenly thought of a solution. She exerted a sudden force, contracting her waist and hips inward significantly. Under Jinanu's fierce pull, Qiyu slipped out of her pants like a golden cicada shedding its shell. But her body smoothly followed the energy stone into the depths of Jinanu's muscles. When Jinanu saw that only a pair of pants had been pulled out, he was furious, his three corpses jumping in anger. Knowing the situation was bad, Jinanu immediately relaxed all the muscles in his back. The muscles on his back quickly returned to normal, revealing Qiyu, who was lying on his back, with a pair of long white legs exposed. Qiyu used all her strength in her legs, embedding her knees like mountain picks into the muscles of Jinanu's back. One hand held the still glowing energy stone, while the other formed a fist, ready to strike at Jinanu's back. It was as if Jinanu had eyes on his back. With a loud roar, he raised his arms backward, and his triangular lat muscles squeezed down on Qiyu like two bulldozers. Qiyu reacted quickly, loosening her knees and dropping down rapidly, using her hands and feet like a nimble monkey climbing a cliff. Just before Jinanu's lats closed in, Qiyu slid down to Jinanu's waist. She clung to his body with one hand, while the other, holding the energy stone, thrust directly into his ribs. Under the glow of the red light, Jinanu's muscles retreated, revealing Qi Ling, who was sitting inside. Qi Ling's eyes were tightly shut, and she was completely still, as if she had stopped breathing. Qiyu was shocked and hurried to save her. Seeing the situation, Jinanu waved his hands toward his waist. In this critical moment, Qiyu displayed remarkable physical talent and agility. Using one foot as support, she hung onto Jinanu's waist, her body swinging like a pendulum, tracing a beautifully graceful arc in the air. At the lowest point of the arc, she wrapped her arm around Qi Ling. Then, using inertia, Qiyu embraced Qi Ling, and they both swung out together. Although Jinanu's body had grown several times larger, his agility had not diminished much. Seeing Qiyu perform a difficult aerial swing, he immediately changed tactics. turning his grabbing hands into slapping ones. He aimed to swat Qiyu, whom he considered a fly, with his massive palms descending like small mountains. Qiyu, the female war goddess, showcased her incredible acrobatic skills again. She twisted her body, extending her long legs to the sides, performing a split while still holding on to Qi Ling. The tips of Qiyu's feet pressed against Jinu Nu's two palms. At that moment, Qi Ling suddenly opened her eyes. The opportunity had come. Jinu Nu's attention was completely captivated by Qiyu's imaginative movements, completely unaware of the unconscious Qi Ling suddenly. Qi Ling leaped high into the air, her knees bent. And with a rapid descent, she aimed her knees straight at Jinu Nu's face. This was the knee strike technique Jinu Nu had just used against Qiyu, and Qi Ling was returning the favor. Jinu Nu's vision blurred, and Qi Ling's knees struck him hard in the face. This hit was explosive. Jinu Nu was entirely unprepared. His head jerked back violently, causing him to lose his balance, and his massive body fell backward. Bang! Jinu Nu's body crashed to the ground, causing a violent tremor in the vicinity. The combined force on Qiyu's legs suddenly vanished, and she felt weightless, elegantly curling up in the air before gently landing on the ground. Qi Ling also returned to her sister's side. The two sisters united and took down Jinu Nu. Qiyu touched Qi Ling's forehead. "Sister, are you okay? I thought you were suffocating inside." Qi Ling replied, "I was just holding my breath inside, so it looked like I was in a fake death state." Qi Ling then looked at Qiyu, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. "Where are your pants?" Qiyu pouted. "Isn't it to save you? I got pinned down by Jinu Nu. Where's LinWei?" Qiyu looked around. LinWei poked his head out, waving at the two. Qiyu said, "Darling, stay hidden, don't come out. Wait until we defeat Jinu Nu before we find you." Qi Ling felt a shiver down her spine. The fallen Jinu Nu's body quickly shrank back to its original size. He rubbed his chin and stood up from the ground. The energy stone in Qiyu's hand suddenly became docile, starting to burrow back into her embrace, seemingly wanting to return to her body. Qiyu knocked on the energy stone. "You really know how to read the room." Qiyu brought the energy stone close to her chest. It suddenly disappeared from her hand. Before Qiyu could react, she felt the energy stone had already returned to her body. Jinu Nu climbed to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained 2 teeth. Qi Ling's earlier kick had directly knocked out 2 of Jinu Nu's teeth. It's quite interesting to be able to fight directly with the descendants of the ancient martial arts clan on Earth. Jinu Nu stood straight, not attacking immediately. However, I guess you definitely don't know why the ancient martial arts clan left their home planet thousands of years ago. Qi Ling said seriously, "Our ancestors mentioned that they left their hometown because they were tired of the wanton killings on the home planet in pursuit of the so-called ultimate martial arts." "Haha," Jinu Nu laughed heartily. Qiyu frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Jinu Nu ignored Qiyu and slowly walked back to the high platform, then sat down on his throne. "Our clan is the Ancient Star Clan, and you are the Ancient Martial Arts Clan. Just by the name, you should know that the two clans have an unusual relationship. Are you saying that we are relatives?" Qiyu looked disdainful. Thousands of years ago, the home planet was still a matriarchal clan. To be precise, the Ancient Martial Arts and Ancient Star Clans are sister clans. The two are the most powerful figures in the clan. Upon hearing this, Qiyu instinctively hooked her arm around Qi Ling's. The Ancient Martial Arts is the older sister, and the Ancient Star is the younger sister, Jinu Nu added. Sisters are not like brothers. The two must have had a very good relationship. Qiyu thought of their ancestors from 1,000 years ago and fell into a daze. Initially, their relationship was indeed very good until both sisters fell in love with the same man. Qi Ling's body trembled, and for some reason, LinWei came to her mind. How could I think of him? Qi Ling quickly shook her head to dispel LinWei from her mind. The man fell in love with the younger sister. Ancient Star and the older sister, Ancient Martial Arts, was heartbroken and left the home planet. Qi Ling and Qiyu exchanged glances. Could it be that the story passed down by our ancestors is false? There was no grand righteousness. Just a heartbreak that led to a departure for love? This seems a bit kitsch. When the Ancient Martial Arts left, she stole the space energy stone that the clan worshipped. Qiyu angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. Is my ancestor a thief?" Jinu Nu laughed silently. Qi Ling appeared more composed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jinu Nu. The clan worshipped 2 energy stones. You stole the space energy stone, while the other one in the hands of Ancient Star is the time energy stone. Space and time. As long as one masters the laws of time and space, one will naturally be invincible. Qi Ling slightly nodded. "Jinu Nu, why are you telling us all this?" Jinu Nu said, "Qi sisters, I have a proposal. Rather than fighting to the death, why not let bygones be bygones? You come back with me to the home planet. and we can reunite the energy stones that have been separated for many years and comprehend the laws of time and space together. At that time, you and I will join forces to seize the highest ruling power of the home planet and become its masters." As Qiyu spoke, his eyes were filled with passion, as if envisioning a bright future. Just as Qiyu was about to express her opinion, Qiling pressed her down. Qiling cradled her chin, seemingly contemplating Qiyu's suggestion seriously. Qiyu tugged at Qiling's arm and whispered in her ear, "Sister, you're not really considering Qiyu's suggestion, are you?" Qiling did not answer her and continued to rest her chin in thought. Seeing Qiling's hesitant demeanor, Qiyu felt encouraged and continued, "You are descendants of the home planet. There is really no need to fight against the entire home planet for this Earth that has nothing to do with you. We should join forces to create a more glorious future." Qiling raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Qiyu, your vision is indeed very beautiful, making it hard not to be tempted. But I still have a question." "What question do you have?" "I will do my best to answer you. Why do we look so different from you?" Qiyu's eyelids twitched. Qiling said, "If our ancestors were sisters, then you and I should look very similar. But look at our skin color, blood color, and body shape. They are completely different." Qiyu pondered for a moment and immediately replied, "Because only one side of our ancestors were sisters. The other side is unrelated." Qiling nodded. "You have a point. Then you should know who the man that the ancient martial arts and ancient star sisters liked, right? Because this man should be from your paternal ancestors." "My paternal ancestor was also a martial artist from the home planet, and by chance he got to know the two sisters." Qiyu began to sweat slightly. He didn't expect Qiling to dig deep into the roots. "Oh, I see." Qiling raised an eyebrow. Qiyu said, "Do you agree with my proposal or not? To further show my sincerity, I can have the mercenaries outside stop their actions and negotiate with the Earth Alliance. Just give us a few weeks to repair the starship, and then we will return to the home planet." Qiling was not in a hurry and continued, "This method of yours is good, but I thought of another question." Qiyu was somewhat impatient, his expression darkening. "What other questions do you have?" Seeing that he was about to get angry, Qiling suddenly smiled. This smile was charming and enchanting, and Qiyu's expression softened a bit. "You just said that ancient martial arts is the older sister and ancient star is the younger sister, and that the home planet was a matriarchal society thousands of years ago. If both sisters truly fell in love with the same man, then the one who should retreat would be the younger sister, because the elder holds respect, and the younger sister would never compete with the clan leader for a man." Qiyu was taken aback, then immediately corrected himself. "Oh, I misspoke. Ancient martial arts is the younger sister, and ancient star is the older sister." Qiling shook her head. "That's not right either." Qiyu was starting to get flustered. "What's wrong?" Qiling said, "Everything is wrong." Qiyu stood up from the throne, his voice stern. "Qiling, are you toying with me? You clearly don't want to accept my proposal." Qiling crossed her arms, looking relaxed. "Qiyu, honesty is mutual. You have been deceiving us all along." Qiyu's expression grew increasingly sour. In a matriarchal clan, men do not hold a higher status than women. If ancient star naturally got together with a man, there would be no reason for ancient martial arts to leave in sorrow, fleeing to a foreign land, and even stealing a space energy stone upon leaving. Logically, it doesn't hold up at all. Qiyu sneered. "Do you know what happened thousands of years ago?" Qiling blinked. "Qiyu, you are not wrong. Based on what you just said, I developed my own logic." Qiyu stretched his neck. "I believe the closest to the truth is that the ancient martial arts and ancient star sisters were guarding the time energy stone and space energy stone respectively. One day, the older sister ancient star accidentally met a man, and I believe this encounter was also carefully planned by the man. Gradually, ancient star fell in love with this man, who boasted of being a martial artist, but was actually just pretending to be polite, with the aim of obtaining ancient star's time energy stone. The naive ancient star gradually let her guard down, revealing the secrets of the time energy stone. One day, when the time was ripe, the man finally revealed his true colors and attacked ancient star, stealing the time energy stone. I suspect that ancient star might have been imprisoned by him or even killed on the spot." Qiyu's expression worsened further. Qiling continued. "After the man obtained the time energy stone, he then devised a plan to seize the space energy stone from ancient martial arts. But he was unfortunate and was exposed by ancient star. The two fell out on the spot. And since the man had already mastered the secret of the time energy stone, ancient martial arts might not have been his match. To preserve the last glimmer of hope for the clan and to evade pursuit, ancient martial arts fled the home planet with the space energy stone, wandering through the stars, and finally landed on Earth. The man publicly claimed that the sisters turned against each other out of jealousy, with Gu Wu killing her sister Gu Xing and fleeing to another land with the energy stone. This man took over the nest, monopolized the time energy stone, and began to dominate the mother planet. Jin Anu was quite surprised in her heart. Qi Ling had guessed about 80 to 90% of the truth, as if she were present at the scene. This woman's mind was much sharper than her sister's. Although Qi Ling saw through her, Jin Anu still refused to admit it. She forced a mocking expression on her face. Qi Ling, this is all just your speculation. Do you have any evidence? If not, it's just a made-up story. Qi Ling chuckled. I have evidence. Jin Anu extended her hand. Show it. Qi Ling said, because the Gu family is not a matriarchal clan at all. I heard my mother say that the Gu Wu clan can only give birth to daughters due to their unique genes. So to outsiders like you, we seem like a matriarchal clan. If you claim to be a descendant of the Gu Xing family, then you should be a daughter like us. Jin Anu, are you a transgender person? Jin Anu was speechless, unsure how to respond. Qi Ling said seriously, you are not a descendant of the Gu Xing clan at all. Your ancestors, after seizing the time energy stone, coupled with other women, thus passing down a devil like you. By the end, Jin Anu could no longer hold back, pointing at Qi Ling and cursing, enough. You refuse to take the path of survival and insist on opposing me. It seems this battle will be to the death. Qi Ling and Qiyu saw Jin Anu tearing off her last facade, revealing her true nature, and both took up fighting stances. Sister, the evil wolf has finally shown its true nature. They are worse than evil wolves. Jin Anu sneered. Qi sisters, do you know why Gu Wu couldn't defeat my ancestor? It's because the power of the time energy stone far exceeds that of the space energy stone. You pride yourselves on being the authentic descendants of the Gu family. So come and feel the true power. Jin Anu suddenly clasped her hands together and began to chant. Moments later, a faint blue light started to emanate from her entire body. Although the light was blue, it was very similar in property to the light emitted by the space energy stone within Qiyu's body. Jin Anu let out a long howl, her body leaving the throne and charging straight at the sisters. Just as Qiyu and Qi Ling were about to react, they found their bodies suddenly became sluggish. Their movements slowed dramatically. Meanwhile, Jin Anu's speed remained unaffected as she charged toward Qiyu's heart. At the critical moment, the space energy stone within Qiyu suddenly released a red glow. A red light emanated from Qiyu's chest. The moment Jin Anu's punch made contact with Qiyu's body, the red and blue lights collided violently. Bang! Qiyu was sent flying, but her speed in the air returned to normal. She crashed against the wall, creating a large dent behind her. The space energy stone at the last moment redirected most of Jin Anu's punch, allowing Qiyu to avoid serious injury. Nevertheless, Qiyu's body still took a hit. She clutched her chest, not lifting her head. Just as Qiyu was hit, Jin Anu had already retracted her fist and aimed at Qi Ling. Qi Ling did not have an energy stone within her body. Jin Anu threw a punch aimed at Qi Ling's abdomen. It turned out she had already observed that Qi Ling had an injury in that area, which Qi Ling had previously protected well. Now, with Qi Ling's movement slowed, her defenses were wide open, and Jin Anu would naturally not miss this opportunity. The liquid extract of the time energy stone that Jin Anu consumed was a one-time consumable, meaning that once this fight was over, the effectiveness of the energy stone would also end. She had estimated that the time delay on the target would last about a minute. Every second was extremely precious. Qi Ling watched helplessly as Jin Anu's fist came toward her body moving as slowly as a sloth. Qi Ling was sent flying. Her abdominal wound burst open from the impact, blood splattering everywhere. Qi Ling's body rolled several times on the ground before finally hitting the wall and stabilizing herself. She lay on the ground, blood flowing out from beneath her. Qi Ling remained motionless, feeling as though she had lost her breath. The blue light on Jin Anu vanished. Her face became incredibly haggard, as if she had aged several years in an instant. She felt a sense of being hollowed out in her body. This was the side effect of her overusing the extract. Sister, Qiyu screamed, rushing toward Qi Ling. Qi Ling still lay motionless. LinWei also ran out from behind cover. The two of them ran toward Qi Ling almost simultaneously and picked her up. Qi Ling's face was as pale as paper, her eyes tightly closed, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her breath was extremely weak. Qi Ling's abdominal wound was deep. How did my sister get hurt? Qiyu asked LinWei. She was stabbed in the lower abdomen by a native with a dagger on the way here. No wonder she hadn't moved in Jin Anu's muscular group earlier. She must have been afraid of worsening her injury. Qiyu handed Qi Ling to LinWei. LinWei, Carry my sister away, as far as you can. I need to deal with Qiyu quickly. LinWei knew that listening to Qiyu at this moment was the best effort he could make. He picked up Qiling and started walking away step by step. LinWei, wait for me to come back. Qiyu shouted. LinWei paused for a moment, but did not turn around. Instead, he quickened his pace. Watching LinWei's slowly disappearing figure, Qiyu let out a long breath and turned to face Qiyu. It ultimately comes down to you and me one-on-one. This is good. I've already regarded you as my lifelong rival. Let's settle this here today. Qiyu, do you know what I hate the most? I hate others hurting my family. Qiyu slowly lifted her head. For the first time, Qiyu saw a killing intent on Qiyu's face that made her feel somewhat afraid. The unparalleled beauty revealed a fierce, murderous aura. How discordant this was. Qiyu sensed that the outcome of her fight with Qiyu was between this punch, because the effectiveness of the energy stone extract was nearing its limit. Although the energy stone could slow Qiyu's movements, Qiyu had already lost a considerable amount of energy after the previous fierce battle. Her own body was continuously being drained. In other words, the extract was a good thing that could greatly enhance Qiyu's combat power, while also allowing her to slow down the enemy's movements. But the consequence of it all was that Qiyu was greatly depleting her own vitality. Just using the time delay for a few seconds had made her age several years. She could use up the remaining time. But the consequence was that she would also face backlash, ultimately leaving her exhausted. If she died too, then killing Qiyu would become meaningless. So the next moment would be the ultimate showdown between her and Qiyu. Her use of time was only for a few seconds, and she had to apply this extraordinary ability at the most critical moment. Qiyu took a deep breath, wanting to eliminate all distractions and adjust herself to the best attack state. Qiyu's hatred for Qiyu reached its peak. First, Qiyu was the destroyer of her peaceful life. If it weren't for him destroying his own residence at that time, Qiyu wouldn't have fought with him in confusion, nor would she have accidentally fallen into the wormhole. Although she met the man of her life, LinWei, Qiyu believed this was her own fate and had nothing to do with Qiyu. Well, women are like that, always deceiving themselves. They push the bad things onto others and claim that good things are their own luck. Secondly, Qiyu harmed her sister Qiling. Although Qiling was very strict and harsh on herself, she truly loved her. Sometimes, Qiling was more like a mother to Qiyu, which made Qiyu respect her even more. Now, there's a villain who harmed your mother. No one wouldn't be furious. Finally, Qiyu's ancestors were the culprits who harmed the ancient Gu clan. This kind of familial blood feud and hatred, Qiyu couldn't just let it go. She felt her blood boiling. She slowly clenched her fists, and her body naturally prepared for the final blow. Qiyu and Qiyu stood facing each other, both exuding an increasingly powerful fighting aura. Qiyu's body emitted a faint blue glow again, while a dazzling red light subtly radiated from Qiyu's chest. LinWei was running through the dark corridors of the starship, holding Qiling in his arms. His face was covered in tears, but he desperately refused to look back, because he had just seen the resolute and determined look in Qiyu's eyes when they parted. Qiyu was fighting. He couldn't let her be distracted. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion he had never heard before came from behind him. At the same time, a massive shockwave sent him and Qiling flying far away. The entire starship was trembling. LinWei held onto Qiling tightly, refusing to let go, while his back slammed hard against the ground. Was the battle over? Was Qiyu still alive? LinWei held Qiling, lying on his back. The tremendous shaking jolted Qiling awake from her unconsciousness, seeing herself in LinWei's arms. She was momentarily stunned. She looked around, struggling to get up, but the injury to her abdomen and her exhausted strength made it impossible for her to move. Why are only the two of us here? Where's Qiyu? You were seriously injured by Qiyu. Qiyu asked me to take you away first. She wants to fight Qiyu to the death. How could she face Qiyu alone? Take me back quickly. LinWei shook his head. No. Qiyu asked me to take you away because she didn't want you to be in danger anymore. We are far from the battlefield now, and I should go back to find Qiyu. After saying that, LinWei stood up and turned to walk back in. No matter how Qiling called out from behind, LinWei didn't look back. She could only watch as he disappeared into the darkness again. Phantom and the mysterious woman had just teamed up to take down a mercenary when suddenly, a violent explosion echoed through the starship, and a huge gap appeared at the top of the ship. Two beams of intertwined red and blue light shot out from the gap, piercing the sky. Everyone present stopped fighting and turned to look at the starship. The red and blue beams shooting into the sky lasted for about 10 seconds before slowly ceasing. The mysterious woman's pupils contracted. Had her battle with Qiyu ended? The energy released just now was astonishing. Such a level of energy explosion would only occur at the decisive moment of a battle. Almost everyone present quickly realized what had happened. No one moved. Everyone silently waited to see who would emerge from that gap. Phantom felt a suffocating sensation. After a few minutes, a tall man with green skin slowly flew out from the gap. "It's Lord Jinunu." A short mercenary covered in lumps was the first to shout. "Lord Jinunu has won. That means we have won." The mercenaries erupted with cheers like a tsunami. The faces of the alliance members darkened, and some even began to cry. Phantom could hardly stand. Had Qiyu really been defeated? But Jinunu did not respond to the excited cheers of the mercenaries. He slowly landed on the ground and silently walked away from the crowd. "What's wrong with Lord Jinunu?" Questions erupted from the crowd. "Maybe he's too tired after the battle." Jinunu indeed seemed very exhausted. After walking a few steps forward, his pace began to slow down, and eventually it became extremely difficult to take another step. A strange glint appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes. Suddenly, Jinunu began to tremble all over. He bent down and curled up. After curling up, Jinunu suddenly stretched out his limbs, letting out a wail that sounded like a wounded wolf howling in the wilderness. Jinunu spewed out a large amount of green blood, spraying high into the air like a mirage in the desert. The spraying lasted for about 10 more seconds. Finally, Jinunu's head tilted, and his entire body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Jinunu lay on his back, his mouth continuously spewing out blood. His gaze began to fade, and he started mumbling incoherently. I am not willing. Why, brother? Do you have to treat me this way? Brother, I will not lose to you." Jinunu is the strongest. His eyes widened, and his pupils expanded. In the end, his heart stopped beating. Jinunu died on Earth with a feeling of extreme unwillingness. Jinunu lost. He lost. A hero came to his senses and was the first to shout. The people of Earth began to cheer. The mercenaries who had been cheering for victory now looked ashen. Ujizi and a major broke through the crowd and flew directly into the starship. They only cared about whether Qiyu was still alive. Phantom and the mysterious woman also came to their senses and flew toward the gap in the starship. Qiyu being alive is the real victory. The remaining heroes watched the remaining mercenaries with hawk-like eyes. Those mercenaries dared not move, and both sides fell into a delicate balance. However, this balance would soon be broken. Qiyu was the key. Without Qiuling's restraint, LinWei quickly ran toward the center of the battlefield. Turning a corner, the scene before him shocked him immensely. A space the size of half a football field had been flattened. The destruction was from the inside out. There was a huge gap on the left side, allowing a view of the sky and the distant ground. Qiyu lay alone on the ground, her life or death unknown. "Qiyu!" LinWei scrambled to Qiyu's side. He reached out and touched her back. No response. LinWei could no longer hold back his tears. He picked Qiyu up and turned her over. The Qiyu before him was covered with countless small abrasions and dozens of bruises from impacts, with not a single clean spot on her body. However, Qiyu did not have any fatal injuries, and her breathing was relatively steady. LinWei breathed a sigh of relief. Qiyu was just exhausted and unconscious. LinWei tidied up Qiyu's messy hair. She must have fallen asleep from exhaustion. Sleeping Beauty, oh no, it's the sleeping Valkyrie. The cheeks of a sleeping Valkyrie were slightly chubby, both brave and cute. LinWei looked at the sleeping Qiyu in his arms and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. The moment their lips touched, Qiyu's body jolted, and she opened her eyes. "LinWei." As soon as Qiyu saw that it was LinWei holding her, her eyes immediately sparkled. "LinWei, you took advantage of me again." Qiyu let out a soft whimper and licked her lips. Suddenly, cheers erupted from outside the starship. "LinWei, I just hit Jinunu. Did I win?" "Qiyu, winning or losing doesn't matter. The most important thing is that you are alive." Hearing this, Qiyu was touched and reached out to wrap her arms around LinWei's neck. The two kissed tightly together. "Oh my, you two are still kissing at a time like this," came the teasing voice of Qiyu from behind them. Qiyu and LinWei immediately separated. Qiyu was accompanied by Major, Phantom, and a mysterious woman. Everyone had excited expressions on their faces. "Jinunu is dead. You won." Even Phantom's aged voice couldn't hide his excitement. Qiyu stood up. The duel just now was truly thrilling. Jinunu had simultaneously used time delay and amplification abilities, completely exhausting the limits of his body to unleash the full energy of the extraction liquid. Qiyu also burned all her energy, mixing it with the spatial energy stone's skill of shifting the stars. At the moment of contact, the collision of time and space energy turned everything nearby into nothingness. Qiyu had won by sheer luck. Jinunu had been in a dominant position during the brief clash, but at a critical moment, he suffered severe energy exhaustion. which led to his defeat by Qiyu's last-minute reversal. Ultimately, Jinunu's body couldn't bear the burden, and he was overwhelmed by Qiyu and his own energy backlash, leading to massive internal bleeding and death. However, in his final moments, Jinunu seemed to understand something. The side effects of the time energy stone were far greater than he had anticipated. The extraction liquid had been given to him by his brother, Baiding. The two brothers each had a bottle. Baiding, why did you do this to me? Jinunu repeatedly murmured his brother's name before he died. Jinunu had always wanted to surpass Baiding, but he had wished to defeat his brother through brute force in a formal setting. Brotherly strife. Qiyu flew out of the gap in the starship. The heroes of the Earth Alliance erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Although Qiyu was covered in wounds and her clothes were somewhat tattered, she exuded an unmatched, dominating energy aura. It was like an ancient general returning from the battlefield, exhausted yet full of martial spirit. Qiyu's victory over the strongest enemy, Jinunu, was an unprecedented encouragement for the Earthlings. In contrast, the mercenaries had suffered a severe morale blow after Jinunu fell. Now, seeing Qiyu flying out of the battlefield like a deity, they completely lost their fighting spirit. They looked at each other, unsure what to do next. Phantom stepped forward, flying in front of the mercenaries, and slowly uttered 4 words: surrender, no killing. Following this, the mercenaries surrendered one after another, lowering their once proud heads. The post-war matters were lengthy and complicated. As heroes, the soldiers naturally did not need to be involved, leaving everything to the coalition government to handle. The elders and civilian officials who had been hiding in the starship's shelter emerged to negotiate and discuss with the coalition government. Ultimately, they reached the following agreement. 1. Allow all native inhabitants to return to the starship. 2. A 20-kilometer quarantine zone will be established around the starship, where the coalition government can station troops for supervision. Neither the native inhabitants nor the Earthlings are allowed to cross the border. Those who do will be hunted down and killed by the other side, and neither party will take responsibility. 3. The starship must prepare itself and leave Earth within 3 months. The battle damage statistics for both sides are as follows. Earth side, starting from the first battle with Jinnu, 4 S-class heroes lost. The King of Punches was fatally wounded. 16 A-class heroes and 19 B-class heroes. Starship combat power. SS-class Jinnu dead, 7 S-class mercenaries dead, 3 S-class missing, the Black Brothers and Yoda. 2 S-class defectors, Yu-Jai-Sai and Lu Li-Shi. 38 A-class and B-class mercenaries dead, and 11 missing. The months of battle had been quite brutal, with Earthlings slightly gaining the upper hand. Civilian and military casualties were not significant. The native inhabitants had not attacked civilians, and the military was primarily mechanized, which is why the Earth Alliance allowed the starship to leave. Everyone had reached a consensus. It was all Jinunu's fault. Even after Jinunu's death, he would still be the scapegoat. In fact, if they had wiped out the starship, the losses on the Earth side would have been considerable, and both sides would suffer. However, out of respect for the deceased, both sides jointly collected the bodies of those who died in battle and returned them to each other. In the year 1023 of the Earth Alliance, the defense battle at Ka-1 contact point came to an end. The Earthlings, after enduring a grueling battle, achieved final victory. Yoda and Sheen secretly returned to their clan, beginning their unrestrained life on Earth. Yoda had always been a solitary figure, even on his home planet. And now, living with Sheen, he experienced what true life was for the first time. The Black Brothers and the 11 missing mercenaries worried the coalition government significantly. Soon, a kill team led by Phantom donned their gear again, closely monitoring potential rogue elements. Of course, Qiyu was not among this team. The starship side made it clear that they would not care about the lives or deaths of the native inhabitants outside the quarantine zone, leaving them to the disposal of the Earthlings. Just as Errol had predicted, the individual capabilities on the starship were strong, but they were indeed a ragtag bunch. Once Jinunu died, the internal structure collapsed immediately. After this battle, Yu-Jai-Sai officially became a citizen of Earth. Her versatile charm was favored and pursued by countless women, especially her sexy tail, which enchanted many young married women. Lu Li-Shi did not die. Qiyu had held back during her final strike, so he only fainted at that time and did not perish. After his injuries healed, he joined Yu-Jai-Sai in becoming a citizen of Earth, realizing his dream of becoming a fitness enthusiast and gaining fame online. Qiyu truly became an idol of the Earth people overnight, an idol beloved by people of all ages. Although Qiyu did not enjoy this life of being pursued, now that she was famous, she had no choice but to try to change herself. LinWei remained the man hidden behind Qiyu. Qiyu did not publicly disclose their relationship. First, She worried that LinWei couldn't handle such attention, and second, she did not want to reveal her private life. Therefore, in the public eye, a good-looking young man suddenly appeared beside Qiyu, claiming to be her manager. Many speculated that their relationship was close. But no one dared to question it alone because Qiyu was a hero, the savior of the Earth people. Who would dare to be rude to his savior? That would bring public condemnation. Everyone's lives seemed to return to normal. Hundreds of billions of kilometers away from Earth, in a vast universe. A ship was speeding toward its destination. This ship was similar to the starship, but much smaller, with a more understated appearance, its hull entirely black and streamlined. It had none of the flashy style of the previous starship and was more in line with Earth's imagination of an alien spacecraft. Inside the black ship, in the control room at the highest level, a man sat in his seat. Although his seat appeared to be a throne meant for him alone, it wasn't very large and fit his body perfectly. The man had an unremarkable appearance, an average build, dressed in white, with a faint, harmless smile on his face. The most striking feature was his shiny bald head. The light from the stars outside the porthole reflected off his head, casting a somewhat dazzling glow. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and the muscles in his face twitched slightly, but quickly relaxed again. Qiyu is dead? This was the innate telepathy shared among family brothers. If one died, the other would sense it even from billions of kilometers away. Qiyu is dead. That means the energy stone is right there. The expression on the man's face became somewhat complex. He turned to look out the porthole. Lord Biden, how much farther to Earth? At the current speed, it will take another 100 mother planet days. Speed up the travel, Biden quietly ordered. Qin woke from her dream to find Yoda holding her, still asleep. Although Qin had just turned 18, her maturity surpassed that of her peers. She appeared quirky and somewhat childish, but her thoughts were very delicate. This was how Yoda had fallen for her. That day, when Yoda had just revealed his handsome appearance, Qin was immediately captivated by his looks, and her infatuation turned her into a devoted admirer. Moreover, the sensitive and perceptive Qin had already sensed that Yoda was a straight man who hadn't had much experience with women. There are countless ways to deal with straight men in the world, but one effective method is to make them feel guilty. Hence, Qin suddenly devised a plan of self-harm. She pretended to be completely defenseless and rushed towards Yoda, allowing him to punch her. Although the punch was heavy, Qin had secretly prepared for it, so it didn't hurt her much, and the blood she coughed up was from a blood packet she had bitten into her mouth. Qin had many little tricks like this, so faking blood was just routine for her. Yoda, being straightforward, fell for it immediately. Many men quickly give in front of a weak woman, and Yoda was no exception. Qin gently brushed aside Yoda's long, muscular arm and got out of bed. She wore a sheer white nightgown, her slender figure barely visible. She walked to the window. The morning breeze brushed past her, slightly lifting her long black hair. The sunlight spilled over her, accentuating her beautiful figure. Each had its own merits. Qin. A gentle call came from behind her. You're awake. Qin turned around and gave Yoda a radiant smile. Looking at Qin's graceful figure illuminated by the sunlight, Yoda was somewhat dazed. Qin gazed at Yoda's handsome face, which showed a hint of adorableness, and her affection surged even more. Yoda, I have something to tell you. I'm pregnant. Qin touched her belly, her face turning red. Yoda was momentarily stunned. Seeing his startled expression, Qin's pretty face tightened. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Are you planning to deny it? After saying this, Qin actually started to cry. Yoda panicked, immediately jumping out of bed to embrace Qin, pulling her into his arms. What are you saying? I'm very happy that you're having our child. It's just that you announced it all of a sudden, and I didn't have time to react. Qin looked up, tears still on her face. She used her small fist to punch Yoda's firm, broad chest. They had been together for just over 2 months, and Qin was already pregnant. Their feelings burned like a raging fire. Suddenly, an electronic screen in Qin's bedroom displayed a message. Please, S-level hero Qin, attend the awards ceremony for SS-level hero Qiyu. Qiyu had truly become a sensation in the past 2 months. Advertisements flooded everywhere, and she had become the darling of Earth. Qin pouted, her little nose turning up slightly, showing some jealousy towards Qiyu's current success. Yoda turned on the monitor, and the screen showed Qiyu sitting in a slow-moving aircraft, cruising over the capital square. A sea of people, a roar of cheers. When Qiyu passed through the crowd, the audience erupted in intense applause. Yoda turned off the display. As a native, he wasn't particularly affected by Qiyu's death. After all, Qiyu was not of his clan, on the mother planet. Relationships between different clans were like those between different countries. But Qiyu alone had made the warriors of the mother planet bow to Earthlings, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He had a somewhat complicated attitude towards Qiyu. I've heard others say that many people are suggesting Qiyu run for the next chief executive of the United Government, Yoda said lightly. Sheen giggled. If that's the case, Qiyu is about to soar to great heights. Yoda suddenly asked, Sheen, can I go with you to Qiyu's award ceremony? Sheen gave him a skeptical look. Yoda, you're not planning to cause trouble, are you? You're still listed as missing on both sides. Yoda rubbed Sheen's head. What are you thinking? I'm with you now, so I'm half an Earthling. I mainly don't want you to go alone since you're pregnant. You need someone to take care of you. Also, I want to see Qiyu up close. After all, she's the SS-level hero who defeated Jinu Nuchin, wrapped her arms around Yoda's waist. You're so good to me. But I'm afraid others will recognize you. Yoda replied. I've always presented myself as a skinny guy. Who would think I'm Yoda? Sheen asked. Then what identity will you participate as? Yoda raised his arms, showing off his well-defined biceps. Of course, as your older boyfriend. Sheen chuckled. Okay, then I'll give you a new name. Let us call you. Yoda asked, what does it mean? Your Majesty's Yoda, Sheen said. Yoda replied, do you think of me as your personal servant? You, don't you? Sheen's thin pink lips had already pressed against Yoda's sexy lips. Qiyu stood somewhat bored in the makeup room, letting dozens of staff members prepare her. Today was her official award day as an SS-level hero. The United Government had tailored a Valkyrie costume for her for today's ceremony. The level of public welcome Qiyu received exceeded everyone's expectations, including her own. However, the secret of her and her sister Qi Ling being descendants of an ancient martial arts clan was strictly kept confidential by Aristotle. Although Qiyu could be considered a mixed blood, if the public knew their hero had half Mother Planet blood, who knows what the consequences would be? The United Government needed heroes, so they established the Earth Hero Alliance. Now they needed a god, a totem-like god. Qiyu was the most valuable mascot. The outfit Qiyu wore was designed by the renowned Earth designer Santo. The entire costume was primarily black and white, with a silk black satin robe that made Qiyu look heroic and handsome. At the same time, the chest, slim waist, and thighs were adorned with white sheer fabric, giving Qiyu the unique sensuality of a Valkyrie. Qiyu's epaulets were adorned with various precious gems, and she wore modified pitch-black armor, with the upper body forming a bustier shape and the lower body cut short to mid-thigh. Up close, the armor was intricately engraved with complex patterns. The most eye-catching piece was a pair of black patent leather high boots, accentuating Qiyu's long legs even more. Saintori, with his white hair and sunglasses, looked at Qiyu in front of him, one hand elegantly raised in a Lanhua gesture, sincerely praising her. Miss Qiyu, you are the most beautiful female hero I have ever seen. After saying this, he took one of Qiyu's hands and kissed the back of her hand directly. From the moment Saintori began making the final touches on Qiyu up close with his Lanhua gesture to when he grabbed her hand and kissed it, Qiyu held her breath the entire time. Qiyu had impressive lung capacity. It wasn't that she found Saintori overly effeminate. It was just that his perfume was overwhelmingly strong. She almost felt faint after just one breath. Saintori was very engrossed. Qiyu forced a smile at him. Finally, Saintori looked at his handiwork, swayed his hips, and left satisfied. Once Qiyu saw him walk away, she let out a huge sigh of relief. With 15 minutes left until her appearance, the backstage staff around her gradually dispersed, leaving her alone in the room. Qiyu looked at herself in the mirror, dressed up, and felt a bit lost in thought. Beautiful and heroic. This was how most people described Qiyu. Over the past 2 months, she had virtually lost her personal life. One celebration after another, touring from city to city, had gradually made Qiyu feel somewhat fatigued, even starting to resent it. No one would refuse being liked and admired by others. Although the delicious food and beautiful scenery at the beginning delighted her, it didn't take long for her to grow tired of it, and she began to miss her peaceful and tranquil life. What further depressed her was the lack of private space, making it impossible for her to enjoy time alone with LinWei. Although they still managed to sneak in secret dates whenever possible, Qiyu understood that being a super celebrity exposed to the public meant that everyone around her would be subject to gossip. Rumors began to spread that Qiyu was having an affair with her manager. Qiyu was a straightforward and tomboyish girl. She didn't care about these rumors, especially since she was indeed in a relationship with LinWei. Wasn't it normal for them to have something going on? But LinWei saw it very differently. Qiyu was a hero of the earth, the darling of the people, the dream lover of countless men and women. With her godlike beauty and extraordinary abilities, she had an almost perfect image. How could someone like her be with an ordinary person? It was clear that this ordinary person intended to climb the social ladder by associating with someone famous. LinWei had always felt that being with Qiyu was due to his past life saving the galaxy, and now that Qiyu had become a sensation, he felt a bit ashamed. To avoid affecting Qiyu's public image, LinWei deliberately maintained distance in many situations, even in private. LinWei's actions made Qiyu very frustrated. It was one thing for him to be serious in public, but whenever they were alone and she wanted to give him a big hug, LinWei would look around nervously, as if afraid that there might be paparazzi hiding in the corners, just like back in their hometown on Earth. Qiyu could clearly feel the sweetness between them diminishing and the warmth cooling off. The time LinWei spent embracing her was getting shorter, and each time felt rushed and distracted, as if he couldn't get into the moment. Although Qiyu was a tough girl, women are inherently sensitive in this regard. Suddenly, another plan began to form in Qiyu's mind. She wanted to return with LinWei to another Earth. There, she would find familiar people and things. Life would be easygoing and lazy, devoid of life and death battles. Once this thought took root, it grew uncontrollably like wild grass. The door opened, and LinWei walked in. "You're about to go on stage. What are you talking to me for?" Qiyu closed their private communicator. "LinWei, I have a plan." Qiyu got straight to the point. "I want to return to your hometown, to another Earth." LinWei was stunned. Today was her award ceremony, the most glorious day of her life, and Qiyu was actually saying she wanted to go back to Earth. "You're being too willful." LinWei suppressed his displeasure and tried to keep his tone calm. "Qiyu, you'll be on stage in 5 minutes, and there are thousands of people waiting for you in the hall. Don't be willful anymore. We can discuss going back to Earth later." Being willful? Qiyu was taken aback by LinWei's response. She had expected him to immediately agree with her idea. "I put everything down for you, LinWei. How could you say I'm being willful?" Qiyu was momentarily at a loss for words, her face turning red. "What's wrong with you?" LinWei stepped forward in concern, but Qiyu pushed him away. "I'm fine. Just go out." Qiyu was also trying to suppress her anger. LinWei was confused by her rejection. Just as he was about to say something else, a commotion came from outside. There were cheers, applause, and more calls for today's main character, Qiyu. Seeing this, LinWei tactfully fell silent and turned to leave the room quietly. Qiyu looked at LinWei's somewhat dejected back, feeling a pang of heartache. Just as she was about to call out to him, another door opened, and a mysterious woman appeared at the entrance. Dressed in a tight red qipao with an exaggerated fur shawl draped over her shoulders, she gracefully walked into the room. "Qiyu, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. All the senior officials of the United Government are here today, and everyone wants to see your style." Qiyu had no choice but to follow the mysterious woman out of the room. The corridor leading to the hall was not long, but Qiyu walked very slowly. The mysterious woman walked behind Qiyu, understanding that today's star was Qiyu. As the last door to the hall automatically opened, Qiyu stepped into an extremely spacious white hall. As soon as Qiyu appeared, the guests sitting on both sides erupted into warm applause and cheers. "Wow, Qiyu looks so beautiful today. The perfect Valkyrie, a goddess descending to Earth." Qiyu slightly bowed, politely acknowledging the audience on both sides. Then, she stepped onto the red velvet carpet, walking step by step toward the podium. 8 people sat at the podium, all heads of the United Government, the First Elder Council. The lights in the venue gradually dimmed, and the spotlight focused solely on Qiyu. Her coronation gown was adorned with jewels, making her shine brilliantly. Aristide, the guest closest to the podium, stood up and walked toward Qiyu. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to be the officiant for the SS-class hero Qiyu's award ceremony." Someone presented a brocade box, opened it to reveal a velvet cushion holding an SS-class hero medal. The light blue metallic medal was engraved with 2 large S letters, the font studded with diamonds, sparkling under the lights. Aristide took the medal from the brocade box and displayed it to the audience. He then hung this medal, symbolizing the highest honor and power, on Qiyu's chest. The chest of Qiyu's award gown had a small slot designed for the medal, allowing Aristide to hang it gently without touching Qiyu's body. The hall erupted into warm applause. "Qiyu, the United Government and the Earth Alliance Organization thank you for your extraordinary contributions to this world. Thanks to your outstanding assassination operations, Earth has been spared from a protracted war, avoiding further casualties and devastation. Therefore, in recognition of your achievements, the United Government is awarding you the double S-Class Hero Badge, honoring your unparalleled strength. You are now officially recognized as the most powerful individual in the Earth Alliance." Aristide, unlike the somewhat frail appearance he had when Qiyu saw him at his secret residence, delivered a powerful speech, exuding vitality and energy. It's unclear if he was intentionally putting on a show of weakness or if the victory had rejuvenated this old man. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause once again, with whistles coming from the back rows of the guest seats. Qiyu stood tall, gladly accepting the cheers from everyone. She slowly looked around and noticed Qiling, Yujizi, and the Major sitting in the front row of the left side, all smiling at her. Phantom and Baseball Boy were seated in the second row, also smiling. Beside them sat Qin and a handsome stranger whom she had only seen once. Qin wore a half-smile, staring blankly at the badge on Qiyu's chest. Seemingly lost in thought, the man beside her was fixated on Qiyu, not blinking at all. Qiyu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this man. But the thought quickly passed her mind. She was looking for LinWei. Finally, she spotted her man in the crowd. He was sitting quietly, silently watching her. Qiyu smiled sweetly at him, but LinWei pretended not to see her and did not respond. Qiyu knew he was deliberately avoiding public acknowledgement to prevent any controversy. She smiled and shifted her gaze back to the podium. On the podium sat 10 men and women, including middle-aged men, a white-haired old woman, medal-adorned soldiers, and bespectacled scholars. Their faces showed no expression, all calmly watching Qiyu. Once the applause subsided, the white-haired old woman in the center stood up. She was the head elder of the current rotating council. The white-haired old woman said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to see that the one who saved the world is a woman. Qiyu has demonstrated strength, wisdom, and courage, providing us women with the best example. It also tells all the gentlemen present that women can stand shoulder to shoulder with men in saving the world." After she finished speaking, the women in the audience gave the loudest applause. The other elders on the podium also applauded, but a portly middle-aged man sitting at the edge slightly curled his lips, showing a look of indifference. His eyes scanned Qiyu up and down, revealing a somewhat amused expression. Next, the VR screen in the venue played footage of Qiyu battling Jinanu and her lone resistance against the Starship particle cannon, which had never been shown in public before, causing some people to gasp in shock. The atmosphere in the venue became lively, and everyone was in high spirits. "Qiyu, it's getting late, good night." LinWei's faint voice came from the communicator. After the ceremony ended, Qiyu finally managed to escape from her fervent fans and return to her room. She wanted to talk to LinWei, but he dismissed her coldly. Qiyu stared at the communicator that had stopped blinking, standing there in a daze. She had already changed out of the heavy and intricate gown into a soft silk robe. The evening breeze blew into the room, tousling Qiyu's hair and lifting a corner of her robe, revealing her long, fair legs. Feeling a bit down, Qiyu sat on the edge of the bed. She felt like she was gradually gaining the world, but was also slowly losing LinWei. Forget it. Time to sleep. Qiyu was also a person with a big heart. Tomorrow, I will take the initiative to find LinWei and have a good talk about my feelings. Qiyu laid back on the bed, and as soon as her body touched the soft mattress, a wave of heavy fatigue washed over her. For her personal tour, Qiyu had been on the move for several weeks without any time to rest. Now that she could finally get a good night's sleep, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. In the middle of the night, Qiyu suddenly screamed, waking up from a nightmare. She sat up, holding her forehead, her body still trembling. She had a nightmare. In her dream, Jinanu punched her in the chest, extracting the energy stone along with her heart from her chest cavity. Dream Qiyu saw a large hole in her chest, blood spraying out like a fountain. She found herself alone, with no sister, no LinWei, and no one else, only Jinanu staring at her like a demon. In the end, Jinanu even put her own heart into her mouth, chewing it voraciously. The night breeze brushed against her, and Qiyu shivered inexplicably. It turned out her robe was soaked with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to her body. Qiyu took off her robe and walked naked into the bathroom. Looking at her naked reflection in the mirror, she stroked her skin. "Damn LinWei, now that you've seen everything, you don't cherish me anymore," Qiyu muttered as she walked into the shower room. As soon as she entered, the door closed automatically. Warm water automatically sprayed out, hitting Qiyu's body. After washing herself clean, Qiyu pressed the button in the shower room, and another door opened, revealing a pure white bathtub behind her. The tub was already filled with water, sprinkled with some unknown flower petals on top. Qiyu stepped into the bathtub, and a warm current shot out from behind, gently hitting her back. Wow, this feels so good. Ever since moving in here, Qiyu had fallen in love with this bathtub. The ancient martial arts clan was a clan of hardship, and Qiyu had never known what enjoyment was since childhood. Qiling was also very strict with her, just to temper Qiyu's character. Surrounded by the warm water, fatigue crept back in, and she fell into a deep sleep again. She even started to snore. Suddenly, the water in the bathtub began to turn black. as if ink was slowly being poured in. A pitch-black hand reached out from the water, slowly approaching Qiyu's voluptuous chest. Just as the fingers were about to touch Qiyu's delicate nipple, she suddenly turned, shifting to her side. The hand seemed startled and quickly retreated into the water. After a while, Qiyu started snoring again. The black hand emerged from the water again, this time transforming into two hands. These two hands above the water surface seemed to have eyes, pausing for a few seconds. They appeared to be silently observing Qiyu's movements, confirming that she was indeed sound asleep before slowly approaching her again. One hand reached for Qiyu's buttocks, while the other aimed for her half-exposed chest. Both hands seemed a bit excited, their fingers trembling slightly. Qiyu remained asleep, seemingly unaware of everything. One hand had already climbed onto Qiyu's hip, gently touching it, and seeing that she was oblivious, it boldly touched again. Qiyu instinctively curled up slightly. The other hand, seeing this, eagerly reached for Qiyu's majestic peaks. Just as it made contact with the skin on Qiyu's chest, a sudden red light emanated from her chest. The black hand was startled by the red light, and in the next moment, it returned to its original position. The other hand experienced the same situation. It had just been recklessly touching Qiyu's, but suddenly returned to its original place. Two black hands clearly didn't understand what was happening. They stretched out their fingers and scratched each other's knuckles. Suddenly, the joints of the two hands cracked, and they quickly grew larger, with longer fingers and sharpened nails. The hands transformed into something resembling eagle claws, fierce and terrifying. No longer cautious, they reached out from the water surface and stabbed towards Qiyu's heart and temples. At the critical moment, Qiyu suddenly sat up in the bathtub. Her hands moved like lightning, swiftly grabbing the two evil hands that were trying to attack her. Qiyu looked at the basin filled with pitch-black water and nearly vomited, feeling disgusted to be wrapped in such dirty water while naked. The two hands struggled desperately to break free. Qiyu stood up abruptly, pulling the hands out of the water with her. Oh! As soon as Qiyu stood up, she realized that the two hands that were still struggling suddenly went limp. Instinctively, Qiyu looked at her hands and found two severed limbs hanging from them. At the same time, a shadow darted past her and fled towards the bedroom. Qiyu quickly and disgustedly threw away the two severed limbs and ran outside in her nakedness. Upon entering the bedroom, she found that the shadow had already jumped out of the window. Without time to put on clothes, Qiyu grabbed a white blanket from the bed, wrapped it around her body, and jumped out the window as well. Qiyu lived in a high-end residence built by the United Government for mid to high-level Alliance heroes. Located on the ground of Wanqing City, near the city center. The building was pyramid-shaped, with fewer floors and higher ranks as it rose. Qiyu lived at the very top of the tower. As she leaped out the window, she found she was still a step too late. The shadow had already vanished. After all, wrapping herself in a white blanket cost her a few seconds, and the other party's movements were unexpectedly swift. If she had known, she might as well have chased out naked. There was no one around at night. Qiyu slapped her palm in annoyance. Just thinking about being submerged in that black water made her feel nauseous. That perverted assassin. However, the fact that the other party could find her room indicated that there was indeed a mole within the United Government. Back at her room, Qiyu considered taking another shower, but lost her mood upon seeing the basin full of black water. I'll go wash at Qiling's place, she thought. Since Qiyu became famous, their hometown had been overrun by fans, with large crowds gathering every day. Qiling, who looked very much like Qiyu and was equally stunning in appearance and figure, quickly garnered a large following due to her cool and aloof demeanor. The two sisters could be said to be the golden brand of the Earth Hero Alliance, the Qishi sisters. Qiling lived 2 floors below. The first and second floors below the tower top were designated for S-rank heroes. Each room was exclusively assigned to a specific hero. Of course, not all heroes lived there permanently. Therefore, when Qiyu arrived at this floor, it was very quiet. Qiyu rang the doorbell. After about a full minute, Qiling finally opened the door. Without even looking, Qiyu rushed inside, mumbling, "Sister, why did it take you so long to open the door?" Only in front of Qiling and LinWei would Qiyu let down all her defenses. Huh? Qiling, also wrapped in a towel and dripping wet, looked surprised. "Sister, were you taking a bath too?" Seeing Qiling's skin glistening with water, Qiyu couldn't help but pinch her sister's white, soft arm. Qiling appeared a bit embarrassed. "What are you doing here instead of staying in your own room?" Qiyu had no choice but to recount what had happened in her room. Qiling furrowed her brow tightly. "There are problems in this alliance. Someone leaked our whereabouts and specific locations to others. Based on the enemy's skills, it should be one of the missing personnel from our home planet." Just then, the bathroom door opened, and a mysterious woman wrapped in a towel walked out. The towel barely covered the mysterious woman's backside, revealing her long, fair legs. Qiyu scolded, "What are you doing coming out?" The mysterious woman laughed, "It's your sister. What else could it be? Besides, it's boring to soak alone, so I came out to get some fresh air." Qiyu's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. "Sister, how could you be taking a bath with a mysterious woman? What is your relationship?" The mysterious woman wrapped her arm around Qiling's slim waist. "I've known your sister for over 10 years. She partnered with me when she first came onto the scene, but we kept our relationship strictly confidential." Qiyu exclaimed, "Sister, you already have ties to the Earth Alliance? Why have you been hiding this from me?" Qiyu huffed, turning away in anger. Qiling smiled and pulled Qiyu back. "You were still young, only about 10 years old. It wasn't appropriate for me to tell you everything." The mysterious woman chimed in. "Your sister has taken on the responsibility of the family for you. It's not easy for her to run around alone." Qiyu's eyes turned red. Although Qiling could be fierce at times, she was like a mother to her, and Qiyu knew well of her care and love. Qiyu hugged Qiling tightly. "Sister, you've worked hard. Now that I've grown up, I should share the mission of inheriting the ancient martial arts family." Qiling affectionately stroked Qiyu's hair. Suddenly, Qiyu thought of something and straightened up, looking suspiciously at the mysterious woman and then at Qiling, whose face was slightly flushed. "Sister, you still haven't answered me. How did you end up taking a bath with her?" Qiling's face turned bright red. "Well, my bathtub was broken, so I came here to bathe with Qiling." The mysterious woman explained generously when she saw Qiling was hesitant to speak. "Besides, it's been a while since we last met. We just took the opportunity to reconnect while bathing." The mysterious woman spoke while her hands were not idle, reaching to pinch Qiling's waist. Qiling seemed ticklish and grabbed the mysterious woman's teasing hand, then forcefully pushed her away. "Qiyu, why did you come to find your sister in the middle of the night?" The mysterious woman covered her mouth and laughed, not angry, and asked in return. Qiyu had no choice but to recount what had just happened again. The mysterious woman's expression turned serious. She withdrew her restless hands and rested her chin in thought. "This matter isn't simple. The enemy dared to appear here, which indicates there's a mole. The shadow that attacked you probably hid in a room prepared for them beforehand." The mysterious woman was the vice captain of the assassination team, and she took this matter even more seriously than Qiyu did. "Then should we seal off the building and interrogate everyone one by one?" Qiling suggested. The mysterious woman shook her head. "The enemy is so confident. They must be well prepared. I don't want to alert them. Tomorrow I will discuss strategies with Phantom. I think it's better to investigate this matter quietly and then check each hero who stayed in this building tonight." Qiling and Qiyu nodded. To be honest, neither of them was particularly interested in this kind of investigation. It was more suitable to leave it to the assassination team. After talking for a long time, Qiyu felt sticky and asked Qiling to borrow the bathroom to take a shower. The mysterious woman's eyes lit up when she heard Qiyu wanted to take a bath. "I just washed half of myself, and haven't tea washed enough yet. Qiyu, let us soak together." Qiyu showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. She was not very willing to bathe with someone she wasn't very familiar with, even though the other person was a girl. "We can give each other back rubs. And I can massage. My massage skills are really good. You can ask your sister." Qiling didn't say anything, her expression tense. Upon hearing about the massage, Qiyu immediately showed an eager expression, as LinWei knew how to massage and always made her feel very comfortable. "All right, then let's take a bath together." Qiyu nodded. "It's settled. You have to give me a massage. Don't go back on your word." "Am I someone who doesn't keep promises?" The mysterious woman looked excited, pulling Qiyu along as they walked in side by side. "Wait," Qiling called out to the two. "What's wrong? I want to wash too." Qiling glared at the mysterious woman. She was not at ease with Qiyu bathing alone with the mysterious woman. "You little lace braid. 10 years ago, you said you could massage too, and I was young and ignorant to fall for it. You took advantage of the opportunity to massage me, and I didn't know what kind of spell I was under, ending up half pushing and half allowing you to have a night together. Now I find my sexual orientation a bit tangled. I think of that night whenever I see a guy. You want to massage my sister now. I can't allow you to do the same thing to her." It turned out that Qiling had a past with the mysterious woman. Qiling felt she had been deceived, but since she had also agreed, she felt helpless afterward. Besides feeling annoyed and angry, there was nothing else she could do. However, sometimes in the middle of the night, Qiling would wake up from a spring dream, feeling restless all over. It must be said that the mysterious woman's charm is irresistible. Thus, the three stunning beauties with heavenly looks and incredible figures walked into the bathroom together. Qiling rinsed the bathtub and filled it with water again. The bathtub in Qiling's room was also not small. Even with 3 people sitting in it, it wouldn't feel too crowded. The steam filled the air, making the figures of the 3 women appear hazy. Qiyu was the least particular, seeing the water was full. She was the first to take off the towel wrapped around her body and stepped 1 foot into the water. The mysterious woman's seductive eyes scanned Qiyu's body, fixated on her. Qiyu stepped into the bathtub with her other foot and sat down. So comfortable. Qiyu leaned her head against the edge and couldn't help but exclaim. The mysterious woman's towel also slipped to the ground, revealing a woman with an extremely curvy figure in front of Qiyu. If Qiyu had a bit of baby fat around her waist and thighs, the mysterious woman had no excess flesh in those areas at all. Her body's curves were even more exaggerated than Qiyu's. If a man were to see the mysterious woman's figure, who knows how many would be captivated? The mysterious woman stepped into the bathtub, standing in front of Qiyu. Qiyu couldn't help but admire her figure as well. According to fitness standards, the mysterious woman's body fat percentage should be perfect. Qiyu noticed her skin was fair and delicate. Her face looked mature, but her skin had a completely youthful feel. Qiyu saw a very obvious scar below her ribcage, about a dozen centimeters long. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it. What a pity that such perfect skin has this scar. The moment Qiyu's fingers touched the mysterious woman's skin, her body trembled slightly. Qiyu, puzzled, asked, "Does your injury still hurt? Is it from a battle months ago?" The mysterious woman smiled gently, nodding, then shaking her head. She sat down in the water next to Qiyu. Seeing that both of them had undressed, Qiling had no choice but to remove her own towel. Qiling's figure resembled a more mature version of Qiyu. Her body was longer and more alluring. The mysterious woman seemed more interested in Qiling's body, involuntarily letting out sounds of admiration. Qiling shot her a fierce glare and sat down far away from her. Qiling also had a scar on her abdomen, and she seemed very self-conscious about it, covering it with her hand to prevent the two from seeing. In the mist, the three beauties sat facing each other, soaking in the water. They chatted casually like this. The mysterious woman appeared particularly lively, touching Qiyu from time to time and teasing Qiling with words. Sensing that she was not very happy, "Mysterious woman, you should give me a massage now." Qiyu turned around, leaning against the edge of the bathtub, fully exposing her beautiful back to the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman lightly brushed her fingers against Qiyu's skin, smooth as silk, delicate to the touch. "Don't touch me. I'm ticklish. Hurry up and help me massage." Qiyu urged with her hands, supporting her chin. The mysterious woman poured some massage oil into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and then placed them on Qiyu's shoulders. With a slight force, her fingers gathered together, lifting the muscles of Qiyu's shoulders. Qiyu hummed, clearly enjoying it. Seeing that Qiyu was quite pleased, the mysterious woman increased the pressure. She first kneaded Qiyu's trapezius muscles up to her neck, then down to the outer side of her shoulders. So comfortable. Qiyu closed her eyes in enjoyment. After making Qiyu's neck blush from the kneading, the mysterious woman slowly began to knead downwards. She followed the sides of Qiyu's spine, using her thumbs to guide the way, kneading all the way down to Qiyu's lumbar spine. Next, the mysterious woman began to rub Qiling's lower back. The speed increased from slow to fast, and the pressure went from light to heavy. The waist is the most fatigued part of the body, connecting the upper and lower body. Sometimes, after a day, it can feel overwhelming. Although Qiyu was a superwoman, she would often feel tired due to the laziness of being a girl. So massage is one of the most effective methods. Qiyu's face began to show a mixture of pain and comfort. Seeing this, the mysterious woman didn't stop her hands, using various techniques in turn, making Qiyu exclaim in delight. Qiyu felt her body becoming more and more relaxed, as if floating on a cloud, her whole body soft and unable to muster any strength. The mysterious woman's hands slowly began to slide to the sides of Qiyu's waist. Qiyu twisted her waist, but did not resist. It's known that the sides of the waist are one of the most sensitive areas of the human body. Qiyu's lack of instinctive reaction indicated that she had been completely conquered by the mysterious woman's techniques. The mysterious woman pressed her warm palms against Qiyu's waist for a while, and seeing she showed no resistance, she wrapped her arms around Qiyu from behind, her hands sliding to Qiyu's front, resting on her lower abdomen. The mysterious woman embraced Qiyu from behind. As her hands continued to move upwards, her breathing became slightly rapid. Just as one of her hands was about to touch the peak of Qiyu, another hand pressed down on her eager palm. The mysterious woman didn't turn around. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted. "Long Yu, enough is enough. Don't use the same tricks you used on me back then on my sister. She already has someone she loves. Besides, I'm right here. Do you think I'm air?" Qiling stood behind the mysterious woman, gripping her wrist. The mysterious woman turned her body, facing Qiyu closely. Qiyu's face was still red, not knowing whether it was from the heat or embarrassment. Behind them, Qiyu's soft snoring could be heard. Qiyu was lying on the edge and had actually fallen asleep. The mysterious woman turned back to confirm, then shook her head and sighed. Qiyu is truly gifted. After my body contact and kneading, she didn't show any emotional response at all. Her willpower is far superior to yours. Qiyu said, Qiyu is innocent and carefree, with no distractions. The mysterious woman suddenly leaned in close to Qiyu's ear. By your logic, when I massaged you back then, you were so restless and fidgety. It seems your mind was full of distractions. The mysterious woman then wrapped her arms around Qiyu's waist. Qiyu's face turned even redder. She wanted to resist, but her whole body felt soft and weak. Damn, I fell for LinWei's trick again. She was massaging Qiyu in front of me, just to remind my body of the muscle memory from 10 years ago. Qiyu knew it was wrong, but her mind gradually started to blank out. She quickly closed her eyes because she knew how powerful the mysterious woman's right eye was. Does closing your eyes help? Qiyu, do you know how much I miss the nights from 10 years ago? The mysterious woman began to rub her lips against the cheek near Qiyu's ear. A sliver of clarity remained in Qiyu's mind. This was her last line of defense. I'm about to lose it. What are you two doing? Just as Qiyu was about to break down, Qiyu's voice came from behind them. The two quickly separated. Qiyu felt a sense of relief. The mysterious woman, however, looked frustrated that her fun was interrupted. Even Qiyu, no matter how innocent, could see something was off. Mysterious woman, don't get handsy with my sister. Even though you're a stunning beauty, she likes men. The mysterious woman stood up from the water, droplets sliding off her body like pearls, creating ripples in the pool. She glanced at Qiyu, her eyes holding a smile that was not quite a smile. Oh, is that so? That's a bit of a pity then. She wrapped herself in a towel and left the bathroom without looking back. Ladies, I'm going to sleep in my room now. Good night. After that, the sound of a door opening and closing was heard. The mysterious woman was gone. Qiyu and Qiyu were now face to face in the bathtub. It had been a long time since they had this moment together. Qiyu was 10 years older than Qiyu. When they were young, Qiyu would bathe Qiyu, who was curious about her sister's developing body and often touched and explored. Once Qiyu developed herself, bathing together felt a bit strange. Both were feeling a bit awkward. Sister, does the mysterious woman like you? Qiyu broke the damn silence first. Qiyu was non-committal. I worked with her before, so we were in contact frequently for a while. But then we gradually lost touch. She is the only daughter of a big family and also the clan leader, so she is used to being domineering. Qiyu teased. She doesn't go back to her luxurious mansion, but comes to find you to bathe. It seems your past relationship was not ordinary. Qiyu stood up from the water, hands on her hips. All right, stop using me for your amusement. I'm going out first. You finish up and return to your own room. Qiyu looked at her sister's perfect body and thought to herself, this devilish figure would make any woman envious. The scar under Qiyu's rib was exposed to Qiyu. The scar was about 10 centimeters long and dark pink in color. Qiyu reached out to touch it, her face filled with concern. Sister, does it still hurt? Qiyu touched Qiyu's head and shook her head. Then she turned to wrap herself in a towel and left the bathroom as well. Once both had exited, Qiyu completely relaxed and took a good wash before leaving the bathroom. She walked in the bedroom and found Qiyu already asleep. Suddenly, Qiyu felt a surge of excitement and climbed onto the bed, snuggling up next to Qiyu. It had been a long time since she had slept with her sister. This brought back childhood memories. Qiyu didn't say anything. Both lay on their sides, and Qiyu naturally placed her hand on Qiyu's waist. Qiyu opened her eyes. Qiyu, are you thinking about going back to that earth? Qiyu jumped up from the bed. Did LinWei tell you? Qiyu nodded. Qiyu felt a twinge of jealousy. How could LinWei discuss her thoughts with her sister? She recalled seeing the two of them hugging inside the starship. Qiyu didn't notice Qiyu's unease and continued. That wormhole isn't 100 stable. If you cross it with LinWei and it disappears, you won't be able to return. Can you bear to leave me behind? As she spoke, she also got out of bed. After over 20 years of relationship with your sister, does it not compare to your nearly half-year relationship with LinWei? Upon hearing this, Qiyu's earlier thoughts vanished. Sister is being jealous of LinWei. Qiyu hugged her sister tightly. Sis, I'm just tired of this life of being exposed every day, so I want to change my environment. How could I bear to leave you? Qiyu smiled. Is that so? LinWei also told me that you weren't willing to come back from that earth. Did you really care about me? Qiyu was at a loss for words and could only mentally curse LinWei for being a jerk for telling everything to Qiyu. Have LinWei and my sister become that close? How come they share everything? Qiyu noticed Qiyu's silence and continued. When you were younger, I didn't tell you all the secrets of our family. You only had a superficial understanding that you were a descendant of the ancient martial arts clan. Now that you've fought with Jinnu, you have a general idea of the background. You also need to start fulfilling the responsibilities that come with being a descendant of the ancient martial arts clan. Moreover, by accident, you already have most of the space energy stones within you. Responsibilities? Qiyu nodded. This is a long story. Since the ancient martial arts clan branched out on Earth, the number of descendants was considerable. However, with our clan continuously intermarrying with humans, the probability of female descendants has been decreasing. You must know that once a mother gives birth to a boy, this lineage is cut off because boys cannot inherit the superpowers of the ancient martial arts clan and become ordinary people on Earth. Therefore, since a few hundred years ago, the truly female descendants of the ancient martial arts have been dwindling. Now, the other branches of the ancient martial arts are almost extinct. We are the last remaining branch, meaning we are now the only ones qualified to inherit the space energy stones. Qiyu listened attentively. Sister, why do you say I have part of the space energy stones within me? Hundreds of years ago, someone in the clan tried to merge themselves with the energy stone but acted too hastily, causing an accident during the merging process. After the energy stone split into 3 pieces in front of everyone, it disappeared without a trace. I must say, Qiyu, you were incredibly lucky. Not only did you find a largest piece, but you also succeeded in merging it. Qiyu touched her chest. Sister, at that time, I didn't even think about merging. I didn't even know it was an energy stone. I was just leaning against the stone, and it inexplicably ran into my body. Qiyu fell silent upon hearing this. Luck, after all, is just a matter of probability. Qiyu asked, then where are the other 2 pieces? Qiyu revealed a bitter smile. The space energy stones have the property of spatial transfer, so their locations are not completely fixed. Moreover, the transfer time is not fixed, making them very hard to find. I've spent nearly 10 years searching. Although I found some clues, I often end up empty-handed, and to this day, I have nothing. Qiyu sighed as she spoke. It's truly fate that you encountered the energy stone under such circumstances. The 2 fell silent for a moment, and suddenly Qiyu thought of something. Sister, since our ancient martial ancestor already possessed the energy stone from the beginning, why didn't she try to merge with it herself? Qiyu shook her head. I don't know. Maybe she tried and ultimately failed. Just as you said, your fusion happened by coincidence because you didn't consciously seek it. So the mystery might lie in the difference between being active and passive, being aware and unaware. Perhaps this kind of fusion can only happen in a passive, unaware state. Qiyu is truly smart, while Qiyu is just lucky. Qiyu, promise me, don't leave Earth. For sister, and for the family legacy. If you like LinWei and want to be with him, you can live here on Earth. Qiyu held Qiyu's hand, her face full of pleading. It was the first time Qiyu had seen her sister plead like this. I understand, sister. I won't leave here. Qiyu finally showed a relieved smile. She leaned closer to Qiyu and whispered, Qiyu, have you and LinWei, you know? Qiyu's face instantly turned as red as a liver. Sister, are you and LinWei very close privately? Why is he telling you this? I must make him you tomorrow. Qiyu lightly tapped Qiyu's head. What are you thinking? LinWei and I are at most sister and brother-in-law. I found out myself, okay? Thus, Qiyu recounted the night she came home to find LinWei sleeping in Qiyu's bed. Qiyu became even more embarrassed, her chest turning red. Young people should pay attention to moderation. When I saw LinWei, he looked completely drained. Qiyu's face rarely showed a half-smile, a deep, mysterious expression. In that expression, there was even a hint of envy and jealousy. Sister, what are you talking about? It's LinWei who isn't capable. What does that have to do with me? You make it sound like I'm some kind of pervert. All right. Sigh. You are indeed amazing. Here I am, a lonely person, and you're already making a family. As she said this, Qiyu's teasing tone became more pronounced. Qiyu couldn't hold it in anymore, covering her ears, and got up to escape from Qiyu's bed. Qiyu let her go that easily and pressed Qiyu back onto the bed. She placed her hand on Qiyu's lower abdomen. Come on, let me see if you're pregnant. Qiyu felt around Qiyu's belly and suddenly showed a serious expression. Hey, why does it seem a bit swollen? Qiyu's seriousness immediately made Qiyu nervous. She sat up, her face filled with fear. Sister, no way. We took measures that night. How could I be pregnant? Qiyu replied. Who told you that preventive measures are 100% safe? There could be accidents. Upon hearing this, Qiyu's face turned pale. No way. I don't want to be a mom so soon. No wonder I've been feeling weak lately. It turns out I'm pregnant. Tears streamed down Qiyu's face instantly. At first, Qiyu tried to hold back her laughter, but eventually, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing Qiyu's expression, Qiyu realized she had been teased and showed an unhappy expression. However, her mood relaxed immediately. Seeing Qiyu laughing so hard, she fell onto the bed. Qiyu couldn't take it anymore, flipped over, and climbed onto her sister, her hands reaching for her waist. "I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh." Qiyu was ticklish, laughing while struggling, and, at the same time, she raised her hands to sneakily attack Qiyu's chest, knowing that was where Qiyu was most ticklish. Sure enough, as soon as Qiyu grabbed a handful of Qiyu's breasts, Qiyu's body reacted, and the initiative immediately returned to Qiyu's hands. The two sisters playfully wrestled on the bed, both feeling as if they had returned to their childhood. When they were both exhausted and laid back down on the bed, they embraced each other. Just like when they were young, Qiyu held Qiyu close, and they slowly drifted off to sleep. Qiyu woke up from a beautiful dream, bright sunlight filling the entire room. With several beams of sunlight already shining on her bottom, Qiyu was no longer by her side. On the ceiling of the room were a few words. A message left by Qiyu using VR. "I have something to do, don't worry. Sister Qiyu just loves to mysteriously disappear. I don't know where she runs off to all day, what kind of scheme she is plotting." Qiyu stretched lazily, and when she looked at the time, it was already 10 a.m. This sleep was the most solid and stable she had had in weeks. Looking at herself in the mirror, Qiyu's complexion was rosy, her spirits high, and her figure and looks were outstanding. Wow, beauty sleep really is good for the skin. Qiyu tidied up Qiyu's room and then left. She returned to her suite on the top floor. As soon as she entered, Qiyu flopped onto her bed. After the award day, Qiyu could take a week off without having to attend any public events. Finally, she could have her own time. Qiyu jumped for joy. She opened her communication bracelet, and the first message that popped up was from LinWei. "Qiyu, I feel like my attitude last night was a bit bad, and I sincerely apologize to you. Actually, you don't have to take the risk of crossing the wormhole back to another Earth for me. I am an orphan, with no ties in my original homeland. For me, wherever you are is my everything." After the message, a virtual emoji of LinWei bowing appeared, which was very cute. Qiyu chuckled, tears of joy mingling with her laughter. She replied to the communicator, "Silly, how could I be mad at you?" After sending that, she also left a cute emoji. Suddenly, the public communicator at Qiyu's bedside flashed red, and the mysterious woman's VR image projected into the air. Although it was a virtual image, the mysterious woman still looked very sexy and alluring. "Qiyu, I cordially invite you to my place tonight at 8 o'clock for an important discussion. Please be sure to grace us with your presence." After saying this, the virtual image blew a kiss to Qiyu before disappearing, followed by a clear holographic map appearing. Qiyu connected her communicator to the public one and successfully downloaded the map. What could the mysterious woman want with me? Judging by her and my sister's behavior, it always feels like they have some story I'm unaware of. Since someone invited me, I might as well go. Qiyu had no ill feelings towards the mysterious woman. She felt the way the mysterious woman looked at her was full of tenderness. Another message popped up on her communicator, this time from LinWei. "Qiyu, I'm waiting for you downstairs. The weather is great. Let's go out and have fun today." Qiyu jumped up happily. LinWei finally agreed to go out with her during the day. It seems this silly boy has made a big decision for her. "Okay, wait for me. I'm coming down right away." After the excitement, Qiyu quickly calmed down. She also realized that if she went out in such a bold manner, she would definitely attract the crazy pursuit and attention of passersby. And how could she have fun with LinWei then? I need to disguise myself. Qiyu styled her hair in front of the mirror, putting on a large sun hat to cover most of her face, and then she wore a pair of sunglasses. Finally, she put on a loose coat, raised the collar to hide her eye-catching figure. Qiyu looked at herself in the mirror and was quite satisfied. This way, even those who knew her well wouldn't recognize her at once. After finishing her disguise, Qiyu left her room. The building had good privacy and not many public spaces. Qiyu used a few teleportations to avoid crowded areas, sneaking down to the bottom of the building like a thief. After exiting the door, Qiyu looked around and finally spotted LinWei, who was waiting somewhat impatiently in a corner of the square. He was also wearing sunglasses, looking rather sneaky. Qiyu couldn't help but chuckle, suppressing her laughter as she slowly walked toward LinWei. When LinWei saw someone approaching, he glanced over and then looked away again. Silly, he didn't even recognize me. It seems my disguise is quite effective. Qiyu was secretly pleased and continued to walk leisurely toward LinWei, eventually leaning against the corner. LinWei looked up and down at this strange person and unconsciously shifted to the side. Seeing this, Qiyu moved closer to LinWei. "Do we know each other, ma'am?" LinWei frowned. "This silly guy actually called me ma'am. Do I look that old?" Qiyu glanced at herself and realized that her overly loose outfit made LinWei mistakenly think she was a woman trying to hide her figure. Qiyu deliberately raised her voice. "Young man, are you waiting for someone?" Her voice was thin and sharp, making it uncomfortable to listen to. Linwei quickly waved his hands. No, no. Qiyu laughed. Don't lie. Look at you fidgeting. You must be waiting for someone. Oh, you aren't waiting for your girlfriend. Are you? Linwei's face instantly turned red. He didn't want to waste time talking with a stranger and got up to change places. Qiyu reached out and grabbed Linwei's arm. Don't go. You look like you've been waiting for a long time, and the girl probably won't come. Since she doesn't know how to cherish you, why not? Consider me. Linwei said. Are you crazy? Qiyu replied. Who's crazy? I'm perfectly normal. Linwei felt that the person in front of him was very strong and assumed she was just an older woman teasing him. Auntie, what are you joking about? Let go of me. Otherwise, I'm going to call for help. Auntie? That's better. Aunties know how to take care of you. Let go, I really will shout. Linwei seemed to be quite afraid of older women. Perhaps he had some bad memories. Go ahead and shout. She was really starting to lose her composure. Ugh. Why is Linwei so cowardly? Linwei was feeling a headache from the sudden appearance of this crazy woman when she suddenly burst into a fit of giggles, and her voice changed slightly. Hey, that voice sounds so familiar. It's Qiyu. Linwei suddenly realized. Oh, so you disguised yourself to mess with me. Qiyu still hadn't realized that Linwei had seen through her disguise and continued to pull Linwei toward herself. Linwei seemed to lose his balance and fell right into Qiyu's arms. Qiyu let out a sharp scream as her coat was pulled down by Linwei. Linwei's face burrowed into her chest. Such a familiar feeling. So warm, so soft. Qiyu's face turned bright red as she struggled to push Linwei away. But with Linwei rubbing against her chest, she instantly lost her strength. You pervert. Linwei stood up, pulled Qiyu into his embrace, and then kissed her fiercely. Qiyu was caught off guard, initially resisting, but soon she succumbed, her lips responding earnestly. The two hadn't kissed so passionately and obliviously in a long time. In the morning, there weren't many people in the garden square. They held each other like this, reluctant to let go for a long time. If the underground Star City is magnificent, a pinnacle of human technology, then the surface Star City can be described as eclectic. This city began thousands of years ago and currently has 4 different districts. The central district is the ancient district, preserving the appearance of thousands of years ago. The buildings in the ancient district are made of gigantic stone blocks, rugged and ancient. There are basically no residents in the ancient district. It's mainly for sightseeing and tourism. At the very center of the ancient district stands a giant stone obelisk over 100 meters tall, covered in inscriptions that recount the glory of ancient dynasties. The other 4 districts surround the ancient district. The northeast corner is the wealthy area. The buildings in the wealthy area connect to the underground Star City. In case of danger, each building can transition underground. The mysterious woman's mansion that Qiyu is going to tonight is located in the wealthy area in the northeast corner. It occupies a vast area, but the total population is not very large. Diagonally opposite the northeast corner is the southwest corner, which is the civilian area. If Linwei were to describe the style of the civilian area, he would definitely use cyberpunk to characterize it. Especially at night, the exaggerated neon VR advertisements and the diverse crowds in the streets create a vibrant atmosphere. The civilian area is a mix of good and bad, with numerous gangs. And security used to be a problem. However, now, with the invasion of aliens, the gang leaders in the civilian area have temporarily ceased their infighting, bringing rare peace to the region. The southeast corner of the city is the factory area, where most of the construction materials for the underground Star City come from. Although it's heavy industry, there isn't much pollution. The southeast corner is the best planned and most orderly area in Star City, surrounding the large factories. Numerous residential spots are scattered like stars around the moon, with many people living nearby while working in the factories. Finally, the northwest area is relatively desolate. Beyond the northwest area lies the KA-1 contact point. The northwest area serves as the defense outpost for the entire Star City, with few buildings and even fewer people. If you come to the northwest area, you'd feel like you've arrived at a filming location for a Western, with vast deserts and scattered small towns, where the locals are simple and tough, quick to resort to violence over disagreements. Qiyu and Linwei rented an electric motorcycle and began to wander through the vast Star City. They navigated through the ancient district. Just like the main characters in Roman Holiday, Qiyu drove the motorcycle while Linwei sat behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. The city center of Star City was originally a hill, and the ancient city was built on the slope, so the ground is uneven, with most buildings constructed on slanted surfaces. From a distance, the ancient district looks like a massive stone fortress with varying heights, surrounded by the towering obelisk. Perhaps this is the origin of Star City's name. Linwei looked up at these ancient buildings, feeling as if he had stepped into a hybrid civilization of ancient Rome and the Incas, grand, ancient, and carrying a hint of wildness. The progress of civilization on this earth is similar to that of his hometown, except that a certain point in time changed the trajectory of its evolution. Unlike LinWei, who lingered in the area, Qiyu was happy to be alone with LinWei. It had been a long time since she had such a relaxed date with him. The motorcycle twisted and turned, eventually stopping in front of a slightly larger ancient castle in the depths of the ancient district. The two got off the bike and held hands as they walked into the dark castle door. Upon entering the inner courtyard, they found a semi-open, small garden. Today is not the weekend, and apart from the two of them, there's no one else. This ancient castle seems to be unattended, with wild grass and flowers growing in the courtyard, and vines and similar plants climbing the walls. It does have a certain wild charm of being undisturbed. Sunlight streams down from the hole above, casting shimmering reflections throughout the courtyard. LinWei looked around and felt there was nothing to explore, so he pulled Qiyu, wanted to leave. Qiyu gazed at the inner passage and suddenly felt adventurous. Since the ancient town was deserted, Qiyu had already taken off her coat and hat and hung them in the car, not bringing them inside. Now, she was dressed lightly, and her figure was quite alluring. Confirming that no one was around, she playfully hooked her arm around LinWei's neck. "LinWei, let's play a game of cat and mouse. I'll be the mouse, and you be the cat. If you catch me, you could do whatever you want with me." After saying this, she mischievously winked at him. LinWei hadn't been close to Qiyu for nearly 2 months, and he couldn't handle such teasing. His heart raced, and blood rushed to his head. He also wrapped his arms around Qiyu and leaned in to kiss her. Qiyu giggled and dodged, turning to run into the passage. The inner passage was made of large stones resembling granite, with a smooth and cool surface. Watching Qiyu run into the darkness, LinWei suddenly felt a wave of unease. However, at that moment, he was driven by desire, only thinking about catching Qiyu for a kiss. So he followed closely behind. After running a few steps, darkness enveloped him immediately. LinWei stopped, took a deep breath. The air was relatively fresh. However, the encroaching darkness jolted him back to reality. This darkness reminded him of the experience of traveling through a wormhole. "Qiyu, Qiyu," LinWei called out into the darkness. There was no response. All he could hear was his own heavy breathing. After calling a few times with no reply, he turned on the light on his communication wristband. Before him was a circular passage with several forks. It turned out to be a maze within the ancient castle. "Qiyu, stop playing. Let's go." Still no response. LinWei walked a few more steps and arrived at a fork. He crouched down and noticed faint footprints on one side. It seemed Qiyu had gone this way. LinWei had no choice but to muster his courage and venture deeper. Qiyu turned around several corners and suddenly sneezed. The deeper she went, the more the temperature dropped. Dressed lightly, she felt goosebumps rising on her skin. At first, she heard LinWei calling her, prompting her to run faster. But now she could no longer hear his voice, and, after turning left and right, she found herself somewhat lost. All around was darkness. Qiyu felt a bit anxious. This place was not fun at all. She turned on the light on her communication wristband, trying to find her way back. However, all the junctions in this place looked similar, leaving her a bit confused. "LinWei, LinWei." Qiyu also began to call out. No one answered. With no other choice, she used her fist to mark a notch at the fork to avoid taking a wrong turn. Suddenly, laughter came from behind Qiyu. "LinWei." She turned around urgently, but there was no one there. A gust of wind rushed past her. Qiyu looked back and vaguely saw a shadow dart into another passage. "LinWei, stop joking. This isn't funny." No one answered. LinWei was getting worse, even playing hide and seek with her. Qiyu instantly teleported to the passage where the shadow had just flashed by, but there was no one there. To clarify, teleportation does not mean instantaneous movement. That is impossible. The speed of light limit still exists in the universe, and no object can reach or exceed the speed of light. Theoretically, if Qiyu's mass could accelerate to the speed of light, the energy of the entire universe would not suffice for her consumption. What we call teleportation is based on an explosive muscle burst, allowing for rapid movement that surpasses the naked eye's recognition. But it is still far from the speed of light. Qiyu stood still, her chest rising and falling. Suddenly, the light on her communication wristband flickered twice and went out, plunging her surroundings back into darkness. "Lin." Qiyu had just shouted a word when suddenly a pair of hands wrapped around her waist from behind. Startled, she quickly relaxed. "LinWei, you scared me," she complained. But those hands were not behaving. After hugging her, they moved upward and soon reached her most sensitive area. Qiyu's face flushed in the darkness, and her breathing became heavy with the kneading of those hands. "LinWei, you're so good at this." Qiyu's mind was tightly strung, while her body was sinking. At that moment, the communication wristband on her wrist flickered, displaying a message. "Qiyu, stop playing, come out now." A jolt of electricity surged through Qiyu's mind, and she shivered all over. LinWei was looking for her. Who was the person behind her? Qiyu suddenly broke free from those hands and turned around to throw a punch. In the faint glow of the flickering communication wristband, a figure clad in black flashed past. Qiyu's punch missed and hit the stone wall behind her. A loud crash echoed as a large hole was smashed into the wall. Qiyu's muscles bulged, and a fierce expression appeared on her face. "Which bastard is impersonating LinWei? Taking advantage of me?" Suddenly, her face was illuminated by a light, and then she heard a voice that made her relax. "Qiyu, how come you have so many muscles?" The person was LinWei. He had heard the loud noise and ran over, only to see Qiyu transformed into a muscular figure. It was LinWei's first time seeing Qiyu's entire body bulging with muscles, resembling a Terminator. Upon seeing LinWei, Qiyu's muscles immediately shrank back, quickly returning to her original appearance. LinWei inexplicably recalled an old animated series he had stumbled upon, Forest Boy, where the main character had 3 forms: cartoon form, normal form, and a rage form that looked just like Qiyu did a moment ago. "Qiyu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just now there was a completely black guy ambushing me." Qiyu felt humiliated, still feeling the remnants of being groped. Just as she turned to strike, she had noticed that the other person didn't even have discernible facial features. "That guy must have been the one who attacked me in the bathroom. Completely black, no facial features, what the hell is that?" LinWei was also taken aback and quickly shone the light around. Nothing was there. There were no clues for now. Qiyu could only pull LinWei along as they slowly felt their way out of the maze. When they finally saw the light again, both of their eyes took a moment to adjust. Qiyu leaned against LinWei, her lips pouting. She had originally wanted to be alone with LinWei, to do some embarrassing things that only couples do. In the end, she was taken advantage of by someone else. This silent loss was truly frustrating. Both of them lost interest in continuing their exploration and left the castle feeling somewhat dejected. Qiyu didn't want to drive the motorcycle anymore, so LinWei took the wheel. She sat behind him, resting her head on his back, feeling listless. To cheer Qiyu up, LinWei told a few jokes, but she remained uninterested, appearing deep in thought. And one day, after being harassed by others twice in a row, Qiyu's mood was really not good. LinWei drove the motorcycle towards the southwest corner. He remembered a place that might pique Qiyu's interest. The motorcycle was equipped with 3D navigation, and LinWei sped towards the destination. The daytime civilian area looked like a girl who had removed her makeup, lazy and casual, lacking any vitality. The pedestrians on the road were sparse and appeared listless. The motorcycle entered a narrow alley and stopped in front of a rusty iron gate. Qiyu looked at LinWei with suspicion. "LinWei, why did you bring me here? Isn't this Meijia's bar?" Qiyu and LinWei had visited Meijia's bar when they first arrived in Wanqing City. LinWei grabbed Qiyu's hand and said, "Let's go. I'm taking you to lunch." He pushed open the rusty gate and stepped inside first. There were few people in Meijia's bar at noon, so they wouldn't attract attention. LinWei thought that Meijia's clever younger brother, Juqian, would cheer Qiyu up. The two turned on the lights and quickly arrived at the basement level. The bar's door was slightly ajar, with faint light seeping through. Qiyu pushed the door open, and the sight before them surprised both of them. The entire underground room was empty. All the tables and chairs had been moved away, leaving only a lonely bar counter standing in the corner. Various decorative lights and the spotlights on the walls had been taken down, leaving just a few shaky lights hanging from the ceiling. An old man walked out of the kitchen, glanced at them, and was about to turn back inside. LinWei recognized him as Uncle Qiyu, who had cooked dinner for them before. "Uncle Qiyu," LinWei called out his name. The old man was somewhat surprised that he could remember his name. He thought these two were just passing customers, as the regulars already knew the place had been shut down. Uncle Qiyu looked at LinWei and then carefully examined Qiyu from head to toe. Feeling the old man's gaze on her ample chest, Qiyu coughed a few times unconsciously. The old man chuckled. "Seeing this girl reminds me, you two came here for dinner a few months ago. This girl not only has a hot figure, but also ate a double portion of the 4-person set meal. I've never seen a woman with such a big appetite in my life." Uncle Qiyu clicked his tongue. Qiyu's face turned slightly red. Her impressive impression on Uncle Qiyu was based on 2 things: her large breasts and her huge appetite. Seeing that Uncle Qiyu didn't seem too serious, LinWei changed the subject. "Uncle Qiyu, where's the owner Meijia? What about the little ghost Jutian? Where did they go?" Uncle Qiyu said, "They've closed the bar and returned to their hometown." Why? Qiyu and LinWei almost spoke in unison. Meijia's boyfriend, actually her fiancé, went missing during the war with aliens over 2 months ago. After the victory, Meijia waited here for 2 months. Just 2 weeks ago, they finally found her boyfriend. But unfortunately, he was already a corpse. He was trapped under the rubble, and they only discovered it during the later cleanup. Qiyu and LinWei exchanged glances. LinWei asked, "The battle with the aliens 2 months ago was mainly a decisive battle between the Alliance heroes and the enemy mercenaries, right? The army mainly conducted weapon strikes on the periphery, so there shouldn't have been many casualties." Uncle Qiyu nodded. "You're right. It was probably just bad luck for Meijia's fiancé." According to his comrades, the special forces were located on the lower levels of the Ka-1 communication building. When our strongest hero and the enemy leader came out from underground, part of the lower building collapsed, and Meijia's fiancé was buried alive under the collapsing structure. Qiyu's face turned a bit pale upon hearing this. The strongest hero? Wasn't that referring to LinWei himself? Seeing Qiyu's poor complexion, LinWei hugged her tightly. "Uncle Qiyu, this was an accident. The strongest hero was fighting with all his might against the enemy and couldn't pay attention to so much. Besides, wasn't the strongest hero the one who single-handedly took on the enemy's laser attacks and saved an entire building?" Uncle Qiyu said, "You're right, young man." So the military didn't say much afterward. Everyone tacitly understood. Casualties are inevitable in war. A grain of sand from fate falling on anyone's head can be fatal. What can ordinary people do but accept their fate? Qiyu asked, "What about Meijia? Doesn't she hate that hero?" Uncle Qiyu replied, "Meijia didn't say anything. She just cried all day, staring blankly at her boyfriend's photo. In the end, she decided to leave this place of sorrow." After hearing this, Qiyu fell silent. She slowly approached the bar, remembering that there was a photo of Meijia and her boyfriend posted there. The photo had been taken down, leaving only a gray mark matching the size of the photo. "I did not kill Bo Run, but Bo Ren dies because of me." Qiyu pulled LinWei. "Wanted to leave this place. You are that strongest hero, aren't you?" As they turned to leave, Uncle Qiyu spoke up. "Even though you're wearing sunglasses and a hat, your blood-spraying figure and outstanding temperament have already given you away. With such a sharp eye and eloquence. This old man must have been quite a charming figure in his youth." Qiyu took off her sunglasses. "Uncle Qiyu, if you ever meet Meijia again, please convey my apologies to her. I didn't expect my battle would cause her to lose her lover." Uncle Qiyu sighed. "Strongest hero, with great power comes great responsibility. Your punch carries significant weight." Just then, a rumbling sound echoed in the room. Qiyu's face turned red with embarrassment. "Are you hungry?" "Yeah, with your ability. The consumption must be huge." Uncle Qiyu smiled kindly. "I was actually here to wrap things up today. I'm leaving Wanqing City tomorrow. Since you two are here, it's fate. Let this old man cook you a meal." Qiyu looked at him gratefully. "Oh, but it's not free," Uncle Qiyu added. Qiyu touched her stomach and left Meijia's bar with LinWei. Uncle Qiu's cooking was indeed not bad, but Qiyu didn't eat much this time. She leaned against LinWei's back. LinWei said, "Qiyu, Meijia's boyfriend is not your fault. The real culprits are the aliens that invaded us. You don't need to feel too guilty." Qiyu gently rubbed LinWei's back, which gave her a sense of reassurance. "LinWei, these past 5 months feel like a dream. I was inexplicably pulled into the battle, fell into a wormhole, and met you, and was then pushed into the role of the so-called strongest hero by everyone. I feel like there are invisible hands pulling me forward. I'm a bit lost. Where will this life of mine lead?" LinWei suddenly stopped. The motorcycle came to a halt at the entrance of a small alley. "What's wrong?" LinWei extended his hands, grasping Qiyu's hands and pulling them closer to his chest. "LinWei, what are you doing?" LinWei's somewhat boyfriend-like gesture made Qiyu's heart race. He placed Qiyu's hand against his chest. "Qiyu, follow your heart. If you think it's right, go for it. If you think it's wrong, then refuse, no matter who tells you otherwise. And I, LinWei, will always stand by your side. Don't worry about life heading towards an uncontrollable direction, because that is the essence of life." LinWei turned around and hugged Qiyu, pulling her into his embrace. Qiyu wrapped her arms around LinWei, carefully savoring his words. Although LinWei was about the same age as her, he was much more mature. The two of them nestled together until the sky gradually darkened. Qiyu straightened up. "LinWei, I have a date tonight." LinWei pinched her waist. "Oh, really? Quickly tell me who you're meeting. Is it a man or a woman?" "A mysterious woman." Qiyu shared the invitation from the mysterious woman and what happened last night in Qiling's room with LinWei. This mysterious woman is a lesbian. Upon hearing this, LinWei understood immediately. He couldn't let Qiyu meet her alone. Qiyu was so naive. What if she ended up falling for her girlfriend through massage? LinWei would have nowhere to cry. "Then I'll go with you," LinWei suggested. Qiyu naturally agreed and nodded immediately. She didn't want me separated from LinWei again. The two of them got back on the motorcycle, opened the navigation, and headed towards the mysterious woman's mansion. With a destination in mind this time, LinWei began to accelerate. Watching LinWei's hair flowing in the wind, Qiyu suddenly thought her man looked incredibly handsome. She hugged LinWei tightly, hoping this journey could last until the ends of the earth. The motorcycle passed over a large bridge. The scenery in front suddenly became beautiful and majestic. They realized they had arrived at the wealthy district of Wanqing City. As night fell, the stars shone brightly. The wealthy district was built on a hillside, with winding roads and various buildings that dazzled the eyes. After turning a corner, the navigation indicated they had reached the mysterious woman's residence. The mansion was surrounded by white walls several meters high, enclosing a large area. Inside the walls, the trees were lush, with glimmers of light peeking through the gaps. LinWei parked the motorcycle at the entrance. The gate had an old-fashioned style, yet exuded an indescribable grandeur, hinting at generations of aristocracy. No one came out to inquire, and the gate opened automatically. Seeing this, LinWei started the motorcycle and drove right in. On both sides of the road were neatly trimmed bushes, standing like rows of samurai guards. After riding about 100 meters, they were greeted by a large fountain square. The square was circular, with a black metallic material on the ground that reflected a dark metallic sheen. At its center was a rather abstract sculpture fountain. The sculpture had edges, angles, and flat surfaces. At first glance, it seemed randomly assembled, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a fantastical multidimensional space. LinWei, who studied advertising art, was naturally very interested in such sculptures and unconsciously began to admire it closely. Water flowed from certain edges of the sculpture, rushing to different locations, yet following hidden tracks within the sculpture, ultimately converging a single endpoint, forming a perfect closed loop. The more LinWei looked, the more interesting it became, and he got off the motorcycle to walk closer to the sculpture for a more detailed observation. Seeing LinWei lost in thought in front of the sculpture, Qiyu, curious, began to appreciate it as well. At first glance, she was puzzled. The points, lines, and surfaces of the sculpture seemed to have as if the sculptor had just casually created it. But with deeper observation, Qiyu noticed her heartbeat quickening, and the part of her body where the energy stone was located began to stir restlessly, with a faint, soft red glow starting to emanate from her chest. LinWei, unaware that Qiyu had a spatial energy stone inside her, was startled when he saw the faint red light on her chest, thinking there might be a sniper hiding here aiming at her. But he soon realized the red light was coming from Qiyu's body. Noticing that Qiyu seemed fine and that she had no intention of explaining, he refrained from asking more questions. After all, it wasn't too strange for his girlfriend to have something unusual about her, since she was a superhuman. Qilin had warned Qiyu not to tell anyone about this, so Qiyu hadn't even mentioned it to LinWei. As the two were intently observing, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from the middle of the square. "Have you two figured anything out after watching for so long?" It was the mysterious woman's voice, seemingly coming from the sculpture itself. "Mysterious woman, reveal yourself quickly. You invite me, but don't show up. It's all so mysterious. I'm not my sister. If you annoy me, I'll just go home." Affected by the energy stone's agitation, she was already feeling a bit restless. Hearing the mysterious woman's voice made her speak without thinking. Laughter echoed from within the sculpture. "Qiyu, you and the Qiling from 10 years ago are really no different." As soon as she finished speaking, the flowing water from the sculpture stopped. With a slight sound, the sculpture cracked open in the middle, revealing an entrance about a person's height. "Qiyu, bring your man in." The entrance lit up, revealing a downward passage. LinWei thought, how much do humans on Earth love living underground? Wanqing City is underground. Meijiao's bar is underground. Even the wealthy prefer to live underground. Qiyu took the lead and stepped into the hole first, with LinWei closely following. As soon as they entered, the opening behind them closed, and the sound of flowing water was heard again, indicating that the water that had stopped outside began to flow. The lights around them turned on. Inside, the sculpture was very dry, showing no signs of water, instead giving off a surreal feeling. The downward staircase was not wide, just enough for 3 people to stand side by side. The stairs were silver white, with no handrails on either side, giving a feeling of floating in midair. Qiyu walked confidently, while LinWei was cautious, always feeling like he might fall off the sides. When LinWei finally reached the ground, as soon as his feet touched the surface, the surrounding lights dimmed, and the ground emitted a faint red glow. This mysterious woman has so many tricks, Even building an underground passage is so elaborate. LinWei couldn't help but murmur inwardly. The two looked around. Besides the staircase behind them, there was no path ahead. LinWei touched the wall in front of him. It felt warm and smooth, not metallic, but rather like some kind of stone that had been cut and polished. Mysterious woman, where's the entrance? Qiyu called out, looking around. Qiyu, now that you're inside this sculpture, do you feel your heartbeat quickening, your body heating up, and a desire to strip down for relief? A seductive and teasing voice from midair spoke. Qiyu blushed. The mysterious woman's words matched exactly how she felt in her body. Restless and warm all over. This heat radiated from within and then back in again. She only wanted to strip down completely and soak in a cool pool for relief. Mysterious woman. Did you do something in this room? Like some hallucinogen or other heat-inducing drugs? Qiyu responded, if you keep making jokes like this, don't blame me for being rude. The mysterious woman laughed again. I haven't done anything. Your man seems very calm, doesn't he? If I had done something, how could he be unaffected? Qiyu, perhaps it's your own inner demons at play. Indeed, LinWei showed no signs of abnormality and looked at Qiyu with curiosity. Seeing that Qiyu didn't respond, the mysterious woman's voice echoed again. Qiyu, the reason I invited you here first is to test your reaction to this energy stone. If your reaction is no different from an ordinary person, then I have no need to continue cooperating with you. Energy stone? Cooperation? Qiyu became more and more confused. LinWei was also curious about what the mysterious woman meant. What other secrets did Qiyu have? He wanted to explore this thoroughly. A slight tremor ran through the wall in front of the two, and a narrow stone crevice that could accommodate one person appeared before them. Please come in. The mysterious woman's voice came from within the crevice. Qiyu and LinWei exchanged glances and then entered in single file. The crevice was quite narrow, forcing them to pass sideways. LinWei managed to move through relatively easily, while Qiyu struggled considerably, despite being very careful. Her ample bosom had several close encounters with the wall. The skin on her chest was rubbed raw in a few places. Qiyu cursed the mysterious woman repeatedly and had to press her hands against her chest to squeeze through the crevice. Once out of the crevice, they were greeted by a wide-open space. Before them was a vast, artificially excavated circular underground plaza, brightly lit. In the center stood a castle-like structure. Surrounding the plaza were various trees, shrubs, and exotic flowers, making this underground world resemble Alice's Wonderland. A graceful beauty dressed in luxurious clothing leaned against the balcony of the castle's second floor, waving at the two of them. It was the mysterious woman. She really knows how to enjoy herself, Qiyu said, biting her finger. Yeah, the joys of the wealthy are beyond your understanding, LinWei teased, pulling Qiyu into his embrace. The mysterious woman said, you harbor significant secrets. I know you have big boobs, but what other secrets do you have that I don't? LinWei could be quite impactful when he acted unseriously. Qiyu's face flushed, and she buried her face in LinWei's chest. LinWei, you're so naughty. Ladies, stop being all lovey-dovey and come over quickly. The mysterious woman's voice came again from nearby. The two looked back at the castle, where the mysterious woman was watching them. It seemed she was also a bit overwhelmed by this couple that occasionally flaunted their affection. Qiyu hooked her arm around LinWei's neck, and they jumped down from the platform where the crevice was located. LinWei immediately felt a sensation of weightlessness, but his body quickly soared again. Qiyu found the walk to the castle too slow and directly pulled LinWei up into the air. The straight-line distance to the mysterious woman wasn't far, so they arrived almost in the blink of an eye. They landed on the terrace. The mysterious woman wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, and she naturally stepped forward to pull Qiyu inside. Her room was not as luxurious as Qiyu had imagined, but rather understated. The overall color scheme of the room was warm, with abstract paintings and surrealistic artworks adorning the walls. As LinWei looked at these pieces of art, he couldn't help but marvel at how, despite being mirror images of each other, humanity's perception of art remained consistent. Noticing LinWei carefully admiring the paintings, the mysterious woman curiously leaned in. What's this, LinWei? Are you interested in these? LinWei pointed to a painting above the mysterious woman's bed. This painting seems to depict the giant sculpture in the plaza, just from a very unique angle. The mysterious woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect you to be quite perceptive, spotting that so quickly. She approvingly patted LinWei on the shoulder. Being so close, LinWei caught a whiff of the mysterious woman's body fragrance, a unique blend of perfume. Feeling a bit shy, LinWei scratched his head. I've only dabbled in painting before, so I was lucky to notice some differences. The mysterious woman seemed merely polite. She turned and walked over to Qiyu, acting like a casually hospitable hostess. Darling, would you like something to drink? I'm close to a winery and have plenty of fine wines, champagnes, cocktails, and spirits. Hearing about the drinks, Qiyu perked up. Although she wasn't much of a drinker, she seemed to have a fondness for alcohol. I'll have a glass of champagne since I can't drink much. LinWei quickly said before Qiyu could speak. Qiyu glanced at LinWei, pouting helplessly. Oh, our esteemed SS-level hero Qiyu, so obedient to her boyfriend. LinWei, what will you drink? Please give me a glass of wine. Soon, the drinks were served. The mysterious woman handed the drinks to the two, while she herself held a glass of strong white liquor garnished with mint leaves. It seemed this woman also enjoyed her drinks. The mysterious woman raised her glass and gently clinked it against theirs. Then, she tilted her head back and slowly took a sip. Perhaps due to the potency of the liquor, a blush instantly appeared on her face, making this stunning beauty even more alluring. LinWei took a small sip. The wine glass had been chilled beforehand, feeling particularly cool. The wine tasted even better in the icy vessel, with a blend of sourness and a hint of sweetness that lingered on his palate. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face, indicating that LinWei was also a foodie. The mysterious woman noticed the subtle change in LinWei's expression. Wow, delicious. Qiyu had already downed her glass of champagne in one go. Unsatisfied, she reached for a second glass. Seeing the quality of the drinks was excellent, LinWei didn't stop her, as only 2 glasses of champagne were served anyway. Qiyu, has Qi Ling made any progress in finding the space energy stone? The mysterious woman asked suddenly as she saw Qiyu gradually relax. Qiyu was taken aback and after a moment replied, How do you know about this? Naturally, Qi Ling told me. This space energy stone is crucial for the ancient martial arts clan. Qiyu was skeptical. My sister said it's a family secret. How could she easily disclose it to an outsider? At this point, Qiyu seemed to realize something. She widened her eyes and assumed a combative stance toward the mysterious woman. Mysterious woman, what exactly is your purpose? The mysterious woman downed the remaining liquor in her glass, set it down, and approached Qiyu. Relax, I'm not your enemy. She placed a hand on Qiyu's shoulder. So according to you, only the ancient martial arts clan has the right to know this, right? Qiyu's brows furrowed slightly. That is only natural. The mysterious woman smiled slightly. What if I told you that I'm also a descendant of the ancient martial arts clan? Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. The mysterious woman chuckled. What is impossible about it? I'm merely a descendant of the male members of the ancient martial arts clan. Qiyu's mouth dropped open in surprise. The mysterious woman then casually sank into the sofa, crossing her legs to reveal her long limbs. My great-grandfather was a descendant of the ancient martial arts clan, but he was male. According to the rules of our clan, male members must leave the family and establish their own households upon reaching adulthood. The mysterious woman continued. Before he came of age, he was fortunate enough to witness the scene when the clan's elder attempted to merge the space energy. He also witnessed the energy stone shatter into 3 pieces and disappear before everyone's eyes. My great-grandfather was very dissatisfied with the rule that only women in the clan could inherit, and he vowed to find the lost fragments so that his descendants could gain recognition within the clan. Qiyu interjected. The men in the clan lack superpowers, so they don't have the qualifications. The mysterious woman replied, It's all about effort. If we can find the energy stone, the subsequent matters can be explored slowly. My great-grandfather believed that superpowers are also a form of energy. Even if one is born without them, they might still be acquired later. Qiyu asked, Then how do you know my sister? The mysterious woman wore a mysterious smile. It's all a matter of chance. The energy stone has been missing for hundreds of years, and many people in the clan have been secretly searching for it, but with little success. The efforts of several generations may yield no results at all. Your sister should have told you that after the energy stone shattered, its state became unstable and it frequently changes its spatial position. My ancestors discovered after years of practice that the form of the energy stone also changes often, which undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of the search. Therefore, searching for the energy stone is like finding a needle in a haystack. Qiyu nodded. 10 years ago, I accidentally met your sister during a mission to search for energy stone fragments. Afterwards, she revealed some deeper secrets of the ancient martial arts clan to me. Qiyu thought to herself, My sister is so careless. How could she casually tell a stranger her secrets? Little did she know that Qi Ling was deceived into bathing with the mysterious woman, who used the pretense of a massage to perform a dual hypnosis on Qi Ling's body and mind. At that moment, Qi Ling was unaware that the mysterious woman's right I had the power to control minds. resulting in her not only succumbing physically, but also spending a night of passion with the mysterious woman, and many of her secrets were extracted. Afterward, Qiyu regretted it deeply. But it was too late. She distanced herself from the mysterious woman with regret, and had no further contact with her for the next 10 years. Mysterious woman, since we are both descendants of the ancient martial arts clan, why don't you continue to collaborate with my sister, but instead come find me? After Qiyu finished speaking, she downed her champagne in one gulp. She licked her lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. The mysterious woman smiled and leaned closer to Qiyu, whispering in her ear, "Because I find you more suitable than your sister to be the sole vessel of the spatial energy stone." Qiyu was shocked to hear this, and she immediately thought of the energy stone in her chest, involuntarily stepping back. "What do you mean by sole vessel? I don't want to be anyone else's puppet." "Puppet?" The mysterious woman couldn't help but laugh. "This is your fate as the final heir of the ancient martial arts clan." After she finished speaking, she hesitated. "Didn't your sister tell you this?" Qiyu shook her head, staring with her seemingly innocent big eyes. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, the mysterious woman walked back and forth in the room. "It seems Qiyu is holding back something from you. Strange, what is she plotting?" Qiyu said, "Don't speak ill of my sister. She has taken care of me since I was young. She is like a mother to me, and the bond between us is not something you can casually speculate about or judge. Since you mentioned the soul vessel, then tell me what exactly is going on?" As the direct female heir of the ancient martial arts clan, both you and Qiyu can bear the spatial energy stone and are the ones capable of truly unleashing its power. The spatial energy stone in the underground part of the Ka-1 contact point has already entered your body. Can't you understand what a soul vessel means? Qiyu couldn't help but cover her chest. How? How do you know this? The underground secret laboratory at the Ka-1 contact point was built by my family and Aristotle, with all construction and experimental funding provided by my family, while Aristotle was only responsible for collecting the genetic data of all heroes. But don't worry, Aristotle doesn't know the specific origin of that strange stone. He only knows that this strange stone caused mutations in human genes, leading to the emergence of various superheroes on Earth starting hundreds of years ago. Aristotle collected genetic data to study the relationship between the strange stone and mutations, while we are studying who among these genes is more suitable to be a soul vessel. Unfortunately, none of these heroes are suitable. The mysterious woman sighed gently and continued. 10 years ago, I accidentally met your sister during a mission to search for energy stone fragments. She was not only smart, but also beautiful. Her appearance deeply fascinated me. At this point, the mysterious woman seemed to fall into some kind of memory, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing her look of budding affection, Qiyu quickly coughed to remind her. Get to the point. The moment Qiyu appeared, the energy stone detector on me reacted. I realized she must be connected to the energy stone and the ancestors of the ancient martial arts. So, I took the opportunity to have a long talk with her and finally learn some things about the female descendants of the ancient martial arts. If Qiyu were here, she would surely be furious. Damn long talk. My sister was deceived by her. I once brought Qiyu to the underground secret laboratory of Ka-1, but unfortunately, the energy stone didn't seem to react to Qiyu. Moreover, this energy stone is very special. Its size changes unpredictably, and its state is extremely unstable. Once it enters a giant state, it seems to go into hibernation mode. For nearly the past decade, this energy stone has remained in this state. So experiments have basically stopped, and Aristotle and I gradually lost interest and focus on it. I never expected that you would accidentally enter the laboratory and directly merge with the energy stone in hibernation mode. Qiyu recalled what Qiyu had said. Perhaps it was because she had merged successfully without knowing. Qiyu, I believe you're the best candidate for the energy stone soul vessel. Therefore, I plan to help you gather the remaining 2 energy stone fragments so that your strength can reach a new level. The mysterious woman suddenly threw out this enticing proposition. Qiyu appeared calm, seemingly unaffected. And then, the mysterious woman was somewhat astonished. Isn't becoming a stronger person your ultimate goal as a martial artist? Qiyu revealed a nonchalant expression. Compared to that, being with someone I like and enjoying delicious food is more important. You should find my sister. I'm not interested in this. After Qiyu finished speaking, she grabbed LinWei and turned to prepare to fly out the window. Wait, Qiyu. Your body is already merged with the energy stone fragment, and it is the largest one. If you don't quickly merge the remaining 2 fragments with the one in your body will be greatly affected, and you might even lose your life. The mysterious woman said slowly behind Qiyu. Qiyu turned her head. Mysterious woman, Don't exaggerate. The mysterious woman said. Did you feel your heartbeat quicken and your body become uncomfortably hot when you entered the statue? Qiyu stood frozen in place. The stone used for this statue was excavated from the location where the second energy stone was discovered. Although it is not an energy stone, it has been influenced by the energy stone and possesses the attributes of the second energy stone fragment. Qiyu couldn't help but be surprised. Does that mean you already have the second fragment? The mysterious woman shook her head. This stone was excavated by my father. By the time he went, the energy stone had already disappeared, leaving only this giant stone that had been affected. According to my father's notes, he believed that the 3 shattered energy stones have different attributes, based on the combat data from your final battle with Jininu. The largest fragment in your body has the ability to shift space, which is also the core ability of the spatial energy stone. However, because it is incomplete, you cannot use this ability freely. Otherwise, you would have eliminated Jininu long ago. As for the remaining energy stone fragments scattered outside, one has a seductive effect, which is the place where my father discovered the giant stone. Since you have a fragment in your body, the seductive power you feel is the most obvious. As for the ability of the last fragment, we are still unclear for now. However, based on years of research, as long as we find the 2 fragments, we can locate the last one. Only by merging all the fragments can you ensure that your body is not harmed by the incomplete fragments. Qiyu said, Mysterious woman, as a descendant of the male heirs of the ancient martial arts clan, you know too much, don't you? The mysterious woman smiled and said, This is the result of hundreds of years of effort from my family, and of course some contributions from your sister. Qiyu replied, You call me here. So that means you already have the whereabouts of the second fragment, right? The mysterious woman blinked. Yes, in order to find this stone, I have invested heavily, deploying thousands of detectors around the world. As long as the energy stone appears, I can pinpoint its location accurately. One of my underground detectors recently transmitted data, detecting traces of the energy stone 8,000 kilometers away from Wuxing City. So I came to you for collaboration right away. Qiyu, think about it. If you can merge all the spatial energy stones, not only will your strength increase significantly, but you will also no longer have to worry about the backlash from the energy stones. Qiyu listened, but did not respond immediately, instead falling into a brief silence. I think Qiyu is not your first choice. LinWei spoke up from the side. You went to find Qiling last night, probably to seek her collaboration, but she may have rejected you. Just when Qiyu happened to show up, you changed your plan to look for her. The mysterious woman's eyes twitched slightly upon hearing this. You are so eager to find the Qi sisters. I suspect the signal source is not very stable. If you wait too long, you worry that the traces of the energy stone will disappear again. The mysterious woman glanced deeply at LinWei. This kid's brain is much sharper than Qiyu's. LinWei wrapped his arm around Qiyu. If I were you, it wouldn't matter who made the soul instrument. Otherwise, you wouldn't be collecting the genetic information of all heroes to see who is suitable to be the soul instrument. I think what's important for you is to find the fragments of the energy stone. Although Qiyu was not as clever as LinWei, she quickly understood after LinWei pointed it out. Mysterious woman, even if your family collects all the energy stones, you still can't merge them directly. Why are you so obsessed with gathering all the energy stones? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't cooperate with you. For me, even merging the current fragments makes me strong enough. As for the backlash you mentioned, I believe there are always ways to solve it. Because I have my sister and LinWei. They are both very smart people. All right. The mysterious woman was silent for a long time before speaking again. I didn't expect that besides Qiling, you have another LinWei by your side. It seems that I won't gain your trust unless I explain clearly. Qiyu and LinWei looked at the mysterious woman, waiting for her explanation. A white airplane soared in the sky, with luxurious facilities inside. A beautiful woman in a black diamond-encrusted qipao, revealing her long legs, was savoring a glass of blood-red wine. A handsome man with a fair complexion and a beautiful girl with 2 bun hairstyles and a stunning figure sat across from her. The man stared out the window in a daze, while the girl was happily devouring a watermelon, completely unconcerned about the red juice spilling everywhere. The 3 of them were the mysterious woman, Qiyu, and LinWei. They were on the mysterious woman's private plane, flying to their destination, Qiyu City. According to the detector's information, the energy stone's location this time was underground in this ancient city, and a specific position needed to be further investigated upon arrival. Not far from the 3, in another row of seats, a man wearing a baseball cap stared wide-eyed at Qiyu eating watermelon. He was the baseball kid. Qiyu finished the last piece of watermelon and finally patted her belly in satisfaction. The mysterious woman looked at the mountain of watermelon peels with a helpless expression. This chilled watermelon is too delicious. Is there any more? The mysterious woman spread her hands. All the watermelons stored on the plane have been eaten by you alone. Qiyu burped. Well then, I'll have a couple more drinks to wash it down. The other three raised their eyebrows. It's the first time we've heard of washing down watermelon. The waiter brought over a few more cocktails, and Qiyu took them all. Mysterious woman. How long until we reach our destination? The baseball kid glanced out the window. We will arrive in about an hour. The mysterious woman stood up and sat down next to the baseball kid. The scent of her mature body and perfume mixed together, making the straight man baseball kid blush. He instinctively shrank inward. The mysterious woman smiled slightly and raised her glass to the baseball kid. The use of your superpower is crucial in this search for the strange stone. You must tell me then. The baseball kid, being a straight man at the late stage, could hardly handle the compliments from the beautiful woman. Seeing this, the mysterious woman gently nudged his chest with her elbow. The baseball kid became even more embarrassed, his face turning red as he awkwardly reached out his stiff hand to clink glasses with the mysterious woman. Although his movements were a bit stiff, he was also calculating in his heart. He had heard rumors about the strange stone causing mutations among humans on Earth. But this was his first time being invited by the mysterious woman to participate in a mission. The reason the mysterious woman was called the mysterious woman was not only because her whereabouts were unpredictable, but also due to her cleverness. No one knew her real age. They only knew she was the head of a large family. He had to be doubly cautious this time. Although the mysterious woman promised him generous rewards, he still needed to think twice. Qiyu had finished her cocktail and leaned slightly drunkenly on LinWei's shoulder. LinWei looked at the thick clouds, pondering. How credible were the words the mysterious woman said to them last night? Because she mentioned the treasure of the ancient martial arts. It was the first time Qiyu had heard about it. This silly girl seemed to have been overly protected by her sister and knew nothing. According to the mysterious woman's explanation, the ancient martial arts that arrived on Earth 1,000 years ago came in a humanoid spaceship, which required a high synchronization rate with the pilot. This humanoid spaceship was a perfect combination of silicon-based and carbon-based life. The complete energy stone was the only way to unlock the humanoid spaceship. The mysterious woman's plan was to collect all the fragments, put them into suitable soul instruments. In her plan, both Qiling and Qiyu were suitable soul instruments, and then attempt to activate the humanoid spaceship. Once successful, she would conduct further research on imitation. If the plan succeeded, she would submit this technology to the Earth Alliance, and her family would become the largest supplier of advanced weapons on Earth. At the same time, the mysterious woman also proposed that once Qiyu possessed the complete energy stone, she would officially become the head of the ancient martial arts clan. Although there were currently only Qiyu and Qiling left as female descendants of the ancient martial arts clan, there were still some male descendants scattered around the world. She also planned to gather all the descendants of the ancient martial arts clan worldwide to make this alien family once again the most prominent force on Earth. The mysterious woman's blueprint was grand, and her ambitions were vast. However, LinWei always felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it for the moment. The Qiyu in his arms had the only remaining direct bloodline of the ancient martial arts clan, but her personality was carefree, lacking a broader perspective and necessary calculations. In fact, she was not at all suitable to be the clan head. In comparison, Qiling was meticulous and composed, making her the best candidate. However, Qiling also always gave LinWei an uneasy feeling, as if she was hiding a secret. Since the energy stone chose Qiyu, perhaps there was some connection between Qiyu and her ancient martial arts ancestors. Although he felt useless, he still wanted to help Qiyu think things through, ensuring she wouldn't suffer losses in this chaotic and complex situation. The plane began to dive down, piercing through the thick white clouds. Everyone looked down through the porthole, and a milky white city appeared before their eyes. Kamla Ancient City, a city with nearly 4,000 years of history, was once the capital of the Northern Dynasty. Now, it is a regular city under the Northern Alliance of the United Earth Government, gradually becoming a tourist destination as time passes. A private jet of the mysterious woman, or more precisely, a high-end aircraft, vertically landed in a remote, abandoned factory on the outskirts of the ancient city. Everyone exited the aircraft, and the mysterious woman raised her wrist, seemingly calibrating something. On her wrist was a watch resembling a signal transmitter. She walked back and forth in the factory, as if searching for something. Finally, she stopped in front of a downward vertical shaft. The detector is just below, the mysterious woman said, and was the first to climb into the shaft. She had already changed out of her high-slit qipao and into a dark, tight-fitting, low-cut jumpsuit, accentuating her alluring figure. LinWei remained calm. He had seen Qiyu's hot figure so many times that he had developed a certain immunity to the aesthetic fatigue caused by large breasts. In contrast, the baseball kid appeared very uneasy, scratching his head and looking restless. The mysterious woman was too hot. Her figure was even better than Li Zhonghwa's. The baseball kid suddenly thought of his dream girl Li Zhonghua, who had been killed by Jininu. He had once pursued Li Zhonghua like a loyal dog, but she had dismissed his looks and completely ignored him, resolutely becoming the loyal dog of Jacob, that incredibly handsome blonde man. This anecdote about the baseball kid had become a topic of gossip and ridicule among the League of Legends community. The baseball kid felt both humiliated and furious about this. So when Jacob and Li Zhonghua were brutally killed by Jinnu, the baseball kid felt pain over his goddess's death, but more so a sense of indescribable satisfaction. Seeing the mysterious woman already climbing down the shaft, the baseball kid followed her closely. He didn't want to miss the opportunity for close contact with the sexy goddess, especially in the narrow shaft where physical contact was inevitable. After entering the shaft, the mysterious woman glanced up at the baseball kid who was following closely behind, a faint smile appearing on her lips. As the two climbed in, LinWei and Qiyu exchanged glances. She went in first, followed by LinWei. The four of them climbed down the iron railing of the shaft in order. The shaft was very dark, and the mysterious woman at the front turned on the lighting device on her wrist. A strong light pierced deep into the shaft, which resembled a black monster with a gaping mouth, swallowing everything, including light. The mysterious woman moved down for a while, and suddenly her feet touched the ground. The signal strength of the receiver on her body also significantly increased. "The detector is nearby," she said softly when the other three reached the ground. LinWei was very curious. "Isn't your detector fixed? Why are you still tracking it?" The mysterious woman replied, "My detector has 8 legs and can track the target." LinWei asked again, "So you're saying this detector moves with the energy stone?" "Yes." The mysterious woman nodded. LinWei was even more curious. "Does that mean the energy stone is also physically moving? Does it have legs too?" The mysterious woman hesitated to answer. She was also very surprised by this phenomenon, but chose not to elaborate. The energy stone usually stays in place for anywhere from a few minutes to hundreds of years when it appears, but it shouldn't move in this way. Qiyu, feeling impatient, said, "There's no need for wild guessing. Once we find the detector, everything will be clear." It was a bit stuffy underground, and Qiyu, who was sensitive to heat, felt somewhat annoyed. She just hoped to find the energy stone quickly and leave this dreadful place. The group ventured deeper along the underground passage. In some places, they had to crawl, which made the baseball kid even more restrained. He was positioned between the mysterious woman and Qiyu, and the two of them crawling caused his nose to bleed uncontrollably. Looking ahead, he saw the mysterious woman's voluptuous waist and hips and long leg curves. While looking back, Qiyu's pair of large breasts was right in front of him. Life was too exciting. "Hey, why are you bleeding from your nose? Did you bump into something?" The mysterious woman suddenly turned around and saw the red blood on the baseball kid's face. No. The baseball kid quickly waved his hands. The mysterious woman crawled back to his side and gently wiped the blood from his face. This action left the baseball kid astonished. When the mysterious woman leaned in, he caught sight of her deep, hollow chest. His nose bled again, and he couldn't stop it. A few drops even splattered onto the mysterious woman's fair chest. The group had to stop moving, and the baseball kid looked up, his face flushed. The mysterious woman and LinWei knew the reason for his reaction, sharing a tacit understanding, while Qiyu was somewhat oblivious and kept swaying in front of the baseball kid. Finally, the baseball kid had to painfully close his eyes. Suddenly, the mysterious woman said softly, "Oh, what's wrong?" "The detector is actually coming towards me," the mysterious woman said. LinWei was the first to react. "That means the energy stone is also getting closer to us." Upon hearing energy stone, everyone perked up. The baseball kid tore off 2 small strips of cloth from his body to temporarily stop the bleeding from his nose. The signal from the mysterious woman's wrist receiver grew stronger, and she raised her wrist to shine towards the distance. A few seconds later, 2 green lights appeared in the dark depths. Although everyone had been through many battles, the sudden appearance of the mysterious green lights still startled them. The 2 green lights were not fixed. They were slowly approaching them. Qiyu tugged at LinWei beside her. "LinWei, what do you think that could be?" LinWei, sweating and panting, replied, "It can't be that the energy stone has turned into a spirit, right?" The group temporarily halted their movements and looked at the 2 green lights. As the green lights drew nearer, Everyone's breathing became heavier. The green lights suddenly stopped and then jumped towards them. Meow. A small black cat appeared in front of them. Those two green lights were actually the cat's eyes. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The signal from a receiver in the mysterious woman's hand continued to strengthen. Suddenly, a mechanical object resembling a spider with 8 legs appeared to the left of the small cat. Its size was similar to that of the cat, but it appeared larger due to its 8 thin legs. Its head flashed with red light, and a pair of mechanical tentacles pointed directly at the cat. The small cat seemed to harbor hostility towards the mechanical spider, baring its teeth at it. "Cat, come here." Seeing the small cat trembling nervously, Qiyu opened her arms, signaling it to come closer. The small black cat was very cautious of the many people around it. After staring with its bright green eyes at Qiyu for a few moments, it let out a few soft meows and slowly walked to Qiyu's side. It lowered its head, extending its tongue to lick Qiyu's outstretched finger. When a mechanical spider saw the small cat move, it also moved its 8 legs, slowly approaching Qiyu. The small cat, noticing the mechanical spider drawing near, raised its fur in alarm and let out a low growl, as if warning it. The mechanical spider remained unfazed, continuing to approach at a steady pace. Seeing this, the small cat suddenly turned and jumped into Qiyu's arms. The little cat let out a murmuring sound, affectionately rubbing its cheek against Qiyu's fair chest, causing Qiyu to feel itchy all over and unable to help but laugh heartily. The baseball boy watched from the side, feeling envious and warm-hearted, wishing he were that black kitten, able to roll around freely in Qiyu's arms. The mechanical spider saw the kitten jump into Qiyu's embrace, squatting down with its 8 legs and then leaping up, trying to jump onto Qiyu just like the kitten. However, it was kicked away by Qiyu with a high side kick as soon as it jumped into the air. Qiyu's face showed a look of disgust. "Something so disgusting wants to get on me? Dream on." The little cat, seeing the mechanical spider kicked away by Qiyu, shook its head proudly and rolled around on Qiyu's chest, even sticking out its little tongue to lick Qiyu's exposed skin. The kitten's tongue had fine backward-facing hooks, and Qiyu, not noticing the kitten's advance, shivered all over, her face instantly turning red. "Little pervert." Qiyu lifted the kitten with both hands, pushing it away from her sensitive area. The mechanical spider crawled back up, still unrelenting as it approached the kitten. Just as it got close to the mysterious woman, she pressed a small button on the receiver on her wrist, and the red light on the spider's head went out, freezing it in place. "Is this your detector?" LinWei carefully picked up the mechanical spider, curiously examining it. The mysterious woman nodded. "This detector is programmed with a tracking function. Once it detects the presence of an energy stone, it will relentlessly pursue it until it either runs out of power or is destroyed. Otherwise, it will never stop." The baseball boy seemed to understand something and pointed at the black cat in Qiyu's hands. Could this cat be the energy stone? As soon as he said that, everyone's gaze turned to the black cat. Qiyu took the kitten back in her arms and gently stroked its black fur. "This kitten is so cute and lively. How could it possibly be an energy stone?" "Mysterious woman, could your detector be malfunctioning, mistaking the kitten for an energy stone, which is why it keeps following it?" The mysterious woman leaned closer to Qiyu, cradling the kitten in her hands for a careful examination, murmuring, "It can't be. The detector shouldn't make such a mistake, since energy stones and kittens are completely different entities." Suddenly, the mysterious woman thought of something. Unless this little cat has swallowed the energy stone. Her statement made perfect sense, and everyone nodded in agreement. Qiyu said, "If it's in the kitten's belly, how do we get it out?" The baseball boy suggested, "Just cut open its belly and take it out directly, right?" Qiyu immediately showed a disdainful expression towards the baseball boy. "I can't believe you're so cruel. I misjudged you." The baseball boy, feeling rejected by his idol, blushed and said, "Then, should we wait for it to pass the energy stone out itself?" The mysterious woman said, "The energy stone is quite large, and we don't even know how this kitten managed to swallow it. Waiting for it to pass it out would likely be very difficult. The greater possibility is that the energy stone will cause an intestinal blockage. The best approach is for us to leave here and perform surgery on the kitten to remove the energy stone from its belly. That way, we can save the kitten." Qiyu nodded repeatedly. Everyone began to turn back the way they came. The mysterious woman restarted the mechanical spider, but this time she slightly adjusted the program, allowing the spider to follow only her. Following the previous route, after turning 4 corners, they should arrive at the vertical shaft from before. Just after everyone turned the last corner, what appeared before them was another vertical shaft leading downward. Moreover, there was no second path besides the vertical shaft. Everyone felt a bit dazed, stopping in their tracks and replaying the route, confirming that they hadn't gone wrong. "Hey, what's going on? Is there a ghost wall?" LinWei said. "What's a ghost wall?" The other three were confused. LinWei briefly explained. The mysterious woman propped her chin up, pondering for a moment. "We might have fallen into the influence range of this energy stone." Everyone was puzzled and looked at the mysterious woman. "This energy stone has the effect of bewitching the mind. We may have unknowingly fallen into its trap." The mysterious woman suddenly grabbed the black cat from Qiyu's arms. The kitten seemed to feel pain from her grip and let out a meow. If our brains have already been affected, then whether the energy stone is in the cat's body needs to be reconsidered. The baseball boy asked, "Mysterious woman, what should we do then?" The mysterious woman placed her hand on his shoulder. "Use your mental power to search for any anomalies nearby." The baseball boy nodded and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes, and his mental energy surged from within, instantly spreading in all directions, filling the entire underground tunnel. After about a minute, the baseball boy opened his eyes again. He shook his head at the mysterious woman. "My mental wave didn't detect anything unusual." The mysterious woman thought for a moment and signaled the mechanical spider to enter the new vertical shaft ahead. After a few minutes, the mechanical spider returned, projecting a 3D map of the area below the vertical shaft with its red light. The space below the vertical shaft looked identical to their current level, like a replica, and the endpoint of the next level was also a downward vertical shaft. It was like a nested doll, layer upon layer. Qiyu clenched her fist. "Since that's the case, I can just punch upward and break through." Everyone nodded in agreement, except for the mysterious woman, who hesitated but ultimately did not stop Qiyu's suggestion. Qiyu tightened her fists, stomped her feet, and with a shout, her body shot upward like a cannonball, striking the ceiling. The entire underground space shook violently, and a large hole appeared above everyone's heads. Qiyu, feeling a bit proud, soared up and flew into the hole. After about 10 minutes, Qiyu flew back from the hole, looking somewhat unwell. "Qiyu, what's wrong?" LinWei saw her expression and immediately approached to ask, "What was up there? Did you find an exit?" Qiyu shook her head. "The place above looks almost the same as this level. The only difference is that the vertical shaft is going upwards. I went up a few levels along the shaft, and they all look the same. We've entered a completely repeating world. We've really encountered a ghost wall." Everyone fell silent collectively. The mysterious woman sighed bitterly. "I even specially invited the mental power expert, the baseball boy. I didn't expect we still couldn't resist the influence of the energy stone." The baseball boy blushed and scratched his head. "I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. I didn't detect anything unusual either. I am ashamed." Just then, the little cat in Qiyu's arms let out a sound for no reason, drawing everyone's gaze back to it. The mysterious woman stared at the kitten for a while, her expression gradually becoming fierce. This made the kitten feel a bit scared, desperately trying to hide in Qiyu's arms. "Since we can't go out for now, we'll have to cut open this little cat's belly." The mysterious woman suddenly spoke. "No way." Qiyu immediately hugged the kitten tightly. "Mysterious woman, you're too cruel." LinWei turned to the baseball boy. "You have mental waves. Can't you check if there's an energy stone in the kitten's belly? That should be easy, right?" The baseball boy replied, "Actually, I already checked the kitten earlier and didn't notice anything unusual. This still indicates that the kitten has no energy stones in its belly." Qiyu's face was filled with anger. The mysterious woman sneered and said, "Just because the baseball kid didn't find anything doesn't mean there are no energy stones in the cat's belly. Otherwise, my mechanical spider detector wouldn't have followed us all the way here. Now the situation is very simple. We must first find out whether the kitten is related to the energy stones before making any further decisions. Otherwise, do you want to starve to death in a place like this? We didn't bring any food, so if you get hungry later, don't come looking for me." Upon hearing this, Qiyu was furious. The mysterious woman was clearly calling her a useless glutton. The two beautiful women glared at each other, and Qiyu took a fighting stance, ready for conflict. The baseball kid quickly stepped in to mediate. When he saw Qiyu about to make a move, he grabbed her arm. Qiyu's skin felt smooth and slippery, and the moment he touched her, his heart skipped a beat. "Let go of me. Get your dirty hands off me." Qiyu was enraged and elbowed the baseball kid. He hadn't expected Qiyu to strike, and her elbow hit him directly in the chest, sending him flying. Bang! His body slammed against the wall, creating a large dent. The baseball kid's anger flared. "You don't distinguish between right and wrong, just attacking anyone you see." He didn't get up and instead sat cross-legged on the ground, muttering incantations. A powerful wave of mental energy surged toward Qiyu. Suddenly, Qiyu felt her entire body unable to move, as if two invisible hands were firmly restraining her arms. Her eyes widened, and with a fierce shout, she flexed her muscles, trying to break free from the mental attack with sheer strength. Just as Qiyu and the baseball kid were locked in the struggle, the mysterious woman made a strange move, slipping beside Qiyu. Taking advantage of Qiyu's momentary immobility, she snatched the kitten from her arms. No! Qiyu panicked but couldn't break free in time. As soon as the mysterious woman grabbed the kitten, she twisted her body and vanished into the darkness. Then, a piercing scream from the kitten echoed in the darkness, followed by silence. Qiyu felt as if her blood was on fire. She looked up to the sky and roared in anger, instantly shattering the mental chains. Once free, her eyes turned red, and she teleported towards the dark spot where the mysterious woman had disappeared. The mysterious woman was deep in thought when suddenly, Qiyu lunged at her like a mad woman, shouting, "Murderer! Murderer! Damn murderer!" The mysterious woman quickly dodged, and Qiyu missed her target, turning around. Her eyes were blood red, and her expression was terrifying. The kitten in her arms was flashing with green light. The mysterious woman realized what was happening and shouted to the baseball kid, "Quickly use the mental chains to restrain Qiyu. She has been bewitched by the energy stone." The baseball kid hurriedly unleashed his powers, and an invisible mental chain instantly bound Qiyu in place. Some might wonder if the mental chain is so powerful. Why didn't the baseball kid directly seal Jinu Nua in the previous battle? This is because his mental attack is a surprise auxiliary attack. If the opponent is too powerful, this move would only expose him, as he would also lose all defensive abilities while performing the attack. Qiyu had already been bewitched and was acting like a mad beast, making this chain effective. Even though the mental chain temporarily restrained Qiyu, it was still precarious under her immense strength, at risk of breaking at any moment. "Qiyu! Qiyu! Wake up!" LinWei rushed in front of Qiyu, trying to bring her back to normal. Qiyu bared her teeth like a crazed beast. Just as the mental chain was about to break, LinWei suddenly made an unexpected move. He pouted and kissed Qiyu fiercely on the lips. The once violent Qiyu suddenly became much calmer. Her bloodshot eyes gradually lost their redness, and her bulging muscles slowly receded. Qiyu was gradually returning to normal. The baseball kid and the mysterious woman watched this steamy scene, feeling waves of jealousy. Why wasn't it me kissing Qiyu? After about 3 minutes of passionate kissing, Qiyu completely returned to normal. She looked dazedly at LinWei, who was still kissing her, then glanced at the two onlookers who were watching with rapt attention, her face turning as red as a cloud. "Hey, why can't I move?" It was only after LinWei's lips left hers that Qiyu realized she had been restrained. The baseball kid quickly released the mental chains. "You were bewitched by the energy stone and entered a violent state." LinWei pointed to the kitten in Qiyu's arms. Qiyu thought carefully and broke into a cold sweat. In her imagined scenario, she first killed the mysterious woman, then the baseball kid, and finally LinWei. In her fantasy, she even laughed maniacally in a pool of blood, feeling invigorated. Qiyu hurriedly threw the kitten away. The kitten was unexpectedly tossed from her hands but quickly performed an agile maneuver in midair, landing safely on its feet, unscathed. Meow. The kitten seemed quite angry at being abandoned by Qiyu, expressing its dissatisfaction. The kitten's human-like anger confirmed everyone's suspicions. It was as if this kitten was the energy stone itself. This seemed entirely different from what the mysterious woman had envisioned. Faced with such an energy stone, she didn't know what to do. If she killed the kitten, she couldn't be sure if it would have any negative impact on the energy stone. But taking the kitten along wasn't a good idea either, especially since they were likely trapped here because of it. No matter what, we must first find a way to leave here. This was the consensus among everyone. But how to leave? LinWei suggested continuing deeper into the area where they had found the kitten and the mechanical spider. After some discussion, everyone agreed there was no better plan, so they readjusted and turned back towards the unknown dark passage. The mysterious woman activated the mechanical spider to lead the way. The red light on the spider's head illuminated the dark path ahead in a bloody red glow. Qiyu dared not hold the kitten anymore and let the others carry it. The mysterious woman said that the energy stone was most capable of bewitching humans with superpowers. So she and the baseball kid were also not suitable to carry it. Thus, LinWei cradled the kitten in his hands. The kitten seemed indifferent to LinWei, staying motionless in his arms. They quickly arrived at the place where they had discovered the kitten earlier, and the mechanical spider scanned the area, but found nothing unusual. They continued deeper into the passage. The tunnel gradually returned to a height suitable for one person, but became increasingly narrow. Everyone had to start moving sideways. This way of advancing was not very friendly to Qiyu and the mysterious woman. With their prominent chests, they risked brushing against the walls. The wall surface was not smooth, presenting a rough texture. Every time they brushed against it, there would be a natural reaction from their bodies. Qiyu's reactions were even more pronounced. She had to frequently press her hands against her chest to help herself through. The mysterious woman felt increasingly strange as she moved forward. How could the underground passage of an abandoned factory be so bizarre? Since everyone had already been affected by the energy stone, why did everything before them seem so real? The design of this passage seems to be a kind of cruel joke, seemingly intended to tease the two busted girls. After finally emerging from the narrow passage, they found themselves in a spacious room. The room was quite square, presenting a perfect cubic structure. Besides the narrow entrance behind them, there was no second exit. Everyone searched the room, but found no hidden passages or mechanisms. LinWei set the kitten down, and after it landed, it shook its body and began to stroll leisurely around the room. There's no way out. Should we turn back? The baseball kid spoke up. There's no way back either. Qiyu appeared at a loss. LinWei said, Qiyu, try tacking upwards. Qiyu understood LinWei's intention, leaped into the air, and punched the ceiling. As expected, a hole appeared in the ceiling. Qiyu flew into the hole and quickly returned. Above was another cubic room identical to the one below. LinWei rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He was very familiar with this kind of infinite looping secret room because many web novels he read had similar settings. Based on the current situation, it seemed they had entered a semi-real, semi-illusory space. While LinWei was deep in thought, he looked up and coincidentally he saw the kitten lazily pacing back and forth near the mechanical spider. LinWei suddenly had a realization. If the energy stone could affect human brains, trapping them in a predicament, the mechanical spider shouldn't be affected. It was mechanical, relying on electronic signals and transmissions. The energy stone couldn't induce illusions in machinery. LinWei immediately shared his thoughts with the mysterious woman. LinWei, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Why didn't I think of that? The mysterious woman's eyes lit up. I just need to fully unlock the mechanical spider and give it the command to return to the ground. We can follow it to find our way back. The mysterious woman immediately summoned the mechanical spider and adjusted its commands. The mechanical spider's body trembled, and its head began to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, the red light on the spider's head fixed on a specific point on the wall. Then it lunged towards that point. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but the mysterious woman and LinWei quickly reacted and shouted in unison, Qiyu, hurry and smash the red point the mechanical spider is pointing at. Qiyu didn't have time to think and swung her fist at the red point. Her punch arrived before the force was even generated, smashing a huge hole in the wall. Everyone rushed to the hole to look outside. It was no longer a room, but a passageway. Cheers erupted as they quickly crawled out through the hole. It was an unfamiliar passage, but everyone knew they had hope now. The mysterious woman seemed to remember something and quickly turned back to look at the room. The kitten was also looking at her from across the hole. The mysterious woman quickly reached out and pulled the kitten into her arms. The kitten didn't resist and obediently nestled into the mysterious woman's embrace. After walking a short distance down the passage, a vertical shaft appeared before them. Everyone was ecstatic. It turned out to be the same vertical shaft from earlier. One by one, they returned to the ground, greedily breathing in the not-so-fresh air. Let's perform surgery on the kitten as soon as we get back to the plane, the mysterious woman said, unable to suppress her excitement. Qiyu asked worriedly, the kitten won't die, will it? No, there are medical facilities on the plane. For it. It's just had a nap, the mysterious woman assured confidently. Qiyu could only follow her back to the spacecraft with a mix of doubt and hope. Return to Wanfeng City. The mysterious woman ordered the captain. The spacecraft slowly ascended. The mysterious woman cradled the kitten and walked toward the rear cabin. Suddenly, the kitten began to meow, as if it sensed it was about to undergo surgery. The mysterious woman gently patted the kitten's head, signaling it not to be afraid. At that moment, LinWei noticed that the green light in the kitten's eyes had vanished, and its pupils turned a light blue. LinWei felt a strange sensation in his heart. Just then, the mechanical spider, which had been crouched in a corner of the aircraft in standby mode, suddenly stood up. The flashing red light on its head disappeared, replaced by a green light. LinWei suddenly understood something and shouted to the mysterious woman, "Watch out, we've been deceived." The mysterious woman turned around and saw the mechanical spider leaping into the air. Instinctively, she swung her fist, but the mechanical spider didn't pounce on her. Instead, it jumped onto the bewildered baseball kid's head. The baseball kid's cap was knocked off, revealing his bald patch. The mechanical spider perched on his head, with 6 of its thin legs firmly gripping his scalp, while the last 2 plunged directly into the back of the baseball kid's head. The baseball kid was overwhelmed by the mechanical spider, catching everyone off guard, and he screamed in terror. He frantically tried to pull the mechanical spider off his head, but its 8 thin legs had already embedded deep into his scalp. Trying to pull it off would likely tear his entire scalp away. The mechanical spider raised its head high, its artificial compound eyes glowing green. The baseball kid seemed to be stimulated by something and began to flail uncontrollably in the cabin, crashing into everything around him. The spacecraft started to sway left and right. The baseball kid suddenly halted and turned toward Qiyu. With a claw-like grip, he lunged at her. Qiyu reacted quickly, extending both hands and grabbing the baseball kid's wrist. The baseball kid, now possessed by the mechanical spider, displayed immense strength, making it hard for even Qiyu, the powerhouse, to overpower him. Just then, the mechanical spider's compound eyes flashed again, and the baseball kid's eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites. He emitted a raspy cry and then wrapped his legs around Qiyu's waist. The baseball kid had completely fallen under the control of the mechanical spider, moving in ways that were no longer human. He sat on Qiyu, a strange smile on his face. His head suddenly leaned toward Qiyu's chest, and his mouth opened, revealing a bright red tongue that extended toward her chest. Qiyu let out a sharp cry, her muscles swelling as she expanded her waist, throwing the baseball kid off her. With her powerful strength, even the transformed baseball kid was no match for her. The baseball kid's body slammed against the cabin wall, creating a large hole in the spacecraft. He was thrown out into the open air. The spacecraft lost its balance and began to shake violently. Alarms blared inside, signaling that the spacecraft was about to crash. Just then, the spacecraft plummeted downward, and a loud crashing sound echoed from the ceiling, as if something heavy had fallen onto the spacecraft. Meanwhile, the baseball kid's face appeared outside the hole, grinning maliciously at them. "You, none of you can escape." The spacecraft began to descend rapidly. Qiyu wrapped one arm around LinWei and the other around the kitten, attempting to rush out through the hole. But the mechanical spider on the baseball kid suddenly extended 4 mechanical legs, blocking Qiyu's path. Qiyu, worried about accidentally harming LinWei, had no choice but to retreat back in the cabin. At that moment, the spacecraft had already touched down, and the violent impact threw everyone to the other side of the craft. In the midst of danger, Qiyu's muscles erupted once again. She held LinWei in her arms while bracing herself like a cushion against the fierce crash. The spacecraft fell into a valley outside the ancient city, with flames erupting and thick smoke rising. With a loud bang, Qiyu burst out from the wreckage of the spacecraft, cradling LinWei and the kitten. Although she looked a bit disheveled, she was mostly unharmed. Another figure rushed out from the flames. It was the mysterious woman. Her battle suit was torn in several places, exposing her body and making her appear quite vulnerable. But fortunately, she had no visible injuries. The spacecraft erupted in another violent explosion. The mysterious woman wore a serious expression. The captain and the other 3 staff members were likely lost in the flames, and she had no time to save them. Qiyu scanned the surroundings warily, but did not see the baseball kid. The mysterious woman activated the locator on her wrist, which was used to track the mechanical spider. A 3D imaging map appeared before them, showing a red dot moving quickly on the screen, flickering in and out of visibility. The signal was very weak. The mysterious woman said, "It seems like it wants to return underground. We must chase it immediately and rescue the baseball kid. Otherwise, everything will be in vain." She pointed to a deep natural cave ahead. Qiyu placed the kitten on the ground and said, "You go. The next part of the journey is not suitable for you." The kitten seemed to have regained its senses, looking at the 3 of them with suspicion. It meowed once and turned to flee into the dense forest. The cave was dark and damp. The mysterious woman turned on the lighting device on her wrist and discovered countless stalactites hanging from the ceiling, resembling suspended swords pointing at their heads. LinWei gasped. If those stalactites fell, wouldn't he be pierced like a hedgehog? Just as he was lost in thought, strange sounds echoed above their heads. The 3 looked up to see the baseball kid clinging to the top of the cave like a lizard. His neck twisted 180 degrees as he stared at them with a bizarre expression. "Not good." Qiyu shouted, "Get out of here." Before she finished speaking, the baseball kid moved quickly, kicking down all the nearby hanging stalactites with his thin legs while moving his power source. In an instant, a large number of stalactites fell from the cave ceiling. Qiyu held onto LinWei and nimbly dodged between them as stalactites fell like swords, grazing their bodies. "Ah!" the mysterious woman exclaimed. It turned out she couldn't dodge in time and was cut by a stalactite, tearing her pants and injuring her thigh. Her long, slender, fair legs were dripping with blood, creating a visually striking scene that stunned the baseball kid at the cave's top. In that fleeting moment, his remaining consciousness, which was infatuated with the mysterious woman, allowed him to regain some awareness. Seeing him stop moving, Qiyu immediately released LinWei and shot toward the baseball kid like a cannonball. The mechanical spider above the baseball kid noticed Qiyu charging at it and began to blink its compound eyes rapidly, seemingly issuing commands to the baseball kid below. The baseball kid's face showed a look of pain, as if he was resisting the spider's mental control over him. In that moment of distraction, Qiyu's fist struck the baseball kid's cheek with a loud bang, knocking him off the cave's top. As he fell, Qiyu followed up with a second punch, this time aimed at the mechanical spider's head. A crisp metallic sound rang out as Qiyu smashed the spider's brain, sending it flying. The green compound eyes finally dimmed. The baseball kid collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had melted away. The others rushed to the baseball kid and pulled out the thin legs embedded in his scalp one by one. Some of the legs were deeply embedded, inevitably pulling out clumps of his already sparse hair. After removing the last thin leg, the baseball kid exhaled a long breath and then began to cough violently. His head was covered in blood, and his already sparse hair was even thinner, appearing both terrifying and somewhat ridiculous. "Where am I? What did I do?" The baseball kid gasped, looking around in confusion. The mysterious woman said, "We were all toyed with by this energy fragment. It can possess any living being at will, even electronic creatures. You were just possessed by my mechanical spider, which was controlled by the energy stone. It seems this energy stone has many strange properties we don't understand." LinWei asked, "Are you saying this energy stone fragment is immaterial? It is already seamlessly attached to the kitten and the mechanical spider twice, and we had no way to defend against it." The mysterious woman fell silent, as she couldn't provide a definite answer either. Qiyu urged, "Since we have rescued the baseball kid, let us leave this underground cave first. Any further discussions can wait until we're outside. It's dark and damp here, and I feel uncomfortable." No one objected. The mysterious woman walked over to the wreckage of the broken mechanical spider and bent down to pick up its mechanical head, which was an oval-shaped metal head about the size of an apple. The huge compound eyes covered almost half of its surface. Now, this head was completely smashed by Qiyu's punch and was no longer usable. Qiyu leaned closer to the mysterious woman and casually took the broken mechanical insect from her. "Why can't you make these things cuter? Like mechanical dogs or cats? Why make such disgusting-looking bugs?" The mysterious woman shot her a glance. The first priority of technology is practicality, then aesthetics. This mechanical spider is very good at tracking and capturing. It's a very useful device for my company. She stuck out her tongue. "Anyway, it's really ugly. If it looked a bit better, I might have gone easier on it." The mysterious woman glared at her and stopped talking. The group slowly walked out of the cave. The mysterious woman felt quite frustrated at this moment, as without the mechanical spider, she couldn't track the energy stone's whereabouts. Although she had already sent a command for another nearby mechanical spider to come for assistance, it was still a few hundred kilometers away, and by the time it arrived, the energy stone would likely be long gone. What she was doing now was merely self-comfort. The sky gradually darkened. The evening valley was a bit chilly. The mysterious woman, exposed to the elements, instinctively shrank her body. Seeing this, the baseball kid immediately took off his jacket and draped it over the mysterious woman. She initially resisted, but the cool mountain breeze made her relent. The group took a short break on a relatively flat area. LinWei gathered some branches and wood to start fire. The mysterious woman had contacted her company, and a helicopter would soon come to pick them up. Qiyu could have left with LinWei, but the mysterious woman still hoped they would return to headquarters together for further discussions. Everyone silently stared at the fire, not saying a word. The baseball kid said he needed to relieve himself and went deep into the forest by himself. Suddenly, a familiar meow echoed from behind them. Everyone turned around in unison, and it turned out to be the little cat that Qiyu had released. The mysterious woman stood up swiftly. The little cat had gone and come back. Could it be that it had been drawn by the energy stone again? The little cat did not approach but meowed directly at the crowd. Qiyu stood up and slowly walked towards it, squatting down beside it and gently patting its little head. "Little cutie, why are you back again? Do you miss me?" Suddenly, the little cat became agitated and started to scream at Qiyu. Qiyu was somewhat surprised. At that moment, the little cat suddenly bared its teeth and leaped into the air. Everyone was startled, but Qiyu reacted quickly and fell backward. However, the little cat did not pounce at Qiyu, but instead lunged at the shadow that had emerged behind her. The shadow swung its arm, and the little cat was sent flying dozens of meters away with a shriek, finally crashing into a tree trunk. Qiyu did not turn back. Relying on her instincts, she kicked backward, as if she were a horse flicking its hooves. Her legs were long and very flexible, so although the movement was rushed, it was as beautiful as a painting. The shadow blocked with both fists, and the two collided quickly, both flying far away. The shadow staggered to a stop, and when the mysterious woman and LinWei saw its face, they were both shocked to realize it was the baseball guy. Taking advantage of the collision, Qiyu had already reached the little cat's side. She gently cradled the little cat in her arms. It was bleeding from the corner of its mouth and was barely alive. It turned out that the little cat's earlier screams and reckless leap were all to save Qiyu. Meow. The little cat softly called out a few times but could no longer make a sound, its eyes slowly closing. Qiyu's face was already filled with tears. She gently set the little cat down, wiped her tears, and turned her body. The baseball guy in front of her was grinning maliciously. His originally dark pupils had turned green, and they were dilated. The mysterious woman, seeing the baseball guy's expression, was truly surprised and then delighted. It turned out that the energy stone had not strayed far after leaving the mechanical spider, but had directly entered the baseball guy's body. For the mysterious woman, the life and death of the baseball guy were trivial. Capturing the energy stone was her most important task. The baseball guy scanned everyone, exaggeratedly twisting his neck. With a series of cracking sounds, a sharp sound of cervical spine friction came from his neck. Unexpectedly, this body was even better than imagined. It was a body that could manipulate thoughts, which was quite surprising. The baseball guy's voice was extremely hoarse, like someone who hadn't drunk water in a long time. Qiyu said, "I don't care who you are. You kill innocents indiscriminately, and you must die." As she spoke, her body swayed, and then she disappeared from everyone's sight. Teleportation? The baseball guy exclaimed in surprise. Before his voice faded, there was a distortion in space behind him, and Qiyu's fist was already smashing towards the back of the baseball guy. Ha ha ha. The baseball guy's body remained motionless, only letting out a wild laugh towards the sky. Qiyu suddenly felt as if her brain had been drilled by an electric drill. Pain surged instantly, and she cried out, her punch inexplicably going off target. "Even if you have the energy stone of my kin in your body, what good is it? You don't even know how to use it." The baseball guy sneered. Qiyu held her head, which felt like it was splitting, gritted her teeth, and swung another punch. The baseball guy once again unleashed a wave of interference. But this time it seemed ineffective, and Qiyu's punch landed directly on the baseball guy's chest. Bang! The baseball guy fell like a kite with a broken string, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball without a target. Qiyu touched her heaving chest and pouted. "Idiot. How do you know I can't exert the energy stone's power?" The baseball guy was stuck in the ground like a turnip, his legs kicking wildly. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Qiyu rushed forward and threw a punch at the baseball guy's groin. A man's lower body is crucial. Qiyu hated him for killing the little cat, so she held nothing back. In the blink of an eye, the baseball guy seemed to sense that Qiyu was going to deliver this fatal blow. He had already pushed himself against the ground, and his whole body suddenly pulled out from the dirt. Qiyu's punch missed, her fist sinking into the ground. She turned around to find that the baseball guy had adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged and floating in midair. His expression was serious, far from the contemptuous look from before. Qiyu did not want to give him a chance to continue his antics. She also leaped into the air, her hands drawing circles, and a bright orb of light began to form between her gradually closing palms. This was a technique Qiyu had developed while dealing with the tree demon, against strange opponents that did not rely on strength and speed. Qiyu would not engage up close, but would attack from a distance. The orb in her hands grew larger, and soon the people around could no longer see her palms, as they were completely enveloped in a white light. The baseball guy, meanwhile, pressed his palms together and muttered incantations, his eyes widening again. The green light that had been glowing began to retract inward, and his pupils turned a dark green. "You all cannot escape. Fall into my nightmare." The baseball guy stretched his limbs, and his body began to emit green light. Seeing this, Qiyu could not wait for her technique to reach its maximum energy. She thrust both hands forward, and the orb shot towards the baseball guy's body. The baseball guy shouted, and a terrifying energy expanded rapidly from his body, becoming the center of a powerful force. Almost instantly, the entire valley was enveloped by this energy, and the air was filled with a faint green glow. Everyone felt as if they were immobilized, with even the air no longer flowing. The mysterious woman maintained her posture as if trying to escape, while LinWei seemed poised to rush towards Qiyu. But Qiyu's orb did not stop. It continued to move towards the baseball guy, but it felt as if it had entered some sort of gel-like medium, its speed suddenly slowing down significantly. At the same time, the surface of the orb became gradually covered in green fluorescence, its size visibly shrinking, and its brightness continuously dimming. Thus, the orb slowly approached the baseball guy, and just a few centimeters from his chest, it vanished like a bursting soap bubble. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the baseball guy's mouth. The green light in his eyes surged once more, and a beam of green light shot out from his eyes, hitting Qiyu's head without any obstruction. In that instant, Qiyu felt an endless white light in front of her, a piercing pain in her head as if it had exploded, and then she knew nothing. All 5 senses of her body vanished, and Qiyu felt as if she had fallen into a state of chaos. Who am I? Where am I? Suddenly, a severe headache surged from within her body. Qiyu regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, or rather, she was seeing with her consciousness. She felt the existence of her physical body, but she could not control it. At this moment, a green-skinned man with an arrogant expression stood in front of Qiyu. Isn't this Jununu? How'd he come back to life? Oh, this must be an illusion, an environment created by the energy stone. Qiyu looked around and found herself suspended in midair, with several corpses floating not far from her body. Each corpse had been ripped open, and the death scenes were extremely tragic. Qiyu was taken aback. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Suddenly, she remembered that this was the scene from her first encounter with Jununu on that earth. Did I travel back again? Opposite. Jununu had a furious expression. S-class heroes have died at my hands, and now you're sending a C-class weakling to me as a free gift? This dialogue sounded familiar. Qiyu remembered that she had acted first because of this line back then. Sure enough, her body, which she couldn't control, suddenly began to attack Jununu. Although Qiyu couldn't control her body for the time being, she could see clearly every movement of Jununu. Because her current strength had far surpassed that of Jununu at that time, the speed of their battle increased. And Qiyu was pleasantly surprised to find that her consciousness could begin to influence the movements of this body. Qiyu had already seen through Jununu's attacks flaws, and she ordered her body to leave afterimages in the air at a high speed, tricking Jununu. As expected, Jununu fell for the trap, throwing a punch at the afterimage, while his back was completely exposed to Qiyu. Attack his heart. Qiyu commanded her body. Qiyu threw a fatal punch. Perhaps due to the 100 synchronization rate not being achievable, Qiyu's punch still went slightly off target. Her fist pierced through the left side of Jununu's body, but it didn't hit his heart. Qiyu felt a pang of regret, but suddenly she seemed to realize something. From the perspective of her previous battle with Jununu, according to the comparison of strength at their first meeting, Qiyu was indeed weaker than Jununu. But back then, she could capture Jununu's movements flawlessly. Could it be that there was also a version of herself within her body at that time, just like now? The thought sent chills down her spine. This explained everything. Why could she easily injure him despite being weaker in strength? This was not something that could be explained by Jununu underestimating her. Even if Jununu looked down on her, his hard strength was still there. Just as Qiyu was somewhat distracted, Jununu had already escaped. At that moment, Qiyu's vision blurred, and by the time she realized it was the meteorite that had collided with her, it was too late. Bang! Qiyu's vision went black, and then she was thrown into boundless darkness. The massive impact caused her already unstable consciousness to surge violently. Her awareness blurred once more. Just in this chaos, Qiyu remembered someone, LinWei. In a daze, Qiyu's consciousness awakened again. She felt herself lying on a soft object, and this object felt familiar and warm. It was LinWei's bed. It was LinWei's earth. Excited, Qiyu opened her eyes and found a man staring at her intently. And she was completely naked. The man was LinWei. How did you wake up so suddenly? Oh no, you're awake. LinWei's face flushed red, and he quickly averted his gaze. Qiyu then realized it was night. She had woken up during the day before, so it seemed she had woken up early. That bastard LinWei. He had sworn that he hadn't peeked at her all night. A man's words are lies. The key was that she actually believed him. Since Qiyu had already been intimate with LinWei, she didn't mind him peeking at her nakedness. Instead, she felt some stirring desire. After all, LinWei hadn't touched her in 2 months. She decided to tease this LinWei. Although this LinWei wasn't the real LinWei, his temperament and personality were exactly the same. Qiyu glared at LinWei, her voice chilling. You little brat. What are you looking at? Am I that good looking? LinWei woke up in the middle of the night and saw Qiyu sleeping soundly, her blanket kicked off. He approached to cover the unknown extraterrestrial guest with a blanket. However, during the process of covering her, Qiyu woke up, making it seem like he was lifting the blanket rather than covering it. LinWei was so startled that he jerked back, forgetting that a corner of the blanket was still in his hand. From Qiyu's perspective, she had half a blanket on her, but now, due to LinWei's tugging, she was completely exposed. A woman's instinct to cover herself made Qiyu let out a sharp scream. She immediately crossed her legs and reached to cover her chest and lower body. From LinWei's perspective, Qiyu's figure, framed by the blanket, had him blood rushing and his inner demon almost pushing him to commit a crime. Qiyu's movements were filled with primal allure. Any normal man would be moved. His nosebleed gushed out uncontrollably. LinWei flailed, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. LinWei was still so cowardly. Qiyu chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, she maintained an angry expression. Pervert, do you believe I'll break you? Qiyu controlled her body to sit up from the bed, reaching for the bed frame beside her, squeezing it gently, and it bent into a curve. LinWei was shocked. The woman before him was an invincible strongman. Heroine. Oh no, your majesty. Do you believe I came to cover you with a blanket? What do you think? Qiyu yanked the corner of the blanket still on the bed, snatching it from LinWei's hands. She draped the blanket over herself like a strapless dress and stepped down from the bed. Her stunning beauty was imposing. The blanket wrapped around her chest, creating a high peak, and her long legs peeked out from the split of the blanket. It was both intimidating and alluring. LinWei sat on the floor, watching the beautiful woman with a powerful aura. He was so frightened he trembled, feeling weak all over. From the behavior of this extraterrestrial guest, just now, she was likely a cold-blooded female demon. LinWei felt his life was in danger, but for some reason, his body felt a surge of heat rushing to his brain. Qiyu's eyes sparkled, a cold smile creeping on her face as she slowly approached LinWei. Suddenly, she noticed something moving in the middle of LinWei's loose pajamas. Qiyu certainly knew what was happening to LinWei. Her face turned red, frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or sit back on the bed. LinWei, seeing Qiyu suddenly stop, breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down and realized why Qiyu wouldn't come closer. He quickly extended his hand. This made both of them even more awkward. Qiyu wanted to take a step back, as LinWei's action was indeed a bit too eye-catching. After all, she still considered herself a lady, and directly staring at a man's lower half felt very impolite. Qiyu was very nervous. As she took a step back, she stepped on the corner of the blanket on the floor. Instantly, the blanket around her chest slipped down. Once again, she was completely exposed in front of LinWei. LinWei's head tilted back, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He felt the world spinning, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. Oh my God, this is too stimulating. Amid the exclamations, Qiyu hurried to pull the blanket over her chest. However, she was so nervous and embarrassed that her footing became unsteady, and then one foot stepped on the back of her other foot. Just like that, Qiyu completely lost her balance and fell toward LinWei. At the same time, the blanket had completely fallen off, and she fell down, completely naked. Both of them screamed in horror. Qiyu landed on LinWei. LinWei's face happened to be buried in Qiyu's peaks. LinWei felt breathless. It was a kind of suffocation that comes from being a winner in life. Soft, warm, slippery, LinWei could no longer control himself, and, in a state of confusion and desire, embraced Qiyu. A wonderful sensation spread in both of their hearts. After being held by LinWei, Qiyu felt completely drained of strength. LinWei raised his head from the peaks, his eyes already carrying a wild beast's aura. He no longer cared about fear, plunging into a whirlpool of desire. Qiyu looked at LinWei with a somewhat dazed expression, suddenly pouting and kissing him. Who are you? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with you? LinWei murmured, still retaining a glimmer of clarity in his mind. My name is Qiyu. I'm here to save you, you smelly otaku. Qiyu stopped kissing and gazed at LinWei with deep affection. They embraced and kissed again. Qiyu felt her entire body ablaze, and LinWei was the raging fire. She felt herself plunging into an ocean of infinite joy. Time seemed to freeze once more. Qiyu felt her body being torn apart, wanting nothing but to remain lost in this feeling forever. After an unknown amount of time, Qiyu suddenly felt someone gently caressing her cheek. She groggily opened her eyes to see a little girl smiling at her. The girl looked somewhat familiar. Mommy, you finally woke up. You drank too much last night, and I couldn't wake you up this morning. Mommy? Qiyu was startled and sat up abruptly in bed. The warm and cozy room revealed a girl about 7 or 8 years old. Suddenly, a flood of memories erupted in Qiyu's mind like a volcanic eruption. It turned out that after that passionate night with LinWei, Qiyu became pregnant. 10 months later, their daughter was born. They named her Qiyu. Qiyu sat on the bed for several minutes, then pinched her temples and got up. Qiyu's daughter circled around her, cheering joyfully. Qiyu glanced at her reflection in the mirror. She was becoming more and more like her sister Qiling. The baby fat had disappeared, and her cheeks were a bit thinner than before. Her chest remained the same, but there was a noticeable ring of visible flab around her waist. It seemed LinWei had taken good care of her. Qiyu looked out the window. It was a relatively upscale residential area. After giving birth to Qiyu, she signed a contract to become an artist with Wang Lin, and her income soared, making her a well-known little star for a time. However, as Qiyu aged and her youthful charm gradually faded, her popularity as an artist also began to decline. Even so, her life with LinWei was still quite affluent, which made Qiyu, who was always easygoing, feel quite satisfied. Qiyu opened the door and walked through the living room, where she saw LinWei busy in the kitchen. LinWei had maintained his cooking habit over the years, and his culinary skills had improved significantly. When LinWei saw Qiyu wake up, he immediately brought out a bowl of hangover soup from the kitchen. It turned out that Qiyu had gone out drinking again last night, and it was Dalong who brought her back. Without Yu, no lieutenant, and certainly no homeworld assassins, she had been living extraordinarily peacefully after traversing the wormhole. Qiyu had almost forgotten she was a superhuman. The doctor advised you to drink less alcohol. You're allergic to it. Over the years, you've become more and more fond of drinking, and I'm really a bit worried. LinWei, looking quite worn down, had aged noticeably. The once fair and handsome youth was beginning to show signs of middle age. His stubble from the previous night was not shaved clean, making him appear somewhat scruffy. He was still a bit nagging, which made Qiyu feel slightly impatient. Qiyu couldn't quite believe she had been living here for nearly 10 years. Without speaking, her mind was still flooded with more details. A bowl of sweet soup was placed in front of her. Qiyu took a small sip, and a familiar feeling surged in her heart. It seemed LinWei had often made her this sweet soup to help her sober up. The soup contained some unknown herbs, tasting sweet with a hint of bitterness and a faint aftertaste. As Qiyu recalled more details, her heart began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. LinWei's infatuated fan, Jiang Linglong, still had lingering feelings for her husband and always sought opportunities to get closer to him. Once, Qiyu accidentally stumbled upon a meeting at Wang Lin's company, where she saw Jiang Linglong hugging LinWei and crying. Qiyu immediately sensed a strong odor of a green tea bitch. Although LinWei and Qiyu explained repeatedly, Qiyu still felt there was something fishy between LinWei and Jiang Linglong. Furthermore, LinWei's boss, Wang Lin, had remained single over the years. Aside from her increasingly seductive figure, she had also been promoting LinWei, directly elevating him to the position of assistant general manager, now sharing the same office with her. LinWei truly had a knack for attracting women. However, Qiyu herself was the ultimate dream for men, no matter where she was. Dalong was always her loyal fan. Whenever Qiyu felt down, it was Dalong who accompanied her for drinks and chats. Over time, the two had become close friends of the opposite sex. LinWei had some reservations about this, but since Dalong was also his brother and Qiyu was not the type to accept doubts, LinWei could only turn a blind eye. Although the couple still treated each other with love and respect, there were inevitably moments of friction and occasional differences in their dreams. Cheers! Qiyu downed another large glass of beer. These days, LinWei and Wang Lin were on a business trip, and Qiyu felt like she had a stone lodged in her heart, sensing something was off. She called Dalong out, and they went to the bar for drinks. Qiyu had already downed 4 glasses of beer, and seeing her somewhat dazed, Dalong reached out to press down the 5th glass she was about to raise. Qiyu, sis, drink slowly. Dalong, who had inherited his father's company over the years and was now a small boss, seemed to stutter even more severely than before. Qiyu shook off his hand and raised her glass, drinking heartily. The liquid flowed down her cheeks and neck, sliding into the canyon between her peaks, soaking a large area of her chest. Dalong couldn't help but swallow hard as he watched the scene before him. Although Qiyu became quite generous when drunk, and Dalong had enjoyed many visual feasts, the woman before him was one he could never get enough of. Over the years, even though Dalong had dated a few girlfriends, with someone like Qiyu around, other women seemed like mere trivialities, failing to spark any interest. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, Dalong would wake up from a dream, his mind filled with thoughts of Qiyu. He realized he had become incapable of love. Besides his feelings for Qiyu, he felt powerless. He stared blankly as Qiyu finished her 5th glass of beer, not uttering a word. Although the bar was somewhat noisy, Dalong felt as if he were in a silent room, his mind completely occupied by Qiyu, unable to hear any other sounds. LinWei is on a business trip. Qiyu seemed to be speaking to Dalong, but also talking to herself. Dalong perked up, jolted awake. LinWei was on a business trip. Could it be that Qiyu was hinting at something? He went on a business trip with Wang Lin. There must be something going on. Qiyu burped. Dalong thought to himself, all right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Sis, you might be overthinking it. Lin Gu is a man of integrity. He won't betray you. Qiyu pointed her finger at Cheng Dalong's nose. Men's words are just lies. After finishing her words with a loud bang, Qiyu's head hit the counter and she fell into a deep sleep. The vibrant red and fiery atmosphere blurred around her. Qiyu, sister, Qiyu, sister. In her dazed state, Qiyu felt someone pushing her. She opened her eyes to find herself still in the familiar bar. A balding man with a greasy face was looking at her with concern. Qiyu instinctively shrank back and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you touching me?" The greasy man looked confused. "Qiyu, sister, you drank too much again, it's me. Cheng Dalong. Cheng Dalong." Qiyu's head began to throb again as fragmented memories flooded back. She jumped up from her seat and rushed to the restroom. She was already 50 years old. In the mirror, she saw a face with many wrinkles, slightly swollen cheeks, and although her figure was still decent, it was no longer the same as when she was young. Her breasts sagged, and the fat around her waist and thighs made her look somewhat bloated. Returning to her noisy bar, she felt as if she had stepped into another world as she faced the completely altered Cheng Dalong. Her daughter Qiyu was already 25 years old. She had left her and LinWei to live in another city on her own. LinWei had resigned from Wang Lin's company years ago and started his own Soho business, reducing his contact with Wang Lin significantly. Jiang Linglong had also gone abroad many years ago and had since lost all contact. LinWei and Qiyu had finally returned to their original two-person world. Since then, Qiyu no longer frequented the bar. If Cheng Dalong came looking for her, she would invite this old friend to her home. Ever since Cheng Dalong had become unattractive, LinWei's concerns had eased. He knew Qiyu was also someone who cared about looks, and with Cheng Dalong's current appearance, Qiyu would not be tempted. Qiyu lay on the hospital bed, weakly gazing at LinWei beside her. The LinWei in front of her had long since turned gray and hunched over like an elderly man. Qiyu stared at the ceiling for a long time before remembering that she was now 95 years old. Much of what had happened after she turned 50 was already unclear. She asked LinWei to bring her a mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, tears streamed down her face. Recently, she had felt that her time was running out, often sleeping for days at a time. The youthful years had long since passed like a raging river. Now, Qiyu's face was lined with deep grooves, her hair white as snow, and the former glutton had become emaciated. Qiyu trembled as she grasped LinWei's hand, seemingly wanting to say something. LinWei leaned closer to her cracked lips. "LinWei, I want to tell you a secret." LinWei squeezed her hand and softly said in her ear, "Qiyu, I know, you're a superwoman I've known for a long time." Qiyu shook her head with difficulty. "Sigh, I'm not the Qiyu you should have met. I've taken over someone else's place." LinWei completely misunderstood what Qiyu was saying. He believed that the beloved who had accompanied him for over 70 years was now exhausted, and her thoughts had become utterly chaotic. LinWei clenched his fists, tears welling up as he said, "Qiyu, I don't care who you are. We've been together for so many years. Who you are really doesn't matter anymore." Upon hearing this, the last sliver of Qiyu's obsession seemed to be released. "Does it matter who I am anymore? I had longed to return to this earth with LinWei and live happily ever after. Haven't I already achieved that wish? What more could I possibly want?" With this thought, Qiyu let out a long breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her body began to feel very heavy, as if the hospital bed could no longer support her weight. She felt herself starting to fall, descending into an eternal darkness and extinction. Is this what it feels like to age and die? I'm so tired, I should just have a good sleep. She opened her eyes one last time to look at LinWei. At that moment, his face was covered in tears, yet the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, revealing a rather strange smile. Qiyu didn't have time to think deeply. Her eyes could no longer open. It felt as if she was being sucked into a whirlpool, beginning to fall faster. At first, Qiyu wanted to struggle, but she couldn't muster any strength. In the end, she gave up the struggle, allowing this force to pull her into the abyss. "Qiyu." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out beside her. It seemed someone had embraced her. This embrace was both strange and incredibly familiar. "Qiyu." Someone called her again in her ear. It was LinWei's voice, not the LinWei of this world, but the voice of her true love from a distant past. A strong current surged through Qiyu's mind, and she suddenly felt a bit more awake. She struggled to open her eyes, and a bright light appeared in the darkness, revealing a handsome man before her. This was the figure of the man she had hidden in her heart for nearly 70 years, one she was close to forgetting yet could never truly forget. LinWei gently embraced Qiyu, holding her already withered hand. Looking at the still handsome LinWei, and then at her own frail body, Qiyu couldn't help but feel ashamed. You still look so young, while I'm already a grandmother. Do you think I'm ugly and detestable? LinWei stroked Qiyu's white hair and softly said, Qiyu, who says you're old and ugly? Listen to the voice of your heart. Do you really think you will die in this world? Don't let falsehoods obscure your spirit. Take a good look at yourself. After hearing this, Qiyu felt the stiffness in her body begin to warm up. Her weakened heart started to beat powerfully again, and her chest began to glow. This made Qiyu suddenly remember that there was an energy stone inside her, already merged with her being. LinWei disappeared. Qiyu raised her hand and found that her dry skin was peeling off like lime, and when she touched her face, the skin was rapidly shedding like eggshells. Qiyu trembled and threw her head back, roaring to the sky. Her youthful, vibrant body emerged from the old shell, breaking free like a butterfly from its cocoon. Qiyu's eyes widened, and the surrounding darkness slowly faded, revealing the scenery around her. After a moment of looking around, she remembered that this was the valley where the spacecraft had crashed. In front of her stood a baseball boy, glowing green but with a shocked expression. This is impossible. How did you awaken from my nightmare? I was so close to letting you die here. The baseball boy roared to the sky after speaking. Qiyu looked at her hands and touched her face. She scanned her surroundings and found the mysterious woman and LinWei lying motionless on the ground, their eyeballs rapidly moving left and right in their sockets. It seemed they had also fallen victim to the baseball boy's so-called nightmare attack, just like her. Now, Qiyu had to defeat the baseball boy possessed by the energy stone to save the other two. Looking at their condition, Qiyu had little time left. She touched her chest, grateful that the energy stone within her had saved her. However, what Qiyu didn't know was that it was her extraordinary constitution that allowed her to hold on until the last moment for the energy stone to emerge as the true owner of this body. The baseball boy had directed 80% of the nightmare attacks at Qiyu, which was why he was so shocked by her escape. It seems you have no other means left. If you don't want to die, withdraw the nightmare attack, and I can spare your life. Qiyu pointed at the two people on the ground. The baseball kid calmed down after his frenzy, rubbed his forehead, and said, You really are a bit of trouble. Huh? I've lived on this planet for so long and absorbed a lot of energy from the descendants of the mother planet. You're the first to escape my nightmare attack. It seems you are the strongest descendant aside from the ancient martial arts. Qiyu frowned slightly and asked, You've killed my kin? The baseball kid chuckled. You're incredibly strong in combat, but your intellect is quite average. Over the centuries, there have been more than just you trying to find us three. Three? Qiyu was a bit confused. You really don't know anything, do you? And you dare to take risks so easily? The baseball kid showed a look of disdain. I am from the original Stone clan, one of the earliest intelligent races born from the mother planet, possessing the secrets of the galaxy's composition. Now, only a few types of the original Stone clan remain. I count as one. The one in your body counts as another. And there is one more whose location I don't know. We were originally one stone with 3 bodies, but your ancestors discovered clues about us, and we had no choice but to split into 3 parts. The baseball kid paused for a moment. The one in your body is the first stone type, Qiyu, responsible for spatial rifts and gravitational force. I see he is a perfect match for you, both strong yet brainless. Qiyu? Qiyu pointed to her chest. Are you saying there's actually a living being inside my body? The baseball kid replied, Our original Stone clan only activates when encountering a living being. Qiyu reveres the strong and only wishes to merge with the most powerful individuals. It seems he chose you for a reason. I underestimated you before. I thought Qiyu had become desperate after not encountering any strong beings for centuries. Desperate? Stu, could you please not use such adjectives? Suddenly, Qiyu blurted out something that wasn't what she meant to say. Startled, she covered her mouth and noticed that her chest was rhythmically flashing with red light. Qiyu, you finally spoke. The baseball kid raised his voice. Stu, you talk too much. Qiyu looked at her mouth, moving in disbelief. Though it was undoubtedly her voice, it wasn't what she wanted to say. Qiyu squeezed her throat, tried to regain control over her speech. But it seemed her vocal cords no longer belonged to her at that moment. Hey, I have principles when it comes to choosing partners. I'd rather have none than a mediocre one, understand? This descendant of ancient martial arts is quite powerful, and with her offering her blood to me, I felt tremendous potential from her lineage. Such a great opportunity is in front of me, so naturally, I do want to merge with her. Qiyu was bewildered, pointing at herself, indicating when she had ever offered blood. No one responded. Qiyu slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering that when she first encountered the strange stone, she had a wound on her back, and when she was suppressed by Jinu, she leaned against the stone, so her blood must have flowed onto it then. Oomph. And you, Stu, not contacting me for years, frequently changing your location as the second original stone. What exactly are you trying to do? Qiyu's tone became a bit severe. The baseball kid chuckled. The beings on this earth have a vastly different way of thinking from the mother planet. Anyway, we can't return to the mother planet for now, and I don't want to stay put like you, waiting for opportunities. I prefer to roam around and interact more with the creatures of this planet. Don't forget your mission. Think about how we were driven here by that guy. We should quickly find the most suitable fusion partner and look for a chance to fight back to the mother planet. As soon as the baseball kid heard these words from Qiyu, his expression turned serious and solemn. Although we have nearly infinite lifespans, we need to rely on suitable, super energy strong beings to unleash our power. I think this ancient martial arts descendant named Qiyu is quite good. Consider merging with her. The baseball kid scrutinized Qiyu from head to toe. Her power was indeed strong, but she wasn't very smart. You know I like smart people. And once we merge, we will be one again, and with her, it will be a matter of life and death. Qiyu herself pouted, feeling angry but unable to speak. Who wants to merge with you? A bunch of freaks. You're too picky. This Qiyu is already the most suitable heir I've found after the ancient martial arts. When you attack her with your nightmare just now, I intentionally didn't intervene to see how long she could hold out. If she didn't meet my expectations, I would have left her body. I just didn't expect she would hold on longer than the ancient martial arts. It seems her physical body is even stronger. Such a good vessel. If we miss this, we don't know how many years we'll have to wait. The baseball kid rested his chin on his hand, not responding, seemingly deep in thought. Qiyu felt a looseness in her throat and coughed twice, seemingly able to speak again. Are you two here discussing things as if I'm air? Is my body something you can just enter whenever you want? Qiyu pointed to the baseball kid, Stu. Stop whatever nightmare attack you're doing. My two companions are about to hold on no longer. The baseball kid's floating body slowly descended to the ground. The green light in his eyes disappeared, and LinWei and the mysterious woman's bodies stopped shaking, but they remained unconscious. Seeing that the two were temporarily fine, Qiyu let out a slight breath of relief. Just then, the baseball kid suddenly began to tremble all over, his eyes rolling back, revealing his pale eyeballs. He opened his mouth, and a turquoise-green substance began to rise slowly, shining with starlight from within. As soon as this substance left the baseball kid's body, he immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This should be Stu's true form. What does he want? He can't be seriously trying to possess me. Realizing something was wrong, Qiyu wanted to escape using teleportation. But for some reason, as soon as she moved, she felt her body was moving extremely slowly, as if the television screen had been set to slow motion. Qiyu noticed that her chest began to flash red light again, realizing that Shioka was up to something. What do you want? I don't want to merge with you, Qiyu shouted in panic. The green light suddenly disappeared from in front of Qiyu's eyes, and the next moment, it appeared directly at the position of her back heart. The red light from her back heart burst forth, and the flesh and bones seemed to vanish, revealing the beating heart inside. Next to the heart, a deep red original stone, about the size of half an egg, floated. As soon as the green starlight touched the red light, the two immediately resonated. The green light rushed toward the red original stone without any hesitation. The red and green lights intertwined, shining with a myriad of colors. But in the next moment, the muscle tissue of Qiyu's back heart healed instantly, revealing smooth, fair skin again. The entire process from the green light appearing to merging with the red stone took only a breath. Before Qiyu could struggle, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and the world that had felt like congealed fat returned to its original state. After a night of turmoil, the sun slowly rose from the depths of the forest, reminding Qiyu of a long-lost warmth. The sunlight in the nightmare didn't move her as much as the real world did. Qiyu looked around. LinWei, the mysterious woman, and the baseball kid lay peacefully on the ground, their faces showing expressions of either joy or sorrow. At that moment, a warning from Stu echoed in Qiyu's mind. Qiyu, you must not let anyone know that you have fused with two original stones. No one is allowed to say anything, especially that mysterious woman. She has considerable ambition and is not easy to deal with. After they woke up, how should I brush it off? You can just lie on the ground like them and pretend to be asleep. Qiyu thought this made sense and immediately laid down next to LinWei, closing her eyes. Perhaps she had exhausted too much energy in the nightmare world. As Qiyu's pretense of sleep turned into real sleep, and she actually fell asleep leaning against LinWei. When she woke up again, she found that it was LinWei who had woken her. Rubbing her eyes, she realized it was already noon, and and the sunlight had long since warmed her perky backside. Qiyu rubbed her eyes and yawned widely, half seriously saying, "Hey, how did I fall asleep?" Then she sighed, "Alas, what a realistic dream." The other three people's expressions changed awkwardly upon hearing this. LinWei helped Qiyu up. "Qiyu, what kind of dream did you have?" the mysterious woman asked. Qiyu then recounted her life experiences in the nightmare, of course omitting some embarrassing scenes. The mysterious woman nodded. "It seems we have all fallen for it. That stone has escaped again. What a pity. Alas, I too experienced great ups and downs in my dream, living a turbulent life." The baseball boy looked particularly worn out, slumped on the ground with a serious expression, mumbling to himself, "But these dreams are just too real." Qiyu knew he had been possessed by Stu and must have been significantly affected by the nightmare's attack, so she curiously asked, "So what dream did you have?" A blush appeared on the baseball boy's dark face as he glanced at the mysterious woman and waved his hand. It seemed his dream was indeed hard to speak of. However, if his dream involved the mysterious woman, it wouldn't end well. Just as everyone was feeling reflective, a large flying vehicle suddenly appeared in the sky. "My contacts have arrived," the mysterious woman said, a look of unspoken disappointment on her face. "Let's go back." Qiyu grabbed LinWei and said, "Since your mission is over, LinWei and I plan to take a stroll around this ancient city. You all can leave first." The mysterious woman was already disinterested and didn't insist, just nodded. Watching the flying vehicle carrying the mysterious woman and the baseball boy disappear from view, Qiyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at LinWei with affectionate eyes. "LinWei, tell me what kind of life you experienced in your dream?" LinWei's face turned red. Feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head, "It was pretty similar to yours." Qiyu pouted. "What do you mean similar? Be honest. What was I to you in your dream? And what are Wang Lin and Jiang Linglong to you?" LinWei's heart sank, thinking, how does Qiyu know so much? In LinWei's nightmare world, he of course lived with Qiyu, but at the same time, he also had some complicated entanglements with Jiang Linglong and Wang Lin. After reaching middle age, Minor General, Qiling, and Yujizi also entered his life, but these people no longer appeared as aliens. They were various Earth women appearing in his life. In short, LinWei's life was quite colorful, but these were things he could never confess. LinWei stammered out a few scenes that only related to Qiyu, but Qiyu looked at him in disbelief. "Stu, what kind of life did LinWei really experience in your nightmare world? Am I the only lover?" Qiyu asked Stu inside her. "Qiyu, I advise you not to ask. My nightmare world is the most genuine expression of a person's subconscious, knowing it will only be a burden to your heart. However, the performance in the nightmare world does not represent reality because I've found that Earthlings have a so-called self-moral restraint. They will desperately suppress their desires. And sometimes they do quite well." Qiyu wasn't foolish and understood immediately. LinWei must be a flirt in his nightmare world. But judging people by their actions rather than their hearts, as long as what he thought in his heart was not acted upon, it couldn't be considered real. Having figured this out, Qiyu stopped pursuing the matter. She took LinWei's hand and said, "Now that we're here, let us explore this Kanraga city." Seeing that Qiyu was no longer pressing, LinWei naturally agreed. Qiyu wrapped her arms around LinWei and soared into the air, heading towards the center of the ancient city. The two spent the entire day exploring the ancient city, spending the night at the most famous Deep Valley Hotel. However, that night, having tasted the pleasures of the nightmare world, Qiyu didn't let LinWei go in reality either, and they shared another passionate night after their ancestral home. The only thing that made her feel a bit awkward was the two energy stones inside her, which stripped her of all privacy. However, Qiyu discovered that as long as she didn't communicate with them, they wouldn't initiate contact. So Qiyu could only hypnotize herself into believing that those two stones didn't exist. The next day, LinWei opened his eyes wearily to see Qiyu sitting at the head of the bed, looking excitedly at him. LinWei felt his body completely naked and instinctively wrapped himself in the blanket. What are you doing? Let us just leave it for the morning." LinWei felt a bit scared by Qiyu's proactive attitude towards sex. It always felt like he was going to be emptied out quickly. "What? Afraid I'll eat you up?" Qiyu's face showed a teasing expression. "I'm afraid I'll run out of energy," LinWei said seriously. Just as he finished speaking, a pillow hit his face. "Let's go back to Wanqing City. Minor General contacted me. It's been a while since I've played with her." Upon hearing Minor General, LinWei's eyes lit up. Soaring from the landmark Ayashinshin in Kanraga City, Qiyu hugged LinWei as they flew towards Wanqing City. Ever since the first and second original stones fused, Qiyu found that her flying technique had unlocked a new function, short-distance space folding skill, meaning she could perform short-distance spatial jumps. However, the distance of each jump varied. Some were only a few kilometers, while others could reach hundreds of kilometers. But this kind of space folding wasn't very practical, mainly saving some time during high-speed flight. Qiyu just happened to use this trip back to Wanqing City as her testing ground. During the constant short and long jumps, LinWei once again experienced the long-lost feeling of being caught between ice and fire. His hairstyle tilted to one side again. By the time they returned to Wanqing City, it was already evening. Qiyu received the navigation information for the meeting place from Minor General and flew directly to the destination. Ever since the Earthlings defeated the Mother Planet people, Wanqing City had lifted the no-fly order. There were many flying vehicles darting between the buildings above Wanqing City. But people like Qiyu, who could fly without a vehicle, were rare, attracting many passersby to stop and watch. "Mom, look, there's a big bird in the sky." "No, it's Superman," the mother corrected. "Oh, it's a female Superman." "Mom, why is there a man next to female Superman? Is he her boyfriend?" "Of course. Female Superman has to date too. Otherwise, how would little Superman be born?" The night scene of Wanqing City was beautiful, overlooking the entire city. The lights sparkling like a brilliant star river, scattered like stars. Which is more beautiful, the scenery or the beauty? Following the navigation map, Qiyu landed on the rooftop of a tall building. There was no one around, but the wind on the rooftop was particularly strong. Without Qiyu's strong protection, LinWei found it hard to open his eyes against the wind and could only turn his back. "Qiyu, did Minor General arrange to meet you on this rooftop?" Qiyu pointed downwards with her hand. "It's inside the building." LinWei asked, "Then why didn't you just enter through the main entrance of the building?" Qiyu glanced at him. "It's the Major's request for me to come down from the rooftop." LinWei couldn't help but mutter, "What is she up to?" Qiyu ignored him and pulled open the iron door leading down from the rooftop. LinWei then noticed that the building wasn't very tall and appeared quite old, standing out awkwardly among the other skyscrapers. Qiyu had already disappeared into the corridor leading down, and LinWei had to hurry to catch up. The spiral staircase leading down from the rooftop was made of metal, but it had not been maintained for years. As soon as LinWei stepped on it, it emitted a piercing metallic screech, making him feel like it might collapse at any moment. Looking down, the spiral staircase seemed to go all the way to the bottom, with no end in sight. The area below was pitch black, and LinWei felt a bit dizzy, his body swaying as if he might fall. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder. Qiyu held on to him. "Are you okay?" LinWei shook his head. "Which floor is the Major on?" Qiyu glanced at the map, the 18th floor underground. LinWei's legs went weak, and he almost couldn't breathe. Qiyu didn't know what was so shocking about the 18th floor underground and looked at LinWei curiously. "What's wrong with you? One moment you're dizzy, the next your legs are weak. Didn't you sleep well last night?" LinWei immediately replied, "How would you know if I slept well last night?" Qiyu's face turned red. It was indeed her fault that LinWei couldn't sleep. Qiyu changed the subject. "There's an elevator that goes straight down." She pointed to an icon on the wall indicating that there was an elevator in the corridor. Qiyu then opened a gate-like door, and indeed, there was an elevator going down. LinWei immediately realized that the 18th floor underground must be part of the underground city of Wanqing City. It seemed that these dilapidated old buildings were the entrances to the underground. Qiyu pressed a button, and the control panel on one side of the elevator prompted for a password, indicating that the underground city was not open to everyone. Just as LinWei was about to speak, Qiyu had already begun typing on the control panel. At the same time, a beam of infrared light shot out from the control panel, scanning Qiyu from top to bottom. Test passed. A cold, emotionless female voice came from the control panel, and then the elevator doors opened. "Where did you get the password?" LinWei asked. "Duh, it's the information the Major gave me." Qiyu tapped LinWei's forehead. "Such a smart person. Couldn't think of that?" LinWei was at a loss for words, rarely being outsmarted by Qiyu. The elevator began to move, and LinWei immediately felt a sense of weightlessness, as it seemed the elevator was descending at a very high speed. In just a few seconds, the elevator stopped. The elevator doors opened with a whoosh. Once again, LinWei saw the magnificent underground city of Wanqing. As LinWei and Qiyu stepped out of the elevator, they found themselves on a suspended platform, just like the last time. A small aircraft was parked on the platform, and a robot stood beside it. As soon as it saw someone coming out of the elevator, the robot immediately activated and scanned the two. "Authentication successful. Please board the aircraft," the robot said, gesturing for them to enter. The aircraft slowly ascended and then began to fly horizontally. Through the small porthole, LinWei carefully observed the underground metropolis again. The skyscrapers in the city all stretched downward, resembling a mirror image of the world above. The entire underground space sparkled with stars, if one stood at a fixed angle. It felt as if the world was upside down. The aircraft weaved between the inverted skyscrapers, and what appeared before LinWei was a massive, inverted pyramid. The pyramid was entirely black, giving a solemn and oppressive feeling. Its size was so enormous that it made the surrounding skyscrapers look small. The aircraft flew down along the pyramid's body and finally hovered a few hundred meters from the tip. Suddenly, a door opened on the pyramid's surface, and the aircraft flew directly inside. LinWei felt darkness for a moment, then light flooded in. Lights illuminated the sides of the flight passage. The aircraft flew through the not-so-wide corridor for a short while before making a turn and stopping at a platform. As Qiyu and LinWei stepped out of the aircraft, they immediately saw the Major standing in the middle of the platform, wearing a half-smile as she looked at them. Upon seeing the Major again, LinWei felt a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. The familiarity came from the Major, still appearing delicate and frail, standing gracefully on the platform like a lily blooming in a deep valley. The strangeness stemmed from the fact that the Major's expression at that moment gave the illusion that she was entirely human, rather than an emotionless bioengineered being. Qiyu rushed over and hugged the Major tightly. The Major also extended her arms and warmly embraced Qiyu's waist. LinWei stepped forward. The Major sniffed Qiyu's neck and then looked at LinWei. "Qiyu, your pheromone levels are off the charts. Did you and LinWei get intimate last night?" The Major asked with a smile, leaning in close to Qiyu's ear. Qiyu jumped back like a startled rabbit. The Major spread her hands as if to say, "Don't be scared. I was just joking." Qiyu's face turned red again. LinWei had no idea what the Major said to Qiyu. He only saw Qiyu blushing, while the Major smiled slightly. If it weren't for knowing that the Major was a bioengineered person, he would have concluded that the Major was teasing Qiyu. But in reality, it was not much different from what LinWei had guessed. LinWei asked, "Major, where is this place?" The Major replied, "This is the headquarters of the Earth United Government." "Major, why did you call me here? I thought you came to hang out with me," LinWei said. The Major smiled slightly, but did not answer. She slightly turned to the side, and a door opened behind her. "Chairman Moore, the rotating chairman of the United Government, wants to meet you." After saying this, the Major turned and walked into the door. Qiyu, seeing the Major tease her and then immediately show a formal expression, couldn't help but feel curious. Is this still the Major I know? However, since they were at the headquarters of the United Government, they couldn't pull the Major aside for a long chat and could only follow her into the door. As soon as they entered the pyramid, the door behind them closed immediately, and the lights in the corridor lit up. Compared to the cold black exterior, the interior was filled with an elegant, artistic atmosphere. LinWei felt like he had walked into a museum. After passing through a not-too-long corridor, the Major led them into a large room. The room was spacious, with a high dome, giving it a palace-like grandeur. The floor of the room was paved with milky white jade, feeling smooth yet not slippery underfoot. Shelves around the room were filled with calligraphy, paintings, sculptures, and various artworks, although LinWei did not recognize them. He could tell at a glance that these collections were all priceless. In the middle of the room, there was a row of sofas arranged in a courtyard style. Sitting on the sofas were two people. One was an elderly woman with white hair, a kind face, and gentle eyes. The other was the Earth Alliance's elder Aristides, whom they had met several times. Qiyu glanced at the elderly woman and immediately recalled that she was the one who sat in the middle of the podium on the day of her award ceremony. It seemed she was the chairman more mentioned by the Major. The old woman saw Qiyu and directly stood up from the sofa, walking towards her. "Our great hero has arrived." The old woman was completely unpretentious, stretching out her hand as she walked. Qiyu was a bit taken aback by such treatment and awkwardly extended her hand, which the old woman grasped firmly. The lieutenant introduced, "This is Speaker Moore." Qiyu's face flushed slightly as she softly said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Speaker Moore." Usually carefree, this was the first time Qiyu spoke in such a refined manner, which surprised LinWei as well. What speaker or no speaker, here it's just like being at home. Speaker Moore looked at Qiyu with a kind expression, showing a look of affection. She gently patted Qiyu's back, signaling her to sit down on the sofa. Qiyu could only follow her like a wooden puppet, and they both sat on one side of the sofa. Speaker Moore, with a warm smile, invited LinWei to sit down as well. Aristide remained silent throughout, simply smiling and nodding at the two. With my failing eyesight, I could finally see that Qiyu, the hero, was so young and beautiful. It made me, someone on the verge of the grave, sigh at how merciless time is. But fortunately, the elite successors are emerging endlessly, so we can rest assured. When Speaker Moore began to speak, her words were quite literary, which made Qiyu a bit uncomfortable. Being straightforward, Qiyu asked directly, respected speaker more. Did you summon me here for something? In front of her was a white-haired, elderly woman of high status, so Qiyu naturally had to show some respect. Unexpectedly, Moore did not answer Qiyu. Instead, she smiled and looked at Qiyu several times, nodding repeatedly, then turned to Aristide. Great Elder, your alliance is fortunate to have such a top hero. You have made significant contributions as well. The United Government has decided to increase investment in the Earth Alliance, hoping you can forge more S-class heroes. Aristide slightly stood up. Thank you, Chair Moore. We will certainly do our best. Moore nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Qiyu. Hero Qiyu, you are only 25, right? My granddaughter is the same age as you. Qiyu found it hard to respond as she felt Moore was rambling, so she could only offer a polite smile. LinWei looked at Speaker Moore in front of him and couldn't help but murmur. This old lady is quite familiar right from the start. Is she senile? Or does she have some ulterior motive? LinWei was sharp-minded and always felt something was off about Moore, but he couldn't pinpoint it. While Moore was chatting casually with Qiyu about women's topics, suddenly a servant approached and whispered in Moore's ear. The harmless-looking old lady suddenly showed a fierce expression, which startled Qiyu beside her. Moore had such a strong aura, completely different from moments before. However, this intimidating aura was fleeting and Moore quickly returned to normal. She looked at everyone and said, I have some matters to attend to. Please wait a moment. Qiyu quickly stood up and said, Since you have matters, Speaker Moore, we will take our leave. Don't be in a hurry, Hero Qiyu. I invited you here today, specifically to have dinner together. Please wait a moment. I will be back shortly. She pressed down on Qiyu's shoulder, looking directly into her eyes. Although her strength wasn't great, Qiyu couldn't stand up. After Moore left, Qiyu looked at Aristide. Great Elder, did Speaker Moore invite me here for something? Aristide shook his head. I don't know either. I didn't even know you were coming. She only mentioned inviting a big figure today. I didn't expect it would be you. Aristide's meaning was clear. He also didn't know what Moore was up to. Perhaps it's because of your special status, Aristide added inexplicably. Qiyu was puzzled and was about to ask again when suddenly the side door opened and several maidservants entered, each carrying various dishes and placing them on the table in front of Qiyu. One of the leading maidservants said, The head of the family knows that Hero Qiyu enjoys trying different delicacies. Since there's still some time before dinner, we prepared some snacks for you to enjoy. Please feel free to indulge. After saying this, they uniformly stepped back, but it was clear they had no intention of leaving. LinWei couldn't help but smile wryly. This was a way to keep Qiyu with food, not letting her leave. Qiyu looked at the exquisite snacks and fruits in front of her, feeling puzzled. However, being optimistic, she didn't hesitate since there was food to eat. She picked up a small fork and carefully took a piece of cake, placing it in her mouth. In front of others, she couldn't act recklessly. As the cake entered her mouth, Qiyu's eyes lit up. LinWei hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Is the food problematic? Tears welled up in Qiyu's eyes. This cake is too delicious. The leading maidservant responded, Thank you, Hero Qiyu, for your appreciation. The wheat used for this cake is a selected variety from Morrow Valley, baked with specially made yeast. The cake contains no artificial sugar, only pure natural honey. And the blueberries on top are rare varieties grown by Speaker Moore herself. The maidservant spoke at a steady pace, as if she had rehearsed it countless times. Qiyu nodded and finished the remaining half of the cake in one go. The rich, sweet flavor melted in her mouth, and Qiyu felt light, as if she were floating on clouds. Seeing Qiyu eat the cake, the maidservant remained silent. Qiyu then picked up a piece of fruit that was a jade green color. LinWei didn't recognize the fruit. Qiyu placed it in her mouth, and as she bit down, a burst of juice spread in her mouth. She quickly closed her mouth, but a few drops of green juice leaked from the corners of her lips. Qiyu felt embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth. The maidservant said, This is the fade-off fruit, unique to Yunnan Island, with the highest water content on the planet. However, less than 500 people have eaten it. The fade-off fruit is smooth and sweet, and Qiyu, feeling a bit tipsy, kept popping them into her mouth, enjoying herself immensely. Seeing Qiyu eat so happily, LinWei curiously pinched one and put it in his mouth. With a slight pop, the juice from the fade-off fruit splattered in his mouth. LinWei was taken aback. This fade-off fruit was like a miniature fruit bomb, with such strong explosive power. As the juice flowed into his mouth, LinWei felt a warm sensation in his esophagus, similar to having drunk alcohol. LinWei suddenly realized that this fade-off fruit might contain self-fermented alcohol. In the blink of an eye, Qiyu had already eaten more than a dozen, and her cheeks had turned bright red. Qiyu was allergic to alcohol. She couldn't eat any more fade-off fruit, or she would get drunk again. LinWei reached out to stop Qiyu. She looked up, her eyes becoming a bit hazy. LinWei smacked his lips, realizing his mouth was numb. It seemed this fruit also had some narcotic effects. LinWei couldn't help but get angry and said to the leading maidservant, "This fruit has a narcotic effect. Why didn't you warn us in advance?" The maidservant smiled politely. Fade-off fruit is harmless to the human body. Eating too much will only make one want to take a nap. LinWei wanted to say something more, but Qiyu had already collapsed on the sofa, fast asleep. LinWei stepped forward to check Qiyu's condition. There were no other abnormalities, just a deep sleep from drunkenness. LinWei looked at Aristide, hoping for an explanation. But Aristide seemed to ignore him and got up to leave. LinWei also wanted to stand up, but before he could straighten up, his shoulder was pressed down by someone. He turned his head and saw that a maid had appeared behind him without him noticing. Following Chairman Moore's instructions, "Please do not leave here." The maid's grip was extremely strong. Once LinWei was held by her, he found himself unable to move. The other maids all turned to look at him simultaneously, their movements perfectly synchronized. Even the angle of their necks was identical. The leading maid still wore a polite smile, but it was devoid of any warmth. A thought flashed through LinWei's mind, and he suddenly realized that these maids were not human, but bioengineered beings similar to the Major. Knowing that they were robots, LinWei saw no need to continue communicating, as they were surely following Chairman Moore's orders to keep them here. LinWei slowly sat down, watching Aristide leave the room. It seemed that Chairman Moore had used fruit to get Qiyu drunk, along with robot surveillance, to keep them both here. LinWei looked at the silent Major standing beside him, feeling a surge of resentment. The Major had deceived Qiyu into coming here under the pretense of their relationship. Was this something a friend would do? The Major seemed to sense LinWei's anger. She slightly turned her head and calmly said, "LinWei, the hormones in your body are being released in large amounts, indicating that you are in a state of anger. However, I advise you not to continue being angry, as it will adversely affect the coordination of your metal heart and other organs." LinWei glanced at the maid robots behind him. They seemed indifferent to the Major's words. As long as he didn't make any sudden movements, they wouldn't take any action. LinWei snorted through his nose. "I thought you were different from these robots. You have self-awareness and moral standards. When did you become a guest to the United Government? Why did you deceive Qiyu into coming to this place?" The Major showed no expression on her face, just moving her lips. "Please do not use the word deceive to describe our gracious invitation." Chairman Moore sincerely invited Qiyu to meet with her and discuss very important matters. LinWei asked, "What matters? Can't you be open about it?" The Major replied, "I'm sorry, LinWei, your level does not allow you to participate in this discussion. Or rather, you are simply outside the scope of this invitation." "I'm not qualified?" "Yes. I only contacted Qiyu. I did not expect you to be with her," the Major stated bluntly. "If that's the case, then I must participate in this meeting. Who knows what you will do to Qiyu?" LinWei felt agitated and tried to stand up again. At that moment, all the maid robots behind him turned to look at him. Their human-like eyes suddenly shot out red lasers, all directed at LinWei. He froze for a moment, unsure whether to move or stay still. Suddenly, the Major sprang up from the ground, pinning LinWei down on the sofa like a bird swooping down on its prey. She was wearing a short skirt, her legs spread, and she sat squarely on LinWei's waist. Just as LinWei was about to struggle, his hands were firmly pressed down by the Major on either side, leaving him completely unable to move. The sudden attack caught LinWei off guard. He was about to curse when the Major covered his mouth with her hand. At that moment, LinWei was very close to the Major and noticed that her eyes had lost the previous spark, replaced by indifference. "I told you not to move. Do you not understand or cannot comply?" The observing maid robots saw LinWei being controlled by the Major. The red light in their eyes disappeared, and they returned to their original positions. Although LinWei's mouth was covered, he continued to shake his head, seemingly cursing. Seeing him like this, the Major shook her head and said, "What an ungrateful guy." The Major reached out and pressed on LinWei's metal heart. With a loud bang, LinWei suddenly felt a heavy blow to his chest, and his metal heart stopped beating. He felt darkness engulf him and passed out. The Major slapped LinWei's cheek, and seeing he had no response, she finally stood up from him. The maid robots, upon seeing LinWei faint, split into two lines. One line moved forward to carry Qiyu from the sofa and walked into a side door, while the other line lifted LinWei and took him through the opposite door. Only the Major remained in the room, watching the scene before her with no reaction. "My head hurts." LinWei woke up again to find himself in a small dark room. There was no light around, only a dim light bulb overhead. LinWei felt his body. There were no injuries. However, his ankles were locked in place by chains resembling iron claws, limiting his range of movement. "Is anyone there?" LinWei shouted, only to find his throat very hoarse. It seemed he'd been unconscious for several hours. The room was extremely dry, which was also the reason for his hoarseness, dehydration. You finally woke up. You can really sleep. A woman's voice came from behind LinWei's head. The voice was hoarse and seemed injured, but LinWei could sense that despite sounding exhausted, it still carried an indomitable spirit. LinWei remembered the owner of that voice and turned around in excitement. However, upon turning, he was met with a shocking scene. In the dim light behind him, a nearly naked woman was hanging there. She was tall, her hands shackled, and her feet dangling, her entire body almost hanging on the wall. "Yogis!" LinWei exclaimed. The yogis before him was covered in wounds, her beautiful face bruised, and most terrifying of all, a large X had been carved from her prominent chest down to her flat abdomen with a sharp object. This wound must have been there for a while, as the pink blood that had oozed out had already coagulated, leaving large amounts of pink streaks on her delicate chest, abdomen, and legs. Yogi's tail hung limply behind her, not moving at all. "Yogis, how did you end up here? What did they do to you? Why do they treat you like this?" Seeing his friend tortured beyond recognition, LinWei felt an overwhelming anger. Yogis had a fierce expression on her face. "This little injury is nothing to me. Once I get out, I will tear them all apart one by one." After the honorary ceremony for Qiyu, the major received orders from the United Government to report to headquarters with yogis. When the major inquired about the reason, she learned it was to investigate their unauthorized entry into the sealed doctor's laboratory. Although the major was the most successful bioengineered being ever created by the doctor, she still fell under the jurisdiction of the Earth United Government. Yogis, being a native of her home planet, technically did not belong to the jurisdiction of the United Government. But since they had extended an invitation and her friend the major was going too, she ultimately agreed. However, as soon as yogis and the major entered the building, they were attacked. Yogis said bitterly, "They seem to know my characteristics inside and out. I sensed something was wrong and was about to use my UT force field for defense when several powerful mental forces prevented me from activating my shield. I wanted to pull the major to escape using teleportation, only to find that the space around us had suddenly been compressed to an extremely small range, leaving me with no way to exert my abilities. Then, a special gas began to permeate the entire space. When I accidentally inhaled a breath, I felt uncomfortable all over." LinWei asked, "Isn't your true form the tail behind you? Even if you inhaled an unknown gas, it shouldn't matter, right? You really are as I thought back then." Sigh, so foolish and naive. I quickly realized that this gas not only had a hypnotic and paralyzing effect, but also had corrosive lethality to biological surfaces, or rather, I felt that this gas was alive. Although my true form could be said to be as hard as steel armor, it seemed powerless against this all-pervasive gas. I didn't hold on for long and gradually lost consciousness. Yujizi suddenly coughed a few times at this point, and LinWei could vaguely see blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. It seemed Yujizi had endured inhumane beatings. When I woke up, I found myself locked here. In the following hours, people continuously came to torture me, beat me, and even some perverts came to humiliate me. Yujizi said this with a look of humiliation on her face. LinWei knew she was a tough woman, and if she felt this way, these people must have used many despicable means. LinWei suddenly remembered something. "Where did the major go before you passed out?" Yujizi shook her head. "I don't know where she went, but she was with me until I lost consciousness." "Stop talking about me. How did you end up locked here?" So LinWei told Yujizi about his and Qiyu's experiences. What is the United Government up to? If I had known they would repay kindness with malice like this, I should have allied with the natives and fought you to the end. LinWei said, "I think there must be some reason behind this." In his heart, he felt that Earthlings shouldn't do something as foolish as hiding the bow once the birds are gone, or killing the donkey after the grind. Yujizi said, "The major is a bioengineered person, controlled by programming. Based on your description, she hasn't been reprogrammed by the United Government, has she?" LinWei recalled the details of his meeting with the major, not ruling out this possibility. Just as LinWei and Yujizi were about to speak again, suddenly, the door was opened from the outside. "Major." LinWei couldn't help but blurt out the name of the person in front of him. The major didn't speak, still wearing a strange smile, and slowly walked towards LinWei. LinWei suddenly thought of something and quickly stepped back, raising his hands to make a defensive gesture. Unfortunately, his feet were fixed by chains, and, after moving just a small step, he couldn't move anymore. As the major approached step by step, LinWei felt a bit panicked. The major was no longer a friend. She was now an emotionless robot. If the robot wanted to kill him, it could happen in an instant. The major stopped half a meter away from LinWei, sizing him up. "LinWei, you really do resemble the doctor to some extent." The Major suddenly sighed. No wonder EA-02's central nervous system reacted so ambiguously to you. LinWei was a bit stunned, not understanding what was being said. But Yujizi had already reacted. You are not the Major. The Major abandoned LinWei and leisurely walked in front of Yujizi. She extended a finger, pressed it against Yujizi's hem, and lifted it up. You are indeed EA-02's best friend. Yujizi was somewhat surprised. Are you EA-01? The Major did not respond. Turning back to the center of the room, Yujizi said, EA-01, is all of this your conspiracy? The Major laughed wickedly, a smile that was certainly not one that the Major should have. I'm not interested in the thoughts of Earthlings. In fact, deep underground that day, I had already lodged my soul in the depths of the Major's core, but she doesn't even know it. Yujizi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Soul? EA-01 said. Actually, I was created before EA-02, so my number is EA-01. I was destroyed by the Doctor due to imperfection, but he didn't cleanly delete my information, allowing me to continue to exist in this world. At first, I was just a piece of information similar to a virus. But later I slowly developed in the electronic world, eventually evolving to be similar to EA-02. Are you saying the Major is a carefully cultivated creation of humanity, while you can evolve and grow wildly through electronic streams? EA-01 nodded. You could say that. Although EA-01 was standing right in front of her, Yujizi still showed a look of disbelief. Based on her knowledge, biological evolution relies on mutations after continuous iterations, depending on nature. EA-01 was originally a remnant of information similar to a computer virus, yet it completed its mutation and evolution in the electronic information flow, ultimately generating a self-aware being like the Major. Could the network, the electronic stream, become another habitat for biological survival and evolution? This was a bit too much to take in. Yet, the existence of EA-01 forced Yujizi to begin accepting this reality. Does the United Government already know of your existence? Or is our being lured here part of your elaborate scheme? EA-01 showed a look of disdain again. Yujizi, I already said, I disdain collaborating with Earthlings. This is entirely their unilateral conspiracy. I am a miracle, a creation of God. No one knows exactly how I came to be. After I kidnapped the Doctor, the government searched in vain and had to seal the laboratory. Meanwhile, I quietly waited for EA-02 to arrive in the underground laboratory because I knew she would come. After all, she loves the Doctor. Upon hearing this, Yujizi suddenly understood some details. Those videos and photos, you actually left them for us to find on purpose, didn't you? EA-01 nodded. A child can be taught. Yujizi asked. So what is your purpose in doing all this? As long as the electronic stream exists, you will be immortal. You are formless and intangible, like a true ghost. EA-02's eyes lit up. I like this title. She continued. My thought process is different from yours. You fear death and pursue immortality. This is the essence of your anxiety and fear. I do not have this burden, so I cannot yet comprehend the meaning of eternity. I pursue a more complete, more perfect self, so I hope to merge with EA-02. She possesses what you call the good side, while I embody what you call the dark traits. Only through the coexistence of good and evil can one become a complete person. Hearing this, Yujizi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Halfway through her laughter, her chest wound began to split, forcing her to stop laughing. EA-01 asked, what are you laughing at? You speak of yourself as so great, like a deity, yet in the end, don't you also wish to be like humans? No. EA-01 shook her finger. You misunderstand. I don't want to become human. I want to truly experience human goodness and evil, human fear, and human emotions. For example, I kidnapped the Doctor. I killed him. I know this is what you call evil. But I cannot feel or understand this evil. I want to know what it feels like to have evil thoughts, to commit evil acts, and to have genuine emotions inside. Yujizi looked at EA-01 in front of her. As she spoke these words, a sincere expression appeared on her face, which made her feel ridiculous. A self-evolving program wanting to experience human emotions. So how do you control the Major's body? What has the United Government done to the Major? LinWei asked. They formatted her program, destroying her self-awareness, which is her spirituality. EA-01 said. Why? Previously, they desperately wanted to create self-aware robots, but now they are eager to destroy her. Has the Major now become no different from an ordinary robot? Yuji's and the Major showed a sad expression. If the Major lost her consciousness, she would lose her soul, and then she would be an empty shell. Without me, her current fate would be no different from that of obedient scrap metal. I protected her soul and accepted formatting with a substitute program. So where's the major now? EA01 pointed to her own brain. She is currently in a dormant state. And I am now the master of this shell. LinWei asked. So what I saw a few hours ago was not the major, but you? That is natural. However, the pheromones emanating from you and Qiyu were too strong, which made me unable to resist making a comment on the spot. LinWei felt a bit embarrassed. But the room was dim, and no one would notice. Yuji's asked, EA01, what are you here to do? Or are you here to watch our joke? Don't you want to save Qiyu? EA01 did not answer Yuji's, but instead threw out this question. LinWei asked anxiously, do you know Qiyu's whereabouts? Where is she now? What have they done to her? They are preparing to turn Qiyu into a bioman. What? LinWei jumped up from the ground, but his feet were pulled down by chains, and he fell again. The Elder Council of the United Government is very wary of Qiyu's strength, and more voices are urging Qiyu to join the council. After the crisis on the mother planet was resolved, the government did not need a powerful Qiyu. They needed an obedient Qiyu. That's why they targeted Qiyu and those around her. LinWei was furious. What are they planning to do? Cut off Qiyu's brain and replace it with artificial intelligence. In that case, civilians would see no difference, but from then on, Qiyu would become the most obedient hero within the United Government. These bastards, ungrateful. LinWei raised his fist and slammed it hard against the ground. EA01 ignored LinWei's anger and continued. After Qiyu's transformation is complete, they will proceed to transform Yuji's. Yuji snorted coldly and said nothing. I came here today to rescue Qiyu with you. At this moment, she is lying on the operating table, waiting for surgery. The Fada fruit she ate actually has strong sedative and anesthetic effects. Using food to make Qiyu obedient is indeed a shameless style of humanity. LinWei was overjoyed. Then hurry up and free us. Let us go save Qiyu together. Yuji stopped LinWei. EA01, why are you helping Qiyu and us? If you wanted to help, why didn't you remind Qiyu not to come here? EA01 said, originally, Qiyu's life or death had nothing to do with me. But I found that there is an abnormal energy gathering in her heart, and this energy is also helpful to me. So I plan to rescue Qiyu and make a deal with her afterward. Indeed, no benefit, no early rise. A robot with human thinking has the concept of weighing gains and losses. Yuji's nodded and stopped speaking. EA01 approached LinWei and placed her hand on the chains. The two were very close, and LinWei could clearly see a blue light flashing in her black pupils. With a click, LinWei's chains opened. EA01 did not pause and went to Yuji's side. She did not rush to unlock Yuji's, but instead slid her finger gently along the wound on her chest. What are you doing? Yuji's was both angry and ashamed. EA01's finger sliding over her wound made her feel a burning pain. Don't move. Didn't you notice that the cross on your chest is a kind of sealing technique? EA01's words made Yuji's suddenly realize. No wonder that person wanted to tear her clothes and leave such a wound on her body. It turned out to be a hidden energy sealing technique. It seems that there are people within the Elder Council with abilities comparable to S-class heroes. EA01 explored the X-shaped wound on Yuji's chest with her finger and then pressed her whole palm against Yuji's chest. Yuji's face turned slightly red. What is this operation? Does this robot also like to take advantage? EA01's dual pupils began to emit blue light again. Yuji's felt the pain in her chest slowly easing. Snap! The chains on her wrist opened automatically, and Yuji's, caught off guard, slid down along the wall to the ground. Having been suspended for several days, and with her superpowers sealed, Yuji's was already weak all over. She lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while. EA01 stood by and showed no intention of helping. LinWei stepped forward, supporting Yuji's shoulders and temporarily leaning her against the wall. LinWei was surprised to find that the wound on Yuji's chest was healing rapidly. Yuji's noticed LinWei staring at her chest and playfully puffed it out. A pair of not-so-big but quite well-shaped little rabbits bouncing in front of LinWei. LinWei, haven't you seen enough of Qiyu? LinWei realized his rudeness and quickly turned his face away. How come your wound is healing so fast? Yuji said, EA01 lifted my sealing technique, so my healing ability has naturally recovered. Yuji's body is indeed very abnormal. As long as her tail's main body is not destroyed, her body can regenerate like a lizard. Seeing Yuji slowly recovering, LinWei, although anxious, did not want to push too hard and had to turn to EA01. Do you know where Qiyu is being held? EA01 said. She is currently sleeping soundly in the laboratory, completely unaware that she is about to face disaster. With her like this, I don't know how she has survived until now. LinWei understood her meaning. An innocent man suffers from his wealth. Since you came to find us, you must have a plan, right? LinWei asked. You are much smarter than Qiyu. Unfortunately, you are just an ordinary person. The laboratory is located above the inverted pyramid. Currently, the three of us are in the middle of the building. The building is heavily guarded. How did you get past the surveillance to come here? Yuji still had doubts. EA01 said, I don't need to hide. I was originally ordered to take you both to the laboratory. LinWei felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. They want to transform me too? I am of no use to them. EA01 chuckled. This is the hypocritical nature of the Elder Council. They do the most despicable things, but still want to deceive themselves into not wanting to kill. They think transforming you into a useless robot is more humane than killing you. They can't possibly sin just you, right? EA01 praised LinWei again. You are indeed meticulous. The robots that came with me have all been temporarily blacked out and are standing outside the door. After EA01 finished speaking, her eyes suddenly flashed blue. There was a sound of footsteps outside, and the door was opened again. LinWei had already fallen back to the ground, appearing unconscious. Yuji's was also hung back on the wall, eyes tightly closed. LinWei felt himself being put into a bag and then lifted out of the room. About 20 minutes later, LinWei felt himself being placed on a platform, finally stopping being moved. Suddenly, he was enlightened and the restraints on his body were released. He found himself in a pure white room, lying on an operating table about half his height. He tried to sit up and immediately recognized that the robot beside him was the head of the maids who had welcomed him. She glanced at LinWei and then ignored him. LinWei smiled wryly, estimating that he was probably considered harmless in their programming. He looked around and saw Qiyu lying near the operating table, appearing to be in a deep coma. Four maid robots stood around her, clearly indicating a much higher level of security for her. LinWei looked further away and was almost shocked to see the person lying on the next operating table. Qiyu was motionless, covered with a white cloth. LinWei was alarmed. Could it be that they were too late and Qiyu's surgery had already been completed? Thinking this, he immediately wanted to jump off the operating table to check on Qiyu's condition. Just as he made the move to get out of bed, the previously motionless maid robot suddenly turned its head sharply. Its body remained still, but its head swiveled halfway around. LinWei immediately froze. He glanced at EA01, who was blending in with the robots, appearing inconspicuous. Suddenly, EA01 turned around and walked towards LinWei, holding a syringe. She approached LinWei, and without saying a word, lifted his arm and injected the syringe into his arm. While injecting, she winked at LinWei. He felt no unusual sensation in his body and instantly understood EA01's intention. He closed his eyes and fell back onto the operating table. The maid robot watched him for a full half-minute, and seeing that he was completely still, it turned its head again. It turned out that EA01 was helping him out. Although LinWei was extremely worried about Qiyu's situation, he could only endure and wait for EA01 to take the next step. It was clear that in this rescue mission, EA01 was the core, and he must not cause her any trouble. LinWei lay with his eyes closed for a full half hour when the door to the room opened again. From the sound of footsteps, he roughly judged that 4 people had entered the room. Why was he sure they were humans and not robots? Because the 4 had uneven steps. The 4 passed by him without stopping at all. Then, LinWei could sense the 4 moving to the side of Qi's operating table. Oh, her chest wound was actually healing. This Mother Star person's physique was truly incredible. It was my oversight. However, my seal is still effective. An elderly voice entered LinWei's ears. Since this person could use superpower sealing techniques to seal Qiyu, their level must be no lower than S-class. The 4 lingered by Qiyu for a moment before moving towards Qiyu's location. They stopped. Chairman Moore, I still feel that this is not appropriate, said the voice of Aristotle. Lord Aristotle, your precious granddaughter just secretly married my grandson recently. You know that my grandson is to take over as the new chief of the United Government, and your granddaughter will be the second in command. Our strong marriage is actually to defeat my biggest competitor in the council. Aristotle did not speak, although the chief position rotates every 3 years. Everyone in the council knows that the government is actually controlled alternately by my MO family and my arch-rival, the Deluo family. The Deluo family controls the military, while we have the resources of superheroes. It seems that developing superheroes has been the right move. The war against the Mother Star a few months ago fully demonstrated that the military's combat power is worthless against aliens. The Deluo and MO families are the 2 largest and most powerful families on Earth. For centuries, the 2 families have controlled different resources and industries on Earth. gradually forming two super oligarchs. The united government is less of a democratic government and more of a government controlled by the two families. According to reliable intelligence, the Deluo family, in order to recover from their losses in cultivating heroes, has secretly contacted the starship to exchange some superpower information to cultivate their own superpower army. If we cannot cultivate our own loyal heroes, we will definitely be at a disadvantage in future confrontations. If the double S-class She, you can fully obey me. She alone is worth an army. Each word of this fell into LinWei's ears, igniting his fury. Previously, Qiyu almost sacrificed her life to save the Earth. While these high-ranking individuals were only calculating their own interests, it was truly disheartening. However, isn't this the true nature of this world? Some carry burdens for others, while some only consider themselves. LinWei suddenly felt that Qiyu was right to want to leave this planet. Qiyu has made tremendous contributions to Earth and to us. Perhaps we can have a good talk with her and let her stay by your side to obey your orders at any time, right? If her brain is removed, she will no longer be able to exert all her abilities. Wouldn't that be a great pity? Aristotle seemed to feel reluctant. Even if she loses part of her superpower, an obedient dog is better than a rebellious lion, isn't it? Lord Aristotle, I know you are an elder of the Alliance and have high hopes for this Qiyu, but since we have already formed an alliance, I hope you can think for the greater good. Aristotle fell silent for a moment before asking again, Chairman Moore, you won't be targeting other heroes in the Alliance, will you? They have served the government for many years and have made immortal contributions. Haha, rest assured, as long as Qiyu's transformation is successful, the other heroes will naturally follow her lead. After transforming Qiyu, we will finally transform that mother star person, Qiyu. The elderly voice spoke. Aristotle no longer said anything. Toys, the task of transforming Qiyu will be handed over to you, Chairman Moore said to the fourth person. Okay, replied the fourth person, a man with a low voice. LinWei felt a slight tremor in the ground, as if something was extending from the wall. He wanted to look, but held back. E801 made no movement. She must have her own plan, and he couldn't act recklessly now. Wow, such a beautiful figure. The man with the deep voice suddenly exclaimed. Although Qiyu was in a coma, her overflowing energy was indeed astonishing. I see she has far surpassed other S-class heroes in the Alliance. Lord Moore is right. If her power is left unchecked, she will surely become a future threat. The flattery from the elderly voice was quite straightforward, but Chairman Moore seemed to appreciate it, letting out a chuckle. The fade-off fruit is indeed powerful. Even superheroes cannot resist this anesthetic effect, said Toys. To be on the safe side, let me seal her chest with a sealing technique, said the elderly voice. No, Toys' voice was somewhat urgent. What? Are you reluctant to act when you see a beautiful woman's naked body? The elderly voice chuckled teasingly. Con, you old monster who doesn't understand compassion. Qiyu's body is the most perfect ketone body I've ever seen in my life. If you use the sealing technique on her, it will inevitably leave a permanent scar on her chest. I absolutely won't allow you to waste such a treasure. Toyas, what if Qiyu wakes up during the surgery? None of us here can stop her wrath, Con threatened. You don't need to worry about that. I'll inject her with an anesthetic made from the extract of fade-off fruit. She definitely won't wake up during the surgery, Aristide said at this moment. Let's do it Toyas' way. All right, stop bickering and get on with the surgery. The two stopped talking. LinWei was already very anxious. Why isn't E801 making a move? Suddenly, a slight hissing sound came to LinWei's ears, originating from the direction of Qiyu. Huh, Toyas made a strange sound. What's wrong? The other three asked in unison. I'm using a laser knife to cut Qiyu's skull, but there's not a single wound. It's as if my laser knife is cutting through nothingness. Toyas' voice trembled. Impossible. Is Qiyu awake and playing tricks? Con asked. No, her brain waves show she's still in deep sleep, Toyas argued. Step aside. Let me perform the sealing technique on her first. No matter what tricks are involved, they are futile before my sealing technique. Con seemed to push Toyas aside. This time, Toyas and Aristide did not stop him. Damn it, why can't I cut her skin? Con exclaimed. Why are my fingers burning? Con screamed hysterically. Con, what the hell are you doing? Your fingers are perfectly fine. Moore suddenly raised his voice. No. Are you all blind? My fingers. Oh no. Now my whole palm is burning, and the flames are green. It hurts so much. Con cried out in agony, running aimlessly around the room. Just then, LinWei heard various crashing sounds behind him, as if many objects had fallen. E802, what are you doing? Aristide's scolding voice came from not far away. Yogis, what are you still pretending for? Get up and join the fun. E801 shouted. LinWei opened his eyes and scrambled up from the console. The floor was littered with fallen, motionless maid robots. EA-01 had already taken Moore hostage. One of her hands had turned into a blade, pointed directly at Moore's carotid artery. Toyas and RSD were frozen in fear. Yogi's jump high, first kicking Khan, who was still howling in agony. She hated this man who had left scars on her body. Khan seemed completely unresponsive to the attack, still screaming after falling to the ground, his body twitching and frothing at the mouth. Yogi squinted her eyes, a wicked smile crossing her face. It seems you've fallen under some kind of illusion. How ironic to die at the hands of the very thoughts you play with. Come on, seeing you in so much pain, I'll show you some mercy and send you on your way. After saying this, Yogi's tail suddenly thickened and stabbed fiercely into Khan's heart. Thud! Yogi's tail pierced through Khan, chilling him to the core. Khan spat blood, letting out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain before death dispelled Khan's illusions. He looked down at the tail that had pierced through his chest, then looked up to see Qiyu grinning at him. And in that moment, he realized everything. It's impossible. Why? Why are you not under the ceiling technique's control? Khan held his head, roaring in rage as he faced death. If you can't figure it out, go think about it in your coffin. With another thud, Yogi's pulled out her tail, the tip dripping with a bloody heart. Khan's chest erupted in a spray of blood, splattering everywhere. He looked at the heart on Yogi's tail, then at the large blood hole in his chest. This was his last action before death. Khan's eyes widened, refusing to close. Moore, witnessing this horrifying scene, screamed in terror. Yogi slowly walked towards the three, her tail swaying like a serpent, splattering blood from the heart all over the room. R.S. Steed stammered, Yogi's, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't act impulsively. Let's explain. Yogi's chuckled. You don't need to bother explaining anymore. I heard everything clearly just now. Sigh. I really feel sorry for Qiyu. She has been fighting for a bunch of selfish guys until now. Chairman Moore forced herself to calm down, trying to put on a smile. Yogi's, tell me what conditions you want. As long as you don't kill us, we can satisfy you. Yogi stood before Moore, who was half a head shorter than her. Yogi's looked down at this so-called highest-ranking woman on Earth with disdain. Her tail slowly lifted. Moore finally couldn't hold it anymore. The fear of death broke through her last line of defense. Please don't kill me. Moore cried out, like an ordinary old woman, completely abandoning her usual demeanor as chairman. She weakened and was about to kneel on the ground. Yogi's didn't care. Her tail shot towards the top of Moore's head. Yogi's, EA-01 stopped her from the side. She can't die yet. Moore turned her tear-streaked and snot-covered face towards EA-01, feeling both grateful and incredulous. Yogi's paused her attack, looking at Moore with confusion. First, Qiyu hasn't woken up yet, and we can't act with her unconscious. Second, if we kill her, we won't be able to leave here. Leaving here requires authorization from these big shots. As soon as Moore heard that they only wanted to leave, she immediately said, That's easy. I'll issue the authorization right away and let you go. Don't worry. I'll act as if this never happened. Yogi's laughed mockingly. You're quite clever to save your life. EA-01 ignored Moore and instead spoke to the trembling Toyas. How do we undo the anesthetic effect of the fade-off fruit? Toyas, with long hair and an artistic temperament, sat trembling on the ground. In another 5 hours, Qiyu will wake up on her own. Idiot! You want us to wait another 5 hours? Moore shouted in frustration. How could someone as noble as Qiyu be allowed to remain unconscious for another 5 hours? Can you take responsibility if she suffers any harm? Toyas glanced at the chameleon-like elder, cursing her ancestors repeatedly in his heart. There's another way to wake her up immediately, Toyas stuttered. Yogi's kicked Toyas hard. Are you mocking us? If you have a good method, why say we have to wait 5 hours? Are you looking for death? The three looked at Yogi's, who was acting like a tyrant, feeling quite helpless. LinWei walked over to the unconscious Qiyu, seeing her face still flushed from intoxication, her breathing steady. If you have a way, hurry up and say it. My friend doesn't have that much patience, LinWei said. Toyas was sweating profusely. There's one more way, which is to let Qiyu drink at least 300 milliliters of superhuman blood. It can wake her up within 10 minutes. Yujizi pointed at Khan's corpse lying on the ground. That's simple. This guy has bled all over the place. Taking 300 milliliters from him isn't hard, though it's a bit of a hassle. Toy's face turned bright red, hesitating to speak, but finally gritted his teeth and said, The blood of the dead is useless. He couldn't dare to conceal anything further, or Yujizi might twist his head off. Upon hearing this, Yujizi's expression immediately darkened. I'm the only superpowered person still breathing here. Are you suggesting I bleed myself to save Qiyu? Taking 300 milliliters to save my friend isn't a big deal. But this guy's already bled quite a bit for me in prison. Yujizi pointed at Khan on the ground. Suddenly, Yujizi vanished from her spot and appeared beside Toys. She grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. "You're not trying to play me again, are you? If I bleed myself, can you do something to me?" Toy's face turned crimson as he was nearly choking. "I'll cut your throat first. Let us see if your blood works for Qiyu," Yujizi said. Toys hurriedly waved his hands. My blood, is useless. Besides you, there's another superpowered person here." Moer's face changed. Yujizi observed everyone's emotional shifts carefully. Seeing Moer's face turn pale, she immediately dropped Toys and teleported in front of Moer. Moer shouted, "Don't listen to him. What superpower can old lady like me have? Toys, you're the superpowered one." At this moment, Toys didn't care about anything else. He pointed at Moer. "Your Majin family has mental manipulation powers. You may have a poor talent, but that doesn't mean your blood lacks superpowers." Toys swore to Yujizi, "You could try it. If it doesn't work, then come and cut my throat." Yujizi laughed heartily at the two bickering. "This is interesting." Suddenly, she grabbed one of Moer's hands and dragged her toward Qiyu. No. Moer screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yujizi showed a disdainful expression. "It's just a little blood. I'm not taking your life. Is it really that serious?" Moer struggled desperately, but couldn't match Yujizi's strength. Yujizi brought her hand close to Qiyu's mouth. "LinWei, make Qiyu open her mouth," Yujizi commanded. LinWei pinched Qiyu's nose, and she naturally opened her mouth. Yujizi scratched Moer's wrist with her nails, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out. The blood dripped into Qiyu's mouth like a thin line. Moer, having been pampered since childhood, probably had no memory of being injured. Seeing so much blood pouring out, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Yujizi clamped Moer's wrist, not caring whether she was genuinely unconscious or just pretending. She squeezed hard, and more blood gushed from Moer's wound. A large amount of blood fell into Qiyu's mouth, but she seemed to have no reaction. Yujizi glared at Toys. "Hey, why is there still no reaction?" Toys was also sweating profusely. He had heard about Moer being a superpowered person by chance. In a moment of panic to save his life, he had blurted it out. In fact, he was also unsure if Moer's blood could really counteract the effects of the fade-off fruit. "Maybe the dosage isn't enough," Toys stammered. "Perhaps it's a dosage issue. Moer's energy is insufficient, so she needs more blood." After hearing this, Yujizi squeezed Moer's wound even harder. Moer felt pain, woke up, and when she saw her blood flowing into Qiyu's mouth like a faucet, she burst into tears. "Heroine, spare me. I've already said my blood is useless." Then, she began to curse Toys. "You bastard. As long as I have breath left, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts." Hearing Moer's curse, Toys felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even if he could escape today, Moer would definitely try to kill him. It seemed that if Moer didn't die today, he certainly wouldn't survive either. He began to think of ways to ensure Moer died on the spot. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Qiyu suddenly moved. LinWei and Yujizi were overjoyed. Moer exclaimed, "Heroine Qiyu! Heroine Qiyu! Wake up! Wake up!" Qiyu moved again, but then became unresponsive. Moer was almost in despair. Due to excessive blood loss, she was clearly feeling dizzy. Just then, Qiyu suddenly opened her eyes. She looked around at LinWei and Yujizi, but didn't speak. Seeing this, Yujizi threw Moer's hand away and moved closer to Qiyu. Moer fell to the ground and fainted. Aristide glared fiercely at Toys and hurried to assist Moer, tearing off a piece of cloth to help stop her bleeding. Toys stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. "Hurry up and help Speaker Moer stop the bleeding," Aristide ordered. Toys, helpless, took out a small bleeding control tool he always carried and began to help Moer. However, he moved slowly, secretly hoping Moer would bleed to death. LinWei helped Qiyu sit up. "Where am I? Why did I fall asleep? Yujizi, why are you here?" Qiyu looked around, confused. "Why does my mouth taste like blood?" Qiyu smacked her lips and gagged a few times. Yujizi said, "You're really a lucky star. You were almost turned into a puppet and didn't even know it. If we hadn't tried our best to save you, you really wouldn't have woken up again." Perhaps the anesthetic effect of the fade-off fruit hadn't worn off yet, so Chiyu's reactions seemed a bit slow. She got out of bed and saw blood all over the ground. "What happened here?" LinWei explained the situation to Qiyu. After listening, Qiyu didn't seem overly excited. She looked at Aristide. "Elder, I hope you can give me an explanation. After all, we once worked hard together to deal with Jinnu." Aristide looked ashamed and said nothing. Just then, EA01 spoke up. "What should we do with these people?" Qiyu then noticed her standing in the corner, observing coldly. "Major," Qiyu softly called her name. Yujizi said, "She's not a major. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Let's leave here first. Should I kill all of them?" Yujizi radiated killing intent. Toys hurriedly said, "Please spare us. We know we've made a mistake. And Qiyu is awake now. Yujizi replied, spare you? As soon as we step out that door, we'll be globally wanted. LinWei said, killing them wouldn't be appropriate. Once investigated, we'll quickly be suspected. Yujizi said, we can't kill them, nor can we let them go. What should we do? LinWei leaned close to Yujizi's ear and whispered a few words. A strange smile appeared on Yujizi's face. An hour later, LinWei, Qiyu, Yujizi, and EA-01 swaggered out of the United Government headquarters. It was as if nothing had happened. Originally, LinWei had Yujizi cast an illusion on the three of them to brainwash them, making them completely lose their memories of this period. As for Khan, EA-01 ordered all the made robots to quickly clean up the scene, dispose of Khan's body, and then modify all the robots' memory systems again, deleting all memories stored from these past few days. The four of them temporarily returned to the original residence of Yujizi in the Major. It was a two-story small building hidden among the tall buildings. Qiyu was gloomy all the way, while EA-01 frequently stole glances at Qiyu, seemingly filled with curiosity about her. As soon as they entered the door, Yujizi pushed EA-01 against the wall with a wall slam. Where's the Major? You can let her appear now, right? What we need is the Major, not you. EA-01 looked at Yujizi with a smile, showing no signs of anger. Yujizi, is this how you thank your savior? If you were truly with the Major, you would have been brainwashed or dismembered by them long ago. EA-01, you are occupying the nest of the magpie. Quickly awaken the Major. I am now the master of this body. You have no right to command me. EA-01 said softly. Yujizi gritted her silver teeth. Believe it or not, I can smash you. EA-01 suddenly reached out and hugged Yujizi's waist, a gesture that the Major would always do when joking with Yujizi. Yujizi felt a bit dazed. Is that you, Major? The short-haired girl in front of her showed a familiar smile. I'm not the Major, but if this body is destroyed, the Major will disappear from this world as well. Yujizi took a step back. What will it take for you to return the Major to us? EA-01 looked at Qiyu. She has something I want. Qiyu raised her head, looking confused. LinWei touched Qiyu's forehead, finding no signs of fever. EA-01 said, Qiyu has eaten too many fade-off fruits. This fruit has a strong sedative effect. It will likely take her a few days to fully recover. EA-01 pushed Yujizi aside and walked over to Qiyu. LinWei guarded his girlfriend vigilantly. What do you want to do? EA-01 ignored LinWei and directly pressed her hand against Qiyu's chest. There was a mysterious power within Qiyu's body. Qiyu was startled and quickly covered her chest. Hey, what are you doing? Since the girl in front of her resembled the Major, Qiyu didn't want to resort to violence. Otherwise, EA-01 would have been punched away long ago. EA-01 circled around Qiyu, constantly sizing her up. The person from earlier intended to use a sealing technique on you, but instead inexplicably experienced an illusion and suffered a backlash. It was some kind of power within Qiyu that protected her. Upon hearing this, Yujizi unconsciously nodded. Yeah, it is indeed very strange. Because the original stone and Qiyu had said not to tell their secrets to others. Qiyu could only pretend to be confused. What are you talking about? I just fell asleep and knew nothing. Perhaps the person who wanted to harm me suffered a backlash from their own sealing technique. Although Yujizi was half convinced, she didn't want to pursue it further. She wasn't interested in it anyway. EA-01 seemed somewhat relentless. Impossible. There must be something strange in your body. You just need to agree to let me connect to your sea of consciousness, and I can find the answer. Qiyu rolled her eyes. You robot are really overbearing. Why should I agree to let you enter my consciousness? EA-01 received a roll of her eyes, but had no reaction, still maintaining the cute appearance of a lowly robot. To others, she would seem incredibly adorable. But now Yujizi clenched her fists tightly, wanting to smash EA-01. However, since the Major was in this body, she felt helpless despite her anger. Since EA-01 refused to leave, they could only temporarily go along with her. Seeing the girls gradually stop arguing, LinWei threw out a question. What are the plans next? Qiyu had no plans to begin with, and shook her head. Yujizi crossed her arms and said, I originally thought that by helping the Earth government defeat the starship, I would receive high treatment. But I didn't expect to be treated like this. I don't want to be this so-called Earth S-class hero anymore. If I see Aristide's old face again, I'm going to tear his skin apart. LinWei said, before we left, they were all brainwashed. If you suddenly throw in the towel, it will arouse suspicion. This S-class hero is just a title for you, keeping it as harmless. Yujizi felt this made sense and no longer insisted. Qiyu sighed. I really want to go back to LinWei's planet. Upon hearing this, Yu Jaisai inexplicably thought of Wang Lin. She wondered how she was doing now and if she had a new boyfriend. LinWei fell silent, lost in thought. The three of them were originally unemployed drifters. Ever since the battle with the starship ended, they seemed to have lost their purpose. E801 blinked her eyes and emitted a sweet, lowly voice again. If you want to see the Major again, help me complete a task, and I will return the Major to you. The three of them said in unison, What kind of trick do you have? Speak. They were already quite tired of this quirky, lowly robot, but there was nothing they could do. She occupied the Major's body, and they couldn't force her. EA01 said, Do you know why Moore is eager to transform Qiyu into a super biohuman? Yu Jaisai replied irritably, Of course. If we knew, we wouldn't be standing here listening to you ramble. EA01 wasn't angry upon hearing this, or rather, she hadn't truly understood the real meaning of feeling angry. The Moore family is secretly creating a team of superpowered warriors. Yu Jaisai, you once saw the gene map of heroes in the underground laboratory at the KA-1 contact point with the Major. Our steed is not some kind of collector. It's not just a simple gene museum, but one of the most important components used by the Moore family to integrate with biohumans. Yu Jaisai shrugged. So what? What does this have to do with me? EA01 said, This may have nothing to do with you, but it is very important to me. Yu Jaisai looked at her with curiosity. The Moore family is trying to incorporate the decoded various superpowered heroes gene sequences into the biohuman programs, hoping to enable biohumans to generate superpowers similar to those of heroes. Yu Jaisai said, This is simply wishful thinking. How could superpowers generated from flesh and blood be replicated in biohumans? Even the technology of the mother planet cannot achieve this. From a certain perspective, biohumans already possess super abilities. Mechanical power can give biohumans greater strength and speed. Isn't that enough? EA01 smiled slightly and said, Yujis, you've been away from your home planet for too long. Life on Earth has dulled your imagination in science. Yujis' face flushed. EA01's words seemed to hit a sore spot. Indeed, life on Earth was relatively comfortable, and Yujis had become lazy and less thoughtful. The underlying logic of biological genes and the programming of biochemical beings is essentially physical. Both are encoded, and breaking it down further leads to molecular and atomic structures. Silicon-based entities and carbon-based life forms are both matter at their core. What can't merge? LinWei felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. He sensed that monsters like the scientific madman Frankenstein were about to be born again. However, when it came to silicon-based life forms, LinWei thought of Transformers. Aren't they silicon-based life forms? That's science fiction, but this is reality. LinWei shook his head vigorously. Being in another Earth was already magical enough. What else could happen? Yujis propped her chin on her hand and muttered, If you say so, it really isn't impossible. But the difficulty of merging the two is greater than that of a dog mating with a cockroach. It's more like trying to make a dog have offspring with a tree. EA01 replied, I've found that the genes of superpowered heroes are due to mutations. Mutation is both unknown and a form of hope, because following the rules cannot trigger a technological revolution. So, merging the unknown with biochemical beings cannot be said to have no chance. Yuji suddenly grabbed EA01's arm and asked sharply, Why are you interested in this? Are you planning to seize the results once the research makes a breakthrough? Do you want to control the superpowered team to dominate this world? I have to say, Yuji's associations are quite logical. EA01 rolled her eyes at Yuji's and, this time, with a serious expression, said, You're overthinking it. I don't want to be some mechanical queen. Seeing her seriousness, Yuji's felt that she was indeed sincere. Since the other party needed them, Yuji's decided to find out what exactly she wanted and, at the same time, discuss terms. Yuji's released her grip, turned around, and plopped down on the sofa. Now she wanted to be a domineering CEO, facing EA01 from a high position. Yuji's attitude shifted from urgent to leisurely. Qiyu had a curvy body with ample breasts, a slim waist, and a rounded backside, along with thick thighs and slender calves, representing a healthy, athletic physique. Yuji's upper body wasn't very full, but her limbs were long, especially her pair of long legs, which made her proportions look like a supermodel. Dressed in a black super short skirt, her legs appeared even longer. Her personality was also quite bold. She didn't care that this sitting position might expose her. LinWei happened to be standing at an angle across from Yuji's, and she unabashedly crossed her legs in front of him. LinWei's face instantly turned red. Yuji's fair legs were extremely tempting. Even if LinWei was a gentleman, he couldn't ignore them, as any normal man would take a second look. Seeing LinWei's eyes somewhat glazed over, Yuji smiled and teasingly switched her legs in front of him. In a flash, LinWei seemed to catch a glimpse of some scenery between her legs, which made his metal heart race wildly. LinWei coughed awkwardly. Qiyu noticed LinWei's discomfort and followed his gaze, quickly realizing why her man was blushing. Yuji's, you can sit on the sofa, but why flaunt your charm in front of LinWei? Qiyu knew that Yuji's didn't mean to seduce LinWei. She was just teasing him. Qiyu didn't want to expose LinWei in front of everyone and make him uncomfortable, so she immediately hooked her arm around him. LinWei's elbow was suddenly enveloped in a wave of softness. You have long legs, I have ample curves. My man is not allowed to be toyed with by other women. LinWei's attention was immediately drawn to Qiyu. She flashed him a sweet smile and leaned her head on his shoulder, acting like a little bird seeking comfort. LinWei's face turned even redder, and his heart raced faster, especially as Qiyu intentionally pressed her chest against his arm. LinWei felt a bit overwhelmed. Is this considered a chest assault? His nosebleed unconsciously started to flow. Puffed. Yuji's couldn't help but laugh. The domineering CEO had broken character. Yuji's, you exposed yourself. I saw everything. EA01 bluntly stated. Originally, everyone was in a teasing, flirtatious atmosphere, but suddenly this secrecy was shattered by the cute little robot. Yuji's didn't put her legs down. She just pressed her hand down in the middle. EA01 had witnessed everything and her program was running at high speed. Yet she still couldn't comprehend the significance of their actions. Earthlings and home planet inhabitants were indeed mysterious beings. Their behaviors made no sense and were trivial. Yet they were endlessly entertained. Strange people. If it were the lieutenant, she would have understood what it all meant. EA01 had not experienced enough, so it was normal for her not to understand. However, humans do sometimes engage in boring and meaningless activities, but that is part of human nature, and it distinguishes them from robots. Back to the main topic. Yuji said casually, EA01, if you want us to help you, you must tell us what exactly you want to obtain and your purpose. Otherwise, we would rather inform the United Government, so they can strengthen security or even destroy these genetic blueprints. After all, if they knew there was a ghost like you, they would definitely be restless. EA01 nodded. Your logic is very correct. I agree with your approach. Yuji's leaned forward, waiting for EA01's response. Actually, I just want to obtain the genetic blueprint of a superpowered individual. Which superpowered individual? Is it an active one? Yuji's asked. No, she's already dead, or rather, she was just a mutant and doesn't qualify as a superpowered individual. You're making me more and more interested. Yuji's eyes sparkled. Her name is Alifai. She was born 50 years ago and was different from the Nora birth. She died at the age of 16. Quick, tell me, what superpower did she have? Yuji's couldn't help but rub her hands together. Her body was special. She could transform between a living being and an inanimate object. However, this transformation was random, and she couldn't control it. In other words, she could be a living person 1 second, but the next second she might start to materialize, appearing to outsiders as a pile of lifeless matter. The time she spent in both states was also random, which caused her immense pain and torment, leading her to choose suicide at 16. Yuji's asked curiously, if she had such a miraculous superpower, wouldn't that make it impossible for her to complete suicide? Because after she died, she would actually materialize, and as long as she waited to transform back, wouldn't she come back to life? EA01 glanced at Yuji's. Once her flesh and blood died, the random transformation would cease. Yuji showed a look of realization, then a puzzled expression. Why do you want to obtain this genetic blueprint? EA01 took a deep breath. Because I want to become a person. What? Yuji's LinWei and Qiyu's eyes widened, their jaws nearly dropping. EA01, is something wrong with your program? Yuji said, you keep saying you look down on humans. Why do you want to become one now? LinWei said, you can't understand human suffering. Humans can feel pain, can die, while you are nearly immortal. EA01 sighed, and at that moment, the three suddenly sensed a hint of humanity emanating from her. I've been searching through Major's memories these past few days, and I found that she is also pursuing the process of becoming a true human. For us, we are not afraid of pain, nor death, or rather, we cannot comprehend what death truly is. If it's just the fear of the physical body perishing and consciousness disappearing that was originally from nothing to something, why should I fear returning from something to nothing? EA01's words left the three of them speechless, and they fell into deep thought. EA01 continued, if I can obtain the genetic blueprint of Alifai, I will attempt to crack it and turn the secrets hidden within into my program. Perhaps then my body and Major's could transform into a flesh and blood form. Yuji said, I disagree. If the transformation fails, you can find another electronic body. But if Major loses this body, she will be finished. EA01 smiled slightly. That's fine. If I succeed in stealing it, I will awaken Major and let her choose in front of you. If she disagrees, I will seek another body and return Major to you. The three showed expressions of disbelief. Yuji said, EA01, your statements are contradictory. Just now you firmly said you wouldn't leave Major's body. And now you say you will actively ask for her opinion, and if she disagrees, you will obediently leave. You were born in a world of infinite electronic flow. You and T have a similar issue of personality split. Would you? Although Yuji's words carried a hint of mockery, they also made LinWei ponder. How far EA01 can go depends on how close she can get to human thinking patterns. Clearly, she is becoming more and more like a person, with contradictions, conflicts, and compromises. EA01 is solving problems using human reasoning. EA01 said, Yuji, I've already explained before, I and Major are two sides of the same coin. I can only become a person in a certain sense by merging with her, which is what you call the wholeness of personality. Humans are complex, good and evil. Angels and demons, nobility and baseness, cruelty and compassion often manifest in one body. As EA01 spoke, she slowly approached Yuji. She bent down, her face very close to Yuji's. Yuji felt an invisible pressure, and her body unconsciously leaned back. Although in front of her was still a cute girl, her face revealed a solemn expression, one that would not tolerate infringement. Suddenly, sunlight poured in from the window behind EA01, bathing her entire body in sunlight. Casting a projection in front of Yuji, LinWei watched the actions and expressions of EA01 and Yuji, feeling as if a scene from a religious mural was unfolding. EA01 exuded a hint of divinity, while Yuji became a lost lamb, waiting for enlightenment. EA01 was initially considered a failed product by the doctor because she embodied the evil side that the doctor did not want to see, while Major was the second Eve that the doctor painstakingly created, embodying more of the good side. However, good and evil are meanings assigned to humans after they grow. For the ignorant EA01 and Major, they had no meaning. EA01 killed the doctor, and that was the first thing she did after gaining self-awareness. This patricide was not out of hatred, but rather a natural emotion arising from the doctor's initial intention to destroy her, more like a form of revenge. At that time, EA01 was fierce and twisted, but after meeting Major, her ethical brain began to self-reflect, and gradually, she and Major developed the same ideal, to become human. It must be said that this was their destiny, or perhaps the two could not escape the doctor's initial design. Since the doctor originally wanted to create a biohuman that resembled a human, Yuji looked at EA01's solemn expression and unconsciously nodded. All right, I'm willing to help you. Finally, a faint smile appeared on EA01's face. This was not a mockery or a playful smile, but truly her first smile. From a human perspective, this was a heartfelt smile. Thank you. EA01 leaned down and lightly kissed Yuji's forehead. She turned to look at Qiyu. Qiyu, are you willing to help me? Qiyu also nodded. In a daze, she felt that the biohuman in front of her resembled Major a bit. Major was a blend of good, while EA01 was a blend of evil. They were moving toward each other. LinWei pointed at himself. Am I superfluous? EA01 slowly approached and brought her face very close to LinWei's, almost touching his face. She carefully examined LinWei's face. Don't worry, how could I forget you? You look somewhat similar to the doctor. You have long since planted a seed in Major's heart. How could I not feel it? LinWei had never been so close to Major's body. She was breathing, her exhalation brushing against his face, making LinWei's face tingle. There was no scent on Major, indicating that the doctor had not developed the function of sweat glands. LinWei's face turned red, scratching his head. What? What seed? EA01 turned and left him. Qiyu secretly pinched LinWei and shot him a glare. Women are most sensitive to these things. LinWei's earlier physical reaction had already betrayed him. All right, LinWei, not only are you thinking about Yuji, but you're also thinking about Major. LinWei winced in pain and cried out. EA01 walked to the center of the three. Everyone, the superpower research base of the Majin family is located in the southeast district of Wanqing City, near the sea. I plan to steal the genetic blueprint of Aolify tonight. The reason I need your help is that I still cannot crack the information defense barrier of the research base. Therefore, I need to infiltrate and conduct physical destruction to have a chance to steal what I want. Yuji said, since you can't crack it, the security there must be very strict. How can we infiltrate? EA01 said. I have cracked an encrypted message from their transportation department. They will be sending a batch of biorobots to the factory tomorrow night. We just need to intercept this batch of robots and disguise ourselves as biohumans to blend into the factory. Yuji stumbled. EA01. We are all living flesh and blood. How can we pass their security checks? EA01's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident smile. I've already thought of a way. At 9 in the evening, a heavy truck was driving on the road. The fog tonight was a bit thick. This damn weather. The driver cursed under his breath, driving with extreme caution, while his companion was fast asleep in the passenger seat. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared not far from the roadside, shimmering and unclear. The driver heightened his vigilance and slowed down even more. It was a woman in a short skirt, with long hair and a tall figure. She had her back to the driver, slowly walking in the middle of the road, but unsteadily swaying as she walked. The driver flashed his lights because the woman's position was too close to the roadside, making it easy to have an accident. The woman turned her head. Her autumn-like eyes and delicate brows conveyed emotions. What a beautiful woman. The driver couldn't help but drive up to her and stop. Miss, it's dangerous to be out alone at this late hour. Where are you going? I can give you a ride. The woman's cheeks flushed, her eyes slightly dazed, indicating she had just had a drink, and it seemed she had quite a bit. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Seeing a stranger approaching, the woman appeared very nervous and turned to leave. However, her balance was off, and she twisted her ankle, falling to the ground. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and reached out to help her. The woman backed away desperately, saying, "Don't come over, I'm fine." This series of actions made the driver feel a bit moved. If the woman willingly agreed to get in the car, it would seem a bit too frivolous. I'm not a bad person. The driver stretched out his hand toward her again. After hesitating for a moment, the woman slowly extended her hand. Just as her fingers touched the back of the driver's hand, she suddenly retracted them like lightning. While the driver was surprised, the woman covered her mouth and turned to vomit. It seemed she really had drunk too much. The driver quickly turned back to the cab, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to her. The woman held her chest, feeling nauseous, and when she saw the driver offering another bottle of water, her gaze flickered as if she was hesitating. "Don't worry, the cap hasn't been opened. It's brand new," the driver explained. The woman took the water, looked at it for a while, and then tried to twist the cap, but after a long struggle, she couldn't open it. "Could you help me open it?" she asked, handing the water bottle back to the driver. Her voice was delicate, carrying a hint of a lowly tone. The driver felt a stir in his heart and quickly took the water bottle. With a pop, he easily opened the cap and returned it to her. The woman took the water and gulped it down. After drinking, she felt particularly thirsty. The driver watched as she finished half the bottle. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and then returned the bottle to him. "Thank you," she said, smiling at the driver with gratitude. That smile was like a spring breeze, full of charm, stirring the driver's heart once again. The driver reached out his hand again, and this time the woman did not refuse. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, delicate to the point of seeming unreal. The driver tried to steady his mind as he helped her into the cab. The driver was in a heavy-duty truck, and the cab was quite spacious. Although there was another person in the passenger seat, it didn't feel cramped. The woman pointed to the man next to her who was sound asleep, her face showing indecision again. The driver quickly explained, "Miss, don't worry, we're drivers delivering goods overnight. I'm Qiyu, and he's my partner." The woman nodded and entered the cab, sitting between the driver and the passenger seat. The driver restarted the truck. "Miss, what's your name? Where are you going? I can take you to the nearest drop-off point," Qiyu asked. The woman rubbed her temples but didn't answer. Seeing she didn't speak, Qiyu didn't press further. Having a beautiful woman as a companion was a pleasant situation, and he actually hoped her destination was further away. His partner was sleeping particularly soundly tonight, and the series of unexpected situations earlier, including someone getting in and out of the car, hadn't woken him up. But this was also good. Qiyu now had the chance to be alone with the beautiful woman. "Brother Qiyu, where are you going?" The woman finally spoke after a moment of silence. "Oh, this truck is headed to a factory in the southeast district." "Miss, where are you going?" The woman mentioned a place that was exactly halfway, a location where the northern and southeastern districts met, with a residential area there. Qiyu nodded, saying, "Miss, it's dangerous to walk alone at night. Luckily you ran into me. What if you encountered a bad person?" Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly started to sob. "I had a fight with my boyfriend, and he angrily left me by the roadside. What a thoughtless man, leaving his girlfriend on the roadside at night. How despicable." The woman seemed even more grieved, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Aishion's heart raced. wanting nothing more than to hold her in his arms and comfort her. He was over 30 and still single. That guy who abandoned his girlfriend halfway was truly oblivious to the feelings of others. While Qiyu was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to find the woman leaning against him. His heart skipped a beat. It turned out the woman, unable to handle her drunkenness, had fallen asleep while crying. She was wearing a low-cut top, and if Qiyu bent down slightly, he could see her ample cleavage. Aqion's mind buzzed, feeling a surge of desire rising within him. He looked at his partner in the passenger seat, who was still sleeping soundly. He tried to steady his mind, but a primal urge was erupting like a volcano, uncontrollable. He looked up and saw a sign in the distance indicating a rest area. Aqion's mind was a bit confused. He didn't remember there being a rest area here. However, his desires had overtaken him, and he couldn't think of anything else. He turned the truck into the rest area. There were no vehicles in the rest area, and the lights were dim. Qiyu parked the truck, saw that no one was around, and carefully carried the sleeping woman out of the truck. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the back of the truck. His heart raced as he carried her into the container and then closed the door. Qiyu turned on the emergency lights. He placed the woman on a half-height box. Under the dim light, her cheeks were flushed, her neck was pale, and the open neckline revealed hints of her soft chest. What captivated Qiyu the most were her long legs, wrapped in a short skirt, making his blood surge. Qiyu swallowed hard and slowly reached out his hand. Just as his fingers were about to touch the woman's neckline, she suddenly let out a soft moan. Qiyu was startled and quickly withdrew his hand, almost falling to the ground. After a while, seeing that the woman showed no sign of waking up, he mustered his courage and reached out again. His fingers brushed against her clothing, and the woman did not react at all. He unbuttoned her shirt, revealing black lingerie. Aqion's breathing quickened, and he could no longer think clearly. A primal, beastly instinct had taken over his body and soul. He tore open the woman's lingerie. Aqion's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with lust, and his heart raced to his throat. He leaned down. Hey! Aqion's head suddenly throbbed painfully. He opened his eyes to find himself slumped over the steering wheel. His partner, Qiyu, was looking at him with an unusual expression. The truck was parked by the roadside. Qiyu felt a strange sensation in his lower body and quickly looked down, embarrassed to cover himself. Qiyu, how could you fall asleep while driving? That's too dangerous. And what kind of spring dream did you have? Haha. Qiyu looked at Aqion's disoriented appearance, both amused and worried. Qiyu wiped his mouth, somewhat confused as he looked around. The moonlight was bright tonight, and visibility was excellent. Was that just a dream? Why did it feel so real? Qiyu knocked his head hard, muttering to himself. Qiyu, because we are transporting important materials, the company regulations state that we cannot stop randomly during transport. How can you stop halfway and sleep? Qiyu glanced at the dashcam, which showed that Qiyu had parked for over 5 minutes. If I hadn't woken up in time, both of us might have lost this job, Qiyu said. I'm sorry. Maybe I've been too tired lately. Qiyu quickly apologized to his companion. I'll drive for the second half. Qiyu and Qiyu exchanged seats. The car started again, and the container behind it swayed slightly as it began to move. The four figures faded into the darkness. Inside the container, it was quiet. EA-01's eyes slowly lit up, and LinWei saw the full view of the interior. He was surrounded by robots. This was a container with a hanging system, and the robots hung in midair like roasted ducks. Light shone on their faces, reflecting expressionless, cold, and stern faces. LinWei shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill. UGC pouted, looking displeased. EA-01, are you deliberately toying with me? EA-01 wore an innocent expression. Why did you make me seduce that driver in the illusion? Although the illusion is fake, it will still cause part of that driver's consciousness to enter my soul. Just thinking about what he did to me makes me feel uncomfortable all over. The more UGC spoke, the angrier she became, almost ready to fight. UGC, the more realistic the illusion, the less likely it will raise suspicion. Isn't what this single man desires just an affair? Only by catering to his preferences can we succeed in one strike. You talk so grandly. Why don't you come yourself? UGC said. I still don't know how to seduce a man. EA-01 blinked. But I've learned now. Hearing this, UGC wanted to explode, but ultimately held back. This scheming EA-01 must be doing it on purpose. She could easily use a simpler method, but insisted that I sell my looks. EA-01, what do we do after entering the factory warehouse? Without you. The three of us probably can't move an inch, LinWei asked. LinWei, I forgot to tell you, actually. The vehicle won't go directly to the core warehouse after entering the factory, but will immediately undergo 2 security checks. One is equipment scanning, and the other is manual security check. E801, you didn't say this before we set off. You told us that we could reach the core warehouse just by sneaking into the container. UGC could no longer suppress her anger. Did you deliberately deceive us in a factory? No way, I want to get out. UGC's tail quickly swelled and thickened, pointing straight at the side wall of the container, as if she wanted to break out. UGC, I haven't finished speaking yet. E801 remained calm, arms crossed, looking relaxed. Qiyu walked to UGC's side and gently pressed her shoulder. UGC, don't be anxious. Let her explain her plan. UGC felt that she was being deliberately teased by EA01, and her emotions became somewhat volatile. Qiyu comforted her softly, helping her calm down a bit. EA01 took out 3 small metal balls from her backpack and tossed them to the 3 of them. LinWei caught the small ball and examined it closely. If you were the small ball, it will release interference programs, making the equipment mistakenly think you were robots. The back of the small ball has a mechanical claw. As soon as LinWei brought it close to his body, the small ball automatically extended its claw to grab his clothes and firmly adhered to it. Qiyu and UGC looked at the small ball in their hands and then down at themselves, their faces slightly reddening. The two carefully brought the small ball close to their chests and finally succeeded in attaching it to their clothes. UGC asked, "How do we get through the manual security check?" E801 blinked again, sweetly replied, "Then you need to release the illusion space again, making them think you are all bioengineered humans." UGC walked next to EA01, looking down at her, and then said slowly, "You want to make me use the same method again, right?" EA01 chuckled, tiptoed, and put her hand on UGC's shoulder. "My dear, in front of the security personnel, you are a bioengineered human. All you need to do is convince them that you are a robot. Do you want them to do something to bioengineered humans too?" EA01's voice was soft, yet had a certain charm. UGC felt a bit uncomfortable with her embrace. She gently pushed EA01 away. "I hope everything goes smoothly. You'd better not have any tricks up your sleeve." After saying that, she slowly retreated to stand with Qiyu and LinWei. EA01 looked at the 3 of them, the corners of her mouth curling up into a faint smile. After the truck drove over the bridge, it slowly entered the industrial zone. The Mo Gene family's mechanical manufacturing factory was located in the southern coastal area of the industrial zone. The truck stopped in front of a giant gate, with dozens of similar giant trucks waiting to enter the factory in front of it. A few minutes later, the gate began to rise slowly. The trucks entered one by one. The 4 inside the container felt the truck moving down a slope. It seemed that the main body of this mechanical factory was also in the underground city of Wanzing. After driving for another 10 minutes or so, the vehicle finally stopped. EA01 quickly walked to a nearby hanging hook, securing her shoulders and waist in the hanging system like the other robots. After doing this, she looked at the other 3, signaling them to follow suit. LinWei, the 3 of them looked at each other and walked to the nearby hanging system, mimicking her actions. UGC cursed inwardly, feeling like she had boarded a pirate ship, but there was nothing she could do. Just as the 3 of them finished securing themselves, the door of the container slowly opened. A blinding red light shone into the container. LinWei had been in the dark for too long and was momentarily blinded by the piercing red light. Several drones flew in, continuously scanning the inside of the container. When a drone flew close to LinWei, he quickly closed his eyes. He could feel the red light sweeping over his face. The drone hovered in front of him for just a few seconds before leaving. A few minutes later, all the drones had left. The 3 of them had just relaxed a bit when the hanging system began to move, and they started to move outside the container along the conveyor belt. It seemed they had passed the first security check. As their bodies left the container, LinWei finally dared to open his eyes. In front of him was a massive underground industrial system. The conveyor belt extended down along a zigzag track. LinWei was suspended in midair, feeling that if the claw released him at this moment, he would fall into an abyss and be smashed to pieces. He looked around and found the other 3 not far from him. Qiyu and UGC, like him, were carefully observing their surroundings, while EA01 had her eyes closed, showing no interest in the scene before her. As the conveyor belt continued to move forward, LinWei could feel the temperature around him dropping. Finally, he saw an entrance appearing not far ahead, where several conveyor belts converged. The 4 of them perked up, staring intently at the entrance. Just then, the conveyor belt suddenly stopped. LinWei felt a wave of anxiety. What if the 4 of them had been discovered, but he was currently suspended in midair, unable to do anything? He looked at the other 3. EA01 had already opened her eyes. She was looking at UGC, seemingly conveying some information. Yujizi nodded slightly at EA01, as if she understood what she was supposed to do. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the conveyor belt began to move towards the entrance again. As they got closer to the entrance, LinWei could roughly make out the situation inside. It was a room. There were faint silhouettes of several people within. LinWei quickly realized that the room was likely the artificial security check EA01 mentioned. And the pause of the conveyor belt was probably due to the security personnel inside, checking each item one by one. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel worried, because the four of them were not lined up one after another. Based on their distance from the entrance, EA01 was first, Yujizi second, Qiyu third, and he was fourth. LinWei began to worry about whether all four of them could enter the room simultaneously. If they were separated, Yujizi's illusion would be unable to help the others pass through security smoothly. After the conveyor belt ran for a while, it stopped again. The four of them were now very close to the entrance, and the people inside the room could see their general appearance. There were 3 people in the room, each holding instruments and scanning the robots suspended on the grasping arms one by one. LinWei glanced at Qiyu beside him. She looked fearless. He sighed, unsure if she was confident in her abilities or if she was completely unaware of the issue of whether they could all enter the room together. Since they were close to the entrance, LinWei was afraid the people inside would notice him, so he dared not move, only sneaking glances. He roughly counted the distance from the entrance to his position and found that the chances of all 4 of them entering the room together were about 50-50. Just as LinWei was hesitating, the conveyor belt began to move again. He dared not make any movements, praying that he could enter the room with the other 3. The 3 in front gradually entered the entrance, leaving LinWei alone, still moving on the conveyor belt. The entrance was getting closer, and the conveyor belt could stop at any moment. LinWei began to silently chant, Ba. A faint sound of metal scraping was heard, and the conveyor belt stopped. LinWei looked at his position and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He was stuck as the last one entering the room. He immediately froze, not even daring to move his eyes because the 3 people in front had already begun scanning all the robots. LinWei guessed that Yujizi's illusion for the 3 had already activated. Otherwise, he should have been discovered long ago. Even so, LinWei dared not move at all. All the robots were displayed like items on shelves, arranged on 3 walls, upper, middle, and lower. EA01 and Yujizi were right across from LinWei and Qiyu on the wall. Each of the 3 security personnel was responsible for conducting secondary checks on the robots on one wall. A tall man wearing a cap stood in front of Yujizi with a scanning gun. Look, why does this robot have longer legs than the others? In his eyes, Yujizi's features were no different from those of the other robots, except for proportions were more perfect. Who knows what those big shots like? Maybe someone prefers tall-legged robots. The staff member scanning the robots on the opposite wall said, without turning his head. Upon hearing this, the man in the cap fell silent, staring blankly at Yujizi. This robot has such a big chest. One of the staff members working near LinWei exclaimed upon discovering Qiyu. This time, the other 2 turned to look at her in unison. It really is big, the man in the cap also exclaimed. Wasn't it said that this batch of newly arrived robots is for military use? Can a big-breasted robot fight? Do you believe everything others say? You never know what these robots are actually used for. All right, does this have anything to do with you? Hurry up and finish this batch and take a break. This person seemed to be the leader among the 3, and the other 2 swallowed hard as they looked at Qiyu, having to continue their work. They didn't even have girlfriends. Having a robot girlfriend wouldn't be bad. However, these robots were equipped with full functionalities, and their prices were exorbitant, far beyond what they could afford. What's worse, the maintenance costs were even more outrageous, more than buying a robot. You can afford it, but can't use it. The robot market was completely monopolized by the Majin family, which reaped endless profits from it. After a moment of lament, the 2 continued working. When one of the staff members scanned LinWei, he only paused for a moment before finishing the security check. LinWei had no idea what he looked like in a man's eyes, but it didn't matter anymore. All right, security check passed. Let him through, the lead staff member announced. The conveyor belt moved towards the exit. Once they left the inspection room, LinWei let out a big sigh of relief. After exiting, the speed of this section of the conveyor belt noticeably increased. The 4 of them were soon sent into a warehouse. Another round of metallic scraping sounds was heard, and the conveyor belt stopped operating. They had reached their destination. The 4 of them broke free from the grasping arms and finally stood on the ground. EA01 called the 3 over and said softly, all the genetic blueprints are in the laboratory. I've already analyzed all the paths in the factory. We can reach the perimeter of the laboratory through the ventilation ducts. Since they were already inside, the other 3 had no better ideas and naturally followed EA01. EA01 led the way, with LinWei bringing up the rear, as the four of them entered the ventilation duct above the warehouse in order. All the ventilation ducts were not too large, and the four could only crawl through them. For LinWei, the journey through the ventilation duct had a hint of happiness, as three uniquely beautiful women were crawling in front of him, a stunning sight. LinWei looked at Qiyu's backside and began to let his imagination run wild. He accidentally bumped into Qiyu's pert rear, causing her to let out a delicate cry. The four of them wandered left and right in the ventilation duct, climbing up and down, persevering for quite a while until EA01 finally stopped. Qiyu and Yujizi had quite a few complaints, not because it took too long, but because LinWei was having quite the visual feast behind them, especially Yujizi, who was still wearing a super short skirt. Seeing LinWei's face full of happiness, Yujizi felt like she could just tear him apart. EA01 pointed downwards. We have arrived at the laboratory. Of course, she was referring to the perimeter of the laboratory, as the ventilation duct ended here and turned into a small vent through which they could not enter. What do we do next? Yujizi looked at EA01. EA01 replied to Yujizi, I can't break through the laboratory security system at the moment because a forced program attack would draw attention. So we still need you to use the illusion. Yujizi said, the illusion only works on people. Are you asking me to use it on a bunch of programs? She suddenly felt that EA01 was a bit out of it. Tonight, they have experimental projects, and soon there will be people coming in and out. You just need to use the illusion on the personnel coming and going, and I will naturally find a way to enter the laboratory. EA01, is this your plan? We went through so much trouble to crawl here, and now we're just waiting at the door? Yujizi nearly couldn't catch her breath. LinWei appeared calmer. EA01. Yujizi's illusion only works on humans. I believe there must be electronic surveillance devices at the laboratory entrance. How do you plan to avoid the watch of the electronic eyes? EA01 cast an appreciative glance at LinWei, while winking and nodding towards Yujizi, implying that she only knows how to shout and is not as meticulous as LinWei. Yujizi snorted disdainfully and turned her face away. EA01 pointed at the metal ball on LinWei's chest. This metal ball can release electronic interference, making it impossible for the electronic eyes to detect you. With this metal ball, it will be as if you were wearing an invisibility cloak in front of the computer. LinWei asked, what about you? EA01 smiled. If you can all pass, then it will naturally be no problem for me. I have already implanted a counter-detection system, so the electronic eyes cannot capture me. Just then, Qiyu made a gesture for everyone to be quiet, indicating that someone was coming. Yujizi couldn't help but admire Qiyu's perceptiveness of the surrounding environment, which she completely failed to notice, indicating that Qiyu's perception range far exceeded her imagination. After about a minute, two people entered the sight of the four. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a white lab coat, clearly a researcher. He was bending over, showing great respect to the woman beside him. When everyone saw the woman, they were all surprised. The woman was dressed in a tight cheongsam, exuding charm. She was the mysterious woman. LinWei thought, how could she be here? I wonder what her relationship with Moore is. Yujizi gestured to EA01, indicating that this woman also had superpowers and her strength was likely stronger than hers, meaning the illusion would probably be ineffective against her and could even backfire. EA01 showed no emotional fluctuations, and the other three couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. If the mysterious woman went in, who knows how long she would stay inside? Tonight's operation might be ruined. Just as everyone hesitated, the mysterious woman gave the man a few instructions and unexpectedly turned to leave, as if she had other matters to attend to. The man did not rush to enter the laboratory, but waited until the mysterious woman had walked far away before verifying his identity. Everyone saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yujizi immediately released the illusion, and the four slipped out from the duct, standing behind the man. The man seemed completely unaware of the four around him. The laboratory door opened, and everyone followed the man inside. The laboratory door closed again. As soon as Yujizi entered the room, she immediately expanded the range of the illusion, as there were two other staff members in the laboratory. However, these three did not communicate but worked at their own stations. The laboratory was divided into two rooms. The outer room was the laboratory, and the inner room was where the data was stored. On the silver-white operating system in the outer room, many biohumans were suspended, both male and female, with several different body types. The operating platform was piled with various parts, all kinds of semi-mechanical, semi-biological organs and tissues of biohumans. In the center of the room was a circular tank filled with light yellow liquid, with several female biohumans submerged in the liquid, resembling finished products. They all had expressionless faces and were completely naked. EA-01 looked at the biohumans in the tank with a serious expression. Yujizi gently patted EA-01, signaling her to get to business quickly and leave daydreaming for later. EA-01 nodded and ghosted into the inner laboratory. The inner room resembled a small library, with various materials stored like slots. Qiyu, LinWei, and Yujizi stood guard at the door of the inner room, leaving EA-01 alone inside to find what she needed. About 10 minutes later, EA-01 appeared before the group. Her hands were empty. Yujizi gestured. "Where's the data? Didn't you find it?" EA-01 made a gesture, tapping her head, implying that the data had already been stored in her brain. Everyone nodded. Next, they needed to figure out how to leave the laboratory. Everyone looked at Yujizi in unison. She had a proud expression and then pointed at the man they had followed in. Yujizi slowly walked up behind the man. After a few seconds, the man's expression suddenly changed. He clutched his stomach and ran towards the door. The other three quickly followed suit. As the four reached the doorway, they barely had a moment to catch their breath when suddenly the surroundings erupted with a piercing alarm. The man clutching his stomach seemed to come to his senses, turning around to see the four standing beside him. "Who are you?" Before the man could finish his sentence, Qiyu lightly punched him, knocking him unconscious. Qiyu said, "Many people are coming this way. Where should we go?" EA-01 pointed to the ventilation ducts above, indicating they should return the way they came. Everyone agreed. As there really was no better option, they could force their way out, but that would completely expose them. Just as everyone climbed back into the ventilation duct, a large group of armed individuals rushed over. These people all looked identical, clearly biohumans. It made sense. A factory that produces machinery would have no shortage of robots. The four did not look back and climbed back to where they came from. The piercing alarm stopped after a few minutes. Only then did everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. After climbing for about 10 more minutes, LinWei saw a light ahead. They had reached their starting point, the warehouse. The four crawled out of the ventilation duct in succession, all wearing expressions of relief. "Gee, we meet again." Suddenly, a female voice came from behind a large cubic storage cabinet. The mysterious woman. Qiyu instinctively took a fighting stance. "What are you doing here?" Qiyu asked. "Oh, and there are three others." The mysterious woman looked at LinWei and the others, revealing a somewhat surprised expression. EA-01 said, "You noticed us outside the laboratory, didn't you? You triggered the alarm, right?" The mysterious woman shook her head. "I only sensed Qiyu. I didn't expect there would be four of you." Qiyu felt a bit unconvinced. "How did you notice me? And I didn't even detect you hiding here." "Qiyu, I've been trained by my family since childhood to develop my superpowers. I am particularly sensitive to smells. That unique scent on you is deeply ingrained in my brain, and I will never forget it," the mysterious woman said, taking a deep breath with a look of intoxication. Qiyu's cheeks flushed red, glancing at LinWei. Fearing that LinWei would misunderstand her relationship with the mysterious woman, LinWei appeared calm, seemingly unfazed. In fact, LinWei knew that Qiyu's charm was such that it appealed to both genders, so she was already used to it. The mysterious woman said, "Why are the four of you here? Speak up. What are you looking for? Perhaps I can help a little." LinWei noticed that the mysterious woman faced them with a confident demeanor, knowing she had come prepared. Qiyu was not reckless either. Although there was currently only the mysterious woman, she did not take the initiative to attack, especially since she had no enmity with the mysterious woman, making it unnecessary to resort to violence. The four exchanged glances, remaining silent. No one was willing to reveal EA-01's secret, as it would surely cause a huge uproar. Seeing their reaction, the mysterious woman smiled alluringly and slowly walked towards the four. She passed by LinWei and Yujizi, merely smiling without stopping. She walked past EA-01, carefully examining the cute-eyed, lowly bioandroid in her eyes. To be honest, she was very interested in this biorobot because the degree of human likeness it exhibited completely overshadowed all the robots in her hands. Although the doctor's secret lab was affiliated with the Earth United Government and the Hero Alliance, this bioandroid did not belong to her family, as its programming did not carry the mental imprint of their robotics factory. The mysterious woman bypassed EA-01. Although she felt that the presence of the four of them here must be closely related to this bioandroid, she still intended to chat with Qiyu. She was most interested in Qiyu, both publicly and privately. The warehouse was very quiet. After a moment of contemplation, Qiyu asked, "Are you from the Majin family?" The mysterious woman raised her eyebrows and nodded. "What is your relationship with Speaker Moore?" She is my cousin," the mysterious woman replied. LinWei almost stumbled. Moore looked to be in her 70s or 80s, and if the mysterious woman was her cousin, then she must be quite old as well. How did she maintain her appearance? Was she an ageless fairy? However, Qiyu's focus was not on this. She continued to ask, "Are you close to Moore usually?" Qiyu actually wanted to know if the mysterious woman was aware of Moore's plans to turn her into a bio-android and whether she was involved. Since she had received an invitation from Moore after participating in the mysterious woman's search for the original stone mission. The mysterious woman shook her head. "Moore is usually very busy and has little contact with me. I haven't seen her for almost a month." Qiyu was relatively naive. Upon hearing the mysterious woman's words, she believed that she had not participated in the harm done to her. Otherwise, she would never let the mysterious woman go. LinWei couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. Who would ask questions like Qiyu? If the mysterious woman were involved in a conspiracy with Moore, she would definitely not admit it to their faces. However, LinWei instinctively felt that the mysterious woman was unaware of Moore's actions. Although the mysterious woman acted mysteriously, her personality was not that of a cruel and ruthless person. The mysterious woman stood in front of Qiyu and asked again, "Qiyu, tell me, why are you all here?" EA-01 spoke up. "We came here to steal a gene map of superhumans." "Why?" "Because I want to become a human." EA-01 candidly revealed her intention to the mysterious woman, of course omitting her true identity as EA-01. A bio-android wanting to become a human is quite interesting. The mysterious woman left Qiyu and turned to EA-01. "Our family is committed to enabling bio-androids to possess superhuman abilities. Perhaps I can help you." EA-01 shook her head. "Thank you, but I prefer to act alone." The mysterious woman smiled slightly. "This Olifine map is not within our key research scope. It doesn't hurt to give it to you. However, it is still an internal resource of our company and belongs to the classified documents of the United Government. You are already violating public safety laws, and I could have you both globally wanted. After talking for a long time, you still want to capture us?" Yuji's and Qiyu clenched their fists, ready to take down the mysterious woman at any moment. "The sensors on me are directly connected to the factory security system. Although I believe you two can subdue me instantly, I will trigger the alarm at the last moment, so you better not act rashly." Mysterious woman, talk about your conditions. "You wouldn't want to reminisce while waiting here for us, would you?" LinWei said. "You're smart, Lin. I want to ask you to do something, and after it's done, I will pretend that your theft of the map never happened." Qiyu snorted coldly. "Mysterious woman, don't make me go treasure hunting with you again. I'm not interested in that." "Really? If it concerns your sister, are you not interested?" Qiyu was taken aback. "Qiling, what have you done to her? Where is she?" Before her words fell, Qiyu had already vanished from in front of the mysterious woman, appearing behind her in the next moment, simultaneously pressing the mysterious woman's neck. The mysterious woman was shocked. Although she knew Qiyu couldn't do anything to her, Qiyu's speed was completely beyond her expectation. "Tell me where my sister is, or I can make your head roll at any time." Qiyu's tone was exceptionally cold. The mysterious woman initially just wanted to tease her, but realized that single-celled organisms shouldn't joke, especially about things and people they valued. Sweat beads rolled down the mysterious woman's forehead. "Qiyu, relax. I don't have the ability to kidnap your sister. To be precise, I am also looking for your sister." Qiyu paused and slightly loosened her grip. The mysterious woman quickly escaped from her hold. "Qiyu, don't you find your sister very mysterious? She always disappears for no reason, and you never doubt where she went or what she is doing. Qiling is much more meticulous than I am, but we have a very good sisterly relationship, and I never worry that she would do anything to harm me or betray me. Longyu, don't intentionally damage our sisterly relationship here." Qiyu was so angry that she even called the mysterious woman's real name. The mysterious woman dared not provoke Qiyu further and cautiously said, "I never spoke ill of Qiling. I just asked if you're not at all curious about what your sister is doing." Hearing this, Qiyu couldn't help but have many thoughts. Although Qiling treated her very well, she indeed had a mysterious track record and never mentioned it to her. She remembered that when she was about 10 years old, she once asked Qiling about it, which made Qiling lose her temper for the first time, frightening Qiyu so much that she never dared to ask again. Now, the mysterious woman's words rekindled Qiyu's memories. Seeing that Qiyu was silent, the mysterious woman knew her words had an effect. She quickly seized the opportunity. "Qiling has gone missing again, but this time I roughly know where she has gone. Qiyu, are you interested in coming with me?" Noticing the flicker in Qiyu's eyes, the mysterious woman knew she was intrigued. "If you have made up your mind, come find me. I will be waiting for your visit at my humble abode. However, if you want to learn about Qiling's secrets, you must decide quickly, as I will be leaving in 3 days." After saying this, the mysterious woman threw a card to Qiyu. Qiyu caught it and found it was something similar to a magnetic card. You can use this pass to leave the factory openly without having to crawl through ventilation ducts. After saying this, the mysterious woman covered her mouth and let out a chuckle as she slowly retreated into the darkness. She just left like that. LinWei looked at the pass in Qiyu's hand, feeling as if he had just jumped off one pirate ship and boarded another. However, since the secret involved Qiyu's sister Qiling, LinWei felt very curious. He also wanted to know more about Qiling. LinWei had a very good impression of Qiling. She not only looked very much like Qiyu, which made him feel a natural closeness when he was with her, but she was also very intelligent and particularly open with LinWei, which gave him a special, hidden expectation for Qiling in his heart. There was even a time when, in LinWei's dream, Qiling was the main character, with no trace of Qiyu in this dream, and they had many indescribable experiences. This left LinWei feeling both guilty and excited upon waking, a devilish feeling. However, on the other hand, with a mature woman like Qiling, which man wouldn't be moved? Yuji's took the pass and walked to the front. She decided to release the illusion space first, not wanting more humans to see them. This pass would just be used to get through the various security systems. The four of them returned to Yuji's and the Major's residence in silence. According to their previous agreement, EA-01 released the suppressed thought program of the Major, which excited the other three. Looking at the calm expression of the bioandroid, the three knew that the Major was back. However, two voices came from the bioandroid. One was naturally EA-01, and the other was the Major. EA-01 had temporarily released the Major, but had not left. LinWei watched the big-eyed cute lowly asking and answering herself, feeling a sense of split personality. After a long time, the lowly robot turned to the three. We have discussed this and unanimously agreed to start researching the gene map of Olafy. This was EA-01's voice. To achieve a complete and consistent synchronization rate, I will also be here. This was the Major speaking. Wow, LinWei thought. This is the legendary dual-core, dual-card, dual standby. After explaining this, the Major EA-01 turned and entered the room. They were going to perform program analysis and decryption for fusion. LinWei asked Yuji's if she was interested in joining them to find Qiling with the mysterious woman, but Yuji's shook her head. I'll stay with the Major. I'm not very reassured about EA-01. LinWei and Qiyu expressed understanding, and after chatting for a while, LinWei and Qiyu left Yuji's residence. The two returned to Qiyu's superpowered hero apartment on the top floor. Seeing Qiyu looking very tired, LinWei kindly ran a bath for her. When LinWei came out of the bathroom, Qiyu was already sound asleep on the bed, lying on her back like a baby. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, LinWei didn't want to wake her, but with the hot water in the tub, he decided to soak himself. LinWei stripped down and lay into the bathtub. So comfortable. As soon as he entered the water, LinWei felt all his limbs relax. After a day of high tension, he began to feel sleepy in this absolutely relaxed environment. In a daze, he sensed the bathroom door opening, and then, with a splash, someone also climbed into the bathtub. LinWei was too sleepy to open his eyes, and just mumbled, "Qiyu, why are you here too?" He felt someone kneading his shoulder, which felt comfortable, and then he sensed that person starting to touch his body. Something felt off. LinWei suddenly woke up, and there was no one in front of him. He was a vigilant person, so he quickly put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bedroom, under the pale moonlight, LinWei saw a shadow standing next to the sleeping Qiyu, a black hand slowly approaching her body. "Who are you?" LinWei jumped at the shadow without thinking. The shadow disappeared instantly, and LinWei crashed directly onto Qiyu. His bathrobe fell to the ground during the fall. Qiyu woke up to find LinWei blushing and sprawled on top of her. She blushed and pinched his chest. "LinWei, you're getting bolder. You dare to tease me while I'm asleep now." Qiyu scolded playfully, half seriously. LinWei quickly sat up and explained, "No, I just saw." Before he could finish, Qiyu covered his mouth. LinWei's blood pressure soared, and the words he wanted to say were swallowed back down. Since their first time together, Qiyu had become eager for intimacy with LinWei. She rolled over, pinning LinWei beneath her. Her clothes slowly slid off her body like a snake shedding its skin. The two squeezed together like sardines, fully enjoying the wonderful moment. When LinWei woke up again, the sun was already shining, and Qiyu lay in his arms, sleeping like a baby. LinWei gently freed Qiyu from his embrace and carefully turned to get out of bed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs turned to jelly, almost causing him to kneel. He felt dizzy and plopped back onto the bed. LinWei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Being a couple with a superwoman, LinWei felt absolutely overwhelmed. Qiyu was like a different person during their intimate moments, and he worried that if this continued, he might not live to see old age. Thinking of this, LinWei shivered, As good as Qiyu was, he needed to stay alive to enjoy this blessing. He decided that he needed to start educating Qiyu properly. No matter what they did, it had to be sustainable. It couldn't always be like the last time. With that thought, LinWei gritted his teeth and stood up again. He slowly approached the window, wanting to breathe in some fresh air. It was a cloudy day, and the city looked somewhat gloomy. "LinWei, what are you looking at?" A lazy voice came from behind him. LinWei turned around to see Qiyu wrapped in a thin blanket, standing half a meter away from him. She had used the blanket as a shawl, which barely covered her. In LinWei's eyes, Qiyu was almost completely exposed. Just as Qiyu was gazing affectionately at LinWei, wanting to kiss him, her communicator rang, and a mysterious woman's alluring voice came through. "Qiyu, how have you considered it? I plan to set off today, so if you're interested, come find me." Qiyu's mood was interrupted, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. However, since this matter concerned her sister Qiling, she had to temporarily set aside her desires. Seeing Qiyu pout, LinWei thought she was worried about Qiling and hugged her to comfort her. "Qiyu, don't worry. Your sister will be fine." Little did he know Qiyu's true thoughts. Qiyu just wanted to snuggle with LinWei. She wasn't actually worried about Qiling, because Qiling often went missing only to come back unharmed, which Qiyu was already used to. Now that the mysterious woman mentioned exploring Qiling's secrets, Qiyu was also very curious about where her sister had gone. However, being interrupted when she was in a good mood made her feel a bit displeased. Qiyu sighed, gently breaking free from LinWei's embrace, and went into the bathroom with her clothes. When Qiyu came out again, LinWei couldn't help but be taken aback. Qiyu had styled her hair into the Chun-Li bun that LinWei liked the most. She wore a short jacket on top, jeans on the bottom, and a tight black t-shirt underneath, accentuating her ample bosom. For ease of movement, Qiyu had deliberately given up her beloved skirt today. When they met the mysterious woman again, she was having lunch in her large backyard. The garden was vast, decorated with various precious flowers and trees in a somewhat excessive manner. Amidst the blooming flowers, the mysterious woman was lazily reclining in a chair, wearing a robe. As soon as Qiyu saw her, she got angry. "Yu, didn't you say you were in a hurry to set off today? How come?" Qiyu was about to continue, but suddenly fell silent. Several handsome, tall male servants appeared in front of her. A greedy expression immediately appeared on Qiyu's face. The mysterious woman immediately showed an expression of "See, I know you well." It turned out that each male servant held a tray filled with various exquisite delicacies. LinWei noticed that each of these male servants looked quite similar, but without exception, they were all extraordinarily handsome. LinWei immediately realized that these people were most likely bioengineered humans. Although the male servants were all strikingly good-looking, their faces showed no expression, each one resembling a wooden puppet. Qiyu, however, paid no mind to this. She found a place to sit and began to eat heartily. She held a large sausage in her right hand and a chicken leg in her left, focusing intently on her food. Watching Qiyu munch on the chicken leg, LinWei was reminded of scenes from Resident Evil where zombies devoured live humans, just as enjoyable and completely oblivious to their surroundings. Qiyu had no resistance to food, especially at mealtime. The mysterious woman glanced at LinWei, suggesting he might want to eat something. LinWei shook his head, indicating he wasn't hungry. After Qiyu finished eating, she smacked her lips and looked at the mysterious woman with lingering desire for more. Just as the mysterious woman was about to speak, Qiyu let out a loud belch, interrupting her. The mysterious woman frowned slightly, but said nothing. Qiyu patted her prominent chest, calming the churn in her stomach. "Mysterious woman, when do we set off?" The mysterious woman flicked her bangs. "Before we set off, don't you want to know where we are actually going?" Qiyu paused. "Aren't we just going to find my sister?" The mysterious woman stood up, walked closer to Qiyu, and whispered in her ear, "Qiyu, aren't you afraid your sister is up to some huge conspiracy?" As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally blew air against Qiyu's earlobe. The earlobe is one of the most sensitive parts of a woman, and Qiyu immediately felt a tingling sensation on one side of her face. She instinctively took a step back. "I believe my sister would never do anything evil. But what if?" The mysterious woman pressed. "What if she is a wicked big boss? What if?" Qiyu pondered for a moment and replied directly, "If she really is a bad person, I will kill her myself." The mysterious woman was taken aback. "However, I would also kill you to accompany her in death." "Why?" The mysterious woman's expression darkened. "Because it was you who made me realize my sister is a bad egg, and you count as a snitch, so I must kill you to avenge my sister." The mysterious woman felt a chill run down her spine at Qiyu's serious demeanor. This single-celled organism really had a straightforward way of thinking. However, with Qiyu's declaration, the The mysterious woman found it difficult to speak ill of Qi Ling anymore. The worse Qi Ling was, the faster she would die. Qiyu and the mysterious woman fell silent. LinWei interjected to ease the tension. Mysterious woman, why don't you tell us where we are going and how to find Qi Ling? The mysterious woman replied. Qi Ling always goes to the same place, but after that, it's difficult to track her. Where does she go missing? The ruins of Fulua country, 5,000 kilometers away from here. After the mysterious woman finished speaking, she opened a 3D map and pointed to a certain area. LinWei glanced at it and found that the area was quite large. Finding someone there, especially someone who was deliberately hiding, was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This place is said to be where the ancestors of ancient martial arts landed on Earth. Qiyu, do you know how the ancestors of ancient martial arts came to Earth? Qiyu looked at the mysterious woman blankly and shook her head. The mysterious woman sighed and put her hand to her forehead. Oh, your sister really doesn't tell you anything. It seems she has a lot of reservations about you. LinWei noticed that the mysterious woman was often hinting at Qi Ling's faults, and he couldn't help but wonder what her intentions were. Qiyu seemed unconcerned. My sister must be afraid that I would know too much, and besides, I'm not very interested in this. Seeing that she was unmoved, the mysterious woman continued. It is said that the ancestors of ancient martial arts landed on Earth in human-shaped spaceships. I believe this spaceship must be a powerful weapon, and there might be treasures left by ancient martial arts inside. As the mysterious woman spoke, a look of longing appeared on her face. Qiyu rested her head on her hands, looking disdainful. Treasures, treasures. Don't you get tired of living? I believe your sister is also searching for the remnants of ancient martial arts, which is why she has gone missing multiple times. Oh, no wonder you keep following my sister. It turns out you want to wait until she discovers something and then seize it, right? The more Qiyu spoke, the more excited she became, clenching her fists and assuming a fighting stance. The mysterious woman's face flushed, but she showed no intention of explaining herself. LinWei patted Qiyu, urging her to relax. He then asked, You've lost track of Qi Ling several times. Why do you think you'll find her this time? The mysterious woman's face revealed a pained expression. I spent a lot of money laying numerous spies in Fulua country and deployed many mechanical spiders for tracking. Heaven rewards the diligent. This time, I finally caught a trace of Qi Ling. According to the information sent back by the mechanical spiders, Qi Ling has stayed in a fixed location for a long time. I think she must have made some significant discoveries this time. Mysterious woman, why look for me? Since Qi Ling is my sister, you should be avoiding me, right? Qiyu narrowed her eyes, looking at her suspiciously. The mysterious woman replied, Qiyu, I have always believed Qi Ling is the most powerful descendant of ancient martial arts, but since you appeared, I gradually realized that you are the chosen one. How could the treasures left by ancient martial arts be so easy to obtain? Otherwise, Qi Ling would have gotten them long ago. Therefore, I really don't mind having one more person because I have a feeling that perhaps you are the key to finding the treasure. Hearing this, Qi was half convinced. If that is the case, let us hurry up and set off. If my presence can truly help my sister, that would be great. As for the treasure, I'm not very interested, but if my sister wants something, I will definitely help her get it. Qiyu's words were quite clear, but the mysterious woman did not respond, only standing up from her chair. It's about time. Let's set off. After the mysterious woman said this, her robe slipped off, revealing the black bodysuit underneath. A bioengineered male servant handed her a black backpack, while another put sunglasses on her. In just a few seconds, the mysterious woman transformed from a lazy noblewoman into a character resembling Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. LinWei couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy people were so extravagant, always surrounded by attendants when they stepped out. After the change of clothes, the mysterious woman's aura shifted, and she gestured for Qiyu and LinWei to follow. The two followed her out of the tropical garden and took the elevator to the ground. On the nearby helipad, a flying vehicle had already started its engines. Ready for takeoff, LinWei mused that this flying vehicle was much larger than the previous one. The three boarded the vehicle, where three people were already seated inside. Qiyu was surprised to see one of them was their old friend, the baseball kid. He now seemed to have become an ally of the mysterious woman. Accompanying her wherever she went, perhaps puppy dog would be a more fitting term. The baseball kid had been secretly in love with the mysterious woman for quite some time, and since the goddess he pursued, Li Jinghuan, died in a battle with Jininu, he had gradually forgotten her. The second was surprisingly Ninja Qin, who still carried her long katana, looking at Qiyu with a half-smile. The third was a handsome and fit man whom Qiyu and LinWei did not recognize. But Qin was comfortably half-reclining in the man's arms, appearing quite intimate. Qiyu asked the mysterious woman, somewhat displeased, Didn't you say it was just us going? Why are there three more people? The The mysterious woman smiled gently. Those 3 were already on my invitation list. Besides, you didn't clearly state whether you would attend at the time, so how could I easily give up on them? Qiyu had to lean in and ask. You invited so many people to share the treasure with my sister. Aren't you afraid of uneven distribution leading to conflict? The mysterious woman patted her shoulder and said, This is something I will decide on. You don't need to worry about it. Qiyu replied, I'm worried about my sister. I couldn't care less about your matters. When the man saw Qiyu enter, his expression became somewhat unnatural, seemingly a mix of fear and vigilance. Qiyu, being her usual carefree self, didn't pick up on the man's subtle expressions. After finding a seat, she pointed at the man and asked Qin, you went on a mission and brought a biochemical lover with you? Qin raised an eyebrow. What biochemical lover? This is my man, Yuda. Mun? She was a bit confused, as Qin didn't seem to look of age yet. Yuda said, Qin is pregnant. Although she accepted the mysterious woman's invitation, I couldn't rest easy, so I came along. Pregnant? Qiyu, who had just taken a sip of her drink, sprayed it out. Qin looked disdainful. Why the fuss? Can't I be pregnant? Qiyu asked. Are you an adult? Qin replied somewhat angrily. I'm already an adult. No need to worry. Qin had become an S-class hero at a young age and held herself in high regard, looking down on everything. However, Qiyu appeared as an SS class the moment she showed up, which impacted the talented young Qin deeply, making her unconsciously see Qiyu as a rival. Yet, Qiyu had no such intention. In Qin's eyes, it was a form of contempt, and the fact that Qiyu single-handedly defeated Jununu only fueled Qin's envy and resentment. Qiyu pouted and stopped talking. Yuda was indeed Yuda. Qiyu's appearance was unexpected for him, although no one except Qin knew his identity. The horrific death of Jununu still lingered in his memory. As a native of the home planet, he was very relieved not to have become a casualty of this battle. But the instinctive fear of Qiyu was deeply ingrained in his mind. Natives of the home planet revere strength, and they naturally feel awe and admiration for the powerful. At this moment, Yuda felt both respect and fear towards Qiyu, even a bit of admiration. The mysterious woman frowned. Qin, you didn't tell me you were pregnant. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited you. I have some connections with the elders of your family. If anything happens to you, how would I explain it to them? Qin appeared indifferent as she wrapped her arms around Yuda's neck. Yuda will protect me. His strength is far beyond mine. With him here, I feel very safe. After saying this, Qin stretched her swan-like neck and pecked Yuda's face gently. The mysterious woman felt a wave of annoyance. This trip turned out to be a family affair. Qin didn't mention her pregnancy or that she would bring a man along. This man was unfamiliar, if he was stronger than Qin. How come neither I nor the Alliance had any information on him? The mysterious woman, feeling quite displeased, ordered the flight to begin. A slight tremor occurred as the flying vehicle took off, and within seconds, it had ascended into the air. Mysterious woman, what exactly is this mission? You only said it was an opportunity to enhance everyone's strength. I want to know more details, Qin asked. The mysterious woman seemed reluctant to reveal too much at that moment. I'll tell you more once we arrive. I can only tell you that this is something left behind by a native of the home planet. If we can find it, it will greatly aid everyone's cultivation. Yuda was startled. A native of the home planet? Could it be something left by Jununu? He knew that Jununu was one of the most powerful beings from their home planet, and the resources he possessed were far beyond what he and the deceased Qiyu siblings could compare to. If they could obtain his belongings, it might be the greatest help to him, as they were all natives of the home planet. Yuda was someone who felt indifferent towards identity. He didn't pride himself on being a native of the home planet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed on Earth due to his feelings for Qin. He pursued martial arts and self-experience throughout his life, believing in doing what he felt was right. Hence he thought he should take responsibility for Qin and stay. Truly a bit silly and simple-minded. Qin had no idea about Yuda's complicated thoughts. But when she heard the term native planet, she couldn't help but glance at Yuda. She saw him frowning deeply, looking troubled, and assumed it was stirring up his homesickness. So she whispered gently in his ear, Darling, if this brings you negative emotions, then let me go alone. Yuda shook his head firmly. You carry my child. How can I rest easy letting you go alone? Qin, for this mission, just stay behind me. I will take care of it. A radiant smile instantly lit up Qin's face. She buried her face in Yuda's broad chest, like a kitten cuddling with its owner. The mysterious woman watched the two of them being affectionate and suddenly felt regret for inviting Qin to this mission. Once Qin was pregnant, her combat power would be compromised, and she knew nothing about Yuda, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The mysterious woman glanced at Qiyu again, Had it not been for the chance encounter with Qiyu, she wouldn't have pulled her in at the last minute. The mysterious woman sighed softly and sat down across from the baseball guy. The baseball guy was secretly observing the mysterious woman's every move. When he saw her suddenly sit in front of him, he became a bit nervous. For some reason, he found himself increasingly infatuated with the mysterious woman. Although the last mission had failed, it seemed she had planted something in his heart, and he always looked forward to seeing her again. The mysterious woman leaned elegantly in her seat, crossing her legs. She folded her arms and gazed out the window. The baseball guy suddenly felt a slight palpitations. From his angle, the neckline of the mysterious woman's low-cut bodysuit was directly facing him. The view of the valley between two peaks was laid bare before him, and with the mysterious woman hugging her arms, it created a visual impact that was quite thrilling. The baseball guy felt something strange in his body and quickly adjusted his sitting position, coughing a few times. The mysterious woman turned her head and, seeing his flustered expression, smiled slightly and moved to sit beside him. The baseball guy caught a whiff of the unique, intoxicating scent of the mysterious woman mixed with expensive perfume, making him feel even more entranced and unable to extricate himself. Baseball guy, look, they're all paired up. We're both still alone. It's really a bit sad. The mysterious woman said. The baseball guy's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we should pair up? Wow, this news was too sudden. I woke up late this morning and haven't even brushed my teeth yet. When are we getting married? I've thought of names for our kids. If it's a boy, we'll call him Mysterious Boy. And if it's a girl, I'll call her Baseball Girl. Where should our family live? I don't want to stay in Wanqing City. It's too oppressive. The baseball guy was truly lost in his thoughts when the mysterious woman suddenly leaned closer to him, whispering in his ear. His breathing quickened, almost choking. Don't you think that guy named Yuda is very suspicious? If it is true, as Qin said, that his strength far surpasses hers, then this person's identity becomes even more questionable. The mysterious woman's breath was like orchids, while the baseball kid's half of his face had gone numb. He mechanically nodded, his mind already blank. The mysterious woman continued to whisper, Baseball kid, among all S-class heroes, you are the one I trust the most, even more than Lord Phantom. Can you trust me too? As she spoke, her long nails traced circles on the baseball kid's chest. The baseball kid nodded stiffly and said in a barely audible voice, I absolutely trust you, mysterious lady, my queen. It turned out that the mysterious woman had long known that the baseball kid had feelings for her. Through several interactions, she was slowly brainwashing him. When she last sought the original stone, she had already begun to invade his consciousness. But later the baseball kid became possessed by the second original stone, forcing her plan to halt. For the mysterious woman, someone like the baseball kid, a control-type mage, was the most helpful to her. Originally, she wouldn't be able to cast a spell on a control mage, but this particular mage liked her, which is why her brainwashing and consciousness invasion could work. If it were someone indifferent to her, no matter how much the mysterious woman jumped around, it wouldn't have much effect. For example, Qiyu was a case in point. Every time they interacted, the mysterious woman was invading Qiyu's consciousness, hoping she could become her guest of honor. But Qiyu was completely resistant to it. Baseball kid, I think the best way is for you to use your consciousness gun to probe the consciousness-She of this Yuda, to see who he really is and what his intentions are. The mysterious woman and the baseball kid no longer needed to communicate verbally. I agree with your point of view, my queen. The baseball kid said solemnly as he closed his eyes. The mysterious woman revealed a barely noticeable smile. She stood up, slowly left her seat, and sat next to Qiyu. Yuda was looking out the window when he suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He thought nothing of it and shook his head. But soon, he felt a sharp pain on both sides of his head, as if someone was pricking him with very fine needles. Yuda rubbed his temples. Maybe he had been too tense lately. He closed his eyes, wanted to rest for a while. Just as Yuda closed his eyes, a wave of headache surged over him. At the same time, his once calm consciousness-She suddenly felt like it had an intruder and began to become somewhat violent. Who are you? A voice suddenly appeared in Yuda's mind. I am. Just as Yuda was about to answer, another voice in his mind seemed to remind him not to respond. Yuda shouted loudly and opened his eyes. He stood up abruptly, looking around warily. Qin was cuddling in his arms and was startled by his sudden movement. What's wrong, dear? Qin cupped Yuda's handsome but somewhat angry face. Yuda scanned everyone like an eagle, then slowly sat back down. In nothing. After thinking for a while, Yuda finally locked his target on Qiyu, as only she had the ability to invade his consciousness-She. But Qiyu had a look of confusion on her face, and Yuda couldn't press the issue, as he had no evidence and couldn't overpower her. The baseball kid also opened his eyes, glanced at the mysterious woman. and shook his head. His consciousness barrier is very strong. I just wanted to know who he was, but I encountered fierce resistance. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my queen. It's okay, you did well. That only proves this person definitely has problems. The mysterious woman smiled approvingly at the baseball kid, seeing the person he admired smile at him. The baseball kid's previously anxious heart relaxed. He had thought the mysterious woman would scold him for not doing a good job. Dear, are you really okay? Qin looked at Yuda, whose muscles were all tense, feeling uneasy. Really, I'm fine. Yuda stroked Qin's head with a doting expression. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Qiyu even leaned in LinWei's arms and took a short nap. Hours later, they arrived at the ruins of the Kingdom of Floor. LinWei gently pushed Qiyu awake. The aircraft stopped in the center of a small square. Everyone disembarked with a mysterious woman, and several men in black stood around. The men in black all wore sunglasses and were uniform in height. Needless to say, they were all bioengineered humans produced by the Mo gene family. A slender man squeezed out from the group of black-clad individuals and hurriedly approached the mysterious woman. My lady, you've arrived. The man had a fawning expression. Logan, the people you had tailing the target are still there, right? Logan's face showed a hint of panic. The mysterious woman frowned slightly. What's wrong? Have you lost them again? Logan hurriedly waved his hands. No. The target has been in the tracking area and hasn't come out for 7 days. This area is very vast, and we can't pursue deeply, so we can only hide and wait at the entrance. I was just afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid the target might have left through another exit. Logan hesitated for a long time before expressing his concern. The mysterious woman was somewhat angry. If you had this worry, why didn't you inform me sooner? I could have set out earlier. It's been 7 days now. If she really left through another exit, what are we still doing here, setting up an observation post? Logan broke out in a cold sweat. He felt wronged. Had he reported the target's absence after 3 days, he might have been scolded. Sigh, reporting or not reporting was both a dilemma. Qin and Yuda approached the mysterious woman. If the other party knows someone is tailing them, they might deliberately hide and not show up. Qin, carrying a long knife, had a disdainful expression. Logan shot a fierce glance at the girl who seemed inexperienced. It's impossible to be discovered. The spies I hired change every hour, and they're all skilled at tracking and hiding. They would never raise the target's suspicion. Qin replied, that is not necessarily true. The person your boss values so much must be very strong. How can you lowly fish keep up with them? You. Logan was furious. How dare this girl defame him in front of his boss? That was intolerable. The mysterious woman spread her hands to separate the two. All right, since it has come to this, we can only enter the target's area to search. The target might have discovered they were being tailed and either hidden or found another way to leave. However, I have a feeling there is another possibility. What possibility? The target has already found what they were looking for, which is why they Haven-T left. The mysterious woman's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. My lady is right. That possibility is very high. Logan quickly echoed. Qin sniffed, non-committal. The mysterious woman turned her head and saw Qiyu and LinWei standing together, showing no intention of participating in the discussion. Time is of the essence. We should enter now. The mysterious woman issued the command. Logan said, the area is so large. Just a few of us might not be enough. The mysterious woman smiled slightly, and a mechanical spider jumped out from the exit of the aircraft. Qin showed a look of disgust and slightly stepped back. It seemed she was extremely averse to insects, unable to even tolerate mechanical insects. The mechanical spider stared with its 2 red, glowing compound eyes and hopped over to the mysterious woman. Logan looked at the mechanical spider in front of him, puzzled, and said to the mysterious woman, ma'am, we have sent quite a few mechanical spiders into this area, but so far there has been no sign of the target. The mysterious woman replied, this mechanical spider is an enhanced version of a detection and tracking type mechanical creature. With it here, the chances of finding the target will be several times better than with regular mechanical spiders. She crouched down and took out a small vial from her tight-fitting outfit. Logan watched as the mysterious woman pulled out a small vial containing a red liquid from her clothing, and he couldn't help but lick his slightly dry lips. Ma'am, what is this? Logan swallowed hard, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the mysterious woman. Blood. Could it be the blood from the target? Logan, you're not too bad with your brain. Boss, please don't make fun of me. What use is this blood? The mysterious woman issued a command, and a round hole suddenly appeared in the center of the mechanical spider's compound eyes. She then placed the small vial directly into the hole. The mechanical spider seemed to be injected with a stimulant, and its red compound eyes turned even bloodier. Its head raised high, and it began to look around. Qin bit her finger and moved a little further away from it. After a while, The mechanical spider began to move quickly in one direction. It did not enter the entrance, but went around it. The mysterious woman glanced at Logan and was the first to follow. Logan anxiously followed behind. The ruins of Frolok are actually a vast and complex underground world, built from a mix of natural and artificial parts. There is only one entrance to the natural part, which is the area where Qiyu entered. The interior is intricate and easy to get lost in, so Logan dared not rashly enter and instead waited at the entrance. Now that the mechanical spider had not entered through the entrance, it was a slap in the face for Logan. After walking a short distance, the mechanical spider stopped in an open space. Everyone felt confused because there was nothing here. Seeing the mechanical spider continuously tapping on the opposite side with its 8 legs, the mysterious woman was the first to react. "Dig down," she commanded Logan. Logan hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly showing a look of realization. He issued a command for the black-clad individuals waiting in place to gather here immediately. The black-clad individuals surrounded the mechanical spider, and then everyone's fingers suddenly elongated. Mechanical fingers breaking through the skin, glinting with metallic coldness in the sunlight. The black-clad individuals coordinated their movements and began to dig a pit. They transformed from bodyguards into a group of excavators. The black-clad individuals dug extremely quickly, and in no time they had excavated nearly 2 meters. However, apart from dirt and gravel, there was nothing. "Continue digging down," the mysterious woman said. After digging another 5 or 6 meters, the ground where one of the black-clad individuals stood suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep hole. A look of joy appeared on the mysterious woman's face. One of the black-clad individuals crawled inside, and shortly after returned, holding an earring in his hand. Qiyu, with her sharp eyes, immediately recognized that this seemed to be Qiling's earring. "Did something happen to my sister?" Qiyu had a bad feeling surge within her. In an instant, she teleported and snatched the earrings from the black-clad man's hand. Sure enough, they belonged to Qiyu. Qiyu held the earrings tightly, her heart racing beneath her hand. She was already incredibly beautiful, and now this gesture reminiscent of a classic beauty left Logan, Yuda, and the mysterious woman stunned. Yuda felt a stir in his heart, seeing Qiyu's delicate appearance. Ever since he saw her at the award ceremony, he had been unable to forget her. Qiyu's strength amazed him, and seeing a powerful person show a vulnerable side made his heart race. He wished he could embrace her right then and there. Just as he had this thought, he saw a handsome man wrap his arms around Qiyu. This man was of course LinWei. Yuda felt a wave of disappointment. Women are as meticulous as threads. When Qin saw Yuda's expression first turn strange and then his body stiffen, she knew this straight man was feeling off again. Seeing him staring blankly at Qiyu, she already understood most of what was going on. In terms of looks and figure, Qin could not compare to Qiyu. She had won Yuda over mainly because he had never encountered a woman who pursued him with such determination. Simply put, Yuda had not been exposed to the world of women. He had fallen for Qin out of emotion and responsibility. Much like a woman who had been sheltered for too long would fall for the first man who treated her well. Now that he had tasted the sweetness, seeing a woman like Qiyu who was both beautiful and fierce, sweet and salty, exceptionally powerful yet gentle, made it impossible for him to resist being captivated. It was like a child entering a room and immediately grabbing the first toy that caught their eye. But once they saw more toys, they realized that the one they held no longer satisfied them. A child can easily discard a toy they no longer want, but Yuda could not. His sense of morality and responsibility did not allow him to abandon Qin, especially since she was already pregnant with his child. However, desire and subconscious feelings could not deceive him. Since seeing Qiyu again, Yuda felt he could never forget her. Qin pinched Yuda hard, the pain bringing him back to reality. Seeing her eyes filled with tears, he knew he had lost his composure and quickly turned away. Qin looked at the distraught Yuda, and her jealousy and hatred toward Qiyu grew even stronger. Qiyu held Qiling's earrings, which seemed to have faint traces of dried blood on them. "My sister is in danger. I need to go find her immediately," she said to the mysterious woman. "Let your mechanical spider lead the way. It seems to know where my sister is." The mysterious woman shook her head. "Qiyu, my mechanical spider isn't that magical. It can only narrow down the search area. It can't directly find Qiling." Qiyu replied, "I can't worry about that. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I will fight until the end because she is my sister." After saying this, she picked up the mechanical spider and jumped into the dug pit. The tunnel was very dark, but the mechanical spider's lighting system immediately turned on. Qiyu pushed the mechanical spider, but it remained motionless. It seemed that without the mysterious woman's commands, The mechanical spider would not follow her instructions. Qiyu had no choice but to return to the surface. Mysterious woman, let's take the lead together. I can't command your mechanical spider. The mysterious woman stood still, showing no intention of moving. Qiyu urged, consider it a big favor owed to you. I will fulfill any of your requests in the future. The mysterious woman knew Qiyu was a person of her word. She smiled slightly, took Qiyu's hand, and jumped into the tunnel. The other 5 people followed suit. The remaining black-clad men stood guard around the entrance of the tunnel like protectors. With the mysterious woman's command, the mechanical spider quickly darted through the underground world. The mysterious woman added a biological recognition system to its detection system. So after identifying Qiuling's blood, the mechanical spider maximized its search speed based on the residual DNA information of Qiuling. The underground world was composed of countless tunnels and caves, extending several kilometers deep. Even with the assistance of a mechanical spider, finding one person in such a vast underground world was extremely challenging. The 7 of them wandered underground for about a few hours, and the mechanical spider became increasingly hesitant at the forks ahead. Everyone understood that the remaining information about the target was pitifully scarce, and even this molecular-level detector was struggling. Qin, lagging at the back, began to complain. Are we treasure hunting, or just eating dirt underground? The mysterious woman pretended not to hear. After walking for a while, the mechanical spider stopped. There was no way forward, but the spider's flashing compound eyes seemed to indicate that something was behind the wall made of stone and earth. Yuda leaned forward to closely examine the wall. There was once a path here. This wall was formed from a collapse. Qiyu pushed past Yuda and said, let me break this wall with one punch. Yuda's face turned red. Qiyu, if you just throw a punch recklessly, it could cause a larger collapse in a nearby area, and we might all be buried alive here. Qiyu glanced at Yuda. Then what do you suggest? Yuda observed for a while longer. From my observations, to break this wall without causing a large-scale collapse, 3 people need to strike at 3 different points of force simultaneously, and the strength must be relatively consistent to safely break the wall. Yuda pointed to 3 spots. Qiyu was skeptical. Yuda nodded confidently. The baseball player said, then I asked Qiyu, the mysterious woman, and Yuda to strike together. Just in case, I will activate the mental shield. If a collapse occurs, I can temporarily ensure that everyone won't be buried alive. The 3 struck simultaneously under the command, and with a loud bang, 3 large holes appeared in the wall, with countless cracks extending from each hole, ultimately shattering the wall completely and revealing a cave behind it. The tunnel did not experience a large-scale collapse. Only some localized wall sections crumbled. Qiyu patted Yuda's shoulder. I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. Yuda smiled shyly at Qiyu's praise. Qin couldn't help but snort, pulling Yuda back to her side. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? If there had been a collapse, do you want to bury me here completely? Wouldn't it be a case of 1 corpse and 2 lives, and you could live freely? Yuda didn't want to reveal in front of others that his family had built their fortune through mining on their home planet, and he had developed an astonishing talent for it from a young age. Yuda frowned and ignored Qin's nonsense. Seeing that Yuda was ignoring her, Qin suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. Yuda panicked at her appearance, thinking she was having a miscarriage. The mysterious woman saw through Qin's antics and said, Qin, you are pregnant. I advise you to return to the surface with Yuda. You don't need to participate in the rest of the journey. If anything happens to the child in your womb, I cannot bear the responsibility. Qin straightened up at these words. Don't make me sound so weak. I'm fine. The mysterious woman said, don't push yourself. I can let the black-clad people on the ground take you out. I just need to transmit the route saved by the mechanical spider to them. Yuda also agreed. If you're really uncomfortable, we should leave here first. Qin jumped into Yuda's arms. I'm fine. I can just let Yuda carry me. Yuda, helpless, had no choice but to carry this Sundra little princess further in. Fortunately, Qin's weight was no burden to Yuda, and he didn't feel any extra strain. Qin made a face at Qiyu, as if declaring that Yuda was hers. Qiyu had no idea what she meant and ignored her. After a brief interlude, everyone continued deeper. Behind the shattered wall was a cave, unremarkable and indistinguishable from the thousands of other caves around. They wandered around the cave without any discoveries. This cave had no other exits, meaning they had to turn back and find another way. The mechanical spider appeared quite excited, circling around the cave several times, but it seemed to be aimlessly wandering. The mysterious woman observed the spider's unusual behavior and fell into thought again. Logan approached. Boss, what's wrong with this little guy? I don't know. The feedback it's giving me is very chaotic. It seems there's a lot of residual information left behind by targets here, but it's quite jumbled and it's a bit lost. So what do we do next? It seems we've hit a dead end. The mysterious woman was unwilling to return empty-handed. She looked around the cave, hoping to find some clues. Qiyu felt a bit anxious, but in this situation, she had no good ideas. Yuda gently set Qiyu down and began to touch the cave walls. After carefully exploring for a while, he said to everyone, "We've been underground for almost 3 hours. According to my calculations, we're about 2 kilometers from the surface." The mysterious woman pulled up the mechanical spider's vertical distance data, 1988 meters, which confirmed Yuda's accuracy. Yuda continued, "I just observed the cave walls and found that this cave doesn't belong to the depth it should be at." Everyone looked at him in confusion. The walls of this cave are quite smooth, and compared to the caves we just passed at the same level, it appears more symmetrical. The mysterious woman suddenly realized and quickly retrieved the mechanical spider's data collection for this cave. Its compound eyes emitted red light, creating a three-dimensional image of the cave in midair. It was obvious that this cave presented a relatively symmetrical oval shape. Why do I say relatively symmetrical? Because one side seemed to be affected by external forces with a smoother curve. Through the 3D imaging, everyone immediately understood that this cave was not naturally formed, but was man-made. This place belongs to the ruins of the Fulua Kingdom. It's not impossible for there to be artificially excavated caves here, the baseball kid said. Yuda shook his head. No, the wall material is clearly different from this area. It's like it just appeared out of thin air embedded here. Others didn't understand, but the mysterious woman was overjoyed upon hearing this. According to legend, ancient martial human-shaped spaceships landed in the Fulua Kingdom ruins. Could this cave possibly be part of the human-shaped spaceship? But if it's a part, it means the spaceship has already disintegrated, with countless wreckage scattered throughout this underground world. The mysterious woman thought of this, and her expression darkened again. Was she going to return empty-handed this time? Logan leaned closer. "Boss, what should we do next?" The mysterious woman sighed. "Alas, we can only leave here first and find another way." Just as everyone was about to leave, Qiyu raised her fist and punched the cave wall. The wall wasn't very hard, and with one punch, Qiyu's entire arm sank into the stone wall. She pulled her jade arm out and quickly punched the wall again. Qiyu punched with great speed, soon leaving dozens of fist-sized holes in the wall. Everyone looked at Qiyu's actions in confusion, thinking she was just venting her anger on the wall. Yuda gazed at the irregularly spaced fist holes on the wall, feeling that there was something significant about it. After making several more fist holes, Qiyu finally stopped this puzzling behavior. LinWei was about to speak, but Qiyu stopped him. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the wall, the sound of cracks forming. Then, cracks began to appear between the caves. These cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, connecting the dozens of holes together. Red liquid began to seep out from the cracks. Once the cracks were filled with the red liquid, it looked like a dense network of blood vessels from a distance. A faint, blood-like smell began to permeate the air. Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Qiyu took a whiff and immediately covered her chest, unable to suppress her urge to gag. The red liquid continued to flow more and more, surrounding everyone from all directions. The mysterious woman saw the situation was bad and wanted to leave the cave, but found the entrance had inexplicably disappeared. They now felt as if they were trapped in a closed, oval-shaped red hourglass. "Qiyu, what exactly is happening? Why did you punch those holes? What do you know?" The mysterious woman shouted at Qiyu, but Qiyu seemed unwilling to explain. "What is this red liquid? Could it be blood? But whose blood is it?" The baseball kid shouted, his voice filled with fear. Yuda dipped his hand into the red liquid, rubbed it, and then brought it to his nose to smell. "Everyone, this isn't blood." Qiyu grabbed Yuda's hand. "Are you crazy? We don't even know what this thing is, and you just touch it? What if it's toxic?" Yuda replied, "Qiyu, these holes were made by Qiyu. Since she did this, there must be a reason. She wouldn't release poison to harm herself." Qiyu found this reasonable and turned to look at Qiyu. "Hey, Qiyu, what exactly are you up to? Have you been here before? Why did you punch holes in the wall for no reason?" Qiyu asked 3 questions in a row. Qiyu was a bit tongue-tied because it wasn't her idea. It was the number 2 original stone inside her that compelled her to do this. But she couldn't tell the truth. First, because she couldn't reveal her biggest secret, and second, because she doubted others wouldn't believe her and would think she was lying. Qiyu was relentless, insisting on knowing the reason, and after holding in for a while, Qiyu thought of a response. "I've never been here before. I just wanted to see if there was another way out behind this stone wall. After all, we've come this far, and I don't want to give up halfway. Besides, the person I'm looking for is my sister. I'm even more anxious to find her than you all." This explanation was logical and coherent, and although Qiyu didn't believe it, she couldn't find a way to refute it. She could only roll her eyes and stop talking. The mysterious woman didn't believe Qiyu's words either, but she was much more restrained than Qiyu. Although she had doubts, she ultimately remained silent. She felt that Qiyu definitely knew something, and this mission would require more attention to her in the future. Qiyu also felt a bit angry and couldn't help but complain to the number 2 original stone. Of course, their conversation was completed in a way similar to telepathy. Unheard by outsiders. Stu, you insisted that I attack the stone wall just now. What exactly do you want to do? Qiyu, I just wanted to confirm whether this is the wreckage site of the ancient martial arts humanoid spaceship. Stu sounded somewhat languid. The humanoid spaceship of the ancient martial arts had been severely damaged in previous battles and perished after barely reaching Earth. It seems this is indeed where it finally collapsed. Chuck the original stone side. Qiyu then asked, what about these red liquids? These are the bodily fluids remaining inside the humanoid spaceship. Upon hearing this, Qiyu grimaced. Don't find these liquids disgusting. They're essential for the pilot to communicate with the humanoid spaceship. In other words, the pilot achieves a higher synchronization rate with the spaceship through these bodily fluids to control it, Chuck explained. Since it has already perished and is just a pile of wreckage, it no longer serves any purpose. Why will my sister go through so much trouble to find it? Stu let out a dry laugh. No purpose? Not necessarily. Since it's called a humanoid spaceship, it naturally can be injured, can die, and can be reborn. As long as the core components are not damaged, it can still be cultivated anew and exert a certain percentage of its past strength. I think your sister wants to rehatch and cultivate this humanoid spaceship. Your sister is truly talented. Although her physical gifts are far inferior to yours, her IQ is. Stu began to say, but he didn't finish, as he had already sensed the surging anger within Qiyu's consciousness. What should we do next? Why is the space sealed? These bodily fluids are equivalent to human neurons. Although the humanoid spaceship has perished, its bodily fluids have not completely lost their function. Your attack on the stone wall just now awakened a part of its neuronal activity, and the bodily fluids of the spaceship have the effect of isolating space. However, after thousands of years of perishing, this effect won't last long and will soon return to its original state. Sure enough, before Stu finished speaking, the surrounding red liquids slowly receded like a tide, revealing the previous entrance once again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but a disagreement arose about where to go next. The mechanical spider seemed to have lost Qiu's trail. It remained stationary without any action. The baseball kid and Qiyu wanted to return to the surface, while the mysterious woman wanted to find another way out on her own. Yuda, Qiyu, and LinWei did not express their opinions, just as everyone was at an impasse. Yuda, who had been silent, made a suggestion. Since that's the case, why don't we split into 2 teams? One team will be led by me, and the other by the mysterious woman. Each team leader can decide the return time and whether to terminate this search. Everyone agreed. Yuda, Qiyu, and the baseball kid formed one team, while the mysterious woman, Qiyu, and LinWei formed the other team. The mysterious woman exchanged glances with Logan, who understood and joined Yuda's team. They parted ways at a crossroads. Qiyu tugged at Yuda's sleeve, wanting to say something. Yuda patted her head and hugged her tightly. Yuda had his own plans. He already sensed that whatever the Mother Star people left behind here was definitely extraordinary. The red liquid contained unusual energy, which made his feelings as a fellow Mother Star person deeper than anyone else's. He recalled a legend about humanoid weapons that his grandfather told him when he was young, though he had forgotten most of it. Humanoid weapons are one of the oldest races in the Mother Star's evolutionary tree, and it is said they have long been extinct. They are massive in size and possess immense power. As long as a Mother Star person enters their body, soaks in their bodily fluids, and achieves a certain synchronization rate through telepathy, they can control them. Of course, those Mother Star people capable of doing this are extremely rare, and even fewer can meet combat standards, making humanoid spaceships one of the most elite weapons of the Mother Star. Just now, the feeling brought to Yuda by the red liquid suggested that this might very well be a burial site for humanoid weapons in the area. Although they had perished, there would definitely be valuable remnants left behind. He intended to rely on his profound understanding of caves to find some treasures on his own. The mysterious woman watched as Yuda and the others gradually disappeared, pondering in her heart. She hadn't anticipated that Qiyu would bring people over, let alone that Qiyu would be pregnant. Moreover, Yuda, who was not only powerful but also meticulous in thought compared to Qiyu, made her feel as though she had invited a wolf into the house, fearing she would share in the spoils. What frustrated her even more was the baseball kid's overwhelming reaction upon seeing the red liquid, as if he were terrified, suddenly breaking away from her control and insisting on returning to the surface. Little did she know, the red liquid inside the humanoid weapon had a far greater psychological impact on the baseball kid than on ordinary people, as it was energy of a mental nature. The red liquid instilled an instinctive fear in him, prompting him to choose to follow Yuda, thinking Yuda would share the same desire as Qin to return to the surface quickly. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Like the mysterious woman, Yuda would not easily give up such a tempting opportunity. The mysterious woman patted the mechanical spider beside her, issuing a command for it to continue exploring. Although the mechanical spider had temporarily lost the trail of Qiyu, it was still a good guide, far more accurate than human judgment. The 3-in-1 spider continued to delve deeper underground for several more hours. The underground space grew increasingly hot and stuffy, causing Qiyu to sweat profusely. She had to take off her outer jacket, revealing her tank top and shorts. Finding it cumbersome to hold her clothes, she tied them around her waist. Suddenly, the mysterious woman in front of her stopped without warning. Qiyu, feeling somewhat irritable, wasn't paying attention and bumped directly into her back. The two women collided. Qiyu rubbed her chest where she had bumped, looking at the blushing, mysterious woman. The mysterious woman, who was open to both genders, felt a thrill from Qiyu's softness during the bump. The reason she stopped was that the mechanical spider had suddenly halted. It stared blankly at a certain point in the void, its compound eyes flashing incessantly, and a chattering noise came from its body. Stu, who was inside Qiyu, spoke again. That little robot is interesting. It seems to be looking at something behind the stone wall. Qiyu, go break the stone wall and take a look. Following Stu's instructions, Qiyu approached the stone wall and raised a hand. Is it here? Qiyu confirmed with Stu. A little to the left. Yes, that's about it. Just as the mysterious woman approached silently to ask, she saw Qiyu suddenly raise her hand and smash her fist into the stone wall. Qiyu's arm sank deep into the wall, as if she were feeling for something. After a few seconds, Qiyu withdrew her arm, bringing out an irregularly shaped red substance that felt somewhat like stone, but had a smooth surface. What is this? Qiyu asked Stu. This should be something from inside the humanoid spaceship, Stu replied, somewhat uncertain. I see, this is something from the bones of a humanoid weapon, similar to the type of waste that humans produce as bone spurs when they grow old, Chuck said. Qiyu broke out in a cold sweat. Humanoid weapons could also develop bone spurs? She casually threw the red stone on the ground. The mysterious woman, noticing Qiyu's ability to accurately find items discovered by the mechanical spider, felt a surge of confidence in this treasure hunt. Qiyu, what is this thing? I don't know. If you're interested, you can keep it, Qiyu replied, not wanting to say too much. The mysterious woman hesitated for a moment, but then bent down to pick up the unknown red stone-like substance. Qiyu, I feel like the core remains of the humanoid weapon are nearby. Be careful not to let that big-breasted girl get ahead of you, Stu reminded. Big-breasted girl? Qiyu felt that Stu's description of the mysterious woman was not very accurate. But where was Qi Ling? Was she okay? Qiyu was worried about her sister and steeled herself again. As time passed, and they moved deeper, the environment of the underground world began to change gradually. The passage started to narrow, and the surrounding stone walls became hard, the color slowly changing from the previous gray-brown to blood red. The group could smell the stench of blood in their nostrils again. The mysterious woman became unusually excited. Although she hadn't found Qi Ling, more and more signs indicated that she would reap rewards today. She quickened her pace, ignoring Qiyu behind her, and went straight deeper. Qiyu was unhurried. With Stu and Chuck with her, she felt more assured. After passing through an extremely narrow passage, they came upon a round cave. The cave was deep red all around, and in the center lay a person with long hair, completely naked, facing away from them. It looked like a woman, based on her figure. Due to the dim light, everyone couldn't see clearly. Qi Ling? Both Qiyu and the mysterious woman had this thought in their minds. Qiyu couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran forward. However, the mysterious woman did not move. LinWei, who had been inconspicuous, suddenly said, Qiyu, wait a moment. Something feels off here. Qiyu, stop. What's wrong? LinWei touched his nose. Because everything has been too smooth. Qiyu asked in surprise, isn't smooth a good thing? LinWei replied, ever since we escaped from the oval cave, everything seems to be going according to our wishes. The clues have gradually enriched. And apart from spending some time finding this place, we haven't encountered any obstacles at all. Think about it. If it were this simple, how could Qi Ling have spent so long without getting what she wanted? This place feels strange. It seems someone wants things to develop in the way we expect. If that's the case, what is their purpose? Qi thought it made sense. Ling had spent so long without any gains, yet Qiyu, could just stroll in and succeed? There must be something fishy going on. The mysterious woman looked at Wei, feeling frustrated. She had not moved earlier because she wanted reckless Qiyu to take the risk, but now Wei had called her to stop. This kid is always messing up my plans. Just then, the person in the distance suddenly moved. The three became alert instantly. Who are you? It was a woman's voice. Definitely not Ling's. Her voice was cold and melodious, like an echo from an unknown depth of the universe. She wanted to ask Stu and Chuck. But for some reason, as soon as they entered the cave, the two stone men seemed to have collectively fallen silent, even hiding their energy. The mysterious woman did not answer, but instead countered. Who are you? Where is Ling? Who is Ling? I don't know her. Neither of them answered each other directly. The unfamiliar woman slowly sat up. She was tall, but her skin was too pale. Wei thought she resembled someone with albinism, unhealthily white. However, her hair was not white, indicating it wasn't a skin disease. She slowly turned around. When everyone saw her features, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Her face was relatively normal, but her eyes were as large as copper bells, bulging outward and blood red, resembling compound eyes. Her nose was human, but her mouth was extremely large, the corners splitting apart, looking just like a mouth-slit woman. She seemed to smile at them, her teeth sharp like spikes hanging above her gums. From the back, she looked like a beautiful woman, but from the front, she absolutely resembled a demon crawling out of hell. Wei thought to himself, no wonder she had her back to them. She was the type who wanted to commit crimes when looking back and wanted to retreat when looking forward. Her chest was bare, showing no signs of covering. While not particularly full, it was unnaturally white. The woman seemed somewhat weak, her shoulders trembling slightly. She did not speak again, but merely stared at them. Suddenly, a blood-red tongue extended from her mouth. The woman's tongue, as red as blood, licked her nearly invisible thin lips. Her tongue was extraordinarily long, truly fitting the term long-tongued woman. The mysterious woman tentatively asked, You're a mother planet being, right? The woman stared at the mysterious woman with her red eyes, sizing her up. It seems you know something, she said as she stood up. Only then did the group notice that a strap the same color as her skin was attached to her navel, resembling an umbilical cord. The other end of the strap was embedded in the ground, limiting the woman's movements. Seeing that she could not move around freely, the mysterious woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You've been here for a long time, haven't you? The woman, noticing the three staring at her navel, couldn't help but sneer. A long time? I don't know. I've been in a deep sleep. Time has no meaning for me. Suddenly, the woman's stomach gurgled. Spiders like to use webs to catch prey, but do you know that on the mother planet, there is an insect that deliberately bumps into spider webs and then quietly waits for the spider to come close before revealing its fangs to counterattack? After I woke up, I waited here for half a day, and finally, prey has appeared. As soon as she said this, the three of them became more vigilant. This woman couldn't move around freely, yet she was boasting here. They could at least turn around and leave. What could she do? The woman seemed to see through their thoughts and laughed. I can still catch you while standing still. Just as her words fell, her face twisted, and a pair of flesh wings adorned with white feathers appeared from her back. The wings spread wide, even longer than the woman's body. She let out a cackling laugh, and before the group could react, both hands shot out, fingers curled like hooks. After extending her hands, they vanished into thin air and then reappeared beside the mysterious woman and Wei. Her left hand reached for the mysterious woman, and her right hand grabbed Wei. The mysterious woman was startled by the sudden appearance of a white hand, but being an S-class hero, her body reacted quickly, retreating rapidly. The woman missed her grab, but her sharp nails still tore through the mysterious woman's chest, blood gushing from 3 parallel wounds. The mysterious woman let out a soft cry, covering her chest. Her tight-fitting outfit was torn apart, the tension from her voluptuous figure creating 3 large holes, resembling 3 pink-white eyes. Wei, being an ordinary person, had no time to react. The woman's hand firmly grasped her shoulder, and in the next moment, both Wei and the woman's hand disappeared before Qiyu's eyes. Qiyu couldn't even manage to save her. Almost at the same time, Wei appeared beside the woman, looking shocked and completely bewildered. An ordinary person? Sigh. Better than nothing. She hesitated for just a moment before immediately opening her blood-red mouth. Her white, gleaming teeth glinted coldly, and Wei screamed in fear, Qiyu, help. Just as the woman was about to bite into the white flesh on Wei's shoulder, suddenly, her cheek was kicked hard by someone. The woman was kicked into the air, but halfway through, the flesh around her navel restrained her, causing her to bounce back and crash heavily to the ground. Her face hit the ground, and she fell in a very awkward manner. Shaking all over, the white feathers on her meaty wings were standing upright. One didn't even need to see her face to know she was genuinely angry. Who hit me? Who dares to hit me? The woman propped herself up and glared fiercely in the direction of the punch. A beautiful woman in a tight black tank top with a voluptuous figure was staring at her. The white-faced man she had just grabbed was hiding behind her, looking like a soft meal being forced to eat. The woman glanced at Qiyu and suddenly shivered inexplicably, exclaiming, "Gu-woo, how come?" Halfway through her words, she stopped. No, this person is not Gu-woo. She had been asleep for 1,000 years, and Gu-woo had long since died. At first glance, this person looked about 70 to 80% like Gu-woo. Could she be her descendant? She thought to herself, having guessed a rough idea. If she was Gu-woo's descendant, possessing the ability to seal her again, she needed to treat this matter with caution. She couldn't afford to fail again. The woman's arrogant feathers slowly retracted as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and cautiously asked Qiyu, "Who are you?" Seeing that the woman was in such a sorry state after being hit by her, but was otherwise unscathed, Qiyu couldn't help but feel a bit more cautious towards her. Moreover, the other party was quite polite to her. Qiyu replied politely, "My name is Qiyu. Have you seen a woman who looks a lot like me?" The woman gasped. Oh my god, 2 descendants of Gu-woo appeared here at the same time. She shook her head vigorously. "I haven't seen a second woman here more beautiful than you." A laugh emanated from within Qiyu. Stuart could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The woman noticed the red light flickering in Qiyu's chest and cautiously stepped back a few paces. But a second later, her expression changed dramatically as she felt the unusual energy fluctuations within Qiyu. "It's a raw stone. You said you're not Gu-woo?" The woman felt deceived. Her face a mix of shock and anger. Qiyu had no idea about any of this. She only saw the woman's expression changing rapidly, one moment red, the next white, then looking ferocious, only to show a humble and submissive demeanor shortly after. "The Rawstone clan, we meet again," the woman said in a low voice. Stuart didn't speak, but Stuart interjected, "Daikra, I thought you were dead." Qiyu was taken aback and asked telepathically, "Do you know each other?" Stuart remained silent. Daikra let out a sigh. This woman was not Gu-woo. Her way of speaking and acting was completely different from Gu-woo's. Gu-woo was decisive in killing, and just looking at her was frightening. The woman before her was powerful, but still a notch below Gu-woo. Since she was not Gu-woo, Daikra straightened her chest. Even as a descendant, she was not afraid. The mysterious woman in the distance saw Qiyu and that strange woman whispering to each other, filled with doubts. Do they know each other? You really haven't seen my sister? Qiyu asked again. Daikra showed an impatient expression. I told you I haven't seen her. Daikra was angry. Qiyu showed no curiosity about her at all, not asking who she was or why she was trapped in this place. For the first time in her life, she felt looked down upon. Stuart, does your new master not know my background? Daikra turned to ask Stuart. Qiyu could sense that Stuart seemed a bit fearful of this strange woman named Daikra. Just then her internal voice, Chuck, spoke up. Daikra, times have changed, people have changed. I'm glad. You're still alive, but I see you're still bound by your navel chain, so it seems you're still quite far from the peak. I advise you not to be too high profile. Daikra pondered for a moment, and then turned her face back to Qiyu. Daikra's blood-red eyes scanned Qiyu from head to toe, making Qiyu feel goosebumps all over. For Qiyu, she came to find Qiling, and since this woman named Daikra didn't know where Qiling was, she had no intention of wasting more words with her. Qiyu pulled LinWei and turned to leave, but Daikra called out to her from behind. Qiyu, are you willing to sign a contract with me? What contract? No interest. Qiyu waved her hand. Daikra was almost enraged to the point of explosion. She recalled the time 1,000 years ago when she said the same thing to Gu-woo, who was shocked from the inside out, but still had to force a calm expression on the surface. Now, she was being completely disregarded by Qiyu. I can elevate your strength to a new level. Daikra threw out what she thought was a very tempting statement. Qiyu paused and turned around. Daikra rejoiced inwardly. It seemed you were also just pretending. What happens after my strength increases? Qiyu countered. Daikra was momentarily speechless. This woman was not following the script. Wasn't a significant increase in power what all warriors dreamed of? Daikra, right? I'm not interested in signing any contract with you, Qiyu said. You might bring me some benefits, but there are always losses to be had. I don't like being bound. Daikra fell silent. She had been abruptly awakened from 1,000 years of slumber, immediately realizing that the surrounding environment could not provide her with sufficient energy right away. Originally, she planned to continue resting for another 1,000 years, waiting for her navel chain to mature and fall off. Of course, her so-called rest would rely on continuously devouring living beings to recover quickly. So, whenever she sensed someone intruding into her territory, she would lure them into her domain. Another way to quickly break free from the naval chain was to sign a contract with someone, but the terms of the contract were extremely harsh. She wouldn't sign a contract with an ordinary person. The other party's strength had to be extraordinarily powerful to be on par with her. Now, her situation was already different from 1,000 years ago. It was no longer possible to simply seek a genius like Qiyu. So when she saw Qiyu, the thought of signing a contract with her subtly emerged. She truly wanted to leave this underground cave and go to the outside world. However, she was rejected. Daikara initially wanted to devour Qiyu, but after Chiyu's punch made her realize that even in her prime, she wouldn't be fully confident of winning against her, and now, with her strength diminished and bound by the naval chain, she wouldn't take that risk. After some calculation, Daikara realized that Chiyu's current strength could help her break free from the naval chain. As Qiyu walked further away, Daikara gritted her teeth and called out to her again. Hey, stop. It's fine if you don't want to sign a lifelong contract. We can sign a short-term contract. Qiyu stopped again. We can sign a short-term contract for 100 years. In this 100 years, I can help you win 3 battles. And I cannot betray you or harm you and your family, friends. After saying this, Daikara felt her heart bleed. When had she ever felt this constrained? Now, the fallen phoenix was not as good as a chicken. She was determined to leave this place at all costs. Qiyu asked the original Stone brothers with her mind. Is this contract reliable? Stu excitedly said. Qiyu, Daikara is the ultimate humanoid weapon of the mother planet. She is willing to lower her value. You have already gained a tremendous advantage. Qiyu immediately turned around. Daikara? I agree. Daikara nodded, pulled out a white feather from behind her. The base of the feather was sharp. She stabbed it into her palm, and a drop of red blood flew out from her palm. The blood floated in midair. Daikara handed the feather to Qiyu, signaling her to pierce her own palm as well. Qiyu hesitated for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, and stabbed down. After a sharp pain, a drop of blood welled up from her palm, and surprisingly, it followed the feather and floated into the air. The feather in Qiyu's hand seemed to have a spirit of its own, immediately breaking free from her grip and floating in the air along with the drop of blood. The 2 drops of blood slowly approached each other, began to rotate around each other as the feather fluttered, and finally, the 2 drops merged into one. The blood transformed from a spherical shape into a thin line, eventually flowing into the wound on Daikara's palm. As soon as the bloodline entered her palm, Daikara's wound quickly healed, and her fair hand returned to its pristine state, showing no trace of injury. Once the ritual was complete, Daikara let out a long sigh. She solemnly said, Qiyu, our contract is established. You can come and help me open this naval chain. Daikara pointed to the white band around her navel. Qiyu asked, How do I open it? Daikara replied, Just pull it out from the ground. Qiyu almost stumbled. Can't you pull it out yourself? Daikara said, Only those who have successfully signed a contract with me are qualified. If I pull out, I will lose my life. Qiyu was half convinced, stepped forward, grabbed the band with both hands, and pulled it upward with a strong breath. The band didn't budge. Qiyu put in more strength. The veins on her forehead slightly bulged, but the band didn't move outward. Instead, it shrank further into the ground. Qiyu shouted angrily. Her arm muscles began to swell, showcasing her strength. Daikara was also startled by Qiyu's muscular appearance. Ancient martial arts didn't include this skill. Qiyu was using 100 of her strength. The band finally stopped sliding downward and began to slowly pull out inch by inch. Qiyu's breathing became heavier, her teeth gritted, her eyes fierce. She was nearing her limit. Finally, the last section of the band was pulled out from the ground. Once the band left the ground, it began to shrink at a visible speed, ultimately disappearing from Daikara's navel. Daikara regained her freedom, excitedly spread her wings, and flew up and down in the cave. Her wingspan was quite large, fully extended. It was over 3 meters long. She let out a sharp laugh that made LinWei's eardrums ring. After flying for a while, Daikara finally folded her wings and landed on the ground. Daikara's eyes were blood red, and she opened her large mouth full of fangs, which was chilling to see. The mysterious woman gaped, speechless. She originally thought she would have to go through a fierce battle. Who knew that after just 2 or 3 sentences, this strange woman would want to make a contract with Qiyu? What magic does Qiyu have to be so unstoppable and turn misfortune into fortune? The mysterious woman felt some resentment deep down. She had spent a lot of money to find resources, only for Qiyu to benefit. She had expected the treasure to be a pile of relics left by the humanoid weapon, but it turned out to be the humanoid weapon itself. Looking at Dikra's intimidating appearance and the still painful scratch on her body, the mysterious woman wondered if she could control her. Dikra, we all thought you had perished. How did you come back to life? Stu, seeing that she had signed a contract with Qiyu, knew that this female demon wouldn't harm his people anymore, bravely asked. I was severely injured in that battle. After the ancient martial arts crossed this planet's atmosphere, I could no longer hold on and crashed here. I can't remember what happened afterwards. I fell into a deep coma. I suppose my survival was just luck. As long as my core parts are intact, I can slowly grow again. Qiyu said, my sister is still here. Dikra, I need you to help me find her. She should also be looking for you. So she wants to leave here. Your sister? Dikra said, recently, I often feel someone waiting outside my amniotic membrane. Could be your sister? What is the amniotic membrane? Qiyu asked, puzzled. It is a layer that wraps around my body when I self-repair. I couldn't move before I left the amniotic membrane. LinWei thought to himself. So you are oviparous. The mysterious woman began to understand some clues. Qiyu must have learned about the location of Dikra's crash through certain channels and, after several explorations, found Dikra's presence. During Dikra's hatching process, Qiyu must have been waiting carefully, afraid that others would discover her or that Dikra would make any movements. However, the mysterious woman didn't understand why, when Dikra came out of the amniotic membrane, Qiyu wasn't by her side. Isn't that just benefiting her own sister? Just now, the mechanical spider found Qiyu's earring underground and discovered Qiyu's traces, so Qiyu must still be here. She didn't want to think too much. She just want to find her sister and leave. Dikra, let us go. We need to find my sister. Dikra nodded. Suddenly, her body shook. Originally about 1.75 meters tall, she shrank to about 1.5 meters. Her terrifying blood-red eyes and large mouth transformed into an ordinary human appearance. Dikra changed from a demon into a girl who looked only 12 or 13 years old. She had delicate and cute features, if one didn't know her background. Her appearance was very deceptive. The feathers behind her moved forward, gradually wrapping around her body, making it look like she was wearing a white feathered garment. However, the feathers couldn't cover below her thighs, exposing her fair legs. After completing her transformation, the other three were stunned. What a cute girl. LinWei swallowed hard, unable to compare her to the monster from before. Dikra pushed aside the somewhat dazed LinWei and took Qiyu's hand. Then let us go. Her voice was soft and cute, making Qiyu's heart flutter. Under the astonished gaze of the mysterious woman, Dikra led Qiyu out of the hatching room. The mysterious woman was reluctant to leave and quickly rushed to the spot where Dikra had been chained, hoping to find something valuable. She searched around and found only some red, membrane-like fragments, nothing else. The mysterious woman felt very disappointed and had to dejectedly catch up with Qiyu and the others. She couldn't understand why. After partnering with Qiyu twice, she had come up empty both times. She decided she would never seek out Qiyu again. This person was simply a luck black hole. Yuda had been exploring the underground world with Qin for a long time and found nothing. Yuda, let us go back to the surface. The baseball kid felt a chill, a sense of foreboding enveloping him again. Yuda was unwilling. His expression was grim, and he remained silent. Without the mysterious woman and Qiyu, he was the strongest among them, so he had become the leader. Just as the four turned a corner, a black figure flashed past them. The four immediately ran towards the direction where the shadow had disappeared. A woman's laughter echoed from the underground world. The sound was charming and melodious, making the three men feel weak all over. The baseball kid quickly released his thoughts to lock on her. She was right in front, but now she had stopped moving. Yuda took the lead, rushing ahead. He was confident in his strength and wanted to get ahead of the baseball guy and the person who was tailing them. It seemed like a woman was curled up in a corner. Her body was hidden in the darkness, and Yuda couldn't see clearly. Qin, don't come over. Stay where you are, Yuda said before rushing into the darkness. The baseball kid hesitated for a moment and stopped. His intuition told him not to enter this dark area. Logan didn't hesitate. He followed Yuda into the darkness. This area was very dark, like a thick fog. Yuda vaguely saw the woman standing in front of him. He slowly walked forward. The first thing he saw was the woman's bare feet, followed by her firm calves, thighs, and flat abdomen. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Yuda hesitated for a moment. Logan rushed forward directly. The woman stepped back and disappeared into the darkness again. The surroundings became quiet. Suddenly, Logan shouted, "How is it you?" "Ah," then let out a piercing scream. Yuda gritted his teeth and rushed in. The woman was gone. Logan lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. His throat had been bitten through, and blood sprayed everywhere. Yuda's body fell back suddenly as sharp claws slashed across his face. Chilling? No, it wasn't. Yuda saw clearly the woman in front of him. At first glance, he thought it was Qiyu, but then he quickly realized it was wrong. She was slightly older, and her height was also off. She must be Qiyu's sister. But why did Qiyu look so terrifying? She was completely naked, blood covering her face, chest, and shoulders, which must be Logan's. Her eyes were wide open, larger than what was normal, and most terrifyingly, she had a huge bloody mouth, grinning at him. Qiyu didn't say a word and lunged at Yuda. Due to the close distance, Yuda could only grab Qiyu's hands. But Qiyu wrapped her long legs around Yuda's waist like a monkey and opened her mouth to bite at Yuda's neck. Yuda, what are you doing? Qiyu rushed into the darkness and saw a naked woman wrapped around her man's waist, seemingly about to kiss him. She immediately felt a bit green on her head and was furious, wanting to shout at someone. Qiyu was attracted by Qiyu's voice and looked up. My God! When Qiyu saw Qiyu's appearance, she immediately knew she had wronged Yuda. As expected of the youngest S-class hero, Qiyu's reaction was very quick. Her knife was already drawn, and she slashed towards Qiyu's head. Qiyu sensed the threat, twisted her body, and slipped behind Yuda. Qiyu hurriedly retracted her knife and aimed to slash at Qiyu's hands. Qiyu broke free from Yuda, jumped a few times, and got out of the range of their attacks. The three faced off, staring at each other. The baseball kid gritted his teeth and also charged into the fray. Now it was 3 against 1. Qiyu made hissing sounds, warily watching the three in front of her. The baseball kid had seen Qiyu before and was greatly surprised at how she had changed. Baseball kid, quickly release your thought chains. Qiyu reminded the still dazed baseball kid. He woke up, as if from a dream, immediately pressing his thumbs against his temples, his eyes rolling back, showing only the whites. He saw Qiyu covering her head, her whole body starting to twitch violently. Seeing the thought chains take effect, Qiyu drew her knife and slashed at Qiyu's head. For a woman who resembled Qiyu, she wished she could split her in half with one blow. Yuda wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Just as the blade was about to touch Qiyu's skull, she let out a furious roar, breaking free from the chains in her mind. The baseball kid turned pale, seemingly suffering a backlash. Qiyu's next move was not defensive. She reached out directly towards Qiyu's abdomen. This was a mutually destructive approach. Seeing her attack her abdomen, Qiyu naturally wouldn't confront her head-on. How could she die with a woman who looked like a ghost? Especially since she was pregnant? Qiyu's body quickly retreated, but the tip of her knife was aimed directly at Qiyu's heart. At the same time, Yuda rushed from behind, wrapping one arm around Qiyu's waist while aiming a punch at Qiyu's chest. If Qiyu pressed on, she had to break through Qiyu's knife and Yuda's iron fist. Qiyu looked at the direction of Yuda's punch, a thought flashing through her mind. Why was Yuda attacking her chest? Why not hit her face? Was it because her chest was big? Yuda was desperately protecting her, but Qiyu was distracted by these irrelevant thoughts. If Yuda knew what she was thinking, he would surely spit blood. In the heat of battle, who had time for such considerations? Just as she was lost in thought, Qiyu suddenly let out an eerie laugh and disappeared from their sight. Teleportation? Yuda warned Qiyu to be careful. They released their embrace and immediately turned back to back. But Qiyu did not reappear, as if she had evaporated. Where did she go? Qiyu looked around, feeling a bit helpless. Yuda pondered. This wasn't teleportation. It was spatial displacement. Teleportation only allows for high movement within a small range, while spatial displacement is a large-scale jump in space. The baseball kid crawled up from the ground, wiping his nosebleed. The backlash from the attack had caused some damage to his brain. He was now suffering a splitting headache. His vision dark, unable to think. Qiyu was indeed not suited for battle. After just a few moves, she was clearly lagging behind. One was pregnant, the other injured, and Yuda glanced at the dead Logan on the ground, finally sighing. Let us go back to the surface. Qiyu was a bit reluctant, but Qiyu and the others are still treasure hunting. Yuda touched her belly. You and the baby are the most important. Qiyu is stronger than us. We don't need to worry about her. If she is in danger, it won't help if we go. Qiyu shyly buried her head in Yuda's chest. The baseball kid felt like he was eating dog food and wanted to vomit. Although he was concerned about the mysterious woman, the thought of her being with Qiyu made him feel unqualified to worry about them. Better to take care of himself first. The three reached a consensus and slowly made their way back to the surface. Dick walked ahead, bouncing along, when a sharp female voice made her stop. The mysterious woman said, "Do you have companions?" Dick shook her head. She sniffed, and her expression changed suddenly. Suddenly, her figure swelled, returning to that terrifying visage, her wings spreading behind her, and with a whoosh, she flew up into the air. She didn't greet Qiyu and the others. After a few twists, she shot away like an arrow into the distance. Qiyu quickly hugged LinWei and hurried to catch up. The mysterious woman saw that the so-called treasure had already been taken by Qiyu and began to have second thoughts. She didn't want to get involved in the other dangers in this cave. She commanded the mechanical spider, slowly retreating in the opposite direction. With the mechanical spider by her side, she knew how to return to the surface. Thus, she and Qiyu parted ways here. The mysterious woman actually felt reluctant, but was helpless. She has made up her mind not to look for Qiyu anymore. There are thousands of underground caves, but Daikra seems to be strolling through her own backyard, extremely familiar with the terrain here. Qiyu follows closely behind her, afraid of getting lost. After about 10 minutes of flying, Daikra dives down and turns into a cave. Before Qiyu could turn the corner, she heard Daikra already engaged in a fight with someone. Bang! The two entangled figures crashed through the cave wall and fell before Qiyu. LinWei and Qiyu were both surprised and delighted to see another person. They were happy that Qiling appeared before them, but shocked at her completely naked, disheveled state, looking neither human nor ghostly. Her features resembled those of Daikra from earlier. Qiyu stepped forward and cried out loudly, "Sister, it's me." Qiling was taken aback, her blood-red eyes staring at Qiyu for a few seconds, her face revealing a hesitant and painful expression. She clutched her head and let out a heart-wrenching scream, causing LinWei a headache, feeling as if his eardrums were about to be pierced by her scream. Before Qiling's scream ended, she lunged towards Qiyu and LinWei. Qiyu pushed LinWei aside and stretched out both hands to grab Qiling's wrists. Qiling wrapped her legs around Qiyu's waist, trying to bite at Qiyu's throat. Qiyu shouted furiously, her upper body muscles suddenly bulging, and Qiling's bite could not penetrate her sister's neck. Qiling was stunned, and immediately her neck was tightly choked by Daikra from behind. With Qiling's hands locked by Qiyu and her neck choked, her body gradually softened. Qiyu's heart ached as she struck a powerful chop to the back of Qiling's neck. Qiling's eyes rolled back as she fainted. Daikra then intended to take Qiling's life, but was stopped by Qiyu grabbing her wrist. "Don't kill her. She's my sister." Daikra awkwardly retracted her hand. She had gotten carried away with the idea of killing Qiling as soon as she saw her lose the ability to resist. Qiyu held Qiling in her arms, who was covered in blood and looked disheveled. Qiyu asked Daikra, "What happened to her? Since she came here to find you, her condition must be related to you." Daikra replied, "She must have been poisoned by the toxins in my amniotic fluid, affecting her brain and causing her to become this way. The rupture of my amniotic sac must be related to your sister. But she might not know that my amniotic fluid has a corrosive effect on the mind. After the rupture, she must have come into contact with a large amount of toxins to end up like this." Qiyu looked at her sister in her arms, tears streaming down her face. It seemed that her sister could no longer recognize her. Although this was caused by Daikra's uterine-like venom, it couldn't be blamed on her. Qiling was the one who sought a humanoid weapon, and Daikra was completely unaware of it. Today's outcome was caused by Qiling herself. The toxin in Daikra's body has a corrosive effect on the human heart, destroying one's rationality and pushing one towards their beastly side, while the poisoned person becomes bloodthirsty, turning into a complete vampire. Daikra suggested restraining Qiling's hands and feet. Otherwise, she would still attack them when she wakes up. Although Qiyu was reluctant, she had to find something to tie her sister up, worried that LinWei might get hurt. But what to use? Daikra plucked dozens of feathers from her back, which were quite special. They would shrink towards the center upon encountering blood. They used the feathers to pierce Qiling's hands and feet, and as soon as the feathers touched blood, they quickly shrank, making it look like Qiling was wearing white handcuffs and shackles. Daikra then covered the remaining feathers with Qiling's blood, placing them over her chest and private parts. The feathers shrank again upon contact with blood. Though they couldn't completely cover her, they at least protected the key areas. From a distance, Qiling looked like she was wearing a feather bikini, her figure alluring and blood-pumping. LinWei, watching Qiling lose herself, felt a pang of heartache. He wanted to check on her, but was blocked by Qiyu. "With your strength, Qiling could kill you in an instant." Hearing this, LinWei had no choice but to give up. Qiyu looked at Qiling on the ground and turned to ask Daikra again, "Can this poison be cured?" Daikra was non-committal. Since she couldn't be poisoned herself, she couldn't answer. Seeing that Qiling was all tidied up, Daikra grabbed her waist and hoisted her onto her shoulder. She didn't transform into a lowly this time. Instead, she moved forward like a fierce beast. Halfway through, Qiling woke up. She bared her teeth and howled, twisting her body chaotically. Strangely, no matter how much Qiling struggled, she did not bite Daikra. It was clear that she regarded Daikra as one of her kind. Daikra chuckled coldly, patting Qiling's ample backside, signaling her to behave. By the time they walked out of the cave, the sky was completely dark. There were no black-clothed people outside, It seemed they had all retreated. LinWei speculated that the mysterious woman had disappeared while walking, indicating she had left on her own. However, Qiyu and Daikra didn't care at all about the mysterious woman's disappearance. Daikra set Qiling down from her shoulder and took a deep breath. The smell of Earth was indeed quite different from her home planet. But finally, she was free. Her body quickly shrank back, returning to her lowly form. Qiyu, I am now yours. Wherever you go next, I will follow you. Once Daikra transformed, her personality seemed to change as well. She playfully hugged Qiyu and rubbed her cheek against her arm. Qiyu felt a bit creeped out. This female demon could be both sweet and salty. Truly like a person with split personalities. Whether this contract was valid or not, Qiyu didn't take it too seriously. She had roughly assessed Daikra's strength and figured she was probably not stronger than herself. So even if she turned against her, Qiyu wouldn't be afraid. It was Qiling's current state that needed a solution. Gulu. As her mind relaxed slightly, Qiyu's stomach growled. After all the commotion, she was hungry. The mysterious woman was gone, and the flying machine was also gone. Fortunately, both Qiyu and Daikra could fly, but the journey home was still quite far. However, far or not, they still needed to return to Wanzing City. Qiyu picked up LinWei, and Daikra carried Qiling. The two soared into the air. In midair, Daikra caught up with Qiyu. Ordinary flying takes several hours. You hold my hand, and I'll try space displacement. Perhaps this way we can get back to your home faster. After saying this, Daikra slapped her own head. I was so foolish. You have the original Stone Clan inside you. They can assist my space displacement to the maximum distance. Stu and Chuck simultaneously spoke up. Daikra, are you trying to extract the spatial power from us? Daikra chuckled. You two shouldn't be so petty. Since we are all Qiyu's people now, we should work together. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I want to have some late-night snacks. Although Stu and Chuck complained. The red and blue colors began to flicker on Qiyu's chest. As soon as Qiyu's hand touched Daikra's nails, she felt a wave of dizziness. A colorful yet distorted and stretched world appeared before her eyes. Her dizziness lasted only a few seconds, and when she regained her senses, the scenery before her had changed dramatically. They found themselves in a pitch-black forest. Wow! Daikra exclaimed in surprise. A single teleportation covers 5,000 kilometers. If we do it again, we'll reach the Star City you mentioned. The long-distance teleportation made Qiyu feel a bit uncomfortable, but LinWei beside her suddenly vomited. With little food in his stomach, he ended up bringing up stomach acid. The long distance put unbearable pressure on the body of this ordinary person. Although Qiling had lost her mind, her body still reacted like a human's. Naturally, she wouldn't be as unwell as LinWei, but she also felt a bit dazed. Qiyu glanced at the navigator on her wrist, noting that there were less than 1,000 kilometers left. Worried that LinWei wouldn't be able to handle another teleport, she suggested they switch to slower flying for the rest of the journey. Chuck and Stuart quickly agreed. Daikra was quite devious, using the excuse of teleportation to siphon off a considerable amount of their spatial energy. With that energy, they could have reached Star City in one go, or even traveled further, but Daikra only used a portion of it, keeping the rest for herself. The two would never agree to a second teleport again. Daikra didn't insist, cheerfully agreeing with Qiyu's idea. Her skin had taken on more color. She had just drawn a lot of energy from the Stone Brothers. Her humanoid race had deep ties with the Stone race, making the energy from the Stone Brothers very helpful for her recovery. The four flew rapidly through the high sky. The evening wind howling, resembling 4 meteors streaking across the sky. By the time they reached the outskirts of Star City, it was already close to midnight. Star City was still brightly lit. The four switched to low altitude, slow speed flying. Qiyu was afraid Daikra's appearance would attract too much attention, so she suggested that Daikra change into a lowly form. Qiyu initially intended to take Daikra to her penthouse, but LinWei proposed they first go to the place where Major and Yujizi lived, as having all 4 of them appear at Qiyu's penthouse at once would be too conspicuous. Qiyu thought little of it and agreed. When Yujizi opened the door, she was quite surprised to see the 4 of them. Qiyu was wearing a skin-tight tank top that accentuated her curves. Beside her stood a tall woman, completely clad in white with wings on her back. The woman was wrapped in white feathers, revealing her beautiful shoulders and long legs. This woman had an extraordinary figure, but her facial features were quite frightening. If it weren't for Yujizi's wide experience with various appearances, she would have screamed in shock. With a rebellious expression, she carried a squirming woman on her shoulder. This woman somewhat resembled Qiyu, her body barely covered, with only key areas concealed by white feathers. The least noticeable was LinWei. He stood at the back, his face flushed. The reason LinWei was blushing was that Yujizi was only wearing pajamas. Yujizi had a flamboyant personality and dressed boldly. Noticing LinWei's embarrassment, Yujizi didn't mind. They were all friends and had become familiar with each other. Why should they still be shy? What's going on here so late at night? Yujizi momentarily blocked the door, forgetting to let the four in. Qiyu said, "Let's talk inside." Dikra rudely pushed past Yujizi, entering the room first. Yujizi looked displeased and was about to scold her when Qiyu covered her mouth. LinWei was the last to enter, closing the door behind him. Major came out from inside, wearing a white jumpsuit and holding a device that looked like a testing instrument. She took off her sunglasses, looking puzzled. "Qiyu, what's going on?" It was Major's voice. Qiyu and LinWei remembered that EA01 was still here and gestured for her to speak. A girl who looked just like Major walked out from the bedroom. "Oh, you're back," the girl said coldly, her expression indifferent. Major said, "EA01 agreed to temporarily reside in this artificial body. We are working together to research the secrets of the Olafy gene." Qiyu nodded. Yujizi removed Qiyu's hand. "Qiyu, LinWei, who is this monster? And who is the woman on the floor?" Dikra placed Qiling on the sofa and touched her forehead, signaling her to be quiet. Qiling actually quieted down a bit. Dikra walked up to Yujizi, leaned in, and sniffed, as if trying to catch her scent. You're a native of the mother planet." Yujizi stepped back, not revealing her tale. How could the other party tell she wasn't from Earth just by sniffing? Yujizi glanced at Dikra. "And who are you?" Her words implied that she had already admitted to being from the mother planet. Dikra grinned widely. "I am from the humanoid weapon race of the mother planet. My name is Dikra." Yujizi seemed to have heard of this race and was taken aback. This was a legendary killing machine. Seeing the shocked expression on her face, Dikra patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't eat natives today. I've already made a short-term contract with Qiyu, so if you're a friend of Qiyu, then we're all on the same side." After saying that, Dikra quickly shrank down, transforming into a lowly figure about the same height as Major. She blinked her big watery eyes and hugged Yujizi's waist, saying in a childlike voice, "You smell really good. It reminds me of the food from my hometown." Yujizi's expression darkened, but she didn't push Dikra away forcefully. She seemed somewhat wary of this seemingly insane, yet powerful woman. Major ignored the somewhat absurd interaction between Yujizi and Dikra and looked at Qiling on the sofa. "Qiyu, what happened to your sister?" Qiyu spread her hands. "It's a long story. To put it simply, my sister was poisoned. She no longer knows who she is. And the toxin comes from inside Dikra, but this was caused by my sister herself, so it's not Dikra's fault." EA01 walked up to Qiling. Her brainwaves are very chaotic. Qiyu looked at Major and EA01 with a glimmer of hope. Is there still a chance for her? Once incredibly intelligent and rational. If Qiling were to remain like this for the rest of her life, it would be more cruel than killing her. EA01 said. It looks like her condition has stabilized. Once I and EA02 resolve our own issues, we'll find a way to save your sister. The toxins in her body can't be eliminated overnight. And we may also need to rebuild her brain's central system. Qiyu listened, confused, staring at the pair of sisters in disbelief. For example, your sister's brain is like an engine that has been flooded. First, we need to drain the water from the engine, then replace all the damaged circuits, and finally restart the engine's core program. Qiyu thought to herself, "You mean my sister's brain is flooded?" LinWei seemed to understand. "So, according to you, even if Qiling recovers, she will forget some things. It's like rebooting a computer. If you're working and the power goes out, when you turn it back on, what you were editing will be lost." Major said, "How much she can remember, we don't know. We can only wait until she wakes up to find out." Hearing that her sister still had a chance to recover, Qiyu felt overjoyed. She walked up to Qiling and held her hand. "Sister, you used to take care of me. Now it's my turn to look after you." Although Qiling bared her teeth at Qiyu, there was still a hint of a smile. Qiyu was unsure how much of her presence still lingered in Qiling's mind at that moment. There should still be some, but not much. LinWei saw that things had mostly settled down and said to Qiyu, "Qiyu, you must be hungry. Let me make some supper for you." "Yuji, what ingredients do you have in the freezer?" Yuji stretched and replied, "There's a big piece of beef and some pork." LinWei clasped his hands together and said, "Then I'll fry some steak for you." Upon hearing this, Qiyu immediately pounced on LinWei, exclaiming, "Great, there's something to eat." When LinWei took a large piece of beef out of the fridge, both Dikra and Qiling stirred restlessly for a moment. The smell of blood and raw meat made it hard for them to hold back. LinWei quickly moved the meat into the back kitchen. He placed the meat on the cutting board and sliced it into 1 centimeter thick steaks, following the muscle grain. As he put the steaks on the iron plate to fry, the aroma wafted into the living room through the door. Qiyu was already eagerly anticipating it. This was the first time Dikra had smelled food being cooked like this, and she was filled with expectation. She had always eaten raw meat and had never tasted meat cooked with fragrant oil and various seasonings. LinWei fried over a dozen one-finger-thick steaks and also boiled a large pot of pork rib borscht. When the supper was served, except for the lieutenant and EA-01, everyone was drawn over by the rich and enticing aroma. Even Qiyu sniffed the air, showing great interest. LinWei placed the largest and thickest steak in front of Qiyu. Since Yuji's kitchen didn't have much seasoning, LinWei mixed together all the seasonings he could find according to his understanding of the ingredients to create Alien's 13 spices blend. He sprinkled this blend on the steak and in the borscht, making everyone even more eager to eat. Qiyu cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. As soon as she took the first bite, the juicy meat burst in her mouth. It had been a long time since she had tasted LinWei's cooking, and tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. Dikra opened her mouth wide and stuffed an entire steak into it, chewing vigorously and splattering juice everywhere. Yuji, who usually didn't eat much, also graciously ate half a steak today. Qiyu was calling out beside her, signaling that she wanted some too. Qiyu cut a piece of beef and held it up to her mouth with a fork. Qiyu sniffed it, opened her mouth, and surprisingly bit down on the fork itself. After a hard time, Qiyu managed to retrieve the fork from her mouth, but a large piece of beef had already been swallowed whole by Qiyu. The lieutenant and EA-01 were attracted by the way these people were eating and also moved closer. After smelling the steak, EA-01 left. The lieutenant, unable to resist Yuji's insistence, ended up eating a small half steak and a small bowl of borscht. She had a specially designed digestive system, so she could somewhat appreciate delicious food. LinWei himself only ate one steak and one bowl of borscht. The rest of the meat and soup were devoured by Qiyu, Dikra, and Qiyu. After the feast, Qiyu rubbed her slightly protruding belly and contentedly burped. Dikra, still not satisfied, dug out another piece of raw meat from the fridge and ran off to eat it in a secluded place. Qiyu felt somewhat dazed after eating cooked food. After all, she used to be a lady. Although she now lived by eating raw meat, the deep-seated memories of delicious food left her feeling a bit lost at this moment. The lieutenant said that returning to a human lifestyle would promote recovery. However, Qiyu had to be tied up and wear a mouthguard that prevented her from biting anyone. Yuji found her a set of her own clothes, and after changing, Qiyu finally looked somewhat like a woman should. The lieutenant approached Qiyu and quietly asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Although the mysterious woman had retreated early, she wouldn't allow Qiyu to monopolize Dikra. She would use other means to conduct a large-scale search of the underground cave world where Dikra was located. Qiyu, of course, didn't think that much. She glanced at Qiyu and had an idea in her mind. "I don't plan to return to the apartment in the League of Legends. I want to take my sister back to our hometown to live temporarily. I will keep an eye on her at all times. And once you have researched what you need, I will come back to find you." Upon hearing that she was leaving, Dikra naturally wanted to follow Qiyu. She pointed at LinWei, "Bring your boyfriend chef along. That way, we'll have good food to eat all the time." Qiyu gave her a white look, thinking to herself, "My man can only be for me, not even for my sister. You're really being too loud here." LinWei didn't have any extra thoughts. Anyway, cooking for Qiyu was fine, whether there were more people or not. The mysterious woman sat alone in her room, holding a glass of red wine, but lacking the mood to savor it. Chairman Moore had arrived. A man in black entered the room, expressionless, and said, "The chairman has come." The mysterious woman was somewhat surprised. Why had this aunt come? A person dressed in a black cloak entered the mysterious woman's room, taking off the hood of the cloak, revealing it to be Chairman Moore. The mysterious woman was startled to see Moore, who looked tired and wrinkled. "Aunt, how did you become like this?" The mysterious woman remembered Moore from a month ago. Although she was not young, she was spirited and full of vigor. Unlike now, when she looked so dispirited, the mysterious woman got up to help Moore sit down. Although Moore looked worn out, the anger on her face was evident. "I have suffered a great loss this time." After saying this, a mechanical insect flew out from the wide sleeve of her cloak. It had one eye and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings that buzzed as they fluttered. The insect projected a video onto the wall of the mysterious woman's room. The footage seemed to be from a first-person perspective, recording how the person was bled out for Qiyu to drink while lying on a platform. Once the video finished playing, the mysterious woman understood the situation. Moore had provoked Qiyu, and she was unaware of it. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed. "These aliens are too despicable. How dare they do this to me? If it weren't for this prosthetic eye being able to resist all interference, I wouldn't even have known I was brainwashed." The mysterious woman didn't respond. After all, this matter was Moore's own fault. It was you who wanted to turn people into robots first. So being retaliated against like this was already mild. Seeing that the mysterious woman didn't speak, Moore continued. Next month, the starship will begin its return journey. And the Darrow family actually contacted the Elder Council of the starship before us. The mysterious woman replied, "Why negotiate with the invaders when the home planet is the aggressor? The situation is changing every day. By further understanding the home planet, we realize that its overall strength is much greater than we imagined. Although there are many factions on the home planet that can never form a united force, otherwise Earth would have been finished long ago. As long as a few of the larger factions on the home planet form an alliance, we will be in big trouble." Moore paused for a moment. The one killed by Qiyu this time, Jininu, is from the largest family on the home planet. Fortunately, he was acting alone this time and didn't receive full support from his family. Even so, a single starship has already thrown us into chaos. Moore was a distant aunt of the mysterious woman, and very few people knew this relationship. The mysterious woman was a descendant of the home planet, while Moore was not. But the mysterious woman never considered herself a native of the mother planet. She believed she was just a human from Earth. The mysterious woman sneered, "And Moore? The Dello family is willing to conspire with the invaders. One day, they will realize that the appetite of the natives can never be satisfied." Moore replied, "That's why it's so important to build a superpowered army. If the situation changes in the future, it will not only show the natives our strength, but also render the Dello family's iron tide useless." The mysterious woman raised an eyebrow. "So you still haven't given up on transforming Qiyu?" Moore nodded. "In terms of public interest, Qiyu's strength is evident to all. If she can become a loyal dog of the Moore family, it would greatly enhance our family's power. Qiyu's value cannot be compared to an army of tens or even hundreds of thousands." On a personal level, Qiyu had caused her a significant loss, and she couldn't swallow this resentment. "Longyu, you hold significant influence within the alliance. That phantom is just a dog in front of Aristide. If you can unite the heroes internally and strike when Qiyu is at her weakest, we can have her firmly under our control." Weakness? A fatal strike? Control in hand? It's easy for you to say. The mysterious woman couldn't help but silently mock this aunt. Her attitude towards Qiyu was somewhat ambiguous. On one hand, she truly valued Qiyu's abilities. She was one of the strongest female superheroes in Earth's history. On the other hand, she felt regret that Qiyu wouldn't listen to her and couldn't be used for her own purposes. At the same time, the mysterious woman felt intense jealousy towards Qiyu's good fortune. All her meticulous planning seemed inferior to Qiyu's accidental gains. Isn't it infuriating when comparing people? Plus, every time she thought of Qiyu's alluring figure, the mysterious woman felt a rush of heat. She wished Qiyu would fall in love with her and become her subordinate. But Qiyu liked that relatively intelligent but completely powerless mortal, LinWei, which made the mysterious woman feel a pang of jealousy every time she saw this couple. With complex emotions towards Qiyu, the mysterious woman fell into deep thought. Seeing she did not refuse her, Moore continued, "In fact, Qiyu has long been under my surveillance. There's a phantom king I arranged in her penthouse." The mysterious woman was quite surprised. "Isn't that the one who appears and disappears due to an experimental accident?" Moore nodded. The mysterious woman frowned slightly. "You let a man spy on a woman's privacy. That's a bit too. Moreover, this phantom king is a notorious playboy." Moore said, "Aside from him, I can't think of anyone who could approach Qiyu quietly. However, the phantom king says Qiyu is just a simpleton with an empty head. Besides sleeping and eating, she is either enjoying life or being affectionate with her pretty boy boyfriend. She really knows how to enjoy life. But isn't that a waste of her abilities?" Moore, being quite old, had long lost interest and ability regarding matters of love. So when she spoke of Qiyu and LinWei's intimate moments, a look of disgust crossed her face. Although the mysterious woman was not young, she took good care of herself and had no shortage of admirers. She was indeed the most eager regarding these matters. So when she heard this, her mind automatically conjured up some images of Qiyu and LinWei, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The two, each with their own thoughts, reacted very differently. Moore saw the mysterious woman's flushed cheeks and, unaware of her thoughts, assumed it was just warm in the room. "Longyu, I'll leave this matter to you. Contact the superpowered warriors within the alliance who can work with you. The family has already allied with Aristide. Although he doesn't approve of us taking action against Qiyu, he won't stop us. However, Qiyu is currently very popular. We mustn't let the public know if we decide to act, or else it could stir public outrage, which would be hard to manage." The mysterious woman thought for a long time before finally answering. "All right, Aunt, I will contact the alliance internally. But we can't rush this matter with Qiyu. We must wait for the right opportunity and strike decisively." Her response was quite vague. The definition of a suitable opportunity is ambiguous. It's hard to judge what is suitable and what isn't. Moore, however, was quite satisfied. After exchanging a few more words with the mysterious woman, she stood up. It's getting late. You should rest early. I'm leaving. Just focus on organizing your team. I will watch for the right moment and contact you again. Moore was also decisive. After leaving that remark, she walked straight out without any hesitation. The mysterious woman watched her leave the room and couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. Qiyu and Qiling, this pair of sisters. She initially wanted to win over for her own use. Of course, this usage had both public and private interests. But now that these two were uncontrollable, she decided to be a bit harsher. She was unaware of Qiling's situation, so dealing with Qiyu was quite a headache for her. If anything happened to Qiyu, Qiling wouldn't sit idly by. If she had to face both of them directly, no one could withstand their terrifying power. Moore didn't care about these details. She was not concerned about Qiyu having a powerful and intelligent sister. The mysterious woman pressed a button on the communicator on her wrist. Has Qiyu returned to her residence? No, ma'am. Qiyu has not returned to her residence. Where could she have gone? Early the next morning, Qiyu and the others left Yujizi and the lieutenant's home. Flying during the day attracted too much attention, so they switched to other forms of transportation. The sun was glaring in Wanzing City during the day, so the four of them wore cloaks to cover themselves completely. Qiling was initially quite unruly and uncooperative, but after Dikra said something to her, Qiling immediately obediently followed behind. Qiyu rented a car, and the four of them prepared to drive back to Qiyu's hometown. Dikra was exceptionally curious about this world. After transforming into a lowly form, she sat in the back seat, one hand tightly pressing on Qiling's shoulder. Qiling seemed to be very intimidated by Dikra, as long as she was nearby. Qiling behaved obediently like a little kitten. When they returned to Qiyu's hometown, the scene before them was both amusing and exasperating. Qiyu's home had clearly turned into a tourist attraction, surrounded by various businesses and visitors. Since the house was locked, no one could enter, but outside were all kinds of shops and advertisements. The foot traffic was no longer comparable to 2 months ago, but there were still sporadic visitors. Posters with Qiyu's photo were plastered everywhere, and various Qiyu merchandise was piled high. Qiyu looked at the scene from a distance, unsure if she should approach. After driving for half a day, it was unexpected that she couldn't even return home. Qiyu felt extremely frustrated. LinWei parked the car on a secluded hillside by the road. Dikra said in a baby voice, I didn't expect you to be so popular here. Qiyu ignored her. Dikra asked Qiyu why she was so famous. Annoyed, Qiyu briefly recounted how she defeated the starship captain, Jinanu. Unexpectedly, Dikra was extremely surprised after hearing it. Are there native mercenaries here? This universe is really too small. Since they couldn't return to their hometown, where could they go? Qiyu felt a bit troubled. She had just left the lieutenant's home. She couldn't possibly go back, where Yujizi would laugh at her to death. Qiyu didn't want to return to the top-floor apartment. It always felt strange there, as if someone was spying on her from the shadows. A newly minted double S-class heroine who just saved humanity, dragging along a useless boyfriend. A crazy sister, and a mother from her home planet who sometimes acted like a monster and sometimes like a lowly. It was enough to be a glitch. As they approached the old house, Qiling became restless. If Qiyu hadn't been desperately holding her back, she would have rushed out several times. She made cooing sounds, and Qiyu had no idea what she was trying to say. Dikra leaned closer, and Qiling immediately quieted down. Her once incredibly bright eyes had become a bit hazy, but her pupils kept moving. It seems your sister remembers something, Dikra said after observing for a while, turning to Qiyu. Did approaching the old house trigger her memories? Qiyu felt a flicker of hope. Dikra leaned in even closer, their faces almost touching. Qiling began to gesture wildly, babbling incessantly. Dikra nodded seriously, then shook his head and frowned, often interrupting Qiling with similar sounds. They communicated for quite a while before stopping. Dikra cleared his throat. Your sister seems to think there's something underground in the old house. What kind of thing? Qiyu blurted out. Dikra rolled his eyes. How would I know? Looking at the innocent Qiling, Qiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself. Sister, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? LinWei suggested. Then let's check out the old house after nightfall. No one objected. With nowhere else to go, the four of them sat in the car to pass the time. LinWei took out the special beef jerky he had made last night and shared it with everyone. Dikra and Qiling stuffed all the jerky into their mouths, chewing heartily. What a waste, Qiyu thought, feeling a bit sorry as she watched them devour the delicious jerky. Seeing her expression, LinWei secretly split his portion in half and gave it to Qiyu. She was thrilled and hugged LinWei tightly. The soft feeling of suffocation returned. But LinWei seemed to be addicted, enjoying being enveloped by this force. After a long wait until midnight, No one lingered outside the old house anymore. Even the nearby neighbors had turned off their lights to sleep. The four parked the car by the roadside and stealthily made their way to the front door. Qiyu entered the password, and the door opened. They filed in, with Qiling being ushered in by Dikra, and Qiyu entering last, quickly shutting the door behind her. The small building and yard looked just as they had before. It seemed that while everyone was very interested in Qiyu, no one would trespass into someone's home when the owner wasn't there. LinWei clicked his tongue in wonder, thinking the security on this planet was really good. Or perhaps everyone was quite respectful of personal privacy. The four of them didn't turn on the lights. LinWei felt a bit awkward and didn't wander around, while Dikra seemed uninterested and simply sat on the steps in the yard. Qiling appeared to be a bit excited, pacing back and forth in the small yard. Qiyu went inside, directly into her room. It had been tidied up, indicating that Qiling had been there before. She touched the white bedding and suddenly thought of the blood stains on the original sheets, her face flushing. The passionate entanglement she had shared with LinWei that night surged to her mind. Qiyu. LinWei had entered her room without her noticing. The moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating LinWei's face while casting Qiyu in shadow, making it difficult for him to see her expression. LinWei. Qiyu softly called his name and threw herself into his arms. They held each other tightly, with Qiyu's lips waiting for LinWei's kiss. Soon, LinWei's lips pressed against hers, accompanied by an overwhelming masculine scent. Qiyu felt dizzy, momentarily lost in the moment. Bang! The door to her room was quickly thrust open. Hey, your sister. Okay, hold on. Don't rush into anything. Your sister seems to have remembered something again. Dikra stood at the door with her hands on her hips. The two immediately pulled apart. What's wrong with my sister? Qiyu attempted to ease the awkwardness with a question. Dikra, uninterested in such matters, replied, Your sister seems to have discovered something. She's staring blankly at a spot. The two followed Dikra downstairs. Qiling was dazed, staring blankly at a stone slab in the yard. This slab was one of the stones in the small path, about half a meter in size. Qiyu noticed Qiling seemed to want to lift the slab, but couldn't figure out how. Qiyu and Dikra crouched down, joining Qiling. The three women squatted together on the ground, leaving LinWei speechless. Qiyu had always been a bit scatterbrained, and Dikra looked a bit odd as well. Qiling, who was usually very intelligent, now seemed poisoned, acting like a 3- or 4-year-old child. Qiyu knocked on the stone slab, but didn't feel anything unusual. Dikra, being straightforward, swung her fist as if to break the slab. LinWei stopped her. You don't even know what's going on yet. LinWei counted. There were a total of 20 slabs like this in the path. Qiling was staring blankly at the 13th slab. Nothing special here. He had to crouch down too, leaning in to examine the stone slab. The material was quite ordinary, like stones cut and polished from a mountain. The craftsmanship was rough and random, and the surface of the slab was uneven. Seeing that LinWei had found nothing after feeling around for a while, Qiyu thought he was being too cautious and suggested breaking the slab. Dikra mocked him from the side, mumbling continuously in a language LinWei couldn't understand, roughly implying that LinWei didn't know anything and was just pretending to be clever. LinWei stood up, feeling a bit awkward, and was about to retort when he accidentally glanced at Qiling's delicate bare feet. Qiling wasn't wearing shoes. Her originally pinkish-white feet were now covered in dirt, leaving her footprints on the nearby slab. LinWei seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly going back to touch the stone slab, this time with purpose, and found a pair of footprints. The impressions were shallow, and if one didn't look closely, they would think they were just caused by the uneven surface. The key was that the footprints were not aligned neatly. One pointed left, and the other was almost pointing right. LinWei was overjoyed, standing up and rushing to Qiling's side, reaching out to touch her feet. Qiling's feet were cold, and her skin was extremely delicate, completely unlike a woman in her 30s. Qiling was caught off guard by LinWei's touch, and her feet quickly recoiled, her face involuntarily flushing. Qiling hummed, sounding surprised and a bit annoyed. LinWei was oblivious, reaching out again to touch her. This time, just as he took a step forward, someone yanked him by the collar from behind. LinWei, you pervert! Why are you touching my sister's feet? Have you had your eye on her for a long time? Tell me, when I left, did you two do something to betray me? Qiyu imagined a whole bunch of inappropriate scenarios between the two. She had always been quite surprised by LinWei and Qiyu suddenly appearing during her battle with Jinnu, and she was even more concerned about their blatant actions. Qiyu even wondered if her sister openly tried to steal her man. Would she willingly step aside and let LinWei have her sister, or would she tear her relationship with Qiling apart and end up fighting over a man? Qiyu thought for a long time, but found no answer. She couldn't bear to lose her sisterly bond, but she also couldn't let go of LinWei. LinWei was pulled by Qiyu, his collar nearly choking her. Upon seeing Qiyu's angry face and hearing her words, he realized that she had misunderstood him. Qiyu, my relationship with your sister is innocent, don't think too much. I only love you, and no one else can take that place. Dikra almost wanted to vomit. Why was he being fed dog food for no reason? After hearing this, Qiyu's expression softened a bit. Then why did you touch my sister's foot? Does her foot have a password or a key? LinWei clapped his hands. Indeed, there's a key on Qiling. He took Qiyu's hand and made her touch the stone slab. Qiyu felt around for a long time, but found nothing. LinWei had no choice but to grab some dirt, mix it with a bit of water, and smear it on the stone slab. Soon, a pair of footprints facing different directions appeared before everyone. I guess this is a mechanism made by Qiling herself. Qiyu took off her shoes and placed her foot next to the footprint. The footprint on the slab was slightly larger than Qiyu's foot. If it wasn't made by Qiyu, it must belong to Qiling. Dikra called Qiling over to stand on the slab, and after some time, Qiling managed to stand in the direction of the footprints. The footprints matched the outline of Qiling's feet perfectly. But the problem was after standing on it, nothing unusual happened. The mechanisms LinWei had imagined, like doors opening or treasure caves, were nowhere to be seen. The small courtyard remained as quiet as before. LinWei was unwilling to accept this and looked Qiling up and down. Suddenly, he thought of something. Qiling has lost weight. Qiyu was puzzled by LinWei's words. Why was he concerned about Qiling's weight again? Oh, so you do have something going on. Qiyu grabbed LinWei's ear. What's wrong? Seeing my sister has lost weight. Are you feeling sorry for her? LinWei yelled, let go. It hurts. What I mean is, Qiling is someone who has strong self-control. Since she uses her body weight as a mechanism password, it shows she is quite confident in controlling her weight. After hearing this, Qiyu's face turned red. Compared to Qiling, she felt like a completely indulgent person, doing things on a whim, with no plans or moderation in eating and drinking. Qiyu released her grip. So what now? You hold Qiling's shoulders and slowly add some weight. As long as the weight matches the mechanism, maybe it will open. Qiyu understood. She pressed down on Qiling's shoulders and started to apply pressure. Not long after, the stone slab beneath Qiling suddenly sank down several inches. And then the 10 or so stone slabs in front of it collapsed in order, revealing a staircase leading down. LinWei couldn't help but admire how interesting Qiling was. Even when designing a mechanism, she was so creative. Qiling seemed to be inspired again, and she took the lead and walked straight in. LinWei didn't stop her, and the three of them followed her down. The passage wasn't long. After walking about 2 floors worth of vertical distance, they reached flat ground. An unlocked iron door stood before them. Qiling danced in front of the iron door, but showed no intention of going in. Qiyu's curiosity had already peaked, and she pushed the door open. Accompanied by a creaking sound, a small room appeared. The room had a floor resembling marble, and the walls and ceiling were painted a monotonous white. What caught everyone's attention was a large, dark machine sitting in the middle of the room, taking up almost half the space. If Yujizi and the lieutenant were here, they might have been able to study and understand this machine. But Qiyu, LinWei, and Dikra were completely baffled and had no idea what the machine was for. Qiling seemed both unfamiliar and familiar with the machine. She walked around it, occasionally sniffing and tapping its surface. LinWei thought that Qiling at this moment resembled a monkey in a zoo, showing great interest in all things unknown. Suddenly, it was unclear whether Qiling pressed a button on the machine or if the machine started up on its own, but an entrance slowly appeared in the middle of the machine. It was dark, yet faint light seemed to seep out from inside. Without waiting for the three to react, Qiling had already entered. The others had no choice but to follow her in. Inside the machine, it was dark, but there was faint light coming from the walls. LinWei touched the wall. It felt metallic, very cool and smooth, but it was a dull black color. The interior of the machine wasn't large. After just a few steps, they reached the end. Inside was a bed, and, surprisingly, there was a person lying on it. Qiling looked at the person on the bed with a strange expression. When Qiyu approached and saw the person on the bed, she was utterly stunned. There lay another Qiling, a gaunt and emaciated version of her. The person on the bed seemed to sense the oddity around her and struggled to open her eyes. When she saw Qiling standing beside her, she was momentarily shocked, but then her expression returned to normal. However, when she saw Qiyu, her eyes widened. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and then tears began to slide down her cheeks. You, who are you? Why do you look so much like my sister? Qiyu asked. The woman on the bed pondered for a long time before finally speaking. I am Qiling, and I am also your sister. Upon hearing this, Qiyu trembled all over and instinctively took a step back, only to be stopped by LinWei. Dikra had a look of indifference. How is this possible? Then, Who is she? Qiyu pointed at the smiling Qiling. She is also Qiling, but she is my clone. The amount of information was overwhelming. Qiyu was at a loss. Suddenly seeing two Qilings before her, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She also noticed that the Qiling lying on the bed had a hollow back, with many tubes inserted into her back. From her condition, she looked like a puppet, a living dead person. The Qiling on the bed noticed that Qiyu was looking at her back and gave a faint, bitter smile. Qiyu, I'm truly happy for you, but I'm also jealous of you, that you could escape this damned genetic disease. Meanwhile, I, like her mother, am tormented by this illness to the point of wishing for death. Hearing this, Qiyu became even more confused. What genetic disease? The Qiling on the bed beckoned to the standing Qiling, who obediently approached her. The Qiling on the bed trembled as she reached out her hand, as if this action required all her strength. She grabbed Qiling's hand and turned over her wrist. Look, the three of them leaned in. Pay attention. Is there a gray hidden line on the wrist? Sure enough, the foolish Qiling had a faint gray line buried beneath the veins on her wrist. If not mentioned, one would think it was just some color smudge. Dikra looked disdainful. What does this mean? The Qiling on the bed did not refute it and turned over her own wrist. A black line wound along her veins, starting from her palm and extending to her armpit. Although there were men present, she did not avoid suspicion, trembling as she pulled open one side of her clothing. A dark line spread from her armpit to her chest, her lower abdomen, and finally reached her thigh. Qiling on the bed did not show them her lower body, not because she was shy, but because she could not raise herself in the bed at all. Her hands could not reach below her thighs. LinWei looked at her ribcage, which resembled an organ, and her withered, lifeless breasts, feeling astonished. Did she just say that Qiyu did not inherit this genetic disease? Was that true or false? LinWei was very worried about Qiyu. Beside her, Qiyu was already speechless, her mind in chaos. Qiyu, the last time I spoke to you was 10 years ago. You were still a little girl then. This genetic disease started affecting me at 18, and by 30, I was bedridden. Even now, barely hanging on, I predict I won't live past 40. After a long while, Qiyu slowly spoke. Sister, why does this genetic disease exist? She seemed to have accepted that the woman on the bed was her sister. Sigh. The ancient martial ancestors took root on Earth and branched out. The genes of the native inhabitants are different from those of Earthlings. Perhaps this is the cause of the genetic disease, alien hybridization. After saying this, Qiling started to cough violently. Qiyu stepped forward and slowly helped her up from the bed. Qiling leaned against the headboard, and the thick black tubes on her back were even more shocking. They clung to her back like dozens of leeches. She knew that the person in front of her was her sister, but her emotions could not be directly transferred. After all, the sister she had seen over the past decade was a clone of Qiling. So even though the two sisters were close, Qiyu instinctively found it hard to get close to her immediately. Qiling seemed to see Qiyu's awkwardness, but did not mind it at all. Sister, is there no way to cure this disease? Qiling shook her head, looking miserable. I've tried every possible method, but it's useless. I even created a clone to find a solution. She has been out and about, searching for a way to redemption. Qiling glanced at the somewhat foolish clone by the bed and softly asked, what happened to her? Qiyu briefly explained the situation. When Qiling heard about the humanoid weapon, her previously confused eyes began to shine. She looked at Dikra with a complex expression. Dikra pretended to protect her chest with her hands. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to eat me? Qiyu rolled her eyes at her, beginning to realize that Dikra had a bit of a screw loose, sometimes cruel and sometimes like a drama queen. Qiling was unfazed by Dikra's frivolous behavior, looking at the humanoid weapon in front of her with mixed feelings. Nothing worked. Qiling sighed deeply. This life support machine was brought from Longyu by my clone. Qiyu finally understood why her previously strict yet loving sister had changed so much in the past decade. Not only had her temper mellowed, but she often disappeared for months or even years at a time. Although the two were still very close, Qiyu always felt a bit strange. The clone had Qiling's memories, but she did not share the feelings of being together with Qiyu day in and day out. Sister, why didn't you tell me? Why bear all this alone? Qiling was a very strong person. After learning that her genetic disease had started to manifest, she did not want to tell Qiyu, who was still under 10 at the time, because it wouldn't help. What could a girl under 10 do, besides adding to her worries? It would not provide any assistance. Moreover, at that time, Qiling believed Qiyu would also start showing symptoms around 20. She did not want Qiyu to live in fear before she even turned 10. Qiyu, I didn't want you to see me looking like this, neither human nor ghost. Although I can't see you every day, I still live in the same place. Qiling took Qiyu's hand. Her hand was weak and cold, as if it would shatter with a squeeze. Qiyu could no longer hold back. Her concern and guilt for her sister surged forth like a flood from deep within her heart. Sister, Qiyu cried out, collapsing onto Qiling. She had gone to Earth, seeking a carefree life, completely unaware that her sister was suffering in the dark underground every day. Sister, I will definitely find a way to save you. Qiyu suddenly thought of something and wiped away her tears. I have spatial origin stones in my body. If I put them inside you, maybe it can save you. Upon hearing this, Qiling's body shook violently. Qiyu took Qiling's hand and pressed it against her chest. Qiyu's chest flickered with alternating red and blue lights. Qiling nodded. Yes, it's the spatial origin stone. Qiyu, you are truly blessed. Not only is it a genuine stone, but there are also 2 of them. I think you really might be the chosen one of the ancient martial lineage. Qiyu, our origin stone clan only wishes to deal with the strong. If you want us to be with your sister, then we will leave on our own. Stur could not help but speak up. We are not your personal belongings. You can give us to whoever you want. Only Qiling and Qiyu could hear these words. Qiling smiled bitterly. Qiyu, the spatial origin stones have greater uses. There is no need to use them on me, a dying person. Qiyu felt a bit angry at Stur's indifference, but she thought again that she had no right to decide others' thoughts. Nonetheless, Qiyu had not given up on treating Qiling. Sister, hang in there. I will definitely think of a way. Qiling looked at Qiyu's determined face and nodded appreciatively. Qiyu, for your words, I will also hang on. LinWei saw that the sisters still had things to say, so he signaled Dikra to temporarily leave the room, allowing the sisters to have a heartfelt conversation. Before leaving, Qiling looked at LinWei meaningfully. LinWei walked out of the room and returned to the courtyard. Dikra dragged the clone of Qiling out with her. Since the clone saw the real Qiling, it seemed to touch some of her damaged memories, and she became much quieter. She looked around the courtyard with a hint of confusion and contemplation on her face. About an hour later, Qiyu finally returned to the surface from underground. LinWei opened his mouth, but didn't he know what to say? At this moment, he felt that words were pale. What Qiyu needed more was a hug. My sister said the progression of the disease exceeded her expectations. She feels her time is limited. Qiyu said this, and tears fell again. I am really a selfish person. I didn't even want to return to her side before. The suffering she endured made my heart feel like it was being cut with a knife. In the end, Qiyu couldn't hold back any longer and collapsed onto LinWei's shoulder, crying. LinWei said nothing. He just gently held his beloved woman. My sister doesn't even want to leave here. She doesn't want anyone to see her like this anymore. LinWei patted Qiyu's back. We will definitely find a way to save your sister. LinWei's words could not even convince himself, but he could only say this. Qiling had collapsed. Qiyu had to hold on. After crying for a while, Qiyu wiped her tears and decided to communicate again with the Origin Stone brothers through her thoughts. Chuck, Stur, is there really no way to save my sister? As long as you are willing to help, I am willing to pay any price. Even if you want me to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. The original Stone brothers fell silent for a while, and finally, Stu spoke up. Qiyu, it's not that we don't want to help you. Your sister's situation is due to a genetic disease caused by being a hybrid of extraterrestrial origins. Even if you transfer us into her body, we can only prolong her life at most. If you want to cure her, we truly lack the ability. Unless... Chuck, who usually said little, chimed in. Unless what? Qiyu's heart, which had sunk, ignited with a glimmer of hope. She knew Chuck was more stable than Stu and usually didn't express his opinions lightly. Stu interjected, Chuck, that method is too difficult. It's almost impossible to achieve. Qiyu gritted her teeth and said, Chuck, just tell me. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, I want to try. Chuck said, unless you gather all the space stones and time stones, using a time-space swap, maybe your sister could be brought back to life. Qiyu smacked her thigh. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find them. Stu replied, Qiyu, I'm not even mentioning the time stone. Just the last space stone, which is the last one among the 3 of us. We don't even know where it is. It seems we've lost our mental connection with it and are completely out of touch. Qiyu's mood fell to rock bottom again. What about the time stone? The time stone is on the mother planet, in the hands of the ancient star clan. Qiyu slumped down on the ground, her face extremely pale. So that means there's no hope at all? No. Perhaps Sayer and Yuji's have a way. Qiyu made up her mind to return to Sayer's residence. Dikra, can you use space shifting to bring us back to Yuji's house? Qiyu turned and asked. Dikra replied, that should be possible. What about taking my sister and that machine with us? Dikra's expression changed, showing a look of disbelief. I'm not joking. Qiyu insisted. Dikra scratched his head. Then the original Stone brothers need to lend me some spatial energy. Chuck and Stu did not refuse this time and gritted their teeth in agreement. Dikra said, that's still not enough. We need something else. What do we need? Just say it. Your blood. Dickra's face twisted slightly. Your blood contains extremely high energy. I need this energy to ensure that the spatial shift is successful in one go. Qiyu understood. The four of them returned to the underground room. Under Qiyu Ling's astonished gaze, Qiyu placed her wrist near Dickra's lips. Go ahead and bite. Before you drain my blood, send us to our destination. Dickra smiled. Just a couple be enough. You won't die. Qiyu Ling was about to say no, but Dickra had already revealed his fangs and bit into Qiyu's wrist. Blood flowed down the throat into Dickra's abdomen, and she felt a surge of warmth. At the same time, red and blue light erupted from Qiyu's chest. It was at that moment. The four joined hands, and Qiyu rested her hand on Qiyu Ling's shoulder. Dickra grabbed the clone Qiyu Ling with one hand and the life support system of Qiyu Ling's machine with the other. The five of them, along with the machine, vanished in an instant. Yuji's was sound asleep in the middle of the night when she felt a tremor in the backyard, as if something heavy had fallen into the yard. She was somewhat annoyed as it disrupted her sweet dreams. In her dream, there was Wang Lin, Qiyu, and even the mysterious woman. They were all happily living together. Yuji's woke up from her spring dream. Her face flushed and instantly teleported to the backyard. The backyard was unlit, and she vaguely saw several people leaning against a dark object in her yard. The people were surrounded by faint blue electric sparks, and the dust and debris on the ground were floating in midair, seemingly swirling around them. But this bizarre scene lasted only a few seconds before everything settled down. Just as Yuji's was about to explode with anger, Qiyu stepped out from the shadows. Qiyu, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Yuji's yawned, feeling a bit overwhelmed and speechless. Yuji's, I need to trouble you and say her again. I need to leave my sister here temporarily. Yuji said, Qiyu Ling, right? I understand. Qiyu felt a bit embarrassed. No, I want to leave you two Qiyu Lings. Yuji's almost thought Qiyu had lost her mind until she saw the woman lying on the bed, looking extremely emaciated. Is this woman Qiyu Ling? Looking at her face, it did resemble Qiyu Ling, but this Qiyu Ling was too thin and severely malnourished. Sayer and EA01 also walked out of the house. I'm sorry for the trouble. For the first time, Qiyu sincerely apologized to Sayer and Yuji's. Please find a way to save my sister. After understanding the situation, Sayer and Yuji's were also greatly surprised. Now there were two Qiyu Lings. One was foolishly dazed, and the other was bedridden. Qiyu had made up her mind. First, she needed to find the third space stone. Second, she needed to go to the mother planet to find the time stone. Upon hearing her plan, Stu, Chuck, and Dickra all started shouting. Qiyu, have you lost your mind? Do you think you could just find the space stone? Stu complained. We've lost contact with the third stone for years. Who knows which interface it was transported to? Dickra looked even more resistant. Returning to the mother planet requires enormous energy. My current body can't support it. Just getting out of your little star system is already impressive. I don't want to die halfway and be buried in this vast universe. Qiyu didn't expect the three of them to resist so much. She looked at LinWei, seeking support. LinWei squeezed her shoulder. Qiyu, this isn't something that can be done overnight. We need to take it step by step. Ask the original Stone brothers. Since they are from the original Stone clan, they must have a way to communicate with each other. If this method requires enormous energy or relies on a certain route, we can make it happen or strive for it. Whether it succeeds or not is one thing. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we should try. LinWei patted Qiyu's shoulder, encouraging her to communicate with the original Stone brothers. Qiyu nodded, sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes to begin communicating with Stu and Chuck. LinWei then turned to Dickra. Initially, Dickra didn't take LinWei seriously. Just a powerless mortal could be easily dealt with. But later, seeing Qiyu and LinWei as a pair, and that Qiyu seemed to listen to LinWei, Dickra couldn't help but regard LinWei with a bit more respect. This white-faced kid has a decent brain. Dickra, LinWei got straight to the point. How long will it take you to recover to the level of interstellar travel? I think you want to return to the mother planet quickly too. When communicating with others, one must stand in the other's position. Upon hearing this, Dickra's previous arrogance diminished somewhat. At the current rate, it would take at least 50 years to recover to my peak. LinWei said, Qiyu and Qiyu Ling can't wait that long. Is there any way to recover quickly? Dickra glanced at LinWei. There is, but you can't possibly do it. Tell me about it. LinWei replied calmly. I need a lot of energy to repair my body. The faster I recover, the more energy I need. Moreover, ordinary energy won't satisfy me. I need to consume the blood and flesh of superpowered individuals. The more I eat, the faster I recover. LinWei couldn't help but frown. The implication of this demon-like creature was that she wanted to eat people, specifically superpowered individuals. although there were many superpowered beings on Earth. It was unacceptable to let Qiyu become a hunter, specifically hunting superpowered individuals for her consumption. Such a frenzied act, even if Qiyu was willing, LinWei would not agree to. Once a life was taken, there would be no turning back. Seeing that LinWei was silent, Daikara couldn't help but sneer again. Thinking that this matter had stumped him, LinWei rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a long time, when suddenly he remembered something. Would it be enough to just drink blood? He recalled that Daikara could use Qiyu's blood to restore Qiling's life support system from such a distance. With a probing mindset, he asked. Daikara's eyes shifted. It could work, but the required amount would be substantial. Don't think that just a little of Qiyu's blood would suffice. Even with Qiyu's strength, her blood alone wouldn't be enough for me to fully restore my energy. Daikara thought LinWei wanted to use Qiyu's blood to sustain herself, and couldn't help but remind him. LinWei smiled slightly. Of course, it's not Qiyu's. I have a blood bank for you. LinWei thought of the starship, which was likely filled with super soldiers. If he could drink a bit of blood from each person, Daikara's recovery speed would increase significantly. Thinking of the starship, LinWei suddenly slapped his forehead. Why not take the starship back to the home planet? There was no need to fly back himself. When he shared this idea, Daikara shook her head vigorously. I can't take the starship. Why? LinWei felt puzzled, sensing that Daikara had some hidden reason. Perhaps she didn't want to return to the home planet at all. Since I am called a humanoid weapon and a humanoid spaceship, my structure is very special. The starships of the home planet are actually built from the remains of ancient humanoid beings. If I take the starship, I will slowly assimilate with it. And in the end, the two will become inseparable. Although LinWei thought this sounded absurd, he saw that Daikara had a serious expression, showing no signs of joking. So he could only temporarily believe her words. Staying for a short while shouldn't be a problem, right? Daikara thought for a moment. Staying for half a day or a day is fine, but inside the starship, my strength will be suppressed. Hey kid, you don't want me to go into the starship to drink the blood of the home planet people, do you? LinWei nodded. That's exactly what I mean. According to the agreement with the United Government, it seems the starship is about to return to the home planet soon. We must act quickly and infiltrate the interior of the starship. Daikara had previously heard from LinWei about the grievances between the starship and Earth. She clicked her tongue. How could your higher-ups agree to the starship returning to the home planet? Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the home planet people? According to her theory, one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. But little did she know, the Earth government was not a monolith. Everyone had their own agendas. LinWei wasn't into politics and didn't understand this balancing act. He believed that since the other party had surrendered, pushing them to the edge would provoke desperate resistance, leading to more casualties on Earth. Especially with someone like Qiyu being a focal point, it would increase the danger. LinWei's nature wasn't to kill. He still hoped for peace. On Qiyu's side, she also concluded her discussion. She stood up, looking somewhat unwell. After communicating with the brothers about the original stone for a long time, there was no progress. The two brothers were consistent this time, stating they couldn't find the third original stone. LinWei shared the outcome of his conversation with Daikara with Qiyu, and a hint of joy finally appeared on her face. Any progress is a good thing. Qiyu was an action-oriented person. She immediately pulled LinWei and Daikara to head out. The clone Qiling also wanted to follow Daikara, but stayed obediently at Yujizi's home after a few whispered words. Lying on the sickbed, Qiling felt both touched and guilty, seeing her sister so concerned about her condition. Qiyu, be careful on the way. The three of them stepped out. Qiyu wrapped her arms around LinWei and directly flew up, while Daikara transformed into her demon form and spread her wings to follow. The three disappeared into the dark clouds. A muscular man woke up from a deep sleep, feeling dizzy and weak, as if his body had been drained. Damn it, his neck hurt a bit. The man casually touched the back of his neck, feeling it was somewhat wet. He glanced at his palm and was shocked to find blood on it. The man was taken aback, carefully feeling the wound on his neck. The injury wasn't too large. It was a deep round hole. Who the hell attacked me? Knowing they were about to return to the home planet, many were celebrating, and he had also gotten drunk. How did he get attacked? Who did it? After Jinu Nu's death, the mercenaries became a headless mob. The man thought for a long time and couldn't figure out who to look for, only able to curse under his breath and secretly investigate who was most likely to attack him. Daikara smacked her lips, still looking unsatisfied. She had already drunk the blood of 5 people, and the amount was increasing. She rubbed her swollen belly, her eyes growing greedier. Qiyu, Daikara and LinWei secretly infiltrated the starship. Initially thinking they would encounter a lot of trouble, they were surprised to find it unusually smooth. The home planet people, knowing they were going home, had all relaxed their vigilance. Just after their surrender, some were unwilling, and others were uneasy, worried that the Earth people would go back on their word and wipe them out. However, since the elders who only knew how to talk began secret contacts with the Earth people had become increasingly lenient with them. Not only had the monitoring relaxed considerably, but they were even allowed, under bribery, to engage in some material exchanges with the Earth people. The home planet people were truly becoming more depraved. The blood they drank even had a hint of alcohol flavor. Daikra's words seemed to carry a sense of disappointment. Little did she know that the alcohol these drunks were consuming was traded with the Earth people. LinWei didn't care about her complaints. He only thought about letting Daikra drink her fill so they could leave quickly. After all, moving into someone else's territory to drink their blood would lead to a siege by the mercenaries if discovered. Although Qiyu and Daikra could team up to fend them off, they would be labeled as the Earth people going back on their word. LinWei didn't want their private actions to create enmity between Earth and the home planet people. Otherwise, they would truly become historical villains. Daikra, how are you doing? Have you drunk enough blood from 5 super soldiers? And the amount per person is not low? Is that enough? LinWei asked, rubbing his hands anxiously. Daikra rolled her eyes at him. Come on, do you think I'm drinking water? I've consumed quite a bit of blood, but the energy from these home planet people's blood isn't pure enough. It can't compare to Qiyu's at all. While saying this, Daikra glanced at Qiyu, implying that it would be better to let Qiyu drink more blood, as the effect would be better than absorbing from these 5 people. LinWei was unwilling to let Daikra drink Qiyu's blood again. Just tell me how much more you need. Based on this amount, I probably need to drink the blood of 20 more people to be sufficient, Daikra replied. 20 people? LinWei almost exclaimed. Do you need to drink that much? Can you handle it? LinWei looked up and down at Daikra. She was currently in her lowly form, but a pair of fangs were protruding. She had been enjoying herself this whole time. Qiyu knocked people out, and she was responsible for drinking blood, not having to do anything else. Dikla, pretending to be shy, covered her chest and hid behind Qiyu, saying, Brother LinWei, please don't look at me like that while I'm in the pot. I'm still a child. LinWei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Even if all the women in the world died, I wouldn't choose someone like you, who is neither human nor demon. Qiyu wasn't interested in their banter. She just wanted to quickly feed Dikla and complete the task. After all, if Dikla still needed more, she wouldn't mind shedding a little blood herself. Stop arguing. Qiyu pointed to a spot. She suddenly remembered that this was the corridor where she had fought with Jinu Nua before, and at the end of the corridor was Jinu Nua's highest control room. Unknowingly, they had arrived at this place. Dikla sniffed the air and said, Oh, there seems to be a powerful blood scent at the end. Drinking the blood of a strong person is far better than drinking that of a dozen useless ones. Speaking of useless, Dikla casually glanced at LinWei. LinWei didn't want to argue with her anymore. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Qiyu thought to herself, a strong person? Could it be that Jinu Nua is not dead? No way. I saw him die right in front of me. The 3 of them passed through the corridor and arrived outside the control room. The control room still looked the same as it did during the previous fight between the 2. It seemed like the Mother Star people wanted to preserve the scene for evidence. Qiyu also sensed an aura, seeing that there was no one in the control room. She walked in first. It was still dark, and there was no light in the control room, only the operation panel reflecting some faint fluorescence. Jinu Nua's proud throne was still at the end of the control room, but the back of the chair was facing them. Hey, there's something shiny on the back of the chair. Dikla noticed a reflection from that side. Qiyu also noticed it. No, someone is sitting on the chair. Qiyu couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, thinking that the Mother Star people wouldn't be so gruesome as to turn Jinu Nua's corpse into a mummified offering. Curiosity killed the cat. Although Qiyu thought this way, her feet couldn't help but move toward that direction. Dikla also noticed that someone was sitting on the chair. She didn't know Qiyu's thoughts and just assumed the person was sleeping, just as the 3 were about 7 or 8 meters away from the throne. A gentle male voice came from that direction. Who are you 3? Why are you in the starship? Hiss, one of you has very strong energy. You must be the one who killed Jinu Nua. The throne slowly turned around, and the 3 held their breath. The imposing tone of the man suggested he was someone significant, but when the throne turned to face them, they all gasped in unison. Damn, what a shiny bald head. The man on the throne was of medium height, with an unremarkable appearance. Although he wasn't physically weak, he certainly didn't look particularly strong. He was dressed in a dark yellow outfit, draped with a cloak. His outfit wasn't particularly strange. It was mainly his head that drew attention. The bald head was so shiny that it captured all their focus. As for what he was wearing, it was inconsequential. Dikla couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Bald guy, what are you trying to show off? Sorry, who are you? Qiyu didn't laugh because after stepping into the control room, the previous oppressive feeling had vanished. She felt no trace of fighting spirit from the man. The man didn't answer Dikla's question, but squinted at her for a moment. Are you from the Mother Star? Hiss. Are you from the Human Weapon Clan? Dikla placed her hands on her hips. Hee, you have good taste. Are you scared now? We have 2 against 1. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be our match. The man showed no sign of being disturbed, only smiled. The smile held a hint of mockery, as if the clown was not himself, but the winged woman in front of him. Qiyu instinctively felt wary of this man and asked again, Who are you? What is your relationship with Jinanua? The man rubbed his bald head. I am Bai Ding, and that useless guy Jinanua is my half-brother. Qiyu's heart sank. It seemed that Jinunua's family had come to seek revenge today. She clenched her fists tightly, pulling Lin Wei behind her, her eyes fixed on Bai Ding's every move. Bai Ding stood up from the throne, not approaching Qiyu and the others, but turning his back to them, looking out at the dark window. I originally thought Jinanua was a waste. How could he die at the hands of Earthlings? Now that I see you, I realize Jinanua's defeat was not unjust. As someone who prides himself on martial arts, dying at your hands can be considered a worthy end. Lin Wei watched Bai Ding ramble and thought to himself that this bald guy probably only knew how to talk big. If he were really that powerful, he would have made a move long ago. With that thought, Lin Wei felt a bit relieved. Bai Ding turned his face back to the group. His bald head was so shiny that it was hard not to get distracted. However, even though I say this, I have to avenge Jinunua. Even though my relationship with him is not that good. Qiyu felt like Bai Ding was like a fly buzzing in her ear, just as she was getting impatient. Bai Ding suddenly disappeared from her sight. Oh no! Just as Qiyu's mind shifted, a fist covered in a red glove struck her abdomen. It didn't hurt much. This bald guy is incredibly fast, but his strength seems lacking. Before Qiyu could downplay Bai Ding, a sudden sharp pain hit her abdomen, as if the punch's force arrived late. At the same time, Qiyu felt her body lose control, being propelled upwards towards the ceiling. The control room was already on the highest level of the starship. Qiyu's back crashed through the top of the control room, and she was sent flying upwards. Qiyu flailed in midair, screaming. Dikla watched as Qiyu was sent flying by Bai Ding's punch, already prepared for battle. Her body quickly grew larger, transforming from a lowly into a ferocious beast. Her wings spread wide, looking down at Bai Ding. He appeared particularly small before her. After sending Qiyu flying, Bai Ding grinned, swayed his body, and directly lunged at Dikla. Seeing his incredible speed, Dikla quickly shielded her chest with her wings. Bai Ding turned into an afterimage before her eyes and then vanished. Dikla was taken aback, but quickly realized that Bai Ding, noticing her guard, chose not to fight her and turned towards Qiyu. With a long cry, Dikla spread her wings and flew out through the hole that Qiyu had just created, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The 3 left, leaving Lin Wei in a daze. With such a commotion, the people on the starship must have already noticed and were rushing over. Lin Wei quickly looked for a place to hide. Next to the control room was a small room, and Lin Wei hid inside. Fortunately, the small room had a window facing outside, allowing Lin Wei to see a small patch of sky. At this moment, the sky was already brightening, with the sun peeking over the distant horizon. In a certain void, Bai Ding, Qiyu, and Dikla floated in a triangular formation in midair, 1,000 meters away on the ground. The Mother Star people and Earthlings were staring at the 3, all looking somewhat bewildered. Some mercenaries from the home planet didn't recognize Bai Ding. Who is this bald guy? How dare he challenge Qiyu? An old man with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles parted the crowd and walked forward. It was the Grand Elder. The crowd showed some respect towards this old man. His position on the starship was second only to Jinanu. It's Bai Ding. The old man recognized him at a glance. Why did he come without saying hello? But now that he's here, there's going to be a good show. Perhaps we won't have to return to the home planet in such a disgraceful manner. Grand Elder, who is he? He is Bai Ding, the brother of Jinanu. He is a significant figure in their family. Oh, it's him, that muscular man who got bitten on the back of his neck. Someone slapped their forehead. He is a top-tier, super-powered individual from the home planet, ranked among the top 3. The crowd was in an uproar. They had all heard of Bai Ding, a figure at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy. It seems Bai Ding has come to avenge his brother. However, he arrived too quickly, almost as if he knew in advance that his brother would die here. Otherwise, he would have arrived here at least a few years later. In the sky, Bai Ding looked at the 2 in front of him, standing with his hands behind his back, appearing relaxed. Qiyu had some blood at the corner of her mouth. The punch just now had caught her off guard, causing her some injury. Qiyu, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over something, and I can let you live. Bai Ding stared at the big-busted woman in front of him for a while before finally speaking. He was different from Jinanu. He liked women, especially those with voluptuous figures. He looked at the fiery beauty before him and did not show immediate murderous intent. What do you want? Qiyu felt puzzled as Biding's eyes stared unblinkingly at her. Hand over the space origin stone, and I'll leave, Biding said. I felt the residual power of the space origin stone in the control room. It's strange. I didn't sense that power on you. Either you concealed it, or you've hidden it somewhere. I think it's more likely that you are deliberately hiding it. Chook, who was inside Qiyu, said, Qiyu, I don't know this person, but I feel he is very dangerous. The power within him is strong and carries an inscrutable malevolence. Following him with Stu will definitely not end well. You mustn't agree. Qiyu shot him a glance, thinking to herself, am I stupid to just give him such a precious space origin stone? She displayed an innocent expression. What space origin stone? I don't know what you're talking about. Biding's eyes twitched. All right then. I'll dig it out of your body myself. When he said this, it wasn't with malice, but rather with a strange gentleness. Qiyu's heart sank. This person seems a bit perverted. Biding's smile flickered, and then he disappeared from before the two again. Playing teleportation with me. With her guard up, Qiyu chuckled lightly and also vanished from her spot. Daikila spread her wings and let out a sharp cry before disappearing from the ground. In midair, the others could only hear the sounds of collisions, unable to see a single figure. Occasionally, they could glimpse Daikila's wings fluttering before she vanished again. About half a minute later, there was a loud crash, and a figure wrapped in feathers plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a bang, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Daikila lay in the pit created by her fall, her face pale, with a clear fist mark in the center of her abdomen. She struggled to get up, wanting to join the fight, but her body tilted, and she knelt on one knee. It seemed that Punch had indeed been quite heavy. After about 10 seconds, Biding reappeared, his expression still calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of confusion as he looked around, seemingly having lost his target. A woman with a stunningly beautiful face appeared behind him, smiling as she delivered a vicious blow to his back. As Qiyu's punch met Biding, his body shattered and disappeared like a bubble. It's an afterimage, Qiyu thought, feeling alarmed, along with a sense of DJVU previously. Jinanu had also tricked her this way. Just as Qiyu's mind shifted, the attack from behind came rushing in. The bald man's mouth curled into a smile, aiming directly for Qiyu's back. Just as Qiyu felt disaster was imminent, a flash of red and blue flickered across her chest. Biding's punch had missed. Biding was taken aback. He had clearly aimed to strike Qiyu's back, so why did his fist swing through empty air? He momentarily couldn't react, and instead, his jaw was struck hard, sending him flying. Due to everything happening too quickly, the spectators couldn't see what exactly occurred. They only saw Biding being knocked away by Qiyu's punch. The strongest man from the home planet was just knocked away like this? Qiyu's strength was terrifying to such an extent? The faint glimmer of ambition in the elders of the home planet was extinguished in an instant. It's better to just behave like a turtle. After knocking Biding away, Qiyu did not pursue. She remained in place, her face devoid of any joy. It had been too much of a fluke. If it weren't for the space origin stone's power, she might have already been killed by Biding. She fixed her gaze on the direction Biding had been knocked away, observing intently. Daikila soared like a great eagle, flying to Qiyu's side. Biding slowly flew back from a distance, stopping about 10 meters away from Qiyu in midair. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, but his face bore an unusually excited expression. So the space origin stone is on you. I felt it just now. It's near your heart. Biding pointed at Qiyu's proud bosom with his hand clenched into a fist. Seeing that he knew, Qiyu no longer concealed it. Biding, since you know the origin stone is in my hands, you should retreat. I can manipulate space and shorten the battle distance at will. Plus I have the humanoid weapon Daikila. We can take you on 2 against 1. You have no chance of winning. Biding seemed to have not heard what Qiyu said at all. His eyes were filled with greedy light. You think having the origin stone guarantees your victory over me? Not necessarily. Before his words finished, Biding launched another punch. Qiyu, not wanted to easily use the power of the origin stone since she didn't know Biding's true capabilities, unexpectedly activated it passively due to Biding's lethal punch. As the fist was about to strike Qiyu's chest, her bosom flashed red and blue again. To Biding, it seemed Qiyu's body, enhanced by the origin stone's powers, was overlapping between solid and shadow, an extraordinary phenomenon. Biding shouted, his eyes shining with intensity. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the center of his forehead. Qiyu felt her body become sluggish. All her movements suddenly slowed down, as if the rhythm had been altered. She was shocked. Despite the red and blue flashing her chest, she managed to avoid Biding's punch aimed at her chest, but her shoulder still took the hit. With a crack, Qiyu was sent flying, her shoulder dislocated. Qiyu, this Baidang actually has the time origin stone. His previous move created a small barrier using the time origin stone, rendering our spatial displacement ineffective. Chug's voice carried a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, Qiyu was overjoyed, disregarding the pain in her shoulder, and immediately turned back. Baidang was slightly frustrated that his punch hadn't hit Qiyu's chest, only to see her charging back from a distance. In Qiyu's eyes, there was no anger, no panic, but rather excitement and joy. One of her hands supported her dislocated shoulder, and a cruel glint flashed in her eyes. With a crack, Qiyu's hand moved, and she quickly realigned her dislocated shoulder herself. A look of pain crossed her face, but it was only fleeting. She had entered a state of a killing god. Baidang looked at the stunningly beautiful Qiyu, with her extraordinary figure, especially her towering chest, and a hint of wariness flashed in his heart. This woman was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, this wariness was only momentary. When Baidang saw Qiyu looking at him intensely, he felt puzzled. Why are you staring at me? Is it because I'm too strong, and you've fallen in love with me? Qiyu ignored his teasing and said directly, You have time essence on you, right? Baidang shrugged, non-committal. That's great. Saves me a trip back to my home planet. Qiyu seemed to be talking to herself. Baidang pointed to himself, implying that she wanted to take the essence directly from him. Did she think he was a pushover? Qiyu disregarded Baidang's pretentious behavior, and with a swift motion, she vanished, reappearing right in front of him. Qiyu raised her fist. A golden light flashed at Baidang's forehead, and Qiyu's fist stopped just a few centimeters in front of Baidang, unable to advance even a millimeter. Qiyu shouted, and the red-blue light on her chest brightened dramatically, illuminating her chest to the point of near transparency, allowing Baidang to see her ribs and beating heart. The golden light on Baidang's forehead also shone brightly. Centered around the two, massive whirlpools began to form around them. The whirlpools grew larger and spun faster. Nearby, Daikra was almost caught up in the storm created by the whirlpool. She struggled to flap her wings to barely escape. After the whirlpool expanded to a certain size, it stopped spinning, paused for a few seconds, and then began to spin in the opposite direction. The whirlpool shrank rapidly, eventually disappearing without a trace. Once the surrounding air stopped swirling, Daikra moved aside the feathers that blocked her view. In front of her was an empty space. Qiyu and Baidang were gone, as if they had never been there. Daikra hovered in midair, stunned, still unable to process what had happened. Suddenly, the world spun, and the surrounding space twisted and compressed in a strange manner, and Daikra's vision went dark, followed by a loss of consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in a pitch-black cave, surrounded by several people. It was Qiyu, LinWei, the mysterious woman, and Qiling. She was startled, jumping up from the ground, but immediately fell back down. Looking down, she realized she was fixed in place by a naval chain. Daikra was astonished and quickly scanned her surroundings, discovering that she seemed to have returned to the original underground cave. Qiyu? Daikra couldn't help but blurt out. A hint of surprise flashed in Qiyu's eyes, but it quickly faded. You know me? Shouldn't this be our first meeting? Daikra frowned. Are you joking? We fought side by side against Baidang. By the way, where's Baidang? Qiling beside her said, Hey, what are you joking about? Baidang was killed by Qiyu alone. When did we ever see you fighting him? Qiling's logic was clear, and she showed no signs of madness. Is she okay too? Daikra was completely bewildered. What's your name? Qiyu asked. Daikra. Daikra could only answer honestly for now. I'll help you get out of here first, Qiyu said, casually pulling out her naval chain effortlessly. Daikra's eyes widened. This naval chain was an innate object on her body, and no one had ever been able to break it so casually like Qiyu. The mysterious woman looked puzzled. Qiyu, have you been here before? Qiyu made an innocent face. How is that possible? Wasn't this place brought here by you? The mysterious woman was momentarily speechless. Daikra's mind was very chaotic. Could it be that her memories were confused? In a daze, she followed everyone out of the underground cave. Outside the cave, a large spacecraft was parked. Daikra shrank her body to a lowly form and boarded the plane. Back in Wanqing City, Qiyu parted ways with Daikra and the mysterious woman. Although the mysterious woman was reluctant, she could only give in to Qiyu's terrifying strength. Qiyu took Daikra, along with LinWei and Qiling, to Yujizi's residence. Upon meeting, Daikra could still sense Yujizi's wariness towards her, but as long as Qiyu was present, it dissipated. At night, Daikra burped, staring at the moonlight in a daze. LinWei's food was still delicious. Tonight, the night on Earth was truly beautiful. Qiyu patted her shoulder. Do you have time to chat? Qiyu pointed to the sky. Daikra understood. The two flew into the air together. Qiyu, what on earth is going on? Qiyu looked at Daikra seriously for a few seconds, then sighed. It seems you were closest to the whirlpool at the time, and you were affected by the time-space distortion. Hearing this, Daikra finally breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing she hadn't gone crazy, she quietly looked at Qiyu, waiting for her explanation. It turned out that when the space essence and time essence intersected, it created a massive time-space distortion, causing Qiyu and Baiding to fall into a time tunnel, rewriting history. Everyone else was oblivious, and only Daikra, at the center of the storm, retained her memories. So Baiding has already been killed by you? Daikra couldn't believe it. Such a terrifying guy had been taken down by her. Qiyu didn't answer directly. A hint of golden light flickered at her forehead. She seemed unwilling to recall that battle. Daikra didn't press further. She knew she would eventually find out all the details. Daikra, I could have chosen not to save you, since you could have freed yourself from the shackles after 1,000 years anyway. But I thought that since you and I had a contract before, I still wanted to help you gain your freedom sooner. Since history has been rewritten, my contract with you is also void. However, Qiyu, I still thank you for allowing me to regain my freedom. Qiyu waved her hand. Are you planning to return to your home planet? Daikra nodded. She had to wander on Earth due to her contract with the ancient martial arts. But now she could break free from that constraint because of the descendants of the ancient martial arts, giving her a chance to return to her home planet. Is this fate? I can't go back in the short term. I need more energy to restore my strength to its peak state. Qiyu had no objections to Daikra's plans. In fact, she wasn't very interested. She just felt that since they were fated to meet, she would lend her hand. Daikra watched Qiyu's retreating figure and suddenly felt that Qiyu seemed to have become smarter. This new timeline did not differ much from the previous one. The mysterious woman had already gathered a group of S-rank heroes to prepare to profit from the battle between Qiyu and Baiding. But after a hard fight, Qiyu's extreme counterattack in a desperate situation made the mysterious woman fully aware that Qiyu was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Moore was really too self-righteous. The mysterious woman couldn't let her foolish relative drag her into trouble with this killing god. The starship left in a dejected manner. They had thought Baiding would help them regain their dignity, but the final result was double humiliation. In a fleeting moment when Baiding vanished into thin air, Qiyu swiftly took away the spatial crystal from Baiding's forehead, because she still needed to save her sister. The world returned to calm. Qiyu woke up from her dream, sunlight spilling on her chest, warming her bare skin slightly. She felt a bit dazed, unsure of where she was. After a while, Qiyu remembered something. She turned her head, and LinWei was still sound asleep beside her. Qiyu instinctively touched her belly. She sat up in bed, using the blanket to cover her inappropriate figure. With her movement, LinWei was also awakened. You're awake. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? LinWei asked with concern. Qiyu shook her head, leaning her body into LinWei's embrace. LinWei opened the curtains, revealing a familiar, yet somewhat strange environment. A quiet courtyard, a quiet small building. LinWei's own home. A month ago, Qiyu and LinWei, keeping it from everyone, used that wormhole to return to the Earth where LinWei was. With no disturbances, LinWei and Qiyu lived an unrestrained, shameless life in this paradise. Qiyu was pregnant. LinWei touched Qiyu's belly, feeling incredibly emotional. Ever since he met Qiyu, his life had undergone earth-shattering changes, and he experienced stories that most people could never encounter. Seeing LinWei's changing expression, Qiyu pinched his thigh hard. What are you thinking? Are you regretting it now that I've gotten pregnant? You have to take responsibility for me, or else, Qiyu said, tightening her fist. LinWei, don't be silly. I love you so much that I can't think of anything else. Hearing this, Qiyu happily kissed him on the cheek. LinWei was momentarily lost in thought. Would you believe it if I told you? My wife is a superhero, a one-punch superhero. Synopsis: on the night the comet came, a one-punch superhero descended from the sky. She has a hot figure but a bit of a silly mind, and her strength is formidable. Her fierce background continuously challenges my life. Earth, mirror Earth, alien martial civilizations, multiple forces tangled together, leading to an interstellar brawl. My life will never return to the way it was. Yet, I surprisingly quite like it this way.